Because of my social anxiety, I've worn a mask for years, and over time, rumors spread that I was the most beautiful immortal lord in the 6 realms. Even the arrogant demon lord, who usually looked down on everyone, came seeking me out, hoping to catch a glimpse of my true face. But not only did I ignore him, I turned and walked away, no matter how much he called after me. The demon lord refused to give up and chased me down, so I ended up fighting him. Our cultivation talents were evenly matched, and the battle ended in a draw, leaving both of us severely injured. From then on, we became sworn enemies, fighting every time we met for 500 years straight. Then, news spread across the 6 realms that the demon lord had died. The furious system, because my mission target was gone, stripped me of my cultivation and abandoned me, leaving me a cripple. Only my master and a few fellow disciples knew, and they were so disappointed in me that they not only told the outside world I was in seclusion but also left me alone on Cloud Bamboo Peak to fend for myself. The demon lord, who had been betrayed and turned back into a small snake, thought I had gone into seclusion because I couldn't defeat him. He originally planned to mock me outside the Qiankuan Sect's mountain gates, but instead, he was picked up by me, half dead. At that moment, I felt an unprecedented sense of relief. No one would bother me anymore, and the system wouldn't force me to complete tasks. The only downside was that I wouldn't live much longer. From now on, we'll rely on each other. If I survive, I'll do my best to heal your wounds. Mo Yen found the voice somewhat familiar but couldn't quite place it. His injuries were too severe he couldn't even open his eyes. So, I applied some medicine to the little black snake. Awake yet? Hearing the vaguely familiar voice again, Mo Yen struggled to lift his snake head and look over, only to freeze completely when he saw the familiar blank mask on the person's face. Lu Zhizhi. I've fallen into his hands. No wonder the voice and the cold fragrance on him felt familiar after 500 years of fighting to the death. It'd be strange if they weren't. Mo Yen silently lowered his head and played dead on the soft cushion. Even though Lu Zhizhi didn't recognize him, he knew this was beyond humiliating. Little snake, feeling better? The snake head instantly shot up again. What? Little snake? Who is he calling? Me? Seeming to sense his confusion, I softly explained, from now on, your name is Little Snake. I'm Lu Zhizhi, your master. Remember that. Mo Yen froze. My mortal enemy thinks I'm his spirit pet? How dare he? Because I was too weak, tending to his wounds drained my energy, and I coughed several times before recovering enough to continue speaking. Your injuries are too severe, and there is demonic energy lingering in the wounds. I suppose the demon realm's internal strife brought this misfortune upon you, a little snake. I've lost my cultivation now and can't heal you properly, so I'll just do my best with some elixirs and herbs. Lost his cultivation? In just this short time, Mo Yen had lost count of how many shocks he'd experienced, but this one was the biggest. After the shock came Schadenfreude. Lu Zhizhi, you finally met your downfall. I started coughing again, one bout after another. Amid the painful coughing, Mo Yen's emotions grew increasingly complicated, eventually turning into anger. How could he lose his cultivation? Who did this to him? Once I recover, who am I supposed to fight in the future? He was so agitated that he forgot he couldn't speak in this form and frantically flicked his tongue in frustration. I noticed and casually pinched his forked tongue. Little snake, so pink, so cute. The words left Mo Yen utterly dumbfounded. He is pinching my tongue and calling it cute? Mo Yen tried to retract his tongue, but I held on, even staring at it, which made him inwardly roar, Lu Zhizhi, once I recover, you're the first one I'm dealing with. But I seemed oblivious to his struggle and softly praised, Little Snake is so well behaved. Because of my social anxiety, I rarely speak and have no friends. Now that I finally have my own spirit companion, I can't help but talk more to it and want to get closer. After praising it, I flicked out my forked tongue, casually removed my mask and set it aside, then leaned down toward the highly intelligent little black snake. Mo Yen was still roaring internally when he looked up and met a face he couldn't even begin to describe. His own nemesis is a beauty more beautiful than the heavenly fairies. Mo Yen is still there to withstand the beauty blitz. Didn't react to it. Willow Folding Branch has already come to him. Snake kiss. The kiss that landed right on top of his head was gentle and intimate. Mo Yen was completely dumbfounded. No, did he kiss me? Who? Who kissed me? Willow? Was it him? My hallowed demonic father was kissed by a nemesis? Snake, your scales are so slippery and… Hey! Snake? Willow Folding Branch just wanted to kiss again, only to see that the little black snake lying on the soft cushion suddenly started to twist and roll strangely, and kept backing up as if it was a bit panicked. He wanted to reach out to stop, just reached over and realized that his snake retreat even faster. He wanted to stop again, has been too late, and finally watched the snake rolled off the cushion, from the table snapped, fell to the ground. The height of the table was too high for the small black snake, which was only a palm long, and it seemed to be confused when it fell to the ground, and the snake's head was swaying, and it looked dazed and confused. Willow Folding Branch was amused. Snake, you are so cute. He leaned down to pick up the little black snake, and Mo Yen's eyes glazed over as he once again fought his way back when he heard this. You don't come over. My hallowed devil father. When my honored one is healed, I'll make sure your soul is scattered. Chapter 2, Tiny and Cute. Snake, are you tired too? The little black snake in his hand was listless. Lu Shizhi touched the snake's head lovingly. Go and rest, I'm going to sleep for a while as well. Don't be afraid, I'll definitely take good care of you for a day when I live in this world. Mo Yen was put back on the soft cushion, watching him walk towards the bed and lie on it laboriously. Not a moment later he fell into a deep sleep, his eyes gradually complicated. If he is not wrong, Lu Folding Branch already has hair behind him that is turning white. That is the sign of the 5 failures of the celestial man, symbolizing that this body has been broken to the extreme. Not only is there no cultivation so simple, more like being forced to take away the cultivation and spoil the vitality. Two people fighting has always been difficult to distinguish between winners and losers. To the later even the two are rare, many times are not able to hurt each other the slightest bit. Mo Banquet is sure that this is definitely not what he got, but in addition to him, Willow Folding Branch has other enemies? Think about it carefully, perhaps there should be a lot. The first person of the righteous immortal Folding Branch immortal monarch does not eat earthly fire, cold and indifferent, few words, other people speak not pay attention to is often the case, even if not in the demon world. Mo Yen usually in the human world have heard a lot of gossip, said Lu Folding Branch rely on the cultivation of the high level will be high, do not put anyone in the eyes. So Lu Fuji is also being backstabbed? The more he thought about it, the more he thought it was possible, and Mo Banquet plopped down on the soft cushion and spat out his mail. Let you so proud, more arrogant than Lao Zi, now retribution. Thinking of just now was he gave 2 kisses, Mo Yen how to think of how difficult, see the cup next to the unfinished water, try to drill into the preparation to wash his head. Dirty dead. This honored one will definitely not let you go when he recovers from his injuries. He cursed while drilling into the cup, but the injury is heavy, the force is not good to grasp, and inattentive directly to the cup to the arch off, fell to the ground click sound in pieces. The next second the temple will ring a cold and slow voice, snake, do not make trouble, fast sleep, good rest in order to get well. Lu Folding Branch just instructed, his eyes didn't even open, his tone was obviously a bit tired, but his attitude was very good, one could even say doting, not at all the same as the him that Mo Yen had seen in the past. Only then did Mo Banquet realize that today, from the moment he saw Lu Folding Branch, this person was very different from what he remembered. The words are not quite a lot, and the tone is not cold, and it is said that it is cute, and some of the mannerisms seem to be a little childish. Childish? The Willow Folded Branch childish? Inkfeast shook the snake's head frantically, pushing the thought out of his mind as fast as he could. Are you kidding me? That is a cold-hearted and cold iceberg. It is impossible to be associated with childishness. Hell knows what he is pumping. Mo Yen climbed back onto the soft cushion, just coiled up and raised his head violently. Damn him, he's not going to take this honored one to make a drink. The righteousness of those who replenish the spiritual chi of the wine are many with the spirit of the snake and ginseng bubble. Mo Banquet once saw that year also in a fit of rage swept away a number of wineries, and for this reason was hunted down and killed for several months. Willow Folding Branch has no cultivation, want to make up for the body is worried about not being able to, he just bumped up, and so on the injury is good to take their own to soak wine. The more you think about it, the more you think it's possible. Mo Yen looked at the sleeping people on the couch and gritted his teeth. Really good and evil mind, this honored one was almost deceived by this moralistic dead enemy. So when Willow Folding Branch woke up on the second day of sleep, obviously noticed that his snake is not quite right, as if he has a lot of hostility to him, or not just ignore him, not even willing to look at him. Snake. Willow folded her branches around to the front of the snake's head. Mo Yen decisively turned his back, not a moment later he followed, what's wrong with snake? Mo Banquet silently read a bad luck, continue to turn to the other side, and then Willow Folding Branch continue to follow. One person and one snake circled around the table several times, and in the end, Mo Yen was speechless. Willow Folding Branch, are you sick? I'm in my original form and you're still messing with me. He can't speak, so he can only curse in his heart, and he doesn't even dare to spit out a letter. Willow Folding Branch stared at him for a while without knowing why. But are you hungry? I don't have the cultivation to catch bugs for you to eat. How can this be? You're the one who eats bugs. Your whole family eats worms. Get the hell away from me. Willow Folding Branch, if you dare to give me worms, you're dead. Mo Yen cursed. Lu Folding Branch was still there meditating, and finally stretched a finger to his mouth. Why don't you drink some blood? It's better than starving. Mo Yen? Not waiting for him to spit, Willow Folding Branch retracted that finger again and said to herself, no, if it is poisonous it will be bad, I can't suffer those poisons nowadays. How about trying it first? Said a hand grabbed the snake tail sent to Mo Yen mouth. Snake, you bite your own tail a bite, if it is not poison to your own, I then feed you to drink blood can be good? Mo Yen. Is this what people do? Snake, bite it, make sure it's not poisoned and I'll feed you. Lu Folding Branch was still urging in a serious manner. Mo Yen just wanted to bite him to death, but just before he opened his mouth to bite him, the snake's tail was stuffed into his mouth. Wanna stop already? Too late. Mo Yen just watched himself biting his own tail. Here also came Lu Folding Branch's praise. Snake, good. Lu Fold Branch. Full of anger with nowhere to vent it, Mo Yen almost died of anger. A quarter of an hour later, Lu Folding Branch held him in front of his eyes and carefully touched him. There has not been a high fever, and there is no sign of poisoning, so I think it should be non-poisonous, but... Why are you rolling your eyes, Snake? Already hungry to such a point? The old man is angry by you. Pissed off. You're going to die, Willow. I'll bite you to death later. Lao Zi. Well. A finger reached into his mouth without warning. Mo Yin froze, not expecting him to really feed himself blood, and after a moment he decisively bit down hard. Demons drink the blood of the cultivator is also able to enhance the cultivation of the injury is not a problem, but Mo Yin usually do not see this shortcut, never use, but this time is different from the past. The blood of the enemy to be used to maintain the injury is no better. I'll suck you dry. A palm-sized small snake can't go much faster no matter how hard it tries. Willow Folding Branch can hear the sound of him gurgling and gulping down his throat, and is amused by his eager appearance. Snake is not in a hurry, eat slowly, there will be more later. Said while lovingly stroking the black scales on his body, if you met me earlier, you can still enjoy some blessings, now you can only condemn you, there is no bugs you love to eat, in the future you will have to drink blood to fill up your hunger. Snake scales are so beautiful. Cough cough. Willow Folding Branch didn't finish her sentence before she started to cover her lips and cough, her face was also a lot paler than before, and Mo Banquet bit his finger as she paused in her movements to drink the blood. Good boy, no. Cough. Nothing. Willow Folding Branch while coughing to pacify him, intimate touches Snake head, quickly drink, don't starve. Still drink You are like dying. Mo Banquet loosened his mouth in disgust and turned his head away to stop looking at him. It's too cheap to let you die now, give me life. When I respectfully take over the position of Demon Venerable, I will kill you in front of the 6 realms and sacrifice you to heaven. Are you full? Willow Folding Branch felt that he should be full, and only then did she take out a chi and blood replenishing elixir and slowly ate it herself. When the elixir entered the body could not withstand the strong medicinal effect, and in no time at all, Lu Sheji was coughing violently again, and the corners of his mouth were overflowing with a little bit of blood. Mo Yen secretly watched this scene, and had a new perception of how broken his body was. Even the pills cannot withstand, will not be long before the meridians in the residual aura scattered. I am afraid that it will be the same as a mortal, that a head of green silk should be all turned into snow. The 5 declines of the celestial formally began, at most, can last 100 years. 100 years is the death of the road to extinction. Unless someone carefully to raise, good medical treatment, relying on heavenly treasures to pile up, there is a chance to adjust well, or will die. Obviously there will be no one to raise. Willow Folding Branch is no one tube. Ink Feast came 2 days, have not seen the righteous way someone to take care of him. Once the first person of the righteous way to fall to the miserable situation to be self-sustaining, how can not let a person saddened? Worthy of being the gang of Zhang Dao, to their own people are also so ruthless. Mo Yen opened another curse. Willow Folding Branch at least have done a lot of things to get rid of the devil and defend the way, credit and hard work have, but even refused to take care of him, a group of white-eyed wolves. Seeing Willow Folding Branch calmly wiping off the blood at the corner of his mouth, a look of being accustomed to the fate of the heavens, Mo Yen snorted coldly in his heart. I deserved it. If you didn't ignore people, didn't fight, and I sparred with you as a bosom friend, then I will definitely take you back to the demon world to nurse your wounds after they are healed. Now. You are dead or alive with this respect what to do. Heart is so think, that eyes but unblinking staring at Willow Folding Branch to see a positive, and reached out to take him up. Snake and worry about me? Don't worry, a moment will not die, I will try to raise the snake white. Forehead. Black and fat. Mo Yen. You black fat ass. Who taught you to talk like that? Did Snake really eat enough just now? Let me see. Mo Banquet thought he really wanted to see, but was caught off guard by pinching 7 inches and picked up, then. Willow Folding Branch so carry him, left shaking right shaking, ears also close to his stomach, hear the sound of water in the stomach before stopping, satisfied nodded, well, should be full. Mo Yen was shaken to the stars, want to escape from the clutches of the clutches cannot distinguish the direction, almost headlong to the ground, was Lu Sheji quick eyes and hands to catch. Is Snake fainting? So cute. It's also cute with a full belly. He liked this only friend come pet too much, always wanting to be close, and as he said it, he moved over to rub Mo Yen's belly, mwahahaha. Mo Yen? You wait. You'd better live for me until that time, this father must let you see it with your own eyes then. Chapter 3-3. My nemesis has coaxed me. Mo Yen completely didn't want to pay attention to him, refusing to look at him squarely no matter how much he teased. Willow Folding Branch has never had a pet, found the snake should be angry, but do not know exactly how to coax, chasing the talk is not heated, finally anxious to put a cup of blood into the cup, some curtly sent to the sulking little black snake in front. Snake, for you to drink, do not be angry with me, can good? He wanted so much to have living spirits with him, although the social fear did not dare to see people, but he would also feel lonely, especially now that he knew that he could not live for too long, unprecedented desire to be able to rely on this very destined little black snake. Even if the snake can't talk, it's good to be able to stay with him and listen to him. From time to time, people in the Six Realms complained that Folding Branch Immortal Monarch didn't know how to ignore people who could have the honor of being coaxed by Willow Folding Branch. Moyen was sure that he must be the first one. Once chased to say a few words or not heeded, but also meet on the fight, now even by the Willow Folding Branch begged to care a little, even if the mighty devil cannot carry this kind of wind and water rotation, was coaxed through the body comfortable, on the spot forgave him before the excessive behavior. Count you know what to do, this respect will reluctantly not to bother with you. Imo Banquet arrogantly shook the snake tail, condescending to put the snake head into the cup. Coo. This series of actions to Lu Folding Branch to see the fast be adorable, cannot help but stare down at his snake tail. The more you look at the more adorable, while he did not pay attention to secretly Rua wiggle tail tip. Imo Yan's breath stuttered and he almost choked to death on the blood he didn't swallow in his mouth. Where the are you touching? The snake's tail is quite a sensitive place. Imo Yan's eyes were red with anger, and he angrily used his tail to whip at Lu Sheji's face. Unfortunately, now the size is too small, that tail just waved in the air, cannot touch people, but also be Lu Folding Branch misunderstood as happy, and grabbed the snake tail a fierce rub. Moyen. Why? Willow Fold, why is he different from what he used to know? What happened to the cool and indifferent he said he was? Why is he a dead pervert who hugs and touches other people's tails? Now hit and cannot beat, hide and cannot hide. Moyen is in a hopeless grudge, ready to wait for the recovery of the whole doubled backet. That person suddenly action a beat, let go of him to get up to put on the mask again, looking at the door. Moyen also noticed someone close, raised his eyes to look at the past. A few moments later, wearing a blue robe with an unfaltering face appeared in the doorway. The person has not yet stood still. The reprimanding voice came in first. Folding Branch, the demonic father's body died and the road was destroyed. All the heavens celebrated. Why did you not show up to celebrate even after the past 2 days? Do you know the offense? This is Willow Folding Branch's master, Shenkuan clan sect leader Duan Chengqian. Mo Banquet not less with him to deal with. A year in front of the face of the six worlds to scold several times, is a Taoist appearance of the name of the shameless goods, on the basis of Willow Folding Branch this cultivation of good disciple on the authority of the good fortune. Old man. Don't think that I don't know that you are the one who colluded with the traitors of the devil world to assassinate me. Mo Yan spat out a letter and cursed. Willow Folding Branch cannot afford to live, but also how to go to celebrate? No cultivation, cannot even imperial sword, riding you down the mountain? Their own heavenly pride disciple are this half-dead like, but also in that accountability, how not to descend a heavenly thunder split you mother hey, is cursing it. Suddenly was Lu Folded Branch picked up and stuffed sleeve, but also posed as wrapped around the wrist, biting the tip of the tail just coiled into a circle of posture. Mo Banquet dumbfounded, not yet reacted to hear Lu Folded Branch indifference voice. Folding Branch no sin. Moyen? What's your crime? Are you so happy that I'm dead? You think you're guilty even if you didn't go along to celebrate? He was so angry that he let go of the tip of his tail and bit down hard on Lu Folding Branch's wrist. Lu Folding Branch ate the pain, but he bit his lips and didn't make a sound for fear of being discovered by his master. Because Lu Folding Branch is clear about his master's temperament, if he knows that he has a spirit pet, he will grab it for himself. The so-called righteousness of the first big clan, in which there are countless disagreements, in the clan life for hundreds of years, Willow Folding Branch, although the mouth does not say, but the heart of the mirror. Even if he knew that he was not guilty, because he didn't want to dwell and talk more, he would still confess his sins, so that his master would say the purpose of this trip earlier and leave earlier. Sure enough, he was so cooperative. Duan Chengqian was very pleased, stroked his beard and sat on the main seat, contemptuous eyes recklessly measuring the past days, this cultivation higher than his own, everywhere to steal the limelight disciple. Now the celebration banquet has passed, although you have not been there, also known offense, congratulatory gifts always cannot be less, this time the contribution of many people, and is a great work, for the teacher to come today, is the idea that you are not easy to move, for you to take congratulatory gifts to comfort all the merit. Mo Banquet more and more listened to the more wrong, heard the last word completely confused. Consoling a meritocracy is letting Lu Folding Branch, an apprentice with no cultivation, offer a congratulatory gift? You are the head of a clan, or a master, how the hell did you have the nerve to open this mouth? Do you really have no face at all? More let him shocked as Willow Folding Branch really give, a breath from the storage wring out more than 10 pieces of treasure, one of the jade shao he is most familiar with, back then also because of that just out of the world of treasure in Willow Folding Branch fight. At that time, he simply will not blow, and even do not want that magic weapon, purely heard that the Willow Folding Branch to fight, he rushed to grab, in the final analysis is to want to fight with the Willow Folding Branch. Later did not distinguish between the winner and the loser, he threw out the other people to seize the treasure, to see that the jade cock fell into the hands of the Willow Folding Branch before leaving, turn around to see the Willow Folding Branch like a green onion white delicate jade hand holding the jade cock, but also secretly sighed a really good looking. Now well, he has contributed to the jade cock, just so by the Willow Folding Branch to that old man, really is a waste. Duan Chengqian took the treasure and left with a smile on his face, the whole time a word of concern for the body of Lu Feiji did not say, when he heard Lu Feiji coughing and also disgusted with a fluttering sleeve, Mo Yen more angry, and bit Lu Feiji a mouthful. You're an uncontested thing. You're not allowed to die, you hear me? Get your body back in shape and get that jade pipe back. I gave it to you because I thought it was a good match for you. I haven't heard you play yet. If you don't take it back, you're dead. I'll take you back to the Devil's Palace and torture you day after day. Chapter 4, Arrogant Snake, Online Heartache. Lu Folding Branch was bitten twice inexplicably, simply did not understand what he meant, lifted the sleeve to put him back on the soft cushion, looked at the wrist neatly 4 teeth marks, also did not get angry, but went over to ask gently, Snake, what's wrong? Is it feeling too stuffy in the sleeve? Oh. Mo Yen sneered as that jade shao was given to him and didn't want to care about him at all. I don't dare to let my master see you, I'm afraid I won't be able to protect you. Lu Folding Branch patiently explained with him, knowing that he was so psychic must have understood, I don't have cultivation nowadays, I can't take risks, if they snatch you away. Do not dare to think of their own, no dependent snake, and back to the day and night only one person's days, how lonely it is, this time is different from the past, that is, even a can fight with their own people are gone. Lu Folding Branch sighed, Snake good boy, wait for me for a moment, I'm busy with some important things, and then coaxed you. Already past 2 days, the celebration banquet are over, think no one will stare at the death of the devil. Willow Folding Branch sighed, coughing, put a whole bowl of blood, pale face with blood as a sacrifice, hands trembling in the air to form a seal, slowly with those blood on the ground to draw a complicated formation. Demon Zune, Mo Banquet. His own name spat out from Willow Folding Branch's mouth, and Mo Yen, sprawled out on the soft cushion, straightened up violently, his eyes full of incredulity. Is he? He is. Invoking my soul? Mo Banquet himself will not invoke the soul of the formation, but he recognized, also heard, not to mention the body of Lu Folding Branch now, even if there is cultivation for the dead, invoke the soul is also a big taboo, the loss of cultivation not to mention, the body damage is even greater. ISN. Tiat an immortal nemesis? Which of their righteousness is not eager for me to die earlier? Why he this enemy is difficult to protect their own still for me to invoke the soul of? But Lu Folding Branch spat out a mouthful of blood in the center of the formation, the whole person wobbled to fall. Missouri Yen subconsciously wanted to catch the person, but in the end, there was nothing he could do, he could only watch as he barely managed to hold on to the table to stand still before trying to invoke the soul once again. Mo Yen just watched him time and time again by the formation backlash spit blood, and time again do not die to continue to promote the formation. The more I watched the more heartbreaking, until he was physically exhausted and fell to the ground, the shock in his eyes almost turned into substance. Is Willow Folding Branch crazy? In order to invoke my soul don't want to die? Snap. Palm-sized snake fell to the ground, dizzy to climb not straight line also want to wobble to climb to their own. Willow Folded Branch trembling raised his hand and wiped off the corner of the mouth blood, spread the palm of his hand to let the snake climb to their palms, and sent to the edge of the mouth gratefully kissed. Snake is. Ahem. Is worried about me? I'm fine, don't be afraid. Said and turned his head to look at the soul invocation array that has been covered by blood, tone of regret. I think I'm too weak at this time, can't save him, if I can invoke back a wisp of residual soul, let him take over the body when I die, can also still give him a line of life, unfortunately. It is not that he is too weak, but he is not dead at all, so he can't recruit the residual soul. Mo Yen knows the reason in his heart, but he can't understand his move to save himself even if he uses the soul recruiting forbidden technique to let himself take over his body. The two have fought for 500 years, as everyone knows the deadly rivalry, and his good and evil are not two opposites. Willow Folding Branch in any case should not save him, right? Snake was injured by demonic chi, he should have stayed near the demon realm, right? Perhaps you have also seen him before, his name is Mo Yen, he is a very powerful demon Zune. Willow Folding Branch's tone was clear and cold, vaguely able to hear some sympathy. I have fought with him for 500 years without a winner, he is the only one who often accompanies me in fights and insists on talking to me. Although he is always scolding me, his tone is fierce, arrogant, and unreasonable, but he does not have bad intentions. The jade shao taken away by the master just now is the jade shao that he gave me. Mo Yen froze. He knew that I deliberately let him take the jade shao? He's still twisted and has a bit of a personality. Willow Folding Branch recalled, voice distant, that year I ignore people by the master father punished kneeling outside the clan door. The righteousness of the crowd are in the dark laugh at me, but also coincided with the downpour of rain. It is he from the demon realm secretly rushed to hide in the shadows quietly for me to hold up the boundary to avoid the rain. Mo Yen pupils earthquake. He knew about this too? I was hiding so stealthily, and I purposely astering my demonic aura to make him think it was done by someone from the righteous path, and he even knew it was me already? It's a pity that he didn't want to befriend me, and he still fought with me when we met later. I didn't even dare to say thank you, he's so fierce. No, I didn't know that. I thought you didn't want to pay attention to me, you're the one who fought with me first in the first meeting. Mo Yen felt wronged and still angry. You said directly to me at that time cannot? What's the point of beating me up now? It's been hundreds of years. I'm pissed off. I was so close to a truce, you'll die of exhaustion if you say one more word. I should have hit you in the mouth first. It's useless for you to keep that thing anyway. The little black snake jumped up and down in his palm. Lu Folding Branch looked curious. Snake has seen him? You. You are just a small snake, even if you have seen it, what can you do? He is now a corpse. I have not only seen, I am myself. Mo Yan rolled her eyes and coiled in his palm without moving. Willow rested on the ground for a long time, saved some strength before getting up and lit 3 incense, inserted in the formation above the silent recitation of the mantra of the past life. That day, if I had not lost all my cultivation, I might still be able to go and rescue 1 or 2, nay. That unfinished words have guilt, also have to look down on life and death of relief. He took off the mask again. Mo Yan looked at his wave-free expression, suddenly a little curious about what he was thinking in the end. Willow Folding Branch, are you sad about my death? Or think of your own, for you once to eliminate the devil and defend the road is not worth it? If we hadn't fought the first time we met, maybe everything would be different now. They would have been bosom friends. He would not have let Willow Folding Branch be victimized by someone to lose all her cultivation, turning into this decaying and waiting for death. Willow Folding Branch should also not see death to save. That day may be able to kill into the demon realm to take him away. Unfortunately, the mistake, 500 years of immortality, born into a good and evil are not two opponents, now a serious injury to the original form, a cultivation is scattered, helplessly waiting for death. The only difference is that he himself is still saved, and there is still a great opportunity to nurse his wounds and recover to his heyday. Mo Yan gently bit his onion white-like finger. Willow Folding Branch, if you are better to my father, said good day today, coaxing my father will be reluctant to take you back to the demon realm after the injury, so that you do a personal attendant, the mood is good, then you will heal your injuries, to help you to recultivate. Willow Folding Branch did not understand what he meant, but also thought he was angry again, biting himself, and did not pull his finger out, just stared at him softly, crying out in pain, snake snake, you bite me so much pain, ah. Mo Yan instantly loosened his mouth, looking at his slightly furrowed brow a little panicked. Did it really hurt? I didn't exert myself this time. I thought as I stretched out the snake's letter and licked the wound for him. Is it better? I really didn't T-force it. Don't hurt, already weak, you don't want to die of pain, ah. Chapter 5v, Living with an Enemy. Although the spirit pet in front of him was just a palm-sized small black snake, Lu Shezhi knew that he was even more spiritual than a spirit pet that had opened its spirit, the specific manifestation of which was that as soon as he said he was in pain, the small black snake bobbed its head around to look at the several teeth marks. Look at the teeth marks and then look at his face. Even if a snake does not have an expression, just these actions are enough to reflect concern. Snake, it hurts. Willow said again, it didn't really hurt very much, to him these injuries were nothing, he just wanted to see if Snake would care more about himself. Sure enough, the little black snake movement looked more eager, and soon licked on that teeth marks again. It had no effect on the wound, but the thought was enough. Lu Folding Branch looked at the heartworm, more and more like the snake he picked up. Think maybe he is dying. The last bit of luck is used in the encounter. Snake can in the last of these days have a snake companion. Compared to the human heart, it is true that animals are more sincere. When he saved Snake would be grateful to him, treating him well and caring for him, pure and simple, not mixed with human calculations and utilization. Snake, in the future, you and I will depend on each other, okay? The topic jumped too quickly. Mo Yan was still worried that he had bitten hard and hurt him to death, and was confused by his question. No, your righteousness is a group of Taoist treacherous and cunning people, and Duan Chengxian is the most sinister among them. You are his first disciple, who taught you to be like a little cute. I'm not sure if you're a good person or a good person. Which serious cultivator will want to be dependent on a spirit pet? You have no cultivation, also have no brain. Mo Yan is now will not speak, will speak absolutely, want to look up to the sky low and laugh at him to death. However, the next second Willow Folding Branch's words froze him in his ears. If Snake is willing, put your head on my palm. I don't have much time left. I can't deed you, lest you be dragged down by me. You and I are just a gentleman's agreement. Willow Folding Branch spread palm to send to him. Cannot save back Mo Banquet. This body in the future also no one to use. I now have no cultivation. Cannot help you to form. Then wait for me to die. You refine me, so as to form it. I think I can't live for more than 100 years at most. You accompany me for 100 years. I'll use my body to help you take shape. It's as a thank you, and it's also the karma of you and I knowing each other for a while. The voice is cold and indifferent. The tone of voice has no waves and no fluctuations. This is the Lu Shezhi that Mo Yan used to know. But that and the last words of the same words, but listen to the mood of Mo Yan complex. Lu Folding Branch is too indifferent to life and death, does not care that he himself is going to die, and even after death do not even want to leave a whole body, to leave the body to a spirit pet to eat and refine, to help the spirit pet to take shape. And that spirit pet. And his acquaintance is only 2 days, he even a contractor not afraid of his own lack of cultivation, dragging down the spirit pet. Mo Yan does not know whether to say that he is too cold, or too kind. Willow Folding Branch, this person, the past 500 years he has always thought that it is a cold-hearted and cold iceberg, discard the good intentions of others, but after these 2 days together, especially after hearing that Willow Folding Branch actually knows a lot of his good intentions, he realized that it seems to be his own misreading, and has never seen through it. How to describe it? That is, Lu Folding Branch a good person, long mouth but do not use, simply angry people. Snake is not willing? Having gone too long without a response, Willowfold's spread palms trembled, disappointment flickering in her eyes. Obviously the tone of voice is not much ups and downs, but Moyen heard his disappointment and sadness. His brain has not yet reacted. The snake's head is first put up, when squarely on his palm to be recycled. One person and one snake both froze. Willowfold was not expecting a peek, and Moyen was. Damn, how did I put it up? Who wants to be attached to a dead enemy? Ah. Where is my face? Snake, snake, you promise? Willow Folding Branch touched his snake head with surprise and joy. Good snake, snake. Moyen. Forget it, it's already like this, let's reluctantly get along with him. Anyway, he is now a waste of time and has no cultivation, that is, if he finds out my identity, he can't do anything to me. Willow Folding Branch do not know what he was thinking in his heart, only know that he and Snake Snake two-way run to. Snake Snake willingly accompanied his own, so happy that a series of kissed him a number of mouths. Snake Snake good good, moo 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 moo. Ink Banquet Snake head wobbling, to be more speechless more speechless. Old me had a smell of your body, annoying. Why does a big man smell so good? It's like you've put on rouge and powder, it's awful. Moyen immediately returned to the soft cushion and coiled into a ball. As a result, his nose from time to time to smell the fragrance of the head, smelled him more and more curious. Willow Folding Branch body in the end, how to get so fragrant? It is also not the choking of rouge and water powder, light, just kinda good smell. Banquet secretly stared at the Willow Folding Branch 3 days, also did not find out the reason, did not see the Willow Folding Branch to the body coated with anything. The temple also do not see point what incense, the body of the week daily in addition to feeding him to drink blood, most of the time are sleeping. Strange, is it possible that it is purely body odor? The more curious you are, the more you can't help but stare at the willow branch, the more you look the more curious you are. On the 4th day Moyen has habitually woken up and stared at the direction of the bed and couch, and the result is that he was caught off guard and saw a strand of hair hanging down from the willow branch that was so white that it stung his eyes. Should not be so fast, even if there is no cultivation. The 5 failures of celestial beings is not so, but January let Lu Folding Branch have hair completely white, unless it is. Still continue to hurt the root. Moyen thought of the blood he fed himself daily. Already in control not to drink more, I did not realize that it was still too much for Willowfold's body nowadays, and eating pills to replenish chi and blood could not make up for it. On the one hand, he wants to quickly recuperate from his injuries, on the other hand, it will accelerate Lu Folding Branch's 5 failures of the heavenly man. Banquet hesitated, and finally, when Lu Folding Branch woke up from sleep and fed him blood again, he only gently bit, but after sucking for a dozen times, he stopped. Snake snake? Every day he drank blood very fragrantly and cheerfully, but today he only drank for a while and then refused to drink. Willow Folding Branch did not know why, changing the orientation to send the finger to his mouth, but delayed to see him open his mouth. Is not like this finger? Willow folded branch and changed a finger to reach over, found that he still does not bite and continue to change, and finally the fingers are changed all over, even the wrist are passed over, still did not wait for the snake to drink. Is it not good to drink? Willow Folding Branch stared at his wrist and muttered to himself, recently I have less and less aura in my body meridians, will it affect the flavor of the blood? Lousy does not drink is not drink, lazy, too tired. Moyen shook his tail tip plate back, quite high and cold. You stay out of my father's business. Snake, do you say it's not good? Oh, you can't talk. Willow Folding Branch sighed helplessly, it's just that, I still have some strength today, so I'd better try to go and catch bugs for you. Moyen? 6. Willow Fold really went to catch bugs. Under Ink Banquet's devastated and speechless gaze, he wrapped Ink Banquet towards his wrist and slowly and leisurely walked towards the outside of the temple, walking to a grassy area before stopping. Snake, what kind of bugs do you like to eat? You're the one who likes to eat bugs. Willow Folding Branch, you dare to feed me worms, I'll definitely bite you to death. Do you like it soft or hard? Or? Lu Folding Branch asked halfway, remembering his current half-dead appearance. Sorry to touch the snakehead, I do not know if I can catch. Snake aggrieved. Catch what will make up a little to eat can be good? He had a discussion with a small black snake. If the others saw it, they were afraid to think he was crazy. If the snake doesn't say anything, then I'll take that as a yes from you. If it's not tasty, you can't make a scene. Moyen. You see, the old man can talk. You just did it on purpose. He was so angry that he didn't want to care about people at all, so he huffed and puffed as he watched Willow Folding Branch searching for bugs all over the grass. The snow-white robes of the heavenly fairy-like person were all dirty, and his onion-white-like fingertips were scratched in 2 places, but he still refused to give up. Snake, I haven't caught any bugs, I'm slow, don't mind, you'll catch them. He also appeased himself while struggling to catch the bugs. The more Moyen looked at him, the less he felt. Stupid death, can't catch a bug, but also the first person of the righteous path, even the bugs are. Hey! You be careful, ah! The tip of the grass popped over a grasshopper. Lu Folding Branch panicked and reached out to buckle, but the physical strength cannot keep up, wobbling and fell in the grass. The palm of the hand pressed on a stone, choking broke the skin, but also seeped out the blood, describing the woeful. Still no catch. Willow Folding Branch didn't bother to pay attention to her own injury, fell to the ground still looking at the grasshopper that ran away, said twice in a row, Snake, I didn't catch it. His voice is still so cold and indifferent, just very light as if the whole person is about to be dispersed with the wind, staring at the injured palm murmured, bleeding, if it was once upon a time. Once upon a time, he also had a sword to make the 6 worlds bowed down. Is the righteous way the most handful of sword cultivator, deservedly the absolute pride of the heavens, Mo Banquet is seen with their own eyes. Now that everyone's fear of the folded branches of the immortal monarch has become a waste of time, a step of 3 asthma, even a small grasshopper cannot help Mo Banquet this dead enemy look at the heart of the sadness, not to mention the willow folded branches themselves. If it is the other person is afraid to be sad and disheveled, and even self-hatred, but he only heard the willow-folded branch said that half sentence, and then is always the tone of no waves and no ripples. Snake, aggrieved you, today I'm afraid I won't be able to catch it. Lu Folding Branch said while sending the wound to his mouth, you make do with a few more mouthfuls of blood, around it is also bled out, it's a waste to wipe it off for nothing. Mo Yen watched him laboriously get up and lean against the tree trunk next to him, his eyes staring at the wound on his palm with complicated eyes, stretching out the snake's letter to lick off the blood on it bit by bit, not sucking more blood from it. Because he sensed that Lu Shizhi was too weak, if he could stand up at once, how would he go to lean on that dirty tree trunk? Why don't you drink more? Aren't you hungry? Your stomach is deflated. Willow Folding Branch put him on his lap and gently touched his stomach. Snake, don't have to worry about me. I can't die for a while. You eat more and grow up faster. Otherwise I'm afraid that you won't be able to catch up with the refining I've come to transform into a form. Again in the arrangement of the aftermath, Mo Yen does not like to hear, moved body coiled into a ball, not to him to touch. However, the hand with the injury did not move away, but turned to touch his head. Mo Yen was about to hide again. The ear came a sentence with a little laughter. Want to see Snake grow up faster? Then I will be able to teach you to cultivate. I'm all alone and homeless, my snake but has a master. When you grow up, I'll give you my storage ring as well, heavenly materials and treasures, pills and magic weapons, although not much, it's still rich. My snake will be the happiest little black snake in this world in the future. Willow Folding Branch gently stroked the snake's head with one hand, tilted her head to look at the sky above her head, her voice leisurely, in the future, the path of immortality is open, the snake will cultivate, and become a dragon is a matter of waiting, and at that time, if you still remember me, then you will look at the beautiful mountains and rivers of this cultivation world for me. Mo Yen was dumbfounded. In the front he was a bit touched by what he heard, and the more he heard in the back, the more wrong he felt as if he had gone crazy, and he actually saw a strong sense of old fatherly fait accompli in Lu Shizhi. Those ardent expectations, fist heart, how to listen to how like a father looking forward to his son. Only the other people are referring to, he has really become a dragon. Damn, is that so ridiculous? My nemesis doesn't just want to be my master, he wants to be my father? Mo Banquet did not dare to let Lu Folding Branch say any more, and then say a moment of seniority may not be low to where to go. These days more or less is also a little bit of injury. Lu Folding Branch now get up or struggling. Mo Banquet tried to use spiritual power wanna God unknowingly help a little bit. The results of the overestimation of their own injuries, spiritual power did not converge into shape, but instead made a strand of demonic gas out. The key is that the magic chi is not enough to pull Lu Shizhi up. Mo Yen lived in embarrassment. Just now, he had mocked his arch-rival for being wasted, unable to catch any bugs. Now well, the two of them were wasted against each other, a pair of wastes. Not only suffered a blow, but also exposed the magic chi. Mo Yen this regret is worried about how to put the magic chi of the matter to cover up the past it, suddenly realized that Lu Folding Branch is not right, panicked from the storage ring took out a mask to wear. Covering his face tightly, Lu Folding Branch spat out 2 words in a cold tone into the void, Mo Banquet? Mo Banquet? He was incredibly sure that Willow Fold didn't suspect him, because the hand was still on top of his head and hadn't been taken down. Sensing his demonic aura, thinking he's coming, then putting on a mask to guard against him, and treating him so coldly? Mo Yen instantly exploded with anger. You can speak well to a broken snake, and with the old man will not give a look at the face still cold and icy just say 2 words? Don't you know I've been good to you before? What do you mean, Lu Fuji? Are you looking down on me? I'm a devil, and I have people fighting to please me, but in your eyes, I'm not as good as a snake. Mo Yen completely forgot that he himself is that broken snake, so angry that the tip of the tail are standing up, also not let Lu Folding Branch touch, just want to crawl away from Lu Folding Branch far away, caught off guard and was grabbed up around the wrist. Willow Folding Branch tried 3 times to stand up, back to the bedchamber of the footsteps more slowly, and some shaking, but very anxious to go back into the bedchamber also did not relax, and waited for half an hour, to confirm that it is not the remnants of the soul of the Mo Banquet to come to take off the mask. Snake, I seem to be starting to have hallucinations, just now I thought it was the residual soul of Mo Banquet that was invoked, it seems that I also felt his demonic aura. Because her body was starting to decay, Lu Folding Branch only thought that it was all her hallucinations, and jokingly told Mo Yen bad things about Mo Yen himself. If he sees me in this state now, I'm afraid he'll laugh at me so hard that he'll find it hard to stop laughing for a whole day, maybe he won't even wait for me to die, and he'll just take over and go back to the devil world to regain the position of devil-honored one. Said also frowned, and added a sentence, half anger, half resentment. He is a bad-tempered devil, very fierce, especially fierce death, but also very bad. There is a fight deliberately broke my personal jade pendant, I do not dare to let him pay. Compensation. Obviously scolded, but Mo Yan listened to the snake's head stiffened. No, which one of us is hallucinating? Why do I seem to hear Willow folding there spilling her guts? Chapter 7-7, How do two men make a pair? The matter of Willow Folding Branch spilling her guts was second only to the overthrow of the cultivation world in terms of shock to Mo Yan. Who doesn't know that immortal Lord Folding Branch doesn't eat earthly fire, indifferent and cold, who can let him respond to a sentence, that's enough to brag for a lifetime. Although it is a deadly rival, but Mo Banquet had to recognize the status of Lu Folding Branch in the six realms, that is the moon and the clouds of the sky snow, a veritable flower of the high ridge. However, this is such a deadly rival that can only be viewed from afar, and the six realms do not dare to climb high, but now it is even in front of himself to be pampered. He even remembered every tone of the words Lu Folding Branch had just said, even the slightly prolonged endings at the end, and the tone of anger were clearly remembered. It was still clear and cold, but it was just inexplicably a little soft, definitely sappy. Good you are dead right, there are two faces it, a big man even pampered, shame or not. Mo Yan snorted at this, and a moment later stared at the person who hadn't moved to shake the tip of his tail. Say something. Spill one more word, so that my father can savor the taste. Snake, that's a jade pendant I carved myself and have worn with me for over 100 years. Lu Folding Branch after a while before continuing, he said that the mandarin ducks on my jade pendant are ugly, he would rather be hurt by my sword chi, but also want to break the jade pendant, and even the spikes on the jade pendant were burned with a fire. Do you think he is not very fierce, and if he can't beat me, he bullies me like this? Fart. Who can't beat you? It's been a tie all these years. Mo Yan was the first to retort in his mind with these words, and even flung his snake head as a protest, only to realize something was wrong halfway through. Willow Folding Branch said that the jade pendant was carved by him? This thing Mo Banquet actually has an impression, and is considered profound, because he has long been looking at that jade pendant is not good. That day before the fight he also happened to hear how many female cultivators admire Folding Branch immortal monarch style, swore that non-monarch not to be married, but were all rejected. And then a reminiscent of Willow Folding Branch 100 years ago suddenly more that piece of jade pendant, he thought it was a rival heart belongs to, the sweetheart sent jade wear on the body to show off with him, so he did not care to break the jade pendant cannot be. There is no other meaning, just look angry. Obviously as a deadly rival, the two of them in the six realms of the same name, he showed such a handsome face no one wants, Willow Folding Branch all day wearing a broken mask, but all the admiration of Willow Folding Branch of the female cultivators. Female cultivators mentioned him to call him a devil, said he was arrogant and domineering, a fear of avoiding the less than. This is a world of difference and the treatment is simply angry personal death. Later, he also thought that the jade pendant broken bad Willow Folding Branch of the good things, so deliberately pay attention to, sure enough, and the past few hundred years also do not see Willow Folding Branch has a couple, for this mood for a long time. The results of the Willow Folding Branch said that the jade pendant is his own carving? Mo Yan felt like a little cute. Because of this jade pendant stared at the dead enemy for hundreds of years, holding his breath momentarily ready to the dead enemy couple stirred up, but all the effort is wasted. You don't have a sweetheart but you carve your own mandarin duck's jade to wear, Willow Folding Branch you are not sick. What kind of Taoist monk has nothing better to do than to carve his own jade pendant? You even carved a mandarin duck. Do you know what mandarin ducks means? Completely unable to understand the motives of Lu Shiji, Mo Yan was speechless, that is, he could not speak now, otherwise he would have to press Lu Shiji to ask him about his journey. That jade pendant originally had another piece, but unfortunately it was taken away by the youngest master. Left and right idle, Lu Folding Branch thought of what to say to him, thinking that anyway, Snake is not a person, do not need to be afraid, so the tone of voice is slow to recite to Snake. And will not be tired, but also can experience the joy of having a living spirit to accompany them. They are all styles that I casually turned up while reading a book, I carved two of them, one is a mandarin duck and one is a swimming dragon. Does Snake know about jade pendants? When you grow up, I'll carve one for you too. Mo Yan silently rolled his eyes. Who wants your jade pendant? Which devil will carry a jade pendant carved by his nemesis? I don't want it. What style does Snake like? In the future, when you become a dragon, why don't we carve a dragon style for you? What do you mean also? Who else did you carve it for? Why should I be the second? Mo Yan just did not listen carefully, only now reacted to who he said the other jade pendant to, and what style. The more he thought about it, the more wrong. Swimming dragon style jade pendant, he gave his little brother is not. By Chio? These days light focus on with Willow Folding Branch angry, Mo Banquet at this time to think of how he appeared in the Willow Folding Branch of the Cloud Bamboo Peak. At that time, he was seriously injured, difficult to protect themselves, thinking of first finding a place to recuperate from injuries in the meantime to avoid the head of the wind, the only six worlds and his friendship with the Willow Folding Branch of the youngest junior brother Bai Chio. Bai Chio also gifted him a jade pendant. He was trying to follow the jade pendant on the scent of looking for the white fall, and the result of a teleportation to Lu Folding Branch here. The jade pendant actually belonged to Lu Fuji? That's why he teleported to Lu Fuji's place and was picked up by his nemesis? That there could be such a coincidence in this world, Mo Yan's mood was quite complicated. At that time, he was willing to befriend Bai Chiu also because Bai Chiu was Lu Folding Branch's youngest junior. He also thought that one day the two would befriend and expose, and then see if Lu Folding Branch would be infuriated. After all, it was said that Lu Folding Branch loved that youngest junior the most. I didn't realize that Bai Chiu from the beginning to please him with the jade pendant is the willow folding branch. Lassie was also felt carved beautiful, vivid, boasted for a while. Dare I say that from the beginning to the end of the compliment is a dead enemy. Mo Banquet immersed in his own world secretly sigh a little shame, but Lu Folding Branch suddenly opened his mouth to veto the words just now. No, can't give the snake also carved swimming dragon, that would be a pair with the youngest senior brother, or carve a 2 dragon play beads. Over the years the system mostly scolded him, because he did not do the task. Lu Folding Branch was too lazy to listen carefully, so he only remembered a generalization. It seems that this is the world of the book, he is the villain, the young master and Mo Yan are the protagonists. What he has to do is... Oh? Do what? Forget it, doesn't matter. Willow Folding Branch cannot remember, also lazy to think more. Anyway, in the future have nothing to do with him. Anyway, Snake should remember, in the future, don't get too close to my junior brother and Mo Banquet are the pair. Mo Yan? What's that? Who's a couple with who? Mo Yan's entire snake froze. Let's not talk about the fact that you're messing around there. Lousy is a man. Bai Chiu is also a real man. You said that a pair of 2 men, how to make a pair off. Mo Yan felt that his cognition was strongly impacted. Damn it! You guys are playing so excitingly in the righteous path? Willow Folding Branch, you're actually this kind of person? Chapter 88. Pua from a Nemesis. Cultivation of the devil is not more than the so-called cultivation of immortality. No devil pay attention to the bitter cultivation of the heart, or advocating the timely execution of pleasure, is to the devil world side of the prevalence of left-handedness, all over the place as a shortcut to cultivation. Double cultivation is one of the widely circulated method of cultivation. Ink Feast is the devil, always to stay in those divergent shortcuts, but also heard of. After all, the magic world of men and women to have fun. Double cultivation is too common. But today he listened to the willow folded branch said this to know, the righteous way is actually able to put the man is also a pair of, said the demon race is obscene, did not think, they are playing the righteous way more flowers. Mo Banquet half of the body are standing up, just like being stepped on the tail, staring round eyes to the person in front of him calm as water eyes. How did you know that men can be paired together? Are you ing with someone else to make a pair? You're a pride of the righteous path, how could you do such a thing? You're going astray. You are shameless. Nasty. You. Mo Yan has no words, not that there are no words to curse, but his usual vocabulary for cursing others is too dirty, and he always feels that it is a little inappropriate to take it to curse Lu Shiji. Anyway, you're not a human being. You better not have done those things, or I will definitely kill you when I recover. No, I won't. I'll kill your pussy first. Willow Fold, which knows what he brainstormed before he got mad, just know that Snake looks like angry, and froze for a moment, and then the sense of crisis instantly pulled full. Surely the charm of the protagonist no one can resist? Even my naive and simple Snake was charmed. Has Snake met my little master? Knowing that Snake couldn't speak, he asked seriously, and only after asking did he remember that it was a wasted question, fearing that the Snake that he had grown up loving would run away with Bai Chiu in the future, and after a moment of secret anguish, he quickly pressed the snake's head again. Snake, you are a little pig, only I am truly good to you, others are trying to make you into a roasted suckling pig. Even though it's been 500 years since he wore the book, he vaguely remembers that this is how PUA is used, and before he wore the book he read on the internet that this is what other masters told their hakimis. It's a bit outrageous, but it should work, right? The snakes are not moving. I think it is scared, so that it will not be tempted to leave me by the little master, right? Mo Banquet is indeed not moving, because he is about to be exasperated by him, and is busy scolding him in his mind. You're the pig. You're still ing cursing old man. Willow Folding Branch, you're dead. Snake, don't be afraid. Thinking it was the PUA that worked, Lu Folding Branch even coaxed him in his palm. I'll protect you, just don't be fooled by the side. If you are fooled away, you'll be made into a roasted suckling pig, only stay by my side to be safe. Mo Yan's white eyes rolled up to the sky. Lu Folding Branch, you really good at least once upon a time is also the first person of the righteous way, now even so cheat a snake? And also cheat so poorly, not to mention the honors here, even if it is really a spiritual snake will not believe that he is a piglet. You're a cutie. Right. Willow Folding Branch is not stupid, it's just that for a long time she didn't have any contact with people and didn't ask about the mundane world, and almost completely closed herself in her own world, so some of her ideas and thinking are strange and bizarre. Coupled with the fact that for the first time he had a friend and someone to accompany him, so he paid extra attention to him and was afraid that he would run away with someone else, so he inevitably had more worries. Snake, since you have promised to stay with me, you will never leave me, right? With the way you treated me in the past, and the fact that you almost pissed me off these past few days, how dare you expect me to stay with you for the rest of my life? You really dare to think that? Mo Yen coiled in his palm, not wanting to take care of him at all. Willow Folding Branch stared at him for a while and changed again. If Snake promises not to leave, then he will coil in my palm. Mo Yen? What's with this? Demon Father Mo Banquet, all anti-bone, the world knows, on the spot shaking the snake head, stood up, spitting letters to show off. I do not agree. You dream to go. Willow Folding Branch froze, more than a little hurt in her usual wave-free gaze, and her tone was a little gloomy. Snake. Your righteousness is not about reserve? You give the old man to be reserved. Mo Banquet heard inexplicable weakness, looking at him also a little bit of panic, silently twisted his head eyes not to see. Not to promise is not to promise, less pampered with this respect. Snake. He still does not look at himself. Willow Folding Branch more sad. Snake do not like me? But because I have not caught worms for you? What does it have to do with worms? Lousy is your nemesis, crazy to like you. I'll get you little mother snakes later. Get you a bunch of little mother snakes. Off. Who wants little mother snakes? Mo Yen got even angrier, the snake's head raised high, firmly refusing to accompany him for the rest of his life. Can't this one work either? Willow Folding Branch meditated, and then nothing came up. He really does not know what else can attract a small snake, and finally simply directly manually coiled the ink feast into a ball in the palm of his hand, and said in a serious manner, the snake promised. Mo Banquet was confused, reacted to the fact that he was playing tricks on him, and almost vomited blood on the spot. Lu Shiji, are you still a human being? You're doing such unethical things. In the end, which one of us is the devil? Chapter 9, What thread have you tied to me? The coiled little snake stood up again, even straighter than it had just stood up. Willow Folding Branch frowned slightly and pressed the snake's head and coiled him back up again. No, Snake has to promise. I will not agree. Who do you think you are? How dare you force my father to say yes? Mo Yan's backbone came up, almost his entire body stood up in his palm, frantically spitting letters at him. No, say yes. No. Snake promise. Just don't. One man and one snake, one manually coiled up, one quickly uncoiled and then stood up again. Both are stubborn, raw tossed for half an hour. You again so. Willow Folding Branch are coiled tired, staring at the small black snake standing in front of the eyes of the angry. Snake you again so I'll be. Me. Mo Banquet thought that he could hold back any threatening words, maybe to soak himself in wine or make snake soup, but the result was that after waiting for half a day, Lu Folding Branch just sighed. You also bullied me, and also became fierce. Mo Yen was dumbfounded. Just this? That's it? I'm used to seeing him kill people with his sword, but this contrast has made Mo Banquet lose his mind, and all he can think about is, what happened to the promised aloof immortal monarch's indifference? Why are you being so petulant again? And him. He is so delicate. In fact, Lu Folding Branch a little bit did not spoil, is sick and weak gas plus the tone of voice a little disappointment, but look in the eyes of the Mo Banquet directly to the brain into such a feeling that he is petite and delicate. Lu Shuoji has always been emotionally introverted, even if the disappointment is not too much to show, just sit farther away. In the end, it's still his own uselessness, right, even the snake can't stay. No wonder the system is always so mean to me, must be my own unpleasant, otherwise how to say goodbye to each other's snake also do not like me. Just now is the Mo Banquet to change the way to hide, now changed to the Willow Folded Branch no sound, holding this heart method leaning on the soft collapse to see. He did not know how to face the snake for a moment, can only close himself back to only their own world, and became that people only dare to look at the folded branch immortal monarch, all through the breath of no one to enter. Mo Banquet stared for a while, did not resist crawling to his side to sway in front of his eyes. No, you forced me to agree. Why are you still angry? Mo Banquet think he is angry, because of the past few days together Lu Folding Branch awake always around him, even if there are their own things to do, but also to bring him, either on the hand or on the lap. This time, but did not bring him, even he took the initiative to come close to ignore him, as if he could not see. Once upon a time, Willow Folding Branch was also like this, meeting without greeting, completely ignoring him, and sometimes even turned away, unless it was a fight with him, or else almost will not look at him squarely, so he had nothing to do with Willow Folding Branch to fight. It is reasonable to say that this attitude Mo Banquet should have gotten used to it long ago, but he feels that it may be that recently Lu Folding Branch always gave him a good face and got much closer to him, and now it has changed back to the original ignoring him, and he is inexplicably a little unaccustomed to it. Your righteousness is not all about moral appearance, all will pretend to be magnanimous? You look at this immortal wind Taoist bone, force me not to accomplish to throw face to me, is not too uncharacteristic? Mo Yen tried to use the tip of his tail to rub the book in Lu Sheji's hand, but the book was taken away in the next second, and the person who was holding the book also slightly sidestepped, changed direction, and was no longer facing him. Mo Yen. Really angry? Look at the clear and cold, also cannot see what emotion, how to background temper so big? Willow was not know how to treat him in the future, think of their own heart to treat him, but he will one day leave, then some cannot regard him as their own, and began to fear, so will subconsciously avoid. But Imoyen did not know also thought that his temper than their own are big, the initiative to come over he ignored, also followed the angry climb away. If you're angry, you'll be angry, but I can't coax you out of it, can I? Anyway, your body is weak to death, angry dead you forget. I'll refine you when you're dead. No. I'll take over your body. I'll take your face and destroy your Chinkuan sect. My father has all the means. Emo Banquet was so angry for an hour. At first the more he thought about it the more angry he became, madly letting out harsh words, and after a long time he couldn't help but sneak a look at the people in the distance, realizing that they didn't care that they had run so far away, and he was so angry that he wanted to fight again. Once upon a time I wanted to befriend you, you ignored me, this time you took the initiative to come up, you were so insincere. Back then, I squatted for half a month to meet you by chance. I risked the danger of being discovered to meet you in the human world. He was so angry that his eyes are about to kill. Lu Folding Branch is still watching the heart meditation. Look tired body, some cannot stay up, cover the lips, cough several times. This is because the snake does not like themselves, later to leave some sad, got overweight plus tired some, that slender white hand from the lips away, the palm was stained with just coughed out of the blood. Although far away, but Moyen attention to his movements, a glance to see him coughing up blood, on the spot dumbfounded. This is to make me angry and vomit blood? Is this ing really getting pissed off? The person who coughed up blood calmly wiped it away, but he, the bystander, panicked. Don't die first. I'll be the one to get you killed if you have to die. Who let you get pissed off? The palm-sized snake crawled away slowly, climbed back but very fast. In the blink of an eye, Luffenji just wiped off the blood on his hands. Before he reacted, he saw him with his tail swept away the blood-stained handkerchief, quickly climbed up to their palms, coiled into a ball and did not move. There's no big problem, Snake don't need to worry. Willow Folding Branch thought that Snake was worried about his body. There was warmth flowing through his heart, softly soothing. Smooth hand wanted to touch Snake's head, but was slow to see him lift his head up, just coil like that. Snake? Snake my ass. If it wasn't for the fear that no one would fight with me in the future if I was pissed off at you, I wouldn't have said yes to you. Moyen glared at him, coiled there and spat out the snake's letters. If you promise to coil in your palm. Willow Folding Branch was first stunned, and soon asked him with some incredulity, Snake but? Promised? If you promise to stay with me until the day I die, then wag your tail. Soon the tightly coiled little black snake's tail stood up and wagged extremely perfunctorily. Is it really a promise? Willow Folding Branch was surprised and happy, although the ups and downs of emotions made it impossible to tell what was going on, but his eyes instantly lit up, immediately going to his storage ring to rummage around. This one has to bind the divine soul, it can't be, and this one also has to be bonded in order to use it. He searched for a while before finally taking out a red rope and tying it to his fingertips, and wrapping the other side around the tip of Moyen's tail. The red rope flashed twice after binding and quickly disappeared. Moyen only thought he was getting a chain to bind his spirit pet and ignored it until he listened to him pinching his fingertips there and muttering to himself. The sight of the magic weapon to wait for me to die after the road disappears inevitably implicate the snake. Only this marriage redline left, around the snake transformed when I am also not there. Make do with a little, should not have any problems it. Mo Banquet, the whole snake is frozen, staring at the tip of his tail. Pupil earthquake. Wait a minute, say that again for s sake. What kind of thread did you tie for me? Chapter 10X, Bitten. Begging for recommendations. Marriage redline in the present world a single can auction sky-high price, because it is true to bind the marriage, countless loving Tao couples dream want to beg never separate forever. Mo Banquet's eyes were almost glaring out, frantically using his head to arch the snake's tail, trying to save it. Snake? Willow Folding Branch, to see him to open his mouth to bite, hurry to pinch his snake head. Marriage redline and not instant binding marriage, at least one party need to be sincere, love to be useful, do not delay you to find a small female snake, just tied together to do a seal, just, to be my death, this redline will not count. He said lightly, but Moyen was not comforted at all. How can you be sure that you will die? What if I'm in a good mood and hang on to your breath? Besides, your righteousness play so flowery, ghost know whether you are not pure-minded, even spirit pet not let go, want to get a couple to play before death. He flung the snake head to not let touch, look as angry. Lu Folding Branch cannot understand his anger, but also tried to reason with him. Snake, wait for you to transform into form, I am gone, really does not delay you to find a little female snake, and you are now too small, cannot find Taoist couples. Moyen? Are you underestimating me again? Moyen was so infuriated that he breathed a little. Well, why are you rolling your eyes again? He was dying of anger. Willow Folding Branch was still slowly picking him up and shaking him. Are you hungry? Then again. Elder brother? Eldest brother, are you there? A slightly soft male voice came from outside the hall. Lu Sheji's face stiffened and hurriedly hid the snake in his hand into his sleeve, but he felt that it wasn't proper enough, and in the end, he put on the mask with one hand and tucked the snake into his lapel with the other. Snake, never come out or move around, if you are found. You will be made into a roasted suckling pig. Moyen. Well, willow folding branch, you really good, old son, and you're angry cannot be borne over, not heavy kind of gas. Two people know who is coming, a man with such a soft voice, but also called Lu Folding Branch Big Brother, can only be a junior brother by Chiao. Sure enough, but in a few moments there was a slightly petite figure placed in the pile of men appearing outside the door, impatiently running towards Lu Folding Branch, eldest senior brother, I've come to see you. By Chiao figure barely to Willow Folding Branch shoulder, face a naive smile, is also a white clothes, but not at all wear out Willow Folding Branch that kind of immortal wing Taoist feeling, but with a bit of petite, boy's female phase, not to say, nature is also more like a girl's family petite, come up to hold Willow Folding Branch's arm pampering. Elder brother, I want you so much, ah. Although Mo Yen couldn't see it, he knew with his eyes closed what Lu Shezhi's reaction would be, and he definitely couldn't care. Because Lu Folding Branch is the kind of enthusiasm the more he does not like to care about the temperament, Mo Yen himself is an example. Aha! Caught off guard by Willow Fold's answering voice in her ear, Mo Yan's snake body stiffened. No, what's going on? Why are you ignoring him because he's passionate? Because he is a big man shamelessly pampered? In fact, it has nothing to do with pampering, because the system once said that he is the villain will offend by Chiao died in the hands of Bai Chiao, otherwise Lu Folded Branch even do not want to let him into the door. We all know that the Willow Folding Branch of this big brother, most loving little brother, to the stars do not give the moon. In fact, the Willow Folding Branch, just because of the social fear, is not very good at refusing, coupled with the white autumn thick skin, or the protagonist, he did not want to offend, and do not care about those things outside the body, naturally what to give, just want to ask for a quiet. Finally became the outside world rumors that he favors the little brother, ignoring the others, but to this little brother have to respond. Mo Yen heard the rumors, and while he used to think they were rumors, he now believes them. Because the Willow Folding Branch really is not the same for this little brother, do not want to have physical contact with others, but can be held by the White Autumn arm pampering, White Autumn into his bedchamber with their own home, and even see what her casually take. Eldest senior brother, this lighting magic weapon of yours is so beautiful. As a former first person of the righteous path, Lu Folding Branch here are naturally the top things, do not often go out, but go out once must go to some secret place to find some treasures to come back, especially the bright crystal. He likes shiny things, also love to search, naturally more, lighting spells with the largest South China Sea shark beads, crystal bright, glittering at night, bright as day. Mo Banquet these days also paid attention to, that the shark beads large excessive, he as a devil have not been so big, the results of today's white autumn come to open mouth to be. Eldest brother, I like this, can you lend it to me to play with for a few days? Said to borrow, but will not return at all. Once upon a time many objects are so given out, Lu Folding Branch heart is clear, but it does not matter, it is always something outside the body, give will give, as long as Bai Chiao quickly leave is good. Every time they are chattering, but also love to jump on people, and noisy, back to him to go back to bathing and dressing. Aha! Willow Folding Branch faintly answered. Bai Chiao happily put away that shark bead, and then strolled around the hall again, passing by almost looking at what was good to want. Willow Folding Branch one by one promised, do not care, but listen to the Mo Banquet more and more impatient. What's going on? Bai Chiao and I get along with the time is not like this look quite good, how do the Willow Folding Branch this is? Like a bully. This is not alone to play, this is the same as raiding and sweeping, what is the difference? Eldest brother, you're so nice. Bai Chiao earned a lot of money, scavenging a bunch of goodies here in Lu Folding Branch, in turn only taking out a bottle of worthless pills and handing it to him. This is a pill I made myself, it's meant to be for eldest brother to nurse his wounds, but I'm too stupid to make a high quality one, would you mind, eldest brother? That elixir thrown on the side of the road. Willow Folding Branch will not even look at more than one glance, see his head lowered full of embarrassment, so shy that his face is red, his eyes still have little fluctuation, just want him to go quickly. Thanks a lot. Willow Folding Branch received the elixir and said thank you, this time Mo Banquet couldn't stand it at all. Thank you my ass. He's screwing you over. You're satisfied with a little pampering and a bottle of crap? He's got you on a roll? You'd be better off giving it to me. I can at least help you with your injuries. You're going to get me my ing treasure back. Or I'll bite you to death. Chapter 11:11. Snake, suck it. As a result, Mo Yen bit on it before realizing that he had actually moved his mouth. One person and one snake were both a bit stunned. Bai Chiao looked at his lapel as if there was something bulging at the lapel, and went over to him with eyes full of doubt. Eldest senior brother, what's in your clothes? Willow Folding Branch pursed lips do not say, do not want to be found by him. Snake's existence, subconsciously backward. Unfortunately, now there is no cultivation body weak, not as fast as Bai Chiao's hand, before retreating, a hand into his lapel, hard to catch a small black snake out. Hiss. Lu Folding Branch frowned slightly. Biting down like that hurt even more with the tug. But he could not care less, only staring at the snake captured by Bai Chiao, the aura around the body, and no longer have the feeling of weakness, as if it became the first day of the righteousness of the past. Standing there is the existence of a person to be respected and far away. Senior brother, this snake is so small, quite cute, can give me? Baiqiu was oblivious, used to asking for whatever he wanted, not even waiting for Lu Shizhi to answer before he was ready to stuff the ink feast into his sleeve. Mo Banquet's mouth with a familiar smell of blood found accidentally Lu Folding Branch there to bite through the dumbfounded, only then reacted, in the hands of Baiqiu crazy struggling. What kind of thing are you dare to grab, lousy? Once upon a time he was friendly with Baiqiu, thought of looking for Baiqiu to hide for some time, but that was all because he really had no friends in this 6 worlds. Baiqiu usually also acted kindly and naive, and pestered him when he had the chance, looking very sincere. Coupled with the Willow Folding Branch of the little brother, he wanted to gas Willow Folding Branch, so that the Willow Folding Branch know that the most loved little brother and the death of the enemy friendship, so only to look at a few points. Now that he knows that Baiqiu and Lu Folding Branch get along so well, and that Lu Folding Branch is clearly an ingrate who was being bullied for nothing, how can Mo Yan still fail to see Baiqiu's nature? What kind of kindness and naivety is definitely pretending, really so kind? How will take a bottle of broken pills in exchange for the Willow Folding Branch so many treasures, or in the Willow Folding Branch in distress? Mo Banquet saw through the essence at a glance, not only dead struggle, but also took advantage of Baiqiu did not react, ruthlessly bit into the wrist, almost tearing off a small piece of flesh. Ah! Baiqiu screamed and threw him. Mo Banquet in the air on the smack of spitting blood and flesh, landed and immediately crawled towards Lu Folding Branch, did not wait for Lu Folding Branch to react, directly climbed up the leg, coiled on the wrist, hissed and spit letters towards Lu Folding Branch. You still do, master? If it's not for my own hand, I'll let someone grab it now. Stupid. In fact, it is not because of the Willow Folded Branch did not save him. His heart is clear as a mirror. The Willow Folded Branch is difficult to protect themselves, and it happened too fast, and did not have time to do what to save him. But he is angry, still angry. Willow Folding Branch to give people so much treasure. Angry people. A pampered Willow Folding Branch cannot find the north. What are promised? Rampage accustomed to, the Hall of the Devil is not accustomed to see this kind of thing, also cannot stand this gas. The mouth is still with a little white autumn blood, intentionally take advantage of the spit letter when all spit out. The stars fell on the Willow Folding Branch of the immaculate white clothes. Willow Folding Branch. Seeing a bit of helplessness in his eyes, Mo Yan was in a rather good mood and wagged the tip of his tail. This is what happens when you anger my father. Eldest senior brother. Baiqiu interrupted their staring. Lu Folding Branch raised his eyes and looked over, only to see Baiqiu using spiritual energy to recover his wounds while glaring viciously at Snake. This even hurt people. Eldest senior brother, you give him to me, I want to get him killed. You are the animal. No. Mo Yan cursed in his heart halfway through the sentence, but he didn't expect Willow Folding Branch to suddenly open her mouth to correct Baiqiu. He's my spirit pet. A spirit pet that hurts people is even more unwanted. Seeing that he didn't want to give it, Baiqiu's tone softened again and began to pamper him. Today he dares to hurt me, tomorrow he will dare to hurt you, eldest brother, and he is so small, it is useless to raise him, eldest brother, look at him biting me, it hurts me to death. Lu Folding Branch was silent, although he didn't say anything, but he put down the hand that was wrapped by Mo Yan, his sleeve descended to cover Mo Yan, his attitude was already very clear. This is his spirit pet, his snake, categorically will not be handed over to others for punishment. Not to say that the snake was right, even if it was wrong, then only he could punish it. Eldest senior brother. Baiqiu was still undeterred. He had been pampered by his senior brothers since he was a child, and outsiders had treated him with courtesy, and today he was even injured by a small snake, and he couldn't swallow this breath even if he said anything. Willow Folding Branch did not respond, just from the storage ring took out a piece of crystal clear spiritual jade, surrounded by spiritual chi lingering, warm to the touch. Baiqiu's eyes lit up at once. This is the Willow Folding Branch many years ago do not know from which secret realm to get 1,000 years of spiritual jade he has always wanted, but did not see the Willow Folding Branch to take out to show people, would have wanted to later slowly scavenge, did not think that today the Willow Folding Branch to give him 1,000 years of spiritual jade to hand, refining will be able to enhance the cultivation. Baiqiu, which still have the heart to care about what the snake, rushed to the Willow Folding Branch as another meal of pampering, and then happy to go. From start to finish in addition to the bottle of broken pills, and then did not ask how the body of the Willow Folding Branch, as if the Willow Folding Branch is a walking treasure cabinet, a request for treasure, casually perfunctory pampering will be enough, do not have to pay a little price. Mo Banquet is not a can suffer the nature, never only he let others suffer the part, which can stand this, look at the Willow Folding Branch that is called a hate iron not steel. Baiqiu came to this trip, Willow Folding Branch of the bedchamber with the same thief, can see on the surface of the treasure all been looted. Is that all you've got? Give me everything. When he takes all your treasures, you'll see if he still cares about you, stupid. Snake, don't mess with him, remember? He's all pissed off that Lu Folding Branch even took him out and told him not to mess with Baiqiu. Mo Banquet's entire snake is standing on end, its letters spitting out so fast they're going to burst into flames. I can't remember. Next time, I will directly bite him to death. You like to listen to him, don't you? When I get better, I'll cut out his tongue and give it to you. Snake, be obedient. Willow Folding Branch gently patted him on the top of his head. This movement touched the wound he had just bitten out, it still hurt a little. Willow Fold looked down and just undid the sash. Mo Yen was furiously confronting him when he suddenly saw him lifting the sash, the outer robe and inner garment gradually lifting off, revealing snow-white shoulders and delicate collarbones. Is it still bleeding? Willow Folding Branch took a brocade handkerchief to wipe it, thought about it and then put it down, lifting Mo Yen up. Chapter 12:12, Bringing Snake to bathe. Lu Folding Branch brought the snake's head closer towards his neck. It's all your bite, don't waste it. This blood is not as good as the previous days, but more or less there is still some spiritual chi in it. Seeing that the snake's head was going to touch, Lu Folding Branch frowned. Snake has just bitten junior brother. Mo Yen are confused and ready to open their mouths, suddenly taken away again, followed by a cup of water in front of them. Snake wash it, and you can drink the blood. You let the old man sucked, you still think the old man's mouth is dirty? The snake's head was almost pressed into the cup. Mo Yen was so angry that he clenched his teeth and said nothing but refused to open his mouth to wash it. Lu Folding Branch, you even dare to dislike old me? Do not wash. Just don't wash. Snake, hurry up and wash. Willow Folding Branch gently urged, dirty, if you bite someone and don't wash it, then you won't be allowed to bite me. He is overly clean and tidy nature, even without cultivation cannot use spells to clean, daily bath and dressing, white clothes dirty a little to be changed, living everywhere exquisite, Mo banquet these days are in the eyes. But still cannot tolerate that he even disliked himself. Can those clothes compare to me? So much for no one spoiling you. The little black snake has a very strong backbone, but refused to wash in the cup. Lu Sheji persuaded several times to no avail, and finally could only give up, then go with me to bathe. Although there is no cultivation, cannot use spells to attract water, but the good thing is that in the past days in the side of the temple attracted hot springs, are warm living water, bathing is not a problem. These days Lu Finji bathing or put Mo banquet outside the screen, today for the first time to bring him together, he has not yet gone in, first put him in. Warm spring water is still bubbling with some hot air, between the vapor, Mo Yen only snake head exposed on the water, see him raise his hand to undress, body clothes all slipped off, revealing the body like sheep fat jade, white eye shattering, the whole snake is frozen. Damn, this waist can be really fine a hand can embrace it? How can a man be so white everywhere? Willow Folding Branch just as he is nothing to understand the little snake, in front of him also do not need to pay attention to what, slowly into the hot springs, walking between the should not look at all by him to see. The water carried the slightest trace of blood that was flowing to Willow Fold, and he looked around suspiciously, finally actually seeing the source on Snake's face. Why is there a nosebleed? Willow Folding Branch took him into her hands to examine him carefully, but the spring water is too hot for Snake to adapt to? What nosebleed? Who had a nosebleed? Mo Yen resolutely did not believe that it was himself, desperately shaking his head, and then watched as the nosebleed fell into a drop of water and fainted away. Mo Yen. That should be that the spring water is too hot. The old man is a snake, who can stand such hot water. It's better to wash you first. Afraid that he wouldn't be able to withstand the temperature of the hot spring water, Willow Folding Branch held him in one hand and bowed water over his head with the other. The water went into his mouth, and Mo Yen rushed to spit out, only to have his mouth pinched as soon as he opened his mouth. Be cleaner, or you won't be allowed to bite me and drink blood in the future. Willow Folding Branch carefully helped him to wash, while teaching him seriously, Snake is going to transform into a snake in the future. Learn some human etiquette from a young age. When you bite a person or an object, you have to wash it clean. Can you remember that? Mo Yen didn't care about him at all. Just you righteous people talk a lot. Confirming that his mouth was all washed clean, Willow Folding Branch continued down the line, sparing almost every scale. Mo Yen? Snake don't move. He struggled too hard. Lu Sheji took some effort to barely hold it down, patiently reasoning with him, all washed up this night you can sleep with me, now that it's getting cooler by the day, sleeping on the couch will be warmer. When he was young, he was the first pride of the devil tribe, and then logically succeeded to the position of the devil. With high cultivation, he almost walked horizontally in the 6 worlds, and he had never suffered such humiliation, and his killing heart had reached its peak. Who is the devil in the hands of the enemy? Nosebleed. It's simply a strange shame. He was infuriated and did not speak of martial virtues, and waited until Willow Folding Branch released him, directly leapt up and bit Willow Folding Branch again. Hiss. Snake. Lu Folding Branch broke his mouth to take him away, and stretched his finger in, drinking blood to bite the finger, not to bite everywhere, if there is a next time can be punished you. He only thought that the snake was ignorant, wherever he caught it, he used to bite, and also taught him in a serious way. Although the snake is small, but it is also necessary to study hard as early as possible, the need to solidify the heart, restrain the nature, cultivation and repair of the heart, the state of mind is clear, not for the desire to invade, so that the immortal path is open and smooth. Just did something so outrageous, now he started to discuss the Tao. Mo Yen did not know what to say about him. His heart is free of distractions, and he looks like a saint on the surface, but his words and behavior are occasionally ridiculous to the extreme. He as Mo Yen has seen the righteousness of the most in line with the 4 words of the immortal wind and Taoist bones of the people. Nature is also no desire, the outside world is not a false rumor, the Willow Folding Branch really do not ask the world, do not eat earthly fire, just do not know why, always from time to time permeated with a sense of dissonance. The year is Willow Folding Branch cold voice, slow and leisurely talk about what is the state of mind, what is the heart of the road, even if it is now soaked in the hot springs frankly, but also as the opening of the dojo enlightenment on the road in general. He is completely unaffected by the outside world, a heart to the Tao, just want to start from a young age, properly teach their snake, but Mo Yen left ear into the right ear out, listening to very impatient, and finally thoughts gradually drifting away. That said, why was his entire body so white? Is that what they're all about? Or is Lu Sheji the only one like this? TSK. Also ing quite good looking. Chapter 13, The Old Man Will Kiss. Bear with it even if you don't want to. For the first time in his life, he shared a bath with someone. Although the bath is a dead enemy, the dead enemy did not take himself as a person, but Mo Yen is a real experience of shame and indignation, and the mouth smacks the body straight. While disliking his rival, he couldn't help staring at him. Then realized. Willowfold is ing over the top beautiful. How come he looks so good everywhere? Why does Snake keep staring at me? Although Willow Folding Branch didn't mind being bathed by a snake, she also felt a little strange and couldn't help but point her fingertip at the top of his head as she got up to leave the hot springs. But are you envious of my human body? You want to transform into a human form soon? Nonsense. Who wouldn't want to recover from their injuries and transform back into a human body? Mo Yen was so focused on looking at him that he didn't react much and nodded in a daze when he heard him say that. Is it really so? Willowfold stared at him for a moment, dressing and twirling her fingertips in thought. Because the white autumn searched away the shark beads used to illuminate, from the hot springs back is already evening, the bedchamber a dim, Lu Folding Branch body decline, eyes are not as good as in the past, in this dim sea not quite true, walking also rubbing stumbling. Mo Banquet looked confused, obviously then take a lighting magic weapon on the line, how he is here on purpose to suffer like? Just puzzled, the ear suddenly came a sentence, the original cannot really see as this scene? When you can't see things in the future, I'm afraid it's a bit inconvenient. Willow Folding Branch just casually said, there is no regret or uneasiness, indifference to seem to be talking about other people's business, said while taking out a new lighting magic weapon, a few dispersed, illuminated the entire bedchamber. Mo Yen was placed on the bed and couch by him, looking at the scenery in the hall, and then looking at his beautiful eyes, his eyes gradually complicated. Let his body so day by day is not as good as a day, naturally there will be a time when completely eyes cannot see things, at that time will not only have no cultivation so simple, I'm afraid that will become a complete waste of human beings, even mortals are not as good as. This sickly look is not a long-term solution after all, although it is a deadly rival, but he is now here to recuperate, even if it is in order to let the Willow Folded Branch to serve himself well, but also cannot sit back and watch. Right, that's it, he is blind still how to serve me to help me recuperate, at least help him to keep these eyes, or else feed me blood in the future to feed to the nose how to do? Mo Yen convinced himself, lying on the couch, ready to wait for Lu Sheji to fall asleep and then move to help, but the result is lying on the side of a good, suddenly was picked up again. Snake, kiss. Ink Feast spat breathlessly. It's starting again, Willow Folding Branch you're afraid you're not really a pervert. Mo Banquet is also lazy to struggle, because struggle is also useless, simply lying flat, but today Lu Folding Branch's action is obviously a little different. Mo Banquet noticed something wrong, want to hide already too late, only feel a burst after a burst of aura surging into the body, quickly repair the limbs and bones of the serious injuries, although it is a drop in the bucket, but it is also better than nothing. The most important thing is that this is already all that Lu Folding Branch can put together. He watched Lu Folding Branch behind him from the original stars of a few wisps of white hair, to a head of green silk as much as white snow, almost with the body of the white clothes into one. Carrying his delicate jade hand gradually weak, finally can no longer hold, just let him fall on the quilt. Around the future is also going to dissipate the aura, why don't you give it all to Snake? Lu Folding Branch face as pale as paper, lying on the couch laboriously touched the top of his head. When I wake up from sleep I will teach Snake to cultivate, and will let Snake transform as early as possible. Snake don't worry about it. Worried about the word heart has not yet finished, he fell into a deep sleep, and his breathing was faint and uncharacteristic. The hand hung down feebly, just enough to cover the ink feast. You are. Knowing that dispersing his aura would make him even weaker, he still gave himself the last bit of his aura, and Mo Yen couldn't understand him even more. How could anyone be so heartfelt to a snake they just met not long ago? And this person is also known as a cold-hearted person, known to all the 6 worlds as the Qingling Immortal Monarch. Mo Yen was silent for a long time, and finally bit by bit gently arched that hand away. Will he give the aura as much as possible refining? Around the body overflowed a little bit of demonic chi, after a long time before barely converging into a piece. A few moments later, a handsome man in ink-colored robes appeared on the couch. Between the eyebrows are flamboyant and evil, nothing to do just to stay there in an arrogant atmosphere. A look as the lord of wantonness and arrogance. Tisk, stupid, Duan Chengxian raised a little cutie like you. It's not easy. Can't maintain the human form for too long. Mo Yen also can't care more about scolding him, grabbed his hand and pressed his wrist with 2 fingers, probed the pulse expression gradually staring. To their own ability now, want to help him keep this pair of eyes or some reluctance, before thinking of the method is estimated to be useless, unless. Look at the willow folded branch that a head of white hair. Mo Banquet gritted his teeth, touching the hand into the lapel, raw from the chest pulled down the heart protection scales, ready to use. This will be used to protect their own body spirit to share some of his life. Stained with blood scales in the hand, Mo Banquet was not healed from serious injuries. At this moment the pain is a little shaky hand, so shaking hand to put the scales into the willow folding branch mouth, forced to poke, quickly eat, swallowed this honor to ensure that your eyes are unharmed. The smell of blood is so heavy, but also hard scales. Willow folding branch is still in a coma, which can be swallowed. He stuffed several times in a row, did not feed in, gradually cranky. Eat or not. Can't afford to live but still pretentious ass. No matter how he cursed, Lu Fuji couldn't hear him, so naturally he couldn't cooperate. In the end, Mo Yen really ran out of patience, so he simply held the scales in his own mouth and went over to him, refining them with his magic chi first, and then passing them to him mouth to mouth. Originally was a hand pinch willow folding branch chin, is simply fairy that scale into the body protection spiritual power, but spiritual power fairy to half, willow folding branch like sensing the spiritual power, actively cooperate with the absorption of the lips slightly moved. The excessively soft touch made Mo Yan's body stiffen, frowned at him, and bit into his lips in anger. You've been kissing Lao Zi for several days now. Lao Zi gave you some spiritual energy to cross a bit to kiss you and you're still not happy about it. How dare you? Put up with it even if you don't want to. You're really spoiled. Mo Yen cursed, and didn't back away even after his spiritual power was finished. This time, I'll let you also experience what it feels like. It was meant to be a vent of anger, but it turned out that as I kissed, I forgot to curse, and my thoughts gradually ran away from me. Why are his lips so soft? Until his body tingled and he couldn't maintain his human form and turned back into a small black snake, Mo Yen only reacted to the fact that he seemed to have kissed him for too long and bit the tip of his tail in remorse. Damn it! The red thread of marriage has not yet had time to unravel it. Surprisingly, I forgot about the main thing. Chapter 14:14, The Magical Brain Circuit of the Frenemy. Just a little bit of aura given by Lu Folding Branch, Mo Yen made up his mind to use it to briefly change back to human form to do two serious things. One is to help Lu Folding Branch save his eyes, and the other is to cut off the red thread of marriage. However, he was so angry that he was so focused on revenge against Lu Folding Branch that he forgot about the matter of the red thread of marriage. The longer the fusion went on, the deeper it went, and by the next time he had a chance to change back to human form, he would probably be completely fused. Mo Banquet this regret but now say anything is too late, can only be remorseful and angry, while weakly lying on the pillow of the willow folding branch, soon fell into a deep sleep. Two people would have been against the waist, and now a scattered body aura completely into the 5 decline. The body is much weaker than the mortals, a pull out of the protective scales, the life-saving body protection spirit power out of half, the sleep raw sleep for 2 days. In the end, Mo Banquet is slightly stronger. After all, only serious injuries, unlike the willow folding branch's injury to the foundation, woke up a few moments earlier. But as soon as he opened his eyes, he was confused. Willow folding branch white clothes and white hair, skin white than snow, but the chest is haunted by a few wisps of magic, black and white, as long as the eyes will be able to see that this is the magic gas into the body. How not only can't store the aura, even the devil's chi is also rejected as such. It's not so much that it affects any effect, just that willow folding branch will definitely find something wrong when she wakes up, and Mo Yen is a bit panicked. This thing cannot be explained. The two of us in the bedchamber, Lu Folding Branch with a hairline thing can guess who got it. Snake. A faint call rang out. Willow Folding Branch called him first before her eyes even opened, and Mo Yen stiffened and coiled into a ball, not daring to move or respond at all. In the past days called him he will have a reaction, either crawling to the hand or biting the sleeve. Today there is no reaction at all. Lu Feiji immediately awake. Snake? Expected to sleep for a long time, that's why he was so panicked, afraid of snake what accident, in case of starvation or bite show came to kill the snake, the result of opening his eyes to see the pillow-coiled small snake with their own wide-eyed, Lu Folded Branch also froze. Why is snake ignoring me? As he said that, he reached out and brought the ink feast over to him, habitually pinching the body to carry it, and as a result of all this, the snake's body was still stiff, as straight as if it had a stick in its hand. This is. Willow Folding Branch is not clear, slightly thinking about a serious ask him, hungry for a long time on emotionless hibernation? If the usual Mo Banquet sure to open the curse, did not enter the winter hibernation of the fart, but today he was weak, cursing the mind or not, on the bad staring at the Willow Folding Branch chest, where the magic gas because the Willow Folding Branch woke up from sleep has become obviously dense a little bit. Complaining to Snake, surprisingly hungry for so long. Lu Folding Branch just woke up from sleep, also not much strength, just so lying on the couch to stretch the finger toward his mouth. Snake quickly drink it, Don. Tea. He was in order to facilitate the feeding of blood to put the snake to the chest, but the finger just reached over, the wisps of demonic chi around him surrounded, he wanted to not pay attention to it is difficult. How can? Now Willow Fold stiffened as well. His heart to the Tao, the heart of half a distraction will not be overnight fall demon, not to mention that now the body is not even as good as immortal, is the fall of the devil can not only chest some demonic gas, must be surrounded by all the demonic gas caused by the sensation. In addition to the devil, but the Qiankuan sect is the foundation of the sect. It's not my demonic chi. As soon as those words came out, Mo Yan was even more flustered, knowing that he was definitely going to suspect himself next. Sure enough, Willowfold brought him up to his eyes and looked left and right. Is it your demonic aura? Snake? You're a demonic snake? It's also not right. Should not be you, the devil world's devil body is huge, how can it be so small? What Willow Folding Branch said was the truth. Nourished by demonic chi, the beings in the demon realm were all larger in size and more wild and untamable than the outside world, but this was only the outside world's perception of the demon realm. The real bloodline of the pure demon race is the incarnation of the devil. Cultivation is also to repair the devil. Gifted people cultivation to a certain realm can be transformed into a kind of spirit, as the original form. Once the life of the danger will be transformed back to the original form to save their lives. Because the conditions are too harsh, few people in the demon race know about it. Mo Banquet is that exception. Hundreds of years ago there is the original form, is the snake body at this time. Never told anyone, this is also everyone thought he died, the corpse and bones of the reason. Who would have thought that a seriously injured and dying devil would be transformed into such a small little black snake, with Mo Banquet's usual arrogant and domineering and reckless image does not match at all. It's not you and me, it's hard to be the residual soul of Mo Banquet? This direction of development was something that Mo Yan had never expected. Willow Folding Branch trusted him too much to check carefully, but it seemed like the trust was in the little black snake, not him. Because Willow Folding Branch was suspecting that his residual soul had come to take over his body. Mo Yan's mood is quite complicated. A little want to scold Willow Folding Branch indiscriminately speculate that he used sinister means to take over the body, but also a little vain Willow Folding Branch surprisingly do not check more at all in this snake, trust him to such a degree. It's like his scent, it's just that it's fused with me so much that it's impossible to confirm whether it is or not anymore. Willowfold stared at her chest, casually wrapping her fingertips around the strands of demonic aura that were running amok and dispersing with a gentle twist. Is he this weak as well? No wonder it just entered my body without taking over. Willow Folding Branch muttered, staring at the fingertips for a long time before sighing, raising his hand to stroke the snake's head. Snake, from today onwards you have to start cultivating. Mo Banquet has always acted in an unreasonable manner. It's hard to guarantee that one day there will be an opportunity to take advantage of it and take over my body. If I don't teach you to cultivate earlier, I'm afraid that it'll be too late. The first thing I want to do is to teach you how to cultivate. Mo Yan directly twisted his head and shook off his hand, not giving him a single touch. Is lousy this kind of person in your heart? UING. But this will not be able to use the body to ferry you into shape. Snake, don't be angry, okay? Lu Folding Branch softly coaxed him. Mo Banquet was assassinated. He has not done anything to hurt the sky and reason, but it is the nature of the arrogance of some. The body gave him to seize the body. He also good to go back to take revenge. Snake, in the future there are many opportunities to take shape, but he is only this opportunity, then let him let it. Mo Banquet just upped the fire so was doused. He thought of himself as vicious, but the result was that he actually didn't care at all about being taken over, and was even very tolerant and understanding, obviously supporting his own revenge. Forget it, Lousy is too lazy to bother with you. Lu Folding Branch said to teach him to cultivate. Mo Yan thought that is to say that, after all, people are weak like this, holding the sword is difficult, how can teach what sword moves? Unexpectedly Lu Folding Branch actually took a pile of books to him, piled up together than his 8 snake body stand up are high. Snake, these are the heart techniques to memorize. Mo Yan was dumbfounded as he looked at the ridiculously high stack of heart techniques. You want to let a snake read a book vestiges? His mouth did not even have time to close. A pole with a carved and hollowed out top, a delicate and lingering aura pen was delivered to the front of his eyes again, and the top was shoved directly into his mouth. Well, just hold it in your mouth like this. Willow Folding Branch nodded gratefully. First, I'll teach you to read and write, and transcribe the heart law once. Mo Yan was completely dumbfounded, simply not daring to imagine how he came up with this idea. A snake. Writing with a pen. In its mouth? Chapter 15:15, one thing leads to another. Willowfold's methods were always so outrageous, just like the last time he was asked to bite the tip of his own tail to recognize if it was a poisonous snake. But last time, Mo Yan had no defense, but this time, he had heard about it and stepped back. However, Willow Folding Branch pinched his 7 inches with one hand and his mouth with the other. Not only did she not give him the chance to spit the pen out, but also opened her mouth to threaten him. Cultivation is meant to be some suffering, and only after you have paid for the hard work can you benefit from it, and it is not good to get something without working for it, and if Snake refuses to learn from this, then there will be no more blood to drink in the future. If you don't want to learn, then you won't have any blood to drink in the future. I'm not going to learn your righteous way of the heart. Letting a snake write with its mouth, I've never done anything so unethical. Mo Banquet resolutely refused to give in. Being held in the hand cannot run away to the mouth of the pen crunching loud, as a way to show their protests. Cultivation matters cannot be left to chance. Lu Folding Branch will not spoil him in matters of business, flexing his fingers and knocking on his head, to learn to write, vestigial law. Lu Folding Branch. How dare you hit me? In the past, it was two people who fought, there was a back and forth thing, but this time it was him who unilaterally punched himself, or taught a child the same technique. Mo Yen was so angry that he frantically wiggled his snake tail, wanting to whip him. I will whip you to death. You. Hey. A slender white hand grabbed the tip of the tail, along with the snake's body slowly tied a delicate bow. The ink feast staggered and fell on the table. The whole snake was stupid. What the hell is this? Willow Folding Branch, you play me as a rope? Snake, do you want to learn to cultivate and write? Willow Folding Branch still toned cool and leisurely, as if the person who did this lack of virtue is not the same as him. That is called an immortal style, a serious learning my ass. Mo Yen shook his head angrily. Old me is starving to death, seriously injured and simmering to death, but I will never give in to you, my nemesis. To hell with the broken rules of the righteous path and the laborious mind techniques. That's just it, it seems to be too young and a bit stubborn in nature. Willow Folding Branch helplessly shook his head. Mo Banquet thought he was giving up, but he was caught off guard by him picking him up and casually hanging on the edge of the window on the side, or hanging upside down. Ink Feast, snake head down, cannot believe what he did to himself, just opened his mouth ready to spit letters to show dissatisfaction. The party that the pen was stuffed into the mouth again. Snake, if you dare to spit the pen out, found that he was going to spit. Willow Folding Branch preemptive, some lazy one hand supported in front of the window propped up his head, fingertips against the bow gently pushed. Mo Yen was pushed to hang on the edge of the window, shaking left and right, shaking for a while before hearing him continue to say down, if the pen falls out, the snake will hang here shaking for an hour. You dare! Mo Yen does not believe in evil, his words have not yet fallen. The ground snap sound, it is the sound of the pen fell down. Willow Folding Branch did not say anything, also do not blame him, the expression is even more calm, eyes even still with a little bit of anticipation, stretched out his fingers and pushed hard. You. Lu Folding Branch. Ink Feast cannot even be considered wobbly, almost flying, really with the rope tied into a bow as with the wind like swaying, except that he swings more amplitude, because a little slowed down a little. Willow Folding Branch repushed a little. The intensity of this is not much of a punishment at all, the demon world just a small punishment out than this cruelty 1,000 times, but it is heavy in the lack of morality, and the culprit's reaction is even more infuriating to death. Snake is so powerful, flying so high. Willowfold stared at him without blinking, rolling her eyes back and forth as he swung, with a look of satisfaction and novelty at what she was seeing, not torturous, but really too damned lackluster and exercising. Whose demonic father was being swung like a rope by his nemesis to play off. These days in the Willow Folding Branch of this humiliation than the previous hundreds of years of Mo Banquet or more, simply hate his teeth itchy, an hour to the end of his also resolutely refused to correct, even if the stop has been the sky spinning, he is still strong and vicious towards the Willow Folding Branch of the spit letter. Willow Folding Branch, you better not fall in the hands of the old man in the future, now you play the old man, when the old man play dead you. Snake is great. Lu Folding Branch said words of encouragement, but used 2 fingers to pinch his snake's letter, twisting and playing while patiently asking him, good Snake is willing to learn now? Roll. Mo Yan's vertical pupils glared at him playfully, get thee away from him. Don't touch me. Willow Folding Branch seems to not see his anger, the party picked up the pen washed, and soon stuffed into his mouth again, if you fall again will become 2 hours. Snapped. Before the words were out of his mouth, Ink Feast spat his pen on the floor. Lao Zi Hall of Devil can still be threatened by you. Then, Lu Folding Branch played the game of swinging with him again, enough to let him swing for 2 hours, after the end of the Mo Yen dizziness, look at him are a little heavy shadow. Lu Folding Branch, count. Count you hard, you give lousy weight. Well. This time, Lu Folding Branch did not even ask, and directly put the pen in his mouth. So the next 2 days of this link are not in the constant repetition, the two are big tenacious species, a dead will not give in, swaying vomit several times also spit the pen to the ground, a patience is simply too much, in line with the principle of not forcing, waiting for him to agree to his own willingness, and tired also do not go to rest. The 3rd day, I cannot count how many consecutive hours were shaken, stopping when the Ink Feast starry-eyed, drooping snake's head and the eyes are not light, the whole snake withered, and then reluctant to have to yield to the lack of punishment in the Willow Folding Branch. Really can't bear it, although it does not hurt, but it is really too torturous, that is, he is well not injured, was tied into a bow head down so swaying for 3 days also can't bear it Compared to the countless fights of the past, this soft knife is the most terrible. Snake, if it falls down again. No more falling, old man is afraid of you still. Do not need to finish the words of the Willow Folded Branch, the pen just put into the mouth of the Mo Banquet will be conscious of the time to open the mouth to bite. He really can't stand it anymore. Lu Folding Branch, the first person of the righteous path, is simply more unethical than his demonic father who everyone shouts at him. Snake is so good. It took 3 days of stalemate to happily agree, and Willow Fold wasn't angry at all, but quite happy, rewardingly stroking his head and finally putting him down. My snake is indeed diligent and studious, the most well-behaved snake in this world. Mo Yen didn't want to care about him at all anymore, disheveledly lying on the side with a pen in his mouth. Soon there was an extra book as thick as a knuckle in front of him. First learn this heart method, meditate and nourish your mind. Whatever, you say to learn what to learn is to learn not to learn will not be certain. Mo Banquet slandered, eyes flashing all the bad intentions of the ghostly light. I'm a bit tired, I'll go to sleep first. Is it okay for Snake to bite the pen and get used to it on his own? Learn to control the pen with the right amount of strength. When I wake up from my sleep I will teach you. Fear that he is stubborn and not serious. Willow Folding Branch before going to rest also tied his tail on the bookcase. The technique is very delicate, the last bit of the tail tip wrapped around a few times tied into a heart-shaped knot. Mo Yan's eyes stared like bronze bells. All promised to learn. You still play with the old man's tail. Satisfied with the result, Willowfold gently patted it with her hand before going to look at him, and wagged that tail tip at him, blurting out a phrase that didn't belong in this world. Compare your heart to Snake's. Mo Yen? What the hell? What does my lackluster nemesis mean by that? Damn it! I don't know what he's talking about. Is he cursing me? Chapter 16, convinced by his rival. Mo Yen couldn't understand what is comparing to the heart. If he used to be able to judge whether it's a good word or not from Lu Folding Branch's attitude, but he just experienced Lu Folding Branch's attitude is so good. Even when he gave such a lack of punishment, he felt that Lu Folding Branch's attitude is unreliable. Maybe he would really scold him with such a good attitude. This misunderstanding Lu Folding Branch could not dream of, and soon went to rest. Staying feast was tied to the bookcase alone to learn to hold the pen in the mouth to control the strength. Learning is impossible to learn. Mo Yen gripped the pen, huffed and puffed a few mouthfuls of rough air, turned his head to look at the bed on the couch, has been tired to sleep, and then look at the side of the ink, decisively put the tip of the pen into the ink. Willow Folding Branch watching when he did not dare to untie, now he can dare anything, took a little effort to untie the tail tip, sneered twice with the ink-stained pen, wobbly climbed on the bed. Bullying old man, right? Look at me to give you a face to draw a small Wang bastard. Weak body, and did not close the eyes for a few days in a row. Willow Folded Branch sleep very heavy, ink drops on the face, did not notice, still asleep. Mo Yen looked at the black ink, dirty that porcelain white face, ready to draw the small Wang bastard. Action paused. Such a beautiful face, painting a Wang bao seems to be a bit of a pity. He was still hesitating there, and when he was distracted, he didn't hold the pen, and the tip of the pen fell right in front of Lu Fuji's face, drawing a long line of ink marks, and finally rolling down on the bed. Now, not only Lu Fuji's face was dirty, wearing white clothes, and the quilt is dirty, and Mo Yen look all bad, not to mention always favor clean and tidy Lu Fuji. This Willow Folding Branch woke up will not be angry to death. He is just a small revenge, but do not want to be angry to death. Mo Yen began to panic, but a small snake and cannot do anything, can only try to take the pen away, thinking to escape the scene of the crime first. The result is that he panicked and took the pen off the bed, and left traces all the way on the road. Now the whole bed is dirty, completely no eyes. Mo Yen. It's over. I'm afraid that Willow Folding Branch will really make wine out of me when she wakes up. He is really afraid. This time also do not dare to make bad, silently holding the tip of the tail to tie himself back to the bookcase, and honestly holding the pen to practice. If not to look at his crime scene, really like obediently listen to the words of the Willow Folding Branch. This sleep Willow Folding Branch slept until the evening. When I opened my eyes, body finally have some strength. The first reaction is to look to the bookcase, found that the snake so obedient also please nod, the results of a lowered head on the confused. How? Why are there ink marks everywhere on the couch? On my clothes too? There seemed to be some tightness on his face, like something had dried on it, and Willow Fold reached out and touched it, then looking at her fingertips she realized it was vaguely black. It seems to be ink as well. Snake, did you do that? The two of them were the only ones in the bedchamber, and he had seized the evidence and still went to question the culprit in a calm tone, so emotionally stable that it sent chills down Mo Yan's back. He is still so calm? Willow Folding Branch will not give the old man to hold a big, ready to kill me directly. People under the roof had to bow their heads, originally as their own, not occupy the reason. Mo Banquet sheepishly nodded, and then gripped the pen tightly, extremely deliberately, and the air shook, signaling that they have seriously practiced, hoping to be able to make up for the credit. Lu Folding Branch sought his meaning, got off the bed and walked to the front of the bookcase, fingertip on the snake head, gently point. Snake, no wrong? Mo Yen arrogant habit, the devil is not constrained, wild and untamed, he is the devil is one of the best. Once upon a time when the six worlds are walking sideways, which will be to whom to recognize the wrong, after the incident can honestly pretend to be good has been a miracle, to recognize the wrong is not a million. I advise you not to go too far. The little black snake stalked its neck, apparently refusing to bow its head. Willow Folding Branch froze and quickly nodded calmly, well, it seems to be unaware of its mistake. He also does not reprimand, blame, just go to wash his own face. Weak and slow action also refused to make do, slowly and leisurely to take down the quilt, changed clothes, all put aside ready to wash, this time to go back to help Mo Yen untied, take him together to wash clothes. In the past with the wash is to let the ink feast on the side lying down to see, this time it is the ink feast in the hands. Mo Yen feels something is wrong, struggling 2 times has not yet had the effect, the body was put into the water. That is, Snake has caused trouble and still refuses to admit his fault, so let Snake come and wash it. How can a snake wash clothes? Willow folding branch, you don't too much. Coot. The head of the snake was also pressed into the water, and the whole snake rubbed itself on the dirt of the clothes, not painfully, but, as always, it was outrageous and lackluster. It was only then that Mo Yen reacted to what he said about washing the clothes, that he was taking himself to the clothes and rubbing them with his scales. Willow folding branch, you mother. Coo. I'll bite you to death, goo. The body of a demonic father was taken to wash his clothes, or in such a humiliating way, Mo Yen wanted to die. What the is a clear cold immortal monarch? It's all a ing lie. Willow folding branch is the devil, he's more of a devil than Lao Zi. Is this a ing punishment that a human being could come up with? Is this something a human being would do? Snake is so powerful, scales wash clothes much faster than I use my hands. Willow folding branch praised from the bottom of her heart, obviously not even doing anything, the tone and demeanor is still so immortal in general. Mo Banquet completely saw how terrible he was. Look at the clear and cold, do anything emotional ups and downs are not big, not angry, and not blame, but he has his own set of teaching methods unique lack of virtue, not at all like it looks so fairy, full of bad thoughts. Only the cultivation is high and deep, the temperament is cool, usually few words, so it is passed into the 6 worlds of people in the heart of the immortal style of the appearance of the Taoist bone. The actual belly of bad water. Snake, do you know you're wrong? After washing the quilt, Willowfold picked him up out of the water and ruffled his ink-stained scales, inquiring softly. Ink Banquet is not stupid, see there is still a piece of clothing not washed, if you do not recognize the wrong certainly want to take him to wash again. The snake's head bobbed up and down, nodding its head in a fairly standard way, sort of responding to Lu Sheji's words, bowing its head and admitting its fault. I knew Snake is the smartest and most well-behaved snake. Willow Folding Branch praised his sentence, knowing that he admitted his mistake. He didn't torment him. After washing his own clothes he took him to wash them again. Just been cleaned up, this time Lu Folding Branch wash where Moyen did not dare to struggle, the abdomen was turned over and over twice, angry eyes on fire, he did not dare to move. There is no way, Willow Folding Branch tossing too many tricks, he is the teeth of the teeth can only be shame and dissatisfaction into the stomach, or maybe there is something behind the torture waiting. Raise a small snake and have to care for food and clothing and carefully teach, not to let the snake nature naughty, although troublesome, but Lu Folding Branch and his battle of wits and courage to enjoy it, a rare experience of the joy of living, the nature of the more than before to let go a little. Good snake, good snake, moo. Moyen felt like his scales were going bald, and the whole snake was permeated with rawness. Is there anyone who can control him? How did you guys in the righteous path come up with such a pervert? I'm a devil and a devil, I admit I was arrogant before, can I change? My life is also life. When will this day of humiliation end? Chapter 1717, The Release of Social Terrorism. In just a few days, Mo Banquet has been tortured by Lu Folding Branch both physically and mentally. The injury is being carefully nourished with some improvement, but also almost be angry out of internal injuries. What's even more frightening is that the Willow Folding Branch really take him to learn to write with a pen in his mouth, read the heart to him to listen to let him memorize. The devil advocate's force, high cultivation fists hard enough, I have not seen who danced in ink reading and memorizing. Moyen scoffed at this, but forced to die on the authority of the enemy, and then do not dare to show their reluctance. Willow Folding Branch to hold him in the palm of his hand, word by word to bring him to recognize those words on the book, clear heart like water, clear water both heart, the mighty wind does not rise, the waves are not shocked. Read where to pinch the tip of his tail to point to where, read through once before opening his mouth to explain, this is the clear heart know-how, comprehension of the heart of the initiation of the work is this know-how, well versed in the heart of the closed eyes after the internal vision, clear heart and quiet she to guard the dantian. The so-called clear heart like water, that is, when the body is peaceful when the heart is free of distractions, clear as water, what the heart thinks is. Palm of the small snake head from time to time low a little, looking not like nodding, crooked, Lufinji stayed attentive to take a closer look, found that the snake actually fell asleep, the eyes have long been closed. If he had been speaking for a few hours, it would have been fine, but at this time, it was not even a quarter of an hour. Snake. Willowfold called out twice, and finally it was flexing her fingers and tapping the snake's head that woke him up. On the path of cultivation, diligence and hard learning is inevitable, one must not be greedy for pleasure, snake must listen, watch and memorize more, and must not fall asleep again. Moyen's sleepy eyes to see him there to teach himself, in a trance or hallucinating to see his chin grew a wisp of white beard, just like the Taoist those noisy old ancestor, or some of the Taoist appearance of the old undead the same. Rambling full of bull, annoying. Can't you enjoy yourself? We must live in time to have fun. What's the point of living if we're all like you guys, with all your broken rules and all your tiredness? Don't care how he cursed in his heart, anyway, eyes are open, Willow Folding Branch as long as the result, see him awake then continue to explain to him the heart method. Clear cold voice because the body is weak and breathless, adding some lethargy, gurgling water into the ear, indescribably pleasant, not the sound of music. Mon listening to the past days in the magic world to listen to the song is also good to listen to. He only insisted on a few moments to be drunk on the gentle countryside in general, just opened his eyes and in this pleasant voice slowly closed. Look at the soon-to-be asleep, the top of the head bang sound. Willow folding branch put down the finger, see him frightened in the spitting letter, smooth hand pinched the pink snake letter, snake snake, to learn the heart method, not sleep. Are you? Willow folding branch you sick? This day can't be lived. Let go of my tongue. Mo Banquet angry to death, the person who made him so angry but still the look of no waves, not because he slept angry, not snappy reprimand, only pinched the snake letter to follow the temptation, snake snake to learn well, if you agree to nod your head. He came to the set again, Mon stared at the eyes refused to move, the next second Willow folding branch tugged his snake letter manually to help him nod his head. Well, Snake promised, good boy. Ink Feast was in tears. Just come to that day also want to shout at him to kill the enemy of the devil. This is not to say is to show off the power, the biggest dream is to quietly do a small snake, a normal snake, do not need to undershirt method of cultivation of the small snake. The party should be all you did not hear, let's start from the beginning. Willow folded branch and began to read to him word by word from the beginning, read and patiently explain, but also always keep an eye on his state, found that he wants to close his eyes on the fingers flexed against the snake head bang bang too, an hour down the Mo Banquet are not snake-like. In the past, nothing is coiled into a rest, this time to be let go of the straight face lying on the table, which is like a snake, has been tortured into a puddle of snakes, and cannot wait to turn into water out of the clutches of the willow folded branch. Snake snake rest for a quarter of an hour, then we continue. Continue so soon? Mon struggled to his feet, biting his sleeve and shaking his head frantically. Cannot learn, really cannot learn, or you kill me, you want to make wine? I'm sure the wine will be good. Fighting Mo Banquet fight all 6 worlds have few enemies, life is in danger do not take a hum, only memorization cannot, then let him die is still difficult, the magic tribe is no magic is love reading, are relying on cultivation to speak, a word on the fight. But wherever there is a devil talking crepe a little bit to be the whole devil tribe ridiculed for a lifetime, which devil is not open mouth and shut up cursing mother, even if not fighting, relying on a mouth can be cursed all over the righteousness, so that the righteousness without the power to speak back. Ink Feast cannot figure out, he hall of devil, even if retribution is also descended from the thunderbolt heavenly punishment, how to let him fall into the hands of the willow folded branch, but also every day is not heavy so tormented, his crime is not to this Snake is also looking forward to it? As if she couldn't see him shaking his head, Willow folding branch even seriously complimented him, my snake is really diligent and studious. No. Lao Zi doesn't want to learn. Mo Banquet's head shook like a rattle, and Willow folding branch stared for a while, nodding her head in relief, well, really can't wait. Mon? Where the do you get the idea that I can't wait? Since that's the case, then there will be no rest, so let's begin to continue learning now. Willow folding branch flipped open the book in a good manner. Mon shook his head and froze, in the next second he turned the snake's head and desperately crawled out, before he could crawl twice he was grabbed back by the tip of his tail. Snake went the wrong way, the heart method is here. Willow folding branch's fingertip tapped on the heart technique, and now Mon finally realized that something was wrong. I want to be so obvious, he really did not see it? Impossible, absolutely impossible, this lack of moral enemy must be intentional. Mo Banquet was so angry that he was about to sprout gold stars, the snake body stood up and viciously spat its letters at him. Hiss. 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 In the past, there was no sound when he spat out his letters, but this time, he was so angry that he started to bring his own sound effects, so it was obvious how hard he was angry, and he even bit off a corner of his mind in order to fight back with a bite of ow. Unfortunately, there is only one page of the edge of the paper, and not a single word was bitten off. Yet Willow Fold's attention was, snakes and snakes can spit letters and bite the mind at the same time? So powerful. But that wasn't the point was that because he was angry, the snake's letter became more pink, even a little red, and Willowfold looked curious and reached out to grab the snake's letter again. Willowfold was genuinely curious and stared for a while. The panic in Mo Yan's eyes reached its peak. What is Willowfold staring at my tongue for? What's in it for him to kill me? Did he find out about my identity long ago and torture me on purpose? Countless questions crossed from the mind. Even after being released, Mo Banquet kept his confiscated state full of stupefied eyes. Soft to the touch, quite similar to a human's, just a little smaller and longer. Willow folding branch in the face of the snake completely let fly, the former hundreds of years of the persona end of the ruthless, and now what strange ideas dare to practice. Mo Yan pupils earthquake. My nemesis. Seems to be crazy. Chapter 1818, my nemesis is the only one I can bully. Willowfold was strange. He's always doing weird things and having weird ideas, and Mo Yan doesn't know that this is something he's been holding back because of his social fears and the fact that he hasn't had anyone to keep him company, and now he's letting himself go on the only friend and spirit pet he's ever had in his entire life, and he just thinks that he's crazy. He has lost all his cultivation, is a little crazy from time to time, has no ability to defend himself, and is bullied by all kinds of insidious villains within the sect, and still has such a good face. Mo banquet in the demon world to stay used to, but also seen more than a variety of beauty red face thin life. The first reaction is Lu Folding Branch is now like this, no matter who is captured to do the stove tripod is a superb. Although it is a man, but they are righteous to play the flower, once upon a time, after all, is the Folding Branch immortal monarch, no cultivation there is still the soul can be picked up, and whether it is the body or this face, Willow Folding Branch are beautiful overly. The righteous way is actually not safer than the magic world, the so-called positive and evil, but it is the righteous way to do all the bad things but hide the good. Kansei will say, know how to use the world's words to wash the whitewash, and the devil does not care about these troublesome means, do as to do, and never cover up. In the end, the Qiankuan clan is also a place to eat people, only more secretive. That Willow Folding Branch here is afraid that sooner or later to expose this face, was locked up to do that life is worse than death of the furnace. Mo Yan's eyes rolled around, almost subconsciously having an idea. Since Willow Folding Branch can't live well here, it would be better to go with him to the demon world, at least he will only let Willow Folding Branch be a slave, to avenge his former hatred, and won't use it as a furnace to spoil it. Before he thought of bringing Lu Folding Branch back to the devil there are conditions, you have to let Lu Folding Branch first serve him well, give him to recuperate, the mood is good before mercy, but now it is directly finalized, no matter what must be brought back. How to say that the two people from the past is also in the six worlds of the famous rival, his rival can only heed a torment, let others to bully is what is the matter, this is not a disguised hit him in the face of it. The more he thought about it, the more sense he felt, Mo Yan began to think about how to toss Lu Zhuoji at that time. Didn't he use me to wash his clothes? When we go to the demon world, we will let him wash my clothes day after day. If he can't clean it, then hang it up, tie a bow with a rope, and let him taste what it's like to hang upside down on a swing. Snake? He hasn't moved. Willow Folding Branch is a bit puzzled. Aren't you curious? Curious about what? Inkfeast didn't keep up with his brain circuits, and before he could react, the snake's letter was suddenly touched again. What the hell are you? Willow Folding Branch you doing? Mo Yan was so shocked that his scales stood up. Lao Zi is even ing dirtier. Willow Folding Branch you're not human. Is the devil's innocence not innocence? Why is Snake shaking? Touching him and his whole body shakes, Willow Folding Branch is addicted to playing with him, pinching his snake's letter and not letting it be retracted. This practice is indeed like a mental illness, Willow Folding Branch himself knows it well, but he is dying, it's not easy to have someone to play with, of course, he wants to do whatever he wants to do, strange brain circuits must be practiced whenever he has the opportunity. When he had enough fun, Mo Banquet was so dumbfounded that he couldn't close his mouth, collapsing on the table and rolling his eyes in anger at him. Good, very good, Lu Folding Branch you wait, when I take you back to the demon world also do the same to you. Two people a fly self want to play what, the serious time and carefully teach cultivation, a crazy grudge is also forced to read and write, the day went by the chicken and dog, but cannot say that the years are quiet and good. Unfortunately, the Willow Folding Branch cultivation is gone, but the storage ring is still there, it is destined to not be completely treated as non-existent, calm days will always be insatiable people break. 3 days later, Bai Qiu brought Duan Chengxian together. Lu Folding Branch is still pinching the head of the snake to teach Mo Yan to write with his mouth, and noticed that someone close to immediately put on a mask to disguise themselves as practicing writing, but also Mo Yan into the lapel again. With the last accident, the two men before entering the door he deliberately instructed a sentence, snake, hungry also endure a bit, do not bite indiscriminately, when they left will feed you to drink blood. Mo Yan secretly sneered. Dream on, you say you won't bite? Let you almost play me to death these days, I'll bite both this time. Willow Folding Branch was helpless to his stubbornness while knocking the snake's head through the clothing as a warning. Willow Folding Branch thought that he didn't have bad intentions, so she didn't think too much about it. It was still important to deal with Master and Junior Brother first. Folding Branch. Duan Chengxian's voice arrives before he arrives, his tone of voice is stern and accountable. Your master is here and you don't even go out to greet him, is this how your master teaches you on a regular basis? Knowing that Lu Sheji's body is weak, he still criticized some false manners, clearly looking for a fight. Mo Yan was so angry that he let go of his mouth and began to curse this old undead in his heart again. Unfortunately, Lu Folding Branch does not compete, really heard the welcome out, but also to Duan Chengxian salute. Did not speak, as always, few words, but the gift to do very thoughtful. Duan Chengxian did not let him get up, he has been to maintain a salute to the posture, the body is weak to some swaying did not take the liberty to get up. Willow Folding Branch does not want to make more trouble, this is afraid of trouble, do not want to communicate with people more character, just want to hurry to send them away, coupled with the fact that now is really difficult to protect themselves, there are snakes and snakes to keep, cannot help but to do a small ambush, listen to what is said. But Mo Yan cannot stand this kind of gas. He is also on the Willow Folding Branch can tolerate a little, after all, Willow Folding Branch is his most appreciated rival, to others he cannot tolerate, is of flamboyant nature, rather for the jade is broken not for the whole of the tile. Not allowed to worship, you give me to get up. If it's a big deal, I can kill them by exposing my soul, so straighten your back. When is the end of being bullied like this? They'll only treat you worse after you've been squeezed, baby. Do you want to be captured and used as a furnace? He couldn't speak, so he went back to teeth-grinding Willow Folding Branch collarbone to express dissatisfaction, causing Willow Folding Branch couldn't control trembling. This point of weak reaction was Baichio watched. Senior, quickly let eldest brother get up. Eldest brother's body is weak nowadays. Baichio is Duan Qingqian's favorite little disciple, and even the entire Qiankuan sect up and down together with the favorite. His words Duan Qingqian almost listened to everything, heard immediately let Lu Folding Branch get up, and intentionally knocked. Look at your little brother, a heart for your sake. You do this big brother also do not know that the heart of the heartache of him. Said euphemistically, but how is considered heartache a few people know well. This is again in the help of Baichio want to treasure, want to let the Willow Folding Branch pain to give. Willow Folding Branch or silence, so silent out a few pieces of treasure to the white autumn, has long been accustomed to. You a non-competitive. Where's the can do with me? Where's the means to torture me? Mo Yen was almost exasperated. Going on like this would only make them get more and more aggressive. Find an excuse to take it back. Come on. Chapter 19. I said, no. Snake how? So nonsense today. Lu Folding Branch stifled the cry of pain that was about to be exported, and quietly waited for the two people who had finished scavenging the treasure to go quickly, but Baichio's purpose for coming here this time seemed to be more than that, and collected the treasure and also stared at him. Many thanks elder brother, I miss you so much. I have long wanted to come to see you, but I am afraid of disturbing your rest. Baichio said while pouncing towards Lu Folding Branch. Duan Qingqian was watching from the side. Lu Folding Branch was not good enough to hide. Frowning after being hugged, there was first a wave of revulsion, followed by a feeling that something was not right. White autumn hand. By the time he realized it was too late, Baichio directly spoke out loud. Eldest senior brother, why did you put that snake you raised on your body again? He'll bite. After saying that, he turned his head to Duan Qingqian again. Senior, you quickly help eldest brother. The snake he raised bit off a piece of my flesh last time. Don't hurt eldest brother. Only this sentence, Lu Folding Branch will know his purpose. This is running to the snake. Years of consistent tolerance of the social fear. The first time to this dare not offend the protagonist cold eyes. There is also this matter? The raised by Folding Branch even hurt you? Duan Qingqian looked at Baichio with heartache, his tone caring and worried, and then looked at Lu Folding Branch as a stern rebuke. Folding Branch, you as a big senior brother, how can you condone the injury of a senior brother? Look, what did I say? Ink Feast loosened his mouth and the tip of his tail wagged. Stupid, these two people are deliberately bullying you. You can no longer tolerate it as useless. Stupid or not, gave the baby has no use, is not still being pushed step by step. Not. Lu Folding Branch is still the same sentence, his snake is not. Since wearing a book here and worshipping his master, it was the first time he had talked back to this master. He knows that today's matter can end well. Baichio came prepared, just want to find snake revenge. Either he protects snake at all costs, or snake is taken away by these two people, and the road to death is won. That sinful animal all dare to bite your little brother, not what? Duan Qingqian crossed his eyes. Folding Branch, you dare to disobey your master? Lu Folding Branch's hand hidden in his sleeve over-tightened, didn't make a sound. He is afraid to contact with people, especially when the sight of him very fierce. If it is in the past he will instantly recognize the wrong piece, but today he did not. The one who suffered when he stepped back was his snake. Mo Yen did not understand what was in his mind, knowing that he did not have the spiritual power to block Duan Qingqian. In his chest silently mobilized all the demonic chi in his body and the few spiritual power. It's okay, don't be a wimp, give me a scolding. If something goes wrong, I'll cover for you. I'm a tiger, but I won't be bullied by this old dog. The devil's energy is the source of Mo Banquet, and also the root of his life. Now he does not even blink an eye, already ready to use this life-saving opportunity to protect Lu Folding Branch. Folding Branch, hand over that sinful animal. Duan Qingqian took a step forward, not at all having the compassion that a master should have. The eyes that looked at Lu Folding Branch were even a bit sinister. Condoning a spirit pet to bite a senior brother is the same crime as mutilating a fellow disciple. Is it not possible that you want to go to the law enforcement hall to be disposed of according to the rules of the sect? He didn't like himself as the first disciple. Willow Folding Branch had always known that. This patriarch who had brought the Qiankuan sect to prominence had relied on the cultivation of this disciple of his to make the Qiankuan sect the #1 sect in the cultivation world and famous, yet he was jealous day in and day out, hating that a disciple had a higher cultivation level than him and had stolen his thunder. On the one hand, he sends himself to do things for him all day long, while secretly making things difficult for him. Willow Folding Branch would all know, just do not want to count. Cultivation cultivate the heart, which is also considered to refine the nature of the heart, and then he is really afraid. The snake is mine. This time, Willow Folding Branch is still afraid, but half a step refuses to retreat again. His tone is firm. I can't give it to my master. If it wasn't for the lack of hands, Mo Yen would have wanted to applaud him. Yeah, just do it. I've got you covered. Don't be afraid of anything. Just tough it out. The person who had been obedient for hundreds of years suddenly disobeyed so hard, Duan Chengxian and Bai Qiu both froze for a moment. Eldest senior brother, why are you angry at your master, for isn't the body uncomfortable to say the wrong thing? Bai Qiu still teared up, seemingly helping Lu Folding Branch to find excuses, but actually desperately arching the fire. Sure enough, Duan Chengxian's face became even more ugly. Lu Folding Branch, are you trying to rebel? Hand over that sinful animal. In the past, he didn't dare to speak so harshly, but now that Lu Folding Branch has no cultivation at all, that is, no matter how much he bullies, he can't resist, so he dares to be so aggravated. But he underestimated the Lu Folding Branch to Snake's feelings, agreed to rely on each other's friendship, is the only bit of warmth Lu Folding Branch encountered in this life, even if it was just a little snake that couldn't even speak. In Lu Folding Branch's silence, Duan Chengxian's palm had already gathered spiritual energy, obviously to rob it by force. The viciousness in Mo Banquet's eyes flashed, and he was about to make a move when he was suddenly pinched by a hand in 7 inches and taken out of his arms and thrown onto the bookcase behind him. Hey! Willow, what the are you doing? Mo Banquet fell on the bookcase dizziness, struggling to climb up only to see Lu Folding Branch one-handed ceiling, did not even frown, Ra forced out a few drops of heart blood, face as pale as paper, the speed of sealing is constantly accelerating. I said, do not give. For words one by one, the cool voice also became cold and stern, the last word fell, the entire Yunju Peak ground shook. To heart blood to catalyze the formation, is tantamount to burning life. Mo Banquet want to stop has been too late, white clothes and white hair of the person slowly in the air, cannot see a little bit of weakness in the past, tightly protect their snake. Xuanwu, Jin. With 3 light words, the shape of the Xuanwu divine beast shot up into the sky, covering the entire cloud bamboo peak, and also shaking Duan Chengxian and Bai Qiu out of the hall, falling down the mountain. Xuanwu Grand Formation, a formation used to subdue a realm since the ancient times. Even if Lu Shezhi doesn't have any cultivation nowadays, it's still enough to subdue Yunju Peak with it. Unless Duan Chengxian breaks the formation at all costs, Yunju Peak will be isolated from the world from today, and will no longer be disturbed by outsiders. Mo Yan's eyes stared unblinkingly at the figure in the air that seemed to be able to hold up the sky and the earth, and his eyes were full of admiration and amazement. This was the Willow Folding Branch he once knew. That and he fought for 500 years cannot be divided into victory or defeat of the Folding Branch immortal monarch, even if there is no cultivation, relying solely on a hand of the magic of Qi Men Dun Jiao art, but also can be a long body of jade standing bright as the moon. Do not allow people to get close to the body of the slightest bit. The Hall of the Devil was so stunning to the frozen in place, eyes are almost glued to the Willow Folding Branch body, until the Willow Folding Branch one hand cover lips lifelike coughing up, people also swaying to hold the bookcase. Mo Yan was terrified, hurriedly climbed along his arm to his shoulder, watching him constantly coughing up blood, anxious and panicked. You! Who let you not want to die in order to protect the old man? Are you stupid? Willow Folding Branch you! You don't die you, but wherever you hold on to a breath lousy can also give you back to save. Don! Cough! Snake don't be afraid. Lu Folding Branch wanted to touch the snake head to appease him, but unfortunately no strength, can only watch helplessly, watching the snake spit out the letter to help himself lick off the blood at the corner of his mouth, laboriously opened his mouth and called out, Xing Yun. A long sword surrounded by lingering spiritual chi appeared out of thin air, landing on the bookcase along with the owner's mind. Snake, this is my original sword Xing Yun, I'm going to sleep, probably for a long time, if you can't wait for me to wake up and want to leave, take it with you, so as not to be taken by someone. The words have not finished, Lu Folding Branch fainted, the moment before his body landed on the ground, Mo Yan transformed into a human form to catch him, and kissed him without hesitation, regardless of the magic chi aura, as long as he has it, he will haphazardly ferry it to him. Knowing that Lu Shezhi won't die, but will only sleep for a long time, Mo Yan also still did so, emptied himself to fill the vacancy in his body. At least let this little cutie wake up earlier. Yes, he had to wake up earlier. Old me hasn't learned the heart technique yet, if you don't wake up who's going to teach old me? Mo Yan mouth vicious, action but exceptionally careful, holding the person on the bed couch or as light as possible cannot be light, for fear of giving a bump. Chapter 2020, you have to be in favor of the body. Mo Yan did not do before the devil as it can cause trouble, do the devil is even more arrogant and domineering fights everywhere, the injury naturally will not be less, so he also went to learn some medical skills, for fear of a day too serious injuries lost their lives. But he never thought, this medical skills to his own useless, but is his nemesis first used. Willow Folding Branch cultivation scattered, the body of the deficit is very powerful, before ferrying the body of the last point of aura to him, the meridians and then no aura, and now with the blood of the heart to force the opening of the array, that body cannot say and the same as the paper mache, but not too much worse. Mo Yan lying on the side of the bed to diagnose his pulse, the more the exploration of the pulse the more tightly frowned. Meridians broken half, Jindan also have cracks, that is, Willow Folding Branch soul is strong enough, will fall into a deep sleep to save his life, change the other person is only afraid to perish on the spot. It is not impossible to raise, just now he did not have the ability, unless immediately let Lu Zhuoji fall into the devil, will raise 100 years or can be better. But the problem is that Lu Zhuoji heart without distractions, it is impossible to fall into the devil into the body can only be hanging life. Mo Yen did not expect this result. He is trying to go to protect the willow folded branch, but will not speak, did not say clearly in advance, but became let the willow folded branch to protect him. You say you, all to live cannot afford to still show what can have to open the erase sealed mountain? Other law is not no, you make such a big battle, you gas dead old man. It is not that Mo Banquet is not to count him down, but the willow folding branch is really to not cherish his own body. To beat back Duan Qingqian's method is too much. The willow folding branch is not to choose a body damage is the biggest. This person just do not care about life and death, cannot live, how to live, all do not care. These days together with the ink feast has long been seen, willow folding branch all the time in preparation for death, the aftermath of the delivery of a clear. Like this time, I am afraid that has been prepared not to wake up again, even the life of the sword are given to him. Folding branch immortal monarch's life sword is called pouring clouds. The sword is its name, in the hands of Lu folding branch really can be a sword pouring clouds, so that heaven and earth change color. But that was after the willow folding branch in the 6 realms of fame. Mo Banquet first heard of this sword, or in the young sneaked out of the demon world to the human world when wandering. He was in a tavern and met 3 or 2 cultivators discussing the Qiankuan sect's new weapon, saying that it was given to the first disciple of the patriarch, Duan Qingqian, who took it to be the sword of his life, and also gave it a very nice name, Xingyun. Like a personal name, just listen to the name to feel beautiful, the name of the person is not bad. He felt curious, but it is not good to go to the Qiankuan sect to see, drink a few cups of wine is about to go out, the tavern suddenly a commotion, someone said this is it, he froze for a moment and then followed the direction of the person's finger to see. Only saw a white ink hairback figure, imperial sword, hurriedly past. At that time he would not describe the scene, only remember that the teenager seems to be out of place in this world of cool temperament, just look at a backfield teenagers do not eat earthly fire, long body jade immortal style, good looking tight. When he grew older, he slowly learned a way to accurately describe the feelings he felt after taking that look. Amazing. That was also the first time he saw Willow fold, back to the demon world to find out the identity of the name, and then it was to try to go to the chance encounter, and finally did not become friends, but instead fought. In the past 500 years, he felt that the willow folding branch is too high and proud, so he did not move to fight with the willow folding branch, and occasionally intentionally break something on the willow folding branch. Sometimes it is torn sleeves, sometimes it is to make some dust dirty that immaculate white clothes. He wanted to see if the willow folding branch will be furious, but unfortunately not once in 500 years, and no matter how he desperately cultivation, always can only make a tie, cannot win. Cultivation of the righteous way can be much more difficult than the demon race. He is the fastest cultivation speed of the demon race pride. Willow folding branch can always tie with him. Visible degree of diligence is simply outrageous. However, it is such a person, now sleeping in front of his eyes, no cultivation, green silk into white snow, was bullied by the division and do not give medical treatment, let it be self-sustaining, fragile as if the wind can be dispersed. Mo Yen was annoyed for no reason, more angry than when he knew he was being assassinated by his men colluding with the righteous. Why bother? Twisting a strand of Willow Fold's white hair in his fingertips, Mo Yen sighed softly, unworthy of Willow Fold. It would have been better to go back to the devil world with me back then, mixing like this in the righteous path, the credit and bitterness are not shared, you just die like this no one cares about you. Willow folding branch simply can't hear anything, but he was talking vigorously by himself, and finally an idea popped up in his heart. Willow folding branch, this time it's considered that I have saved you, right? You saved me on the treatment of wounds to feed some blood, I save you can take a lot of effort, I also have to give you a body to renew your life in the future, then I am also too much of a loss, you are not to have to be in the body of the phase. Hissing. As if it is not to use this word. Mo Yen thought carefully, is? Have to know the favor, you have to return to the demon world with me, I let you do what you do, have to listen to me. This time right, what exactly to do he has not thought about, anyway, is to bring back first. If you don't say anything and don't object, I can take that as a yes. This is Mo Yen learned from Lu Folding Branch. When Lu Folding Branch used it on him he thought Lu Folding Branch was sick, now in turn he can be too happy. Didn't speak, that's a promise, not bad, count you know what you're doing. The lower half of his body has already been weakened to the point of turning into a snake's tail because of ferrying demonic chi to fill the deficits of Willow Folding Branch. Mo Banquet shook the tip of his tail cheerfully, and while he was still barely able to maintain his human form, he haphazardly plucked a number of scales and turned them into demonic chi and fed them to him. Protect your heart chakra first, wait for me to take a breather and wake up from my sleep before figuring out how to make you wake up earlier. The snake's tail was almost being gripped bald, and blood kept bubbling out. Mo Yan's head was full of cold sweat, and before his words fell, he once again turned into a small snake, and coiled himself in Willow Folding Branch's hand and fell asleep. No scales pain is pain, but he slept quite at ease. A large amount of magic gas fed into, but also his scales, can be compared to the Willow Folding Branch tide. What marriage redline more reliable? Magic gas in the body of the Willow Folding Branch will not be dispersed, no matter where the Willow Folding Branch in the future, he will be able to find. What could be happier than being able to control the freedom of his rival? Absolutely nothing. Emo Bank would even dream all beautiful dreams. There is to make Lu Folding Branch to wash his clothes, there is to tie up Lu Folding Branch swing, there is to Lu Folding Branch so angry that jump feet, see Lu Folding Branch no waves and waves of the eyes are full of anger, he laughed next to the cannot straighten the waist of. I do not know how long, the beautiful dream suddenly changed the picture, Lu Folding Branch washed two clothes suddenly spit out blood in a big mouth, scared Mo Banquet woke up at once, the first reaction is to look at the side of the person is still in deep sleep, found that there is no blood spit which only released the heart. Fortunately, just a dream, or really tired to vomit blood exhausted to death on the bed. Mo Yen spit out a letter to look at the silhouette of Willow Folding Branch has lost a lot of weight, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was not too good. He is now like this, I guess it is difficult to wash clothes, maybe really can vomit blood, washing clothes, and so on even if, besides, his hands are so good looking, washing clothes is also too much of a waste. Forget it, when we really go back to the demon world, I'll think of something else to torment him. For now, it's better for me to raise him first, his body needs to be well nourished, so he can't be raised to death. Chapter 21 XXI, not pro still not used to it. Mo Yen has not taken care of people, always only other people to serve his share, from birth as the stars, not to mention is to take care of people, what is careful and considerate he does not understand. I don't blame the right way to say that the devils pour mountains and bad water out of unruly people, he really won't be the right way that set of rules and etiquette, debauchery will only fight, the whole devil's race is the people's style is tough. But now he had to change his temperament, try to learn how to take care of people, because the Willow Folding Branch is really weak to the point of outrageous, hard to touch or afraid of broken. He slept for half a month before waking up. Willow Folding Branch is a little signs of awakening or not, pale to almost transparent skin can be seen under the magic gas in the body, although cannot help to repair the meridians, but more or less can force out some of the bruises, so that people wake up earlier. So some time ago, Mo Banquet all day to be tortured by the Willow Folding Branch, and now changed into a whole day to guard the Willow Folding Branch, see that no blood color of the lips overflowed some blood on them or hope, while waiting for their own plucked off the scales to grow out again, while nothing in the mouth of the Willow Folding Branch of the clothes to wipe his blood. The palm-sized snake's own tail is still bleeding, hard to crawl all over the hall to take new clothes to wipe the blood, and occasionally also get some water, with the tail rolled cups sent to Willow Folding Branch mouth, try to feed some water can wake up people. Mo Banquet from memory has not been so miserable, the beginning of the curse from time to time, and then a long time will not curse, most of the time relying on the side of the Willow Folding Branch to recuperate, staring at the Willow Folding Branch of the thinning face to see, the thoughts of the rummage. This is still around him to take care of, although it is a snake, cannot take care of too much, but it is also better than nothing, if he did not happen to come here, Willow Folding Branch is alone in this waiting for death, that is also too miserable point. Initially, he saw the Willow Folding Branch cultivation loss will also ridicule, do not know from when to start, the more to see the more pitiful. Days just so day by day, spring and autumn, in the blink of an eye will be over a year. Mo Banquet obviously can take Lu Foldingji's pouring cloud sword to leave, to the border of the demonic world in order to absorb more demonic energy to better recuperate, but the delay did not move. Cloud Bamboo Peak is full of spiritual chi, sometimes he will also go outside the temple to absorb spiritual chi, the injury is not yet well, cannot absorb too much, but still insisted on, come back to the ferry to the Willow Folding Branch. Unconsciously to Willow Folding Branch life seems to have become a habit, back to the demon world revenge is not so anxious, seems to be less than waiting for Willow Folding Branch awakening to the urgency. Willow Folding Branch with a variety of strange methods when he was angry to death, and now Willow Folding Branch so quietly asleep, not only do not toss him, but also not annoying nothing on the kiss, or in the ear chanting, he instead feel uncomfortable, idly will also be in his own pen in the mouth on the paper scribbling. Mo Yen himself think is scribbling, painting but more and more familiar, although messy, but vaguely can be seen some like Lu Fuji's eyebrows. All day long to guard the Willow Folding Branch, day after day so staring at, he not only did not get tired of watching, but also think the Willow Folding Branch more and more beautiful, to their own drawings of things dislike cannot be, all bit by bit bite to tear. Because he didn't draw 1/10,000th of the beauty of Lu Fuji. Willow Folding Branch so sleep for 2 years, Mo Banquet also guarded for 2 years, from the initial dislike of the bedchamber excessively delicate and elegant, to now completely used to living, with his own bedchamber is the master of the same. In the early snow of winter, Mo Yen is holding a pen in front of the window to concentrate on the painting, suddenly heard a voice hoarse murmur. Snake, snake. Snap. The pen fell on the paper, staining the portrait that was about to be finished. Mo Yen didn't care, staring at the direction of the bed and couch froze for a split second, and immediately and quickly climbed that way. Snow reflected in the window some bright overly, Willow Folding Branch just woke up, not seen for a long time, feel some blinding, but also try to open his eyes to look around, where his eyes did not see his palm-sized snake, his eyes instantly darkened down. Snake, snake. Gone? He does not blame Snake for leaving. Before he fell asleep, he said that if Snake wants to leave he will take his natal sword with him. He has slept for so long, he can understand Snake leaving, just the thought of being alone again in the future, it is inevitable to be a little despondent. Willow Folding Branch lying on the bed did not move, he also do not know what to do. Snake is gone, no need for him to check, can never be thin, can never be hungry, even teaching cultivation cannot be used, even if you get up is nothing to do, it is better to just lie here, left and right of this huge Yunju peak is also only one of him. The mind flashed through the heart of the sword, or wear a book after this whole day desperately trying to hide do not want to see people of 500 years, no matter what comes to mind on the willow folding branch is no difference, but is some dispensable memories. Until the chin is a little itchy, as if licked by something. At first, willow folding branch didn't really care, until that kind of touch followed one after another. He realized that something was wrong, and his gaze was withdrawn from the top of the bed, needing a pair of ink-like vertical pupils. Snake? This was the first time that Mo Banquet had seen such obvious ups and downs in Lu Folding Branch's emotions, and those beautiful phoenix eyes turned bright with the naked eye, bright like the stars in the night, which seemed to be what the book said was brilliant like the stars. Not only is it good looking, but it also carries a vividness and excitement that is almost never seen in Lu Feiji. Hasn't Snake left? Is it waiting for me to wake up from my nap? Is it? Willow Fold asked several times, and Mo Yen intuitively felt his happiness, and for a moment unconsciously smiled along with him. Still so soft and cute, Snake is so good. Willow folded her arms and let go after a little squeeze. This time it didn't seem to be for fun, but simply to make sure it was real. He suddenly became a human being. Mo Banquet was instead a little confused, looking at him just lying there using his fingertips to touch his snake head one by one, his mouth constantly praising good behavior. It always felt like there was something wrong. Snake, after such a long time, why haven't you half grown up? The scales are also strange. Willow Folding Branch's hand from head down to touch him all over, touching the snake's tail obviously feel wrong, how the snake tail on the scales a little soft. Those are newly grown, naturally they will be softer than the original ones, but Lu Sheji didn't know what Mo Yen had done for him. She only touched them one by one, and kept guessing under her breath, but it's time for molting? Will the scales become softer after the snake molts? He didn't understand the habits of snakes, a rare blind spot of knowledge, felt curious and couldn't help but meditate. It was when thinking that he was always disturbed, the snake swept his chin with the tip of its tail one moment, and then the snake's head came up to his mouth and hissed and spat out its letters, all the time fidgeting around his chin and lips, as if it was purposely trying to attract his attention. What's wrong with Snake? Hungry? Willow Fold put her finger over to feed the blood, and Mo Yen gave it a direct swipe to the side with her tail. Drink it, my ass. Your body can't take it anymore. It's not easy for me to renew your life, so cherish it. Well, not hungry? Willow Folding Branch frowned slightly, and after thinking for half a day, he couldn't think of what else it could be, and finally just gave up. Snake is so smart, if there is really something wrong will definitely still try to tell me. Snake did not miss me? Willow Folding Branch also do not expect a response, just want to asked, and lowered his head close to the snake's head. Snake mama. Still familiar action, familiar perversion, Mo Yen eyes full of disgust, and again in the heart to scold him. But the body didn't move a muscle, and even unconsciously sighed in relief. Well, that's right this time, that's it. Gee, you really are a pervert, Willow Fold. Chapter 22:22, who's a decent demonic father washing his nemesis clothes off. Snake did not leave, but also guarded himself for 2 whole years. How could Lu Folding Branch not be touched? The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. Snake, good Snake, you're a little pig, only I'm truly good to you, everyone else is going to make you into a roasted suckling pig and eat you. Mo Yen. It's starting again, I'm really convinced, I'm the hallowed demon father. Snake. Ah, line, pig on pig, you live well, don't waste the old man's magic chi on the line, the old man lazy with you. Willow Folding Branch again holding him on the couch lying for a long time, ready to go down to drink some water, a turnover but froze. On the ground piled up a number of his robes, all with bloodstains, messy dozens of pieces. Snake? He loved cleanliness and tidiness a bit more than the others. Mo Yen was aware of that. When he was asleep he didn't think there was anything in making the bedchamber so messy. Now that he called out to him, Mo Yen was inexplicably weak, but he still glared at him and confronted him. Then I put the magic chi aura to you to renew your life. My own injury did not have much to nurse. All because of you I cannot transform into human form. Mess up your bedchamber how? I was there to wipe your blood, it's hard not to let you spit blood all over the bed. Willow Folding Branch, you less give me an inch, old me so small a snake, carry clothes to wipe your blood is good, how to clean up for you. He roared in his heart, was roaring, and was caught up in a fierce rua. Snake is so good, and will take care of me. Willow Fold recognized his breath, naturally knew that his clothes were covered in his own blood, and with a little thought he understood that he was the one taking care of him, and was even more touched. Good Snake, hard work, no wonder you haven't grown up yet, must be tired of taking care of me. How is my Snake so powerful, can even hold clothes to wipe my blood? Really Snake is the most intelligent living creature in this world. Mo Banquet was cursing just now, but now he froze and was confused by his boast. Grab the clothes to wipe the blood, such a simple thing, hard to be praised by him as if he unified the 6 worlds as powerful. No one doesn't like to listen to good words, let alone this as a compliment from a nemesis. Mo Yen instantly stopped being angry, and even wagged the tip of his tail in a happy mood. Count on you to know what's good for you. For the first time in my life, I'm taking care of someone. It's your honor. Even if he is not in human form now, but just a small snake, Willow Folding Branch can tell that he is being arrogant and still thinks that his arrogant appearance is cute as hell, and looked at him for a while before slowly getting up and getting out of bed. Since he has woken up, the temple is so messy really can endure. Willow Folding Branch drank some water and bent down to pick up those clothes ready to take to the wash. This body is weak, but also slept for 2 years. Walking is enough effort, not to mention the need to bend down again and again. Did not pick up a few pieces, he began to cough, one after another, cover the lips of the hand with blood. Mo Banquet originally also looked at the side, think he is pretentious, all to live cannot afford to still care about what neat and tidy. The result is to see him coughing up blood, instantly half of the body are standing up, crazy spit letter. Willow Folding Branch. Give me a roll back and lie down. Lou Folding Branch took out a brocade handkerchief to wipe off the blood on his hands, and before the brocade handkerchief could be put down, his sleeve was bitten. The snake shook its head and bit his sleeve, presumably even exerting its milk string, desperately trying to pull him in the direction of the bed. Is Snake trying to get me back to the couch to rest? The snake's head moved up and down, nodding sagely. Not in the way, just picking up the clothes to go and wash them clean, the snake rest assured. Willow Folding Branch used her fingertips to nod on the snake's head, signaling that he could let go. In the future, we will have to live here for a long time. It's unseemly to have clothes all over the place like this. Mo Yen couldn't understand what kind of decency could be more important than life. This is also the reason why he hates the righteousness of the road. The rules of etiquette and propriety of the body is more important than anything else. The net makes him false name, hypocrisy to the extreme. He bit his sleeve and refused to let go, had to change this problem of Lou Folding Branch, but Lou Folding Branch is also a stubborn, is not accustomed to the messy place, a person, and a snake so stalemate. In the end, the snake was so angry that it was about to jump up, but the person was still completely outside the situation of calm and relaxed. Is Snake tired? Let go if you're tired, I'm going to do some laundry. Mo Yen almost vomited blood when he heard this. Willow Folding Branch just had this ability, every time he could use a light sentence or a slow and easy action to piss him off so much that he wanted to die. Fine, you go and wash it, I'll let you die of exhaustion. Remember, I don't care if you die of exhaustion in front of my eyes. I won't even look at you. Mo Banquet angrily loosened his mouth. The next second he released that sleeve. Lou Folding Branch picked him up and put him on the soft cushion next to him. Snake have a good rest, today will not take you to the side hall. Lu Feiji finished saying that he held those dirty clothes and left. Out of a long distance, Mo Yen can still hear his cough. In fact, there is really no big problem, their own body their own most clear. If it is really will die of exhaustion, Willow Folding Branch will not insist on doing so. He is now the body of the blood spitting has long been the norm. If you are afraid of blood spitting will not do anything, that day also how to live. This reasoning Mo Banquet naturally also understand, just do not like to see, the more you see the more angry. He was angry there for a quarter of an hour, and when he realized that Lou Folding Branch hadn't come back yet, he couldn't help but start thinking more. Why not come back? Not really exhausted, right? So many clothes cannot wash so fast, but he was like a fool, fidgeting on the cushion, turned around several times, and finally climbed down in the end. I will go to take a look. If he died of exhaustion, I will refine him to take shape. A dead enemy who doesn't listen to advice deserves to die of exhaustion. Huffing and puffing to the side of the hall to climb the heart is still so vicious, thought it, but the results of climbing over to see the Willow Folding Branch laboriously washing clothes, but also only washed a piece, wash a cough, fingertips are a little shivering, he cannot look down again. I really convinced. I have to be so deadly, right? Okay. Wash. Just wash it. Flop. The black snake suddenly jumped into the water droplets splashed Lu Fuji's face is not enough, and with the snake's tail to deliberately flick the water to splash him, Lu Fuji is not angry, Snake is worried about me? Worried my ass. I'm afraid you'll die of exhaustion and waste the life I worked so hard to renew for you. Mo Yen gritted his teeth and ignored him, so he took a corner of the clothes and rolled it up and started rubbing it with the scales. In the past, Lu Sheji took him to wash his clothes, he had to die of anger, now on the contrary, began to take their own initiative to Lu Sheji to wash their clothes. Willow Folding Branch look froze, after a while to see him to dirty blood rub off before reacting. Snake is in. Help me wash? Nonsense. You yourself have no eyes. Ask. You've seen it and you're still asking. Mo Yen used the snake's tail to splash water on his face again. Lousy all clean for you, not a single piece, can you give lousy roll back to lie down? Chapter 23:23, this is the exchange of love tokens? Willow Folding Branch only knew that Snake was heartbroken. How could she know that his purpose was to let herself go back to lie down, and even praised him from the side. Snake is so great, washed so clean. Lousy let you go back to lie down. Snaketail splashed water over again, and even though there was only a little droplet of water, Willow Fold could tell that Snake was pissed off, and thought that she hadn't boasted enough, and rethought her wording. Snake at a young age will be so good at caring for people, in the future to find a Taoist couple will also be the most beautiful beauty in the world, as if it were a precious treasure, the sheen and the music. The snake's tail is flicked out of the water, hear what he is praising, Mo Banquet and in time to stop. You. You mother or less crap here, don't think that the old man who says good things will not scold you. Put that little bit of small movements are in the eyes. Lu Folding Branch feel that the thinking should be right, and then successively praised a few sentences. I only taught you to cultivate the Tao and cultivate the mind, but Snake was able to realize on his own that working on his muscles and bones is the only way to refine his mind. With this kind of enlightenment, he will definitely be one of the leading powerhouses in the 6 realms in the future. Now as also has not been incarnated, if it is in human form, Snake cultivation character are not as good as ordinary people, appearance and very handsome, clear wind and moon posture, pine and bamboo cypress quality. I do not know how to be the world's soul. Emo Banquet was born as the devil, and then do the devil is called the 6 realms of the devil, go wherever is almost everyone shouting, arrogant to let people hate itchy teeth, have not heard any praise, light scolded. So a series of good and elegant praise listen to the end, or dead enemy in his face so sincere praise, Mo Yen have forgotten what is cursing. A body of scales in that cool and leisurely voice was close to rubbing out sparks, and could not wait to transform into 8 hands to wash his clothes together. How could Willow Folding Branch not see such an obvious reaction, and nodded with a sudden realization? So that's how it is, Snake is not like a little piggy, but rather like a little donkey that is to be coaxed along with the fur. Willow Folding Branch inadvertently mastered the correct way to teach the snake, this is to advocate hard work and hard learning can become a person, naturally, will not spoil the snake, cannot wait to cultivate the snake from childhood can suffer, or to develop a tough mind, lest in the future difficult to retreat, cannot bear the wind and rain. So Mo Yin was busy, just finished washing clothes and saw him to clean up the bed, bite his sleeve so that he did not get him do not listen to him, he got himself tired of coughing up blood, and finally can only personally top. No quilt corners of a snake, hard to hold the quilt rolled up and replaced with a new one, the entire bed all cleaned up once again, in the willow folded branch of the praise dry more and more energetic. Inside the bedchamber to clean up too much, Mo Banquet own over the rough, get we're all messy, Lu Folding Branch simply cannot see, simply start from the beginning to clean up, first went to the most commonly used weekdays of the bookcase. As a result, I just walked over to see the bookcase on his own portrait, although it is not exquisite, but it is also a point, just by an ink mark spent, the hem of the robe has not been painted. He froze there staring at the portrait. Mo Yen at this time also remembered what he was doing before he woke up, the whole snake uncontrollably some hot. Painting the portrait of his nemesis was caught on the spot, this is also too damn shameful. Snake's drawing is really good. Willow Folding Branch not only looks, but also picks it up and carefully admires it. The more she looks at it, the more joyful she becomes, although her expression doesn't change much, her eyes shine brightly. So Snake misses me so much and likes me so much? Saying that, he put away the portrait again, cherishing it. I also like Snake, my favorite Snake. He did not lie, this world he has no ties, no relatives, and no friends, things outside the body he does not care, now the only care is only in the hands of this small snake, like nature is also the only favorite. Ink Feast scales more hot, spitting letters with him to argue. Who misses you? Who likes you? I'm your nemesis. I'm sick of you. If you weren't the only one here, a ghost would draw you. Moi. Another kiss on the head. Mo Yen. This pervert. Shouldn't have let him wake up. It's a beautiful portrait, it's just not finished yet, can Snake paint me another one? Willow Folding Branch asked in a natural way, but Mo Yen listened with a straight face. Who the hell do you think you are? Lousy hall magic Zune and not a painter, you say to be, who gave you the courage so? Good Snake, give me another painting. Willow Folding Branch body more weak, tone of voice naturally follow the light, a little action will have to gasp a gasp, the tone of the slow and easy, so say more like a pet. Soft or second, the main thing is that the cold voice cannot cover a little. Delicate. Such a big beauty, or once a nemesis, now on the western sun of the heart of the general delicate, pampered to you, Ink Feast teeth are to be gritted also did not top. Then this honor will reluctantly draw another picture for you. Snake nodded in his palm, Lu Folding Branch eyes brighter, after looking around to find the most often seen place, pointing to the wall next to the bed to show him, Snake, when you paint, I will hang that portrait here, day after day, you can see Snake gifted me the heart. It was not hard to see that he liked it from the bottom of his heart, even counting it as abject sincerity. Mo Yen still didn't understand how he could be so nice and special to a little snake, pouring out his heart, but had to admit. It was a damn good feeling. Snake gifted me the portrait, I will return to the snake. Willow Folding Branch pondered for a moment, flipped open his coat and picked up the jade pendant around his neck and hung it on him. This jade pendant I wore when I came here, although it is not a precious treasure. But it's a personalized thing, it's also a bit of a token of appreciation. Mo Yen lowered his head to look at the jade pendant, which still has his body temperature on it, and it is hard to make the devil's honor, who has experienced great winds and waves, to be whole. Is this your righteousness etiquette all like this? Why do you make it look like exchanging love tokens with a Taoist couple? There is a courtesy is only a return gift, naturally, there is no such exchange, only Willow Folding Branch sincerely treat him, want to give him the best of all, so only gave the personal belongings. Does Snake like it? If you don't like it then shake your head. Does it help if I don't like it? You'll have to press Lao Zi to nod again in a while, your unethical method Lao Zi has already seen through it. Mo Yen didn't move, and even used the snake's tail to fiddle with the jade pendant. You don't say. This jade is a good jade, warm to the touch, but also with a little fragrance. Willow Folding Branch's body scent has marinated the jade pendant into the flavor? It seems to have been worn closely for many years. This time, Willow Folding Branch didn't intend to force him. If he didn't like it, he was prepared to give him a new one, but seeing that he didn't shake his head, he didn't change it again. Then it is so agreed. Snake is still too small. I first help Snake put away, later then. Lu Folding Branch went up to collect that jade pendant, but was Snaketail to give a jerk hand. Snake? Ink Feast glared at him as he chewed on his jade pendant. Lu Xieji, are you still a human being? What was given out has a way of being recycled. It's not that I won't give it to Snake is so small, it's not convenient to wear this jade pendant. Lu Folding Branch tugged on the rope hanging the jade pendant. Look, hanging on you is going to be hanging on the ground. When you grow up, I'll give it back to you. Mo Yen took it as a deaf ear and just bit the jade pendant and crawled away, crawling to a place where he couldn't see before hiding the jade pendant. You want to take back what you gave me? Dream on. The eye is about to be all hidden. Mo Yen smelled the jade pendant. If there is no aroma, hesitation for a moment, probing around to see, found that Lu Xieji did not follow the thief like licked on the jade pendant. TSK, indeed is fragrant, and Lu Folding Branch body cold incense exactly the same. Growing up to be as beautiful as he is can bring its own body odor? Suck it. Mo Yen pondered while unconsciously licked another mouthful, licked himself, froze, hurriedly pretended that nothing happened to hide all the jade pendant. The end of the end of the end. I will not be Willow Folded Branch that pervert infected it. Chapter 24 Ziv, must be he deliberately seduced me. Snake, where did you take the jade pendant? Willow Folding Branch people did not look for, just in the distance called him. Well, know that you like, a gift you will not go back to ask for. Good boy, quickly come back. Who likes it? My father has seen a lot of treasures. Who will like your piece of broken jade pendant? Mo Yen snorted and looked back at the root of the wall where he hid the jade pendant, making sure it was hidden before climbing back to find him. Perhaps today's body is even worse than in the past, or touched by the snake actually so put himself in the heart. A jade pendant have to be hidden to rest assured. Willow Folded Branch and then look at the snake homing like a bird crawling towards himself. The warmth in his heart almost make the whole body warm up. Always no waves and waves in the eyes more pleased, even love, like watching their own raised children running to themselves. The love and concern are almost overflowing from the eyes. So he is even more convinced that he must teach Snake well. To be successful is inevitably to suffer some pain. Some good habits should also start from childhood, for example, to keep the bedchamber neat and clean. But he also knows Snake naughty nature, so will not directly say, just stand there to organize the book, and so Snake cannot see to come over to help. He then back away from the trend, sitting next to the praise, kiss, and then you can see the Snake more and more dry, more and more energetic. Both hone the mind, but also can develop good habits, but also is considered a parent-child activity. 3 birds with 1 stone. Snake is so understanding at such a young age, it will definitely be inevitable for him to turn into a dragon in the future. Hearing these words, Mo Yen took time out of his busy schedule to look up at him, and really saw in his eyes earnest expectations. This time are not like, but a clear hope for the son of the dragon. The devil and his rival is a son to raise, but also waiting for him this little snake really grow into a majestic dragon. Mo Yen cursed and couldn't even open his mouth, being shocked to the point of stagnation and speechlessness. Lu Folding Branch, you don't be too outrageous. I treat you like a nemesis, you treat me like a son. You son of a... I quit. Snake struck. Lu Folding Branch also do not know which words he is pissing him off, boasted well. Snake suddenly rolled into the ink, body covered in ink flung at him, are more than just angry, completely in the splash. Willow Folding Branch just changed into clean clothes and dirty, a white dress, stars were thrown all the ink spots, so he is not angry, but also reflect on their own in the end which sentence is not right. Unfortunately cannot come up with, finally can only bend down close to the snake in front of the snake. Snake, do not be angry with me can be good, if you do not like to hear the words of the party I will no longer say. Good snake, don't get upset with me, I just woke up, I haven't slowed down my mind yet, this is what I said wrongly. He lowered his stance and patiently coaxed. From the moment he said the first sentence Mo Yen began to dissipate his anger, and soon he was completely out of temper, just staring at his overly close to himself and counting doting appearance out of his mind. Now he is a small snake. Lu Folding Branch will be so tolerant and close, if it is one day Lu Folding Branch knows his identity. Thinking of the coldness of Lu Folding Branch, and the days when the two of them fought when they met, Mo Banquet's vertical pupils were tinted with a little dark color. From frugality to extravagance is easy, from extravagance to frugality is difficult. After seeing such a gentle and small-minded side of Lu Folding Branch, who can still stand those disregard and hostility? Anyway, Mo Banquet can't. But Snake isn't angry anymore? He stayed there and didn't move. Willow Folding Branch tentatively reached out to touch him and found that he wasn't repulsed before reassuringly picking him up and placing him in her palm. Snake's body is covered in ink, I'll take Snake to a bath. Mo Banquet obediently coiled in his palm, only the snake's head stretched to look at him. The heart is still pondering what to do if the identity is exposed one day. But soon he didn't have the heart to think about it, because he realized that his treatment plummeted. The last time, Lu Sheji brought him to share a bath, and also soaked in the hot spring together. This time, Lu Sheji even only got him a basin of water to put him in, and went to bathe in the hot spring on his own. Lu Fuji, what are you doing? I gave you 2 years to live, and this is what you do to me when you wake up. Clap clap. He spilled all the water in the basin, and Willowfold could see his displeasure and had to refill it. Snake, it's not that I'm not taking you, it's that you can't stand the hot water in the hot springs. You had a nosebleed last time. I'm a human, you're a snake, your habits are different. Less nonsense there. I am also a human being, why should I be treated differently? Put the old man in. Moyen crazy fuss, the last willow folding branch cannot argue with him, can only bring him also in, afraid he cannot stand the water temperature, but also deliberately put him on their shoulders. This angle is Moyen had never seen before, now so look, finally understand what is a beauty shoulder. It is really fragrant, and that skin is tender and smooth. If he doesn't control it, he is afraid of directly sliding down. Suck it. The snake's letter scratched from his shoulder, making Willow Folding Branch a little itchy. His fingertips gently nudged the top of his head. Snake, don't make a mess. It's freezing cold in winter. I don't have any cultivation to protect me from the cold now, so I'm going to soak in the hot springs for a while to warm up my body here, and if you're feeling bored, you can climb up to the shore and play on your own. Moyen did not feel bored at all. He even eyes cannot see over, and after the hot water steaming, Willow Folding Branch body that cold fragrance is also a little thicker, lingering in the nose or fast to smell him drunk. This is also too damn good looking. Not too damn fragrant, this. Hiss. Seems to be a little wrong. He has not yet reacted to what is going on. Lu Folding Branch picked him up, but also took the bank of the brocade handkerchief to wipe off his nosebleed that is dripped into the water. Look, I just said that you cannot withstand the heat of this hot springs, and the heat of the nosebleed again. Snake, quickly go to the shore to slow down a little bit. With that, he put him on the shore, and also splashed a little cold water on his body. The cold water immediately splashed him Moyen sober. Ice Complex looked back at his ice-like body soaked in the hot spring. It seems to have nothing to do with the water temperature. I don't think so. Isn't Willow Fold a man? No, absolutely not my problem. What kind of beauty I have not seen? How can be a man fascinated like this? I am afraid that it is not his intention to seduce me. Thinking of this, Moyen was enlightened. Definitely he did it on purpose. Can't it be that he raised me for later? No cultivation, let me cultivate, urge me to transform, so that when I transform and have cultivation, he can use me as a furnace, picking me to recultivate. This time is right. Take the spirit of the snake soak wine, which is not as fast as the direct harvesting of other people's cultivation. Hiss. Willow Folding Branch, you really have a good and vicious mind. Feeling that he had spied the truth, Moyen sneakily looked back at the person in the water again. If he really wants to do this, then look at the part that he helped me to nurse my injuries. Reluctantly let him pick up a 1 or 2 times is not impossible, just as a renewal of his life. TSK, no, this respect let the dead enemy to help raise a wound, but also have to take their own? This sacrifice is also too big. Just one time, only one time, no more. Chapter 25XXV. Growing up, so you can find a little female snake. Moyen's own heart is not right, but also dumped all the pots to Lu Folding Branch. Lu Folding Branch does not know at all, after bathing, and went back to teach him to clean up the bedchamber and cultivate the heart method. I don't know why. Lu Feiji obviously feel that the snake look at himself more often, not the kind of normal look, but strange, staring straight at the look. He thought that maybe it was to draw a picture of himself, did not ask much, and had the free time to let the snake begin to draw the snake. He sat on the sidelines to watch, boasted, the typical encouragement of education, and the effect is remarkable. Because the snake ate this set, eat soft refuses hard, do not care what it is, boasted good discussion. If you want to use the strong, then it must still be like before, not moving on the stalemate for 2 or 3 days, wasting time, not to mention, but also affect the feelings. Let the Willow Folded Branch to choose, of course, he is to choose the most trouble-free way, as long as the boast on what are obedient, why not? When Mo Banquet painted his portrait, Lu Folding Branch also said to do, really to hang in the bed, but also every day to boast on a back, a person and a snake to get along more and more harmonious. Sometimes he can even feel the snake actively close to him. Willow Folding Branch comfort and joy, but Moyen is every time close to a little unspeakable thoughts, all holding him to be happy with their own mind. But he saw through everything, but also began to immobilize efforts to recuperate in preparation for the growth of the form. A flash of 10 years passed. It is another winter day, Lu Folding Branch sitting in front of the window to enjoy the snow, the courtyard planted with the cold fragrance of red plums reflecting the snow is very beautiful, so that he cannot sit a little. When he had not decayed his body, he liked to practice the sword in the winter when the snow fell, and now he has been holding it for 10 years, and his heart itches. In the end, he looked around, and then walked out of the bedchamber with a light hand and a light foot. Body deficit, go out a dip in the wind and snow will be cold, unconsciously shivering a little, he does not care, just like that leisurely walk forward, standing in the snow looking at the red plum in front of him, stretching out his hand and wanting to use his fingertips to flick off the snowflakes above. But the fingertips have not yet touched, legs suddenly tight, thick wrist black snake winding in up, holding a snow-white cloak draped over his shoulders, but also to him to gather the lapel, snake head to him a spit letter. The snake's head spat its letters at him. I went to hang out the clothes and you ran out. You can't see the snow. Lu Shizhi, are you trying to piss me off? Lu Folding Branch did not dare to move. In the eyes of the heart flashed, snake, I just come out to take a breath of fresh air. If I feel cold I will go back to. Hiss. Hiss. The words were not even finished being blocked back by the snake spitting out its letters. Willow Folding Branch didn't dare to squeak, silently turning around and walking back, sighing secretly in her heart as she did so. Once upon a time, I was clearly the one who taught Snake, and I don't know when it started, but it turned into Snake being in charge of me the whole day. Do not let this, not let that, hate to let me lie on the couch all day, but the snake grew up, not as good as when I was a child to hold, so heavy that I cannot hold. He just walked slowly back to the temple to sit down. In front of the table was thrown a branch of red plums. Emo Banquet also used his tail to push the red plums toward his eyes. You want to see this, don't you? Do you have no mouth or what? Won't you tell me? Look. You sit here and show me. If you dare to go out and stand in the snow, I'll break your legs. Although I don't know what he is thinking, but after getting along for so many years, Willow Folding Branch can tell at a glance that he is angry, reached out and touched the top of his head. It's my fault. Snake don't be angry. Snake is for my own good. If I catch a cold, Snake is going to be heartbroken, I know. Ghost heartache you. Mo Yen used the tip of his tail to whip his hand, but now that he had grown up, the snake's tail was as thick as his thumb, and the blow directly reddened his hand. 10 years Lu Folding Branch do not have to do anything, all he took care of, are considered to be pampered, also not as good as back then, so able to beat the pain sucked in a breath of cool air. Pain? Ink Feast hurriedly came over and licked at the red mark with his snake's letter, and in the process smacked himself in the tail again. Let you oh. Knowing that his body is weak, he still doesn't collect his strength. Snake. Lu Shizhi pressed his tail, there's no big problem, why are you smoking yourself, doesn't it hurt? Pain my ass, I have thick skin, don't need you to worry, mind your own business. Mo Yen gave him a blank look, also do not look at him, with his tail from the side rolled a bottle of pills to, crushed a pill sprinkled up, to see that the red marks disappeared before rest assured. That is a high-quality elixir, only used for serious injuries, it is for Snake to recuperate, how can it be so wasteful? Hiss. Mo Yen interrupted his chanting. What's given to me is mine. I can use it however I want. I'll use it when I say so. You shut up. Willow Folding Branch. It's true that the more you grow up, the more your temper grows. Snake is so mean. He half annoyed, half whined, and Mo Yen's body stiffened, and after a moment silently put the tip of his tail into his hand and lay there motionless. For you to play, for you to touch, this time okay? If you're mean, you won't like it. You're so delicate. Willow Folding Branch casually said, because I know that he ate the most weak this set, and now see him finally like a child as a good boy. This is to bring the red plum picked a, one hand touched the snake tail to play with, one hand put the red plum on his head. The first thing that you need to do is to get your hands on a new one, and you'll be able to do it. What kind of crap is this? I'm a man. He shook his head to get it off, but Willow Folding Branch pressed him to keep it off. Snake, it looks good. Good looking my ass. Which man wears? On his head. Snake kisses. Mo Banquet immediately did not move, got down and casually fiddled with him, wearing several flowers on the top of his head also did not raise his eyes. Because since he grew up, always in charge of the Willow Folding Branch are not very close to him, have to be particularly happy, or like this to coax him to do something outrageous when only willing to kiss. Once upon a time, he had scoffed, but now it was too rare, and Mo Yen knew it very well in his heart. A few flowers in the head is not a loss, just let him toss it. Willow Folding Branch now the most coaxing him, comfortable and perfect, and played with his tail to praise him 2 sentences, and then looked out the window. Snow did not speak, a person a snake cannot speak of the quiet years. Until the color of the sky is dark, Willow Folding Branch only let go of the snake tail, get up suddenly remembered something. Snake recently should almost reach maturity right, soon you can look for the young female snake, wait until spring then look for more in the bamboo forest and grasses of this cloud bamboo peak. He is talking about looking for small female snakes, but Mo Yen was looking at him from beginning to end, his vertical pupils shrinking again and again, from the white tender neck that he exposed a little bit all the way to see the slender waist. Chapter 26 XXVI seems to have raised the snake crookedly. Looking for what little female snake, clearly is your own anxious to pick up my cultivation to it. Mo Banquet's line of sight kept scanning over Lu Shizhi's body, and by the way, he used the snake's tail to tightly wrap around his small waist. This father has guessed your evil thoughts, don't worry, cultivate some more days we'll be able to transform. Snake tail wrapped around the waist, even through the clothing can still feel his scales in the rubbing. Willow Folded Branch reached out and gently patted the head of the snake in front of his own. Snake, you wrapped up, don't move, the scales make me itch. In fact, not only is it itchy, he is also very heavy. Back then, but the palm size of the small snake now stand up than their own high, and so thick, Willow Folding Branch was wrapped around him cannot walk, if not holding something, I guess it is going to be crashed down. Mo Yen did not listen to, still I do what I want. I have condescendingly agreed to give you a time to do the stove, let you pick up the repair too, you are still pretentious on the itch is also endured. Hiss. Really ing fragrant how this person is all over the body everywhere is fragrant. Snake, itchy. Lou Folding Branch reached out and pushed his snake head, but also angrily patted, I just bathed, do not lick, or you have to bathe again, very tired. When he was young, he was reluctant to stay in their hands, grew up but excessively sticky, all day long swaying snake head to his body sticky, Willow Folding Branch has gotten used to it, most of the time also longitudinal him. This is the indifferent nature of the world, as long as it is not a matter of principle, on their own hand-raised snake, he can naturally pour all the patience to tolerate. I don't. Ink Feast's backbone is up again. I've heard of licking a dog, but it's the first time I've seen a snake licking a snake, which snake likes to lick people so much. Willow Folding Branch and helpless and funny, snake, lick you again at night will lie down on the root of the wall to sleep, not allowed to go to bed. Mo Yen forgot to move when he heard him say lick the dog, and his eyes went cold. You also had a dog? Where's the dog? Where is it? I'll kill it. I'll kill it now. Suddenly he got angry, spitting out his letters and hissing. Willow didn't know why. Snake, what's wrong? I asked you about the dog. When did you get it? How long have you had it? You let that thing sleep with you too? Willow Folding Branch, you tell me clearly. Snake. Lou Folding Branch grasped his tail and frowned slightly. You're wrapped up too tightly, I can't breathe. Why are you in such a temper today? Did I say something wrong? As soon as he said he couldn't breathe, Mo Yan's eyes instantly eased quite a bit, hurriedly letting go and climbing down from him, confirming that he was fine before picking up the pen next to him and writing two big words on the paper with a dragon's touch. Where is the dog? What dog? Willow Fold's eyes were full of doubt. Still pretending to be an old man. Mo Yan gritted his teeth and continued to write with his pen in his mouth. The dog you raised, the dog that licked you, the one that licked you. Lou Folding Branch? I don't have a dog, that's a kind of description. The vocabulary he learned before wearing the book was accidentally set out and made a misunderstanding. Willow Folding Branch could only patiently explain to him. Licking dog is very much like a person, like to can pay everything, then he is that person's licking dog. Some people say bitter, some people say humble, the taste only he understands, is also regarded as the way to cultivate the heart, only the misguided seekers are numerous. Mo Yen understood, licking dog is not Lou Folding Branch raised a dog licked him, is a kind of adjective. But behind those words and did not listen too carefully, only heard a general, heard very much like a person, willing to give everything, that is that person's licking dog. The original dog licking is so mean, then directly say it, not get a word to describe, the right way is pretentious, red tape a whole lot, do not explain cannot understand, annoying. He himself reads little, this modern vocabulary is a willow-folded branch of the books to know, the heart disdain is still quite contemptuous, but the eyes with appreciation and marvelous, the mind also flashed a sentence. The belly has poetry and books from the gas. He felt that this sentence to describe the willow folding branch is more appropriate. The world has a lot of beauty, but the willow folding branch cannot fall into the cliché or win in the temperament, the beauty of the high, unattainable, presumably because of the book Morit. Mo Yen looked out of focus, I do not know how long, suddenly felt a little hot tail tip, lowered his head to check and cannot see the abnormalities, is to feel hot, God's soul is also some agitation. What's wrong? Never had this kind of situation. Mo Banquet busy inner vision of the divine soul no longer voice, look is also dissipated, Lou Folding Branch which is relieved, look at his eyes more and more helpless. Snake not only grows more and more sticky, it seems that the temper also followed the big, but also born of jealousy, thought I once raised after the gas, this is not a good sign. Cultivation of Taoism is aimed at cultivating the heart. If you learn to be jealous of others, inadvertently disorganized in the future, giving birth to the heart of the devil can be how good. Willow Folding Branch began to worry, thinking while still can correct, should be as soon as possible to come up with a method to correctly guide the snake's jealousy, to the window to meditate. Snap! There is a living thing from the snow to the window, even stupidly crashed into the wall. Lou Folding Branch fixed his eyes, it is a snow-white rabbit, the body is still stained with snowflakes, hit the dizzy head of the eyes confused to look this way, coincidentally with him on the eyes. If it is the usual Willow Folding Branch is not going to care, all living beings have a fixed number, unauthorized intervention is stained with the karma of others, although this rabbit is also considered to be with his fate, but in the end across the window, fate is not much, far less than his snake. At most, it is a hasty passerby. But thinking of snakes need to sharpen his heart, Willow Fold decided to mind it, reached out to open the window, and just as he was about to poke his head in to retrieve the rabbit, his waist tightened violently. Mo Yen pulled him back with the snake's tail and hissed at him as he closed the window and glared. What are you tossing again? It's cold outside. Your body can't take it. How many times do I have to tell you not to go out? Willow Folding Branch signaled him to look out. There's a silly rabbit there that hit the wall. I was trying to pick it up to see if it was hurt. That's all? Wait. Mo Yen pushed him far away, lest he blew the wind, opened the window and rolled back the rabbit with a coil of the snake's tail and threw it into the temple, and didn't close the window, so he waited there. Look, no injury, you look at it on the line, look at it and then I will throw him out. Willow Folding Branch sought his meaning, reached out and grabbed the rabbit and looked at it, hesitated for a moment before opening his mouth to discuss with him. Snake, it's freezing cold outside. Look at this rabbit, it's still cute. Why don't we leave it behind and keep it? It's kind of a playmate for you. How about it? Bam! Snaketail froze, not holding up the window. Mo Yan looked at the rabbit and then at him. His vertical pupils were all ink. You want to raise it? Willow Folding Branch, you dare to raise it? Do you think I'm dead? Chapter 27 XXVII. The possessive desire of the snake. Mo Yan's anger was so obvious that he even had a murderous aura towards the rabbit, which had completely stiffened up, just as if it had been scared to death. Snake, you. Willowfold thought he would be reluctant, but the reaction was so much more severe than expected, as if it had gone beyond jealousy. Doesn't Snake want a playmate? Hiss. The old man doesn't want to. You drop that rabbit for me. His murderous aura towards the rabbit became more pronounced, and Willowfold frowned slightly, looking at him a little more seriously. Is it because I didn't pay more attention on weekdays, only thinking of letting Snake accompany me, didn't let Snake touch the bystanders, so did I find out late? Snake's heart seems to have already gone astray. It is just a playmate with you, it is not as spiritual as you, it is for you to keep and play. Lu Folding Branch tried to reason with him. Snake, now it is me who opens the array and seals the mountain. There is only you and me in Yunju Peak, but there is not only you and me in this world, you may understand? Understand my ass. You can't keep anything else while I'm here. Mo Yan is accustomed to rampage, usually can miss his weak body, compromise with him, but to a rabbit cannot be so good temper. Also do not argue with him. What? Just look at that scared half-dead rabbit. Snaketail roll, directly snatched from his hands. Snake, done. Blocking words just started, that rabbit has already been swallowed into his stomach, half of the fur did not remain. Willow Folding Branch at this time had to recognize the reality. He seemed to really raise the snake crooked. It is an unusual habit for snakes to eat rabbits, but the snake is clearly with selfishness, not hungry, just can't see himself leaving that rabbit behind. Or cannot allow themselves to raise other living beings, rely on themselves too much, even to the point of competition for exclusive possession. Willowfold was puzzled. How can this be so? The snake is obviously simple and naive, very cute. How do you not realize that the nature of such a paranoid? In such a short time, Mo Yan has already gone to wash and come back, remembering that he said that if he bites the other person, he can't touch him again, so after eating the rabbit, he immediately went to wash it. Now that he is back, he immediately wrapped him from the bottom up, facing him squarely, with a warning in his eyes and staring at him. Don't raise anything else, or you'll raise one and I'll swallow it. Snake. Willowfold called out to him helplessly, not in reproach, just not sure how to get him to correct himself. The heart is as clear as water, the state of mind is clear, so the fundamental way, but now he has developed a paranoid nature, clearly is contrary to the way. If the cultivation of the devil is a good seedling, cultivation is too easy to breed heart demons. The more I think about it, the more I feel that I didn't teach him well. Willow Folding Branch guiltily touched his head and sighed softly. It's just left and right are already like this. Snake has his own way to go. There is a certainty in the underworld, cannot force. This is just not to let himself to force. Fell in the ears of Mo Yan is completely different meaning, clearly is that he is in the heartache of the rabbit. Hissing. You're still upset. I gave you a life extension and a body to feed you, so you can be upset about a broken rabbit? Can that rabbit wash your clothes? Can it clean up your bedchamber? Or can it be your furnace so that you can take your energy? Don't be so unaware of your blessings. Next time I'll swallow you with me. I won't give you a scrap. Willow Folding Branch to avoid him he does not allow, but also hard to pull people back. Snaketail also wrapped more tightly, completely a strong posture of possession. He himself did not notice the thing, but Lu Folding Branch understand. Snake seemed to regard himself as his possession, not allowing the others to come a little closer, just like that rabbit, which was swallowed when it came close. Willow Folding Branch want to say and stop, have the heart to persuade, but really do not know what to say. Good, after all, is their own did not teach him well, he gave him a crooked. Snake must have been with himself to stay here, from a young age, often do not see others, so grow up will become so. Willow put the blame on himself, also to Mo Banquet more and more indulgent, this matter did not mention a word again, so the past. Around he cannot live long, wait for the snake form he has long been dead, will not get in the way of the snake's karma destiny. At this time, Willow Folding Branch still thinks so, but that night he can't stand it. Snake is still following him to sleep as usual, resting on his jade pillow next to him, but today. Previously did not teach him well, now Lu Folding Branch will see the needle, as much as possible to teach some, lest he is again raised by himself crooked. Hold fast to your heart, restrain your nature, no matter when or where you go. These 8 words should be kept in mind. Once you make a mistake in your behavior, it is a thought of God and devil. Don't care what Willow Folding Branch said, Mo Banquet just didn't move a muscle and pretended to be dead. On the one hand, he was a bit unable to face the situation, and on the other hand, he felt that it was fishy. He was sure that he was definitely not a lustful person, and still preferred cultivation and fighting to beauty, or else all the successive demon sovereigns had many heirs on their knees, and there was even a civil unrest to take over the throne, and it was impossible for him to have no heir at all. Under the hands of the gang of demons like water to his magic palace to send beauty, those beauties he did not say favor, simply have not seen. But today this. How to favor to willow folding branch this man. This is too wrong. Although the dryness was not difficult to suppress, Moyen still pondered around in his mind, and in the end, after thinking about it, he suspected that it was on Willow Folding Branch again. There were just the two of them here, and if it wasn't his problem, then it could only be that Willow Folding Branch had a problem. Can it be that this is all a trick of Willow Folding Branch? Is there a problem with those pills he gave me to nourish my injuries? He was afraid that his days were numbered, so he used this tactic to make me lose control over him. Thinking of this possibility, Moyen inhaled a breath of cool air. This must be it, it's Willow Folding Branch who's behind this. With a cool voice reciting the clear heart secret, sounds like no desire, that clear heart secret ringing in the ears, but Moyen in the heart snorted. It is clear that you deliberately, but also in this pretense to help me dispel distractions in my heart. If it wasn't for you to renew your life and nourish your body, I would have transformed long ago, why wait until now? Wait for it, at most 1 year, another year I will surely be incarnated, the cultivation will not be less for you to pick up. Chapter 28 XXVII, whose heartbeat is so loud. Inexplicably again by him buckle a pot, Willow Folding Branch did not know, but also patiently pacify him, and so he calmed down and pleased to praise, snake good, once or twice restrain the nature of the long time will be able to develop into a habit. Although acacia is also a cultivation method, but ultimately is not the right way, in the future, if you are cultivating the emotionless way, that is not easily given to others, may remember? He has no distractions, talking about cultivation, is to follow the Yin teaching, but Moyen heard what acacia, listening to the face is a little hot. How can you? You haul an immortal ruler, how can you say so? This. You talk about decency all the time, where is your decency? I know you're in a hurry, but at least be a little more reserved. Don't you guys emphasize on manners? Snake? He didn't respond. Willow Folding Branch poked his head with her fingertip, maybe remember? Moyen nodded with his eyes closed, understanding those words of his in his own way, his face getting hotter and hotter, but nonetheless making a show of being impatient. I know, to you, all to you to take to pick up the repair of the line. Willow Folding Branch also do not know how he is this again, only think Snake seems to grow up more stubborn, often inexplicably angry or impatient. Even for this matter before going to bed in introspection. Could it be that I can't teach, so such a cute snake was raised crookedly by myself? Left and right are their own raised, even though nowadays snake temperament is not quite right, Willow Folding Branch still have a very thick layer of filters for him, think quiet snake in childhood is cute, soon hug snake sleep peacefully. But in the past, because of his body's weakness, he slept very deeply and long, but today he woke up just after dawn, and his mind was restless. Moyen wrapped around him to sleep, know that he usually sleeps deeply, will keep an eye on the whole Yunju peak movement for him, he opened his eyes Moyen will know. Why are you frowning? Body uncomfortable? Did you wake Snake? Willow Folding Branch reached out and touched him soothingly on his body. I can't sleep a bit, it seems that there is some kind of turmoil in the cultivation world, the surrounding aura is quite disorganized, even though it's isolated by a formation. I've been living here for a few hundred years, I can vaguely detect that something is wrong. Not only is the aura disordered, Moyen even perceived that the devil's aura is lurking around, not so close to Yunju Peak, but at least on the outskirts of Chinkuan sect. Only he is too lazy to care nowadays. The devil race is inherently warlike, it is not unusual for the next devil to do anything, anyway, it has nothing to do with him. When he goes to reclaim the position of the devil, no matter what those devils who betrayed him have done, it is necessary to cut off the roots and eliminate the roots. If it is disturbing the peace of the 6 worlds, then he will kill more, as if it is to calm the anger of the 6 worlds. Kill more, kill less, how to kill, but are his thoughts of the matter, do not have to worry about now. What is Snake thinking about? Willow Folding Branch's hand stroking him gave a start, lifting his snake's head to look at it. Why is there a killing aura again? Moyen froze and immediately collected his killing intent, becoming the well-behaved and cute snake in his eyes again. Once upon a time it was all undisguised in front of him, and thought of killing him if his identity was discovered. I don't know when it started, but Mo Banquet began to be afraid of being discovered by him. Subconsciously, he would maintain the appearance of Snake, not wanting to be found out that he was the devil Moyen, his nemesis. Moyen's eyes flickered with complexity, lying back on his chest and closing his eyes. Snake, go back to sleep. Willow folded her arms and gently moved him out of the way, getting up and leaning against the bed herself, looking out the window in a daze. He does not sleep Moyen, which can then sleep, stretching Snake head to see, but did not see what is wrong, and then turned his head to see his hands do not know what pinch knack, but not as fast as usual, slowly but can drive the surrounding aura. Waiting until the Willow Folding Branch stopped hand, between the eyebrows obviously with some sadness, Moyen only then reacted, he should be used in the right way to say the deduction of the art. The use of not cultivation, all rely on talent, comply with the heavenly way will have the ability to deduce the heavenly opportunity. Obviously Lu Folding Branch is selected by the heavenly way of the people. Think also reasonable. If the heavenly way even the first person of the righteousness of the folding branch immortal monarch cannot see, then the righteousness of the road is estimated to be no one can qualify to be able to bear the sentence of obedience to the heavenly way. Just heard that it will cost their own merits or destiny, there is always some cost. Mo Yen did not quite want him to use this deduction technique again, lifting the snake's head to rest on his hand and rubbing it. Did Snake also notice something wrong? Willow Folding Branch lowered her head and kissed him on the top of his head. The cultivation world is afraid to be in a big mess. The devil clan is attacking in force. You and I shouldn't be peaceful for long. Master will bring people to break the formation in the next few days, and want me to come out to negotiate peace. Once the war is the people are suffering, the righteousness of the odds are not much. To his understanding of Duan Chengqian, will certainly choose to negotiate peace. To the outside world that he is in seclusion, no one knows that he has no cultivation, then the candidate for peace will naturally be him. He also carries the name of the folding branch immortal monarch, is to count on his face to make things happen. Unfortunately, the new devil I have not seen, if it is with the Mo banquet negotiation in peace but there is still discussion, he may agree, the side of the devil. Willowfold didn't finish, just sighed softly, but Mo Yen understood and knew what he was worried about. The right way advocates peace, then naturally the right way will have to pay some price. The position is different, good and evil are not two sides. Even if he is still the devil, he will take advantage of the opportunity to do so. Willow Folding Branch and is the first person in the right way, in addition to the devil to defend the road for hundreds of years, is bound to bear the brunt of the burden. I am only afraid that the new devil father will want Willow Folding Branch. Even if not for Willow Folding Branch himself, he would do it for the sake of stepping on the face of the righteous path. He was also a devil. Of course he knew how the devils thought. If he were in his place, he would definitely make the righteous path hand over Lu Folding Branch as well. Sacrifice a person to the devil tried to be a prisoner, in exchange for the surface of the peace. Even if Lu Folding Branch cultivation is still there, the righteous way will certainly consider, not to mention that now Duan Chengqian knows that Lu Folding Branch has become an invalid. If Lu Folding Branch is sent to the devil tribe, Mo Banquet does not dare to think what will happen. Death is certainly not, will only beg for life and cannot beg for death. Hissing. Don't worry, my father will keep you safe and sound. Even if he knew that Lu Shezhi couldn't understand, Mo Yen gave his promise without even thinking about it all the same. His nemesis, he has not yet settled the score, he took great pains to renew his life will be raised. In any case, it is not the turn of others to bully. Snake is worried about me? Willow Folding Branch fingertip in his mouth poked. Song Shang gave me the heavenly chi, merit and virtue. I protect the well-being of Song Shang, since it is their own responsibility. The cycle of cause and effect, complement each other, has nothing to do with life and death, only to seek a blameless heart just. He said so much, a great deal of reasoning, Mo Yen himself translated but only one sentence. Willow Folding Branch has Song Shang in his heart. He doesn't care about life and death, but he cares about Song Shang. Today, although a sick bone, body weak and broken, Willow Folding Branch but still that in addition to the devil to protect the pale life of the Folding Branch immortal monarch, has never changed. Mo Yen stared at his face, suddenly had a kind of time back 500 years, the first time to see him that kind of feeling. This time there was no need to wait until he went back to the book to find the words to describe it. Mo Yen remembered those 4 words, astonished as a heavenly being. Bang, bang, bang. What's that rattling? Mo Yen looked around and realized that Willowfold hadn't heard it, only he had, and it took a long time for him to react. It seemed to be the sound of a heartbeat. Damn, whose heartbeat is so loud? Scared the out of me. Mo Yen shook his snake head and rubbed it against Lu Shezhi's chest. Willow Folding Branch, isn't it you? Chapter 29, Transformation, a special time for Snake. Mo Banquet see Lu Folding Branch is still there in contemplation and refused to sleep. Hard bite the person's collar to press and lie down. What are you worried about? My father is here. This little thing still needs you to worry about. Go to sleep. He is too heavy, just so pressed on the body. Willow Folded Branch cannot get up, cannot argue with him, simply closed his eyes. I'm going to sleep. Snake can sleep too. When he said this he was still thinking that he must not be able to sleep, just to put Snake at ease, but he closed his eyes and hugged Snake's body, getting used to it and being at ease, and at some point he fell into a deep sleep. Confirmed that he was breathing evenly asleep, Mo Yen only opened his eyes and stared at him, looked for a while the figure slowly become smaller, and back to the palm of the hand, quickly climbed out of the bedchamber. Originally did not want to care about these troublesome things, but since Willow Folding Branch worried about Songqing's sleep is not stable, then he will be reluctant to care about it. Xuanwu array covers the entire Cloud Bamboo Peak. Ink Feast came to the foot of the mountain to see a clan disciples in the not far from the guard, as if it is Duan Qingqian really ready to find the right time to break the array. Sneer went to the back of the mountain. Wisps of demonic gas dispersed in all directions. Not long there are countless hibernating snakes were awakened, densely come to him in front, bowed his head and shivered. Maybe it's because Willow Folding Branch has been chanting about what little female snakes all day long. Moyen really subconsciously paid attention to it, and indeed there are quite a few little female snakes, which may be very pretty in the eyes of snakes, but he can't even look at them at a glance. He can't even look at them. They're far worse than Willow Folding Branch. Not to mention snakes, even in the 6 realms together, there is no creature more beautiful than Willow Folding Branch. Sensing his dislike, the snakes instantly became even more afraid. Some of the small snakes were completely frozen, not understanding why he had sought them out, yet he wanted to dislike them. This devil is so strange, relying on the immortal monarch's residence not to leave, when their own home to live not to mention, and now also come to make trouble with them, and daily pestering the beauty immortal monarch intimacy, when really is shameless. Not only snakes, the whole mountain of the living beings know that there is a devil in the beauty immortal monarch cheating, but no one dares to say. Every day to see him wrapped around the Willow Folding Branch pretending to be an innocent little snake, one gnashing of teeth, hate cannot be replaced. Unfortunately, no one has the strength, can only dry watch, even to remind the Willow Folding Branch do not dare. Let you guys come as to do the right thing, by Willow Folding Branch shelter for so many years, also should you for him to make some effort. Waiting for Mo Banquet to finish delivering, the sky has already brightened up, the snake group hurriedly dispersed. The next thing is to wait and see the movement of the 6 worlds. Only to go back to the snake's tail began to burn, as if hot into the soul of God. Mo Yen stared at the tip of the tail for a long time, still did not see anything unusual. Overnight, the entire cultivation world suddenly spread as shocking news. Demon Father Mo Banquet didn't seem to be dead. No one can say whether this seems to be true or false, can't be sure, because I don't know where it came from, no one has seen it, and there is no trace of it. It is unheard of for a person to come back from the dead after more than a decade. But no one dares not take it seriously, because Mo Banquet means a lot, not only arrogant and domineering, do what you want without reason, but also vindictive. The most panicked is the demon world, the new devil but in power for 10 years, it is not easy to convince the crowd, ready to invade the human world, and now heard that Mo Yen may come back to rob the devil's throne, or can still sleep peacefully. This is to let people hate the teeth itchy, but also scared of the devil Mo Yen. Only a plausible news can let the 6 realms dare not take lightly. This news is enough for them to stay put for some days. Mo Yen daily seized the time to recuperate. The knight also took advantage of the Willow Folding Branch asleep to run to the back of the mountains, secretly cultivate magic. Just as the injury is getting better more and more quickly, that kind of snake tail hot feeling also become more often. At first it was just an occasional moment, slowly becoming once a day, and then the time became longer, from a quarter of an hour to an hour. The most important thing is that this situation will be aggravated by staying next to the Willow Folding Branch. He thought that there was a problem with the elixir that Lu Folding Branch gave him, and secretly stopped the elixir without getting better, and suspected that he had injured his foundation, and that he had recently practiced too much and was somewhat unable to bear it. Finally one night stopped practicing, and wrapped in the Willow Folding Branch ready to sleep. However, the hotness increased instead of decreasing, intensified, so serious that Lu Folding Branch was woken up by the heat. "Snake, why is your body so hot? But are you sick?" Willow Folding Branch's tone was worried. She got up and touched his scales to ponder for a moment, and soon went to her storage ring to rummage for various high-quality pills. "I don't have any spiritual power nowadays, so I can't probe what's going on with Snake. Snake looked for himself to see which kind of pills can be used." He said a lot, but Mo Banquet did not listen to a word, only feel increasingly hot, so want to do something. The hot snake body will wrap him more and more tightly. Willow Folding Branch feels some breathless when he stopped rummaging to raise his eyes. This look will freeze. The snake's black and shiny smooth scales is visible to the naked eye into an ink-colored robe. A long and slender with sinewy hand slowly appeared in front of the eyes. Through the quilt pressed him. Sometimes it is the hand, sometimes it is the snake's body, constantly changing. Snake is going to transform? In the Willow Folding Branch view, unusual spirit snake at least 100 years to start to form. How the snake is now. As soon as he spoke, the snake's head that had been tilted up also changed, turning into a somewhat familiar, handsome, and childish face. Sword eyebrow and starry eyes, clear angles, a pair of phoenix eyes but as if born with some evil wantonness, adding to the sense of flirtation, but also more so that Willow Folding Branch shocked. Raised 18 years of snake completely transformed into human form, his handsome teenage appearance, Lu Folding Branch but lips trembling for a long time before finding their own voice. Snake you are very much like. Come. A somewhat raspy word fell into his ears, interrupting the unfinished words, and Willow Folding Branch froze again. What? Hair love period was hooked out by you. Mo Yen's hand holding him keeps tightening. It's too late to explain too much, and he didn't think of how to make it up, so he just went straight to the point. This. Almost out of mouth blurted out the 2 words of Ben was swallowed back in time. Mo Yen eyes complex, but with a hidden blaze. First hair love period, over to you. But I'm not a little female snake Willow Folding Branch was shocked to the point of being frozen by this news, staring at the handsome face that kept enlarging in front of her eyes, refusing to even forget, and only murmured again as if she were talking to herself. Snake why? Why do you look like Mo Banquet? Chapter 30, Shelf Notification. Good morning, treasure children. Today we'll be on the shelves newcomers to the first book, so excited. After the shelves at least daily more 3,000 words, today will burst more 4,000 plus. A haughty snake will step by step become a wife slave, sickly attributes will also be exposed, now a little bit cannot hide it, our folding branch very gentleman dull, but also so socially terrified, you need to be such a shameless husband even coaxing and cheating mandatory love. Sweet forced oh, sweet text refused to dog blood. I do not know what else to say, to the treasure son of the people bow, thank you for the free period of the company and support, I hope that the back can also be more support the comments spit all towards me to smash over he. Lastly, I'm begging for recommendation tickets, I'm begging on my knees. Chapter 31, 30, can't find the little female snake, help me. More than just like, Mon himself knows very well, he suddenly transformed into his form, and in front of Lu Sheji, he didn't have time to cover anything, his current appearance is exactly like himself when he was a teenager. It was probably the first time he heard of this person, Lu Folding Branch, and saw his stunning back. Luckily, the injury is not completely well, so it has not been transformed after the appearance, otherwise Lu Folding Branch will not even just ask so, just look at him to know that he is Mo Banquet. But now so like also really is not good to make up, the most reasonable is directly showdown. Initially he thought of a showdown when he was able to transform, and was even prepared to take a good look at the expression on Willow Fold's face when she realized that she had raised her nemesis, and then taunt her ruthlessly, but no matter how much Moyan's mouth does not say, he cannot hide what he thinks in his heart. If he showed his cards, Lu Folding Branch is afraid to be angry on. It becomes a dead enemy again, there is no master in Snake. It is a deadly rival to be ignored, not to mention close, now Willow Folding Branch no cultivation, even fight with him will not have again. He can only have one identity in the Willow Folding Branch, either is the enemy Mo Banquet, or is dependent on the Snake, now it all depends on how he chooses. I cannot endure for too long. A little bit of news that is still alive can scare the outsiders of the Demon Zune to their own nemesis goaded, because they cannot take the meaning of the Willow Folding Branch, do not even dare to make up lies, can only intend to fool the past first. Mo Banquet before his own brain a lot, so this matter is also as each to take, justified, but against the Lu Folding Branch obviously some shocked eyes, he again unconsciously tone a little weaker, not so hard. Just, I'll give you always okay. The words went out, and Mo Banquet cursed himself for being a wimp after hearing it. Why would his hallowed demon father be like this? In order to pass through peacefully, he also prepared for hundreds of years, the devil girl is happy to the extreme, queuing up want to do his devil queen, the devil palace is a clear beauty, casually favored which are not all beckoning over. This few hundred years have not come, let Willow Folded Branch to meet, now make like he begged in a low voice, face to lose. His every sentence is ridiculous to the extreme, Lu Folding Branch listening to a sentence then a sentence cannot be understood, froze for a long time before asking him back, when did I say that I want you to be my stove tripod? It wasn't you who said, Mon retorted, stopping violently in mid-sentence. It's true he didn't say it outright, he alluded to it. It was only that my father had discovered his evil plan in advance, and knew that he was going to wait for my father to take form to use my father as a furnace. Now well, the Willow Folded Branch denied his dirty plan, and did not explicitly said, but became as my impatient, I am the passive party. Mon is accustomed to domination, the most unbearable bystanders to pinch, see him still a calm look, angry directly let go of him rolled down the bed. Good, you don't want it, there are people who want it. After saying that, he walked out. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Mon walked extremely slowly, because sure that Lu Folding Branch must be pretending, this method is the fastest and easiest, is Lu Folding Branch need him, but not he is not Lu Folding Branch. Until almost out of the bedchamber, behind him came clear and cold 2 words, snake. The next instant, the person who should have stood at the entrance of the temple appeared in front of the bed, and the smug smile on his face was not yet fully revealed, and a book was stuffed in his hand. You just talked about picking up and repairing, must also want to try this way, although not a long-term solution, but it is no harm to try, the only way to try to know which is the key and divergent, but also lest in the future the heart of the mind messed up the nature of the heart. Willow Folding Branch did not ask more questions, wait for him to come back and then detailed is also too late. This heart method you take good, if there is a small female snake willingly with you, do not negative people, bring back to me and raise it. He transformed too quickly, many things have not had time to teach, Lu Folding Branch was afraid that he messed up, outside more sex debt, stained with a karma, word by word patiently instructed. Thin-heartedness is not to be, snake, if you do that negative person, other day people come to the door, I will not be biased in your favor, even if you are the snake I raised, I will also return people a justice, you may remember? The smile on Mon's face had long stiffened, listening to his sentence by sentence instructing him not to be a negative person, and giving back the heart method, his fingertips were on the verge of crushing that heart method. Good. Very good. Willow Folding Branch, you just keep pretending. I'll see how long you can keep pretending. Snake did not say a word, walked very eagerly, even with anger. Lu Folding Branch also do not know what he is angry, watching that angry back disappeared in the doorway, helplessly shook his head. After all, it is still not taught well, I only hope that the snake will not harm the little female snake, or it must be well punished when it comes back. This matter cannot be spoiled and spoiled. He was worried about this, since he could not sleep peacefully, just lying on the couch with eyes closed, quietly thinking about why the snake will grow like Emo Banquet, and why it can take shape so early. Midnight, this is the time to sleep, his body is weak, thinking about it will be a little drowsy, I do not know how long. The temple again appeared does not belong to the sound of his breathing, very heavy, very heavy. Even if it did not fall on him, he could detect some blazing heat. Willowfold slowly opened her eyes and was met with a pair of vertical pupils that flashed with desire and anger. Snake. Emo Banquet stood outside the temple for nearly 2 hours, always listening to the movements inside, at first waiting for him to backtrack and make means to beg himself to go back, but the time is getting longer and longer. Not only did he not move, but he was fast asleep. I want you. Instead of negotiating, Mo Yen spoke what he had already decided. These 2 hours were enough for him to think clearly, regardless of whether or not Willow Folding Branch was trying to escape. As long as he wanted to, Willow Folding Branch couldn't resist at all now. The devil father Mo Yen has done a lot of asshole things, is to force the dead enemy, so what? But let the world talk more, give him one more crime, he is still worse than this one? The eyes full of aggression fell on his body, but Willow Folding Branch is still completely out of the situation, still a bland look, even raised his hand on his forehead and touched it, still so hot, have not found a small female snake? I said. Mo Yen grabbed his hand and bullied him, want you? Willowfold shook her head faintly, snake, you may not. There was no anger, no shock, just very serious reasoning, as if Mo Yen was not trying to force him now, but something as trivial as his snake refusing to undershirt law again. When I say I can. You can't even if you say you can. Willowfold still shook her head in a serious tone. After saying that, he stared at his cold face with anger for a moment, frowning slightly, snake, with this appearance, you are more like Emo Banquet. He is also so fierce. Mo Yen's body stiffened, once again ushering in a question from the head, snake, why do you look so much like Mo Yen after transforming? Emo Banquet really didn't understand what he was thinking. The world says that the Folding Branch immortal monarch is indifferent to the world and doesn't care about the world and doesn't eat the earth. Has he really been indifferent to this point? If it were not for me today, would he be so indifferent if it were someone else? Mo Yen more and more angry, he also do not know why so angry, in any case, a think so angry to death, just think of the Willow Folding Branch also do not mind the side so pressure, he hated to immediately get dead that does not exist side. He drilled into the bull's eye, that paranoid mind himself did not recognize, only no angry, Silu Fuji still do not panic and do not care about the appearance, is even more angry and laugh. Willow Folding Branch seems to want to say something, he did not allow, lowered his head to plug the slightly open red lips, but in the moment about to kiss the moment to notice the surrounding aura strange movement. Follow the source to look, is to see Willow Folding Branch one hand seal, is to open the array. Why does snake look like Ink Feast? Willow Folding Branch was not all incapable of defending herself and letting others bully her, and was not afraid of him seeing it, but just asked once more in a calm tone. Snake can't find the little female snake, and it's really hard to endure, around he also has not much time, don't really care about this matter. But this world only promised to depend on him for life, he fell asleep for 2 years also never leave the snake to take care of his snake he can tolerate a time, next not an exception, the other. Cannot. Mo Yen read it. Understanding that he was only able to let snake loose, but not Ink Banquet, he was both elated and flustered for a moment. Joy is only he can be like this to Willow Fold, panic is only he is snake can. To face or to Willow Folding Branch, it is really difficult to choose. I have seen him. A moment later, Mo Yen threw his face away. Having memorized his face at that time, and you saying he was dead, I thought I could use that face, so I used it when I took form. He spoke seriously, and the reasoning made sense. There were indeed many beings who would mimic someone they had seen when taking form. Willowfold stared at him for a few more moments, and was naturally willing to believe that he had a snake filter, just. Then why is the nature also like that? Snake, your nature is also like him, very fierce. Willow Folding Branch didn't like people with a fierce nature. Mo Yen had heard him say that he was fierce more than once, and every time he brought up Demon Father Mo Yen he had to complain for a long time. I was born with this temper. Why are you so damn nosy? Mo Yen returned a sentence of impatience in his heart, but his mouth said something completely different, and learned to spit with his dislike. Also learned, now realized that this is not good, too fierce, you are right, Mo Yen. Mo Yen he is brutal and unreasonable, arrogant and domineering, but also always fight with you, break your things, too fierce. Lu Folding Branch believed again. Because if he was Mo Yen, with Mo Yen's nature, he would have already cursed and fought, and definitely couldn't say these words. Discovered that the movement of his hand sealing stopped, Mo Yen knew that he cursed right, and added a few sentences, Mo Yen is shameless, he still pestered you to fight. Deliberately against you, how can there be such a bastard in this world, simply not human? At that time, I was not there, if I was there, I would have killed him for you. He cursed fiercely, very true feelings. Lu Folding Branch nodded slightly, the last bit of doubt also eliminated. Definitely not Mo Yen, how could Mo Yen scold himself, this is my good snake. The surrounding aura returned to calm, after a period of silence, Mo Banquet forehead hidden veins emerge, is about to endure to the limit. Already scolded himself in exchange for the opportunity to get close, but he cannot pull the face to beg again, but really cannot help, just by Lu Folding Branch to look at her like being burned. Everything has a one has two, face through a back second time is not so difficult, soon he honestly opened his mouth to ask, that I can. Snake, really can't find the little female snake? Maybe you are too fierce, all to scare away. Willow Folding Branch although does not care, but also not very want, he has not dabbled in this kind of thing, just read the heart method, but not interested. Seeking pleasure is always detrimental to the heart of the Tao. Can't find them. Mo Yen continued to make up with an almost non-existent conscience, the noise of my transformation was too loud, and I scared them away long ago. That's all. Willow folded her arms and sighed helplessly, her fingertips gently nudging at his face, change it, not this face. If Snake is wearing a face similar to that of Mo Yen, it would be a little too strange. Not, to, this, face? These 5 words almost made Mo Yen die of anger. Lu Folding Branch, you don't go too far. I don't even want my face, and now you're telling me to completely not want this face. What the hell do you think you're doing? But this kind of thing Willow Folding Branch will not spoil him. The two stared at each other for a long time, in the end as Mo Yen gritted his teeth and changed his face. Unlike anyone else, it is he who will Lu Folding Branch's eyebrows in his own fusion, looking at it is also pleasing to the eye, handsome and elegant. Willow Folding Branch finally satisfied, take back the hand tone or no waves, as if a moment just to discuss with him in general, the next is not an example. Mo Yen sneered in his heart, kiss but more eager than anyone else, even unwilling to moonlight fall on him to get close to him, even the bed curtains are given down. Spring night tent warm, a room charming. When the sky breaks, Mo Banquet can find his senses, and his back is uncontrollably cold. It was over. I lied to Willowfold, I am not Mo Yen. I am still. This if when Lu Fuji wakes up. Chapter 32-31, Settling Scores, Being Taken to Death. Willow Folding Branch to toss into this as Mo Yen dream did not expect, he thought of counting their own mercy, barely for Willow Folding Branch to nourish the body, let Kai replenish the cultivation, the result is now. If he remembers correctly, Lu Folding Branch should be reluctant, hard to be pressed by him to not let run. He coaxed and forced, even his identity was a lie. For the first time in his life, the arrogant and domineering demon lord began to doubt life. Looking down at the sleeping Willow Folding Branch, Mo Yen's body gradually stiffened and tremblingly stretched out his hand in an attempt to save it. Unfortunately, he simply didn't know where to start. So, that can't all be my fault, can it? Mo Yen's tone was not too natural as he flung a pot at the sleeping man. You yourself have grown like this, you still don't have any defense, you believe me when I say that you have no responsibility yourself? At first he was still vain, but later he said that he believed it, and his tone gradually hardened. Yes, you also have responsibility, the road is different, good and evil are not two sides, this is not all your righteous way often say? I said I am not Mo Yen, you believe? Can you believe what the devil said? Definitely can't believe. You have to believe, that's your responsibility. Anyway, I don't want to be ashamed, I am the Hall of the Devil, I have done the bastard thing a book can't be written, with you a dead enemy to talk about what counts. He just said that while cleaning up, I don't know if it's practicing in advance or giving himself courage, anyway, the more he said, the more energized he became. With a stiff upper lip, he moved more carefully than one at a time, and the first thing he did was put in a bunch of cleaning spells to clean up the bed and couch. Let me wash the clothes and the quilt? I won't wash them for you. Just fool you with cleaning spells. In fact, the effect is the same, in any case, it's all cleaned up, and I don't know what he's so godly about there, and he's still vicious when he's hugging Willow Folding Branch to go to the hot springs. This is also too dirty, that is also too dirty, just you have a lot of things, but also not allowed to kiss? I've kissed all the ones I should have kissed and shouldn't have kissed. Holding the idea of waiting for people to wake up on the showdown, in the Cloud Bamboo Peak lived for 18 years, Mo Banquet for the first time so raised his eyebrows, the Willow folded into the hot springs and also lowered his head to the red lips kissed raised his head after a long sigh of relief. The first time that Mo Yen has been so relaxed, he carried Lu Shiji into the hot springs and kissed his red lips. That's the way it has to be, old me, the hallowed devil dignity, why should I be subjected to the control of a dead enemy? I've cheated, I've bullied, what can you do to me? If you don't want to do it, don't force me to take you back to the demon world and torture you day after day. Once upon a time, all he wanted to do was to be a slave and let Lu Shiji do some hard work, but this time his eyes were uncontrollably drifting towards others. Right, you have to be afraid of me to be right, if you mess with me again I'll snatch you back to be the devil queen. Yuck. Do concubine. On the strength of Lu Folding Branch's unconsciousness, he kind of let himself go, saying what he wanted to say, doing what he wanted to do, and pressing Lu Folding Branch's waistness twice when he gave cleaning body. Really good looking. How can he a man wherever so good looking? Do concubine is also too unlike it, not to be a side consort? If he has a better attitude, do the devil after actually also. Or side consort it, snatch back, do the devil after it is like the honored nun he cannot like. He is so his own pondering, the side of the wash side satisfied with the appreciation, see where there are no traces to give back to the mouth to make up a pro. Not long after the clear hot spring suddenly more a touch of red Tick, tick. Drop after drop of blood fell into the hot springs. Mon raised his eyes to look at the willow folding branch, did not find where to hurt, also looked up at the top of the head, and finally realized that between the nose a little itchy, raised his hand to touch to feel a handful of nosebleeds. Mon. Damn him. Why is this? This hot spring so hot? He balked at the hot spring's heat, until he finished cleaning Lu Folding Branch's body. A total of 3 nosebleeds, using spiritual power did not stop, and when he went out, he also cursed, saying that when Lu Folding Branch woke up, he would destroy the hot springs in front of Lu Folding Branch's face. Willow Folding Branch, which is so easy to wake up, sleep to the second day at dusk before barely open his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes on Asun to look through the face. Mon has been in front of the bed guard, did not leave a step, and now finally see him awake, subconsciously want to smile, the corners of the mouth are hooked up, hard in time to stop. Because the eyes of Lu Folding Branch looking at him are really not considered calm. The body is sore, not to mention that the culprit is still his hand raised snake, naughty to this, words are not trustworthy, but also let nature, really should be punished. Go! Willow Folding Branch just uttered a word, the handsome face in front of him suddenly shifted, and in the next instant it turned into a pitch-black snake head, thicker than his wrist. The snake tentatively crawled forward, the tip of its tail swept in the air, and landed directly on his shoulder, wobbling and rubbing against it. Although he didn't say anything, but that stream of pleasing meaning simply don't be too obvious. Willow Folding Branch to the mouth of the words paused, looking at the snake tail in the shoulder paste rub. Snakehead also spit out a letter want to get close to but not quite dare to look, the heart inevitably feel a little funny. When you are in trouble, you are not afraid of the world, and now that you have woken up, you know that your heart is weak. He has never taught Snake to be like this. I really don't know who he learned this character from. Ching Yun. Willow Folding Branch really didn't have the strength, and her usual clear and cold voice was also permeated with obvious hoarseness, calling her own native sword out. The sword moves with the master's mind, and without Lu Fuji saying anything, the Qingyun sword turned its hilt to aim at the snake's head, and bunked it twice. Mon? You ing dare to hit me. How dare you hit me with a broken sword? The snake's tail went straight to the hilt of the sword, and when it was about to be wrapped around it there was a light cough in his ear. Snake, do you know your sin? Before I've thought about how to cope with him, that a large series of rhetoric Mon royally familiar, that is, the Hall of Devils do not have to reason with their nemesis. Mon directly transformed into a human form. What sin do I have? If you don't know how to repent, then it is just. Willow Folding Branch interrupted his words, did not continue to say behind, just sighed softly. Like disappointment, but also like blaming himself for not teaching him well, in short, with some meaning of not wanting him. This is Mon himself. See, those unreasonable words instantly choked in the throat, not a word can be said. The poor is not unrepentant. He couldn't say himself why he wimped out, he just felt guilty. In fact, playing two is nothing. What words cannot be said properly? Usually a time is not angry. This is how to be angry to break up the gang. The temper is also too big. Not that there is no crime? Willow folded the bottom of the eyes is still a piece of calm, is angry, but his nature is this, angry is also difficult to show. Emo Banquet has never been so humble in his life, gritted his teeth in the end, did not dare to say any more asshole words, then. Consider it there. Just as? Lightly even a word, still not much of a rise and fall, but heard Imoyan's scalp tingle. There, From birth, he has never admitted his fault to anyone. Those words rolled over and over in his mouth for several times. How to burn his mouth like. Mon took a deep breath, and directly took his native sword and knocked it twice to his head. Hit, you say it should be hit, it should be hit. Seeing that you're weak, my father doesn't see eye to eye with you. If you are really angry, stabbing me a sword is fine. Imo Banquet don't twist to give him the sword, anyway, just don't. Say anything. Just. This time to say just is not want to care about people, is to drive themselves away, Mon in this regard or understand him. Can there no wrong? Willow Folding Branch asked again. Although he favored the snake he raised, he also had principles. If he refused to admit his mistake this time, it would be harder to teach in the future. Seeing that he must admit his mistake today, Mon hesitated for a long time and finally nodded his head. I know I am wrong. Forget it, let's just say that I have done a lot of evil in the past, and all of it is here today. Just this once, I will never touch him again. Whoever likes to admit this mistake, I will never admit it again. There are many beauties under the sky. This father will marry hundreds of thousands of them in the future, every day without repetition of favor. Why is it necessary to have this rival? He thought this was the end. I did not expect Lu Folding Branch and reached out to point to the bookcase, that above the heart, each copy 10 times, from today onwards daily kneeling incense for 3 hours, a good life to recognize the wrong meditation. It is time to properly discipline some, and then do not care about the snake. This nature out in the future I do not know what to get into big trouble. You have to kneel on the incense. Mo Yan's eyes were almost glazed over. I am a demon lord. By what right should I kneel and offer incense to you righteous people? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If I kneel, I won't be able to hold my head up for the rest of my life. I'll go back and take the throne of the devil, then I'll come back and rob you back to the devil world. You. Cough cough. Just want to get up to hear Lu Folding Branch a cough, raised his eyes to see the hands of the cover lips stained with some blood. Mo Banquet grabbed his wrist. How to cough up blood again? How do you cough up blood again? You this. You don't gas your body can't take the gas. Cough cough cough. Lu Folding Branch is still coughing, his face is bloodless. Copy, kneel, I give you copy 20 times, daily kneel 6 hours, this time okay? Mo Yen while giving him to smooth the air while all recognized, also do not want to go away and then come back to rob him. The voicers softened, do not be angry. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the lifeless coughing stopped. Mo Yen froze, looking at the serious Lu Xieji who didn't cough or wheeze, his hand to help him smooth out his breath froze. It seems like there's something wrong? Willow Folding Branch watched him freeze, and a flash of relief flashed under his eyes. Although the nature is stubborn, but in the end just transformed into a form, or good to deceive, to their own concern is not fake, very rare. Since it is all recognized, then first worship the master, and then go to kneel incense. Worship the master? Worship what teacher? Mo Yen hadn't yet reacted from the shock he felt just now, and was shocked again. When you have transformed into a form, you naturally need to worship a master, otherwise how can you be taught more cultivation techniques? Inheriting without a master is unseemly and unorthodox. Lu Folding Branch raised his hand and touched the top of his head. Snake, once a teacher, always a father. Mo Yen? Chapter 33-32, Willow folds to castrate me? Lifetime. For father. Father. The last word kept reverberating in Mo Yen's mind, hearing his entire being almost dumbfounded. No, this development isn't quite right? The outrageousness of this matter was completely beyond Mo Yan's tolerance, frozen in place for a long time and unable to react, until Willow Folding Branch had the tilted cloud sword bang on the top of his head twice more. Snake, worship the master. Ink Banquet wanted to say something, stop saying something, his eyebrows were almost knotted. I can't pay my respects. Why? Willow Folding Branch face puzzled, a master for the clan orthodoxy, although the loose cultivator unrestrained, but later if in danger, ultimately not as clan children have clan protection easy to get out of danger, the family clan most important inheritance of 2 words, worship is a good thing, you may understand? You want to give me as a master, this is called a good thing. How come you're taking advantage of everything? Do you think I'm a cutie pie? What? Mo Banquet is the one who will be the most foul, although he didn't yell at him again, but the words he uttered can also infuriate people, which division in the division still manages to have double cultivation with his disciple. Willow Folding Branch is again calm, also by these words to the shock, lips trembled, froze for a long time did not say a word, ear tip is also uncontrollable some hot. Oh, you say You give me again, God Mo Banquet eyes full of complacency, this time is even more unrestrained, one sentence than a muddy, you want to be my master, daytime. You teach me to cultivate, night I honor my master? You. Willow Folded Branch unbelievable look at him, Snake, where did you learn this? This kind of unseemly behavior? How can this be so Snake day to day with me to stay in a place, undershirt method to repair the nature of the heart, learn the rules and etiquette, see the Taoist law of nature, how to transform the form become like the Dengtu prodigal son in general. Mo Banquet was so asked not only do not feel ashamed, but also quite proud, typical not ashamed of anti-honor, I was born. Willow Folding Branch but only thought that the Snake has seen Mo Banquet, must be in the magic world stayed, so stained with the open folk style of the magic tribe, to the wind and moon thing is commonplace, meat words are also used to hearing, so said it is a natural. Since this is the case, that will be even more to worship the teacher, if not properly disciplined, for fear that in the future are easy to go to do that everyone get to kill the flower thief. As for how to discipline, Willow Fold pondered for a moment and said to herself, sterilization is? Snakes should be able to be sterilized as well. This brain circuit Mo Banquet tired to death cannot think, more do not understand the meaning of the word sterilization, only inexplicably a little cold in the back of the head. Sterilization is once and for all, neither need to worry about the snake indulged in the nature of the wild, and do not have to worry about him to go out to harm others. The more Lu Fuji thought about it, the more feasible she felt. If you practice the emotionless way after sterilization, you will be able to cultivate the emotionless way to the extreme. Very good. Willow Folding Branch nodded with satisfaction, her tone of voice eased up quite a bit, waving at him, Snake, come here. Mo Yen did not move. He didn't know why, but he just had a bad feeling that something was going to happen if he went over. According to theory, the Willow Folded Branch now also cannot beat him, he has nothing to worry about, but how the back has been cold. Scalp also a little numb. Worship. Cannot be worshipped. It's not about worshipping the master. Willow Folding Branch looked at him with eyes full of love, Snake came over, it is a good thing. Mo Yen. Do you see me believing? It's not right, it's definitely not right. This more than 10 years together, Mo Banquet a day have to be cleaned up by him many times, initially he tortured his own those moves to this day is still fresh in his memory. What tied into a bow swing, take the scales to wash clothes, and later there is even a snake letter as a pen to write. Such a countless, willow folding branch is not so seemingly immortal, tossing people's law endless, specializing in a variety of disobedience, these years, mo banquet or long memory, so then dare not mess with him, and honestly pretend to be a good snake.
Snake, why don't you come over? Willow folding branch called him once again.
Mo Yen not only didn't go over, but also stepped back, his expression also started to be weak. Worship, right, in fact it's not non-negotiable.
Willow fold froze for a moment, is Snake willing again?
Just
discussing it.
The more I think about it, the more I feel that he has a new method to torture himself. Mo Yen people under the roof had to bow his head, but this head he cannot be lowered in vain, boldly raised the conditions. I can't do the ritual of worship, not on the table of the heavenly way to worship post. You will say to the outside world that you are my master. Anyway, no one check those, in front of outsiders I cooperate with you, call you master, it's the same.
Willow folding branch was silent, his brows slightly wrinkled. There is also this special period of mine. Mo Yen said more and more, his voice became smaller and smaller, but still insisted on finishing. You as a master, is not it necessary to manage?
What? Just tubes. Ink Feast thought he was normal, but in reality he was close to writing the word covetous in his eyes, sizing him up from head to toe. I'm not thinking about what he is, the key is that there is no one else here right now, can't really look for the little female snake, right? Besides, who's to say? I'm just getting ready. Who wants to let a nemesis help me through it? He's not even a tosser. Forget it, I'll just make do. The heart of the thought is very reluctant, is that the corner of the mouth is too difficult to pressure. Willow folded branch eyes to see him finish the corner of the mouth upward, more and more fretful. In the end is the discipline late, snake this is fast into the wrong way. It's just that it's better to sterilize the snake, and with the potion available, it won't hurt the snake.
Snake but still want a double cultivation with me?
Mo Yen did not expect him to be able to ask so bluntly, froze for a moment before answering him in a tone that was not too natural. Not really, it's just that I'm in this erotic phase.
Didn't you say that snake nature is lustful? I can't control it myself.
Willow fold nodded, feeling even more that she should be sterilized. Snake had said that he couldn't control it on his own, so instead of causing a big disaster later, it would be better to take precaution at this time first. Otherwise, when I die, Snake has no one to rely on, and cannot control the nature in the period of love, the word color a knife, for the color of the trouble, who will protect his life. Previously there is still some fear of not being able to help Snake, now Lu Folding Branch is completely relieved.
Then come on.
Those 4 words came into his ears, and Mo Yan's eyes went wide.
Now. There is still this kind of good. Forehead. Him. He really is thinking of my Yuan Yang picking up and repairing. Lousy knew he didn't have good intentions.
The eyes are glued to the willow folded branch body cannot move, Mo Yan but deliberately slow down the pace, reluctant to approach, and so on the bed will not pretend to go on, directly pounced on the person. A few moments later, the bed couch above the magic overflow, a dagger flew out into the not far from the pillar. The dagger was magic gas into powder. The owner of the magic gas blasphemous pants broke a hole, flying away from the bed couch when the jaw is still shocked did not close.
Willow folding branch. To castrate me? If I'm any ing later, those 2 things down there will be ruined.
He also used the beauty trick to trick old me. Just for a moment, Mo Yen brainstormed dozens of possibilities, forgetting that his blasphemous pants still had holes in them, and looking in the direction of the bed and couch with furrowed brows.
Did he discover my identity? Or did I toss him around too hard last night and this is his revenge?
At this time on the bed, Lu Folding Branch looked at the demonic aura that had not completely dispersed, and the shock was no less than his, and only after a long time did he open his mouth and ask, Snake.
Is a demon race?
In the heat of the moment exposed the demonic gas, but at least Lu Folding Branch is now ridiculously weak, did not notice that the demonic gas is their own nemesis. Mo Yen slightly relieved, did not wait to think of how to make up. The next question came again.
How can a demon have a small snake?
It's really not that Willow Folding Branch suspected him, and also suspected him to the point that even the filter on the snake was useless, but the demonic creatures in the demonic realm are all much larger than ordinary beings. The smallest demonic snake is as long as a person. It's not possible to have small snakes as big as the palm of a hand. Only spirit snakes will grow up slowly from a young age, but is snake and there is a demonic gas, and very rich. At a glance, it is known that there is a demonic bloodline, not acquired into the devil. The most important thing is that the snake has never told him about this, not a word about himself as the devil, clearly is the intention to hide, such as if not today he is going to be sterilized for the snake. I'm afraid that after a few more decades, even if he died on the road to eliminate the day is also difficult to know the truth.
Willow can't figure it out. The snake is clearly so simple and lovely and naive, even. Cheating me?
The atmosphere has never been more serious. Asked out the words for a long time, no response. The longer the time, Willow Folding Branch, heart sinking, was about to open his mouth to say something. The word is rounded. 2 words suddenly came into the ear.
Master. Willow Fold?
The person who had refused to pay homage to the master and even talked about all sorts of outrageous conditions was now directly kneeling down on the ground and giving him the great salute of paying homage in an upright manner.
Master, I am a demon race, originally also a normal demon snake, but Mo Banquet he.
Mo Banquet, that murderer of 1,000 daggers, he is evil. I just passed by in front of his eyes, he looked at me in the wrong way, and beat me like that. In order to not let Willow Folding Branch drive himself away, or directly turn over his face, Mo Banquet also put up a fight and dumped the pot on himself.
I was abandoned by the Demon Snake Clan after I became small. I want to take revenge, but I have no chance and no ability. It was not easy to simmer down until Mo Banquet that died. I would have wanted to die and be done with it. It was you, Master Elder, who saved me. In the future you are my pro-master.
The face.
Lousy, don't want it today. I'm used to living here. I'm not leaving. I'm not going anywhere. Chapter 34, 33, Snake? Mo Banquet? You mean?
He said too much in his head, and Lu Shiji frowned slightly. You only passed in front of Mo Yan's eyes without messing with him, and then he looked at you in a bad way, and beat you to the point that you were seriously injured and turned into such a small little snake?
Mo Yan froze.
Yes. Finished. It seems that it is not made up. Willow Folding cannot believe it. This is also too much bull. He was about to find another patch to find a patch, only to see that the person who was still a little skeptical just now quickly stretched his eyebrows and nodded with deep conviction. Well, it's something that Mo Yan can do.
Mo Yan himself?
Luckily he only injured you and didn't kill you. Snake is lucky.
Ink feast. No, is that the kind of person Lao Zi is in your eyes? You believe me when I saw a snake on the side of the road and I seriously injured it without provoking me? You still think it's normal for me to kill everyone? The hallowed demonic father almost died of anger on the spot. Willow Folding Branch, you wait for me. That's how you're making up about me behind my back.
You're finished. Snake's life is so pitiful, no wonder he doesn't want to talk about it. Willow Folding Branch lovingly touched his head. Just now, is the master of the matter. You can't help it. If you sincerely repent, this matter will be put to rest. Just that the period of eroticism must be restrained. Nature can't harm the innocent people, may remember? Mo Yan honestly nodded his head, but his eyes secretly glanced towards him. Don't worry, I am a hallowed devil father, can still be hungry for food? Will not scourge innocent people. This is not already. Yuck. You almost castrated me. If I touch you again, I will be a dog. Yuan Yang, get on the ground, are not for you. His face pretending to be good, these years pretending to be a good snake or pretending to be experienced. Lu Shiji did not see that he thought in his heart is not right. Last night was tossed for so long, and now the body is still uncomfortable, has long been tired. Snake since he knows the wrong, but also willing to worship the teacher, then today will be the first copy of the book and kneel incense, only. Onion white like fingertips from the top of the head down, gently poke the handsome wind flow but slightly tender face. Snake has been transformed, but should take a decent name to do. The family name do not have to worry about, with me is.
That is the surname Lu? Mo Yan was dumbfounded. Isn't this still going to be a father to the old man? It's all gone with his last name. Does Snake have a favorite name?
Willow Folding Branch could not think of one for a while, seeing him pondering then asked a question. Surname with him, the name, and then let him take that the dead right really changed father. Mo Yan hurried to pick up, called Shenji. Said while casually took a pen and paper to write out these two words.
Shenji. Lu Folding Branch softly read once. For some reason, always feel deja vu, like where I've heard before. Why is Snake called that?
Mo Yan's eyes flashed. I read it in a book and chose two random words. Cultivators of the righteous and famous sex have watchwords at birth, which symbolize the identity of the famous sex, and although he is a devil, few people know that the birth mother is actually the first daughter of the famous sex in the human world. Shenji is the name given to him by his mother before she died. Only the demon race does not pay attention to this, so only he himself knows, never said to outsiders.
Then the name will be Lu Shenji.
Willow Folding Branch nodded slightly. Alright, Snake, go copy the book and kneel on the incense. He looked just tired, his tone was lighter and slower. Mo Yan did not say more, looked at him for a few moments and went to copy the book. Copying the book kneeling incense is two kinds of punishment, but Mo Yan is too slow, simply kneeling incense while copying the book, kneeling in front of the bookcase on the left-hand side of the incense, on the right-hand side of the pen and ink. The habit will be speculative. Willow Folding Branch naturally saw, but did not say anything, only helplessly shook his head, sighing. Snake's nature is born so, as long as not too wanton, then let him it, too tight control instead of obliterating the nature, the loss is not worth the gain. It is already sunset, dusk illumination device so that the temple is as bright as day, but also does not affect the copying of books. Ink banners. Kneeling is not a good kneeling, relying on the bookcase blocking. He secretly dragged his knees with the magic, resolutely not kneeling on the right way of the labor of the incense. But even so cannot avoid distraction, always unconsciously to look at the bed. See Willow Folding Branch, a head of white hair spread, leaning on the bed in the hands of a piece of aura lingering jade carefully carving, unknowingly saw the god. Because he gave the Willow Folding Branch got full of traces, hands are not spared, slightly raised his hand as the red marks of snowy skin shaking people's eyes, cannot speak of the charming spring color. Experienced the soft jade and fragrance hold full arms, which open neat can heart like water, not to mention such a beauty spring color.
Figure right in front of me. Kudu.
The sound of gulping resounded abruptly, quite obvious in the quiet bedchamber. Lu Xieji's hand movement stuttered, raising his eyes suspiciously to look over, thinking that Snake was drinking water, but only saw him scrambling to lower his head and pretending to be busy copying books.
Strange.
Not understanding what Snake was up to, Willow Folding Branch looked at it for a while and then lowered her head to continue carving jade.
Only Mo Yen knew how much his hand was shaking as he grasped the pen. Damn, who swallowed so loudly? How dare you frame me? He looked at the sky and the earth, just not reflecting on himself. His eyes fell on the heart method and he had a headache, but he had to continue to copy it, and in a short while his heart began to curse, and his resentment was even greater than the evil ghosts of the underworld. I don't know how long it took, but suddenly he heard Willow Folding Branch calling him, Snake, come over here and take a look. Do you still like it? Like what?
Mo Yen got up and walked over, and just as he stood, a jade pendant was shoved into his palm, the very same one that Willow Folding Branch had carefully carved just now. On the front side was the mighty swimming dragon, lifelike, coiled in the center with 3 big, strong words, Lu Xianji.
Sect disciples all have accompanying jade pendant. According to the rules, is to be blessed by the master ancestor. Old ancestor is considered to be the right name. Just I now
will only be able to commission Snake to make do with wearing this. Lu Folding Branch did not say why. Mo Banquet is also aware of, because he became an invalid, his division even he does not care. How can he care about his disciple?
Mo Banquet will not say anything nice, afraid to open his mouth as to scold Duan Chengxian, so he didn't say a word, just immediately hung on his waist. Snake, don't look at the back? There's more on the back? Mo Yen turned the jade pendant over and the satisfied expression on his face instantly froze. The back is surprisingly
a small snake tied in a bowl, looking not too smart, naive, and stupid. You. Mo Yen was so angry that he froze without uttering a complete sentence.
Willow Folding Branch, are you a human being? You carved this on the back of my jade pendant. Are you immoral? I'll kill you with my jade pendant. Isn't it cute? As if she couldn't see his anger, Willow Folding Branch even reached out and touched on that little snake. Cute my ass. Old me doesn't want this. UINGO. Snake was so adorable back then. He was the most well-behaved snake in the world, my favorite snake.
Mo Banquet cursed in the middle of the sentence, heard this sentence behind him, the action of picking the jade pendant instantly stopped, a moment later silently turned the jade pendant back to the front, and obediently hung it on his waist. Forget it, see you sickly carving a jade pendant is not easy, I'm too lazy to bother with you, I reluctantly accept it. Well, it seems that Snake also likes it very much. Some relief flickered in Willow Fold's eyes. Mo Yen silently rolled his eyes. Who likes it? If you're this ugly, I'd only like you if I'm blind. Do you know how many goodies I have in my palace? Do you know how many treasures I have in my ring? You this broken thing fell to the ground. This respect are not lazy to see, if not you have to give, I to the hand of this respect stuff, this respect has long been thrown away with the hand. Does Snake like it? He has been silent. Willow Folded Branch will follow up a question, if you are not accustomed to, take off and put away also can, in the future go out and remember to wear on. No need to take off. Mo Yen did not wait for him to finish before interrupting, do not see the meaning of a little wear uncomfortable. Getting along for more than 10 years, his arrogant nature of Willow Folding Branch is also know some of the today accept him as a disciple mood is quite good, but is linked to think up some old things. When I gave the Snake's personal jade pendant, Snake hide up I have not seen, now you and I are master and disciple rather than spirit pet and master, that jade pendant is the return of me, replaced with this just today. Back then you gave me, how to bring back to the recycle. That exchange of love token like jade pendant, Mo Yen remember clearly, grew up long ago from the bottom of the wall dug out and put away, and even put a separate place in the storage ring. As a result, now Lu Xieji even want to take it back. What right does he have? Is this how the righteous path understands etiquette? What's the difference between this and strong arm robbery? Isn't this a replacement for Snake? Willow Folding Branch patiently explains with him, back then that one was to take in a spirit pet, today it is to gift a disciple, choose one of the two. Snake can't be my good disciple, but also bear the reputation of a spirit pet, in the future it is going to be laughed at. Don't care what he says, say the flowers to ink feast is also not going to return. Willow Folding Branch you can really dare there are treasures out of the world when the honors everywhere to seize the treasure you are not seen, to the hands of the honors of the things have to go back? That one is lost. Lost it? Yeah, I took it out to play with it when I was growing up, and one day I didn't know where I put it, and I never found it. It is something he can do, earlier years as much as playful to come, Willow Folded Branch did not suspect, only bashful waved his hand, just, lost then lost it, that jade pendant is not a rare object, if it is more than 10 years ago there is still use, now. Speaking of the use of the jade pendant, Lu Fuji suddenly remembered that the use of the system told him. Back then, when he was wearing a book here, this body is still only 4 or 5 years old, hanging that jade pendant on his neck, encountered mountain bandits robbing money, almost snatched the jade pendant, at that time or the system was out to help.
The system said that the jade pendant is to be given to the male lead in the future, is an important prop to promote the plot. He did not believe it. The system also gave him to see one of the pages of the plot. That plot wrote that he was going to give the male lead the jade pendant that he had been wearing since he was a child, which was a sign of love and affection, and the line at that time was, "Xianji, is it okay to give you this jade pendant?" Willow Fold's pupils trembled. Xianji. Xianji? The youngest brother is named by Chiu, no epithet, because, like him, he was picked up by his master, and Xianji can only be another male main character that is not the devil's father, Mo Banquet? Lu Folding Branch looked at Snake close at hand, vaguely can still see a little with Mo Banquet godlike face, lips slightly moved. Mo Banquet table word Shinji, Snake to his own name is also Shinji, Snake from the demon race. Chapter 35-34, Fall off the horse, Snake can, Mo Yen cannot. There are a lot of coincidences in this world, but the epithet Xianju was known by Lu Shiji on the plot that the system gave to see. The world does not know about it, and it is considered a kind of prying into the heavens. Although he didn't understand the connection between the system and the heavenly Tao, or who was better, but Lu Shiji had been cultivating for many years and following the heavenly Tao, he could be sure that both of them had their own inevitable significance of existence, and both of them were in charge of the so-called heavenly chance. Heaven's opportunity cannot be divulged, the protagonist's fortune is not the next person can be tainted, then the protagonist's watchword does not make sense that a small snake can be duplicated with it. Unless both are the same person. Willow Folding Branch was not the heavenly Tao and could not peer into the complete heavenly mechanism therein, but this one suspicion coupled with that coincidence would be enough to make him feel something in his heart. The snake he picked up, 9 times out of 10, would be the demon lord Mo Yen. Fangzhou's words, he said half of the words and then did not move. For some reason his eyebrows also frowned. Mo Yen is still there waiting for him to say, found that he frowned and stared at his own, hold back for a while in the end did not hold back. What's wrong again? Let worship the teacher, copied the book, kneeling incense, Lu Folding Branch you don't go too far, Lao Zi has tolerated you so much, you are still unsatisfied there? Lu Folding Branch pursed his lips, his eyes moved down from his eyebrows, all the way to see the ankles, and then folded back up, so wandering several times, grasping the quilt fingertips more and more tightened. If the snake is really Mo Banquet, then it should be the younger brother's partner. If he remembers correctly, that year is the marriage red line tied to the tip of the snake's tail. Is this not tampering with the fate of heaven? Last night he for the snake over the hair love period, at that time thought is about his time is not much do not have to care, but the snake if the ink feast, that is he stained the protagonist's karma, but also with the protagonist's couple double cultivation, counted robbed the little master brother some protagonist chi luck. So all kinds of are added to the body, This is afraid of a moment and a half cannot die. Immortality redline will still be in the redline and the cause and effect will have a trip, and ink banquets have cause and effect trip will be counted to take the small master brother luck, take the luck will not be good to die, immortality redline will still be in the Willow Folding Branch strokes understand the cycle of cause and effect, 500 years for the first time so want to talk to the system. This kind of predicament can still have a solution Mo Banquet saw him measuring himself, as if the more he looked at him, the worse he looked, and instantly darkened his face. Not just lost you a jade pendant? In the future, the old me to compensate you 10 pieces always okay. He still does not know that the identity has been guessed, only thought that Lu Folding Branch is in the heartache jade pendant, hate to open the storage ring on the spot to show him the treasure inside. This will let him know to flatter himself is right, those heavenly treasures later can be the key to give him the body to renew his life. Like, indeed is like, this nature is clearly exactly the same as Mo Yen. Willow Folding Branch looked at the impatient and arrogant expression on his face, that demeanor was almost the same as the Mo Yen in his memory. The same arrogance, the same ferocity. Naiha these more than 10 years of their own lingering sickbed, never labor to think more, even half did not suspect. But to raise a small snake to accompany their own just, in the end is actually accidentally involved in the protagonist of the karma, and now get out of no hope, seems to be difficult to face. More than 10 years have not seen outsiders, Willow Folding Branch has not sprouted a long time to close their own ideas, at this moment only to find that the social fear of the symptom does not reduce but increase, and even the opening of the showdown cannot be done. The snake is a good snake, but the ink banquet is really fierce. No, you speak His expression of that expression is odd, how to look at how to see also do not understand, a little anxious, $10 also cannot? Then I compensate you for $100, 1,000. Hey, what are you wearing a mask? Just so a turn of the head of the effort, Willow Folding Branch surprisingly that more than 10 years did not wear a blank mask and put on, see the ink feast to face confused. You. Mask on it felt slightly better, not so afraid to see him, but it is only one hair of 9 cows, Willow Folded Branch wanted showdown words in the mouth turned around and around, froze and could not say. What is it? Mo Yen was a hothead, and his tone became even more urgent as he hung back. Willow Folding Branch silently moved back, in his heart, how much more afraid of onlookers can only see his immortal style, clear and cold spit out a word, well. Mo Yen?
This reaction of his is too wrong. Mo Yan subconsciously looked back at the door. Is it that old Duan Chengqian?
Oh. Almost directly cursing out, he hurriedly changed his words. Is it your master's father who brought someone to break the formation? After saying that he didn't even need Willow Folding Branch to answer, he finished checking it himself with his divine sense and said to himself, no what's going on then? For I's relative, Lu Folding Branch nervous can hear their own heartbeat, pondering also want to hide back, but before the action to see him violently close to the eyes. What to do? Never lean so close to the next person, not to mention that this person is and he fought for 500 years, habitually will be ferocious him Mo banquet. Willow Folding Branch stiffened and did not dare to move a movement. Caught off guard by the ear came two words. Master. Willow Fold froze. Is this going to say yes? Don't, how can I accept the protagonist as a disciple? Master? Mo Yen called out again, and also came closer, his face was almost on his mask. Is it because I didn't call master? Worshipping the master has been worshipped, and calling the master twice is something that Mo Yen can tolerate. After all, the Willow Folding Branch always pay attention to what the etiquette and propriety. I guess not called master cannot, not in accordance with the behavior of the Willow Folding Branch, she still have to be those strange and bizarre method to clean up. Not is to abide by the rules and etiquette? Afterward called you master always lied. Thinking that he had found the reason, Mo Yen made a serious promise even though his expression and tone were reluctant. Isn't it just copying books and kneeling on incense? I'll go and proceed to copy and then kneel. You take off this mask. A good face, have to cover up, let me look and will not see broken, the right way is pretentious. Willow Folding Branch does not want to pick, but he was very impatient demanded, but also close to so close, as if not picking do not intend to go. Between the two difficulties, Willow Folding Branch still chose to let him farther away from himself, and moved slowly to take off the mask. As expected, the person in front of him soon left and went to kneel behind the bookcase to copy the book with incense, giving him some breathing room. The party was too close. Willow Folding Branch palpitating deep breath a few times, secretly looking at the copybook kneeling incense, even a little do not want to stay in the bedchamber, do not want to share a room with the other people. But on second thought this is his own bedchamber, then changed his mind. He didn't dare to show his cards, and he didn't dare to drive people away even more, so how in the world can he make Mo banquet leave of his own accord? He will only get along with his snakes, if he is replaced by someone else, he won't, and it is too difficult to let Lu Fuji think of a suitable method. The world to see him silent, they say he is cold and indifferent, will not disturb him more clean, are conscious of the distance from him, that he is now on the Mo banquet also like this, will not be some use? In fact, once upon a time, he was like this to Mo Yen, but then he could still fight, now he cannot fight. Lu Zueji carefully pondered for a long time, think it should be feasible. Who would want to get along with an invalid who didn't want to care about people? This body is tired, think of the law he will lie down, in fact, want to sleep, but there are other people in the bedchamber, he cannot sleep, so he can only close his eyes and fake sleep. Mo banquet can't dream of, only so a moment of effort, he threw his face to barely cover up the real identity of the Sobi seen through, also thought he was asleep, copying the book of the hand strength or lighter, lest encounter what woke him up. Willow Folding Branch just woke up when it is dusk, now is the night, this is the time to rest. Mo banquet finished copying a book is also too lazy to continue, put down the pen towards the bed couch to go, ready and the same as in the past to sleep in the Willow Folding Branch side. Footsteps are getting closer and closer, Lu Feiji unconsciously held his breath, but still cannot avoid him close to the bed, but also come up to sleep together. May not. Mo Yen was just about to go up when he heard his block, and looked quizzically at the sudden opening of his eyes. What's wrong? You didn't sleep? Willow Folded Branch did not answer, the heart apprehensive, face but not the slightest show, the more afraid the more expression of cool indifference. May not. I cannot go up? Mo Yen suspected that he heard wrong. Aha! He's still Mo Yen stood still in front of the bed, looking at him with a detached and cool look again he was furious. Where do I sleep if I don't go up? Let you be a master you still put on the master's frame. Don't force me to do it. Lu Sheji pondered for a moment, the side hall. Mo Yen? You've just become a master and you're already acting like a bully, aren't you? Can the side hall be compared to the main hall? The environment is not as good as the main hall, the place is not as big as the main hall, and the bed is not as comfortable as the main hall, and the bed is not. Anyway, it is not good. I don't go. Mo Yan's black face decisively refused. No, I'll sleep here, I've always slept here. Transformed. Willow Folding Branch gently reminded. Even if he didn't find out that he was Mo Yen, he wouldn't stay in the same bed with him tonight. It's natural for a small snake to be able to do so, but it would be unseemly for them to sleep together after transforming into a snake. Mo Yen naturally understood, but did not delay him to continue to refuse, or the same sentence, I have been sleeping here, do not go. This is clearly unreasonable, exactly the same as the Mo Yen in his memory. Willow Folding Branch didn't dare to retort anymore, but was really unwilling for him to stay, hesitantly putting the mask back on. Not having to face it bluntly, but having the mask to cover it, this time, he could barely say it, it's my bedchamber. Mo Yen choked. The bedchamber is indeed willow folding branches. He threw away his face to stay. If he says more, he won't say something just to drive me away again, right? There is a risk of being driven away. Mo Yen did not say more, looked at his face covered by the mask, with anger to the side hall. Okay, willow folding branch, you're really good. On your first day as a master you gave me a hard time and set the rules for me. When you return to the devil world with Lousy, you see how Lousy will teach you the rules of the devil palace. In fact, there is nothing wrong with the partial palace. In the past, the folding branch immortal monarch that unattainable cultivation can be called the first of the righteousness of the road, live in the Yunju peak or the entire Qiankuan sect of the most abundant aura of the place. His palaces still cannot be good? But can't help some people have to nitpick bones from the beginning of the door to see where all the eyes are not good, did not go in, standing in the doorway on a variety of dislike, not to go in at all. Mo Yen the more he thought the more angry, and finally turned directly back to go. Why should he listen to willow folding branch and everything? He can't beat the old man now. The old man is not living in the main hall. What can he do to the old man? Not only do I have to live in the main hall, I also have to sleep in the same bed with him. And sleep with him in my arms. Let him hold the frame of what broken master. My hall of devil can't cure a dead enemy who has lost all his cultivation, not. Chapter 36-35, coaxed by snake in turn. Mo Banquet returned to the main hall, raging, with the posture of leading the demonic army to break through the human realm, and kicked open the door of Lu Xieji's bedchamber. Then, 2 light coughs came from the hall. Winter cold wind whistling, drilling into the temple blew to the willow folding branch, dipped in the cold wind is a cough. Just kicked the door of the people froze, panicked and closed the door. The figure of a flash will be to the bed. To see the willow folded branch really coughing face or red, do not even think about it on the hand to go to the smooth air, and in the meantime, the person tightly stuffed into the quilt. You cold on more cover quilt, sit up and let the wind blow, now coughing blame who? Willow folding branch look at him and then look at the entrance of the temple, did not make a sound. But that look was enough for Mo Yen to understand what he meant. It was his own kicking of the door that moved him so much that he sat up to check. Okay, counting the old man does not occupy reason, but willow folding branch he has reason? Mo Yen remembered what he came to do, but also do not care about Lu folding branch shocked eyes, directly pushed him inward, his own lying on the outside, in the end on the same bed. The right way to preach austerity, willow folding branch of the bedchamber although large, but the furnishings cannot be considered luxurious, are to light and elegant, at most is to set some of his favorite good-looking magic weapon, and later also by the white autumn or to scavenge away. Now there is this bed and couch has not been rated, not because of the white autumn embarrassed, but this bed and couch is really not big. Sleeping on the willow folding branch alone is still generous, with a snake is just right, but sleeping 2 people, especially one of them is a 9-foot-tall man like Mo Banquet, it's just a little bit too much. Even if the 2 people are close together, Mo Yen still has an arm that can't be put down, it has to be put on the body to work. It was simply impossible to sleep together. Willow folding branch wanted to say that it was impossible, but then thought of the ferocious appearance of Mo Yen kicking the door in just now, and in the end did not say anything. Just now, and cannot fight with him, by his fierce are really not guilty, not to mention the fierce after also cannot solve this matter, in the end he will not go down from the couch. Lying like this is certainly no one will not be comfortable. Willow folding branch is not comfortable but he does not say, nature indifferent to these do not care much. Mo Yen cannot, not only say, but also scolded. This broken bed why so small? I sooner or later split it for a big one. Once upon a time cannot speak, are in the heart cursing, suddenly morphing Mo Yen himself did not adapt, cursing out also froze for a moment, hurried to see the reaction of the willow folding branch. Then caught off guard and looked at each other. He saw some disapproval in those beautiful phoenix eyes. I don't know whether it was because he was not used to hearing him vulgarly shouting, or disapproved of him splitting the bed for a bigger one. Mo Banquet did not dare to ask, was Lu folding branch cleaned up more? He always feel that say again he will be kicked out. This bed. It was originally small, that still does not allow to say? Aha! Willow folding branch faintly responded, not wanting to start any conflict with him. Does this mean that the bed is indeed small, or does it mean that? Won't let me say it? Mo Yen could not guess what he meant, and in a trance, he suddenly realized that he seemed to be back to the time when he was always fighting with him. At that time willow folding branch also do not love to care about him, with him to say the most as well, he said 10 willow folding branch well a sentence, who knows as to answer which sentence, all rely on guessing. He is a violent temper, guessing and guessing will blow up, directly open the fight. How is this all more than 10 years do not fight, but also towards the night and day, transformed into a form to worship a master, as if going back to the same. Mo Yen did not know that he was all exposed, only thought it was the reason for the transformation, coupled with this bed really cannot live in 2 people, thought about it quickly turned back to the snake body. This is much more convenient, in the past days they are so sleep, Mo Banquet skillfully to Lu folding branch body a wrap, snake head resting on the jade pillow, looking at Lu folding branch clear cold side face, finally satisfied. This is the right, who go to sleep that broken and small side hall or the main hall environment is good, but also good looking. The posture was right, but it was obvious that Willow Fold's body was a bit stiff, and she didn't reach out to touch him like she usually did, and Mo Yen waited for a while before finally gritting her teeth and flicking the tip of her tail into his hand. Lu Folding Branch likes to touch the tip of his tail, because it is too sensitive. He is not willing to give touch. Occasionally Lu Folding Branch will take advantage of his sleep to secretly touch. This time he also thought that he wanted to touch. Touch, for you to touch sleep, this time always okay, sleep. Willow Folding Branch looked at the tip of the tail that was stuffed into his hand. The emotions in his eyes were complicated, and he looked at it for a long time before closing his eyes. But still did not sleep. The thought that the snake he wanted to be attached to was actually Mo Yen. He couldn't sleep no matter what. Why was it Mo Yen? It was clearly his good snake, the good snake that had promised to snuggle with him. Willow Folding Branch does not care to be cheated, just the heart for no reason more than a little sadness, thinking of Mo Banquet's fears, and then think of with the snake more than 10 years together, always feel that the heaven seems to be a joke with him. I don't know how long. Lu Folding Branch opened his eyes and looked at the snake wrapped around himself who had long been asleep, and sighed softly, Snake, you're not a little piggy, and you also can't be attached to me after all. Once he also learned to pua his snake, said what is a small pig, also do not know how Mo Banquet heard at that time. Now I think it is really ridiculous to the extreme. What to say to the dead enemy for life? That dead enemy fears scared and just want to run. Even harmony is a problem. Talk about how to depend on each other for life? Snake is snake, Mo Yen is Mo Yen, after all, cannot be confused. Now that it is incarnated, when Mo Banquet recovers from his injuries, he will naturally leave. As for his snake. Then in this winter with the snow melted it. There is a destiny in the underworld, he can't even keep himself, he will die. How to keep his snake? Yellow sorghum dream, but so. The dream woke up, the snake went away, leaving Mo Yen to stay here to recuperate, after the injury to return to the demon world to regain the position of the devil, leading the demon army attack the human world to take revenge, and he. Since the master will be sent out to beg for peace, the death of the body, to calm the war, it is also considered a good death. Willow Folding Branch do not know the original plot of how this villain is offline, but as a villain, in the end does not live long, if he can as he wants to use his body to pacify the chaos, but also not ashamed of the life of the world. The state of mind is so clear, no matter what things think through will also feel indifferent. Lu Folding Branch slowly closed his eyes, a few moments after a deep sleep. It is also at this time, he thought that the sleeping snake a pair of vertical pupils in the dark night flashed. Mo Yen heard that and stayed awake from start to finish. Because he knew that he hadn't slept, thinking that he was a bit abnormal, he kept an eye on him at all times, and he didn't expect to hear him say that. The voice is very light, but you can hear the regret, even reluctance. The tip of the tail was still grasped by the Willow Folding Branch. Mo Yen stretched out the snake letter and licked the scallion white-like fingers, for a moment not knowing whether to be angry or to laugh. It is not just to transform into a form? I didn't say I was leaving. What do you mean you're not a piglet and can't live with each other? Who do you think you are, Willow Fold? Back then, you said all this, I was forced by you to agree, and now just because the old man incarnated you quit? You righteous people are really all a bunch of hypocrites. You are even more so. If you can't let go of me, just say it, sneak around, and this time you won't say it's not decent, it's pretentious. Mo Yen stared at the sleeping people's silent curses half a day, and finally Snakehead moved forward, pasted in the neck of the Willow Folded Branch at the nest, smelling that if there is a cold fragrance before closing their eyes. Line, no you can't give up, this respect reluctantly more difficult to accompany you sometime, you give this respect a good attitude, or you will wait to be cleaned up. I'll clean you up just like I cleaned up an ant. Although what the two people think is not at all the same thing, but it does not delay Mo Yen unilaterally draped in a non-existent vest, while the mouth is hard while licking the dog like to maintain this precarious relationship. The next day Lu Folding Branch woke up from sleep, opened his eyes and saw Snake beside him, obediently put the snake's head on his shoulder, immediately cupped habitually, Snake is so good, Snake kisses. The last word pro was not said, because he remembered, Snake is Mo Banquet. He just froze, and soon an impatient voice rang in his ears, fine, just kiss. Before the words fell, the snake wrapped around his body took human form and pressed down on him to kiss him. In the past, when Willow Folding Branch kissed Snake, it was just kissing the top of the head and kissing the mouth, but this time it was completely different. He was pressed by Mo Banquet and kissed the back of his neck, and his tongue was kissed and numbed. Whereas intimacy, this is clearly a wind and moon thing. Willow Folding Branch was kissed so much that she could not breathe, and wanted to push him away, but before her hand moved, she realized that something was wrong. There was an extra hand on his waist, traveling down his waist and lifting his lingerie. In the end is a double cultivation once, this kind of action is to do what Willow Folded Branch how would not know, hand quickly form a seal want to open the formation to drive people, but was pressed wrist. Mo Yen Lo gasping back away, voice slightly died with lust raspy, but also opened his mouth as to dump, you said you want a kiss, to give you a kiss and you want to open the array, you are so in the master? Whose master like you so unreasonable? Typical backwards, is really shameless. Willow Folding Branch slightly frowned, thinking that he is Mo Banquet, not a snake. Snake can be arbitrarily disciplined, then also tolerated, but someone is really 2 will be 2 inches, see him do not say anything and wanna come to kiss. I that. Hair love period, let you kiss again a little. May not. This time not waiting for him to finish, Willow Folding Branch refused. Social fear also has a bottom line. Provoke anxious can also say a few words to refuse. This kind of shameless request, that is, now there is no cultivation, put in the past. Lu Folding Branch will directly fight with him. Once upon a time the two fought, 8 out of 10 times as Mo Yan's mouth owes no reasoning. A social terrorism have been provoked to take the initiative to do it. Mo Yan froze. No, you cannot spare me. You still do not treat me better? You won't let me sleep with you, and you won't let me kiss you. Are you going to rebel? Ing. Inkfeast's scolding had just kicked off when Willow Fold silently put her mask back on. No, too fierce, simply cannot face, so want to run off, this bedchamber I cannot want it. He was thinking about whether to go to the side of the hall to live some days. Face mask was suddenly lifted. Lu Sheji's body stiffened, not knowing how to respond at all, but he saw that the person who had just scolded him had transformed into a snake again, and the snake's head was sticking and rubbing against the middle of his neck. Do not scold, what rules and etiquette, I try to give you a guard, you put away that fear of broken mask. Mo Yan paused and hesitantly added 2 more words, master. He didn't know that this was Willow Folding Branch's social fear attack, and only thought that this was another of Willow Folding Branch's newly thought out methods of tossing him around. If he wants to clean him up, he won't let him see his face, and he'll cover it up to punish him. Normal people certainly will not be a punishment, but Mo Yan just want to see, but also love to see, Willow Folding Branch sleeping for 2 years. He guarded day after day, did not see enough to see how much love to see, so that this is the punishment he also believe, and even feel very vicious. Once upon a time Willow Folded Branch coaxed snake, when the small donkey liked to follow the hair coax, but cannot imagine today no the snake is Ink Feast, the two seem to change over. Willow Folding Branch hanging on the side of the hand trembled. Even if he is a snake body there is no way to treat him as a snake, but now it is clear that he is Mo Yan, or unconsciously. Want to touch the snake head? Maybe with Mo Banquet is also able to try to get along. Once upon a time, Mo Yan had taken care of him, and although the person was a bit fierce, when he wasn't fierce, he still wasn't fierce. Lu Sheji thought a nonsense in his heart, but sincerely felt that this was the case. Not fierce when? Still not fierce, still like his snake. It would be nice to not be mean all the time. For the first time in her life, Willow Fold had hope for someone. It was a hope that the person wouldn't be mean to him, but it was also the only time he'd ever had hope for someone, wanted to get along with someone to try it out. Snake. Willow Fold called out to him, putting her hand on the snake's head, not as intimate as in the past, or as harsh as when she was being punished in a small way, but somewhat consultative and tentative, and her voice was also light. Snake, don't scold me, Ken good. Mo Yan felt half of his body tingle for a moment. Is this him pampering me? Damn, this is too much love, who can't say yes to this? Chapter 37-36, on behalf of the dead enemy head. I haven't cursed either, have I? Isn't this the first time today? Mo Banquet heard her pointing hundreds of turned back, but the mouth is not forgiving. How do you pack me in the past days you have forgotten? Lu Folding Branch carefully recalled, thinking of his own not knowing Snake's true identity. Did those disciplinary things, embarrassed to want to wear a mask again? If Snake is Mo Banquet, he himself did that, it is indeed a bit unseemly. Once upon a time, I was sorry. He wanted to apologize formally more, but after thinking about today's situation, in the end, he did not honor a sentence of the devil's father, did not dare to show his hand, but hesitantly spit out 2 words, snake. Mo Yan was stunned, never thought he could still apologize to himself. But this time, before he could react, he heard Lu Folding Branch continue, in the future. It won't be. Mo Yan. What the heck, is there such a good thing? Is Lousy finally going to turn over in front of Lu Folding Branch? Feeling that he had stood up, Mo Yan changed back to his person on the spot and snorted coldly with the stance of a demon lord. Then it's up to you to perform, remember to treat me with a better attitude. Originally thinking the same thing, Willow Folding Branch nodded without hesitation, aha. Being a deadly rival for 500 years, finally making peace, and trying to get along, was considered a great challenge for Willow Folding Branch. In fact, he didn't want to, but the feelings he had invested in Snake were ultimately difficult to retrieve overnight. He couldn't let go of the good Snake with him, but also afraid of this fierce demon fathering feast, really is a dilemma, for today's solution is only to take a step and see what happens, let nature take its course. If he can live in harmony, he will always pretend not to know, until the end of life, death, although it is only a luxury, but can make peace one day is one day. Life, it is difficult to be confused, but also do not have to seek a clear understanding of everything, get by or enjoy the moment. Today, since he chose this road, then the consequences of his natural also can afford. He is full of the cycle of cause and effect, the law of nature. It is really some of the road to no distractions, but the Ink Feast is completely the opposite of him. The whole person is floating. All he thinks about is how to bully him. From before, those things that want to retaliate back only flashed in the mind for a moment. The rest is to let Lu Folding Branch compensation for the torture he suffered all these years. It is best to compensate for the bed on the couch, to take the double cultivation to offset the debt. Anyway, Lu Zueji doesn't care about this kind of thing, and personally admitted that he can't help him, so it's reasonable for him to ask for some debt. Just this words can't be said too bluntly, otherwise it seems as if he is much too hungry for food. Mo Yen mulled it over in his mind and finally put on a look of reluctance. Since you said so, I'll give you this body to nourish. Nurture your body? Willow Folding Branch of their own body is what the situation is well known, were is able to raise a good, just to say not necessary, and heard him reluctantly said, Yuan Yang are to you as not, since the double cultivation can raise a raise, then try. Sounds like a good intention, but Lu Fenji, even if again on this matter does not care, also feel that there is something wrong. Although the demon race are all open-minded, with the snake nature is not too much difference, but heard that Mo Banquet's magic palace in countless beauties, even if it is to make up, is not so much as to take their own a man to make up the number of it? The devil father Mo Yen Jair, could it be that because of the old grudge, want to take double cultivation to humiliate themselves? Many thanks, no need. Willow Fold refused, not in anger, just that she didn't think it was necessary. He for the snake through the period of love, is not willing to see the snake suffering and torture, if to the devil Mo Banquet humiliation profanity, just to solve a heart hate, is really ridiculous. Double cultivation invitation was rejected again. Mo Yen blackened his face. He is a devil, just wave his hand. There are many beauties willing to offer themselves to be a devil. He did not dislike Lu Folding Branch as a man, but Lu Folding Branch is pretentious on. One time is not willing to even there is a second time. Well, Lu Zhuozhi you wait, have you begged me to double cultivation lifetime? The right way is treating you as an outcast. What the hell are you doing to give me the spirit of the old man? The most important thing is to raise the body to save life. You ready-made high branches will not climb? Mo Banquet was angry, and no longer say more, got out of bed and walked toward the bookcase, angrily went to kneel incense copying books. People have knelt down, the pen also picked up, suddenly reacted to their own now turned over, immediately stood up without good humor to the Willow Folding Branch, not copy, not kneeling. Aha! Knowing that he is Mo Banquet, and then letting the copying of books and kneeling on the incense is insulting, Lu Zhuozhi originally did not intend to let him continue. Promise so fast, Mo Banquet finally heart comfort point, was bullied by him for so many years, raise eyebrows, and sweep a circle of the bedchamber to continue to rebel against him. In the future, I do not clean up the bedchamber, the clothes are not washed. Aha! In fact, Willowfold never took the initiative to ask for it, it was always him who grabbed it. I'm not learning the heart technique. Aha! You don't meditate and meditate every day without calling your master. Aha! Speak for yourself. Once upon a time it wasn't too much to take my scales and wash my clothes and write with a snake's letter. Aha! Willowfold not only admitted it, but also said it again seriously, I'm sorry. Being bullied for more than 10 years, Mo Yen's first time to be so tough in front of him, took a deep breath and almost laughed out loud on his back. It's so damn cool. This is what the old man deserves. Seeing that he stopped talking, Willow Folding Branch took the initiative to ask him again, is there any more? This is all for now, the rest will be said when I think of it. The corners of Mo Yan's mouth couldn't even be suppressed, a pair of vertical pupils were full of smiles. Should have been like this long ago, Willow Folding Branch, you have been acting as a bully for more than 10 years, all thanks to the old man who was not willing to bother with you more, you reflect on yourself. What he was thinking about Willow Folding Branch is not curious at all, listening to him say there is no more will get up out of bed, slowly and leisurely pick up yesterday's change of clothes to go out. Mo Yan's upturned corner of his mouth froze at once, where are you going? To do laundry. You. Mo Yan wanted to say that your body to wash a fart of clothes, live well or struggling, but then thought about it as if he had just said that he would never wash his clothes again, his eyebrows were wrinkled out of flowers. Rather, he could use cleaning spells, but using them would easily expose his identity. If I continue to wash him, then all my words will be farts. What if I don't wash him and let him wash himself? And die of exhaustion? Mo Yan was stuck in a difficult situation, and was wondering how he could both face and wash his clothes, when the entire Yunju Peak suddenly shook the ground. It was someone breaking the Xuanwu formation that guarded Yunju Peak. What should come is still coming. Willow Folding Branch did not have much of a reaction, just put down his clothes very bashfully and put his mask on. Not blocking, not hiding, just standing there waiting for the array to break open, Duan Chengqian door to notify him, so that he can go out to the devil tribe to beg for peace. In fact, he had some thoughts of letting Mo Yan hide, or revert into a small snake to hide on him, but he gave up once he thought of Mo Yan's nature. Definitely won't agree. The formation broke open, and the courtyard full of red plums in front of the temple was shaken down, the petals fluttering to the ground, causing Lu Zhuozhi to look at them for a few moments. In his heart, at this time the red plum withered are more important than Duan Chengqian to let him go to seek peace. Red plum snow is very beautiful, as for him to go to the devil and his life and death, but it is something irrelevant. Willow Folding Branch is ultimately reluctant to give up these red plums. Mo Banquet did not look at a glance, he bit his finger in the air to draw a charm in blood.
Duan Chengxian with people rushed to see him use the magic of Chi-Man Dun Jia to save those plum blossoms, as if he could not see more people in the courtyard, just quiet and serious to let fall all over the courtyard petals withered with spring general, back to the tree. In the blink of an eye the red plum blossomed all over the yard, and you could even hear the sound of the petals trembling. Red plum reflecting snow, plum fragrance overflowing, white clothes and white hair of the immortal monarch standing in that red plum next to but will not be ignored in the slightest, and even more eye-catching than those red plums, the long body of the jade standing immortal-style Taoist bone, only to raise their hands to meet the salute will become a landscape. Greetings, master. He called Duan Chengxian master, but then Duan Chengxian looked more famous and righteous wind, said a cloud of difference are not too much. Phased by the heart, temperament is more, even if the cool and cold people wearing a mask, a word does not say, just stand there will be enough to explain what is the posture of the celestial, what is to comply with the heavenly realm of clarity of state of mind. How can Duan Chengxian not hate? In the past, the willow folding branches so robbed him of the limelight, the first person in the right way, folding branch immortal monarch, do not have to fight for power, do not have to calculate fame and fortune, do not say anything to let the world worship. On the other hand, he is the master, the world mentioned the Qiankuan sect leader, will definitely bring a sentence that is folding branch immortal monarch's master, as if he is only as the folding branch immortal monarch's master to be worthy of being called. No one can see as Duan Chengxian for the righteousness of what he is paid, only no respect and admiration of the willow folding branch, have the honor to see a side feel as the supreme honor. Well, now this eyesore for hundreds of years disciple finally to disappear. Duan Chengxian suppressed the hatred and jealousy under his eyes, put on a loving demeanor, and nodded slightly. Folding branch, no need to be polite. Teacher's father brought all the patriarchs and elders here today to discuss the matter of the devil tribe's advancement with you. You're in seclusion for a long time, you don't know about the turmoil in the cultivation world at this time. Wait for teacher's father to slowly say with you. Aha! Willow folding branch only responded, not asking more questions, just waiting for him to say, not to mention letting the crowd enter the hall and take their seats. Just like this, he himself stood at the entrance of the hall, letting the crowd stand outside the hall to blow the wind and get wet in the snow. But even so no one said a word of impolite, unseemly. Folding branch immortal monarch is this kind of nature, cold and indifferent, put no one in the eyes, and even more need not talk to anyone about what etiquette. In the past, Duan Chengxian will not take into account, but this time is different from the past, the others do not know, but he is very clear, willow folding branch cultivation is lost, but is a waste of time. Then he will be on the side of a folding willow folding branch of the nature, in front of the crowd stepped on is cold and proud. Will folding branch not invite master teacher and all the patriarchs and elders into the hall? The Qiankuan sect does not have this kind of hospitality. Willow folding branch of the temple has always been not allowed to enter the other people, only the master and the little brother into the past. This is almost 6 worlds known things, because this represents only the master and the little brother in his heart has a position, is the envy of the other people, naturally will be for people to talk about. That's why this request shocked everyone behind Duan Chengxian. Lu Shezhi himself also frowned. He didn't like meeting people, let alone letting strangers into his main hall. But today, half of it is not up to him. It is just a matter of time, after all, it is not a big deal. Without touching the bottom line, in the willow folding branch here cannot talk about a big deal, can be backed down, cannot be counted as much care. Willow folding branch sighed, did not say anything, but agreed to let people in the meaning. Duan Chengxian knew that he would agree, the triumphant arrogance in his eyes flashed past, hooking the corner of his mouth was about to bring people to step in, the hall suddenly stood out a tall figure, Lu folding branch blocked behind him. Patriarch, my master does not like outsiders entering the hall. Mo Yen had a smile on his face, but there was no smile in his eyes, only a coldness that was quenched with ice. You as a teacher's teacher, do not know my teacher's rules? Or do you prefer to rely on the old, under the banner of rules and etiquette, relying on my master's respect for you, you will deliberately shamelessly make things difficult? This even if he directly opened his mouth to curse, in fact, can curse even more difficult to hear, but always to hide the identity, not too dirty. Willow folded branch did not expect him to suddenly come out, but also such a mouth, the heart feels wrong, want to stop, but just raised his hand to pull him, was behind him as long as the eyes, turned back directly to the hand to press back. Mo Yan also blared at him. You unproductive. You don't compete yourself, and you won't let your old man take the lead? Wait. Let's see how I'm going to make this old man angry for you. Chapter 38-37, Heartache, by what all counted Lu folding branch. The devil father Mo banquet untamed, the 6 worlds get together when the others are in peace, only he said one word on the curse, cursed the most is the human world of righteousness. Willow folding branch is not the first time to listen to him scolded, in the past he scolded Duan Chengxian scolded hard, Willow folding branch will also be Duan Chengxian called to go for the righteousness of face, that is, with the ink feast fight. But don't care how to fight how to scold, at that time have nothing to do with the willow folding branch himself. Today it is? Mo Yan is standing up for himself. Lu Zhuozhi could see it, he understood it from the moment Mo Yan stood up and defended him behind him.
In the past, he was punished to kneel in the rain. Mo Banquet can still be rushed from the demon world to protect him from the rain. It can be seen that this devil's nature is not bad, perhaps it is the same as him, fights and fights with some sympathetic meaning. Just the nature of stubborn, arrogant and domineering used to who are so fierce. Willow Folding Branch did not stop more. In addition to not caring much about whether or not it would offend Duan Chengqian, more than anything else, he didn't want to stop. The righteous Folding Branch immortal monarch wants to protect the world. Duan Chengqian's first disciple, Lu Folding Branch, wants to protect the glory of the clan, and the Qiankuan sect's eldest senior brother wants to protect the well-being of the disciples all over the clan. He has protected too many people in his life, and it seems that he has never been protected. Even if this person was a devil, a former nemesis, but in the end, it was the first person who was willing to stand up and protect him. Willow Folding Branch is social fear, but does not mean that he will not be grateful. The side of the use of him he knows, the good to him he himself also remembered in his heart, just like remembering the Mo Banquet for him to block the rain. Remember that day to fight for the treasure, the Mo Banquet intentionally sent into the hands of his Jade Shao. Aha! Willow Folding Branch withdrew his hand. Today, no matter what kind of mess Mo Banquet had made of this Qiankuan clan, before he went to the demon clan to seek peace, he would definitely place it in a good place. The demeanor of the two is not considered to be much intimacy, but for Willow Folding Branch, willing to let someone press his hand is already very indulgent. The crowd looked at Mo Banquet and Willow Folding Branch, full of astonishment. This Taoist friend is. The Qiankuan sect's grand elder stroked his florid beard and opened his mouth to ask, but his words were interrupted by Mo Yen before he could finish. I'm called Master Willow Folding Branch, who do you think I am? The words fell directly out of the waist jade pendant. Lu Folding Branch personal disciple, Lu Xuanji, personal jade pendant have seen? My master's hand carved it for me. Grand Elder. This child looks like a good meter, but qualification should also be good. It is this brain. Even if it's a jade pendant engraved by immortal Lord Folding Branch himself, what's the point? He hasn't been blessed by the old ancestor yet, and he hasn't been given a proper name yet, so what exactly is he showing off? Cloud Bamboo Peak is guarded by formations. How did you get in? Duan Chengqian stared at Mo Yen with shadowy eyes. Are you that little snake that bit Xiaoqiu? He said that the snake was again, and Lu Folding Branch subconsciously wanted to retort, but he was preempted. You're the mother-er. Mo Yen directly cursed. I said the Willow Folding Branch is my master, you are the master of the master, there is no rules and etiquette even if, but also open mouth is even if I am more than you know the rules and etiquette, what the do you count? Not as good as? Less here to play the wind, this is the Cloud Bamboo Peak, my teacher respect Folding Branch immortal monarch's residence, have something to say things, nothing on the roll, disturb my teacher respect closed, if cause my teacher respect cultivation out of what wrong, you an old immortal can afford to pay. So crackling is scolding, the gas does not take a breath, so skillful and smooth, let the crowd inevitably recall a person. After more than 10 years, it seemed as if their righteous path had been scolded again by that shameless big devil, Mo Yen. The only point of difference is that Mo Banquet cursed harder and dirtier than this, and this what Lu Xuanji, in the end, is a little bit worse. Think of the year Mo Banquet took over the devil that day. The ceremony was held in the devil world and the border of the human world, unlike the successive devil that speak of the ceremony, but simply go through the motions, and then began to curse against the human world, cursed a full 2 hours. Mixed with the voice of spiritual power spread throughout the 6 worlds, the face of the righteousness of the road pressed on the ground trampled not to mention, he also gave with spittle drowned. From that day onwards, the 6 realms had one more big devil who made waves. Although the devil before the Mo Banquet also restless, but at least there is the old devil in charge. After taking over the devil will be completely unscrupulous, arrogant and domineering arbitrary, that is a bandit, see what treasures want to rob. Cultivation deep mouth also clever, can fight will scold, and shameless. Willow Folding Branch can play with him, occasionally step in to manage a tube, otherwise the 6 worlds are going to be him to make a mess of the waste. Thinking of Mo Banquet, a group of righteous patriarchs and elders with white beards were like having a nightmare, their expressions were more ugly than one another. But it is not good to say anything, because they do not know that Lu Folding Branch lost his cultivation, that is Folding Branch immortal monarch's disciple, who dares to intervene to control all. The only one who knows the truth Duan Chengqian beard or fast gas stand up, want to speak out to reprimand, but also by a group of people rumors block. Patriarch, this visit is to ask immortal Folding Branch to step in to relieve the situation, so if you can tolerate it, you should tolerate it. Patriarch Duan, it's about the righteousness in the world's life. Enduring this for a while is also a merit, pissing off immortal Lord Folding Branch, who else in the demon race can take on the heavy lifting off? Duan Chengqian almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. He to protect the glory of the Qiankuan clan, who did not say that the Willow Folding Branch no cultivation thing, negotiating with the devil tribe and even more did not say that the Willow Folding Branch to go only one dead, intends to let the world think that this is the Folding Branch immortal monarch within the matter, can be resolved at the drop of a hat. Now, this lie is actually backfired on him. Let a little scolded and still can't teach a lesson. Mo Yen bet that he was so vicious that he would definitely not tell the truth to the outside world, and now look at the reaction of these people to understand. Really bet right.
Duan Chengqian this old is to want to kill two birds with one stone, negotiate peace, and not let the demon tribe to invade, but also the situation to destroy the willow folding branch, with a waste for the righteousness of peace, a good reputation for their own salvage. Mo Yen Heartsneer, back to the temple, moved a chair out. Senior, sit. As he said this, he helped Willow Folding Branch to sit down, clearly allowing the crowd to deliberate just like that.
What kind of things are you? Are you also worthy of entering the main hall of Willow Folding Branch? Stand outside.
In the past, although the Folding Branch Immortal Monarch is said to be higher than the top of the eye, does not love to take care of people, but from the status of these things will not care about the status of these things, the external has always been Duan Chengqian Master. He stood behind the Duan Chengqian, for this reason was also praised for a long time, excessively respectful of the teacher.
This is the first time to put up the first person of the righteousness of the shelf.
The crowd looked at each other, look at the Folding Branch Immortal Monarch sitting above, and then look at Duan Chengqian, whose face was not worried. No one dared to make a sound for a while. But in their hearts, they are all guessing, but the righteous path is going to change the sky?
Is Immortal Folding Branch finally coming out to take charge?
To know if Duan Chengqian is not Folding Branch Immortal Monarch's master, said Folding Branch Immortal Monarch, heart to the road without mental matters, he this master to take over, that the matter of leading the righteousness of the road is never fall on Duan Chengqian. In the past, the world only thought that the master and disciple friendship is deep. Today was Mo banquet so a mess, and then look at today's Duan Chengqian's face. These patriarchs and elders are taste out of the point is not right. But no one dares to say, after all, this is the matter of master and disciple. Willow Fold himself froze. He was not accustomed to sitting in the upper seat by so many people staring at, see him social panic attack hate to immediately close the door of the temple, no longer see people. But even if he wanted to get up, he couldn't because there was a hand behind him holding him down.
Mo Yen not only pressed, but also gave him a wink.
This is the treatment you should have had hundreds of years ago, all let Duan Chengqian that old undead robbed.
Today. You'll get it back for me.
No cultivation is also fine, see how this father to support you to bluff this group. Willow Folding Branch do not understand his meaning, only want to run. The more you want to run around the aura of the more cold and indifferent, look is not to be messed with, so the crowd even more guesses that he is going to be in charge of, but also in the heart of the secret gratification. Or Folding Branch Immortal Ruler more majestic, I'll look on behalf of the right way, have Folding Branch Immortal Ruler face, the devil will naturally be afraid, very good, very good.
Greetings, Immortal Monarch.
The crowd of patriarch elders consciously saluted, leaving Duan Chengqian standing in the first place out of place, his teeth clenched. He has been in charge of the righteous path for hundreds of years, although he is also respected, but these people have never given him a big salute like this. Willow Folding Branch really can't stay, otherwise even if it's an invalid, prestige is there, and now there is a nosy disciple, in the future there is no guarantee that it won't really steal his position as the leader of the orthodox way. Folding Branch, Master Father came today, is to discuss the matter of the Devil Tribe invasion. He didn't really talk about the situation in the outside world today carefully, but he focused on rendering how the people of Sunshine were terrified, and how the devil race was doing evil.
The more Mo Yen listened, the colder his face became.
Everyone knows that the righteous Folding Branch Immortal Monarch's heart is in the hearts of the common people. Duan Chengqian said this. It is obvious that Lu Folding Branch for the sake of the common people also have to give up their lives to negotiate peace. This kind of insidious, if the other person may see through the counterattack, but the Willow Folding Branch will not. The Willow Folding Branch even if see through the also do not care, he will only care about the people can have suffered. Duan Chengqian to use this treacherous plan with ease, visible in the past not less so dry, the whole 500 years, Lu Zhuoji also do not know how many times was counted. Followed by Duan Chengqian behind those people also have peace of mind to enjoy the Folding Branch Immortal Monarch shelter. Mo Banquet gritted his teeth, hating to throw all these people out, so that each and every one of them would not utilize Folding Branch loot here.
The magic world without Mo Yen, as usual, there is a new devil ambitious, will be the magic world will be led by the top and bottom of the heart, and can even declare war with the righteousness, but the righteousness of the absence of Willow Folding Branch, all do not live? How can the Willow Folding Branch a person's scourge? Willow Folding Branch is not a person, do not know the pain and suffering? They are ing thin to the wind blowing fast down, that waste he can hold in one hand, this group of people but did not find the wrong, not a word of warmth. Now that the demon army is pressing in, Master and all the patriarch elders have discussed, or feel that it is more stable for you to step forward by folding branches. Duan Chengqian spoke in a flamboyant manner, finally stating the purpose of this trip.
Lu Folding Branch had long guessed it, no particular reaction, just about to nod, wasteness suddenly pressed his body trembled, words just choked in his throat.
It is also this effort, Mo Yen responded for him.
I'm afraid it won't work. My master and the former demon Lord Mo Banquet fought to the death, and have long since been feuding with the demon race, so I'm afraid that it will only be more difficult to negotiate peace if I go. Mo Yen turned his head to look at Duan Chengqian. Patriarch, you are in charge of the righteous path, you are more suitable to step forward than my master, right? It just so happens that your cultivation isn't very high. No one would think that you would assassinate the Devil Sovereign when you enter the Devil Realm. If the peace negotiation fails and the Sovereign crashes headlong into the Devil Palace, boosting his morale, maybe the righteous path is united and will be able to level the Devil Realm in one fell swoop to avenge the Sovereign's death. He said bluntly in lack of morality. Duan Chengqian's face was blue, the bystanders were shocked and froze, only he himself still grunted and laughed twice. Patriarch, sacrificing for the common people is a great merit, Patriarch's great righteousness, heart of the common people, and bowing and scraping for the righteousness of the path, won't be afraid to die and not willing to go, right?
The trick that Duan Chengqian had used to count on Willow Folding Branch was returned unchanged by Mo Yan.
Dare to sacrifice Lu Folding Branch to exchange for the peace of the two worlds? I've been fighting for power since I was 8 years old. I won't let you die. Chapter 39-38. I must clean him up honestly. The Devil Clan has seized the throne of civil unrest, corpses everywhere, countless heavenly pride compete for a Devil Father's position. Do not talk about the talent lineage, only to see who the wrist hard, who the heart is more ruthless. Won't fight for power, harnessing not strict, simply can't sit in the position of the Devil's Father. When the old Devil Father cultivated dozens of sons, Mo Yan is the most talented, but not the most favored, because he is stubborn, always causing trouble. But in the end, he did the devil, stepping on the corpse of so many half-brothers to the throne. The means can be seen. What Willow Folding Branch did not care about, what he was not good at, was the days he most often lived in his youth. In the Demon Clan, one cannot live without power. Now the righteousness of these hooks and angles in front of him is just like a child's play. To protect the Willow Folding Branch is as easy as a palm.
Why isn't the Patriarch saying anything?
Mo Yan lightly hooked the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were biting cold and compelling. My master is still able to labor for the righteous path for hundreds of years, not caring about life and death. The Patriarch is the master's master, so I think he will be able to give up his life for righteousness, to raise the reputation of my righteous path, and to wipe out the demon race. Don't look at his lack of morality in his speech, but these crowning words are blocked at the back, even if Duan Chengqian's retreat is blocked. You didn't even try yourself before you came to find Folding Branch Immortal Monarch to intervene, then what are you doing leading the righteous path? Are you just enjoying yourself and not suffering? I'm used to seeing him being unreasonable all day long, cursing this and that, but I've never thought that he is such a side, so I listened to him with a blank stare. The other people, not to mention, looked at both, feel that he is too reckless, but also have to admit that he has a point. Folding Branch Immortal Monarch, in addition to the devil to defend the way, has long been the devil offended to death, but also a few words, to the devil to negotiate peace is really easy to talk about the collapse, on-the-spot war.
In contrast, Duan Chengqian is really more suitable. Alright, let's stop here today.
Without waiting for them to deliberate further, Mo Banquet directly sent off his guests. Don't disturb my master's seclusion, gentlemen, go quickly without seeing me off.
This last sentence is as arrogant as it needs to be, like that demon Zun Mo Yan that everyone shouts at. The crowd listens with frowns, but none of them dares to say anything about him. Because Folding Branch Immortal Monarch sat there listening and didn't block at all, that means it's acquiescence. This only disciple, Folding Branch Immortal Monarch to its really is 1,000 pampered, so reckless also did not rebuke a sentence, and even let it refute their own master's face. Now as also with disciple seclusion, this called Lu Xianqi Snake Demon, in time to inherit the mantle of the Folding Branch Immortal Monarch, must be the right way and a pillar ah. Then I won't bother Immortal Monarch Folding Branch, we'll go back and discuss some more.
The crowd saluted and excused themselves, and before they left, they even looked toward Mo Yan several more times. Although arrogant, but origin is Folding Branch Immortal Monarch personal disciple, have Folding Branch Immortal Monarch attentive teaching, future is immeasurable, who would not want to befriend? Only Duan Chengqian eyes with the quenching of poison like, people are gone, look at that expression, no will definitely come back to settle scores. Willow Folded Branch are sitting there, what reaction is not, as if this is a farce, all has nothing to do with him, until Mo Banquet reached out to take off his mask, revealing under the mask has not yet put away the confused expression. Onlookers only thought that he was indulging his disciple, but did not know that he simply could not cope with this kind of scene, and had already looked dumbfounded.
Why do you need to?
Lu Folding Branch wanted to say why he need to come out of this head, the injury has not yet healed, now naturally to bide his time, but he is so high profile, although the top of Lu Xuanji's name, but in case by the people who have the intention to stare at. The Devil Father Mo Banquet appeared in the Qinkuan clan, even in his heyday, want to leave unharmed is not easy, not to mention that now the serious injuries have not healed, is besieged as a life of 9 deaths.
Too risky, if only for his head, really is not worth it. Why bother what?
Lu Folding Branch has not shown his cards, many words are not convenient to say, Mo Banquet naturally guessed his meaning, only staring at him with a burning gaze. Lu.
Master, no one in the righteous path is sincere to treat you, if he day I can take you out of here, you follow me?
There is no cultivation thing to hide, a moment cannot hide a world, not to mention that Duan Chengqian sinister and cunning, maybe when to find out that cannot control the Willow Folding Branch, on the Jade and Stone notification of the 6 worlds. Willow Folding Branch to stay in the right way is tantamount to waiting for death. Mo Yan believe that he and Snake have feelings, willing to rely on each other, will also agree to go with their own. But the words just asked out, he saw Lu folding branch half did not hesitate, directly shook his head.
You don't want to? Mo Yan's hand gripping the chair was so hard that it was almost on the verge of clawing out fingerprints. Lu Sheji, you're not willing? What the makes you unwilling? I was kind enough to take you away, and you dare to refuse me. Do you want to stay in this cannibalistic place and be eaten by them to the bone crumbs? There's no one to collect your body when you die. Willow folding branch still shook her head. You're a demon, I can't. Just because I'm a demon?
Mo Yan did not listen to him to finish and interrupted him, letting him laugh. Good, because I'm a devil, because good and evil are not two sides. Are you still regretting that you picked me up in the first place?
If you had known that I was a devil, you would have strangled me directly back then, wouldn't you? What the hell is this bull about good and evil not opposing each other?
Back then they were, because of these words, position is different, could have been a close friend, but born into a deadly rival.
Each other the most miserable time, can rely on each other. Now he is going to recuperate his injuries, can protect the willow folding branch with him, dislike him as the devil?
Mo Yan's hostility could no longer be hidden, his body's devilish aura surged, just like he was going to start being a jerk again.
You don't want to go with me, right?
When I snatched you to the demon world, I want you to let you stay with me as a devil day after day, let you give the devil as a slave, as a servant, to see if you still dislike it. The devil's chi is scattered, now the Xuanwu formation has been broken. If this continues, I'm afraid that it will attract the attention of the bystanders. Lu Sheji is a bit anxious to press his hand, want to persuade him to put the devil's chi away for a while, but it was thrown away by the force.
Don't touch me if you dislike me as a devil. Now you know you don't like it.
Why didn't you like it when you were kissing and hugging all day long? Mo Yan was so angry that he tried his best to control himself not to fight with him. In the past, the anger is not enough to start a fight directly on the line, but now cannot. Lu Sheji cannot fight, the body simply cannot stand.
Willow folded branch looked at his hand, was thrown away, froze, fingertips slightly trembled. Snake.
Habitually called out, the words came out of his mouth before he reacted. This was not only his snake, but also demon father Mo Yan.
His good snake will not shake him off, but demon Zun Mo Yan will.
I do not know what the feeling in my heart. Willow folding branch. 500 years of emotional fluctuations are few and far between, are somewhat forgotten what is sad and what is aggrieved. He just felt that he did not like this.
But will not say, or dare not say.
But the person on the side of his body is furious, and he cannot allow him to say nothing. That demonic chi spreads further, will certainly be noticed. Willow folding branch social fear of seizure, but to hard force himself to say something, hold a long time before stifling a sentence. You said.
Not to scold me. Mo Yan gritted his teeth and anger expression stiffened.
He is here to die of anger. The culprit does not apologize, not to explain. Came to such a sentence like an accusation. Words change others, he can directly hands to get people dead, but this person is a willow folding branch on. Consistently cold expression of the person's eyebrows slightly wrinkled, from the expression cannot be seen aggrieved, but that pair of beautiful phoenix eyes watery, with will speak like.
If he really spoke, Mo Yan felt that what he said should be. Snake, why are you scolding me again? Promise not to scold me. Mo Yan's heartbeat missed 2 beats. Angry, but just inexplicably vain.
It's like I shouldn't have yelled at him, I was too angry to control it at the time. I did not mean to scold him, I'm that habit, a mouth on. That scold a sentence and will not be less meat. He made me so angry, I only scolded him, did not fight with him. It has been very good. His mother, he is so aggrieved.
Why is he still bowing his head and not saying anything? It's not my fault, is it? Didn't he dislike me first?
But he is so aggrieved.
Mo Yan felt like he might be going crazy, like he was splitting into 2 people. One feels that he is right, it is Lu Sheji who is thin-skinned and dislikes him, and one feels that he is simply not a human being, promising not to scold. How can he scold again, and also aggravate Lu Sheji into such a state? Atmosphere for a time silent and awkward. After a long time Mo Banquet is ready to put the face first to the ground, just to open his mouth to hear Lu folding branch softly said, I'm sorry. Mo Yan froze, only to see that the person who apologized to him put on the mask again, got up and entered the bedchamber at a slow pace. Willow folding branch still can't get along with people. When he is fierce, he wants to run away, he knows it's not good, but he can't change it. Still dare to apologize is already the limit, let him face that fierce enemy, say something, he really dare not. Mo Banquet again to the temple to see, he has already taken some book in the hands, the mask has not taken off, see Mo Banquet more panic. Is this angry? These 18 years Willow folding branch let fly in front of him, a lot of words, but also a belly of bad water to clean up his, so that he is a little forgetting that once the folding branch immortal monarch grew a mouth but will not be able to use it. Thinking about how many chances the two had to make a truce and make up back then, all because Lu folding branch didn't speak. Mo Yan hesitated for a moment and stood outside the hall and said loudly, Lu folding branch, are you angry? The fingertips of the person reading inside the hall paused, not responding. After a few moments he got up and headed further in. It was just like the time when he was met by chance by Mo Banquet and stopped to cut a deal to make friends. Because he didn't know what to say and wouldn't be able to cope with this kind of scene, he simply turned around and walked away, walking away so that he didn't have to face it. Mo Yen was dumbfounded. Are you angry like this? Directly ignoring me? No, I've been talking to him.
Lousy Hall Magic Dignity Initiative to open his mouth to give him steps down. He does not go steps even if
He also holds steps over the wall and ran away? Willow Folding Branch.
Mo Yen cannot stand this gas, directly chased in, stepped into the bedchamber to see Lu Folding Branch to see him enter the door even more back 2 steps, footsteps violently lurched.
How do you feel he is a little afraid of me? It's impossible, he's afraid of me and he's still bullying me? And give me a look of face? And he's angry with me?
Feel as if there is something wrong, but Mo Yen cannot understand. He is not doing things to drag the character of water. Explosive temperament is also straight. Today this matter is not to make it clear that he cannot sleep. So, Willow Folding Branch is pondering where else to run to avoid him. Just stood in the doorway of the person actually flashed to the front. A hand press him. He pressed him on the bed couch.
Are you angry? Mo Yen pressed him with a complicated expression, thinking that anyway, Lu Shiji didn't know his identity, then there was no need to hold the frame of a demon Zune, and asked directly, I asked you why you ignored me? If you don't speak again I will.
This body cannot hit, scold a sentence on the aggrieved and still angry, even more scolding. Mo Yen paused. It is not easy to think of a little punishment.
Do not speak, old son will kiss you. Willow Fold froze at the yell.
Not frightened, but puzzled.
Is there any connection between these 2 things?
Just such a little bit of dazed effort, the mask on the face was removed, and the person who pressed on his body no longer gave him a chance to speak, and directly kissed him. This mouth cannot talk to do something else.
Mo Yen thought viciously. If you're polite with your nemesis, you'll have to clean up. He's so spoiled.
It was the thought of giving a lesson that did it, but no matter how ferociously he kissed him, Willow Fold surprisingly didn't struggle or resist the entire time.
Unexpectedly well behaved.
Not cooperative, but not repulsive either, just obediently letting him kiss. Mo Yen's heart full of fire instantly all but disappeared. Realizing that he was a little out of breath, he let go. Willow Folding Branch has little interest in this kind of thing, also has little reaction. Being forced to kiss does not care, being released is not celebrated, just feel at a loss. The two were too close and he still wanted to run. But this time Mo Yen didn't give him a chance. He had to force him to say something. His hand full of threatening meaning tugged at his sash, with the intention of ripping it away if he didn't listen. Lu Folding Branch, speak. Lu Folding Branch subconsciously turned his head not to look at him, but he gave him a hand to twist his head back.
Say it or not, if you don't I'll go on with the kiss. Just can't spoil him. It's good to be honest.
Lu Fuji can't run, not face him also won't let, but also be so threatened, finally really can't help, hesitantly said once again, I'm sorry.
Mo Yen. It's an apology, but why does it sound so angry? I said it.
After saying that he still does not let go, Willow Folding Branch and do not dare to rush, can only so remind a sentence.
Mo Yen took a breath and almost couldn't get it up. How can he be so infuriating when he doesn't speak? Born to piss off old me, right? Say something else, other than that, have you wronged me enough? Willow Folding Branch didn't know what he wanted to hear, blinking in confusion, say. What? You?
Ink Feast was on the verge of spitting blood.
No anger, no anger, the old man was angry with him and obeyed his will. You say. Say whether you are angry or not. Why are you ignoring me?
Anyway, all set out, Mo Yen had to cure him of this not love to talk, want to know what a brain all out to ask. Said what makes you dislike Lousy is a devil, said you do not go with Lousy is not stupid. With Lousy go Lousy can still aggrieve you. Willow Folding Branch you all give me a clear explanation. Chapter 4039, The Joy of Bullying Your Nemesis and Tricking Back into Being the Demon Queen. Mo Yen asked too many questions and asked them aggressively. Willow Folding Branch listened to his left sentence old man right sentence stupid, truly feel that this friend do not do it. Or his snake is good, will not talk, also will not be fearsome. Good snake why want to morph to talk Social fear today is also very want to escape, but unfortunately was pressed on the couch cannot escape, pressed him to see him not speak, but also really his belt untied. Do you say? Mo Yen holds the torn down sash in his hand, exactly the same as the denizen, even with a threatening bad smile on his face, if you don't say it I can continue. Lu Folding Branch. There's a little bit of wanting to fight, but there's no cultivation. Had I known this, I probably should have fought him a few more times back then. Well, should have hit him in the mouth. Lu Folding Branch did not dare to say a word, but in his heart, he dared to think, but he did not know what he was thinking, and thought that he was deliberately angry with himself and refused to explain out loud. The two people are not on a channel, but Mo Yen is not angry because Willow Folding Branch not talking is just right. See how Lousy can clean him up. Boo! Deliberately kissing out loud, hearing Willow Fold frown at the unseemliness of the situation. This is what you asked for, let you say you don't say, then don't blame me for torturing you to make a confession. Mo Yen viciously gave himself an excuse for doing something bad, then fine kisses all the way down. Oh, he's bullying me. Willow Folding Branch did not say anything on her mouth, but she knew everything in her heart, and even took the time to think about it. Why would Devil Emperor Mo Banquet, a beauty of an entire Devil's Palace, be interested in him as a man?
It seems to be a bit perverted, but it makes sense if this person is Mo Yen. Still, his good snake is good. Willowfold didn't care much about the matter. Kisses were landing on her waist and she was still able to ramble on in her head in a heavenly manner until an idea popped into her head. Mo Banquet is the male lead, and it's only a pairing with little brother. The ties are deeper, taking more of the little brother's chi, and can't die without getting into a whole lot of karma and trouble. Willow Folding Branch does not care about being bullied by Mo Banquet again, but he cares about getting into karma with the protagonist, and social fear does not like trouble, and he hates to minimize his presence. It is not easy to make the system angry away, and then stain with the karma of the protagonist to attract the system, that is the most terrible, again to be forced to do the task. May not. Mo Yen was bullying his way to the top, when he suddenly heard these two words coming from the top of his head, and in his heart, he was actually a little reluctant for him to open his mouth. How willing to say again? Who can stand being disturbed at this time? Mo Yen pretended not to hear, and his hand movements became more unrestrained. Willow Folding Branch's body trembled, her body uncontrollably flushed red, her voice was also a little shaky. No. Mo Yen. Old man deaf. Can't hear. Obviously already opened his mouth to speak, but did not see him stop his movements. Lu Shizhi slightly frowned, his eyes are puzzled and puzzled. Didn't he want me to speak? How come I said it and he stopped listening? Willow Folding Branch could not imagine that he was intentional, only thought that what he said was not right, paused and began to meditate, only to be up and down when thinking. It is said that the demon folk are open, now it seems to be true. No anger, not ignoring, no dislike. Mo Yen asked so many sentences, he all answered one by one, the order did not change, although it is a cold voice, but how to listen to how a little good a little dull. More people want to bully. Didn't want to stop at all, but Mo Yen wanted to hear his explanation again. Lu Folding Branch said that he didn't dislike it. Is it that he didn't dislike that I am a devil? This matter is too important, Mo Yen is eager to hear, as for why it is important. He himself does not know. At the time of the dilemma, Lu Folding Branch still want to open. Mo Yen gritted his teeth, directly raised his head and kissed up. Say it, explain properly, if you don't say it properly, I can continue. Mo Yen not only threatened, but also reached out and pressed on his sensitive waist nest, secretly mooching. Ice skin and jade bones of the great beauty, the feel of the hand with the sheep fat jade, and tender and slippery. Mo Yen think who if you can withstand this kind of beauty. Temptation, that is definitely have some hidden disease. In his heart salivating people, he also self-affirmation nodded his head, quite proud. Not bad, this father is really strong and healthy. Willow Folding Branch managed to calm her breathing, didn't even notice the dark color under his eyes, only remembered to answer properly. Naturally she didn't dare to slack off. Since ancient times, good and evil do not oppose each other, but there are always exceptions to everything. Willow Folding Branch stared at the person propped up above him, his tone was very light, but anyone could hear the sincerity within. You are a good demon, different from ordinary demons, so it's not a dislike. He was talking about you, not Snake, and this kind of evaluation was for Demon Lord Mo Yen. A long time ago Willow Folding Branch knew that Mo Banquet was a good devil, not like the successive devil reverends that coveted the human realm. Over the past 10,000 years, there have been countless wars between immortals and devils in the cultivation world, all of which were between the human world and the devil world, and all of the devils have exhausted their efforts to find ways to invade the human world and seize spiritual veins to plunder the spiritual chi, but only Mo Banquet is different. He is arrogant and domineering, but they are all outside the trouble, never easy to lead the devil's army together out of the magic world, not to mention war with the human world, although it is the devil, but also will take care of the lives of all the people of the devil. So Willow Folding Branch fight with him will also fight sympathy. The world said they are deadly rivals. He never hate Mo Yen in his heart, at most is to feel Mo Yen is too fierce. These Willow Folding Branch did not say, he could not say so much in the heart of the idea, but just say out that few words are enough to Mo Yen happy. Is good magic, do not mind. These 6 words worked better than any explanation, and if Mo Banquet was still snake-bodied, his tail would be able to shake out sparks of fire at this point. On the head, really on the head, listen to the dead enemy to say a few good words, then the fight one also let a person on the head. Is good magic you still not willing to follow me? Don't care how happy in the heart, Mo Yen mouth can't say, but also press the smile and go to force the question, that is, the tone of voice is too good, even with a smug smile. He put his breath falling on the Willow Folding Branch face, warm, also some itch. Willow Folding Branch secretly twisted his head to avoid a bit, tone is more light, will drag, must not. Mo Yen recuperates his wounds and goes back to take revenge is already not easy, if he brings him will only be a drag, not to mention that his snake can be attached to him, Mo Yen cannot. In the future, Mo Banquet and the little brother married, if he is not dead, send a congratulatory gift to his snake, all the 18 years of living together will be just the cause and effect, how can continue to stir together. The system revealed to him the plot he cannot say, Mo Banquet naturally will not know, only to hear him say that it will drag their own will understand. Lu Folding Branch is not refusing to go with him, is afraid of dragging him down, is a good intention, but because of the long mouth does not like to talk, plainly made a misunderstanding.
This problem must be changed, always so misunderstanding which line once upon a time is estimated to be so farce into a meeting on the fight of the dead enemy. Mo Yen in the heart of the calculation, but did not say to the willow folding branch, because he wanted to do bad things. You said it's late, Fong didn't say it properly, now you have to let someone force you to say it yourself, isn't it too much for you? He took people's clothes off, took advantage of, and now he is still pressing on people to force his words, half without blushing, justified. What do you say now? Willow Fold opened her mouth and didn't make a sound. It is clear that at that time he was suddenly angry and fierce himself, not letting people finish their words, and now he comes to bite back, when it is unreasonable and shameless. I want to fight. Willow Fold twisted her fingertips, thinking to herself secretly, but was caught off guard by a tug on her hand. You're responsible for fixing what you've caused by not talking properly, aren't you? Mo Yen was the best at being shameless and bullying, pressing his wrist to prevent him from recovering his hand. Didn't you teach me all day long that I should be able to take care of big things, and that I should be responsible for finding a little female snake or something? Senior, you have to set an example. He can talk a lot, Willow Folding branch mouth stupid, simply cannot say him, do not want him to do more excessive behavior, can only let him so bully. Lu Folding branch pursed lips, turned his head to look at the side of the corners of the mouth or almost raised to the sky of someone. Still want to fight. Cultivation of the mood of the perennial little fluctuation, Willow Folded branch forgot what it is like to be angry, only to know that he is now very much want to fight. When he was confiscated by the system, he was not distressed at all, but now he misses the cultivation. If there is still cultivation, he can fight with this bad-tempered bullying demon. What's wrong? Mo Yen was in a good mood, his tone was naturally good, seeing him staring at himself, he even asked with a smile. Lu Sheji frowned slightly and retracted his gaze for a moment before looking over again and then retracting it again. This is repeated several times, and finally brought the fingertip to his mouth and bit it, spilled some blood and then pinched the knuckle in the air to draw a symbol. The speed was so fast that Mo Yen didn't even react, and only heard a few words coming out of his mouth. Vermilion bird, summon. A clear, cold voice fell, and a tiny vermilion bird condensed from firelight went straight to Mo Banquet. Mo Banquet was dumbfounded, watching the vermilion bird land on his robe and burn the corners, then looking at the person who drew the talisman and summoned the fire to turn around and walk away, and then laughed out loud directly after a few moments. This is the Willow Folded branch to provoke temper? It's not easy, it's really rare that Willow Folding branch would lose her temper. It seems that he still needs to be bullied, without bullying he looks like an iceberg dummy, now this is like a normal person. Mo Yen enjoys the pleasure of bullying an honest person, but the honest person being bullied can't help but turn around and check after taking a few steps. Is he available to be angry? Thought that Mo Yen was burn clothes will be angry, and want to fierce himself again, but once he turned back to meet the bright smile in the man's eyes, Willow Folding branch froze a little. Why is it smiling? I got into a fight with him, and he didn't even want to fight? That kind of bullying me, by me burning clothes but not angry, but also so happy, when really is a good strange person. Willow Folded branch cannot understand, his world is familiar with only snake, not bully his Mo Banquet, not to mention to see someone's mouth hard heart soft, to him impure heart still dead not admit it. He just thought it was strange, didn't dare to mess with it, and didn't want to care about it. On the contrary, that person even caught up and pestered him on his own, obviously being so fierce just now, but now he was surrounding him and calling him master in every breath. Master, I helped you block Duan Chengqian's treacherous plan, is there no reward for that? Willow Folding Bao frowned and ignored it, just pondering silently in his mind, could there be any talisman that could shut someone up and make them unable to speak? Not waiting for him to remember, he heard the person surrounding him ask again, Master, aren't you going to teach me vestigial magic today? Lu Sheji's footsteps lurched, and finally he didn't hold back and returned, you said you won't memorize it later. Did I say that? Mo Yen froze for a moment before he remembered, and had the intention to get closer to him, but he couldn't let go of his face. Then if you beg me or promise to join me at night, it is not impossible for me to reluctantly memorize it. Bullying Willow Folding branch is really happy, even the more majestic demon Zun can't carry it, full of wanting to bully all the time. His thick skin was so thick that Lu Sheji was shocked, and simply couldn't believe that this was something that could be said so nicely out of the blue. Then don't carry it. It was also not appropriate for a demon Dharma Lord to learn the heart technique of the righteous path. He was giving up, but Mo Yen was confused. No, why don't you try to persuade me? You can at least persuade a sentence, I can also agree with the trend If you don't talk to me, you won't force me to take the undershirt, so what am I supposed to say to you? He is now all in the Willow Folding branch, just want to change the way to get close to, eyeballs cannot wait to stick up, but there is no opportunity to get close to. Mo Yen began to regret. If I had known, I would not have raised my eyebrows so much, now well, blocked the back road, cannot just harden and finish not to do this or that, and then turn back to ask to do it themselves. I don't know what to do, but I can't do it again. I didn't realize that Lu Sheji was so easy to bully at that time. If I'd realized it earlier, I wouldn't have been able to say those stupid things even if I'd thrown my mouth away. Willow Folding Branch didn't care what he thought, remembering in her heart that Duan Chengxian was going to wash his clothes before he came. She quickly picked up her clothes again and headed for the side hall.
Mo Yan looked at it, and looked at it again, and looked at it again.
Finally striding over and pulling him up, he took those clothes in his hand.
You go aside, why are you washing clothes when your hands are worn out like that?
Since I did it for you, I'll do it for you for once. Waiting to drive the person back to rest, Mo Yan only put away the expression of the bored face, sat down and prepared to wash the clothes when he did not hold back to pick up those clothes and smelled them.
Hiss. Really fragrant.
Willow Folding Branch body, then this is also fragrant, but also white shaking eyes. This world, how can there be so beautiful and so fragrant people, or not? I'd like to take him back to be the queen of the devils.
It's okay to snatch him back, we have to get him back anyway, we can't cheapen it, what's ours is ours, even if it's a dead ringer.
That's right, that's it. Willow Folding doesn't care too much about anything. I even coaxed and cheated, surely can be fooled away, and then can't be robbed back and not delayed to do the magic queen. Thinking of this, Mo Yan was so excited that he slapped his thigh. Worthy of being the honored one, so damn smart.
From today onwards, I will start to trick Willow Folding Branch to go back to be the demon queen.
Chapter 41, 40, oh, Mo Yan is going to trick me to go back to the demon world. Mo Yan is used to being a bastard, the arrogance of the 6 worlds when he was a devil, but also to cause trouble everywhere and be hunted down and killed. His cognition did not properly coax people back. The first reaction to think of is to cheat or rob the most convenient.
And they also feel reasonable.
You have to cheat first, and if you can't cheat, then you can rob.
As for how exactly to cheat, Mo Yan pondered while washing clothes, and finally felt that there was no difficulty at all. Willow Folding Branch doesn't care about anything, it's still not a random trick? So when Lu Fuji consulted the ancient books to the 3rd book, there was suddenly a handsome but with a bad smile face in front of him. Although he hadn't opened his mouth yet, but as soon as you looked at his expression, you knew that he was going to be bad, because the smugness of the success of that badness could not be hidden anymore. It was written all over his face. Willow Folding Branch raised his eyes and ignored it, turning sideways to continue reading. Master, I've finished washing the clothes.
Mo Banquet didn't mind his coldness, and followed over. Master called him obediently, and made up his mind to use Lu Xianji and Snake's identities to trick Willow Folding Branch away.
The devil race is advancing, is Master worried about the suffering of the living beings?
He suddenly mentioned the matter of the invasion of the demon race. After all, he is the former demon father. Lu Folding Branch thought it was some insight, although did not respond, but closed the book to listen carefully. See this reaction. Mo Banquet, no, they bet right, really have to start from the living. Folding Branch, immortal monarch, all things do not into the eyes, only on the guardian of the living bowed to exhaustion, 500 years never slack. But interested in the return of interest, obviously want to listen to the following, but ignore people. Mo Yan really cannot stand to see. I just finished cleaning up and let him talk properly, but now he doesn't remember. When I bring back to the demon world, let's see how I can clean him up and make him obedient. Mo Yan can already imagine what it would be like for Lu Xieji to lie on that big bed in the bedchamber of his magic palace, which is much bigger than this one today. Obviously talking about business, but someone started to think about it. Lu Fuji waited for a long time and did not wait for him to open his mouth again, finally could not help but ask, what is it? Mo Yan snapped back to his senses and met his slightly opened red lips. The knot in his throat rolled up and down. Finally remembering what he was trying to lie to him about, he instantly put on the appearance of a good snake and disciple again. I am trying to say, since Master Zun is worried about the devil clan advancing, I am also a devil clan. Why don't I go and be that devil Zun? At that time I won't attack the human realm. Master Zun will follow me back to the devil clan to enjoy the blessings, and I don't have to be counted and bullied here. Isn't it just right? I'll take back the position of the devil, and trick you back to the devil world. Then you have no cultivation and are not familiar with the place. Then it's still not how I can bully you? Mo Banquet thought happily, but did not know that Lu Xieji look at his eyes have changed. Already know the snake is Mo Banquet, now listen to him say such a plan. Willow Folding Branch or not want to care about him, but listen to the silence, want to speak cannot say. Well, he seems to be treating me as a little cutie. Cheat? Willow folded her eyes and thought silently. I'm just sociopathic and don't want to talk to people, but I'm not stupid. His face could not see a little bit of what was in his mind. This reaction looked in the eyes of Mo Yan is that he was thinking. Mo Yan felt that such a 2-for-1 plan is simply seamless, dreaming that their own vest has long been shattered, but also continue to persuade their master. You think you and I are dependent on each other in this cloud bamboo peak, easy to be disturbed. That group of white-eyed wolves use you, still treat you badly, unlike me. Mo Banquet moved forward again, smiled at a sincere, I did the devil Zun to bring the Master Zun back to the devil world, naturally serve well. The Master Zun did not say, one day for the teacher, for life for the father. Oh, he is treating me as a little cutie. Cheat. Willowfold made sure of it, frowning slightly but not poking at a single word, just thinking that this former nemesis didn't look very smart. Even if you don't know that he is Mo Yan, this plan is also everywhere as a loophole. A devil snake to do the devil, how easy it is. If the devil is so good to be, how can be stalemated with the righteousness of tens of thousands of years and still often go to war? If it is so easy to be a devil, then how can we be in a stalemate with the righteous for 10,000 years and still have wars from time to time?
Do snake when so small a small snake is how to look how cute, cannot see not very smart, now in human form is somewhat like a silly dog. Against the man's face cannot hide the pleasant mood and smug smile, Willow Folding Branch feel more like the big, naive dog, not at all like a snake, not at all as sinister and calculating looking as snakes, and I don't know how to be a demon lord. Just a little fierce. I can't say no, and if I don't, he's going to be mean to me. Willow folded her fingertips on the ancient book and quickly answered, aha. Mo Yen excitedly grabbed his arm, master promised? Aha. The old man knew it. He was sure to say yes if he was worried about Cthulhu. Thinking that he had tricked the man plainly, Mo Yen was smug while pulling him towards the bookcase. Then you still have to teach me the heart technique. I'll learn more and learn it well so that I can grab the demon lord's position. Just now it is not good to hit the face and say still use him to teach, take the opportunity to get close to him. This time it is also considered to have an excuse. Willow Folding Branch was pressed to the chair, the hand was also stuffed with this heart method. Look at that once dead enemy is close to wagging his tail and spreading joy waiting for their own to explain. A time simply cannot help but cry and laugh, full of absurdity. This is really the devil's own Mon? Could it be that I guessed wrong? In fact, it is not, just their own overintention, otherwise how to explain the person in front of you and his past acquaintance Mon is very different? Why did the demonic father fall in love with practicing the right way of thinking? And he learned also useless the devil cultivation and righteousness is not at all interchangeable, the heart is less the same, the righteousness is concerned about the cultivation of the body, the devil is to do as you wish in a timely manner, and advocate the force, to the martial arts as the honor. Willow Folding Branch cannot figure out, and the same as in the past, Su doubted the heart of the trick, patiently explain, while one hand covered in the sleeve, secretly line deduction of the art. He performed this technique not many times, after all, is to pry into the matter of heaven, more than 500 years, but only 3 times, are enough to shake the 6 worlds of the big event. The last time were used not long ago to deduce the outside world what happened. But this time he is deducing people, deducing the life and death of the devil father Mon, and where he is. The demon lord, Mon. Willow Folding Branch in the heart of the silent read again, seems to be slow and easy, but the fingertips are almost in the sleeve flying, sometimes pause for a moment, and then repeat the deduction, the cycle back and forth a dozen or so times. A page of the heart of the law has been explained, but the more deduction in the heart of the more doubtful. Why he cannot deduce anything. Whether Mo Banquet has already died or is in front of him, it should not make this deduction technique completely useless, no matter how it can only deduce a blank. The deduction technique handed down from the ancient god race to the present day has never failed only to deduce itself. He and Mon are not the same person. How could this be so? Hiss. What's going on? He was puzzled when he suddenly heard Mo Banquet exclaim, his legs transforming into a snake's tail, and the moment the tip of his tail lifted up, there was clearly a flickering red line on it. Hey! Is this the red line of marriage? Why did it suddenly come out? Mon reached out to touch it, but he only saw that the red thread became brighter, and the tip of his tail with him became hotter and hotter, as if it had scalded into his divine soul. Willow Folding Branch did not say anything, his hand pushed again, almost at the same moment, the red line of marriage on his wrist also revealed itself, vaguely hot. The two people stared at this strange reaction are a little stunned. Only rumors of marriage redline can be bound in marriage, but never recorded exactly how to bind, and how to use, are said to be tied to both sides of the body can be, if the two love will work, one party moved the true heart will also have some effect. Now this situation is really unheard of. Beyond the control and cognition of things will be Willow Folding Branch of this social fear divided into trouble, he cannot figure out will subconsciously avoid, staring at the reaction of the strange red line of marriage hesitation, how about breaking it? Mon froze, what? Now you. Snake has already transformed and is not my spirit pet anymore, and then this binding is not polite and has such a strange reaction, I'm afraid that it will affect Snake to go to be a demon Zune in the future. Thinking that he must be anxious to go back to retake the position of the devil's honor revenge, Willow Folded Branch will be to this above cover, Snake, you will be this red line broken is, I know you willingly and I rely on each other, no need for these dead things to trip. The outside world rumor is cold and indifferent, a word of the Folded Branch immortal monarch, in fact, will also be able to lie, even better than a certain devil to lie, lies are also made up more reasonable. But even if it was reasonable, it wouldn't fool the people he wanted to fool. It's not that the person doesn't believe, it's that the person doesn't listen. This red thread. It has been tied, then it is tied, and it is not delayed. Mon also cannot say what he is thinking, the brain just reacted, the tip of the tail has been retracted, retransformed into legs, even the red line are given to hide a little bit left, flashing red light is hidden tightly. He saw a hide, Willow Folding Branch hand is also gone. Look, the red thread is gone again, there's no way I can break it even if I want to. Mon said while touching his wrist in chagrin, I can't find it at all, my cultivation nowadays is definitely not working. Willow Folding Branch. Why do I think he just intentionally doesn't want to break it? It's okay, master, wait for me to think of a way. Confirmed that the willow folding branch cannot get broken, Mo Yen began to fool around, pulling his wrist while rubbing with fingertips mooching. While serious advice, I do the devil should be on the line, then even if there is no way, I also let the entire demon race to find. Don't worry, follow me back to the demon realm, I will definitely do this for you. After living for more than 500 years, it was the first time that willow folding branch was so impervious to a person. Although he didn't deduce where Mo Yen was, but the fact that Mo Yen pulled the red line of marriage as soon as he was deduced was enough to prove that the person in front of him was Mo Yen himself. So why did Mo Banquet try to bring himself back to the demon realm? Now that he can't beat him himself, why is he pretending to be a snake and a disciple? It was really strange. Unconsciously, Mo Banquet mistakenly evoked the curiosity of a social terrorist. Throwing away the identity of Snake, Willow Folding Branch was not interested in the snake he had raised, but was simply interested in the person of Mo Banquet, giving rise to a bit of curiosity that he did not dare to say or ask. The specific manifestation of this was staring at the person several times more. After transforming, Mo Banquet has never seen Lu Folding Branch staring at him again like he did to Snake, so it was not easy for him to do so, and he instantly put his face in front of Lu Folding Branch's eyes as if he were a peacock with an open screen. How is it? Isn't it particularly handsome? He was somewhat narcissistic in his body, but it wasn't really out of place, because even regardless of this face nowadays, Willow Fold remembered his original appearance. Because Lu Folding Branch likes good-looking things, Mo Yan's face is very good-looking, so back then, no matter how many times they fought, Lu Folding Branch never hit him in the face. Such a handsome face, what a pity to hurt it. Master, you speak, don't you? Mo Yan had thick skin, he didn't mind if he didn't make a sound, but also came closer again and asked again. Willow Folding Branch felt even more like he was like a big dog, clinging to his master and spreading his wings, as if he wouldn't stop until he was petted. It's not a snake these days, but it's kind of cute. Willow Folding Branch silently evaluated a sentence in her heart, met his eyes stained with a smile full of anticipation, and gently nodded. Aha. Snake is cute, the big dog is also cute, it's the Mo Yen when he's mean that's not cute. So fierce. Don't want ink banquets, want snakes and big dogs. Chapter 42-41, I'll work a little harder to help my master more. Willow Folding Branch compliments me on my handsomeness. That one nod of the head almost excited Mo Yen so much that he took off his vest on the spot, itching to notify the 6 worlds of this matter. Folding Branch Immortal complimenting Demon Zune Mo Yen. Deadly rivals are recognized handsome, just ask you envy or not. He likes to listen to the Willow Folding Branch to praise him too much. Once upon a time or a small snake can be seen, Willow Folding Branch to praise him a sentence, he directly with their scales to wash clothes, frozen a sound of praise in a day-to-day wash for more than 10 years. Ink feast for this sentence happy a whole day, a mouth a master called a pro, pretend good disciple pretend addicted, but also to the bedchamber to clean up the well organized and clean. But after cleaning up but did not get compliments again. The Hall of Devils and not good to go to the initiative to ask for, can only secretly hold their breath, secretly poking and prodding waiting for the night to clean up their nemesis. Then, that night Duan Chengqian killed, simply did not give him the opportunity to clean up the Willow Folding Branch. In the daytime, he scolded Duan Chengqian in front of so many people, he thought of the old undead will come to settle the score, but he did not think of it so quickly. It can be seen that the old undead how narrow-minded, even if the devil tribe incursion of the right thing to throw away regardless, but also to come to settle the score. Folding Branch, do you know the crime? Duan Chengqian sat on the main seat as soon as he entered and rebuked Lu Folding Branch in a cold voice, with Baiqiu behind him. Baiqiu sat on the side of Duan Chengqian, clearly as the younger brother, but simply do not care about the discipline etiquette. Willow Folding Branch of the eldest brother is still standing, he is sitting peacefully, and Duan Chengqian at this time also do not say anything unruly, the heart is biased out of bounds. Originally did not bully on the Willow Folding Branch on the annoyance, and now these two teachers and disciples are still a more than a not do personnel. Mo Banquet pulled Wanda's salute to recognize the mistake of the Willow Folding Branch, he pressed him to the side of the chair to sit down before speaking. Knowing a fart of sin. You tell me what my master has sinned. Before the words fell, Duan Chengqian's spirit power arrived in front of him, heading straight for his chest, and it looked like he was annoyed and wanted to kill him with a single blow. Mo Banquet sneered, was about to hide the demonic energy to fight back, behind him suddenly drifted to a talisman, hit with the spiritual power with the wind and scattered. The few people present froze. Folding Branch Immortal Monarch has a hand of extraordinary Chi-Men Dun Jia art, the entire cultivation world knows, but also to be supplemented with spiritual power. Now Lu Folding Branch half of the spiritual power is not even able to play such power, really let a person's heart shocked. The last time to open the array or use the blood of the heart, this time but just a small talisman paper. That paper ink feast also saw and draw, then only thought he drew to pass the time, but also with the tip of the tail dipped in vermilion sand to his clothes to play, never thought that the painted paper to his hands can be used as spiritual power. Master. Cough. Willow Folding Branch's cool voice was accompanied by 2 coughs, which were very light, but through the mask enough for everyone present to hear. Xianji is my personal disciple.
In just a few words, although there was no semblance of a rise and fall in tone, calm as water, the intent to defend was expressed to the fullest. Lu Xuanji is his own disciple, so outsiders cannot bully, he protects, even his master cannot hurt his disciple in front of him the slightest. Scattered cultivation of the folded branch immortal king lingering sickbed, body weak step 3 cough, but protect short guarded undisguised, once upon a time for his snake, now for his disciple.
Mo Yan directly laughed out loud.
Now the injury is much better, there is no need for him to protect, but not to use is one thing, he must protect is another thing, see him out to try to protect, the hall of the devil's father's mouth corner are almost raised to the sky. Good, I did not take care of you for so many years for nothing.
You've got a conscience. I knew you were a good candidate to be a demon queen.
With this defense from Willow Folding Branch, he naturally became even more arrogant and snorted at Duan Chengqian, old undead, see, my master can't afford for me to get hurt.
Duan Chengqian blackened his face and gasped. Next to him, Bai Qiu looked at Mo Banquet and then at Lu Shiji, with a look of fear. What are you doing, eldest brother? Master help you teach your disciple a lesson, it's good. How can he a snake demon be your personal disciple? You don't want to be fooled Seemingly persuasive, but actually emphasized that Mo Yan is a snake demon, although the righteous way in the demon race is not as incompatible as the demon race, but also can never accept a demon as a disciple. Small sects can still be, Zhenkuan sect is the first big sect, there is no precedent. Oh, he's not only a demon, he's also a devil, the Mo Yan who was killed by your scheme.
Willow Folding Branch has no fluctuation in her heart, only nodding slightly, aha.
Hear that, my master doesn't care.
Mo Yan proudly flaunted at those two and turned back towards Lu Shiji with a hefty smile.
That's right, you have to distinguish who is your own.
My father is much better than those white-eyed wolves, he doesn't count you at all, and at most, he bullies you during dual cultivation. Willow Folding Branch looked at his smile and silently lowered her eyes.
It really was like a silly dog, cute and wanting to be petted.
Folding Branch, master is doing it all for your own good.
Unsure of how powerful Lu Folding Branch's Chi Men Dun Jia skill is, Duan Chengqian put on the appearance of a loving master again, and followed the advice, the demon race is insidious and cunning, how is it going to be good for you to stay by his side and be compelled by him to go astray? He was sure that as long as he got rid of the snake demon that suddenly appeared, Lu Shiji would change back to the stupid disciple who used to be at his beck and call, and continue to follow orders, go to the demon race to beg for peace and send his life, and solve the dilemma in front of him. Right, eldest brother, he's only known you for how long, we're the ones closest to him.
Bai Qiu also helped out on the side, his hostility towards Mo Yan was undisguised. Willow Folding Branch still only had one word, only humming to show that she knew, but just not moving, still protecting Mo Yan.
Folding Branch, you don't want to be obsessed.
Eldest brother.
Regardless of what the two people said, Willow Folding Branch always had the word him.
Mo Yan watched their faces become more and more ugly, his heart was more than happy. Once upon a time, when he talked to Lu Shiji like this, he either didn't answer or there was only a hum. You have no idea what he's humming, and it can piss people off. Nowadays, the wind and water have changed, Lu Folding Branch and he can talk more, but also quite close, and so protective, angry that group of white-eyed wolves.
There are two people in the year to take turns noisy, Lu Folding Branch feels so noisy, but he did not dare to say, previously seen Mo Banner to help him deal with this kind of thing, but also send those people away, this time almost subconsciously go to see Mo Banner. Didn't say anything, just looked at it, hoping he could help again, after all, he really doesn't know how to do this.
I squarely protected him, now he should be.
Will be willing to help me to drive the people away.
Willow will not make friends, empty theory has never practiced, just heard that friends is to have to come and go, so fair, can be harmonious. Mo Yan was he looked at such a glance, did not understand what he meant, just feel that this glance seems to carry a bit of dependence and expectant meaning, some asked him what he was going to do, but the two people do not want to face the thing in, he really do not want to be heard by others Lu Folding Ji said so many words. This honors himself to hear on the line, other people do not deserve. So he also hurriedly drove the person away, mistakenly conforming to Willow Fold's mind.
Alright, don't fart there. Mo Yan impatiently waved his hand, isn't it just about making peace with the demon race?
Make an appointment for Demon Zun to meet at the junction of the two worlds, I'll accompany my master to meet him. Such an important matter as negotiating peace between the two realms, yet he arranged it with a single sentence. Duan Chengqian felt that he was the one farting, but when he saw that Lu Shiji didn't make a sound, he was a little unsure again.
Folding Branch, is this matter your intention? Willow Folding Branch didn't know anything, but also didn't care, around the same time he went to step in, the process is not important.
Aha! From start to finish, he had always used this one word to cope with all but that one sentence about being a pro-disciple. Duan Chengqian has completely run out of patience, if it is not still counting on him to negotiate peace, will not be here to waste words for so long.
Negotiate a good time to send someone to inform you. Leaving behind a sentence, Duan Chengqian whisked his sleeves away.
When he came, he was furious and wanted to take action to establish authority, but when he left, he was full of anger.
Bai Qiu followed behind him, wanting to say something, almost out of the hall before he shouted at Lu Shiji, eldest brother, I will come back to see you another day, take care of yourself, don't be confused by sinister people. Lu Shezhi didn't respond, didn't even look at him, just staring at Mo Yan out of his mind.
Clearly should be a couple. How the young master brother from the time Mo Banquet is a snake will be a lot of hostility, and now the hostility is even more.
Ink Banquet on the little master brother look also. Not like intentional. Shouldn't the bond between the protagonists be there when they meet? How to look at all to each other hate like. Finally, get lost, I'm sick to death of it. Mo Yan directly went up and took off his mask and threw it to the side. The corners of his mouth rose as he asked him, Master, did I perform well? What were you trying to say by staring at me just now?
Lu Shezhi shook his head to indicate that he didn't want to say anything, and just after shaking his head for a moment, he was pinched by his chin.
It doesn't hurt, the pinch is very light, and it seems to be intentionally controlling the force. Master, you have to talk, not with others, you and I are dependent on each other, you can't not talk with me, right? Before I transformed into a form, didn't you pester me to talk all day long?
He was like a denizen, pinching people's chin, one foot even stepped on the chair, as if which bully was going to rob the people's daughter, condescendingly smiling evilly and badly. Lu Fuji looked down at his foot on the chair and frowned slightly. Once upon a time when Mo Banquet was like this he made a move to fight, but now that he couldn't fight and looked away, he held his tongue for a while or couldn't hold back.
Put it down. How can you put your foot on a chair that sits on people, how dirty it is.
Getting along with him for a long time, what emotions are actually carried in those almost cool voices, Mo Yan can probably tell. This time is not the tone of reprimand, light, Mo Yan even heard a little aggrieved.
TSK, pretentious.
Knowing that he has a delicate life, not accustomed to his own demeanor vulgarity without etiquette, Mo Yan heart said that he is pretentious, but the action is fast, not only put down the feet, but also the chair to carefully wipe clean.
This time okay? Aha! Just one word, or no boast.
Mo Yan heart is not taste, do not understand how he does not praise, see him get up to go, deliberately waiting for him to almost stand firm before pulling back. Then he himself toward the chair he had sat on, just in time to pull the person into his arms to sit on his lap.
Hey! What are you doing sitting in my arms, master?
Obviously he did it on purpose and he's still playing the victim here. Willow Folding Branch saw through everything and pursed her lips.
Not good at all day long I am a little cute. Cheat, so miss my good snake, can he change back ah?
He wanted to get up, but Mo Yan clasped his waist to not let him. His mouth was even more shameless. Forget it, if you like to sit down, I'll reluctantly let you sit down for a bit. Who let you be the master?
Right, the old undead and the young undead have all left. Should master teacher cultivate with me?
Only after hearing these words did Willow Folding Branch react a little, raising her eyes to look at him suspiciously.
Didn't master teacher hear that?
Mo Yan unhurriedly said what he had calculated. In a few days, we have to go to see the demon lord. Master nowadays his body can't. If he goes, he will surely be found to have no cultivation. He has to recuperate properly. Against the Willow Folded Branch slightly surprised eyes, Mo Yan hooked up the corner of his mouth. Master, this is for the world of the living from the war. I cannot see the master for the living day and night worry, just a little bit of hard work, and more to help the master good.
Chapter 43-42, Pressing in the Hot Springs and Bullying a Nemesis.
This method was indeed able to nourish the body, and it was the most effective shortcut for people with shattered meridians. Although not much was repaired, it was better than nothing, and this effect was even more than unusual pills could not achieve.
But the person
who brought this up looks very much like a drunkard. What kind of beauty has the devil father Mo Banquet not seen? The devil palace is more 3 palaces and 6 houses. Lu Folding Branch also do not want to take him as a denizen, but the person in front of him that full of expectations is really too bright. He wants to not pay attention to it is difficult. The hall of the devil, or the protagonist, but also not to be a pervert who will not let go of the dead enemy, right? Willow Folding Branch would like to ask him the heart of the process. Is a man's rival how can be interested in? Is here no beauty? Cannot stand the days of this water, born to suffocate perverted? But he didn't dare to ask. It's not easy for Mo Yan not fierce, in case of asking and roaring scolding how to do. I held back for a long time. Lu Folding Branch hesitantly spit out a few words. Is a man.
What's wrong with men? Mo Yan wasn't dissuaded at all, and even blocked him with what he said. Wasn't it the master who said that men and men can also be married as Dao couples? You also said that the dead Mo Banquet was a couple with your youngest senior brother. Willow Folding Branch.
At that time, I didn't know that Snake was Mo Banquet himself, but I actually leaked out this kind of heavenly opportunity.
Mo Banquet. Mo Banquet he.
I know, Mo Banquet that is not a person, he is fierce master, do not mention him, do not mention him.
Willow Folding Branch.
He scolded himself scolded so positive Cursed also cursed, lied also lied. Mo Yan see him not speak, directly unilateral when he agreed, holding him to the bed couch. Lu Fuji had not yet reacted, the outer robe had already fallen to the ground.
Well, are the devils really obsessed with the affair of the moon? They can't even wait a moment?
Willow Folded Branch was kissed breathless, still have the heart to think about these, so easily be released a little bit have a chance to breathe. The first reaction is to turn his head to avoid he still want a fall kiss.
Mo Yan froze. No, how is this unwilling again? I thought he didn't care about it. Is it possible that I didn't lie well? Master, I help you to nourish your body, can let you see the devil that day pretending to be the same as before, cannot see the infirmity, this is for the sake of the good of the living world. In case it is known that you do not have cultivation, the devil clan directly hit the door. How to do? The reasoning is indeed this reasoning, although it is with the protagonist ties then not as important as the life of the living beings, should sacrifice ego, but not yet bathed. Mo Yen had thought of hundreds of reasons why he might refuse, but he had never expected him to say such a sentence, and he was almost dumbfounded. Then, I'll take you to bathe, and that's it? Better not, it's actually a little tiring. Willow Folding Branch did not dare to say, but he asked again, and finally could only hesitate to say, maybe don't? Can't. Oh. Ink Banquet. I just casually said I can't, but he really obediently didn't refuse? When did Lu Fuji become so nice? Is this the same Willow Folding Branch that almost killed me and came up with a bunch of unethical ways to torture people? He felt that something was wrong, but it was too late to think about it. After all, the spring night was short. Walk to the hot springs in the side hall of the Ink Feast are too slow, simply directly holding Lu Folded Branch instantaneous transfer to go, clothes are not given to take off to the hot springs put. The beauty of the wet body, or wear white, half-covered spring color to see the Ink Feast nose a hot, reacted to cover the nose has been too late, froze to cover a hand of nosebleeds. Damn! This water how so hot again? He cursed and went to stop his nosebleed, but Willowfold looked at the scene and remembered the first time he brought Snake to bathe. At that time, Snake had a nosebleed, so this demon lord couldn't stand it from then on? With the dead enemy this man bathing can also love to move the blood up, Ink Feast is really some perverted in the body. Willow Folding Branch in the heart silently thought, until stopped the nosebleed of the person leaned over and pressed over, he only confirmed the party thought. Well, Mo Yen is indeed perverted. May not. Willow Folding Branch softly refused, and the man's movements gave a start as he questioned suspiciously, what did you say, master? I didn't hear you. I said no. Well. Mo Banquet and not stupid, which can let him in to finish the words, was rejected and then have to lie again, rather than directly block the words of rejection back, as if nothing was heard. Lu Zhuoji refused? No, he did not finish his words, the first time I did not hear, how do I know what he said? Bad-eyed devil so openly and honestly bully the enemy, favor that enemy is still an emotionally indifferent social fear, was blocked back a time will not dare to say again, think about around also do not really care, just. After all, in a few days to see the current devil to negotiate peace is the important thing. Typical of those who have suffered a loss and still don't learn from it, it's already too late for Willowfold to realize that she can't take it. Mo Yen looked full of love, hold the person a little tighter, even if he closed his eyes or not willing to let go, changing ways to kiss. The first person in the right way is such a soft beauty, how can I bear to fight with him in the past? Mo Yen warm and soft jade in the arms, thinking of the former 3 days a small fight, 5 days a big fight days a little regret. What fight that year should be directly snatched him back to the demon world, and will not hurt, they are also relieved. Come back to the demon world with me. Thinking this way, Mo Yen lowered his head and kissed Willow Folding Branch's somewhat red and swollen lips, his voice was rare and gentle, go back with me, I'll give you a body to nourish, even if you can't recover to the way you used to be, at least I'll make sure your life is free from worry, so that you can enjoy your life in peace and happiness. Willow Folding Branch are almost drowsy asleep, hear his words briefly awake for a moment, but also did not respond, only vaguely said, do not. Ha! Mo Yen froze, then burst out laughing, what don't want it? Unexpectedly the big beauty in his arms slowly opened her eyes, glanced at the warm pool of water that the two of them were in, and slowly and leisurely spat out 2 words, soup pool. Don't. Soup pool. Mo Yen reacted, his face darkening a bit uncontrollably. Lao Zi thought of bringing you back to the demon world to raise your body and renew your life, how dare you dislike Lao Zi so much? Do you believe that I'll just leave you here? He roared viciously in his heart, his hands also unconsciously used some force, Willow Folding Branch already waist sore, by his force a pinch more uncomfortable, plus tired fast asleep he still does not let sleep, is really a little upset. In the past, the lesson of the snake used to, and then Wada teaches the habit of shooting at the snake head, Mo Yen now in shape, higher than him a head and more, he was confused to raise his hand to the head of the people to shoot, but the hand in mid-air on the discovery of the wrong. Can't shoot at all. Now well, even worse, Lu Folding Branch frowned and wanted to take his hand back, caught off guard by someone grabbed his wrist, and landed another ambiguous kiss on his wrist. You dislike me, you still have the nerve to be angry? Master, look carefully, I'm not the little snake that you bullied back then, I've grown up, I want to hit my head but I don't think I can get it? He bad-mouthed, and even punished as if to Willow Folding Branch waist nest pressed the person's soft body a vigorously trembling, this only satisfied. Willow Folding Branch just want to have a good sleep, but by his naughty bullying, that frowned more tightly, the other hand in the water pinched a trick, hesitation to open the formation to get away, but suddenly saw the bully slowly lowered his head. TCH, really troublesome, all cannot beat me still hold what master give you a hit, more than one cannot hear? Mo Yen lowered his head to a position that he could reach, his mouth also urged him, quickly fight, finish fighting and go back to sleep. Willow Fold froze, only this moment's effort he couldn't wait, directly grabbed that hand and hit it to his head. Bang sound, shocked Lu Fuji hands are a little numb. Alright, you're not angry after the fight, right? Go back to sleep. Mo Yen picked him up and went to the shore, his mouth still muttered, there is no next time, beat me to the head buzzing, beat me for 18 years, and you're still addicted, when I'm good at bullying? Willow folding branch nestled in his arms do not say anything, but is not so sleepy. Good fierce. Today it's not snake or big dog, it's mean bullying feast, but he did let me hit him a little bit after all. Still voluntarily lowered his head and took his own hand and hit it upwards. Also kindly, is this mouth? Maybe just hit him a little bit, like the past days to teach the snake. Willow folding branch inexplicably not so afraid, how the heart thought then how to do, reached out and pinched his mouth. Mo Yen was suddenly pinched lips closed his mouth, a face confused. Aha. What the are you doing? His curses could not be heard, so naturally, Willow didn't know that she had been cursed, and she didn't let go of her hand, but only thought silently in her heart. Do not this mouth, long mouth is not good use, fierce death. Chapter 44-43, to the dead enemy as a dog? What is Willow Fold doing? How dare he pinch my mouth? Mo Yen could not believe his eyes. All have already transformed into form, not the palm-sized small snake back then. Willow folding branch can't reach his head even if he wants to hit him now, but still dare to bully him so much, dare to pinch his mouth? Get thee off me. Obviously shaking off his hand can be solved things, but Mo Yen like a fool did not move, just with his mouth cursing. Even if Lu Xieji couldn't hear what he was saying, she could still see his expression and eyes, and it was clear that he was cursing again. When the snake how good small so cute, will not curse and obedient. Nowadays. Alas. Willow folding branch secretly sighed, already body tired, really cannot let him shut up more and then feel the year with the snake intimate together, finally can only helplessly let go. But the heart inevitably have regrets, closed eyes gently sighing tersely, snake. Good. Don't fierce. Mo Banquet is trying to scold, but also want to clean him up a bit, so that he dares not do those excessive behavior bullies, but heard him say so, has opened his mouth froze. Good snake, good snake, these are the former Willow folding branch often said to him the name, since the transformation of the form has not been. Forget it, just tolerate him this time, seeing as he was so tired that he couldn't even open his eyes. Today, Willow folding branch's performance is not bad, are beginning to be willing to open their mouths to speak, right as a reward. Mo Yen thought so, and in his heart, he also grunted in triumph. Willow folding branch, you know contentment, pinching the mouth of my father can still live well, this is a unique honor in the entire cultivation world. You should be happy. Around the willow folded branch are asleep, Mo Yen also do not need to worry about anything, moreover, do not need to lie more, directly rolled over to the bed to embrace the fragrant and soft nemesis sleep. Willow folding branch sleep wake up has been the second day of noon, the winter sunshine through the window shines in, once you open your eyes to see the warmth of the sun into the room, giving people an inexplicable sense of warmth. But this feeling is only a moment, soon Lu folding branch will find some wrong on the body. Awake? Mo Yen has been holding him, noticed his eyes open and then put his head over, but before he said anything else, he saw that he was going to get up, played halfway and full of shock, frowned and wobbled back. Hey! You slow down Mo Yen's eyes and hands were quick to help him. More than being stubborn in nature, he was simply an asshole to the core. Shouldn't you thank me for looking out for you so much? The moment his words came out, the way Willowfold looked at him changed. Well. This perverted demon lord not only treats me as a little cutie. Cheat, but also treats me as demented and weak, and bullies me as he pleases. It seems to be a little angry. After more than 500 years, the word angry appeared for the first time in Willowfold's mind. He knows that this is a kind of emotion, before wearing the book still have such emotions, but hundreds of years of cultivation, social fear of people in this collusion all over the disagreement of the clan, wore out his old nature, become emotionally indifferent, rarely have any fluctuations. Today so strong, but also realize that there seems to be some anger, is rare. But even if he felt a little angry, Willowfold didn't have an angry expression, and was even distracted to think. This demon sovereign is quite powerful, it's even able to infuriate me. After 500 years of fighting, I have never gotten angry at my nemesis, but only a few words today have made me angry. But angry to be angry, Lu Folding Branch also know that Mo Banquet's asshole words are not completely unreasonable. Folding Branch immortal monarch even if angry is also clear-headed and rational, did not say a word, just raw so that the Mo Banquet to see the back of the cold. Senior, what happened to you? A little angry. This time the answer came rather quickly and the words were shocking. Mo Yen was a bit confused. You get angry? Should be. Willow folds her arms for a moment. Right now, there is some anger. Obviously said a serious Mo Yen, but the more you look at him, the more you feel that he is dull, but also a little cute. Good boy said he was a little angry. Angry also told others in advance. That kind of feeling Mo Yen cannot describe, just feel so cute. Really ing cute. There is still a little bit of normal people's fresh breath.
The moody folding branch immortal monarch was like a dummy, similar to a living puppet, without much popularity, and only now did he have some fresh breath, like a normal person. Although he was angry with himself. But you just say that the old man is awesome or not. Lao Zi has made Willow Folding Branch so angry that he looks like a person. Ink asshole feast, pride. But this pride was fleeting, because soon he realized that there was a fluctuation in the aura around him. Xing Yun. Accompanied by Willow Folding Branch's light call, the Xing Yun sword and the complicated formation attacked together, and Mo Banquet had to restrain his demonic aura from being discovered by the rest of the Qiankuan sect, and for a while, he was distracted. In the end, he could only avoid the pouring cloud sword and was trapped in the center of the bedchamber by the unknown formation. It's not that he can't break the formation, he won't be able to break it by normal method, but brute force is still possible, only to make a big fuss about it, and it will be noticed by the bystanders. Master. It was inconvenient to come hard, so the hall demon Zun exerted his shameless instincts and called out to the expressionless beauty on the couch with a mouthful of Master Zun. Master, there is no need to come really it, I give you warm jade to let you raise your body, you refine into spiritual power to use to open the array to trap me, in a few days to see the devil how to do? Willow Folding Branch pursed her lips and said nothing, only the slender white fingers were moving, constantly changing the knots. But in a moment, Mo Yen knew what kind of formation was trapping him. It was the shifting formation. Don't ask him how he knows, because a little pig can't talk at all. Discovered that the moment the line of sight became low, Mo Yen was still calm, only thought that Lu Folding Branch made him back to his original form, but when he wanted to move the snake tail, it felt wrong, and he was puzzled to look down at himself. Then saw a pink piglet? Snake, you're a little piggy. The outrageous cajoling of Willow Folding Branch in the past echoed in his mind, and Mo Yen looked at himself and then at his satisfied-eyed nemesis on the couch, nearly dying of anger on the spot. Lu Folding Branch, you are still a human being? I'm afraid that if I break the formation and make a big noise, it won't be good for you, but you're treating me like this? You're really turning me into a pig? Although the piglet is bigger than the initial snake, it is only half a pillow size, pink and tender, is very cute, and the most important thing is that it will not speak. Willow Folding Branch can be too much like will not talk to the living creature, because after the transformation will talk will only asshole gas people, that mouth is not as good as no, or will not talk good. Moreover, the piglet is so cute, he will not have an attack of social fear at all, and will not care that this is Mo Banquet. Although this time is to take advantage of Mo Banquet defenseless successfully change him into a piglet, also can only maintain a day, but Lu Folding Branch is also satisfied, get up to hold the constantly struggling piglet, lovingly touching. Mouth also tone leisurely. Snake, you're a little piggy, but you can't talk, and it's the little pigs and snakes that don't talk that are good little pigs and good snakes. Mo Yen almost turned his back in anger when he heard this. Can't speak? They all have mouths like you and don't use them. Don't go too far, Lu Zhuoji. You'll be finished when I change back. After many days, I finally experienced the long-lost closeness with Snake. Even though the shape is now a piglet, Lu Fuji knows that this is his own Snake, so he is extraordinarily intimate. Not Mo Banquet, this is my Snake. Snake is a good Snake, and Mo Banquet is a bastard, a denizen, and a perverted devil. But Piggy doesn't have scales. Willow folded his arms and felt uncomfortable again for a moment, but changing back to Snake he would remember that Snake was Ink Feast, and after a moment's slight contemplation, a flash of insight came to him. Snake, turn into a big dog can be good? Fluffy, good to touch. Mo Yen? Willow Folding Branch, say that again? What the hell are you doing? Make me a dog for you? Chapter 44, Willow Fold likes beings that aren't human? Never in his life had he thought that one day he would be turned into a pig or a dog by his nemesis. Mo Yen felt that the 4 words of strange shame were about to press down on the top of his head. Willow Folding Branch. Who gave you the guts to let you dare to be so? Woof woof woof. Ink Banquet. The words that came out of his mouth all turned into dog barks, and Mo Yen was completely dumbfounded. Lu Folding Branch really changed, he really dared. Woof. Woof. As soon as he opened his mouth it was a dog's bark, cursing was also a dog's bark. Mo Yen almost spat out blood and instantly closed his mouth. Shame on you. Old son, a life of fame today completely ruined. So effortless, even without pinching his mouth to make him shut up, Lu Folding Branch very satisfied, one hand on his body, feel the furry touch, eyes are bright. Snake, don't talk so good, kiss. After many days, Mo Banquet was again called by Lu Shiji in such an intimate tone, and also hugged up and kissed all the time. The heart even if again gas, suddenly again enjoy such treatment, again asshole of the devil also some cannot carry. Anger subsided most of the time, in the sound of moo moo moo, Mo Yen suddenly want to understand one thing. Willow Folding Branch once caught me Rua endless, still so love to talk, because I am just a small snake? He likes spirits that aren't human, so my treatment plummeted when I took form? Good snake, good snake. Let fly for 18 years, suddenly hold so long. Willow Folding Branch is also almost suffocated. It is not easy to be able to regain freedom again, will not have an attack of social fear, clear and cold big beauty hugging the arms of the little black dog love. Touch the furry touch over and over, positive touch upside down, even if the expression is still so calm, love has long been overflowing. Rarely can see him so happy, or just angry after cleaning up his own. Moyen briefly silent for a while, the last bit of anger also subsided. TSK, you the first person of the righteous path as to be so unseen? Stupid. Never seen a dog before? He refused to bark at the dog, so he grunted ferociously, but he was not humanoid. Willow Folding Branch was not afraid of him, and found that he dared to grunt directly to the dog's head Bonbon 2 times. Mo Banquet instantly honest, lie down and do not dare to move. In the Willow Folding Branch under the lesson for more than 10 years, habit which is so easy to be able to change, this has become a muscle memory, was beaten to obediently get down, otherwise there is definitely a more unethical punishment waiting. People under the roof, that is, arrogant and domineering devil also have to bow down, but also hard to be coached into a good snake. Obviously Willow Folding Branch also has such a habit, see him so good full of gratification, and rewarded in the top of his head kissed, whether the snake into a small pig or into a big dog, are my favorite snake. But changing into a human won't work, changing into a human will become Mo Yen. The latter sentence he did not say, how can Mo Banquet know, but also in that secretly complacent. You like me the most? Too bad, I don't like you. Are you mad at me? Let's see how I'll deal with you when I turn back into my human form. He lay on his back in Willow Fold's arms obediently being held and casually touched, his tail still wagging in a single triumphant motion. TSK, Willow Folding Branch said favorite old man, really perverted. Thinking of perverts in his heart, his tail wagged more and more happily. It's favorite, not favorite, it's most. Favorite. Had. Willow Fold says favorite. Reacting to what he was thinking, Mo Yen reached out a paw to harden his tail. Wiggle my ass. Willow Fold, he dared to turn me into a dog. He did not know how much he had brainstormed in his head. Willow Folding Branch was still there purely jerking the dog. The more he touched it, the more addicted he became, and even secretly regretted it. The formation could only last for one day, if only it could be like this all the time. Today it's a big dog, tomorrow it's a snake, and the day after that it's a little fox, or a bunny. Beings that can't talk are so cute and wonderful, why would a nice snake have a mouth, ugh. Thinking that there is only one day, when going to negotiate peace after the estimate that he will not be able to come back, Willow Folding Branch has the last indulgence, more than before to let go of their own selves. Snakes suck. Exquisite and absolutely beautiful face, froze buried in the big dog belly a rubbing. Mo Yen was dumbfounded by the suction. No, wasn't he kissing? How is this a new trick? And that's not all, Willow Fold had enough of burying herself in Fluffy and raised her head to take a bite out of his ear. It wasn't hard, just grinding with his teeth. Pervert. Willow Fold is definitely a pervert. I'm a dog now. I've heard of a dog biting a man. How the hell can someone bite a dog? Snake ears are so soft and fluffy. Willow Folding Branch biting one of his ears, also up to touch the other, finally still feel unable to express their favorite, simply open wide mouth to be the dog's head in the mouth. Mo Yen. Damn him, he's going to swallow the old man. Willow Folding Branch is just gesturing, it's not like he's going to really swallow it, or really stuff the dog's head into his mouth, it's not like he has that big of a mouth, but seeing Snake backing away with a terrified look on his face, he finds it amusing as hell. He found the happiness when he first raised Snake, but it was better than when Snake transformed into Mo Banquet and spent the whole day either treating him as a little cutie. It was much better than when Snake transformed into Mo Yen and spent the whole day either treating him as a little cutie or bullying him. He is happy. Mo Banquet was tortured to the point of no return, almost never escaped the clutches of a whole afternoon, was held in the arms of the dicing. A moment to bite the ears, a moment to play with paws, even the tip of the tail was tied into a bow, the hair on top of the head also gave a pigtail. In fact, it is possible to look at what kind of self in the end, but Mo Yen did not have the courage to look at it, he was afraid to look at a glance directly to be angry to death. A righteous immortal monarch, at least also do a few hundred years of righteousness first person, said the immortal style of the righteous example, how will pervert to this degree? Willow Folding Branch you don't cultivate immortality, you go to the devil world to do the devil honors. Compared to you, I'm a good and decent person. I've never bitten a dog on the side of the road, I've only kicked it. This whole day he has been cut to no dog-like, to the evening dog hair to be jerked bald, and was spoiled 8 times like, motionless and lifeless lying on the couch, want to break the head also do not understand why the whole magic soon fell to this. The most terrible thing is that he is like this Willow Folding Branch has not let go of him, sleep all stuffed him into the quilt holding him to sleep. Hugging on the hug, anyway, tomorrow will change back, he also endured, after all, Willow Folding Branch arms are very soft and fragrant. This formation is he just learned today, once upon a time just heard, or the first time to use, the effect is so good, Willow Folding Branch is very satisfied. He is feeling fun, Mo Banquet directly fried. Woof woof woof. Willow folded her arms. Mo Yen couldn't even be bothered to open his mouth as barking, one paw covering between his legs and showing his teeth in a snarl. Woof woof woof. Woof 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 woof. You're finished. You're dead when I change back.
He was so angry that he wanted to bite someone. Willow Folding Branch still looked like he was innocently out of his element, pressed his dog's head and stroked it. Snake, snake, it's time to go to sleep, don't make a scene. Who the hell is he making a mess? I'll bite you to death right now. Mo Banquet opened his mouth to bite, but was pinched in the middle of the dog's mouth. Boo sound. Willow folded the branch again, stuffed him into the quilt, tightly embraced into the arms. If you say he is lacking in virtue, he is still so gentle and intimate, but if you say he is normal, he is still doing something lacking in virtue. Mo Yen is simply speechless to the extreme. See his intimate hugging himself to sleep peacefully, a very dependent and very assured appearance, a time and a good gas and funny. You are going to toss old me to death, you yourself sleep well. How dare you, Lu Xieji? He is really angry, cannot change back to human form, but also try to change, in a flash. But the small arm length of the small black dog became a person high, wailed and pressed the nemesis who was about to fall asleep under the body. Willow Folding Branch froze, opened his eyes to see him become bigger, directly turned around and hugged. Similar to hugging a pillow, his arms and legs rested on him, and his head arched toward him, finding a comfortable position to reclose his eyes. Big dog, so touchy and cuddly. Ink Feast, who was ready to scare him into swallowing him. You this. This how else can I open my mouth to scare you off? Can you respect me a little? I want to scare you when I get bigger. What's wrong with you holding me like this? Don't care how he roared in his heart. Anyway, Willow Folding Branch can't hear it, hugging the big dog and comfortable and secure. Social fear is rare to enjoy such a peace of mind intimate contact, sleep quite fragrant. Mo Yen looked at his peaceful sleeping face several times to open his mouth to bite him, and finally did not open. Forget it, tomorrow back to human form to settle the score with him. I will let him sleep one last peaceful sleep. Chapter 46-45, Giving a Job to the Dead Enemy. The second day of the Willow Folded Branch woke up in time, opened his eyes in the moment or holding a good big dog, just wanted to reach out and touch it changed. The big dog changed in seconds into a 9-foot-tall handsome man, born to let him reach out to the hand stiffened. The white and slender hands silently retracted, and then pushed. Hey! Mo Banquet has long woken up. It was hard to wait until the array failed to turn back into a person, just to settle the score was pushed off the bed by him, fell on the ground. People are stupid. Willow Folding Branch, what the hell are you doing? Last night, you had to sleep with me in your arms. Now that you've woken up, you're throwing me to the ground. He sat on the ground and cursed with his mouth open. Lu Folding Branch heard clearly, look at himself because of the social panic attack and confiscated the hand that pushed him, opened his mouth to say sorry, but see him too fierce did not dare to squeak, and secretly took out the mask and put it on. Whom? Mo Banquet cursed halfway, suddenly looked at him to put on the mask, to get up the actioner stalled, face black as ink. You turn Lousy into a pig into a dog, bully Lousy a whole day, sleep and wake up to turn over his face to push Lousy to the ground, and now you even do not let Lousy see the face? It is said that the devil world is poor mountains and bad water out of the devil. Mo Yen is a devil, is in the devil world, have not seen such unreasonable devil. In his opinion, what Willow Folding Branch did was simply more devilish than a devil. More than being unreasonable, this was not even heavenly. Willow Fold. Mo Yen completely exploded, bounced up from the floor to clean him up, but just as he got up, he heard 3 clear and cold words coming from the couch. I'm sorry. This. He apologized, then I still want to not. Well. He has apologized, and then ruthlessly pack a meal is not good. Willow Folding Branch naturally know that yesterday excessive, he just feel that his days are numbered, so indulge this time. Now Mo Banquet angry, he also feel that the apology is deserved, so again said one more sentence. I'm sorry, Snake. Xianji. Mo Banquet epithet is Xianji. Lu Folding Ji thought of this as not for Snake to apologize, but for Mo Banquet, and cannot show the card, so temporarily changed the name of the epithet. The same are called, he set out Xianji 2 words, Mo Banquet feel is completely different feeling. Called Snake, Snake is intimate, called Xianji on. Different, a little different, extraordinarily good to hear. Really, good sound. The devil tribe does not pay attention to what elegance, Xianji this 2 words from the previous Ink Feast did not mention. A large part of the reason is that it is too literal and crepe, listening to the difficult, but Lu Folding Branch called these 2 words he did not feel, but also inexplicable. Back of the crispy densely packed. Last time he knew that it was good to hear, but this time the Willow Folding Branch said very light, I do not know how it seems to be a bit shaky, listening to his heart itchy. His mother's Willow Folding Branch is afraid not a vixen change it. How to grow such a beautiful, overly beautiful face, everywhere on the body is good looking, call a name is also so not reserved. Thinking of Lu Folding Branch's face that one never tires of looking at, and then seeing the mask that Lu Folding Branch is wearing nowadays, Mo Banquet instantly turned all his fire to the mask. This broken thing is always blocking Lu Folding Branch's face, I'll dismantle it. Lu Folding Branch only felt a gust of wind rubbing the side of the face, thought he was going to fight, thinking that the fight then fight, after all, they are not in the right, but I know that it did not hurt, only to hear a burst of clattering and cracking sound. Look, wearing hundreds of years of mask broken into pieces, and someone's foot in the above deliberately stepped on. Why did you break the mask instead of turning it on me when you were angry? You what you? Mo Yen sneered, see, Lao Zi is so ruthless to the mask, if you turn me into a dog and bully me again, believe it or not Lao Zi. He was trying to threaten, but also thought that the more ruthless the better, but thought of half a day also did not think of how he could threaten. Cursing a meal? If he was scolded harshly, he would complain that I was mean. Beat him up? The skin is so tender that it will turn red when touched, so who can afford to hit him? You wait for me next time. Mo Yen finally came up with a suitable punishment, his face full of bad smiles. If you don't believe me, try it. Willow Fold's pupils trembled. Why is there a next time? The folding branch immortal monarch, who had a social panic attack, became even more frightened and silently stepped back, not speaking, just staring at the mask. Although he was socially terrified, his heart was eager to change the topic. Encountering such an asshole nemesis, and now forced to live together, Lu Folding Branch had to force himself to say a little bit more, holding back for a long time before spitting out a few words to change the topic. The mask will have to be worn during the negotiation of peace. Mo Yen? Laozi is threatening him. He's not scared, and he wants Laozi to pay for the mask? Uing. Broken. Willow Fold and he opened their mouths at the same time, and stopped when they heard his curses, and seeing that he didn't curse downward, that's when they hesitantly continued on, the mask, can't wear it. Mo Yen. Why is he looking so aggravated again? It's true that they are all hypocrites in the righteous path. After doing something bad, they still fight back and pretend to be pitiful. Even people like Lu Shiji, who looked so righteous, were so skillful. Duan Chengqian must have taught him. If you can't wear it, don't wear it. Don't think I'll take that from you. You've all played these tricks badly in the righteous path. I've long been immune to all poisons. He is still very fierce. Lu Folding Branch felt that he failed to change the topic, secretly sighed, thinking that really social terrorism is social terrorism, cannot get along with people, can only silently shut up and think about how to get a mask again. Over the years he did not dare to go out to buy a mask, casually picked up the mask on the side of the road has been using, there is no spare, because never thought someone will break, now a moment really cannot find a new one. Buying was even scarier for social terror, and now that it was impractical for him to go down the mountain to buy one, he'd have to make his own. The problem is that Willow Folding Branch does not know how to do it yet, and can only find a piece of jade that looks good and try to carve it. He is serious about his work. Focus Up will be a world of its own, concentrating on carving masks. Do not make a sound and do not look at people, fell in the eyes of the Mo Yen. This is in the Cold War. Yesterday, he quickly cut the old man to waste, and now also dare to give the old man face to see? How could a hallowed demonic father be subjected to this aggravation, and instantly began to chill out as well? So a whole day of two people obviously share a room, but sit in two directions, half a point of communication is not, as if they do not see each other. Willow is constantly trying to carve masks, waste a piece of jade will be replaced by a new one, every time you try to learn something new or happy in it, Mo Yen is a solid gas for a whole day. The more angry you are, the more you can't figure it out. Willow Folding Branch, what in the world is he based on? He's turned me into a dog and he's still got the nerve to go cold turkey with me. But let Mo Yen to ask him and cannot pull that face, do not ask and suffocate it to death. In the end, it is really hard to hold back, think about it silently into a snake body, not grow up after the arm so thick snake, was just picked up by the Willow Folding Branch when the palm of a small snake. I will sneak to see, look and then bite him to death. Thinking this in his heart, Mo Yen sneakily crawled over, obviously already very careful, also confirmed that Willow Folding Branch did not look up, but just as he approached, he was pinched by two white fingers that were not far from white jade. Snake kiss. Willow Folding Branch carving was mesmerized, found the snake close to pick up will want a kiss, suddenly reacted to the wrong, now the snake morphing into ink banquets, finger is stiff, the snake snap fell down. Landing instantly small snake transformed into a man nearly 2 heads taller than him, gritted his teeth and glared at him, Lu Shiji. What's with throwing me away? You think I'm a ing dog? You're just going to take me back when you want me to? Aha! Willow Fold responded, picking up the jade mask that was only half carved and covering his face. In fact, only 2 eyes were carved out, so he looked through those 2 spots, his eyes blinking with a look of indifference and innocence. Mo Yen was already angry, but he laughed at this action. What kind of broken mask is this? Made of jade to wear on your face, you're not afraid to die of exhaustion. Being asked about business, or something he is not good at, Lu Folding Branch's bones of upbringing made him very vain to be taught, and subconsciously returned a sentence, other. Will not. Cut, won't it? Rarely encountered things he would not. Mo Yen smiled smugly. Wait, see Lousy make one for you, stupid. Willow Folding Branch didn't understand his brain circuits, and only after a long time did he reply with a single word, oh. These unprofessional gadgets Mo Yen can be good at, but the mask was ready in half an hour. Willow Folding Branch is not the original blank mask, is with a pattern, with the fingertips to control the demonic energy carefully carved, is a lifelike phoenix pattern, not to Willow Folding Branch used to use the usual plain white, the mask is gold, the phoenix is a fiery red. Good looking, is overly in line with Mo Yen's usual style, high profile and flamboyant. Alright, take it and wear it. When he finished, he handed it to Lu Feiji's hand. Lu Feiji didn't expect it to be so fast, not to mention he didn't expect him to make such a beautiful and eye-catching style, and forgot to pick it up for a while. In fact, it is not very want, because it is too flamboyant. Social fear is the most afraid to put such a thing on the body, not to mention. The phoenix is also inappropriate. Although the phoenix and the fly, phoenix for male, phoenix for female, Taoist nature, but most of the time the phoenix still refers to the woman more. If it is the Taoist couple co-joined the register, the identity of the noble person and the bride price will be given to the female party to bring engraved with the phoenix of the object. Hairpin, dress. Even a lantern, as long as with the phoenix will be counted. Willow Folding Branch has not participated in the next person's Dao couple ceremony, but he is well read on this matter in the book to read in great detail, and even more know that the devil race is also the same. The entire cultivation world under the rules of employment are not too far from the difference. So this phoenix mask. It's hard to believe that the demon father Moyen is not learned and has never been taught this matter. This is not something that can be given away freely. Tomorrow at noon, at the junction of the human and demonic realms, make an appointment to meet with the demonic father. Duan Qingqian's gloomy tone of voice transmission suddenly rang out in the bedchamber. It was intermingled with spiritual power to pass up, actually even sent a person to inform them are lazy. Visible to the Willow Folding Branch is how dissatisfied. If the past day Mo banquet certainly want to scold, but today he did not directly take the opportunity to that mask to Lu Folding Branch to wear. What's the point of dawdling? Hurry up and put it on. Tomorrow we're going to meet the demon lord. Are you planning to wear your ugly piece of jade to disgrace yourself? Time is indeed too late, but Willowfold touched the mask on her face. Mo banquet, he should really not know that this object should be taken to the Taoist couple to pay the bride, right? Phoenix. Willowfold had the presence of mind to remind her, but just as she opened her mouth, she was interrupted ferociously. Don't you dare try disliking one. What's wrong with Phoenix? Didn't you ask me to pay for the mask? If I did, you'll wear it for me. He was so fierce that Willowfold didn't dare make a sound, keeping her head down to gather up her half-carved jade just in time to miss someone's awkward twiddling of her fingers. That Phoenix thing seems to be counted as a bride price, right? I don't know what I was thinking at the time, but I somehow carved a phoenix, and now that I've given it away, it's not quite right to ask for it back, is it? Mo Yan's eyes flashed a tangle. The old son of the Hall of Devils, compensation for the death of a mask still back to ask for. Spread the word will not let people die of jokes? Forget it, if he is still a human being, he will not be so unethical as to take this mask as a bride price to beg me to marry him, right? Seeing as he looks good in it, I'll let him have it. Making him a righteous immortal monarch as the demon queen is a broken record, and you expect me to give him a job? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. To give employment to the righteous path, I'm afraid that Laozi will not disgrace the entire demon race. People have not yet cheated to understand. Mo Yan in his heart to the two people after the wedding should be how to live their lives. Tomorrow see the new demon honors. This honors began to prepare to go back to seize the throne, early to get people back, or early to start teaching him the rules of the devil. We must make him obey our honor. Chapter 47-46, a deadly rival begs this honored one to marry him. Willow Folding Branch just accepted the phoenix mask that could be used as a bride price, took it off and carefully put it into the storage ring, ready to use it again tomorrow. But this kind of action fell in the eyes of Mo Yan has other meanings. You dislike it? Willow folded her arms in uncertainty. You dislike old man's mask, don't you? Mo Yan couldn't stand being disliked by him the most and jumped to his feet in anger. No, why did you pick it? Seeing that he was so fierce, Willowfold didn't want to talk much and silently took out the mask and put it back on. A quarter of an hour later, another disgruntled sentence came from the side. You're going to piss me off, and you turn around and don't even let me see your face? Willow Folding Branch. I'm weak, not brainwashed. Obviously he said I don't wear a mask is disgusting. I feel that my dead enemy is excessively unreasonable, but Lu Folding Branch is not very concerned, took off his mask and intends to put things to rest, just begged him to shut his mouth and not to speak. But did not wait for a while, just let him take off the mask of the person again did not do. Willow Folding Branch, you are not disgusted with that mask? Lu Fuji. So should I wear this mask or not? He really wouldn't be able to cope with this kind of thing and hesitantly put the mask back on, then. You don't want the old man to see it that badly? He was the one who let it be worn, and he was the one who didn't let it be worn, and Willowfold secretly twisted her fingertips. Hand itchy, so wanna bang bang to knock him on the head. But I don't dare. Thinking about this matter revolves around the mask, and Willowfold is not good with people, so in the end, she can only focus on the mask again, and hesitantly said, it looks good. Who? Mo Yan was jolted and stretched his neck to look at him, eyes full of anticipation. Says me? Lu Sheji pursed his lips and was silent for a moment. The mask. What? Surprisingly, it's not a compliment to the old man? Mo Yan was just about to get angry when he suddenly realized what he was talking about. Wait, he said masks look good? I knew it. Mo Yan wrote again, just about to write the word smug on his face. It looks good, doesn't it? I know how to make other styles, I'll make you some more. Just now, he was still angry and looking for a fight, but now the rain has cleared up and he is so good at talking. Lu Feiji secretly sighed at how fast he changed his face. Seeing that he was really ready to make a few more, he stared at his movements and asked seriously, "Can you change it?" Mo Yan's hand stiffened. "Change what? I thought you said that mask looked good?" "It's nice, but..." Lu Folding Branch wanted to say that the phoenix style is not suitable, did not wait to say further down again was interrupted. "Cannot change. I can only do that kind." "Willow Folding Branch?" "But just now he said he would make other styles for me." Social Fear puzzled, but Social Fear dare not ask, can only silently watch him to make masks of things or put away, said to make a few more masks or no longer. Because of this episode, Willow Folded Branch again do not speak, in addition to Social Fear, but also because he felt that Moen is too difficult to get along with, temperamental, this kind of enemy do not get along with it. Around tomorrow will go to make peace with the demon race, he cannot return. Before dying, he had been intimate with Snake for a whole day, and also petted the big dog, he was very content. Mo Banquet did not know that he is to take tomorrow as a generous death, sacrificing him for the peace of life, while angry with him also thinking about how to keep him tomorrow, until it is time to go to bed and found that he did not wait for their own, almost angry again. "The old man for your head to think through, you so won't sleep? Willow Folding Branch, do you have a conscience? If you're sensible, you'd better beg me to come over and sleep with you." The Hall Demon Father silently stared at the bed and couch angry for half a night, finally found that the person on the bed fell asleep and did not call him, angrily got up and squeezed up. "Push the person inside, lie down on the bed yourself, and then fetch the person back to hold, all the actions are done in one go." Halfway to sleep was woken up by the Willow Folding Branch? What happened? Willow Fold didn't even know what to say. Since the snake transformed into a form, although it became a Mo Banquet, is a deadly rival, but why the most thought is not to fight, but this matter? The whole day read about this matter, he as a devil should also have self-control only why with color in the hungry general. Willow Folding Branch secretly puzzled, perceived his hand more and more unruly, do enough psychological construction before daring to refuse, tired, tomorrow has important things, cannot. Mo Yan's hand lurched. What he said did make sense, and when the time came to expose his body's weakness and dissipation of his cultivation would be over. Then come back tomorrow and discuss it again. Obviously angry to clean up his nemesis, but in the end, he was convinced by his nemesis that there was a discussion, and if they wouldn't let him, he would reschedule for another day. Mo Banquet did not realize that he was completely led by the nose. Willow Folding Branches even thought that he did not come back tomorrow said, silent, is also regarded as acquiescence. The heart also thought he did not explicitly promised, not to be counted as reneging on his word. Two people each have their own thoughts, no one spoke again, that is, no one fell asleep. Mo Yen was keeping an eye out because he knew that Lu Shiji hadn't been sleeping, and Lu Shiji was not used to it at all. Why should I be carried to sleep? Can't I sleep on my own? I'm not a pillow. Around the same time, dying, Social Terrorism for Life for the first time boldly made a request, I want to sleep on my own. Mo Yen? You still dare to think? The devilishly accustomed to being an asshole sneered, just sleep like this. Do you even know that you're going to be tricked back to the demon realm by Lousy? You still want to sleep by yourself after becoming a demon? Hurry up and get used to it in advance. By then, I'll be able to hug you in all the right ways and in all the wrong ways, and I'll still think you're the master who beats me on the head day after day, or the rival who can fight with me. After being a demon, you have to listen to me. He thought triumphantly in his heart, and his hands hugged him tighter. Seeing him intensify his efforts, Willow Folding Branch was somewhat tempted to open the formation one more time, but in the end, she didn't move. It's just, we know each other, why should we be at cross swords when we are going to die, just let him. The heart of the thought is so tolerated, but not accustomed to is not accustomed to. Willow Folding Branch has always been delicate, where to sleep. Can't sleep he didn't say, just close your eyes and wait for dawn. It is already the moon in the middle of the sky. Missouri Yen see him still do not sleep angry to death. Finally in the end is cursing to release the person, get up and walk towards the temple. Willow Folding Branch sigh of relief, finally free to sleep, just stretching his body, the door suddenly rang a rustling sound. A few moments later, a man high black snake climbed onto the bed and couch, circled up along his feet, and entangled him firmly, the snake's head resting on his jade pillow. It was like the sleeping position of the two of them when the snake hadn't taken form. The only difference is, Snake spat out his letters in a grumpy tone, get some sleep. It was not easy to see the snake again, but it spoke with the snake body. Lu Folding Branch wrinkled his eyebrows and did not say anything, and was silent for a moment to slowly reach out and pinch the snake's mouth. Do not speak, good snake does not speak. Even if he hadn't said this out loud, Mo Yen understood what he meant, because he had said it once yesterday. What a good little piggy and a good snake don't talk. In short, he just likes beings that are not human and can't talk. Mo Yen felt that he had guessed the truth. Naturally he was even more angry. Why don't you let me talk? The snake's head wiggled and struggled madly. Lu Shiji couldn't grab it, so he could only let go of it helplessly and turned his head to the side without looking at him, out of sight, out of mind. Say it, it's not a good snake anymore, it's Moyen, an asshole, and fierce.
Mo Banquet just regained his freedom and wanted to open his mouth to curse, seeing that he turned his head and did not look at himself, the words that came to his mouth instantly choked.
Lu Folding Branch, you don't go too far. The mouth grows on the old man can say whatever he wants. Why are you not allowed to speak even though you've turned into a snake?
He roared in his heart, staring at his nemesis's exquisite side of the face for a long time, gasping for breath, but did not see people actively turn back, and finally directly stretched out the snake's letter. In that side of the face and white tender side of the neck licked a circle, are fast being incense confused before supporting the tone of impatience. Do not say, if it is not tomorrow there is a serious matter, I do not spoil you. After saying that they turned to the other side and Willow Folding Branch face to face. The mountain is not on me, I will be on the mountain. I don't care how hard he talks, the result is what Lu Shizhi wants. Lu Shizhi, just as this is the last night of his life, which will spend energy to think about whether his attitude is good or not, as long as the snake does not talk, from bad Mo Banquet to good snake will be enough.
Snake, good snake.
Mo Banquet's mouth hissed as if he was very dissatisfied, but the tip of his tail wagged merrily. Willow Folded Branch noticed, reached out and gently pinched the tip of his tail, and then let go of his own storage ring has been hung up. Mo Banquet froze, lowered his head to see what it was even more confused, and soon heard him explain, this is what I gifted to Snake. Snake accompanied me for 18 years, I
like Snake the most.
Because there is only Snake, never made friends with the other people, so even if you know that Snake is the ink feast, Willow Folding Branch also still wanna give out. He does not care about Mo Banquet lied to him, will only be grateful to the Snake accompanied him, let him in the time when the days are numbered in the 2 lifetimes of the happiest period of time. Because he would not let him die, so Mo Yen did not think about him in the delivery of the aftermath. After all, compared to those previous times, this time he said too much subtlety. Mo Yen just stared at the storage ring at the tip of his tail, feeling that the place where he wore the ring was a little hot.
Cultivator's storage ring, but only Dao couples can interoperate. Willow Folding Branch. He.
What is the difference between this mother and begging the old man to marry him? TSK, this pervert, who doesn't like people and has to marry a snake, is really perverted enough. But, as he thought about it, he stole a glance at the person holding his snake tail and sleeping with his eyes closed, and the tip of his tail burned even hotter as he did so. Also begging this honored one, then the big wedding that this honored one turned into a snake body to marry him, satisfy him a little is not impossible. It's settled. Demon Lord thought very nicely, but he didn't ask for the things in the storage ring. After all, it was Willowfold's home base, and just moved the things to his other empty storage ring and returned it. That countless treasures he did not look at, but also like a thief while the Willow Folding Branch asleep to wear on the hand, wear and satisfied after staring for a while. Good looking. That is all his storage ring, and the most exquisite one, carefully selected before giving Willow Folding Branch, wherein that slender white finger looks good. As for the vacated, the original Willow Folding Branch of the storage ring, Mo Yen carefully and a bit vainly put it away, placed it next to the personal jade pendant that he lied to Lu Folding Branch and said he lost, Lu Folding Branch gave him. After doing this he was ready to sleep, just closed his eyes and then violently opened, quickly set up more than 200 boundaries around the 2 objects, and then rest assured that he slept.
Chapter 48-47, Collecting Clothes Worn by Your Nemesis.
Take this night as the last night of his life, and the most care about the snake accompanied, Willow Folding Branch heart no regrets, sleep naturally fragrant, woke up a little earlier. But as soon as he opened his eyes to see not the head of the snake, but a human face, the moment of social panic attack, if it is not always cultivated, follow the rules and etiquette of the righteousness, he was afraid to scream out. Almost subconsciously, before his brain could react, his hand had already reached out to push. Bang! Mo Yen once again fell to the ground. In fact, when he was pushed, he noticed it, but he just couldn't believe that yesterday's events were repeating themselves again, so he missed the opportunity to dodge, and this time he fell solidly. Not only did it drop him mentally, it blew him up. Willow Fold. What the hell do you want? Even if you don't see my father, even if you only like that broken snake, are you so mean as to be like this? You've pushed me to the ground twice in a row. Seeing him get up in anger, Lu Fuji also knew that he was wrong to push others, but the social panic attack is to see people want to avoid, simply cannot control. This is that they do not have cultivation now. If they have cultivation, certainly directly hit out and thrown to the bottom of the mountain. But this word Willow Folding Branch and do not dare to say, can only sit on the couch and apologize softly, I am sorry. Xian Qi. He just wanted to express his sincerity, so did not call the snake called Shinji, but I do not know crookedly. Someone on the sound of Shinji did not have the slightest resistance, and finally, the thunder is loud and the rain is small, a cold grunt even if the matter is turned over, a little did not bother more. Willow Folding Branch also did not care much, because he found his storage ring sent out, but more anew back. Things are not less, storage ring but changed, once upon a time just plain jade ring, now it is the color of the spirit stone cast, gold and red based, but also inlaid with gold wire, do the 5-clawed golden dragon style, only a ring will be able to see the high profile extravagance. That storage ring in the hand, Willow Folding Branch look at the storage ring and then look at the person standing in front of the bed. The meaning is already very obvious, is to ask what is going on. Moyen also see understand, but just do not say, he does not ask or do not say. Not only to correct his problem of not speaking, but also because did not think of how to explain. Fortunately, Willow Folding Branch had offended him early in the morning, precisely when he was afraid that he would continue to be fierce. Surprisingly, he did not pursue the question. Two people so a dare not ask, a do not want to say, surprisingly also can reach a consensus, the last two did not mention again. Mo Banquet pretended as if nothing had happened, while Lu Folding Branch got up to change clothes and bathe again, and also summoned the long and used tilting cloud sword, sitting in front of the window and tenderly wiping it. The master in the life of the sword heart to heart, tilting cloud sword can naturally feel his mind to die lightly, although it is for the sake of the world's life, his heart is to die without regret, tilting cloud sword but no matter how can not give up. Sword body convergence of sharpness, not waiting for him to finish wiping rubbing him on the body by rubbing, want to retain the master, but the sword spirit has not been formed, empty spirit but cannot speak to persuade. It would like to say that the master has done enough for the world's living beings, all alone to no one else, why not find a secluded place to live out the rest of his life, and perhaps even bring that stupid and hard than the duck's mouth snake. But it cannot say, rubbing the willow branch can only go to find the snake that always pestered his master. Mo Banquet had been secretly concerned about what Lu Folding Branch was doing, and suddenly saw the tilting cloud sword flying towards him, and also used the tip of the sword to pick his own outer robe, to pick out several holes. The person was dumbfounded. What's wrong with you? Did Lu Folding Branch ask you to come and scratch my clothes to vent your anger? Xing Yun. Stupid snake. Not only that mouth can't talk, but it's stupid as hell. I don't know what the master sees in him that he's ready to entrust me to him. A sword can know what, only know the master think for the sake of the master, defend the master. Xing Yun see him misunderstanding the master, even more forced to continue to pick his clothes, want to let him to persuade the master. This time, Mo Banquet is considered to meet the real will not speak, see the clothes were picked ragged, unable to tolerate ready to find its master to settle accounts. Willow Folding Branch. One person and one sword are working together to bully me. You think I'm easy to bully? Willow Folding Branch heard the commotion and came over, looking at his robe that was almost full of holes, and then looking at the nearby bento sword that was hanging in the air anxiously. He instantly felt that he had a bit of a headache. After the death of the road is eliminated, but also to bother Mo Banquet to take in Xing Yun's, how a glance did not live, they are. People in the sword also argued. You look at your own life sword to lousy poke. Mo Banquet directly took off the outer robe to show him, good clothes are fast becoming a fishing net. Willow Folding Branch. Tilting clouds it. For the sake of his own native sword to have a good place to go, Willow Folding Branch tried to organize his language. It's just being intimate with you, it doesn't have bad intentions. Mo Yen? Xing Yun. Master, how did you learn to talk nonsense? Mo Yen was also shocked, looking at the holes in his clothes then at him. You call this intimacy? Willow Folding Branch vainly picks at his sleeve, nods his head in all seriousness with a clear conscience. Aha. He was originally expression is bland, and good-looking, temperament is also cold. What he said let people subconsciously think it is true, coupled with so sure, Mo Yen really believe. Willow Folding Branch's native sword is intimate with me what? The sword is only intimate with its master, unless the master has a partner, then it will recognize the master's partner as well. Thinking of this, Mo Yen was enlightened. Bravo! Willow Folding Branch, he really can't wait for this honored one to marry him. He even sent his own sword to hint at it. What a deep mind. It's the storage ring in the sword. It can't be that I casually made him a phoenix-style mask, making him misunderstand that I'm offering him a job, right? The more I think about it, the more I think it's possible. Mo Yan's face is calm, but the corners of his mouth can't be suppressed, and he wants to go up. Okay, although it is a misunderstanding, but anyway, it is also to trick him to go back to be a demon queen. This father will reluctantly accept these small thoughts of his. How can a demon father rush to expose this kind of thing, and only wait for his nemesis to beg him personally? So Mo Yen only pretended not to know, and casually pinched the hilt of the Xing Yun sword. How about being intimate with me? There is no such thing as intimacy, how stupid. Not only the tone of voice owes, action also owes, flexed his fingers in the sword body bang 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 flicked several times. Xing Yun. Master, I don't want to follow him, I'll stab him to death. Willow Folding Branch sensed what was in its mind, and could only try to appease it, but before it could appease it for a few moments, it heard the culprit say loudly, even if it's just intimacy, you have to pay for the damage to my clothes, don't you? Compensation for clothes is deserved. Willow Folding Branch think he said reasonable, but the problem is that now cannot compensate. Storage ring are their own clothes, he is so much higher than their own, which can be compensated to him. None for you. Then you'll pay for one of yours. Willow Folding Branch froze, looked down at the white clothes on his body, and then looked at his tall figure, hesitated for a long time before seriously saying, you cannot wear it. If you can't wear it, you won't pay for it? Mo Yan's vicious voice, your native sword poked my clothes, you just should pay for it, you don't care if I can wear it or not, you have to pay for it anyway.
Since he insisted on paying for it himself and didn't mind if he couldn't wear it, Willow Folding Branch didn't say much more and painfully took a new one to him. Mo Yen took it and was just about to accept it, when he suddenly realized that the clothes didn't have that kind of cold fragrance on him, and instantly returned it. Don't want this one, get another one. Have the heart to say that their own clothes are the same white, style fabric or not any difference, but Lu Folded Branch on his fierce look froze, did not dare to say, silently retracted to give him another new one. Mo Yen took a sneak sniff and realized that it was still not right. This one doesn't work either, get another one. So a series of 30 pieces of new clothes to him, all were returned by him, and finally looked to the midday, to go to negotiate peace with the demon race. Willow Folding Branch, a distraction, accidentally took a piece of worn out. Hey! There, this is right. Mo Yen grabbed it and quickly stuffed it into his storage ring. Willow Folding Branch looked at the empty palm in confusion, and then raised her eyes to him in disbelief. That one is the one I wore. How can worn clothes be used as a compensatory gift? This is not polite. Mo Banquet eyes of the heart flashed, and soon straightened out. Too late, just one piece will do. Quickly go down the mountain to see the devil. Willow Folding Branch or feel unseemly, and is going to die, before death cannot compensate people for a piece of clothing or old, in the end is to come up with a new one to him. Did not say anything, is stuffed into his hands. Mo Yen. Lousy knew it. Who's a nice guy who has to give away his clothes? He even gave away two. One new and one worn. He's really implying that my father will marry him sooner. Cough. That what? Mo Yen lightly coughed to hide his embarrassment, the lining also poked through. Willow Folding Branch froze, look at his intact lingerie, although did not make a sound, but the eyes are bright with a question mark. Where is it broken, isn't it fine? And the intimate lingerie even more cannot take mine to compensate for it, it is also too unseemly. In the end, Mo Banquet still wants some face, by him so look really can't make up, forget it, there is no need for you to compensate. After saying this, he took out an outer robe from the storage ring and put it on, and walked over to wrap his waist. Willow Folding Branch's body stiffened. You take you down the mountain, otherwise you don't have the cultivation to walk down? Mo Yen impatiently explained a sentence. See him honestly put away the pouring cloud sword and put on his own handmade phoenix mask, complacent hook mouth, placed on his waist hand, also secretly poking and rubbing too, secretly mooching a bit of oil. This action of Willow Folding Branch is naturally felt, look down suspiciously, his hand and not move, as if it is their own illusion. What are you looking at? Ready or not? Ready, I will directly instantaneous transfer. Business is important. Naturally, Willow Folding Branch would not say anything more, only nodded faintly. The moment the two figures left the bedchamber, Mo Yen clearly heard the person in his arms whisper, in the future. This Chowu Hall will be gifted to you, okay? The palace where Lu Folding Branch has lived for hundreds of years is called Chowu Palace, a name he took himself when he chose to live here. Cloud Bamboo Peak, this whole mountain is the Qiankuan sect has long had, but above the grass and trees are Lu Folding Branch hundreds of years to personally take care of, almost all of them replaced with their favorite, but this is ultimately the Qiankuan sect's territory, cannot be given to a demonic father. Only Chowu Hall is not the same, complete are his hand-built layout, decorative embellishments, the original cabin changed into today's elegant and clean Chowu Hall. This is his, as with the Qingyun sword, so he can make the lord to give to Mo Yen, then only need to Mo Yen show the art of moving mountains and seas, move to the demon world is. Willow Folding Branch to the aftermath of the clear, but Mo Banquet heard this sentence almost smashed the instantaneous transfer, the figure violently swayed. Good he also brought his own bedchamber, so cannot wait to go back with me to the demon world to marry me? Good. You're finally smart enough to know how to hold on to your thighs. Mo Yen was naturally satisfied, but how could he say he was satisfied, only smugly and grudgingly returned, look at your performance. Willow Folding Branch was unsure. See how I behave? I will give him the Chowu Palace, he does not want to either? But all these years he has lived in it and is obviously very accustomed to it. Perhaps it was the demon race that disliked such a plain and clean palace that still had a rather strong aura of righteousness? Willow Folding Branch did not dare to ask, can only secretly ponder, and finally felt that it is better not to force, landed on the ground and then changed his mouth, then. Chowu Palace will be left to the youngest senior brother. Anyway, are the protagonist, in the future is a Dao couple, to the youngest senior brother or to him is the same. Willow Folding Branch thought very clearly, and even felt very proper, but did not want a pain in the waist, it was someone who deliberately pinched. You dare to give him a try. Say yes to give it to me. Little master, full of little masters. That by Chio who does one thing to his face and another behind his back, I'll cut out his tongue sooner or later. Let him pamper Lu Fuji again. He'll make Lu Fuji want the stars and not the moon. Let's see how he'll do it without his tongue. Chapter 49-48, Social Fear Meets Social Cow. This is the first time in recent years that Willow Folding Branch has walked out of Cloud Bamboo Peak. Outwardly claimed to be closed, but that day Duan Chengxian led the people to break the array of things as the whole clan know. Folding Branch Immortal Monarch received a disciple, this disciple arrogant asshole, public insults master ancestor was also secretly discussed for a long time.
So the cloud bamboo pika movement, around the disciples waiting for a long time will look over in unison. They happened to see Mo Banquet instantly move to the foot of the mountain with Lu Shiji's waist in his arms, and they also heard the sound of his roar. Bold! The surrounding disciples were filled with righteous indignation because of his roar, and in the blink of an eye, they gathered around to accuse and revile him. How dare you disrespect immortal Lord Folding Branch? Disrespecting your master without honor, you'll be punished with a 30-period whip according to the rules of the sect. Although Duan Chengqian had fought for power and had not treated and still utilized Lu Folding Branch, and had even tried to assassinate him, these young disciples were not involved in those disagreements, and like most of the world, they all had a thick filter on immortal monarch Folding Branch. That is a sword pouring clouds chopping the moon of the Folding Branch immortal ruler, protect the world life for hundreds of years. This kind of fairy-like people, they usually can meet in the clan to see a gift feel honored. Duan Chengqian will be Lu Folding Branch disciple as a snake demon news spread all over the world. The identity of the demon race is sensitive, can be Folding Branch immortal monarch as a disciple is more than 3 lifetimes of good fortune. These disciples to see the Mo Banquet area snake demon dared to disrespect the Lu Folding Branch, how can they not be angry? One by one, they want to be the first to capture the Ink Feast to the law enforcement hall to ask for the crime. If it is not the strict rules do not allow the clan to fight, I'm afraid that it would have been in order to maintain the Willow Folding Branch on the Ink Feast group attack. Mo Banquet was confused. Because he did not think that Yunju Peak closed the mountain for 18 years, there are still people walking around nearby, not to mention that these disciples have heard of today's peace negotiation with the demon race, and guarded here early to see Folding Branch immortal monarch. Even seeing a piece of the corner of the coat would be good. Willow Folding Branch society fear, the least happy to see people, in the past days in and out of the clan are directly tear space, no one can see, small disciples are proud to see his trail. These years have been so squatting, only Lu Zhuoji has not encountered, the first time to show up at the foot of the mountain encountered so many people, he also froze. The first reaction is to push away Mo Yen, the public is unwilling to pull and tug, unseemly. Then it didn't speak or move. There were simply too many people, there were 100 disciples squatting to guard him, dozens in front of him, and dozens in the distance who didn't dare to come over but only endeavored to peek at him. When he moved like this, he instantly sucked away the attention of all the disciples. Greetings to immortal Lord Folding Branch. One by one, the disciples of the sects performed a great salute of obeisance, neatly organized, the rows and rows manifesting the etiquette and rules of the prestigious sects everywhere, their tone of voice respectful and their posture submissive. Willow Folding Branch is not 10,000 people worshipped when he got a immortal monarch of the honorary title, but also in the ceremony on the high position, overlooking the countless righteous cultivators worship, but ultimately is far away, not so much so that he's social panic attack too powerful. Today but it's a little too close for comfort, even though it's not more than 100 people. Mo Banquet is even closer, just now also because of being yelled at some annoyance, now looking at these people to Lu Folding Branch so respectful, the fire has subsided a little, is the more you look at Lu Folding Branch the more you feel strange. The first person of the righteousness of the Folding Branch immortal monarch should have long been accustomed to these etiquette is right, how to let a person salute line so long, also do not say sound up. Is it possible that you want to establish authority? It should not be Lu Folding Branch of this mind, not to be Duan Chengqian that old bastard robbed the power of the right way. He was puzzled, but he couldn't open his mouth to ask, and just assumed that this was some special custom of the righteous path, which was different from their demon race. Until his sleeve tightened, and when he looked down, it was actually 2 slender white fingers that grabbed his sleeve. The grip was quite tight, and the fingertips were whitened. Mo Yen? What the is this for? Realizing that he had caught her, Willow Fold silently withdrew her hand and spat out a single word in a cool tone, It was said to those disciples, but at this time a word was really a bit out of place. Mo Banquet to be a demon lord even more arrogant, he also knows that someone to make a big salute to let people get up, now he looks at the Willow Folded Branch so say, for a moment are a little bit unable to distinguish between the two of them who was more arrogant. Back then, he thought that Lu Shizhi was only like this to their demon race, never thought that to their own people also like this, or their own clan disciples. Yes. The neatly answered voice startled Mo Yen, he raised his eyes and was seeing those disciples getting up one by one with joy and excitement, there were even people whispering in the distance. Hear that, immortal Folding Branch has spoken today. Finally I've caught up, immortal Folding Branch actually said a word to me. I have to go back and sweep my ancestors' grave and write it into the family tree. I've honored my ancestors. Immortal Folding Branch spoke to me. A whole word. The corners of Mo Yan's mouth trembled as he listened to those excited words. What kind of person was Willow Folding Branch in the sect on a regular basis? Saying a single word of aha excited these people like this? You're still honoring your ancestors? Then I used to fight with him day in and day out, and now I'm still close to him. Is it necessary to go up to the heavenly Tao and then give the 6 worlds with spiritual power to repeat the notification for 3 days? A bunch of fools who have never seen the world. The world-weary demon Zun snorted coldly in his heart, thinking of disdain, but his movements were quite nimble, directly blocking the Willow Folding Branch, tightly isolating their line of sight. He so blocked, peeping Willow Folding Branch disciples gnashing teeth, was blocked Willow Folding Branch but greatly grateful, finally relieved.
Very good, that's it, don't dodge away, help me block. Mo Yan's height is really useful, although it is not as good as my snake, at least it can be used as a screen. Mo Yan never dreamed that he was used as a screen, standing there blocking other people's line of sight, suddenly remembered what he had been fighting with Lu Xieji for. It is because of Bai Chou, but who is behind Bai Chou? That old man is the most should be cleaned up. He turned the gas to Duan Qingqian body, backbone on the head, also do not care that this is the people of the righteousness of the clan, and began to do what I arrogant and domineering. My master has come down from the mountain, didn't he say that he went to negotiate peace? No one came to pick up Willow Folding Branch, he took Willow Folding Branch and stood there motionless, his voice wrapped in spiritual power spread throughout the Qiankuan sect. Where are the people? Are they all dead? Are you still going or not? Willow Folding Branch was already socially terrified, he also made such a social cattle operation, these words shouted, listening to Willow Folding Branch hated to go up the mountain on the spot, back to Chouwu Palace closed forget. However, although Mo Banquet's practice is out of order and very unethical, the words also said poisonous, but really useful. The entire Qiankuan sect had heard it, and if Duan Qingqian didn't come to pick up the person, then he would have to expose in front of the world that he was not good for Lu Xieji. The image of the loving master collapsed, then how to use the name of the willow folded branch to lead the righteousness of the road. So in just a few breaths of time, Duan Qingqian came with more than a dozen great sect heads, as well as the most prestigious elders of each sect. Mo Banquet looked at a line of people almost all white-bearded old man, surprisingly cannot become a big thing, negotiate peace have to rely on Lu Folding Branch to appear, not waiting for those people to stand on the dislike of the opening again. Various patriarchs and elders, is not old enough to use the essence of how my master down the mountain for so long also do not see you notice. Can it be that his cultivation is slow to improve, his lifespan is approaching, and his divine sense is out of control? These words were both detrimental and irrefutable. How do you refute him? The age is indeed big, and the cultivation is also certain that it has not been refined for many years, and without strength himself, he cannot open his mouth even if he wants to refute it. Duan Qingqian also has the face to speak, age and cultivation cannot find stubble, turn to pick his other. Even if you're Folding Branch's personal disciple, you can't take the rules of the door in vain and not know your manners. Duan Qingqian held his patriarch's stance and waved his hand to call in a disciple from the law enforcement hall. Lu Xuanji's words are insolent and disruptive to the sect, take him to the law enforcement hall to receive the 50 commandment lashes as a warning to others. Several disciples surrounded Mo Banquet, naturally Lu Folding Branch couldn't see him being arrested, moreover, he was afraid that his temper would explode and directly expose his identity. He had just hardened his head to open his mouth, when he was suddenly grabbed by his arm. The person who was still arrogant and domineering just now grabbed him with one hand and pointed at Duan Qingqian with the other. Master, look at Patriarch Ah, I kindly called him to come so that I wouldn't be delayed in going to the peace conference, and also helped him to find the excuse that he didn't come to pick you up in time, he even didn't know how to be nice, and came up to let people arrest me. This hand of denunciation caught the crowd off guard. Not to mention the onlookers were shocked, Willow Folded Branch as he was pulled to sue for support, but also confused, once suspected that he was not awake, still dreaming. Snake is Mo Banquet, Snake incarnation was accepted by me as a disciple, externally known as Lu Xuanji is Mo Banquet, my disciple is Mo Banquet. Which? This is also right is Mo Banquet Doubtful life restroked once again, Willow Folded Branch incomparable confirmation of the person in front of the eyes is the devil's own Mo Banquet, is his own once deadly rival, too arrogant and domineering known as the Six Worlds, that now this. Looking for him to sue him to let him back up the move is what is going on. In fact, he is not enough to understand Mo Banquet, only seen Mo Banquet external arrogant and domineering, rampant, hot-tempered and unreasonable, have not seen Mo Banquet back in the magic world to fight for the position of the devil's father when those means will be reversed black and white pretending to be the victim of the complaint. This is the most skillful set of Mo Yen. The old demon father dozens of sons together to seize the throne, he is not favored but also froze to kill a bloody way to inherit the throne of the devil, can be what is good, cannot rely on all the fights, right? The heart of the Mo Banquet also have, just divided into who just. With the Willow Folding Branch as a deadly rival, is his rare just pure fighting, do not play a little heart, as for his dozens of half-brothers. The death method is not the same, each has its own miserable method, and even some of the Mo Yen did not personally hand, only provoke a few will let them kill each other. These Mo Banquet himself naturally will not say, now has embarked on the road to protect the life of the Willow Folded Branch, he is of course to come up with some real skills, see the Willow Folded Branch does not speak, and is a pass to say. Master, aren't you the Folding Branch immortal monarch that everyone respects? I'm your disciple, I'm under your discipline, how come there's always some old undead who wants to discipline me for you, doesn't he have a disciple of his own? He not only dislikes and curses, but he also has a peculiar voice, which makes Duan Qingqian's beard stand up, but he also pretends not to see it, and still asks Willow Folding bows in a puzzled way. Is the master's master higher than the master's cultivation, than the master's master guardian of the living beings have merit, so can disregard the master's face, do everything for the master's master? Mo Yen asked with that sincerity, and without waiting for an answer, he directly donned a deep breath of realization. Oh, I know, master teacher leaning on the old and shameless. Senior, you have to save me. I'm not going to go to some law enforcement hall to get whipped, in case someone takes the opportunity to get me killed, so that I can't open my mouth for justice for my senior in the future. That would be the end. Seemingly looking for Lu Xieji to ask for help, actually scolding Duan Chengqian again those who cannot be brought to the surface to say the conspiracy and trickery of a brain all said, so that the crowd present to hear clearly. This kind of thing Mo Bank would do with ease, finished also secretly provocative toward Duan Chengqian hooked the corner of the mouth. Old undead, these hundreds of years rely on Lu Folding Branch to play the bully, behind the scenes, but also do not take Lu Folding Branch as a person. Now the old man is here, wait to return it. Chapter 49, Coercion to sleep with the Demon Empress night after night. Mo Banquet relied on one mouth to let Duan Chengqian break the defense. No matter how hard he tried to maintain the patriarch's demeanor and the image of a loving master, he still couldn't hide his iron blue face. This is wearing a green robe, now the face of an iron green, from a distance with an eggplant. Mo Banquet was very satisfied with this result, grabbing Willow Folding Branch and giving it another grimace. Master, how did the patriarch change color? It can't be because he's poisoned, right? No wonder he's babbling, so he's delirious. Can he still go to the peace conference like this? Don't screw up and blame it on your head, master. Not counting the small disciples around, just the patriarchs and elders of the various clans are so many people, but all of them just listen to him, one sentence after another, the more outrageous he said. Duan Chengqian said to let people arrest him to the law enforcement hall. He put Duan Chengqian angry like this: change the ordinary disciples are enough to be abolished spiritual power out of the clan, but he happened to be the disciple of the immortal monarch of the Folding Branch. The most shocking thing for the crowd is that Folding Branch immortal monarch actually acquiesced throughout, just watching and listening, not reprimanding or blocking. Lu Xianqi is Folding Branch immortal monarch's personal disciple, master and disciple of one heart. Then this Lu Xianqi said the words, is not the meaning of Folding Branch immortal monarch? The crowd looked at me and I looked at you, no one made a sound, but the meaning in their eyes was the same. These years who have not seen Lu Folding Branch requirements what are Duan Chengqian and the command, now Mo Banquet so a stir, but also everywhere against Duan Chengqian, coupled with Lu Folding Branch social fear does not speak, hard to let all the people are forced to realize the deep meaning of it. Folding Branch immortal monarch is really going to step forward to take power and lead the righteous path. Duan Chengqian do things to pay attention to row big, gesture enough, but often are sick, obviously sinister, and cunning but have to pretend to do business, so that the following these clans heart dissatisfaction but do not dare to say, which compared to the willow folding words less still no requirements, and cultivation of deep net to do practical things. So but in an instant, the crowd will figure out who to stand to the side, and even more people also picked up the words of the Mo Banquet. Duan Patriarch, if the body is sick, I'm afraid it is not suitable to go to negotiate peace. This matter has a great relationship. The life of the people cannot be a child's play. It is better to let Duan Patriarch rest, sit back and wait for us to bring back the good news can be. Someone took the lead, then there was no lack of people who agreed. That's a valid point. In my opinion, this method is feasible. What does Immortal Folding Branch think? The crowd spoke their words, not caring if Duan Chengqian wanted to open his mouth to say anything, not giving him the chance to open his mouth, not to mention respectfully asking for Lu Folding Branch's opinion, infuriating Duan Chengqian to the point where he almost vomited blood on the spot. Willow can say what, he listened to so many people noisy, but also by so many pairs of eyes staring at close range, that is, there is no cultivation, otherwise it would have torn the space to run back to his Zhouwu palace. Around is not what important thing, social fear attack Folding Branch immortal monarch one word can respond to all things. This is even the matter that Duan Chengqian left behind was finalized, not to mention Duan Chengqian shocked that he actually had the guts to get rid of his control, is to mess with the Mo Banquet are confused. The first thing I want to do is to get rid of the problem, and I want to do it in a way that I can't. He doesn't even favor his master in such a big matter, and he listens to me and everything? Not bad, a little bit of the Queen of Demons, you have to listen to my words. Would I harm the Queen? It's all for his own good. The Hall of the Devil rely on the brain to coax himself to the beautiful, think Lu Folded Branch with their own closest, but also the most to their own most listen to their own words, instantly more motivated, holding back a force must let Lu Folded Branch to see how capable he cannot. He is a devil in the world of the devil is to have wind and rain, the devil is the 6 realms of the most do not talk about the rules of etiquette, the human world, on the contrary, all things have to be a rule, that the willow folding branch of this righteousness of the first person from today onwards must be given to him to wind and scenery. Do what is being recruited by the side to drink at will to make the puppet, to the old man to do your Folding Branch immortal monarch to go. If you lose your cultivation, you still have me to protect you. Duan Chengqian whisked his sleeve away, and when he left, he also looked at Lu Feiji with a sinister look, with a threatening meaning. Mo Yan sneered in his heart, and looked at the law enforcement hall disciples who retreated with him, and casually pondered over how to help Lu Feiji to stand up for himself. After hundreds of years of being a devil, no one knows how to be the head of a realm better than him. Isn't the righteousness of the world the most demanding of all? Then let Willow Folding Branch have a bigger show than I did when I was a demon lord. Since we're going to negotiate peace, should we let my master go like this? My master is tired, get a sedan chair. This request is actually not excessive, which the head of a world of major occasions do not have a sword or directly tear the space to go over, only in the past, Lu Shizhi does not want to see more people, alone, so this treatment naturally fell on Duan Chengqian. Now I'm a banquet so a want, immediately someone will give Duan Chengqian prepared sedan chair brought. Gold Nanmu and spirit stone and jade to build, very in line with the aesthetics of the right way, elegant and luxurious, but also with 4 snow-white spirit beasts pulling the sedan chair, specially used to walk the snowspeed lion, majestic and known for its foot power, with the spirit of power can be faster than the royal sword much faster. Mo Yan has an impression of these snow lions, is the willow folding branch in the snow area and he is not interested, just want to fight with the willow folding branch, and then naturally let the willow folding branch snow lions are taken away. He also thought that the willow folding branch is to take back to race to play, never thought, was actually by Duan Chengqian that shameless take away the sedan chair to throw away. Are a few lions worthy of pulling a sedan chair for my master? Mo Yan had anger in his heart, angry that Lu Folding Branch had been bullied to such an extent for 500 years in the sect and still didn't know how to resist, and even more angry at Duan Chengqian's harsh utilization of all sorts of things, and with a cold face, he released a bunch of cleansing spells to clean up the palanquin chus, and then took away those several snow disease lions. Replace it with a Luan bird. Luan bird is not compared to ordinary spirit beasts, just born as a high-grade spirit beasts, even if there is, captured are also to do spirit pet, who can afford to use to pull the sedan chair. Since the crowd cannot take out, Mo Banquet is not more difficult for them, just a sudden realization as if looking to the willow folding branch, Master, you do not have it? We don't want what others have used, we'll use our own. Willow folding branch? Where did I get a Luan? You wouldn't even let me raise a rabbit, you just swallowed it alive. If there was a Luan bird, you'd have made a mess of my whole Yunju Peak? In his puzzled gaze, Mo Banquet reached his hand to his storage ring, and then a burst of white light appeared, for colorful Luan birds hovering in the air. Around the willow folding branch issued a burst of goodwill cries. Lu Folding Branch. This secret move onlookers naturally do not know, really think that he raised Luan birds, but he himself is more than clear, this is the Mo Banquet raised. As for why these Luan birds close to himself, probably also by the order of the Ink Feast. Mo Banquet so to their own strength to the Lu Folding Branch of the row of the full, and even in front of the face of the Lu Folding Branch to help on the sedan chair. Outsiders seem to be a disciple of filial piety master, everywhere respectful, on a sedan chair to help. In fact, it is the willow folding branch body is weak, he gave all the ways to cover up the clear. Luan bird pull sedan chair, behind the crowd naturally will not easily catch up. Mo Banquet went up to hold the willow folded branch does not let go of his hand, seems to be pasted in his ear to have something to say, in fact, but in the dark poke mooching. At that time just go to talk, just as your cultivation is still there, I am a demon, know how to bluff them. Willow Fold responded, turning sideways to try and avoid him. After all, this was outside, and it was just not right to behave so intimately. But no matter how to move, we'll only move more and more being hugged tightly. Master. Mo Yan clasped his waist, his tone dangerous, I helped you hide it so well, and also let you swing Duan Chengqian's way, so that you can slowly plan to take power in the future. What are you hiding from? Want to use it up and throw it away? Willow Fold didn't know how to respond, just full of uncertainty. Because this nemesis was just too fickle. A moment of cursing, a moment to play good green tea, and now aggressive like being used to finish to break up the gang. He really wanted to see what Mo Yan brains are loaded with. Why so colorful, a change, so many ideas? Speak, you don't speak again. Not getting a response, Mo Yan felt that he had gone through all the trouble of thinking for him and still couldn't get a word in exchange. He was on fire again, gritting his teeth and cursing in his ear. Lao Zi Hall of Devil, mixed into the righteous path for you to eliminate the villain, to help you reclaim what should belong to you. You do not appreciate even if you still do not talk to Lao Zi. Don't be so ungrateful. Willow Folding Branch silently drooped her eyes, and once she was ferocious, she didn't want to pay attention to him. This reaction is tantamount to pouring oil on the fire. Mo Yan's anger nodded, gasped 2 mouths of rough air, pressed the back of his neck and kissed up. If this mouth can't talk, then do something else. Willow Fold was shocked. Weekdays in the bedchamber fooling around even if, now in broad daylight, how can you kiss up outside? He wanted to open the formation to get away, but to maintain the physical strength to see the new devil, the matter is urgent cannot be hands, and finally can only be by that shameless people inside and outside the kiss all over before being released. I've done such a great favor for Master Teacher, it's only right that Master Teacher gives me some thanks. It was clearly a strong kiss and bullying, and Mo Yan was still justified in saying that it was deserved. He even pinched his delicate earlobes and warned in a deep voice, Master, for the sake of the world, you don't want to fail in the negotiation and be known that you don't have any cultivation, right? As soon as he heard that he was going to threaten something, Willow Folding Branch had some understanding of his level of assholery, and wasn't surprised, but just waited with a calm gaze for him to continue down the line. I keep you alive, help you hide it tightly, Duan Chengqian I also pack up for you, discuss and I also let you talk about it, but… Mo Yan again lowered his head and kissed him on his rosy lips, Master, you have to promise what I said before. He has said too many words, and also always change. Willow folding branch, which can guess which sentence, see he no longer continue, can only ask himself, what? The corner of Mo Yan's mouth lightly hooked, the hand that clasped his waist tightened again, almost putting the two people tightly in one place, just like what I said when I worshipped the master. In the daytime you teach me to cultivate, and at night I take the master to cultivate properly. Although this father's methods are a bit sinister, but Mo Yan did not care and even had a proud expression. This father has done all the bad things, do not want fame or face, want a fragrant and soft devil queen, knit and night to hold and sleep in line with the identity of this father. Chapter 5150, How dare you stare at the old man's magic queen? Nightly filial piety. Willow folding branch's body stiffened, how could she not expect it to be such dirty talk? Against his shocked gaze, Mo Yan laughed more and more evilly, if the master does not agree, you guess whether I will stir up your peacemaking? This threat has been brewing for several days. From the time he was preparing to take Lu Folding Branch back to be the demon queen, Mo Yan was thinking of starting his nightly good times as early as possible. Now a moment cannot go back to the magic world, at least to Lu Folding Branch, this side of the matter to deal with, day after day, still have to look at people's faces, but also change into a pig to change the dog, this loss he cannot eat. It is better to come directly to coercion, which is what he is good at as a devil. Mo Yan has a plan. He believes that Lu Shizhi will definitely agree. After all, this predicament in front of him only he can help to solve. Then the reality has given him a blow to the head. Lu Folding Branches he can never see through, more guessing that the beautiful red lips can say what amazing words. Negotiation and the matter of indeed have labor, but Lu Folding Branch words are full of hesitation. My life will forget, I trade with you for a few days, you only help to negotiate peace, can good? What did you say? Mo Yan was dumbfounded, and his expression went from originally tenacious to stiff and unbelievable. Willow Folding Branch thought he was really did not hear, seriously repeated again, repeated also summarized, in short. Do not have to protect my life, the matter of cause and effect, forcible intervention, and you are also implicated. The reason why the life and death think so open, even be confiscated cultivation do not care, all because the Willow Folding Branch heart is clear, this is the cycle of karma, there is a fixed number in the underworld. He was selected by the system, but did not do the task and also lived an additional 500 years, should pay other prices. Cultivation was the price, and so was his life. But Demo Banquet do not know, even if they know also cannot understand, laboring to pretend what folded branches immortal ruler first disciple in the righteousness of the face, in order to keep their own after the devil, but this after the devil is now talking to him to say, do not want to live? You say not live on not live? Still his mother did not merge the register. He yelled out what was in his heart, and Willow Folding Branch listened to him with a clouded mind. Huh? What do you mean? Does it mean that I haven't had a Taoist partner at this age? Realizing what he said, Mo Yan could not let go of his face and continue to say that he wanted to marry him as a demon queen, and with a cold snort he said something else. Anyway, I don't agree. This. Why do I need his permission to live or die? Willow Folding Branch do not understand, also do not want to ask, listening to him in the ear gasping for breath, feel so itchy, tangled for a long time before reaching out to cover his mouth. Mo Yan? Well, heck, he shut the old man up again. Just wait. The less you want to live, the more I'll let you live. He was so angry that he directly bit Willow Folding Branch palm. Willow Folding Branch had not noticed, suddenly bitten out of habit, snake, pain. That was the year to deceive snake care about their own often say words, a bitten Lu Folding Branch so say, even if not at all painful. This word out of the two people froze for a moment. In the end is the ink feast reaction faster, instantly pulled his hand to check, I look at me to see, did not force so painful? While saying this, he took out the elixir and crushed it with his spiritual power, and directly applied it to the particularly shallow red mark on his palm. Snake. Willow Folding Branch was touched by the memories, couldn't help but raise his hand on the top of his head and touched it. If you're just my snake then it's good. Mo Banquet puzzled to raise his eyes, but only saw his ancient well of eyes, cannot see half of the emotions. Thinking that he hid himself well and would not be exposed at all, so this statement was finally interpreted by Mo Yan as Willow Folding Branch still preferring that broken snake and disliking himself after transforming into his form. Why? Mo Yan couldn't figure out how anyone could prefer a being that couldn't speak, which was not preferred when it took human form. Obviously in human form a lot of things are more convenient, one can protect him, but also to accompany him to negotiate peace. You'll know later. Mo Yan was half angry and half jealous, Lu Xuanji is better than snake. Mo Yan was better than Lu Xuanji. He did not say this last sentence, unable to put on his face, but only silently recited it in his heart. For eyes facing each other, no one spoke again, but the air seemed to be filled with something, making the atmosphere inexplicably begin to heat up. In the end, it was Mo Yan who first avoided his gaze, and he himself did not know why. It was just unexplained weakness, and even shame. Fang just still want to blow up and fall out of the atmosphere, suddenly became harmonious, and even blow up the person is still a little avoiding themselves, avoiding their own line of sight. Lu Folding Branch also do not know which of his own sentence said right to his mind, but also triggered such a strange reaction. The folding branch immortal monarch who has not eaten the smoke and fire of the earth for hundreds of years does not understand that this atmosphere is called ambiguous, he just silently thought. Demon Zun Mo Banquet is really fickle. The Luan bird on behalf of the speed is very fast, the road time is very short, the sedan chair just quiet down, the two have arrived at the agreed upon junction of the human and demon boundaries. This is called the Sunset City. A day is always the scene of the setting sun in the west, the night is usual, the sunrise in the morning is the sunset. Willow Folding Branch only in the elimination of the devil to defend the road came, never carefully looked at the city scene, looking down to see the city covered with devil soldiers, and even innocent cultivators were violently evicted, but also saw the blood, frowned. The devil clan without Mo Banquet to do the devil, restrain the evil behavior, this more than 10 years really intensified, more and more disturbing the peace of the six realms. Originally agreed to make peace with the devil only occupy closer to the devil's east city is, the west city is arranged by the human world, now they are occupying the whole city, do not want to be expelled by the cultivators also suffer from the disaster, when it is lawlessness. Other people arrived one after another, see this scene is also ugly face, not yet started to negotiate peace by the devil tribe gave a downward spiral, the face of the orthodox way to where to put off. In the end, or Duan Chengqian incompetence, had not arranged everything, Willow Folding Branch fingertips, a small talismanic paper appeared in the hand, with the hand seal, talismanic paper slowly floating out, in the blink of an eye will be a change of 10 change of 100, from the air have been falling. That is the magic talisman, although there is no spiritual power cannot be catalyzed out of the real power, but used to scare these demon soldiers is also more than enough. I don't know which devil soldier's devil chi was suppressed by the talisman firstly, and soon the devil soldiers all over the place were scattered in fear and avoided. Another piece of talisman paper floated down, the sound transmission with Willow Folding Branch cold voice spread throughout the entire Sunset City, only a wave-free word. Retreat. Irrespective of the size of the power of the talisman paper, this hand of Chi Man Dun Jia technique, coupled with that familiar cold voice, was enough for the demon soldiers to lose their nerve, and while scrambling to retreat back to the East City, someone shouted loudly. Quickly go to report to the Devil Father, the one who came as the righteous Folding Branch immortal monarch. Duan Chengqian did not say that Lu Folding Branch is coming. The Devil Clan all thought that Lu Folding Branch closed for many years as fighting with Mo Banquet was seriously injured. After all the big advance also do not see Lu Folding Branch come out, but also when Duan Chengqian that incompetent to bring the righteous way to negotiate peace, so it is so arrogant. Now I know that Lu Shiji has come, not to mention those demon soldiers, in the flower building, embracing the beauty of the current demon father drinking are confused, a push away from the beauty of the wine glass, Lu Shiji? Isn't he still in seclusion? Has he recovered from his injuries? Waiting for the new demon Zun to rush in, Lu Folding Branch's sedan chair had already landed on the stargazing platform built by the western city's main road, and amongst the crowd, Mo Banquet recognized who the visitor was at a glance. The once 9 demon king Candle Li. Mo Banquet on the throne, none of the brothers left, have become his stepping stone, the throne of the devil king is vacant, and there is no heir, so just sealed 9 cousins to sit, this 9 devil king Candle Li is the youngest. Young, look heartless addicted to wine and color, did not expect the final collusion of the righteous assassination of him was Candle Li. Mo Banquet is not more angry, the devil rebellion is common, who is ruthless enough who will be able to sit on the position of the devil, he just think, candle away from the living tired. The position of the devil has the life to grab, also must have the life to sit steadily. Thinking about how to get Candle Li killed in the future, a hand suddenly reached over next to him and pulled 2 of his fingers, and also gently patted them. Mo Yen froze and looked down to see Lu Sheji's hand still patting like that, and quickly turned to look at Lu Sheji himself. Lu Folding Branch has long been wearing a mask, cannot see the expression, only a pair of eyes exposed outside, but also calm as water, impervious to half a bit of emotion. Mo Yen? He still doesn't get it because he doesn't realize that he's exposed his identity, which is comforted by Willow Fold feeling the murderous aura on him. But that didn't delay Mo Yen from being happy. After all, this was one of the few times Willow Fold had touched him of his own accord since he'd taken form, and not to a snake's head, but to a human, and snakes didn't have hands. It should be considered a first in the true sense of the word, the first time he took the initiative to get close to Lu Xuanji, not to Snake. Feeling the murderous aura dispersing, Lu Xuanji withdrew his hand, only to be suddenly blocked in the process, a bony finger reaching out, surprisingly hooking his finger. Lu Fuji was puzzled, but Mo Yen was apoplectic. TSK, this hand is really soft, the fingers are all slippery and tender, it feels so good to touch, I know when I touch it, this would be a waste if I don't become a demon queen. The demon lord, who once struggled to use a few idioms, was forced to read books for more than 10 years by the side of Willow Folding Branch, and even knew how to use words like waste. The interaction between the two was done in a covert manner, the bystanders were nervous about the confrontation between the demon race and the righteousness, no one paid attention to it, only Candle Li stared straight at Lu Folding Branch, focusing on the mask on his face, hating that he couldn't see Lu Folding Branch's face and expression through the mask. There was fear and temptation in those eyes.
There are rumors that the Folding Branch Immortal Monarch was injured before closing down. Some days ago there was already a war. The Folding Branch Immortal Monarch did not come out, but now the negotiation is out. It really makes people have to wonder if it is really a serious injury that has not yet healed. But the Willow Folding Branch is still immortal, sitting on top of the sedan chair. He did not see this look not to mention, but the ink feast to see the hair, open mouth on the roar.
What are you staring at, my master? Newly grown eyes do not need to be rotten.
Damn you for robbing Lousy of the position of Demon Elder and staring at Lousy's future Demon Empress. How many lives do you have that would be enough for Lousy to thwart your bones and ashes?
Chapter 52-51, What Rivalry is Clearly Licking Dog.
Said to come to negotiate peace, the Devil Clan's downward spiral coupled with Willow Folding Branch that hand of talisman paper already let the atmosphere is subtle enough, and now Mo Banquet indirectly scolded the Devil, which there is a little bit of negotiation and appearance. The patriarchs and elders on the righteous side sucked in a breath of cold air, sighing in their hearts that Folding Branch Immortal Monarch's disciple was really too arrogant, but no one dared to say anything. After all, Folding Branch Immortal Monarch do not stop, must be in the heart of a long time ago. There is a great retreat of the Devil Army method, they unauthorized comment, but let the Devil tribe look at the joke, but also seems to distrust Folding Branch Immortal Monarch like. Righteousness on the Folding Branch Immortal Monarch's trust is blind. After all, 500 years from no defeat, even with the Devil's most powerful demon Mo Banquet has been a tie, even if he does not speak, just to that one stop let a person's heart have a bottom line, but also very assured. Only Willow Folding Branch himself has no confidence, and cannot rest assured a little. He now has no cultivation, in case this new devil is also a violent temper. Was Mo Banquet to get angry, directly led the troops into the invasion, then he is not only did not protect the living, but also caused the people to be charred. Even if the death of the death cannot die in peace, the heart of the guilty have the heart to stop Mo Yen, but he is fast to drop his eyes on the body of Mo Yen. Also do not see Mo Yen look at him. The violent temper of the enemy glared at the opposite side of the devil, even opened his mouth and cursed again.
What are you looking at? Talking about you. My master is something you can look at?
A hallowed demon Zune staring at a righteous immortal monarch. Do you want to be shameless? The one who cursed was Candlely, but Willow Folding Branch froze, glancing at him and then back again, wanting to speak. Well, if I remember correctly, the demon lord who stares at himself the whole day should be. Oh. Willow Folded Branch silently retracted his gaze to see the opposite candle away from the reaction. As for a certain demon Zune thick skin thing, about he is not the first time to know. Mo Banquet himself does not feel anything wrong at all, very frankly let Candlely casually look, but also self-reported. I am the master's personal disciple, Lu Xuanji. The surname Lu was emphasized by him, fearing that others would not hear that he had the same surname as Lu Xueji. Candlely was originally still being scolded in anger, but when he heard these words, his fire was broken and he was confused.
What in the world was he proud of as a snake demon in his district? Isn't it a normal thing in the righteous path for a master to give his disciple a name and surname? Immortal Monarch Folding Branch, your disciple has spoken out against this master. Is this the sincerity of your righteous path to make peace? Candlely ignored Mo Banquet and only spoke to Lu Folding Branch, carrying the stance of a demon lord, feeling that he and Lu Folding Branch were the only ones who were on equal footing, not putting the others in their eyes. If he was facing Duan Changqian might be happy because it was the recognition of the head of a realm, but unfortunately he was facing Lu Folding Branch. Heavy social terrorism couldn't be happy for a bit when facing so many people being questioned, and even tried to shut him up. Willow Folding Branch listening to straight frown, do not want to answer. Visible candle away has been staring at himself, the two worlds to discuss the big event of peace. They do not speak seems to be inappropriate, but really cannot open their mouths. So many people Time passed 1 minute, he just stood there without making a sound, looking at the opposite side of the candle away, but not a single person suspected that he was afraid to speak, only thought that he put this collusion of the righteousness before usurping the throne of the success of the demon lord is not in the eyes. The righteousness of the crowd silently sigh worthy of the Folding Branch immortal ruler, can be better than that timid and fearful Duan Chengqian, finally in front of the demon race for the righteousness of the faceback. The devil also looked shocked, secretly speculate can it be that Folding Branch immortal monarch is really not injured? Otherwise, why would he dare not even answer the words of the demon lord? With the same high and mighty as in the past, eyes above the top ignoring people. The one with the most complicated mood was Candlely, knowing that he had been ignored, he was so angry that he gritted his teeth, but he didn't dare to continue to lash out. After all, the righteousness of the Folding Branch immortal monarch is really not to be messed with. Back then in Mo Banquet 3 days a small fight, 5 days a big fight, although he snatched Mo Banquet's demonic position, cultivation is not as good as the Mo Banquet, really fight up certainly cannot be beaten. If the devil lost the fight, that is the face of the devil tribe, then the devil tribe will be passive. Both sides misunderstood outrageously. Willow Folding Branch only felt more and more gazes falling on her. The social panic attack became more serious, not moving to the side of the person she was familiar with. This movement of his directly caused both sides to stand on guard. Devil race, this is going to start a fight? This immortal monarch is being unreasonable. He said he'd come to negotiate peace. Righteousness, worthy of the name of immortal folding branch, he has raised the righteousness of our righteousness. We will follow you to the death.
Only Mo Yen realized that the corners of his mouth were rising madly at this action, and his face became even more proud and pleased.
See? Willow folding branch is only close to lousy. And you're going to complain to him? Did you see him talking to you? Not only does he not talk about me, he even leans on me. You're staring at my master, and you're still talking nonsense? I'm my master's only disciple, my master is closest to me, if you keep stirring up trouble, I'll let my master beat you up.
Mo Yen became more and more arrogant, although it was out of place, but it made Lu Shizhi relieved.
I don't need to ask for anything, so it's good that I don't have to.
His silence will only make people misunderstand that what Chung Mo Banquet said is what he meant. Candle Li's eyes are full of anger. Folding branch immortal monarch, this is how you manage the religious
people. There is something to say to me. What kind of thing are you that you dare to ask my master to give you a statement?
The more Lu Folding Branch has no cultivation and can't fight, the more arrogant Mo Banquet is, acting unafraid. The whole one was spoiled by his master and still rely on his master's high cultivation to do whatever he wants to do.
Said also reached out to pull the Willow Folding Branch arm. Master, you see, that what the devil he angry me, you have to give me the Lord you beat him back to the demon world, I see him angry. Although it is social fear, but Lu Folding Branch heart everything is clear, understand that he is just playing a show of empty city, naturally know how to cooperate. With Candle Li do not know, unwilling to answer, with him but with more than 10 years of living together, Lu Folding Branch a little hesitation for a moment then spit out 4 words, do not fool around. The tone of voice without waves and waves, voice clear and cold, the end is immortal style, full of aura. Listening to is not painless to train a disciple, but fell in the ears of the demon race is completely in the warning. Candle Li didn't dare to act rashly again for a while, and transmitted his voice to the protector at his side. When Shou, you followed Mo Banquet, and have dealt with this Willow Folding Branch, can you tell if he's really unharmed, or is he bluffing? When Shou was clad in silver battle armor, the right half of his face was covered by a silver mask, only half of his expressionless and handsome face was exposed, his sword brows were slightly moving, his eyes staring at that arrogant disciple standing beside immortal sovereign Folding Branch, and he felt a sense of déjà vu. Like the Honorable Lord, but if the Honorable Lord has returned, why? Is he staying in one place with the Folding Branch immortal monarch? The two people are the deadly rivals who are fighting endlessly. If they meet, they will definitely fight. They should not be so amicable, not to mention that this person claims to be a disciple of the Folding Branch immortal monarch. If it is the Lord, certainly is rather die than submit. Do the disciple of the dead enemy is afraid that will be angry to head to death. How it's so close and also proud of this. When Shou did not dare to decide easily, eyes still staring at Mo Yen, voice response to the candle away, the devil, I follow Mo Yen is only responsible for the size of the devil world affairs, the other things are dying the moon to follow, not as much as he and Folding Branch immortal monarchs to fight more often. Whether or not this person was disguised by the venerable lord, it was still necessary to let Dai Moon come and recognize him as well. Mo Banquet left behind 2 close friends of the left and right protectors after his death, the right protector Wen Xiu and the left protector Dai Moon. The 2 are the initiative to surrender, and even reported the ink feast soul scattered place, let the candle from the big celebration, although it is the seller, but the sincerity is full, to help the candle away from the civil strife after the magic world in order not to take credit for their own pride, deeply candle away from the trust. Candle Li does not doubt him, asked, Dai Moon where is it now? When Xiu frowned, flower house, drinking flower wine. Come on man. Dai Moon is what nature candle away also clear, always not tune, the most loved beauty in wind and moon. He did not say anything more, only called for people to go to the flower building to bring the left protector. The demon soldier was just about to go, when Shou instructed again, bring enough spirit stones, he owes the wine money and can't get out if he doesn't pay it back. A quarter of an hour later, a red dress full of wind dying moonlight, boy's female phase of the handsome, peach blossom eyes slightly confused, swaying full of alcohol, looking as a sleazy wanderer. Demon father, call me to what Saying that, he was still a bit unsteady and almost fell on Candle Li, only spared by Wen Xiu carrying the back collar. Take a look at Willow Folding Branch, can you tell if there are any injuries or any abnormalities on the body, is it a bluff? Look at the disciple on the side of immortal monarch Folding Branch, there is something that resembles your holiness. Candle Li's and Wen Xiu's transmissions entered his ears one after the other, and Dai Moon let out a light laugh as he turned his head to look at the opposite side of the main road. Immortal monarch Folding bows, it has been a long time since I've seen you, you still have the same elegance. It sounded like pleasantries, but the tone was flirty, just like molesting a beauty. Oh yes, I haven't congratulated immortal Folding Branch yet. Mo Banquet died, his soul flew away and his bones were nowhere to be found yo. Willow Folding Branch. Mo Yen, lousy let you guys pretend to defect, take care of the magic world and wait for lousy to go back, and you're ing molesting lousy's future devil queen here? Unbridled. Mo Yen opened his mouth and let out a roar, the look in his eyes was close to killing Dai Moon. What kind of Tai Fox is having a love, are all of you demon clansmen dead? Dai Moon was scolded, not only did her smile not diminish in the slightest, instead, she laughed even more waves, and turned her head to send a message to Candle Li.
Demon Father, if the Folding Branch Immortal Monarch is seriously injured, with his nature, he regards guarding the living as his duty. He definitely won't let his disciple be so arrogant. My subordinate sees that he should be able to fight with the demon race. He all said so, then it's not far off. Candle Lee was silent, secretly pondering on how to end it if he didn't fight. Taking advantage of this effort, Daimoon secretly threw a wink towards Wen Xiao. Who else but him can have such a detrimental mouth, and this shamelessness? He loves to move towards Folding Branch Immortal Monarch's side. As soon as I say Folding Branch Immortal Monarch, he gets anxious. It's definitely the Honorable Lord. Wen Xiao looked at him and then looked at Mo Yen, still feeling that there is something wrong. If it's the Honorable Lord, why didn't he contact you and me for more than 10 years, but instead went to the righteous path to be the disciple of Immortal Lord Folding Branches? You and I are the ones who are closest to the Venerable Lord's heart. Daimoon gave him a sidelong glance, saying, "You're dull, you're really dull, dullard." Exalted Lord chased after people and fought back then just because they ignored him. Wasn't that mind obvious enough? What kind of rivalry is it? It is obvious that the Venerable Master wants to bring that fairy-like person to the couch, and he doesn't try his best to seize the treasures, and he lets others have all the good things. It is clear that the pursuit of a couple cannot chase, be disliked still pestering, 500 years will not die. You see, this is not almost soul still refused to let go. The dog saw the meat bag like, "Ayup?" Daimoon saw through everything, but he has always watched the fun, is not clear to Wen Xiao, hooked his lips and smiled. Who knows? Maybe your holiness is trying to wipe out the righteous path in one fell swoop. Chapter 53-52, Exalted Lord seems like Folding Branch Immortal Monarchs. Dog. Wen Xiao is a solid heart. Daimoon dare to say he dares to believe, really think that Imo Banquet is going to do great things. Look at his own Venerable Master's eyes, solemn respect. Since this is the case, all the more reason for you and I to help your Venerable Lord. Annihilating the righteous path naturally means capturing the Folding Branch Immortal Monarch first. Wait for me to find a chance to liaise with your Venerable Lord, and ask your Venerable Lord how he intends to capture him. Good. Daimoon stifled a smile, her fingertips gently picked at his chin. No wonder the Venerable Lord always scolds me for not scolding you. It's still you who has the most of the Venerable Lord's holy heart. Go ahead, just let me know when you discuss the results. After finishing her speech, Daimoon left, not feeling the slightest bit guilty about her digging a pit for her teammates, and even delighting in seeing how Wen Xiao would be scolded by Mo Yen at that time. He has always been such a licentious and unorthodox nature. Say go. Candle Lee did not stop him, only looking at the opposite side of the willow Folding Branch contemplation, a long time before he opened his mouth. Folding Branch Immortal Monarch, your master's father asked me 3 times to come here to negotiate peace, and now that I'm here, is this the attitude of your righteousness? They all know that Lu Folding Branch takes the world's life as his own responsibility, so Candle Lee brought up the matter of Duan Qingxian's invitation to negotiate peace, and also specially emphasized that the attitude of the righteous path is bad, waiting for Lu Folding Branch to give him a step down. As long as Lu Folding Branch opened his mouth and said that peace is the most important thing, he can follow the steps to withdraw his troops, and if he is lucky, he can also make the righteous way to pay for 2 cities. But he could not have dreamed, this kind of thing to make a stand. Lu Folding Branch also did not make a sound, and as the side of that arrogant disciple stood out. Duan Qingxian asked you to negotiate peace, then you go to him to say, "Off my master what?" Mo Yen sneered, "What, are you, a demon elder, demented, or blind? Everyone in the 6 realms knows that my master is the leader of the righteous path. The Folding Branch Immortal Monarch's name has been known for hundreds of years. The righteous path should listen to my master, but you have to bring out Duan Qingxian. Is it that you don't put my master in your eyes? Is this the attitude of your demon race in negotiating peace? Originally this mistake should be the righteousness of the road, but he hit a rake. Candle away from listening to the face is quite ugly. Hundreds of years are Duan Qingxian in charge. You dare to talk to my father to force the words. Really, when my demon race? Hundreds of years are he in charge. You win the devil honors when hundreds of years? You've only been sitting in the position of the devil's honor for a dozen years, so what's the point of talking about the past few hundred years? Candle Lee choked again, his demonic aura raging around him, obviously furious. Folding Branch Immortal Monarch, you. There is something to tell me. Master was disturbed from his seclusion by you provoking the war between the 2 realms, and he resents your noise, can't you see? No matter how Candle Lee fine Lu Folding Branch, Mo Banquet gave a strict block. Do not need to Lu Folding Branch to say a word. Do not have to say, standing in front of a person disliked the demon race dumbfounded. Don't care if it is not a strong word. In short, black he can say white, full of reason, and finally all said the right way to occupy the reason. Wen Xiao stood at the side of the candle away from the eyes more and more confused, simply cannot understand their own master. This is what operation, why so dedicated to help the right way? This can't even be said to be the disciple of the Folding Branch Immortal Monarch, it's simply like. Wen Xiao stared at Mo Yan's figure cursing the demon race for a long time, but in the end, he couldn't help but complete the latter words in his mind. It's almost like the Folding Branch Immortal Monarch has raised a dog that protects its master. He also knows that it is not right to say this about his own venerable master, but it is really too much like. Venerable Master scolded the demon race and also turned his head towards Folding Branch Immortal Monarch and smiled. This is not the guardian of the master after inviting the credit. Not only did Wen Xiao feel this way, but Lu Folding Branch also felt the same way.
His nemesis seemed like a big dog, and every time he turned around and raised his eyebrows and smiled at him, it was like he was looking for his master to stick and rub against him. There is a little. Well, there is a lot of cute. Willow Folding Branch silently thought, coupled with the fact that Moyen has been blocked in front of him, to help him block Candle Lee's questioning in line of sight, nothing need to be said by him. His former dislike of Moyen instantly subsided most of the time. For a social terrorist, having someone blocking other people's questions for him, or blocking in front of him to relieve himself in such a crowded occasion, this feeling was simply too good to be true. That person was also as good as an angel. At this moment Lu Fuji even felt that Moyen was the best good guy in this world. Although fierce a little, but also a little temperamental, but he is really good to say, if I can so always speak for me would be good. I don't see people, he is like today like this for me, then I will always pretend not to know his identity, so not only can avoid social fear attacks suffer but can't run, but also can occasionally see my good snake. So like my snake scales also really good touch, and tail tip, wanna play. In the eyes of the world's cold and indifferent all righteousness of the Folding Branch immortal monarch, just a few breaths of mine will have a bad idea that does not conform to the image. Moyen can lie to me, then I can naturally lie to him. He lied to me that he is not Moyen, I will lie to him that I do not know that he is Moyen, so 2 for 2, it is not to disturb the karma, or owe to him. Well, very good, so it will be good to get along with a lot, but also very convenient. Ink Banquet in, the candle is naturally not to get a bit of benefit. Ink Banquet this mouth not only positive curse, the devil meat is also a headache to the extreme. The two armies are facing each other, can't just yell at each other without fighting, right? The devil tribe has always been unconventional, feel really too shameful. Then the Mo Banquet cursing no he's shameless, then he's shameless no he will curse, is really in this regard unrivaled. Folding Branch immortal monarch. Candle Lee was on fire, his body's overflowing demonic aura was almost so thick that he couldn't see his face. In the end, he lost his demonic dignity and roared angrily, calling out to Willow Folding Branch. He was trying to get Willow Folding Branch to open his mouth so that he could hurry up and end this farce, but he didn't expect that before he could say the words that followed, a deafening roar of anger was sent into everyone's ears, much louder than his voice. Roar my ass, you dare to roar my master. Believe it or not, I'll let my master flatten your demon realm with a single sword. Candle Lee was furious, and Moyen was even more furious than him. Willow Folding Branch disliked it the most when people were mean to him. You dare to be mean to Lu Xieji. If you want to die, just say so. I'll kill you right now. When Lu Fuji goes back and complains to me that he's been attacked by you, I'll have to coax him. Do you know how hard he is to coax? I'll either turn into a pig or a dog. I'll have to play with his tail even if he turns back into a snake. The more Moyen thought, the more angry he became. He didn't even bother to curse, and directly ended this laborious peace. What Duan Changxian said about negotiating peace, my master didn't say. If you want to fight, we will accompany you to the end, and everything else is exempt from negotiation. The big deal is to start fighting now. Moyen's attitude was tough as hell, further convincing Candle Lee that Lu Xieji really wasn't hurt anymore, or else he definitely wouldn't have let his disciples say such words. Before coming, Candle Lee also thought to take the opportunity to severely humiliate the righteousness of some. The best is to let that high and mighty but now seriously injured Folding Branch immortal monarch to the demon world as a prisoner, and then let the righteousness of the compensation of 10 cities before nodding to truce. But now, Duan Chengxian, that old man, when really deserved to die. Candle Lee gritted his teeth and cursed in his heart. If Duan Chengxian hadn't acted fearfully, not daring to fight even when the devil race was advancing, not to mention not calling Willow Folding Branch out, how could he have listened to the rumors and assumed that Willow Folding Branch's cultivation was much less than what it was when she was injured? Thought it was the righteousness of the gas will be close, now it seems to be all that old man competing for power to get out of the misunderstanding. Good. Folding Branch immortal monarch, I've seen the style of the righteous path today. Candle Lily face are all lost, fight and dare not fight, directly retreat and feel ashamed, finally can only give themselves a step down. In the future, my demon army will step on your Wu palace. I hope that immortal monarch can also have such a momentum, also like this day generally allow your disciple to be unrestrained. The last word fell, the demonic gas was monstrous, and when it dispersed again, there was no more demon race in the original place, only a dark feather was left floating and falling. Mo Banquet stared at the feather made of demonic energy and his eyes flashed. That was what Wen Xiu had left for him, using it as a code word to contact him and ask him to meet him. C is definitely to see, his two protectors are all loyal, with him as a lifelong friendship. That day he almost died, if he did not repeatedly instructed just to cover up the years of the fake death to find a place to recuperate, the two will be for his martyrdom. But Mo Yen glanced at Willow Fold at her side. When Xiu contacted him must have recognized him, how would he explain being seen by two of his inner circle as the disciple of his nemesis? 2ing humiliating. He was thinking about this bad thing, desperately trying to think of countermeasures to save his face, out of focus when his sleeve was suddenly tugged by two slender fingers, gently pulled. Mo Yen? Willow Folding Branch? Willow Folding Branch has taken the initiative to get close to me again?
He directly forgot what Fong was thinking about and went to look at Willow Folding Branch as if in slow motion, and was met with a pair of beautiful and bright phoenix eyes. In those eyes, there is not only the usual calmness, but also comfort and intimacy.
Xianji, you did well.
Willow Folding Branch in fact is not very clear what to say at this time to praise disciple. If it is only the two of them, he will certainly say good snake, but also kiss his snake, but unfortunately in full view, he cannot do that kind of unseemly things. So he then meditated to come up with this sentence. It sounded a bit perfunctory, an onlooker wouldn't praise his disciple so succinctly, following his mouth as if coaxing some spirit pet, but he was Willow Fold.
Mo Yen did not feel perfunctory or he took himself as a spirit pet, the corners of his mouth instantly rose and could not be suppressed. Hear that, Willow Folding Branch complimented me. He called me Xianji and said I did a good job. It must be because I helped him trick the demon army into retreating, and I didn't let Candle yell at him, so he knows I've been good to him. That feeling of pride and surprise was about to make Mo Yen float, but his arrogant nature didn't allow him to get carried away. He had to pretend to be calm, but he couldn't act like it. So what Willow Folding Branch saw was that the corners of his mouth were going up to the sky, and he was still there thinking that he had a stern face, calmly nodding his head and saying one word, aha. Trying to learn the indifference of Willow Folding Branch, but unfortunately the learning was not like that at all, just short of writing the word haughty on his face. Willow Folding Branch of course can see, but he does not care about these details, only thinking that he should be fooled him. In the future the two people will be so fooled each other, each get what they want, things should be very interesting. Mo Yen is thinking about. This is it. The old man pretended to be ing perfect.
Just let him know I don't care, who gives it about his compliments, I'm. Hey,
Not snake. It's a compliment to Xianji. Complimenting me. It's not bragging about the broken snake. Chapter 54-53, Good Snake, come to the bull. The matter of negotiating peace with the demon race was wrapped up by Mo Banquet in a farce-like manner, but few people knew that he was using the empty city trick, relying on one mouth to bluff the demon race, and everyone thought that it was the Folding Branch Immortal Monarch sitting in on the scene that deterred the demon race. Of course, the Folding Branch Immortal Monarch's personal disciple Lu Xuanji is not without merit. That mouth is very useful, not only to defend the master's true feelings, but also for the righteousness of the road back to a city. Although it is a little late, but also let the righteous way out of the breath, even if the devil father Mo Banquet has no bones, but he was fine to scold the righteous way without the power of retort. Today is also considered to be Lu Xuanji to return the favor. The word wind and water rotate is a word that the righteous path believes in, but they don't know that the one who cursed the righteous path in the past, and the one who curses the demon race today, are all the same person. Back to the Qiankuan clan, the people are naturally to Yunju Peak to exchange pleasantries. A great victory in return are so polite, but in the past days is to go to the main peak of Duan Chengxian. Today this Folding Branch Immortal residence, they really are not quite dare to enter directly. Folding Branch Immortal Monarch like quiet, everyone knows. Immortal Monarch, may we have the honor to enter? Into what into? Mo Yen helped Lu Xieji down from the sedan chair and was hearing these words. He directly opened his mouth to interrupt. My master's residence is something you can enter just because you want to? If there's anything, say it here.
He is not like others to pester Lu Folding Branch, just so crookedly fit Lu Folding Branch's mind, helped to refuse. Lu Fuji looked at him with brighter eyes.
Worthy of being my good snake is so good.
Because he helped to solve the problem, even if he is in human form. His name here in Lu Folding Branch has changed from his nemesis or that very fierce demon Zun, back to good snake. Outside of the cold and indifferent Folding Branch Immortal Monarch, the inner vivacity of only he knows, and even a bit of bad intentions, silently pondering back to the Qiaowu Palace how to trick an obedient and well-behaved snake. Before wearing the book he had heard that dogs are to be trained, although Mo Yen is not a dog, but sometimes it really seems like a big dog. As long as one dives into the study, it should be
tameable, right? Snake. Mo Banquet. Dog training.
Willow Folded Immortal is silent, but in his heart, he keeps repeating these three words. Mo Banquet how to know that he really want to be treated as a dog training, but also in that do not allow others to get close to the Willow Folding Branch, that a little possessive almost written on the face but still do not know, a mouth blah 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 said non-stop.
My master did not end the retreat was invited out by you know how tired master? Tell me everything, don't bother my master.
Saying this to the devil race was defending the righteous path, but to still say this to his own people, the crowd's eyes on him could change a bit. Now that Duan Chengxian has a tendency to be hollowed out, and he won't let anyone talk to Folding Branch Immortal Monarch, doesn't that mean
that he wants to fox himself and take advantage of the opportunity to take power?
Although Duan Chengxian is a villain, having a snake demon in charge of matters of the righteous path is also really ridiculous. The people have looked at Lu Folding Branch, trying to guess his meaning, but unfortunately even the expression cannot be seen, can only see a delicate and gorgeous phoenix mask, lining Lu Folding Branch to reveal a little bit of the neck is even more white.
Immortal Monarch.
Someone opened his mouth and called out to him, intending to make him explicit, but Lu Shizhi had just wandered off, thinking only of training his dog, and didn't know what was going on nowadays at all. Thinking that these people never have anything important to do, Lu Fuji didn't care and casually answered, "Aha." When he said this, even if he was recognizing what Mo Banquet had said, the crowd was all shocked that Immortal Monarch Folding Branch had supported his disciple to this point, but they did not object. After all, there are still Folding Branch Immortal Monarch in the back of the town. The heart of the Immortal Monarch will not look at the decline of the righteousness of the road to sit back and watch. If the disciple did something wrong, will be taught to discipline. They are relieved. Mo Banquet is even happier to take off. See? Willow Folding Branch trusts me to this point already. I must help him with this righteous path. The devil's realm, I have managed to understand. The righteous way I absolutely give him to manage clearly. He waited to enjoy the blessing is finished. Duan Chengqian empty ambition, ability but poor not a point and a half, the right way in his hands in a mess. He wanted to monopolize the power, but cannot understand so many things. Mo Banquet listening to a few patriarchs who say this state and the activities of the demon race, he said that the sea is coveted by the underworld, to do the devil when the habit of instantly on the head. This little thing are not dealt with well by yourself. What does the old man want you to do for food? Once the words were out of his mouth, he realized that he was wrong. His current status is really not suitable for such a scolding, easy to be suspected. As soon as he lifted his eyes, he saw the several patriarchs looking at him with shocked expressions. He is the first to be able to do so. I'm used to scolding when Xiao and Daimon. Mo Yan is used to being arrogant, so he didn't really think of the words to make up for it, and was embarrassed when a light call suddenly came from his side. Shenji, it's time to go back. Mo Yan. The nemesis has finally done the right thing. It's just the right time to go back. He felt that it was Willow Folding Branch who had mistakenly changed the subject, not realizing that he himself had not disguised himself well enough to make a social terror hesitate for a long time before stiffening his back to help him cover up. This matter will be discussed later. Master Teacher is tired. I will send Master Teacher back to rest. Mo Banquet left his sentence and took Lu Folding Branch away, wrapping his waist and instantly moving up the mountain. That intimate action looked in the eyes of the crowd. More so, the crowd wrinkled their brows in contemplation. Folding Branch Immortal Monarch on this disciple. Is really excessive pain favor off. What they see is the harmony between master and disciple, but they don't know that Mo Yan's hand can be more than just put on, but also secretly mooching, rubbing in the waist nest one by one. Just instantaneously to the bedchamber will go straight to the subject. Someone cannot wait to take off his mask. Master, the negotiation of peace I did, you should also fulfill the promise, right? Willow Folding Branch. There seemed to be nothing else square in this nemesis' head. Are the demons really so obscene? Can't even the demon lord control his instincts? Or is it that Mo Banquet is a demon and a snake, so he's extraordinarily passionate because of the combination of the two? Willow Fold was curious, but he couldn't ask directly, so he could only avoid it with a sideways glance. Mo Yin froze and grabbed his wrist and pressed it over his head. You want to back out? Laozi gave him a solution to his dilemma. He dares to unload the donkey? Oh, no. I'm not a donkey. He dares to cross the river. Seeing that he had started to be fierce again, this time, Willow Folding Branch was not as afraid as before, because she had saved up her mind to want to tame him, which was almost equivalent to treating this as a kind of cultivation. Cultivation matters. Lu Folding Branch has always been not afraid of hardship, so bold. No. The person who had always been afraid to speak when he was mean, today had broken through, forcing himself to say more to him at this point, complete with what was on his mind. I'm just a little tired. The body is so weak, can go to meet the demon race to negotiate peace has already been considered strong, if at this time to be tossed again, only to be afraid to pass out again. Mo Banquet knows that what he said makes sense, but still feels that there is something fishy. Why are you so willing to talk to me today? I didn't change into a snake body, and you took the initiative to talk on your own before I even asked why. Something's not right. Willow Folding Branch is definitely not right. Is he disliking Laozi again and deliberately finding excuses to shrug it off? Willow Folding Branch was silent. How? Is he suddenly so smart today? Indeed want to shirk, because this time to meet his requirements, later want to refuse it will be difficult. This point of reasoning Lu Folding Branch still understand. Today promised, the future will certainly be the same as the Mo Banquet said at that time. The daytime is master and disciple, the night is deceiving the master and destroying the ancestor. Raising or not raising the body Lu Shizhi does not care, life and death is even more indifferent. He just wants to try to get along with the ink feast, try to tame this temperamental big dog, so much to see their own good snake. The best thing is to be able to coax your nemesis to change his snake body more often, not only to let himself see the good snake, but also to play with the tail. Life 500 years without desire, now time is running out, experienced more than 10 years of free and happy days with snakes. Willow Folding Branch learned not to give up, cannot afford to give up, this only fun is also gone. Willow Folding Branch was full of her own obedient snake, couldn't think of any words to answer Mo Yen, finally tried to spit out 4 words, snake kiss. He felt that Snake was fond of himself, even if he always looked disgusted at that time, but then the snake's tail started to wiggle and wiggle merrily.
Sure enough, with these words, he clearly saw that the fire in the eyes of the man who pressed on him was gone. There was delight, but more than that, there was still arrogance. "Che, you say kiss and kiss off?" Willowfold didn't move or make a sound, just staring at him. A few moments later, that arrogant nemesis still had a very impatient look, but moved rather quickly and directly lowered his head. Okay, kiss kiss kiss. TSK, my nemesis begged me to kiss him, what can I do? Then, I'll begrudgingly kiss him. Mo Yen was feeling pleased with himself, but the kiss caught him off guard and landed on the palm of Lu Feiji's hand. Willowfold? The hallowed demon dignitary was rejected twice, feeling like he was being tricked, his eyes glazed over. It wasn't you who wanted to kiss? You're playing with old me for fun? Willow Folding Branch was unconsciously trembled a little by his yelling, but her heart was in the right place, so even if she was scared, she still insisted on groping for how to train the dog, and her lips opened and closed for a long time before she spat out a sentence, to Snake. Mo Yen? Mo Yen? What does he mean? Mo Yen couldn't believe what he was hearing. Is he saying that he won't give a kiss if Lousy doesn't change his snake body? The two people had been living together for 18 years, without having to go to him to ask for proof. Mo Yen knew that he definitely meant this, and for a time he was almost angry and laughed. What's the matter? If you want to kiss old man, you still need old man to become a snake before you're willing to kiss. These words were squeezed out from between his teeth were about to be crushed, but the result was that the person underneath his body was pale, with a look of a sickly beauty in the form of a Westerner, as if the wind was about to blow it apart, and the words he uttered gave him a blow to the head. Aha! He's still umming? How dare he Mo Yen felt his fire go straight to the sky and almost lifted it off. How dare you, Willow Folding Branch? You're weak as hell and you still dare to make conditions with me. I can slap you to death right now, do you know that? I can't change. You're looking for a beating, aren't you? Willow stared at him for several breaths, in fact, not too sure he will really do it, but dog training always have to be a bit of a gamble in the ingredients, so. Oh. A waveless word that indicated she knew, then silently turned her head and covered her lips with one hand. Cough. Snake will care about me, right? In the past, he believed me when I pretended so. Although I grew up and took shape and turned into an ink feast, but intellectually. Well, I think it should not have changed too much. Willow Folding Branch people are social fear, but the back of the bad heart can be a little bit not social fear, from the previous so many lack of virtue method to pack naughty snakes and snakes will be visible. He coughed softly, but in his heart he was thinking. Good snake, good snake, come to the bowl. Chapter 54. Snake is the only thing that matters in this life. You are not. I didn't say anything. Why are you so angry that you coughed again? Mo Banquet went on quite fast. Not only do not yell, but also hastily release the person, the action carefully to smooth the gas. You a fairy king is to temper so big? Not moving to be angry? The first success of dog training is much easier than imagined. Willow Folding Branch silently sighs. Snake is really good at cheating, and even more touched that Snake cares so much about himself. After hundreds of years of being alone, now with Snake's companionship and concern, he suddenly doesn't want to die so much. Even though he said to let nature take its course, if he could see Snake for one more day by living one more day, then he should still try to stay alive as long as possible. I just don't know which day Snake can accompany himself. But that's all an afterthought. Willow Folding Branch is now beginning to learn to enjoy the moment, also do not want to think more about how to do in the future, only to reach out a finger gently poked the hand that helped himself smooth the air, whispered, Snake. Mo Yen. He's coughing himself to death and he's still thinking about that crappy snake. Where exactly is he better than Lousy? Naturally, Demon Lord was unwilling to admit that he was not as good as a broken snake in Willow Folding Branch's heart, but after being stared at for a while by Willow Folding Branch's calm but slightly expectant eyes, he couldn't bear it. In the end, he withdrew his hand and cursed, he's annoying. Snake, just no snake. Cursing ferociously on the mouth, but the words have not yet fallen into the body of the snake, and even though that Lu Folding Branch preferred the snake as a child, turned into the size of the palm of the hand, just to fall in the palm of Lu Folding Branch. This time okay? Lousy for you to turn back to. With his mouth pinched, Mo Yan's eyes were almost glazed over, and he soon heard Lu Shieji's even more aggressive words. Good snake can't talk. Okay, don't let the old man talk again. Mo Yen was so angry, the snake's abdomen was all bulging and undulating quite violently, all of them were angry. Willow Folding Branch naturally saw, but also reached out and pressed, think it is quite funny. Snake is puffing up, so cute. After so many years, Mo Yen felt as if he had returned to the days when he was dominated by his various lackluster behaviors. Now that he had added another one, it was so cute to be puffed up. Mo Yen was even more pissed off. Everything is so cute, only Lousy is not cute when he's transformed. I've had enough. After being let go of his mouth, Mo Yen opened his mouth to curse again, but suddenly saw that Lu Shieji's hand that was about to pinch his own mouth was still beside him, so in the end, he could only change his mouth silently. Hiss.
It is useful, as long as they lie more, they can see more snakes and snakes, more close. Folding branch immortal monarch's heart is completely numbered, and in the future, he also knows how to get along with his nemesis. It is inevitable that he will have to fight again, although it is troublesome, but he is happy to be extremely happy, and he even thinks it is very interesting. Although his mouth did not say, but once he saw the snake will be the whole person is obviously different, is the temperament and emotion, look at them the past days vivid, more like a normal person, rather than the righteous way of that cold and indifferent solitary immortal monarch. Mo Banquet is the heart again dissatisfaction again angry, but also have to admit that he prefers Willow Folding Branch so open, do not end with what immortal monarch or master of the frame, wantonly with their own close. The right way of the folding branch immortal monarch living uninteresting, emotionally flat as water, no waves, all things do not enter the eyes, do not care about life and death, seems to live only for the living, the immediate this is perhaps the Willow Folding Branch. With him for 18 years, the real Willow Folding Branch. Mo Yen thought that he wanted such a Willow Folding Branch to be the Demon Queen. Cultivation, although 100 years can be a snap of the fingers, life expectancy is rarely exhausted, but even if it is not, life is short, should not be delayed in time to have fun. The right way to pay attention to the bitter cultivation, the devil, but pay attention to enjoyment. He wanted to let the Willow Folding Branch with him, what rules and etiquette, happy most important, like this let go, want to talk about how to do, how to think, how to do, this is the joy of living. This is also this instant, Mo Yen made up his mind. This was his demon queen, he must pull this godlike person into the mortal world and have timely fun with him. What kind of decency and what kind of rules, to hell with all of them. Snake. Willow Folding Branch after a long time had enough intimacy with him and took him in her arms to lie on the couch. I'm a little tired, sleep with me for a while, okay? Time seems to really rewind back to the time when he was just picked up by him. There are few such cozy scenes after transforming into a form. Mo Yen intentionally didn't make a sound, just nodded his head. Just like this a small snake leaned in his arms, the snake's head was sticking on his chest. Willow Folding Branch is really tired, this body is weak, out of a long distance, social fear attack, and labor. See him nodded and closed his eyes, soon drifted off to sleep. Before falling asleep, the catkin-like hand gently patted on the snake, voice light, but unusually serious, favorite snake. Even if it is known that the snake is the devil's father, Mo Yen. He didn't say this latter sentence because he couldn't say it, but just mumbled it in his heart and made up his mind. A heady social fear, willing to accept for more than 10 years of friendship favorite snake is the devil, that the devil is also very fierce, often with him to yell, and does not care about their own being cheated, can see this friendship in the end how deep. Willow to treat the snake, never as the only attachment in this life. Mo Banquet only knew that he liked snake, and did not know that he liked it to such an extent, but only the word like is enough. When the person on the couch fell into a deep sleep, Mo Yen gently climbed out of his arms and reached the edge of the bed before transforming into a human body and stood there staring at him for a long time. Willow Folding Branch. In the end, he just softly pronounced his name once and didn't say anything more, leaving behind several knots and leaving to go to Wenshio's appointment. Since he wants to keep the future demon queen alive, and also help to nourish her body, reclaiming the position of the demon lord is naturally the sooner he plans, the better. But he does not know is, to be his figure disappeared in the temple, the couch should be sleeping people but slowly opened his eyes, fingertips in the location where he just lying down rubbed 2 times, before closing his eyes again. Willow Folding Branch and the bet. Do not ask the mundane world of social fear actually also learn to bet on another person's affairs today. Let a devil meddle in the right way, even stay the devil in the side, support its return to the devil clan to regain the position of the devil. He bet that Mo Banquet is a good devil, but also bet that he sincerely treats the snake. Will not harm him no matter when, will not be scourged by the world's living beings. If the bet is won then good, if lost, this all kinds of karma he will bear. To the righteousness, but also to the world's living beings an explanation. Such a deep love and righteousness Mo Banquet did not know, to the small city of the human world and Wenshio joint, in the restaurant box to see the Wenshio on the crackle of a command. First give me to explore the 6 worlds in the hands of who have rare heavenly treasures, the rarer the higher the year the better, do not care in the hands of who, you just go to explore. Healing Immortal Valley that quite powerful medical cultivator, I had a feud with him in the early years. You send a person who is not a demon race to go to him first to pay the consultation fee, give him double, just say that the injured person has something to do, and then look for him to heal when he finished his business. When Shou originally prepared to report the recent situation of the demon world, words were so choked, silent for a moment before opening his mouth to ask him, Your Holiness, your injuries, I see that there is no serious harm, and then recuperate will be good. Is it necessary to raise such a large number of people? If the serious injury is not healed, how can that kind of full of energy to scold the demon race so long, scold their own people still so energetic? If it wasn't for the fact that he was the honorable lord, Wen Shou would have wanted to say it outright. Not for me. Mo Yen picked up the wine cup on the table and drank it all in one go. He hadn't had another drink in over 10 years, he was suffocating, and immediately went back to pouring after finishing it. I and Daimoon are also unhindered, your holiness doesn't have to bother, the injuries from back then have long since healed, and Candlely has half suspected us. It's not that Wen Xiu is self-centered, but Mo Banquet is too arrogant and domineering and unreasonable, and also owes shamelessness, and has no friends at all in the 6 realms except for their 2 beloved ones. But the words were denied as soon as they were uttered.
I know, and it's not for you. Wen Xiu froze. Then who is it for?
Of course it's for. Lu Folding Branch's name almost came out of his mouth. Mo Yan's hand that was pouring the wine paused and swallowed it back hard. Let you do it and you do it. Where do you come up with so many words?
Wen Xiu.
Can still be angry hair so suddenly, really is the injury is not a big problem.
Yes, Your Holiness.
He answered and didn't wait for Mo Yan to continue, quickly talking about the recent situation in the demon realm as well as some of Candle leaving situation from the side. Mo Yan listened to a general overview and confirmed that it was similar to what he thought. Candle Li has empty ambition, but not enough ability. If there is no one show to help take care of the demon world, I'm afraid that there would have been a big mess. Seeing that there are no major events in the demon world, Mo Yan remembered one more thing, but it is not appropriate to hand over to Wen Xiu, who was a bit dull to do it. Where's Dai Moon? Should be. Wen Xiu's eyes twinkled though the half of his face exposed was expressionless, drinking flower wine.
Mo Yan? He went fooling around again?
The wine glass thumped on the table, and Wen Xiu silently bowed his head without making a sound.
What did I tell you before I left? Didn't I tell you to control him?
Wen Xiu's lips moved as if he had a lot to say, but in the end he only said 3 words, can't control it.
Damn it! Mo Yan made him laugh, got up and directly gave him a kick. You no good.
His cultivation isn't as high as yours so you can't control.
In which greenhouse? Take me there. Yes, Your Holiness.
Wen Xiu took big strides to the front, his fingers in his sleeves about to pinch a sound transmission spell, when his back was suddenly slapped. Don't you dare try tipping him off. Wen Xiu silently withdrew his hand and led the way without a squeak. The 2 of them didn't even need anyone to lead the way to the greenhouse, following the scent of Dai Moon directly to the room he was in. When Mo Yan kicked open the door of the room, Yenyue was in a red dress with a half-open neckline, revealing a large portion of his white chest, neck and collarbone with the lip prints of the beauties, sitting in a pile of beauties embracing the right and the left, and there was also a glass of wine by his mouth that the beauties were feeding him. This licentious appearance makes Mo Yan cannot bear to look at, by a room of lipstick smell choking face black.
All out.
A furious roar coupled with the use of spiritual energy shattered the wine pot on the table. The beauties instantly retreated with low brows. Dai Moon's pair of peach blossom eyes were filled with frivolous smiles as she looked towards the door to see him, not even saluting, and let out a laugh. Honorable Lord himself drunk in the beauty country, I thought I understood me. How is it still this unintelligent?
Can't it be that you don't know anything and want to find me to learn how to coax beauty with compassion?
Chapter 56-55 Snake, why do you smell like rouge? Dai Moon is a person who understands, doing the right thing is not only reliable, but also has a livelier mind than Wen Xiu, and is not dead in the head. So although the cultivation is not as high as Wen Xiu, but by the Mo Banquet sealed the left protector, if one day the demon world is not master, he as the left protector will be able to lead the demon world, a real person not only under the status of high, but also really have real power. Is the mouth broken, but also too much wave? Boys and girls look beautiful, but also a bunch of Thai words, with a Thai fox like, no door on the mouth, Mo Yan hate itchy teeth. I use you to teach a fart. You that clothes to the old man put on. Dai Moon looked down at her loose clothes and didn't take it seriously when she saw those lip marks on her body. It's not like I'm not wearing them, and it's not the first time that your lord has seen them, so what, are you going to guard your husband's path to the beauty?
You don't even dare to look at others?
Your Holiness told you to put it on, so just do it. Seeing that Mo Yan was about to get angry again, Wen Xiu said as he walked over, stood still and then leaned down to pull on Dai Moon's lapel, giving a tight cover to his chest, and also retied the sash along the way. He looked cold and unsympathetic, but his movements were skillful, and he had never done this kind of waiting for people before. With his position in the demon world, Mo Banquet does not need him to serve. The following even more cannot have others have the guts. This total of 3 people, usually in the end is to serve who is self-evident.
Mo Yan looked at the iron hate steel.
You just spoil him. He's gotten more and more unruly over the years, and it's all because you've spoiled him. Wen Xiu was silent, still there to help Dai Moon organize her clothes, and when he was scolded, he acted as if he didn't hear it. Dai Moon pushed him in amusement. Did you hear that? Your lord is scolding you.
I heard you. Wen Xiu returned a serious sentence, finishing up before getting up. Mo Yan.
This stupid thing, Lao Zi was not there for more than 10 years, how come he was not bullied to death by Dai Moon? Wen Xiu, you go out first, I have something to say to Dai Moon. They were going to speak alone. Wen Xiu didn't feel unbalanced in his heart and didn't ask anything, only hesitantly transmitting his voice as he was leaving, instructing Yenyue, don't make Venerable Lord angry. Venerable Lord will beat you up when his injuries are almost healed. Dai Moon ignored, even threw a grape over to smash him, doing something bullying with her hands, but the smile on her face and the tone of her voice was playful. Your Honorable Lord asked you to go out, so hurry up. Waiting for Wen Xiu to finally go out, Mo Yan set up a soundproof boundary before speaking badly. He was already honest, not as fancy as you are, and he doesn't bother with you. What are you always bullying him for? Are you a human being?
If you were someone else, you would have found a way to get yourself killed. Not doing anything either, I'm just idle.
Daimoon poured him a glass of wine and clinked glasses with him in the air, the corner of her mouth gently hooked after she drank it all. I'll see when he's actually angry. These words were so yawn-inducing that Mo Yen was speechless. What exactly is it that your holiness is looking for me for? Daimoon drank 2 cups of wine and took the initiative to ask him, is it because he was suspected of his identity by Folding Branch Immortal Monarch, and is looking for my help to come up with a master?
He suspects me? As soon as Lu Folding Branch was mentioned, Mo Banquet's expression changed instantly, the corners of his mouth rose madly, and his face was all smug smiles. Do you know how much he trusts me? He is relieved to leave all the affairs of the righteous path to me. He treats me as a snake demon. I was seriously injured at the time he fed me directly to drink his blood, sleep with me on a couch, still have to pull my tail to feel at ease. Now I don't accompany him to sleep together, he can't sleep, crying, and begging me to accompany. Daimoon nodded her head while listening, clear about his virtues, translating it herself in her head. It should be that immortal Lord Folding Branch disliked his eminence and wouldn't let him go up to the couch to sleep together, and he wanted to go up by all means. Didn't they all say that Willow Folding Branch is lofty and cool and indifferent? Do you know how close he is to me? There are endless words with me. Talk, 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 talk. Died Moon. Your Holiness. What? You don't believe it, do you? But he's just only so close to me. I was trying to say. Daimoon interrupted him, his tone ghostly, look at your worthlessness. Mo Yan's smile froze. The room was quiet for a moment, and then there was a bang. A red figure flew past the wine table with the smell of wine, went straight to the west wall, hit the wall and fell. Ha 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 ha. Mo Banquet did not really hit, just beat a little out of breath. Daimoon fell to the ground still laughing, lying there still did not stop the mouth ode. I was right, right? Your Holiness, you have been chasing people for 500 years, do you think I'm stupid? On your violent temper, 3 words do not leave the old man in cursing mother, people do not dislike you on the strange. Dislikes my ass. He can't wait to marry old me. The dowry is all ready. Mo Yen let out another roar, wanting to take out the personalized jade pendant given by Lu Folding Branch to show him, but couldn't be bothered to be seen by him, and finally snorted coldly. This honored one came here to let you prepare for this honored one's big wedding. Prepare it first. Lu Folding Branch is in a hurry to take back the position of the devil's father. He has to marry him, or else he's going to be dying to make a fuss again. Daimoon didn't make a sound, giving him a do you think I believe it look. Hear me. Hear it, hear it. Daimoon slowly climbed up inside while patting the dust on her body. Why do you need to do this, Your Holiness? You just directly say that you are in a hurry and want to forcefully marry someone. I won't laugh at you. Mo Yan's fists hardened. Besides, what kind of style is the Folding Branch Immortal Monarch? Although he wears a mask, but the face is born from the heart. He that kind of heart must be a great beauty. That is the moon in the sky, you this. Daimoon paused, raised his eyes to him, scrutinized for a while before continuing, monkey fishing for the moon, you can fish for it is not bad, hurry up when the ancestor for it, why nonsense strong face it. The words have not yet fallen, the room bang bang 2 sounds. One was Mo Yen kicked the door and left, and the other was. When Xiao stepped through the door just in time to see Daimoon fall off the wall, still leaving a human-shaped dent in the wall. Cough cough. Daimoon choked on dust and coughed twice, did not stand up, but sat down against the wall in a smooth manner, leaning crookedly, looking at Wen Xiao approaching without making a sound, waiting for the person to crouch down in front of himself before stretching his feet over. He didn't wear shoes and socks, the snow-white insteps of his feet were dusty, so he stepped on Wen Xiao's silver robes and stepped right on Wen Xiao's leg, casually ordering the slave like, dirty, wipe it for me. Wen Xiao took out a brocade handkerchief and meticulously wiped his feet, not angry at all, and spoke to him in his usual tone of voice, I said don't make your lord angry. Did I promise? Daimoon snorted and raised her foot to kick him in the chest, nosy. Like she was pissed off by him, she didn't need him to wipe her foot, got up and left. Pay for the wine for me, that flower girl sings good music, reward 10 spirit stones for me. Good. Wen Xiao answered, looked at his back and asked again, that foot wasn't wiped, and you didn't wear any shoes, so you're just going to leave? Daimoon's footsteps lurched, turned back and looked him up and down, his lazy voice carried an obvious disinterest, dull, no fun. After saying this, his figure disappeared in the doorway, not answering his words even in the end. Wen Xiao's face was still devoid of any expression, but Daimoon didn't blame him wrongly, he looked like a dull, wooden person. Only no one around, the handkerchief that wiped his feet was not thrown, but instead was a large hand full of thin calluses gripped hard, after a long time before carefully put into the storage ring. Mo Banquet returned to the Cloud Bamboo Peak is also less than an hour, see Willow Folding Branch and the couch sleep is fragrant, do not even want to think of the human body crowded up, the person into the arms before satisfied with the re-raise the corners of the mouth. Only like that broken snake so what? When you fall asleep, I can still change back to human form and hug as much as I want. You think you're the Willow Folding Branch who can fight me to a standstill? Now you have to listen to me. Mo Yen condescendingly thought in his heart, he is not sleepy, just so hold Lu Folding Branch, eyes unblinking staring at, the more you look at the more satisfied.
Worthy of being the honored one's vision is definitely the best in these 6 realms. Look at this future demon empress, sleeping and still so beautiful. He just so beautifully hugged and watched, until 2 hours later the person in his arms showed signs of wanting to wake up. Mo Banquet first panicked for a moment, because of the thought of the previous 2 times pushed to the ground, and then nimbly changed back to a small snake, pretending that nothing happened to lean against the chest of Willow Folding Branch. Everything was exactly the same as before Lu Feiji fell asleep. He was confident that he would never find out, and even took the initiative to lift the snake's head up after Lu Feiji opened her eyes. In the past, Lu Fuji liked his intimate movements like this and would pick it up in response, but today there was an accident. If he was in a physical body right now, he would definitely be pushed to the ground again. Mo Yan was pushed dumbfounded, and in the next instant he angrily transformed back into his human body, standing in front of the couch and gritting his teeth. It was you who said you wanted snake. Lao Zi changed back for you. You pushed Lao Zi again. You really think I'm a bully? If you don't give me an explanation today, I'll see how I can clean you up. He thought viciously in his heart, thinking that Lu Folding Branch should at least give an explanation even if he didn't apologize, but he didn't want the freshly awakened man to stare at him, his brows knitting tighter and tighter. It was the kind of stare that looked up and down, and there was also some surprise and incredulity in the always wave-free eyes. What are you looking at? It should have been a roar or questioning, but for some reason, before the words left his mouth Mo Yan inexplicably felt weak, so it turned into this airless inquiry. You? Willow Folding Branch wanted to say. Not having spent time with anyone like this, he actually wasn't quite sure if he could ask some words, and after hesitating for a while, he finally made up his mind to treat the person in front of him as his snake. Snake and Mo Banquet are originally one and the same person, and his snake can't be two. Too unlikable. Do you say or not? Mo Yan thought that his problem of not speaking was back, and was about to go up to the couch to clean him up, when he was greeted with a sudden question. Snake, why is your body smelling of rouge and water powder? That was the reason why Willow Folding Branch pushed him away, because she didn't like the smell, it was too choking. As for why he asked it out and didn't pretend he didn't notice, it was because he felt it was unseemly. The Devil Father Mo Banquet can have a full Devil Palace of Beauty, but cannot be supposed to go to plan to regain the position of the Devil Father, in the end is to go to the place of fireworks ghosts mixed up a time. This is the principle of Willow Folding Branch's behavior. Small things could be condoned, but a big thing like this could never tolerate snake's nonsense. What else more? He came back to sleep with himself in one place after fooling around in the land of fireworks. Folding Branch Immortal Monarch Cleanliness Fetish Attack cannot stand the body was stained with rouge water powder flavor, not waiting for the answer will get up and get off the couch to go to the side of the hall to bathe. Asked why a rouge and powder smell when Mo Yan was dumbfounded, and now see him like this action, look at his back rightly think this is to brush his sleeve away, is angry. Originally felt that he was full of reason, now the hall of the devil completely panicked, do not know which leg to step to chase. I made Willow Folding Branch angry? For smelling like a woman's rouge all over my body? He thought I wandered into a greenhouse and fooled around with the women in it? Mo Yan was so anxious that he spun around in place. How can this be explained? How can I coax this? I don't know how to coax people. Chapter 57-56, if I go out and fool around, you'll castrate me. Mo Yan was truly unable to coax. Usually he was angry and cursed, the fire subsided on the end, do not hold grudges, also do not need to coax the Willow Folded Branch, now the other way around, and still feel that he put the Willow Folded Branch of such emotional indifference to the angry, panicked and do not know how to open their mouths. He felt that Lu Fuji must be angry hard, otherwise how to finish his body has rouge and powder smell on the bath to go? This is clearly smack him dirty He thought that he went to a greenhouse to fool around and thought that he was dirty, and then he didn't marry him and didn't work for him as a demon queen. This matter is too big, more difficult is that he can't find witnesses to explain to the Willow Folded Branch, to find the Dai Moon and their explanation, that is not to fight their own confessions, expose their identity? Mo Yan is in a dilemma, it is not right to explain, it is even more wrong not to explain, the Hall of the Devil was almost killed by the dark plotting of people, but not so anxious. Finally, after a quarter of an hour in the same place, in the end, or ran to the side hall to see the situation first. He didn't even dare to just go straight there, and first transformed into a snake body, or Willow Folding Branch's favorite little snake before crawling in. Inside the side hall water mist, can vaguely see the beauty of the ice skin and jade bones in the center of the hot springs bathing, catkin-like hand with spring water on the body, into a road water traces from the snowy skin across, it is really a living beauty bathing picture. But this good scenery Mo Yan did not have the heart to see, because he focused on the focus of the Willow Folding Branch to get the water in the chest, very seriously in the wash, over and over again. If he remembered correctly, he was leaning there. Willow Folding Branch had really misunderstood. Angry. Disliked him for being dirty. The little black snake wandered around the shore, Lu Fuji had long noticed, thought it would come over, but the result was just a long time in a circle on the shore, as if chasing the tip of the tail to play, how to turn and not forward to climb, see Lu Fuji confused. Snake.
When he called out like this, the little black snake instantly froze as if a switch had been flicked, remaining in the same spot in a balled-up position, the snake's head still next to the tip of its tail, adorable to death. Willow Folding Branch looked full of pity, and called out to him again, Snake, Snake, come over here and put a cleansing spell on me, that smell can't be washed away.
Yen. He said it all straight. After so many washes he still doesn't think it's clean enough and asks me to put the cleansing technique on him. That's making it clear to me. Yen completely panicked, do not dare to delay for a second, a small snake speed as fast as flying up like, whoosh a moment into the water, swimming to the side of the Willow Folding Branch did not dare to climb on the body like in the past, just silently put cleaning magic. A series of more than 30 times, for fear of doing it wrong again to make people even more angry. Willow Folded Branch pressure simply do not know what he brainfill, confirm that there is no rouge and powder smell on the body before satisfied, get up and walk toward the shore, found that the snake followed himself, and could not help but ask a question. Snake, where does the rouge odor on you come from? Yen had thought about it just now, other than it being stained in the room, the rest could only be rubbed off when he beat up Daimoon. But he couldn't say a word about this fact, if he did, he would have to reveal his identity. He couldn't even make it up, so in the end he could only remain silent and curtly wag the tip of his tail at the person who started to dress. Willow Folding Branch dressed and did not wait for an answer, leaned over and casually grabbed the tip of his tail and picked him up. His tone was heavier than just now. Snake, even if you don't cultivate your body, you can't be so reckless, but did you take advantage of my sleep to run out? He is with the answer intentionally asked so, after all, they know everything about the matter, cannot say to the banquet to hear, can only be like this with understanding to pretend to be confused, first ask a so and then lesson. Thought to give the steps to the ink feast will be able to know under, never thought that the hand of the snake or no sound. Lufanji did not know why, asked once again, Snake? But while I was asleep ran out to play? He also deliberately said that it is to run out to play, is to help Yen cover identity, but this step or handed to the feet, froze no one down, but was refuted. I didn't. I've never played. Lu Folding Branch said play is really play, Yen understanding is ghosting, only Lu Folding Branch speak literary, to change a euphemism. Two people's brain circuits are not on a level line, which can be said to go together. Willow Folding Branch to give the steps are given, see him not, and finally can only stop. Mo Banquet is Mo Banquet, Snake is Snake. I now want to admonish my Snake. It must be to let the Snake know the wrong only, all day in and out of the place of fireworks, misbehavior, so degraded down how to do a good job of the devil to lead a realm? On the matter of Willow Folding Branch has its own principles, never ambiguous, carrying him back to the main hall, directly tied a bow to the window edge hanging. Also do not give an explanation, thinking that we must grind a snake's heart. Yan's own heart is weak, naturally it is impossible to ask him for any explanation. The window was open, and when the wind blew the snake's body swayed with it, another familiar swinging with the body, the usual chastisement of Willow Fold. But even if the window opens a small slit in winter, the cold wind blowing in is still cold. Yen is not afraid, just worried that Lu Folding Branch's body cannot withstand, so they secretly closed the window. There is no wind to sway up, he also used his own spiritual energy on the tip of his tail, swaying himself. Willow Folding Branch sat down to read a book when he inadvertently looked up and saw this scene, for a moment did not understand what he was doing, puzzled out, Snake? Yan's body stiffened, thinking he was dissatisfied, and immediately used more spiritual energy. The swaying amplitude was even greater, a few laps down to a little bit of gold in the eyes. Willow Folding Branch. This time he could kind of see it, his heart warmed up, and his eyes took on some imperceptible joy. It is true that Snake is the most obedient, and he is obedient even when being punished. But in the end is the favorite Snake, wobbling so drastically certainly uncomfortable, he also a little reluctant to give up, and soon personally walked over to take off the little snake, pondering to give a different punishment. While pondering, Yen saw him frowning, thought he was dissatisfied, racked his brain to think of a method that would satisfy him. Then I go to kneel incense always okay? Willow Fold froze. Now know that he is the devil Banquet, which can still let the hall of the devil kneel incense, this punishment Lu Folding Branch thought about, but in this stun Kung Fu watched in the hands of the small snake to break free, transformed into a human form to go to the side of the bookcase to take the 2 incense burners, when the proper one kneeling. That what? I give you kneeling 2 incense sticks. Banquet kneeling their tone is still through the heart, you just dawn. Not angry chant. He said not too good, a rare cheek is not thick, Willow Folded Branch to listen to some confusion. How? Is Banquet not the most ill-tempered and fierce? How now look like then Snake also good behavior? Snake is not willing to kneel incense, he is active in kneeling? And he even coaxed me not to be angry? Lu Folding Branch to Banquet's impression has always been fierce, although he will help him speak for him, think it is a good person, but also a very fierce good person, is the need for him to coax, and now suddenly turned the other way, in turn, Lu Folding Branch will not be a whole. You do not have to be so. Great. He was so angry that he wouldn't even let me kneel on incense. Mo Banquet more afraid, feel their hands of the devil queen is going to be so lost, hurriedly kneeling waist and back more straight, while kneeling while guaranteeing, I absolutely did not go to fool around, I did not touch other people, if I touched me.
You castrate me. I absolutely do not hide. Willow folding branch.
It felt like there might be something wrong, but a social terrorist getting along with someone really couldn't figure out what kind of misunderstanding could be going on here. Willowfold pondered for a moment, didn't think of how this matter could be bad for her, and finally gave up.
In any case, always discipline Snake. As for the oath that Mo Banquet made.
Years of cultivation of the immortal monarch, the state of mind is clear as water, and do not like trouble, so what is divided into two places, a useful one useless will not care, willow folding branch in the heart of the silent division, but also do not have to bother to pay attention to it. He did not make a sound, sitting aside to read a book, Ink Feast does not dare to make a sound, hard kneeling after 2 incense sticks still do not dare to get up, like a thief sneaked towards him to see several times, a sudden confrontation on the eyes, but also the heart of the immediately put his head down.
Why don't you get up when the incense has burned out?
Willow folded branch did not understand what he was doing, closed the book and asked in doubt.
You? Mo Yen look at him, and look at the remaining incense next to the bookcase, are you still angry? Do you want me to renew 2 incense sticks?
Usually the most like the grumpy angry roar of the person, now not only not fierce, but also make a very afraid of their own like, Lu folded the branch finally found out where it is not right, staring at him for a long time before he opened his mouth, snake today.
Transformed how to still be so obedient? Nonsense. Lousy which day does not listen to.
Mo Yen habitually opened his mouth to scolded to half remembered that the timing is not right, hurriedly stopped, I am saying that I do not listen to which day, morphing is not also still snake? Fear that he is still angry, Mo Yen a brain to think of the words all to say. I am a human being or a snake, not all your snake, 18 years depend on each other, cannot be because I have transformed into a form, you are estranged from me, right?
When it was not you. Were not you saying let me depend on each other with you? Or you forced me to do it?
Weekdays he cannot put face, dead duck mouth hard just no arrogance, today's heart is afraid of willow folded branch angry, forcing himself to say more good, but also this has been wanting to say the words to say.
Why do you alienate me after transforming into a human form? Why do you only like that broken snake? I'm the same old snake. They're all the same, why do they treat each other differently? These words fell into the ears of Willow Folding Branch, led Willow Folding Branch also quite touched. More than 10 years of dependence on each other he poured out all the feelings to raise the snake, once turned into the Ink Feast, since knowing the truth, these days although he did not say on his lips, his heart is always unable to pass this hurdle. He always felt that Snake and Mo Banquet are different, because after transforming into Snake became Mo Banquet, very fierce, disobedient, and will bully himself. But now that Mo Banquet said this, he tasted some sincerity.
This 10 years of love, Mo Yen should also be sincere in the heart, so at this time will be here kneeling incense, will come to coax him. Both are sincere for sincere thing, that. In the past few days because of the snake is Mo Banquet and incurred distraction, today there is finally a clearing trend. This is a rare Willow Folding Branch cannot understand the things, because the social fear will not get along with people and start, at this time to understand the state of mind will also have a change, look at the eyes of the Ink Feast also followed the change. It is no longer the complexity of hiding secrets, but from the bottom of the heart to accept.
Snake, no need to kneel, get up.
Cultivate the Tao, cultivate the heart, realize the matter of disturbing the mind, the state of mind has been improved, and even the divine soul has been benefited, the words just fell, Lu Shezhi felt that the divine soul had a sense of clearing the heart and fixing the root, before savoring it, the divine soul suddenly flooded with a burst of red light above. On the divine soul's wrist, a red line slowly emerged. At the same time, Mo Banquet also realized that there was an additional red line on the divine soul, but in the blink of an eye, he was pulled by the red line, and his entire body lunged uncontrollably towards Lu Shezhi. Until the two of them merged in one place, the pull from the red line only returned to calm, but the red line on the soul did not disappear.
This is? Willow Folding Branch is even more calm and knowledgeable, but also surprised by this sight. How could the red thread of marriage intrude into the bound soul? Simply unheard of. Can it be that because of Mo Banquet's enlightenment, his state of mind has improved, and he has a bond with the protagonist, inadvertently changing the cause and effect and disturbing the heavenly Tao's destiny? He was rationally and soberly analyzing the matter of the red thread of marriage binding the divine soul from the perspective of cultivation, but there was no need to speculate on this matter at Mo Yan's place, and he directly came to a conclusion. I knew it. Willowfold just loves Laozi. No wonder he tied a red thread of marriage to Laozi early in the morning, he fell in love with Laozi at first sight. One sober and sensible, the other heavily in love brain, the two looked at each other and both felt in their hearts that they were right. The questions were the same, the process and answers were different, yet miraculously they accepted each other completely from this point on. Chapter 58-57, You Folding Branch Immortal Monarch showing love to this honored one.
The red line of marriage without warning bound to the soul. Mo Yen did not pay attention to the fact that he was dragged to pounce on the willow folding branch, only in the heart of the beautiful, think it is the willow folding branch of his love at first sight, so later the willow folding branch of the changes he also took as a matter of course.
It is the human form of the willow folding branch also intimate with me? He likes lousy. Of course he has to be intimate with lousy. Talking to me all the time again? He likes me. Just talk more. No matter what, he could explain it away by saying that Willow Fold liked him, except for two things he couldn't figure out. One was why Lu Folding Branch did not take the initiative to find him, and the other was, why doesn't he let me do the laundry? Tidying up the bedchamber also doesn't make me call on lousy. When I was a snake, all this work was done by Mo Yen, and although he also did it after he transformed into a snake, it was all done by Willow Folding Branch, who was seen by him and snatched it down. He is a devil. What is the point of grabbing the work for his rival day after day? Willow Folding Branch. You're just a little bit too nice for your own good. Mo banquet line again. Lu Zhuoji in his usual intimacy the second day he felt more powerful than the Tao of Heaven, that Lu Zhuoji do not know how to raise, is to be cleaned up, so Willow Folding Branch get up on the habit of taking yesterday to change the new clothes to go to the side of the temple, see not through the clothes on the side of the pile not washed, but just holding the clothes step, behind them came a roar. Willow Folding Branch. Again. Mo Yen sat on the edge of the bed and just cursed, the words behind him could not be said, a piece of talisman paper as wide as 2 fingers fell right on his forehead, it was Willow Folding Branch's forbidden speech talisman. This trick to him will not be able to hold, a face confused look at the slow turn back of the person. Willow Folding Branch holding clothes, see he cannot speak to reach out to open the talisman paper also do not stop, because open useless, only so look, tone calmly said, unseemly, how can not big and small and scolded me? Now completely take the ink feast as a snake, Willow Folding Branch from how to cure that little snake, at this time naturally how to reprimand ink feast, not only not afraid of him fierce, but also personally hand to change his bad habits. Not allowed to be fierce, can't scold me, snake if you do it again, then go to kneel incense. Mo Yen? No, what's wrong with him? He dares to make rules for my old man? Willow Folding Branch before do not like to talk he cannot stand, but it does not mean that willing to talk, open his mouth to give him rules to train him he can stand it off. This mother is not better off. Demon Father Mo banquet all anti-bone, how can because of a forbidden speech talisman will serve, tear the talisman paper found that still cannot speak, froze with the spiritual power force to break the forbidden speech talisman, rush to the front of the Willow Folding Branch. Who the hell are you to punish me? By virtue of the fact that you personally said you would worship me as your master. Willow Folding Branch spoke the reason without haste, by virtue of you being my snake. His. Snake. Willow Fold said I was his? Mo Yen selectively blocked out the other words and remembered the 2 words Willow Fold said, mine. His. This righteous immortal ruler is not shy, he has not yet merged his nationality, and he has started to open his mouth and close his mouth. I am his. He also said that I am not in good taste, and he is in good taste like this? Forget it. Seeing that he's deeply in love with my father, I'm too lazy to bother with him. Mo Yen snorted coldly in his heart, and then opened his mouth again, still brutal, and also snatched the clothes in Lu Sheji's arms. You have no cultivation now, not to mention that you are my master, you are my lover, also have to listen to me. Lu Folding Branch looked at the empty hand, frowning slightly. If he's mean, then he's mean, how can a master and a Taoist be mixed up? And what is the reason for grabbing my dirty clothes? Think or have to discipline him. Lu Folding Branch is about to open the array, on the face of another roar, you have to listen to the old man, understand. This clothes I said you are not allowed to wash, you cannot wash a piece. Mo banquet roar on the arrogant holding clothes to go to the side of the temple, to wash the clothes on the way back are high and mighty, think they can be powerful, the future of the devil after the control of obedience. However, Lu Sheji stared at his back, only one sentence in his head. Is snake not too smart anymore? Why does it feel like something is wrong with his brain? He is controlling me so that I am not allowed to do laundry? It's not like he's being mean to me or bullying me. On the other hand, Mo banquet carried the demon lord's rack to the side hall, and only when he was ready to wash his clothes did he realize that there wasn't just a lining and outer robe in that mess of clothes, there was also a pair of blasphemous pants. In the past days, Lu Folding Branch is directly thrown away, because it is not good to let the bystanders give a wash, unseemly, today is ready to wash themselves, so it is brought, did not want to be so coincidentally was snatched by him. Mo Yen carefully looked for the first time. Then realized that the righteous immortal monarchs are really sophisticated, the demon race can't compare at all, even the blasphemous pants with a pattern, it is a cloud pattern, it's quite good looking, especially in line with the temperament of the Willow Folding Bows. He was not an inattentive and looked at 2 more eyes, looked and could not help but reach out and touching then. When he finished washing the clothes and drying them with spiritual power and took them back to the main hall, Lu Sheji sniffed and looked over, and from afar, he saw that the thickness of the clothes was not quite right, as if there was something missing. Snake, but have you finished washing? Nonsense, I've been washing for so many years, can I still not finish?
Mo Yen returned ferociously and directly stuffed the washed clothes into the cabinet before he could speak again. Lu Folding Branch's body is weak, unwilling to move much, thinking that around is just a piece of clothing that is spoiled or thrown away also no harm, so did not go to check what exactly is missing, and soon lowered his head to continue to read the book, trying to find out how to break the red line of marriage bound to the divine soul. Mo Yen see him did not ask more questions will also be relieved, is trying to find some excuse to his side. A sound transmission suddenly sounded outside the hall. Immortal Lord Folding Branch, we have something important to report. Listening to the voices the Qianquan sect's Grand Elder Chiwei, I think it is the righteous path now feel that Duan Chengqian is difficult to convince the public, Lu Folding Branch a few days ago, and the army without bloodshed big retreat from the demon army, so all these people are ready to let Lu Folding Branch in charge of the matter. The day back these people have this meaning, Mo Banquet see clearly. On the surface is submissive to Lu Folding Branch, but in the end is still use. Lu Folding Branch is useful, but also not too much, so they abandoned Duan Chengqian, changed to embrace Lu Folding Branch. Said that the right way to be frank, ink feast but only feel that these people hypocrisy to the extreme, one by one in the weekdays on high, when the accident is difficult to be a big task, all count on the other side of the head. So big personal world, no Willow Folding Branch with a plate of scattered sand, everything is counting on Willow Folding Branch, this is not bullying people? He was angry on behalf of the Willow Folding Branch, not waiting for the main body to respond to the direct voiceover, come up, there is something to stand outside the temple to say, do not disturb my master closed. Willow Fold glanced at him without making a sound and lowered her head to continue reading. Left and right, with himself watching, Snake will not make a big deal, so let him be. Kaiwei with the crowd will soon be up the hill to stand outside the temple. Mo Banquet stood in front of the temple. Willow Folding Branch did not move, still in the temple turning the book. Not a moment to the ears will be the sound of all the people to report trivial matters. The Devil Tribe is again at the border, not only in the city of Xichang, the Devil Tribe activities, next to a few small cities also have, the tracks have not been hidden, obviously as the candles away from the intention to provoke. The South China Sea has a demon race visiting the shark race. If the two races join forces, I'm afraid that the South China Sea of the human world will not be protected. The underworld has recently been a succession of strange movements. It seems that the underworld is going to come out of the customs. When the underworld respected the injury, it said that one day to repay the Folding Branch Immortal Monarch a sort of vengeance. If it is out of the customs, I am afraid that we also have to ask the Folding Branch Immortal Monarch in person. Never mind what these people say, always just on the matter, as if it has nothing to do with them after finishing, just waiting for Lu Folding Branch to come to get the idea and step in to solve the problem. Mo Banquet has never seen such a useless subordinate. If Dai Moon and Wenxiu only report the situation will not think of their own way, he would have been a foot to kick out. Duan Chengqian is not a competent, will only fight for power to seize the power of the sinister and cunning people, the ability to do the right thing on the insufficient. I really do not know these years is how to hold the realm of the people, even if he has no intention of attacking the devil, the demon realm and the underworld how also did not give swallowed? Thinking about it, Mo Yen can only think of one reason. That was that there was Lu Folding Branch to guard the town, and the entire human realm relied on Lu Folding Branch's prestige and cultivation to deter the rest of the 5 realms, so it raised such a group of strawmen. Finished? Waiting for the crowd to stop talking, Mo Yen sneered, how do I hear you guys just reporting, but no one is saying what to do? The South Sea and the underworld are both near your respective clans, don't you know you're in a hurry? Naturally, I am anxious. An elder from a clan stood out, if we weren't anxious, how would we dare to come and disturb Immortal Lord Folding Branch's seclusion? Fart. Mo Yen was so angry that he wanted to kill him. You call this being in a hurry? So anxious that you'll only look for my master and grow a solid wine pot around your own neck? You. That elder's white beard was shaking with anger. It was Duan Chengqian who had never scolded anyone like this even if he was posing again. How could an elder with a high status in the sect stand it? And immediately turned his head to look inside the hall. Folding Branch Immortal Monarch, although Lu Xuanji is Immortal Monarch's own disciple, but he is also too sightless, outspoken a little bit, but please Immortal Monarch say a fair word. As long as others cannot see themselves, Lu Folding Branch's social fear will not attack too much, do not show his face to say a word he can still, heard that the elder in the complaint, contemplating for a moment to open his mouth to call out the Mo Banquet. Xianji, be careful with your words. Just a painless reminder, a person could see how biased he was and how much he indulged this disciple. In fact, Lu Folding Branch also feel that these people should be scolded, only his own social fear, unwilling to contact with these people, so lazy to care, but if it is Mo Banquet to scold, for him to fight for him, how can he be accountable? Folding Branch Immortal Monarch protects the glory of the clan, protects the peace of the living world, all his life is to protect the others, the first time to be protected by someone, touched is still too late. This is his snake is protecting him, and he is sincere for sincere, dependent on the good snake. Mo Yen did not know what Lu Folding Branch thought, he only knew that Lu Folding Branch favored him, he scolded Lu Folding Branch also toward him, instantly the corners of the mouth crazy up. Yo, still complaining to my master? Do you see that my master's father is willing to punish me? If it weren't for the situation, he would have wanted to just tell these people out loud.
You folding branch immortal monarchs are so mesmerized by Benzin that you can't find your way out, and you like Benzin to death. He can't be bothered to say that Benzin what to make a decision for you. Did you hear that? This is your folding branch immortal monarch showing love to my father. Deliberately turning toward my father in public, fearing that my father will get angry and not want him, he has long been anxious to prepare a dowry, just waiting for my father to marry him. Chapter 59-58, Snake is not allowed to fierce, I will be afraid of. With the indulgence of Willow Folding Branch, Mo Bankwood naturally let go more and more, determined to cultivate this group of strawbags, at least must help Willow Folding Branch to deal with some of the affairs of the righteousness of the road, otherwise what is the use of having these people? He got on his nerves and cursed recklessly. The South Sea is only a dozen miles away from your clan, sending some people to monitor or deter wouldn't do? How did you become this sect leader? Is that all you can do to be a bully? The demons are dishonest, whoever is close will rush up and beat them up. Don't they have hands? This is the typical code of conduct of the demon race, does not pay attention to what to peace, all rely on force to fight the world, although effective, reasonable, but the righteous patriarchs and elders cannot understand, and do not dare to agree. Several people were scolded and disapproved of him acting in such a way. You look at me and I look at you. In the end it was Chi-Wei who stood out again. Folding Branch immortal monarch, why don't we discuss this matter in the long run? As usual. Aha! Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Lu Folding Branch answered. It wasn't that he was more than willing to meddle in these things, he was just trying to be quiet, or else these old men could chant so much that he was too noisy. He all sent word those people which will listen to Mo Yen cursing again, instantly figure disappeared in place, not a single one left. What did you promise again? Mo Yen did not understand what they were playing dumb riddles, furious into the hall to pursue, which is that in the past. In the past, I had not lost all my cultivation, but I was unwilling to go out and listen to their deliberations, so master asked them to write it down on a piece of paper and give it to me, and I'll review it. Willow Folding Branch, half leaning on the beauty couch, closed the book and rubbed his eyebrows. They are noisy. Since there is no cultivation, he has always spoken slowly and slowly, even if it is a cool tone, so slow will add some petulance strength. Now say that the bystanders are noisy, not a little impatience, but like in the petulance. What's more, the person listening is still Mo Yen, directly recognized that he is with his own pampering. TSK, pretentious. What's the point of pouting? I didn't say anything about him. Noisy. Too noisy, you say it earlier, like who would like to take care of them. You said that I would have kicked them out earlier. Drive away will also come again. Lu Folding Branch got up and walked toward the bookcase, saying as he walked, the master he can't keep the human world, it is difficult to be a great thing. Mo Yen froze, you know all that? Why don't you know? Willow Folding Branch felt that he asked somewhat amusingly, Snake, I just don't hold power, it's not like I'm blind in the eyes and the heart, being able to do this immortal monarch, I naturally know about the mundane world as well. Don't they all say that you don't ask about the mundane world? But it's just that master is afraid that I'll share power with him. Willow Folding Branch sat behind the bookcase, holding the sleeves of the pen, with a bit of spontaneity, but also has the stability and self-possession of the immortal monarch. This is again Mo Bankwood has not seen, another side of him. The two fought for hundreds of years. At first Mo Bankwood only thought that he was for the right way to get rid of the devil to defend the way, as the world said that does not eat earthly fire, do not ask the world. Later he was picked up by him, the two people rely on each other, but he saw some of the real nature in the Willow Folding Branch. The black-heartedness and lack of morality of bullying snakes, the childishness of talking to himself, and the strange behavior of biting the snake's letter and tying a bow on the snake's tail, he thought again that this was the real Willow Folding Branch. But he never thought that now Lu Fuji had another side that he had not seen before. This is the real head of a realm of vigor, to deal with the affairs of his men, but also a cultivation to deter the entire cultivation world dare not act rashly. But Ink Feast had an outrageous guess in mind. So once upon a time all the affairs of the human world were handled by you? Not asking about the mundane world was all a lie, and he, Duan Chengqian, was just a messenger, but he stole all your credit? Aha! Willow Fold responded faintly, as if she was talking about someone else's business. It was still true. Damn it! Mo Yan's eyes glazed over and he kicked over the chair next to him. No wonder the human realm has been safe and sound all these years. He said that Duan Chengqian's strawman didn't have the ability to do this. It turns out that it's all because of robbing Lu Folding Branch's credit. So Lu Folding Branch is really a person to support the entire human world. He was the one who handled the affairs, he was the one who fought, he was used as a puppet by Duan Chengqian, and now that he has lost his cultivation, he has become an outcast, and he is still treated as a thorn in Duan Chengqian's side. Thinking about all the losses that Lu Shiji had suffered, Mo Yan almost vomited blood on the spot, staring at the person behind the bookcase and gnashing his teeth. The words hate iron, not steel were almost written on his face. You know all of it, you know that he used you, you know that he robbed you of all your hard work, why the hell didn't you come forward to notify the 6 realms, you just let him bully you? Willow Folding Branch's hand that was holding the pen paused. For a moment she didn't know how to open her mouth to explain to him. Is it difficult to say that he is a social terrorist? But this kind of disease does not exist in this world. He said there will be no one to believe, or maybe Mo Banquet will also take him as a casually confused, and yell at him again. Can't say the root cause. Willow Folding Branch will say something else. He is my master. Respect the teacher is the original. Around is not a big deal. He is willing to go out in the limelight. Let him go out. Fame and fortune are all the things of the body. I have no intention of doing this. It will be treated as a return to the year when he picked up my. Will I raise the kindness of the grown-up? Raise up the favor? Mo Yen slapped the bookcase with a bang, almost shattering it. Was he good to you when you were young? Think about how he treated you.
I don't know if Lu Shizhi remembers, but his nemesis remembers clearly. In addition to that time in the clan outside the penalty kneeling, catching the rain pouring also do not allow to get up, Duan Chengqian on the Willow Folding Branch of those difficult, just he knows no less than dozens of times. The snow area treasure, all walks of life sent to the manpower are hundreds of people, Jiankuan sect but only Lu Folding Branch one. There is no helper, did not give what rare magic weapon, let Willow Folding Branch with life sword, a person against the whole 6 worlds to seize the treasure of the people. Back then, he even laughed at Willow Folding Branch to his face, saying that he didn't know himself. Although later the treasure to get his hands on, by his hand to let the Willow Folded Branch, but this is all is out of force. Duan Chengqian let Willow Folded Branch alone to go, clearly is difficult. The treasure wins similar things quite a lot. In addition to the Willow Folding Branch that year was ordered to fight with the underworld, and finally the human world and the underworld peace, pushed then just in crown not long ago Willow Folding Branch to go out to people to make amends. That was the first time that Mo Yen did not laugh out loud at the scene. At that time, he purposely rushed from the demon world, want to laugh at the nemesis won the fight and still have to give a gift of compensation, but Silu Folding Branch by Duan Chengqian ordered to bend the knee to give the then Heizun to perform a big gift of apology. He was so angry that did not hold back, showed up to fight with the righteousness of the road, to stir up this matter. Later, Mo Banquet went back to the old devil a whip, sent his men to spy on the situation of the Willow Folding Branch, heard that no longer kneeling that laborers Heizun only barely swallowed this breath. The two young acquaintance, although it is a deadly rival, but Duan Chengqian motionless push Willow Folding Branch out to block the disaster. From the time he knew Willow Folding Branch is so, he cannot see a little support of grace, all use, even not take Willow Folding Branch as a person. Uing talk. Is he good to you? Ha? Is he good to you? The more Mo Banquet thought about it, the more angry he got. He couldn't wait to just get Duan Chengqian killed and forget about it, but Lu Folding Branch was still saying that Duan Chengqian had some kind of fostering favor, so he was so angry that he was yelling and slapping the table. He really wanted to see why a righteous immortal monarch was so stupid and couldn't distinguish between the good and the bad. Lu Folding Branch, you are a stupid. Bang bang. His head was hit twice by the pen. The words in Mo Yan's mouth stopped, looking at the person holding the pen with disbelief. Uing still hit lousy? Lousy is for your own good. Bang. Willow folded her arms and banged him on the head again in front of him. Snake is not allowed to be mean, not even for my own good. You. Mo Yen took a breath that almost didn't come out. Lu Folding Branch, what are you based on? You mother or don't go too far. On the basis of. He just casually yelled. Lu Folding Branch also took it seriously, very serious answer. Feel that he and Snake should not tell the truth, then hesitantly said the truth. Snake is too fierce, I will be afraid. Mo Yan's angry roar are to the edge of the mouth, froze by his words to be shocked to swallow back. Willow Folding Branch? Afraid? Is Willow afraid of me being mean or yelling? Mo Yen stared at him, eyes full of skepticism, just looked at him, and looked at him again, and looked at him for a whole half a tea time, and finally gasped and laughed. You're scared my ass. Stop treating me like a little cutie. Play. Willow Fold? I'm not. You would be afraid? You Folding Branch immortal monarch would be afraid? If you think I'm noisy, just say so. Mo Yen grunted and panted, turning around several times in the same spot grumpily. I knew it. You just dislike my noise. Liking the snake body and not letting me talk. I should have thought of it long ago. Willow Folding Branch. Honestly, surprisingly don't believe it, it's really hard to communicate with people. He was helpless. Mo Banquet is still there angry, and finally came back to question him. I'm good to you, you smack me noisy. Duan Chengqian use you when he is a good master, but also to return the favor. Lu Folding Branch you actually want to curse some and so on, but against Lu Folding Branch's face that is excessively beautiful, Mo Yen how can't say, finally gritted his teeth and roared, you mother ing pissed off old me. Not when he is a good master, the matter of cause and effect, Snake does not understand. Willow Folding Branch patiently explained with him, although he couldn't talk about the system and wearing books, he still tried to say what he could. The meaning of living in my life is the word cause and effect, in order to comply with the heavenly way, you may understand? He has already burned out his lifespan in the original world. Living again is to make up for the plot of the book, wearing a book in order to do the task, but he does not do the task. Naturally, he has to pay the price of something else. This is the cycle of cause and effect. What bitter cultivation, what is being used, are all cultivation, are also karma, non-human can change. Willow Folding Branch living through, pile pieces all think clearly, but Mo Yen do not believe in the way of heaven, do not believe in cause and effect, so he does not believe in this set of words. Karma. You don't talk nonsense to me. The devil race doesn't care about cause and effect, they still live in this world, and they are alive and well. Mo rushed behind the bookcase and pressed his shoulder. I'm just asking you, Duan Chengqian bullied you, I'll avenge you, do you let me or not?
Lu Folding Branch, you better say let, if you dare not let, the old man will. Just go. No, cannot go, we'll snatch you away.
Kill Duan Chengqian and then snatch you back to the demon race. Although he was grumpy with every word, Lu Shezhi could hear that he was genuinely heartbroken, and that was why he was so angry. Therefore, he did not bother with him, only raised his hand to touch his head. Naturally, I'm just afraid that the snake will be infected with my karma, and in the future, I will hurt myself, so it's not worth the loss. He took the initiative to intimate, Mo Banquet will not roar out, seemingly reluctant, in fact, secretly put his head down a little lower, convenient for him to touch. Then you say, am I important or is Duan Chengqian that old undead important?
Naturally, it's my snake that's important.
Willowfold chose without hesitation, because the only person in the world he accepted was Snake, and not only did he choose it, he also naturally pulled Mon over.
Snake, don't be mean, snake kisses snake.
This time, Snake was not a snake body, he clearly knew that it was Mon, but also still took the initiative to kiss it. Kissing the nose, kissing the mouth, the love was overflowing, just meant to appease him.
Mon froze in place, people are stupid. Willow Folding Branch took the initiative to kiss me? He's asking me for a kiss? That's right. That must be it.
He's trying to get close to me, but he's too embarrassed to say it.
Luckily, I'm smart. I get it as soon as I'm hinted at. Caught off guard by being picked up and carried towards the bed, Willow Folding Branch's eyes were filled with confusion. Snake? Got it, all for you. Willow Fold?
Chapter 59, Vinegar to the point of lighting up the sickly petite attribute, Snaketail is here. Never mind the Willow Folding Branch more caught off guard, Ink feast on this is a long time to look forward to. Originally the magic tried to negotiate and come back to the should have, hard delayed for several days, suffocated him or almost perverted.
Snake, I didn't. Well.
Willow Folding Branch to open his mouth to speak he did not give the opportunity, pressed on the couch and kissed, the hand is even more skillful.
Willow Folding Branch cultivation habitual, simply cannot react.
Being kissed in a daze felt a cold body, turned his head to see, the ground is all white cloth. I heard that the Devil Father Mo Banquet a whole magic palace are beauty, night and day, should be seen the world, how is this with a few lifetimes have not seen the same? Willow Folding Branch heart did not reject, but also not interested, but look at their own snake so eager, finally in the end did not stop. He again knew very little about the demon race, and rightly assumed that all demon races were like this, by nature.
Mon took a look and became even more pleased. What did Laozi say?
He's just embarrassed that he likes Laozi and doesn't say it outright, beating around the bush.
Luckily, Laozi is smart.
The bed curtains fell, Mon kissed Lu Feiji's neck movement suddenly lurched, viciously looking in the direction of the outside of the temple.
It's
little senior brother. Lu Folding Branch also noticed someone coming up the mountain, and said while reaching out to push him. Mon was dissatisfied with someone disturbing him, suddenly being pushed like this, he fell to the ground again. Bang sound, so fast that Lu Feiji's hands of people did not react, get up to dress when he saw him frozen on the ground, rare some of the heart, snake.
Don't call me lousy.
Mon gritted his teeth and got up, little master.
As soon as he came you pushed old me to the ground. You let him turn you into a snake for you to play with.
His smell of vinegar was almost filling up the entire Qiaowu hall, but Lu Folding Branch was oblivious and was confused by what he said. Little senior brother is a human being, he won't change into a snake. At this time he even said this kind of nonsense there, Mon's breath almost can't come up, lousy asked you. Anyone who was disturbed wouldn't be in a good mood. Lu Shezhi could understand that he was angry, but didn't understand why he was targeting Bai Qiao.
Snake, you. Ask or not, little master cannot change into a snake.
It wasn't that Willow Folding Branch was dead-eyed, but he was reminding his snake. Mon and Bai Qiao were the main characters and would definitely be married in the future. If Mon misunderstood that Bai Qiao could also turn into a snake, he was only afraid that it would get in the way of the plot and would affect the subsequent karma. The heavenly Tao has its own rules, which affects the whole body, so he had to remind more. But no matter how well-intentioned he was, Mo Banquet was not on the same channel as him from start to finish. Where could he understand his mind? And he became even more angry after hearing this.
Good he is here to dislike the old man, is it?
Bai Qiao can't change into a snake, just like him, he is a human being, the old man is a snake, or a devil, it is better to be a human being to his liking.
No wonder he favors Bai Qiao so much.
I don't deserve to be on equal footing with Bai Qiao, so I'd become his concubine instead.
The more Mon thought about it, the more angry he became, and he was about to explode. Lu Folding Branch, you are really good. Lao Zi let you be the demon queen, you damn dare to let Lao Zi be a concubine.
Clothes are on, only the sash is left unfastened. Lu Folding Branch got up and got out of bed to fasten it, but just as he stood up, he was pounced on again. Snake, how do you? Hiss.
Again?
The words were not finished, the neck was nibbled. In the past, both of them were unspoken about the fact that there should be no traces on the exposed skin, so no matter how much Mo Yen couldn't help himself, he would use his spiritual power to erase it, but not today.
After nibbling a bite, he retreated, watching Lu Folding Branch covering his neck and frowning, and he didn't care. Snake, this. How to see people.
Lu Folding Branch cannot say to let him erase the words, feel unseemly, only words to urge, the young master is coming in.
Come in, just come in. What, I still have to go out to greet him? Mo Yen snorted coldly, deliberately misinterpreting his meaning.
This is gambling, Lu Fuji read it, but did not understand why he was gambling. It is never okay to meet people like this, but he does not have spiritual power. Thinking about it, he still has to make this foul snake obey.
Snake. Willow Folding Branch tone heavier. Mo Yen's body shivered reflexively, instantly remembering the fear that was dominated by him when he was still a small snake.
No, old me's injuries are almost healed, so I don't need to be afraid of him.
He has no cultivation now, what can he do to me?
Thinking of this, Mo Yen straightened his back again, and then watched Lu Shiji tied his belt and put on his mask, and walked past him without a word, without even looking at him, treating him as if he was air.
Hiss. Seems to be angry.
The surrounding aura vaguely began to fluctuate, see Lu Folding Branch hanging on the side of the hand in the pinch. This time Mo Banquet completely panicked. Stop, you first do not open the array. There are too many strange and bizarre formations, and he doesn't want to lose face by turning into a pig or a dog in front of Baiqiu. Although Baiqiu is not worthy, but Lu Folding Branch is this father's demon queen, he favors Baiqiu, that Baiqiu is at least considered a love rival. What's the point of losing face in front of a love rival? Willow Folding Branch turned to look at him, and did not make a sound, just gently point with his hand on the neck by the traces he made. A realm of immortal monarch's aura unreservedly, raised his hands and feet are all majestic shock. Mo Yen looked more and more loved to see, eyes are going to fall on him.
Damn him. Beautiful and domineering. Worthy of being Laozi's demon empress.
The Hall of the Devil Zune seconds into a licking dog still do not know. Baba came up to wipe off the hickey, but also took the opportunity to the neck and kissed after the satisfaction of the tail are going to be up in the sky. Sick beauty delicate and weak he likes, lack of virtue black heart beauty he also like, a world of the head of the Folding Branch immortal gentleman he also like, as long as it is Willow Folding Branch, no matter which side he liked tight, was fascinated to find the north. Until a voice so sweet and greasy that it made people commit nausea sounded outside the temple. Eldest brother. Mo Yen and the dog that protects the master meets the bad guy near like, instantly cold eyes look over, see Baiqiu smilingly walks in, open mouth to scold, who the hell are you?
Who the hell are you to enter my master's bedchamber and enter your home? No one taught you rules and etiquette.
Baiqiu was scolded with a stiff expression, the resentment in his eyes flashed, and soon looked pitifully at Lu Shiji, elder brother, how is the nephew so? The latter words he did not say, but that expression of wanting to cry already said it all. He was bullied by Mo Banquet, and wanted to let Lu Shiji give the lead. Once upon a time, it was all like this. His eldest senior brother was the Folding Branch immortal monarch. No matter who messed with him in the 6 realms, as long as he came back and complained, his eldest senior brother would stand up for him.
What's wrong with my old man? You have no rules and no manners. You broke into your senior brother's chambers without repentance, and you still have the nerve to cry here? Give me a chance to stand outside and cry enough before coming in.
Mo Yen is not accustomed to this problem. Looking at his delicate and weak appearance is disgusting. A big man crying, a face like a delicate flower. If he had come to me like that, I would have slapped him to death. If you want to seduce Lu Shiji like that, dream on. Baiqiu also stood in the doorway of the temple was scolded twice. This life has not been so scolded, almost cannot maintain the delicate expression. Fists are to be clenched before holding back not to do it. Continue to go to see Lu Folding Branch.
Elder brother, but I came at a bad time? I don't know where I messed with my senior nephew. How come as soon as he saw me?
Words also do not say all, said half of it began to cry. All these years the same routine Lu Folding Branch has long been tired of seeing, and even can give him a little bit not bad play again. Why such a person can be the main character? Willow Folding Branch secretly sighed in his heart, truly feel that he and the same as the protagonist of the Mo Banquet is not a level at all, but the heavenly Dao selected people, the onlookers cannot comment on it, and ultimately can only open the mouth to rationalize a reason. Xianji is not intentional. In the future, they were going to be Dao couples, and although they didn't know why Mo Banquet was so hostile to his future Dao couple at this time, in the end, they still had to look at the big picture. Willow Folding Branch in her heart intends to fulfill, not wanting to let her snake against the sky, quickly said a few more words, junior brother, enter.
You dare to let him enter? Mo Yan's eyes were glazed over. Willow Folding Branch, you dare to let him in?
If you dare to let him in today, I'm afraid you'll have to let him on the couch tomorrow. Seeing Willow Folding Branch backing himself up, Baiqiu quickly regained his smile again, stepping just into the door. A spiritual power attacked his head, he could not dodge in a hurry, so he was knocked out.
Bang!
The sound of Baiqiu falling to the ground came from the distance. Mo Yen withdrew his hand with a cold face and turned his head to meet Lu Shiji's surprised gaze.
Snake, how can you hit him?
Destined Dao couple, even if the bond between the two hadn't been triggered yet, one should never hit someone.
Willow Folding Branch puzzled, this fell into the ears of the Mo banquet is his heartache by Chiu, for by Chiu blame himself. In an instant, 100 or so boundaries fell, heavily shrouded Chiu Wu Hall. Mo Yan single-handedly carried him, instantly to the couch in front of the person put down, directly bullying and on. Willow Folding Branch, old man is really angry. Between the intertwining of his breaths, Willow Fold heard these words. It was clearly a warning tone with gritted teeth, but Willow Fold felt it was so cute. His snake is really cute, angry, and still obediently tell him, is to hit the road couple a fact in some. Unlike words. The heavenly way for its selected Tao couple do not care about love and care not to mention, but also meet on the hands of people, so against the sky is afraid that it is difficult to end well, must be well disciplined. Snake, no matter what you should not move your hands to hit the young master, if the heart is dissatisfied, have my own me to deal with, this action in the future cannot have again, may remember? Right, I shouldn't hit him. Mo Banquet braced himself against him, a pair of vertical pupils covered in ink color at all times. Willow Folding Branch, I should have just killed him, what kind of thing is he? He also dares to compare himself to Lousy. A punk who can't even catch a single move from my father is also worthy of robbing the demon queen from my father? Whoever steals the Willow Folding Branch from my father deserves to die. His body murderous aura, the devil aura, is also a little uncontrolled. Lu Folding Branch realized that it was already too late, waist body was deadlocked. Above the divine soul, the red line of marriage flashed with red light, one after another, signaling that Mo Yan's affection and possessiveness had reached its peak at this moment. But the red line of marriage binding the divine soul is unheard of. Willow Folding Branch also does not know what this represents, he only knows that Mo Yan is not right now. Because his few words of advice were thinking of Bai Chiu, Mo Yan is now completely senseless, full of people robbing Lu Folding Branch with him. Lu Folding Branch also speak for others. Mo Yan thought he had to make Lu Folding Branch full of his demonic aura inside and out, so that he could not let that pretty mouth say the words little master again. His demon queen should have only him in her eyes, mouth, and heart. If he is thinking of someone else, then it is his own incompetence. He can't even clean up his own couple, can't look at it. The person who covets the Willow Folded Branch deserves to die, but the Willow Folded Branch he cannot kill, not to mention cannot beat, cannot be scolded, then it is necessary to completely clean up the obedience to the line. Lu Folding Branch has never seen such a snake, even the breath is excessively dangerous, vaguely have a demonic gas riot even give birth to the sign of the heart of the devil. But Nemo Banquet did not give him more time to check carefully, lowered his head and viciously kissed him. When the clouds closed and the rain rested, Mo Banquet vaguely heard the sound of thunder in the sky. It wasn't falling heavenly thunder, but electricity flashing and thundering in the clouds, like the heavenly Tao was brewing heavenly punishment and warning someone. Although it is not as good as Willow Folding Branch's obedience to the heavenly Tao to be able to spy on the heaven, but Mo Banquet is not a little cute either. This heavenly punishment could be heard by him, naturally it was directed at him. Did not descend, then it means that he has not completely disobeyed the heavenly Tao, but has already done things against the heavens. Looking at the sleeping person in the body pang, Mo Yan suddenly remembered something. When he was a small snake, Lu Folding Branch said that he and Bai Chiu was a pair. At that time he only thought that Lu Folding Branch messed up, now it seems that. Is it possible that Lu Zhuoji has peeped into the heavens and knows what arrangement of the heavenly Tao so that he said so? Otherwise, how could immortal Lord Folding Branch put his favorite junior brother together with his nemesis? The more he thought about it, the more he thought it was possible, and Mo Yan's face gradually turned ugly. Lu Folding Branch looked at Bai Chiu, not hesitate to spy on the heavenly chances to know that I and Bai Chiu may have any karma, so back then when I first saw him, no matter how to call him he ignored, and later also direct hands to fight. These years he guarded Bai Chiu, do not dare to go against the way of heaven, cannot ask, only dare to favor and then pick me up, but also see me, one side cannot wait to marry me, and at the same time cannot let go of Bai Chiu. So I scolded Bai Chiu he did not allow, heartbroken. Mo Yan smoothed out his logic, his face darker than the bottom of a pot. Good you, Lu Folding Branch, still a righteous immortal monarch? You're a negative mother. If you mess with me, you'll leave me in peace. If you think about Bai Chiu again, I'll keep you from resting day and night. Chapter 61, 60, I will definitely marry you as the Demon Queen. Willow Folding Branch awakening has been the second day at noon, people are awake he still has a not quite real feeling, seems to be tied hands toss lacks consciousness. Not to mention the loss of cultivation today, is the peak of the past, his cultivation is not used in this way, repair is clear-minded and indifferent to the righteousness of the wind and moon things delayed in the enjoyment, not in his proficiency in the list. Willow Folding Branch of the snake will love, but never spoiled, all out of character, never tolerate, this is his code of conduct. This is the code of conduct for him. Mo Yan heard the commotion and came over to check it out, originally carrying some warm water to moisturize his throat, but just close enough to hear the voice of a few horse points in the cold, the tone cold and cold. Xinglong, open the formation. Before the words fell, a dragon's roar poured straight into Mo Yan's ears, shaking him to the point where he froze in place and couldn't move. Even if it is a devil, but he chose the snake body as the body, then it will be suppressed by the true dragon bloodline, so Lu Folding Branch opened the green dragon formation, the cultivation is not enough, it will be suppressed by the bloodline to make up.
For dragons are divided into 4 directions hovering in the air, although the aura is transformed, but the ink feast is strictly trapped in the array, not moving to kill the heart. It is not a killing array, aimed at a trapped word. In the end can trap their own. How long Mo banquet do not have the heart to estimate, to see the willow folding branch to open the array of the moment, his hands of the water cup will fall to the ground and fell into a smash. Such a big array, willow folding branch, no cultivation, no spiritual power, half of the maintenance cannot, want to mobilize spiritual chi to open the array, that can only be like the day to expel Duan Chengqi in general, with the blood of the heart to do the array I. In the end, the injury is still the foundation and life of Lu Shezhi. Mo Yen sober thought he was too much. Lu Folding Branch will be angry, but he did not expect Lu Folding Branch will be so angry that he did not give him a chance to speak, see him close to directly open the array in his hands. You. Mo Banquet instantly regretted it, seeing Lu Folding Branch's blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. He was so anxious that he wanted to break the formation, but he was afraid that Lu Folding Branch would be even more angry. Why do you need to do this? What words can't be said properly? Yes, I was impulsive yesterday, but I didn't say that I was still being a jerk with you today. The heart is weak and regret is there, but Mo Banquet fire also the same came up. What is the relationship between me and you? You're guilty of opening up to me. Lu Shezhi, you don't want to die. There is no need to open the array, no need to take life to clean him up, but Lu Shezhi by so do, clearly does not care about the life. Mo Yen angry as he never care about his own life, angry to death. What's so bad about being alive? How can you care so little about life and death? Mo Yen cannot figure out, angry and anxious, in the formation of grumpy circles, and finally see Lu Folding Branch leaning on the bed. Do not say anything and do not remove the formation, so take the life with him to consume. The magic energy slowly converge. Poem. Willow Folding Branch, you stop? I ask you for the last time, you really think I don't dare to break in? Lu Folding Branch did not even lift his eyes. Even if the bare skin is all surly, the aura is not the slightest bit inferior. The hand does not hurry to form a seal, the tone of voice without waves and no fluctuations. Snake, do you know the error of your ways? Wrong will have to recognize, will have to change, behavior excessively bad, and even hidden signs of breeding heart demon, then must clean up to listen to the line. Knowing that the snake is the devil Mo Yen, he defied the good and evil to stay by his side. Since it has been accepted with all sincerity, then he has to be responsible for the Mo Yen, responsible for the world's living beings. If the Mo Banquet back to the demon world is still lawless, no one to control the teachable, in the future, when the real heart of the demon clusters caused a big trouble, that is his Willow Folding Branch did not teach good, is his shame to the living world. In the past, the devil Mo Banquet, no matter how naughty, is to stay by his side as a snake. It will be subject to his discipline. In front of the living, countless living beings' life first, whether it is his snake or his own, cannot be in vain the living. Lu Folding Branch thought a lot of many, because he knew that the devil father Mo Banquet all anti-bone, must not be good discipline, has been prepared for Mo Banquet hard to break into the formation, but the expected collision of spiritual energy and demonic chi did not appear, but instead, there is another roar of anger. Just because of this? Willow Folding Branch, you took your life to open the formation just for this? You're going to die a stupid death. Mo Yen roared loudly, but in his hands, he lifted the hem of his robe and kneeled on the ground with a bang. Willow Folding Branch? Just to admit a mistake. Is admitting a mistake something that kills you? That's worth your life. Mo Yen knelt on the ground and straightened his back. His posture was quite standard. Seeing that he was still not withdrawing from the battlefield, he anxiously gritted his teeth. I'll kneel for you. It's not just recognizing your mistake and kneeling on incense. You say how to kneel, you give me the array to withdraw. Willow Folding Branch, you have a few lives enough for you to toss and turn like this. What good does it do you to kill me? Willow Folding Branch? What about the promised anti-bone, the promised untamed wildness? How? Is this more obedient than the former snake? I asked him to apologize, but I didn't say he should kneel. He kneeled on his own initiative, right? The reversal came too suddenly. Lu Funji did not react, froze for a moment before barely back to God. Snake can no wrong? I'm on my knees. You said you know if you're wrong. Mo Yen almost made him laugh. People are kneeling, but the momentum is more than anyone else, which is like knowing the wrong, as if he is the most reasonable. Although the action is very good, but the attitude is still not right. Willow Folding Branch slightly frowned, asked again, Snake, do you know the wrong? When he was a child, Mo Banquet was often told by the old devil that he was a tenacious kind, that tenacity came up, 8 horses could not pull back. Now he realized that there are people in the world who are more tenacious than him, that is, this look at the cold and indifferent Folding Branch immortal monarch. Willow Folding Branch does not roar, he is quiet stubborn, you do not fit his mind, he has been confronted with you, take life in this consumption he does not care, like a calm madman. Mo Yen can't think of this as the legendary one thing down one thing, he just regret, even let Willow Folded Branch here have the strength to be stubborn with him. But no matter how the heart thinks, see Lu Folding Branch to maintain the formation face is whiter than paper, the blood at the corner of the mouth also began to flow down, in the end he lowered his head, line, the old man is wrong is not okay. May be obedient in the future? Listen to who?
Mo Yan looked at him incredulously, thinking that it was just an unusual admission of wrongdoing, never expecting Willow Fold to want more. Listen to me.
Willow Folding Branch said rightfully, Snake is mine, naturally it should listen to me as well.
I'm his? Is he showing love to the old man again?
Mo Yan's eyes flashed. Although he felt that he was being shown love, the wildness in his bones still didn't let him completely lose his head.
No way. How can my hallowed demonic father listen to the demonic queen? If I say it out loud, the 6 realms will still laugh at me. Then you will break the formation.
Willow Folding Branch didn't feel surprised, because this was the expected situation. 3 hours is the limit. If you win me, this matter will be written off. If you lose, you will have to listen to me in the future. He had a number in his mind. Even without cultivation, this formation was enough to trap Mo Yan for 2 hours. The rest of the hour he spared no expense. Array spells used in turn, fighting for his life, coupled with the fact that Mo Banquet is in the Chinkuan sect, cannot expose his identity, tied his hands. The two should be able to play an even game. Even if Mo Banquet does not know what exactly is in his mind, he can guess that he really does not want to die. His body consumes life to maintain the formation for 3 hours, but also to fight with himself. Even if he wins the fight is to completely empty the body, at most live for another 10 or 8 years will be dead, the gods cannot save back. Mo Yan did not understand what he insisted on, what the world's life Lu Folded Branch did not say. He a devil cannot think of these, he just think Lu Folded Branch is really crazy, he cannot understand the crazy. But always cannot let Lu Folding Branch die is. Didn't understand it, but he could tolerate it and go along with it. How to say is also the future of the Devil Queen. It is difficult not to stand by and watch the Devil Queen with his own life. Married back to the demon world to live a few years sick and dying? Absolutely not. Willow Folding Branch will have to live with him in the sky. Without Lu Fuji saying a single superfluous word, Mo Yan talked himself into understanding. It's just a matter of listening, isn't it? The Devil Queen is a crazy. This father does not care about him. Listen to just listen, can let the Devil Queen live well on the line. Okay, listen, don't fight, I promise to listen to you directly, okay? Willow Folding Branch. Is that simple? The promise was too painful. Willow Folding Branch was a bit confused instead. Is Snake really willing to obey? Nonsense? I've already said yes, can I still back out? Mo Yan was almost exasperated by him. Do you need me to make another Heavenly Dao Oath for you? I'll do it now. Unallowable. Once the Heavenly Dao Oath was made, if there was even the slightest violation in the future, then heaven's punishment would be sent down, and if it was light, the cultivation would be dispersed, and if it was heavy, the soul would be dispersed. Willow Folding Branch withdrew the array, seriously urged, Snake, the Heavenly Oath cannot be easily set up, no matter to whom, otherwise if it is used by people who have the heart, I am afraid. Snake? The words have not finished being rushed over to press the bed, Lu Folding Branch eyes somewhat confused. Mo Yan didn't say anything, and didn't care that he still had the taste of blood in his mouth, and kissed him until he couldn't breathe before letting go. Willow Folding Branch, next time you dare to play with Lao Zi like this, Lao Zi will just get you killed. Anyway, you yourself don't care about life and death, so just wait to be made dead by me. Speaking viciously on his mouth, his spiritual energy was being channeled into Lu Folding Branch's body as if it were no money. Seeing that pale face recovering a bit, only then did Mo Yan let go of him and retreated back to kneel down again. You want me to be obedient, right? Lao Zi also with you to hand over a bottom. Mo Yan knelt there staring at the person on the couch who was trying to calm her breathing, word by word, Lu Folding Branch, you give me a good life. I, Lu Shenji, will definitely take over the position of the Demon Venerable and marry you as the Demon Empress in his day. This words from the former Mo Banquet just think, has not been said, even then no Lu Zhizhi anxious to marry him, he did not give the promise. But today he saw how Lu Zhizhi is not life, angry also cannot care about arrogance and face. Lu Folding Branch, you are Lao Zi's Demon Empress, you just don't want to live anymore, you have to give Lao Zi a good life, your life is Lao Zi's. Devil Queen? Willow Folding Branch suspected that she was hallucinating. Right. I don't care that you are an immortal monarch of the righteous path, how to get rid of demons and defend the way in the past is also not to blame, the position of the Devil Queen must be yours, are you satisfied this time? Chapter 62-61, Snake is going to take me out to meet people? Let a dead haughty girl open her mouth to commit to the position of the Devil Queen is very not easy. If not, Lu Folding Branch is so desperate, Mo Banquet will not say anything to death, will only then use practical action to organize the joint ceremony. However, although this said, Mo Yan also still hard. Because he knew that Lu Folding Branch to him at first sight love, long ago cannot wait to marry him, so kneeling there to be punished also hold their heads high, waiting for Lu Folding Branch touch to incoherent or excited thanksgiving. Maybe even rushed up to hug him. Mo Banquet thought beautifully, and then. There was no then. The person on the couch did not react at all, and even looked at him with a very strange look, like looking at something rare. Did you not hear? He couldn't calm down and took the initiative to ask. Willow Folding Branch naturally heard it, nodded with complicated eyes, and quickly performed the deduction technique in his hand. Cannot deduce their own karma, he went to deduce the Mo Banquet.
The result was the same as last time, a blank. Not only could he not deduce himself, even Mo Yen could not. What about Bai Chio? Lu Folding Branch changed the direction to deduce Bai Chio's. This time there is a reaction. The protagonist's monstrous chi is quite eye-catching, even the chi golden light is a little blinding, but the beauty of it is that there are more inexplicable robberies, and there are still gaps in the chi golden light. If it is only because of their own cultivation with Mo Yen, took some of the protagonist's luck, will not be more than the formation of a gap. Bai Chio himself has no major changes, then it can only be Mo Yen's destiny of the Tao made out of the question. The red line of marriage binds the divine soul, and it is impossible to deduce the karma of Mo Yen, who just said that he wanted to make himself a demon queen. With all the signs linked together, Lu Folding Branch came to an absurd conclusion. Mo Banquet, who was supposed to be the destined Tao couple with Bai Chio, seems to have heartfelt feelings for him? How else could he explain the inexplicable binding of the red thread of marriage to the divine soul, and his inability to deduce the karma of Mo Banquet? The art of deduction is only useless to oneself and those whose karma is intertwined with one's own enough to be considered one by the heavenly Tao. Speak the up. After not being responded to for a long time, Mo Yen completely stopped pretending and began to get anxious. Willow Folding Branch looked at him, then looked at the red thread of marriage bound to her divine soul's wrist, and nodded her head as if in slow motion. Oh. This time it wasn't an attack of social fear, he had long ago taken Mo Yen completely as Snake, as one of his own, he just didn't know what to say. After all, it is only speculation, how the results have not been finalized, the heavenly causality is changing rapidly, who can not say? But in the end it is too outrageous, too shocking. Some Willow Folding Branch again calm cannot help but ponder in the heart, thinking out of focus also unconsciously muttered out. Strange. Why would the heart be pleased with me? Mo Banquet just wanted to ask a clear what is means, is not a promise, before opening his mouth, heard him muttering about what heart pleases, the alarm bells in his heart. Who is pleased with you? Bai Chio said he was pleased with him? The two of them are in love with each other and have made up their minds? Willow turned her head to stare at him and hesitated for a moment, but finally asked, does Snake have a heart for me? How to speculate is in vain, there is no guarantee that there will not be mistakes, it is better to ask directly, around the Snake is not an outsider. Ink Banquet a jolt. What was he asking? Who heartily pleases him? Wasn't he the one who begged and pestered me to marry him? Really do not know, a little bit of reserve, get a magic queen is not enough, but also let me say good words to coax him. Who said the heart pleased you? I said to give you the position of the devil queen, other I did not say, you less self-centered. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could I like my rival? It's just that I didn't find anyone else during the rut, so I made up with him and saw that he was really pitiful, so I brought him back to help him renew his life. Is there really nothing? There were too many coincidences, so Willow Folding Branch asked one more time. No. I'm a male, you're also a male, heart-pleasing my ass. Don't try to trick me into coaxing you, you don't even say that you love me at first sight, you just hint at it, and you still want to trick me into saying nice things? Door or not? He thought that Lu Folding Branch to be sad, maybe will also take the initiative to say love, did not expect his own denial, but instead see Lu Folding Branch obviously relieved. That's good, I also think that Snake shouldn't be like this, my Snake is so intelligent, how could she go astray? Mo Yen? What do you mean? Xinua, you are just misguided? His roar was so sudden that Willow Fold was taken aback. Snake? Snake my ass. Mo Yen anger on the head, while yelling with him while to get up, are up half of the time before remembering that they have to listen to the words, blackface, and kneeling back. Xinua, you are misguided? You give me clear. This matter. Willow Folding Branch pondered for a moment, do not want to say, is the system and where the book of the matter he cannot say, words to the side of the mouth is obviously bound by an invisible force. I just don't know if this is a warning from heaven, or a restriction of the system. Left and right snakes and serpents have not yet pleased me either, there is no big problem, no need to care. After waiting for so long for such a sentence, although the tone did not change, Mo Yen felt that he was perfunctory. Good you Lu Folding Branch, you and I want to escape? Once upon a time, Mo Banquet even bright-eyed and white-toothed can't say it all, this dozen years with Lu Folding she read the book Undershirt Law, learned a lot of real things, want to capture the indulgence of him no. Good. Mo Yen said 4 good words in a row and stopped talking with a cold snort, kneeling there with a cold face and a sneer in his heart. Originally is no heart to please you, but also want to deceive the old man to say what? I said that the righteousness of the road will not have any simple people, sure enough, you Willow Folding Branch to use all those tricks and plots and lying to lousy this matter. I have countless beauties in the demon world, all of them are beautiful and seductive, you still want to confuse me with a man? Dream on. He was all there dying of anger. Willow Folding Branch was still wondering why Snake didn't have a heart to please himself, yet there were still so many coincidences. If only the system was there, I heard that the system was able to view some data. Willow Folding Branch missed the system for the second time. When the system was there he felt that the system was so noisy and fierce, and felt that he could not use the system at all when he was alone, but now that there were more snakes, he began to regret that he did not keep the system. If the system is there, for the sake of Snake he may be willing to do some tasks.
Unfortunately, things are unpredictable. Where can there be if to make him backtrack? The body is very tired, but also consumes the mind to teach the snake. Willow folded branch is really some cannot hold on, ready to sleep for a while before he deliberately instructed Imo Banquet once again. Snake, heaven's order can't be violated. You have your future Taoist partner. The position of Devil Queen will be left to him. I don't have much time left. I don't need to occupy this position in vain.
It's good that you know you're wrong. Get up.
After he finished speaking, he closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Mo Yen knelt there without moving.
You let me get up and get up? Who do you think you are? The old man will kneel.
Angry to angry, but Imo Banquet is not really brainless. Listening to him talk about the heavenly destiny cannot be violated, as well as the future Taoist couple, almost sure that he guessed correctly.
Willow Folding Branch was really aware of some heavenly chances and could peek into other people's karma.
Then it means that the devil Imo Banquet and Bai Chiu will be a pair of things Lu Folding Branch has long known. The previous guesses are right. As for his own identity of this snake nowadays, cultivation is lost, the body is weak like this. Willow Folding Branch is estimated to be unable to pry, otherwise he should have already known that he is Imo Banquet, and how would he keep himself around? After clearing his head, Imo Banquet is even more determined that Lu Shizhi likes Bai Chiu, so he refuses to be his own demon queen, or a dilemma between himself and Bai Chiu. Delusional, both want to be a heartless man. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do it, but I'm going to be able to do it, and I'm going to be able to do it. I don't need you to promise. Sooner or later I will snatch you back to be the queen of devils, and I will also kill Bai Chiu with my own hands, so that you will know that he doesn't deserve to be compared with me at all.
You like Bai Chiu? I'll show you that no one in the world is better than me.
What kind of dares to compare with me? Willow Folding Branch sleep a sleep effort, dreaming that someone will rely on the brain to evolve to the beginning of the struggle for favor, but also automatically lit up the skills of favoring his wife. When he woke up from his sleep again, he only opened his eyes, and before he was conscious, a cup of warm water was brought to his mouth.
Take a sip to moisten your throat.
Mo Yen lifted him up, let him lean in his arms, movement rusty feeding him water, although unskilled, but the technique is very gentle. See him obediently drink the water, also smiled proudly. Look, only I can feed water so perfectly.
How about that Bai Chiu of yours?
He just knows how to raid your treasures.
He's a white-eyed wolf.
Willow Folding Branch, quietly drinking water, suddenly heard him laugh out loud, puzzled, raised his eyes to look, and was met with his complacent eyes with a few hints of inviting credit.
How is it? Is it good? Well, doesn't all water taste like this? How do you tell the difference between good and bad tasting?
Willow Folding Branch is not clear, only feel that he asked so strange, but after all, it is his own snake, and just promised to listen to his own words, so he is extraordinarily loving and favoring him. Without much hesitation nodded his head.
Naturally it is good to drink, good snake.
He knew that Snake was a little donkey and had to be coaxed along with his fur, and also complimented him in passing. The water Snake fed me was the best water I've ever drank. My snake is so good. These 18 years are used to boasting, do not have to think about it at all. This kind of praise he came with his mouth open. Imo Banquet has also heard it for more than 10 years, but still every time he hears it, he is so happy that if he were a snake body, he would have already shaken the tip of his tail out of the stump.
It's good to drink, isn't it? There's still good wine in the devil world, so I'll get some back for you to try someday. Wine.
Willow Folding Branch's movement to get up paused. There is no need for wine, I have long since opened up my valley, and I don't dabble in alcohol.
Resisting the grain? What the hell? Mo Yen scoffed at this.
The righteous way is poor preaching. Cultivation has nothing to do with eating or not eating or drinking.
The valley. Eat for me. Get fat. That waste is killing me. You don't even have any cultivation, why do you need to eat?
Mo Yen felt compelled to bring his future demon empress to enjoy life, excitedly proposing, tomorrow I'll take you down the mountain, you'll know how good the wine and food are once you try it. You've been practicing hard for so many years, surely you haven't been to a restaurant, right?
I will take you there.
He said a bunch of things. Lu Folding Branch translated only one sentence.
Snake wants to take me down the mountain to meet people? And go to a crowded place like a restaurant? Chapter 62, My Lord's Demon Empress must be able to enjoy blessings.
Let a social fear to go down the mountain to meet people, but also close to see so many people. This instant Willow Folding Branch eyes cannot have any good snake. He even felt that Snake was simply the devil. After going through all the trouble of hiding for hundreds of years, now that he had lost his cultivation and was finally living a life where he didn't have to listen to his master's call to go down the mountain from time to time, it turned out that Snake had even told him to go down the mountain. If Snake feels that Cloud Bamboo Peak is too quiet and boring, just go down the mountain and come back when you've had enough. I won't go.
You're not going?
Imo Banquet is a piece of good intentions, suddenly rejected or confused. I'm not taking you back to the demon world, on the Chenkuan sect under the mountain of that small city, they're on the line.
Willow Folding Branch still shook her head. Snake go, I'm weak, I don't want to go. You. Ink Banquet was anxious and angry when he hit a wall the first time he was courteous. How can you be so ungrateful? I kindly brought him down the mountain to take a break, he even did not go. He's so stupid. He doesn't even want to eat, drink or have fun.
If it were before, Mo Yen would have been furious, but now he had to change his impression in Lu Xieji's heart and had to surpass Bai Qiu, so he endured it.
Do not go is not just a weak body, the old man to give him a good body is the same, Bai Qiu can give him to raise the body? Only lousy is good to him in this world. For the first time in his life, he wanted to show his most considerate side in front of anyone, and Mo Yen was quite on top of it, even though he wasn't very good at that aspect of it, but he had the heart for it. It just turned out to be a bit. Robbed to wash the clothes to clean up the bedchamber, needless to say, this is his daily must-do, but drinking water he robbed to feed, walking he robbed to hold, these willow folding branches really cannot understand. Snake, I just lost my cultivation, not a cripple. Another day was carried towards the bookcase, Lu Folding Branch in the end opened his mouth to dissuade. Recently sent up a lot of trivia, are waiting for him to read, would have been busy, Snake but do not know what's wrong, day-to-day abnormal, he really cannot understand what this is doing. If it is from the past that daily storm, not moving to roar too okay, now roar less often, but also surrounded by him all day long, half of the business not to do, and then go on like this, when can we seize the throne of the devil to take revenge? Mo Banquet is full of him, are fast to the revenge of the matter to forget, but he is always thinking, waiting for the critical moment to help Snake a hand. The two people's brain circuits never matched up, Mo Yen carried him to the chair and put him down, just sat on his side and stared at him, anyway, there's no one else here, one less step is one step, didn't you say you're weak? I'm free and panicked, so I'll give you a hug by hand. Since so idle panic, then go to gather the old troops to kill back to the demon world If it is not inconvenient to pick out, Willow Folding Branch or someone to give him the way for him to plan, see his injury day by day better, but stay here all day with their own time, a little bit of no progress, Willow Folding Branch that look forward to his son's fist heart is really some torment. Now they have collected some of the power of the righteousness, if the snake to seize the throne, the righteousness is sure to ensure that they do not intervene, this is a rare good time, how the snake does not know that the snake is in a hurry. The other day Snake said to go down the mountain to play, why don't you go? Can't pick it out, Lu Folding Branch then reminded in a sideways manner. It was only after going down the mountain that he could contact his former henchman, and he believed that Snake would definitely be able to find an opportunity as long as he went down the mountain. Wasn't it you who said you wouldn't go? What, are you willing to go again? Mo Yen pulled his arm, go, I'll take you there now. Lu Xieji. I have business to attend to, so I will not go. The corner of Mo Yen's mouth froze with a smile, knowing that he was happy for nothing, reluctantly letting go of him, watching them talk that all day long. How many of those things are serious? If you're really busy I can help you out, look at what they say to you every day. He said while casually picking up a letter sent by an unknown clan. He asked when you were free to go to their clan to take a look, saying that if you go, it will be the honor of 8 generations of his ancestors. And this. Mo Yen pulled out another letter, their clan has newly obtained a night pearl, as big as a fist, and would like to offer it to you, so that you can accept it with honor. This one is the most ing not something. Others are all brocade letters, only the bottom one has a big red cover, just like a wedding letter. Mo Yen picked it up and hated to tear it up for him. What kind of ungrateful patriarch is this? A letter a day, every day to ask if you are well, ask Yunju Peak need to wait for the attendant, what does he want to do? Initially Mo Banquet also thought that are serious, and then sat next to see a long time, and occasionally see the willow folding branch of the letters carefully read, and some of them casually to the side of a put, do not look at him, he picked up and read a few times to realize that the righteousness of this group of people are safe with the mind. Knowing that the willow folding branches in power, one by one changing ways to please, cannot wait for the night to send their own packages to Yunju Peak only good. What the hell is this a proper sex patriarch? The flower girl in the greenhouse is not even as active as them. He didn't even think that these people were troublesome, on the contrary, he was the one who watched and was pissed off. Willow Folding Branch felt a little funny and raised her hand towards his head to touch it, because she couldn't reach it while sitting down, she reached out her hand and waited there. Mo Yen Blackface lowered his head before he touched up, soothing rubbed several times, I long not down the mountain, some of the small sects of the patriarch of the centuries have never seen me once, curious is also commonplace, do not pay attention to that is, snake do not gas. Cloud Bamboo Peak only you and I, there will be no one else. His life is only with his snake, even if the next person again attentive to please, he is also unwilling to pay attention to, so those letters do not read nor read, just as if nothing happened. Just a few words, the blink of an eye he finished, but also just a belly full of anger can be coaxed good, lowered his head casually touch him, and became a good snake, a word did not say. Mo Yen himself did not realize how to become like a dog, see Lu Folding Branch subconsciously want to be obedient, Lu Folding Branch talk he loves to listen to him, to train him he can also tolerate, casually coaxed him a sentence he can be immediately honest. It's not an exaggeration to say that the color makes you lose your mind, and your heart and eyes are full of Lu Fuji. He only knows that if he stays in one place with Lu Fuji, he will feel at ease, no matter how irritable and ambitious he is, as long as he sees Lu Fuji, he will be able to calm down in an instant. So more determined not to let anyone compared to his determination, but also understand why the Willow Folding Branch to use so poor words to deceive him. Saying something like you're a little pig and I'm the only one in the world who treats you the best.
He now wants to return this sentence to the willow folding branch: this world only lousy toward you, do not mind you, do not have cultivation, also thing more pretentious, willing to let you do the devil after willing to give you to raise your body. But his mouth is hard, he can't say such pretentious words, so he is guarding here like a dog protecting his master. Another 5 days passed. Yunju peek in addition to daily to send letters to the small disciple, and then no one close to, even the small disciple are only to the bottom of the mountain, letters from the ink feast personally take up. That day Mo banquet hit by Chiu went back to find Duan Chengxian complained. Lu Shuoji does not know the specifics, but he knows that this will never be so past. From the days near the cloud bamboo peak, no disciple passes through will be visible. Only he was too lazy to pay attention. Duan Chengxian, no matter what he does, the ultimate goal is only to compete for power. He is indifferent to the habit, completely do not care. Mo Yen is the most concerned about these. He preaches that fame and fortune are things outside the body. Mo Yen believes in power in their own hands to feel at ease. The right way in the magic world environment is different, so the state of mind is also cannot be connected, accustomed to seeing the weak and the strong, only the top of the food chain to do the strongest will be down to earth.
Do you want to think about getting rid of Duan Chengxian?
Mo Banquet hesitated for several days before asking straight out, keeping him as a hidden danger. Sooner or later, he can't manage the righteous path either, instead he delays it. If you let him go, he won't let you go. If you think he's your master can't lay his hands on him, then I'll go.
Snake, heaven's order cannot be disobeyed.
Willow Folding Branch finished reviewing the last word with a Zhu pen in her hand, raised her eyes towards him and shook her head. If the righteous way is to be encroached upon by the rest of the 5 realms in the future, that would be the fate of the righteous way as well, and I never intervene in matters of heavenly reincarnation.
You don't care even if the human realm is overthrown? You're not guarding the world? Mo Yen heard this rhetoric for the first time and his eyes widened.
I can guard the celestial life, but I can't change the number of celestial life. I alone can't guard the human realm for the rest of my life, and I'm not in the 6 realms of reincarnation. Perhaps in the future Snake will be able to understand. Willow Folding Branch never know he is just a tool person. The plot that he walks he can't hide away. Shouldn't he manage things? Even if he manages, he can't change the slightest bit, so he lives indifferently. To the outside world things have always been nothing to feel. The way of heaven used him, then let him live. Which day he is useless, he will be wiped out, he is the villain, then one day will be offline, to make way for the protagonist, so he also never with the white autumn, accustomed to comply with the way of heaven. It's good to be at peace with each other, but if there's more trouble, there's more trouble. He lived through. Mo Yen is not as sober as he held the script in his hands, only to feel that he still cannot see through him, and ultimately did not say more to deal with the matter of Duan Chengxian. Although I don't understand, but I can go along with the Willow Folding Branch. When Willow Folding Branch took another ancient book out, Mo Yen directly reached out and pressed it back for him.
Today's weather is nice, let's go down the mountain and take a look.
Willow Folding Branch lived a very boring life, every day either reading books or studying formations and incantations, living like an old man. Without a little popularity, he really couldn't watch it anymore. The mouth said those heavenly reincarnation he does not understand, also do not believe in that, but he cannot let the Willow Folding Branch heart is not a little fun. Do not care about life and death, that is certainly not enjoy the fun of living, enjoy it to know how good it is to live.
Snake, I.
Willow Folding Branch didn't even have time to refuse. The person has already been taken by him to instantly move down the mountain, out of the sect boundary. When there is a guarding disciple looked at, Willow Folding Branch can't afford to lose face in front of the people, also didn't struggle much. So the guard disciples see as the Folding Branch immortal monarch with disciple down the mountain. The disciple is very filial, but also helped the immortal monarch, respectful and well behaved.
In fact, it is the Mo Banquet tightly grasped the arm of the Willow Folding Branch, hard to pull him away. Snake, I don't want to go. After leaving the clan, Willow Folding Branch, even with the mask on, half wanted to go walk around in some small town, and stood under a tree and then said nothing and refused to move. It's okay, you'll know how much fun it is when you go, let's go. Mo Yen picked him up again, determined to let him dip into the popularity. I really don't.
Seeing that it is getting closer and closer to the city gates, Lu Shiji really has no choice but to be honest. I'm afraid, I can't go. Snake, you quickly put me down.
Mo Yen holding his hand a stiff, listening to the frozen almost threw him down, but fortunately in time to retrieve the person back. Are you afraid? Yes, I'm harmed. You're scared my ass. Mo Yen snorted, viciously detailing the daring things he had done in the past.
One man and one sword guarding the junction of the 2 realms, not allowing the demon race to step out of the demon realm, against the entire demon army. You're not afraid. Underworld 100,000 evil ghosts pressure borderlock soul, lone kill and almost stab the underworld honors. You're not afraid.
Demon Emperor, you are hard to cut a tail down. I let you go with me to the city to relax, you tell me you are afraid? Mo Yen felt that Lu Shiji must be treating him as a little cutie.
The hand that was pinching that slender waist was even harder. Less ing lie to me. There is nothing in the world that scares you, Lu Shiji. There is no such thing as a scared person in this world. After saying this, he didn't wait for Lu Shiji to respond, and directly used his spiritual power to bind the person, letting Lu Shiji walk inside with him shoulder to shoulder.
Today. You have to go even if you go, and you have to go even if you don't. I don't believe it, such a big cultivation world can't find one thing you're interested in. Go eat, drink, and have fun. Go to hell. This devil's queen must be able to enjoy herself. Otherwise, how can he know that lousy treats him better than others? In the future, just wait to enjoy the blessings and be done with it. What with bowing and scraping for the righteous path, all to hell with lousy. Chapter 64, 63, Snake, 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 Snake. For the first time to bring Willow Folding Branch together down the mountain, Emo Banquet is not unprepared. He has long been carefully prepared a drapery hat before entering the city to Willow Folding Branch to put on. Inside does not affect to see the road to see people, but the people outside can definitely not see what Lu Folding Branch looks like, even if he is wearing a mask on his face cannot see. Lu Fuji didn't want to be seen. At this point he thought exactly the same way even though he didn't know what social terrorism was. Lu Fuji's face can't be easily seen, beautiful as that, was seen not all desperately to Lu Fuji's side to get together? There will be too many people, and they will all want to kill my demon queen, so it will be bad if they can't kill them all. Don't show it to anyone, it's best for me to show it to myself. Rare things Willow Folding Branch nature is also recognized. Know that this is the South China Sea shark tears yarn, inch by inch or shark tears cohesion, priceless, but also know that the outside world cannot see their own face, at least a little relaxation, not so much as the road are not willing to go. Only the shark tears yarn are to be refined defense magic weapon life preservation, used to do a hat, when it is a waste. Lufanji think it is not worth it, but also think that the snake is also too careless. If he asked where this thing came from, will not be exposed? An ordinary devil snake, where could it have a treasure like the shark tear veil? Being distracted by this matter, the pedestrians coming and going on the street were not so uncomfortable for Lu Shiji, but the good times didn't last long. The further they went, the more people casting gazes at them. Because the two of them were too conspicuous. Drapery hat only women often wear, a man wearing a drapery hat, white clothes and white hair even more fairy atmosphere. Even if you can't see the face, just look at the figure also know that absolutely is not a normal person. Such a long body jade temperament extraordinary man, even the waist hanging the jade pendant spike are very elaborate, gold silk mixed with spiritual refining and become, but also used the red jade embellishment, walking with not a handful of slender waist swinging, really eye-catching. What's more, there is a handsome man beside him to protect. The evil dog protects the food in general, but whenever someone looks at him, the man in black will be coldly warned. Such a combination of people really want to not pay attention to it is difficult. The sight of the passers-by constantly walk by, even if already brushed shoulders. Willow Folded Branch can still feel a lot of people look back at their own, a time of social panic attack powerful, just want to hurry back to Yunju Peak. In favor of Mo Yen used spiritual power to push him forward, but also in the street, he did not want to attract more attention, but also unable to open the formation to resist, and in the end can only pull the corner of Mo Yen's coat. Mo Yen is angry at these people always staring at Lu Shiji, pondering whether to use the pressure to deter it, suddenly was pulled by the corner of the coat, footsteps jerked. What's wrong? He looked down to see Lu Folding Branch pulling his own hand, that hand tightly clutched his outer robe, green onion white like fingertips as if clutching the tip of his heart. An indescribable feeling rose from the bottom of his heart. Just particularly happy, and even a little complacent. So many people on the street peeking at Willow Fold, but he's only close to me. What is this? This is definitely his way of showing his loyalty to me. Taking the opportunity to show me his love, telling me that I'm the only one in his heart, and that it's useless for others to look at him anymore. The ability to brainstorm has always been too strong. He felt that he must have guessed the truth, but Willow Folding Branch was reluctant to speak due to her social panic attack, and just shook her head, thus reinforcing this idea. See, this is embarrassed. He's too embarrassed to say it. He hints at me day after day. TSK, Zheng Dao is just pretentious, only the old man can tolerate him. If it were someone else, he so want to show love and embarrassed. Let people guess, people have long been ignored him. This is on the street, so many people are watching. Willow Folding Branch does not speak, he is a lot of words, close with only two people can hear the voice. Bad intentionally said, you and I pulling and tugging all be seen, not afraid of those under your patriarchs no? You're too embarrassed to say it, aren't you? I'm going to say it. His flirting was too bad. Lu Fuji didn't hear it as flirting at all. Once she heard that it would be seen, she hurriedly let go of his clothes. Her heart panicked even more, and she couldn't cope with this kind of situation at all. In an unfamiliar environment, surrounded by strangers staring at themselves, can simply kill the social fear. But on the surface, he can't see anything. The more fearful he is, the more he looks like a cool and indifferent god, high above the world, untainted by mortal dust. Once the clothes were released, Mo Yen was dumbfounded. No, I just casually said to tease him This is not to tease angry? The mouth is owed to him, now panicked or he, in fact, was let go on a little regret, but his mouth hard not to say, hesitated there for a while, and finally reluctant to reach out and pull the hand of the Willow Folded Branch. Line, give you pull a little, can only pull the hand other cannot. He does not want to face the honors also wanted, the street if he is to inch to embrace the embrace, was known, the honors will not be under the jokes of the people died. He said so on his mouth, thought so in his heart, but the hand action is honest. He not only pulled Lu Shieji's hand, but also very hard, afraid of people running away. Lu Fuji looked down to see the two people hand in hand, although the social fear, but the brain is still clear. I seem to only want to pull his clothes for a moment, have not said that I want to pull his hand, right? Two people close to the clothes, the sleeves are wide, a black and a white two sleeves fall, and soon will be interlocked hands covered. The onlookers actually cannot see what, will only feel that they are very close. But Willow Folding Branch feel clearly. Snake's big hand pulling his warm body temperature also passed over, although the mouth did not say action but gave him a great appeasement, let him know he is not a person standing in the street, beside him there is his snake. Security, this kind of thing he has never experienced, and no one has ever given him. Vain, do not even think about it, today, but suddenly popped up in his mind this word. This is pulled by the snake, although it cannot alleviate the social fear, but vaguely bring a few points of appeasement and peace of mind, but in the heart of the Willow Folded Branch took root. With Snake around, he didn't seem to need to be too afraid. Snake would speak for him, would pull him along, not too willingly, but reluctantly, and was his good snake. He is not alone nowadays. The state of mind has a few open and clear images. Lu Shiji pursed his lips and tried to ignore the gazes of the people around him, and returned to hold the hand that was pulling himself. Mo Yen. Look, what did I say? He was just embarrassed, had to hint to let Laozi take the initiative. Once Laozi took the initiative, he was so happy, pulling Laozi not to let go. TSK, what a heart. Never mind what each of them thought in their own minds, in any case, the two people were unusually harmonious, and just held hands and entered one of the most lively streets in the center of the city. Regardless of the demon realm or the human realm, food is the most commonly sold by vendors, although this small city is next to the Qiankuan sect, but there are a lot of people who come here every day in admiration, and some of them are the ones who don't have a valley, so the food is extraordinarily rich. Look at all the food sold on both sides. Mo Yen signaled Lu Shiji to look at the roadside vendors. Many of them are selling steaming hot just out of the pot of small snacks. Lu Folding Branch never set foot in this kind of place, wearing books for 500 years have not seen these, all day long hard cultivation, today suddenly see, for a time is still a little shaken. Before the book he did not cultivate, naturally, he ate grains. Just now a thought back, time is too far away, all year round bitter cultivation of grain, clean mind, look at those food although feel familiar, as if some have eaten, but cannot recall exactly what flavor. However, he is not curious, just casually look at the eyes will be withdrawn, completely uninterested. The desire of the mouth and stomach should not be. Cultivation cultivates the heart. Once there is a desire, there is no guarantee that it will not breed a heart demon. Hey! I asked you to look, you look instead. Mo Yen was confused by his slightly disgusted action. This is all edible, clean, not dirty, see if there is anything you want to eat. Willow Folding Branch looked at the steaming hot food and then at him, silently shaking her head. Can eat is able to eat, but he will never eat. To avoid the grain is to avoid the grain. The Taoist heart cannot be shaken. Mo Yen? No, come all the way here, you'll know if you taste it. With so many things, there's always one that will be to your taste. Willow Folding Branch still shook her head. You? Why is this guy so stubborn? Mo Yen could not persuade him, so he did not persuade him, directly pulling him over. You give me over to eat. What's wrong with tasting it, can you die? Cultivation is all gone, but still a fart of the valley. Snake. Willow folded her eyebrows slightly wrinkled, in the end, was forced to speak. The voice was very light, but full of resistance. The desire for mouth and stomach should not be. There is no cultivation does not affect the incipient grain. I don't know what kind of snack was stuffed into his mouth, and just blocked his words. Willow Fold stiffened for a split second and tried to spit it out, but a hand pressed on his sensitive waist socket in a blatant threat. No spitting, you take a bite to taste the flavor, if it's not good then spit. Mo Yen just stared at him, had to watch him eat. Lu Shiji was reluctant, but had no choice, and finally could only chew the piece in his mouth a few times, and sort of tasted the flavor. It was sweet but not greasy, very soft and delicate texture. Seeing that he swallowed it and didn't spit it out, the corners of Mo Yan's mouth couldn't help but start to rise. Isn't it quite delicious? This is lotus root powder sugar cake, you can also try this osmanthus cake. Saying that, he took another piece and fed it to him, and also gave the vendor a piece of spirit stone to wrap up the lotus root powder sugar cake. Lu Folding Branch eyes tangled. Osmanthus cake was fed into the mouth, also hesitated for a moment before eating, until the fragrance of osmanthus overflowed in the mouth, sweet and savory flavor invaded the taste buds, eyes unconsciously brightened a few points. This is also delicious, right? Mo Yen was pleased with himself and took out the spirit stones to give the vendor. Wrap up all the osmanthus cakes for me as well as the lotus root powder sugar cake from just now, I'll take them all. After saying that, he also smiled and raised his eyebrows towards Lu Shiji. I can still harm you, surely they are all delicious, buy them all back for you to keep and eat slowly, there are others, you can taste them again. He then pulled Lu Fuji to taste all the food in the whole street, and took a piece of each to feed first, and then looked at Lu Fuji's reaction. Normal swallow is feel delicious, eat a little pause is not too like, if a bite will not move, that is not good. Willow Folding Branch did not say a word, he will like which do not like which to see clearly, like to eat all to buy down. Waiting for the two to finish the street, Mo Yin Spirit Stone spent a large storage ring I do not know how many snacks, ready to go to the restaurant to bring Lu Shueji taste wine and food when it happened to meet someone selling sugar gourds, and pulled Lu Shueji chased up. He himself does not like to eat, as a child tasted a time too sour, and then never ate. Today is determined to let Lu Shueji all taste, so a little food is not to be spared. What a string of Lu Shueji sent to the side of the mouth. This is a little sour, you bite a small bite, do not bite more. Willow Folding Branch believed his words, only a small bite to this sweet and sour flavor is quite like swallow and unconsciously staring at the sugar gourd. This reaction seems to like to eat, Moen a little confused about his taste. Sweet candied sugar cake love to eat, how the sour not a few sugar gourd also love to eat? It's so sour, it's hard to eat. He wrapped up that big handful of sugar gourds all together, and saw Lu Sheji's eyes shining brightly, seeming to like it more than the other snacks, and for a while he was also a little curious. Is it really that delicious? He hadn't eaten it for hundreds of years, and he didn't like it in his heart, but somehow, he suddenly developed a desire to taste it, and took a bite of the one that Lu Fuji had bitten. The entrance is still so sour, but seems to be inexplicably a little sweet? Mo Yen ate while staring at the sugar gourd, and soon turned his gaze back to Lu Sheji's slightly opened red lips. Is it that what he has eaten becomes sweet? Will you have another one? In order to verify this idea, Mo Yen fed Willowfold another one, letting Willowfold bite half of it, and then he ate the remaining half on his own again. And then realized that it was right, it just got sweeter, and it was quite tasty. The immortal monarch of the righteous path is different, and has this skill. He silently lamented in his heart, and Lu Folding Branch, who did not have this kind of ability at all, was a little confused as he watched his movements, and in the end, he really did not hold back and said softly, Snake, that's what I have eaten. Sharing food with others is not polite. Snake also specializes in eating his leftovers, which is not in good shape. He did not understand what is called obsessive. Mo Yan also did not take his behavior as obsessive behavior, and thought that he really sweetened the sugar gourd, listening to him say so, and also answered with a straight face. I spend spirit stone to buy, I eat a bite how? You've eaten it and it's so valuable, I can't even taste it? You people are all lousies, eat you a mouthful of sugar gourd still catty, you negative man. Chapter 65, Event Announcement, don't miss it. First, the full subscription activities, the 15th of each month to receive rewards. There may be a delay, the specific time to see the manuscript. The exact time will depend on the release time of the script. I have a script. If you have a fee, you will be rewarded, everyone will have a share. Commenting and tweeting activities, every day in the comments or tweeting in a random draw a treasure 100B. Third, the recommended activities, weekly vote full 7 recommended to participate in the weekly draw. Prizes 500B 2 people, each month to vote full 30 recommended to participate in the monthly draw. Prizes 1000B 2 people. Chapter 66, 64, Deadly Rival X White Moonlight. It's not that he can't bear not to give him food, it's just that it's not polite. Lu Folding Branch had the intention to open her mouth to explain, but she was led by him into the biggest restaurant in the city, and she met the enthusiastic Carrot Xiaoer face to face. 2 guests inside please. The second boy saw Mo Yen protecting Lufinji's side, automatically treating Lufinji as an honored guest, and even greeted him more, standing beside Lufinji and bending down to make a gesture of invitation. Objective you please, there are heavenly and earthly characters in the elegant room upstairs, which one do you want to look at? This is the rules of the human world, not the entire cultivation world or all cultivators. The heavenly number is exclusive to the cultivators. If there is a sectarian festival, the restaurant has its own boundary to protect the fight, and the earthly number is for ordinary people. The so-called ordinary people, that is, do not cultivate or do not participate in the 6 worlds of strife. The human world has always had a lot of rules, and is concerned about being well organized, even in restaurants, to minimize unnecessary fighting casualties. Lu Folding Branch never enter and exit the restaurant, naturally do not know these verbal rules, not to mention that this little too close, or he will answer, only silently move to the side of the MO banquet. This kind of close to rely on the action can be to the ink feast happy dead, immediately generous hand through to the small 2 bags of spirit stone, to heaven, the best, and then all the signature dishes are on again. Rarely out of a time, he has to let the willow folded branch tasted all the good food before, so that the next time also good to lure people down the mountain again. Otherwise, all you know is to read books and deal with business, who can find living interesting but does not care about life and death. Right, another jug of the best wine. Mo banquet and threw a bag of spirit stones over, this kind of large sum of money to see the eyes of the little 2 or hair straight, good, customer you wait a moment, immediately give you to prepare good wine and good food. Not to mention the little 2, the building sitting in many guests or more look at the ink feast 2 eyes probing. Willow Folding Branch also found wrong, hurriedly pulled Mo Yen initiative to go upstairs, into the elegant room will instruct him, Snake, the righteous people will not act like this, you are too flashy a little. If some of the poor countryside of the small sex so flamboyant is still reasonable, Shenkuan Zongfeet will not be so act. Duan Chengqian cannot tolerate this kind of damage to the image of the righteous way of doing, the world is aware of.
And then arrogant do not know the etiquette of the sect here, have to abide by the rules of Duan Chengqian, otherwise it will be punished. Duan Chengqian other cannot, to the rehearsal is overly concerned about, fight for power is to make all people listen to him, according to his rules, Willow Folding Branch was his call for hundreds of years, know it very well.
I'm the righteous one now. Mo Yan sat down towards his side with a disinterested face, I'm your disciple, is that not the righteous path? Willow Folding Branch.
This is the first time I've heard of any demonic father being so positive about being a member of the righteous path. Feeling a bit outrageous, but this is after all Snake, Willow Folding Branch unconditionally indulgent.
Around the elegant room only the two of them, he also reached out to the snake head touched, naturally, my snake and I was originally one, I for the right way, my snake is the right way, no matter when and where, I will definitely protect the snake safe and sound, snake want to do what to do then rest assured to do.
He was doting on snake, but also a sideways hint.
He implied that Mo Banquet did not need to tie his hands, and that if he wanted to take over the position of Demon Lord, he could do so, and that he would fully support him. The corner of Mo Yan's mouth rose madly, what hints didn't hear out at all, just heard that they were originally one. All day to beat around the bush with the honors show love, he is quite good, always read the book is not the same, this show of love words are not with the same. Line, got it.
Mo Yan deliberately responded with impatience, but his eyes were staring straight at him.
Bend is one is he still implying that Benjamin can do it again tonight?
Feeling that this must be the case, Mo Yan grabbed the hand on top of his head down and put it into his own hand, just wanting to take advantage of it and touch it 2 more times first, when he suddenly noticed that the alabaster-like hand turned cold. Willow Folding Branch has no cultivation, cannot protect from the cold, he deliberately used spiritual power to help protect before he left the door, but this instant Willow Folding Branch felt cold, obviously not right.
Guest, are you here to look for someone?
Xiaoer's inquiry came from outside the door, and the 2 people in the room exchanged glances and looked at the door unannounced. There was only one person in the entire cultivation world who could bring about such an eerie aura that penetrated spiritual energy, the ghostly and haunted underworld Venerable Erishur Yui. I have an appointment with the white-clothed Taoist friend from the party, please lead the way. The man's warm voice rang out, but in a few moments the door of the elegant room was knocked on, not the inquiries of the youngest, but the voice transmitted by spiritual power. Folding Branch immortal monarch rarely comes down to the mountain once in a while, I haven't seen you for many years, and Erishur Yui is eager to ask for peace, so I hope to forgive you for coming here uninvited. The underworld immortal monarch Erishur Yu is also a ghost, the most powerful ghost in the entire cultivation world, practicing ruthlessness, but behaving as if it were the right way, full of civilized words, and still speaking of the right way's etiquette. But anyhow he is like the right way, Lu Folding Branch has never had any friendship with him, the hatred is quite a lot, in the past there are no less fights, just not as much as with the Mo Banquet fight, just. The last time with the Willow Folding Branch fighter 20 years ago, almost killed by the Willow Folding Branch, hurriedly fled back to the underworld closed. There are rumors that to come out of the closed, but no one has yet seen. Mo Banquet estimate that he is just out of the closed today, it is inevitable to worry.
This motherer is to find Willow Folding Branch revenge it. That a ghost aura are not covered, but also dare to come to the foot of the Chinkuan sect mountain to pick a fight, when this kid is also as arrogant as the old man?
Lan Yu was polite with Willow Folding Branch, but Willow Folding Branch was as if she couldn't hear him. He has never dealt with anyone, not to mention that this person took the initiative to come to the door to talk to him, not only is the social fear dare not care, but also do not want to pay attention to the bottom of the heart. Do not know, no friendship, so annoying. Originally down the mountain to see so many people is annoying enough, and now there are people chasing to the elegant room. Willow Folding Branch is really annoying, if there is still cultivation, Lan Yu just open his mouth he will directly a sword cut over. The two do not speak, Lan Yu does not mind at all, after waiting for a few moments, he pushed the door and stepped in, and performed a proper salute to Lu Folding Branch, arched his hand and said, Lan Yu has met Immortal Monarch, after a few years of separation, Folding Branch Immortal Monarch can still be well? Lan Yu a silver dress, although a ghost, face white as if wiped powder, but handsome looks, temperament warm, especially to Lu Folding Branch to perform the salute, cannot have the meaning of door to seek revenge, but rather like,
genuinely ask for peace.
Mo Banquet felt a little wrong, and hurriedly turned his head to look at Lu Xieji. After entering the door Lu Folding Branch took off the curtain hat, now wearing a mask cannot see the face, but can see the eyes, but there is no half a bit of unwelcome, just the usual indifference.
In fact, this is normal, Willow Folding Branch in front of outsiders are never this look, but today Mo Banquet but how to see how wrong? Could it be that they have a private friendship? Did they have a personal affair? He had no idea what he was brainstorming about as Willow Fold was also confused and didn't understand what Erishur Yui was doing. The two of them had only met on the battlefield, either they were both defeated or he had unilaterally beaten Erishur Yui so badly that he could not recover from his injuries, and on the battlefield, the swords were all drawn, but this was the first time they had met like this. Aha!
Willow Folding Branch answered, habitually responding to everything with a word, but in his heart, he was guessing what Erishur Yui wanted to do, whether it was to be polite first, and then military.
He still Mo Yan almost exploded with anger. Lu Folding Branch, you damn sure had an affair with him. Once the vinegar jar is overturned, Mo Yan's mouth will not spare people, open his mouth to scold, come to pay respect to my master, so worship? You're empty-handed and you're not collecting ghost energy, so who are you giving a hard time to? I'm sorry, it's my master who was rude.
Lan Yu turned his head to look at him, still smiling warmly and elegantly, and immediately collected his full ghostly aura. Afterwards, from the storage ring, he took out an exquisite box of golden nanmu, and sent both hands in front of Lu Sheji. Unusual objects should not be able to look at Immortal Monarch. Lan Yu personally refined 1,000 years of soul jade, and cast a jade hairpin for Immortal Monarch, and I hope that Immortal Monarch will not dislike it. Soul jade is only available in the underworld, it is the condensation of countless ghosts, and the 1,000-year-old soul jade is even rarer. Nourishing the soul has a miraculous effect, no matter whether it is used to nourish injuries or to cultivate, it is excellent. He sent 1,000 years of soul jade, or handmade jade hairpin. The attitude is really ambiguous. The hairpin is considered to be a personalized object, a hairpin, and it is always gifted by people who are close to each other.
Mo Yan's eyes are on fire. What the do you mean? Is this a gift or a favor? When I am dead.
Willow Folding Branch slightly frowned. The heart is also puzzled. Clearly their last just cut off an arm of Lan Yu. Lan Yu that day also threatened to take revenge. How to meet today instead of?
Like to please yourself?
Just a little token of appreciation, no offense to Immortal Monarch. Lan Yu put down the brocade box and made another salute to Lu Sheji. That day Immortal Monarch cut off one of my arms. After Lan Yu recuperated from her injury, she came to let Immortal Monarch take a look.
Look at. What?
Willow Folding Branch is not clear, followed by listening to him continue, closed for many years, and heard that the Mo Banquet soul flew away, no one to fight with Immortal Monarch. If Immortal Monarch feel boring, Lan Yu can accompany Immortal Monarch to spar to the fullest.
When these words came out, not to mention Lu Folding Branch, the furious Mo Banquet froze. No, why do I sound like he's here looking for a fight? Lao Zi died. He was afraid that Lu Folding Branch was idle and bored and could not beat people, so as soon as he came out of the gate, he came up. Looking for a fight with his eyes? This is simply outrageous to the home. Not waiting for Lu Folding Branch and Mo Banquet to react, another powerful aura appeared in the surrounding, but in the blink of an eye there is a man dressed in a green dress flamboyant present in the house. Good day, Immortal Monarch.
As soon as Demon Emperor Qingyu saw Lu Sheji, that handsome face was about to turn into a smile, itself a peacock, opening its screen on the spot. Its beautiful tail feathers trembled, and it was not at all obvious that it had ever had its tail chopped off by Lu Sheji.
Immortal Monarch. Immortal Monarch, my tail has grown back. Can you see if it looks as good as before?
The more Qingyu spoke, the more excited she became. If she didn't know that Lu Sheji didn't want to be close to others, she would have pounced on her directly.
If Mo Banquet dies, I can accompany Immortal Monarch to fight.
Saying this, he even plucked the most beautiful tail feather and sent it to Lu Sheji with his spiritual power. Don't listen to Lan Yu, he's not as resistant as I am to a fight.
Immortal Monarchs fight me. I'm the most resistant.
On one side is the gentle and courteous Lan Yu, on the other side is the lively and excited Qingyu. Although both of them have different personalities, but their demands are similar, both of them come to the door looking for a beating.
Willow Folding Branch was completely confused. It seems to be that they thought that Mo Banquet was dead, and they all rushed up to compete to be my nemesis, and they are still eager to find a fight? Mo Banquet also listened to the stupid. Look at the Willow Folding Branch and then look at the other two. A little reaction is not over today. This cultivation world is how? What is this situation? This honors but stayed in the cloud bamboo peak more than 10 years, outside has already become like this? Didn't they all say that Willow Folding Branch had made enemies all over the 6 realms, fighting with the demons, devils, and ghosts, and was regarded as a thorn in their side? Why is this so different from the rumors? They all want me to die, and then replace me as Lu Fuji's rival, and get beaten up by Lu Fuji every day. Chapter 67-65, It's not easy to fight for favor, Snake sells her skills. Such a development, who would not have thought? The human world in the 6 worlds covers the most extensive area, the most spiritual veins, at times by the rest of the 5 worlds coveted. Willow Folding Branch of these years to guard the human world, with those a few of the head of the world all fought. Battlefield which is not to fight to the death, although not as with the Ink Feast that is the immortal enemy, but is also a great hatred. Now this. Hades Zune and the Demon Emperor hurriedly rush to, and is to send gifts and is to please, to Willow Folding Branch whole will not. Moreover, he realized that Snake wasn't quite right either, with eyes that looked like they wanted to eat people. Senior, didn't you hear them?
Mo Yan hardened his murderous aura, trying to play the image of his good disciple, gritting his teeth. Master, instead make a statement.
Lu Folding Branch, you better say something that Lao Zi loves to hear, or go back and you will be finished. There are outsiders. Lu Folding Branch really do not want to talk. He only accepted Snake, did not accept others. Snake outside the presence of people he is still afraid to want to run, let alone talk. Make a statement? What am I going to say?
In the past, there was no need to say anything at all, just start the fight directly, and now without cultivation, it is really tied up. Lu Sheji silently misses the cultivation, intends to call Qing Yun's sword out, but suddenly heard Lan Yu call him.
Immortal Monarch is not to blame. Lan Yu did not mean to intrude, but just thought that Mo Banquet is dead, although the demon world has a new demon lord, but it is not comparable to Mo Banquet. The human and demon two worlds have accumulated deep grudges. I, the underworld, would like to work with the Immortal Monarch to seek peace for all the living beings. This is the most favorable bait, folding branch Immortal Monarch for the living world to bow and scrape. Everyone knows, Lan Yu's sincerity is full. Listening to Qing Yu are anxious, hurriedly interrupted him. Immortal Monarch, my demon world can also. Qing Yu is the youngest of several realms of the head. The demon realm is the most concerned about lineage. The Phoenix clan along with the divine realm together with the smoke disappeared. The peacock has become the entire cultivation world blood closest to the Phoenix clan, logically in charge of the demon realm. His young age will take over the demon emperor, although there are hundreds of years old, in the clan is only just the age of the crown. The nature is not so calm, changing ways to willow folding branch side to get, people are attached to the table, can be close to an inch is good. Immortal Monarch, you don't listen to Lan Yu's, he has a belly full of bad water, maybe one day we'll turn against the water. I'm not the same, I used to go to war with the human world or those elders forced, they also don't allow me to come to find Immortal Monarch to befriend, I because of this by them to read a number of years. Immortal Monarch, I'm so miserable. You first look at me it. A mouth full of crowns, a pampered to sell misery, Mo Banquet fire straight to the sky, if it is not cannot expose identity, now wanna get all dead. It is a group of what is. Damn a bite show Lao Zi has not been killed, and then came to. Master. These two words were squeezed out of his teeth, although he was smiling, but the eyes looking at Lu Folding Branch were full of warning, say something. Willow Fold moved her lips, thinking that he was making himself change his non-speaking behavior again, and she held her tongue for a long time before spitting out a word, aha. Mon? You dare to say yes? Willow Folding Branch, you ing dare to promise? He almost died of anger, the corners of Lan Yu's mouth slowly rose, and Qing Yu's face was on the verge of a smile. Is the Immortal Monarch promising me? Is it? Is it? Qing Yu turned his head and went to gather his tail feathers. Immortal Monarch, wait, I'll give you all the nice feathers. The male bird sends the most beautiful feathers is the meaning of courtship. What he has in mind can be seen by anyone. Lan Yu face warm smile faded, up hand to stop him, all gripped bald. You go back to how to explain to those elders? Qing Yu froze, and his feather-gathering hand froze. I alone am the master of all the underworld. Lan Yu's words changed, and he bowed again to Lu Shizhi. If Immortal Monarch doesn't mind, Lan Yu is willing to listen to Immortal Monarch's dispositions. As long as Immortal Monarch opens his mouth, the army of the underworld will immediately gather, and together with the human realm they will step on the demon realm, and will do their part in guarding the living world for Immortal Monarch. An opening is willing to Willow Folding Branch in the Demon World War, although the win on the underworld also has the benefit, but this approach is also really bold point. Step on the level of the demon world where there is so easy, casualties cannot be small. You. Qing Yu did not expect him to be so open-minded, gritted his teeth and also picked up, Immortal Monarch, I demon realm can also be, I will go back and tell the elders that the demon realm is much closer to the demon realm, it is much more convenient than their group of lone souls. Immortal Monarch, wait for me, I'll go back to say it now. He turned around to leave, but he heard Lan Yu laugh softly, if you go and say it, I'm only afraid those elders won't agree, why bother? Being mocked that he is not a single word in the demon realm and still has to be held back by the elders, Qing Yu was immediately furious and jumped to his feet. You shut up. Dog thing, you dare to mock me and steal the Immortal Monarch from me, believe it, or not I'll tear your mouth off. This father is just being truthful. The two of them were bickering, although Qing Yu was the one who kept bickering, and Lan Yu only occasionally said a sentence in a gentle manner, but that sentence was extremely lethal, and instantly managed to make Qing Yu's fire even bigger. At a glance, they are just fighting over the Willow Folding Branch jealousy. Mo Banquet nearly crushed the corner of the table, for the first time to know that rumors around the hatred of the high and mighty Immortal Monarch is so popular, even by the Underworld Zune and the Demon Emperor admiration. Then what the hell is my old man? No name, no favor, and you have to compete with so many people for favor? When I am the Hall of the Devil is a good bully. Shut the up. He couldn't bear to yell, but now that he was one of Willow Folding Branch's junior apprentices, neither Lan Yu nor Qing Yu paid any attention to him, but instead yelled at Willow Folding Branch who couldn't bear it anymore. How suddenly so noisy, so annoying, should not go out, and should not see outsiders, are so able to say, so what a return to the Cloud Bamboo Peak. Mo Banquet roared that he naturally will not blame more, because that is his snake, but Lan Yu and Qing Yu. He cannot care whether these two people are not in the fight for their own jealousy. He felt that the noise, and cannot go, then we must think of a way to solve the problem. So in the midst of Qing Yu and Lan Yu's bickering, a clear and cold voice suddenly rang out. Qing Yun. In an instant, Tilting Cloud's sword was sheathed, and the sword light shot out in all directions, at Qing Yu and Lan Yu, one by one. Outside rumors Folding Branch Immortal Monarch temper is not very good, very bad to be messed with, not all rumors, once upon a time to fight with people, 8 out of 10 times are those who pestered him to talk to him annoyed. Today is the same, even if there is no cultivation, he felt annoyed is also direct action. Speaking he dared not, cannot overcome the social fear, beating people he can too dare.
chattering on and on, then all beat up, after the beating either to make a grudge not to talk to him, or was beaten honestly do not dare to say, do not care how the result, anyway, it is resolved, there will be no one to pester him to talk.
Seemingly cold and indifferent people, the way to deal with problems has always been so simple and rough.
Although the Qingyun sword was not hurt, but Qingyu was cut off a tail feather, Lanyu was cut off a corner of the robe, two people do not know he did not have cultivation, just think that this is a mercy, do not want to really fight, just a little warning. After all, the first time they were beaten back then they were almost sent away by the willow folding branch. The real power of the pouring cloud sword is the sword as its name, in the hands of the willow folding branch can really pour clouds and chop the moon.
Many thanks, immortal monarch.
Lanyu humbly and courteously said thank you. Thank Lu Folding Branch did not move to kill. Look at Lu Folding Branch's eyes are also not the slightest bit of concealment of more and more gentle.
Taking a beating and still saying thank you? Mo Yan's eyes were glazed over. At least it is the head of a realm, but in order to compete for favor so no lower limit. You shameless. Cut.
Qingyu snorted, dog thing you less to their own face gold, immortal monarch first hit me, and then take care of you, you all day long body cold who wants to care about you, I have feathers, hold can be warm. Feeling that he was hit first is in the willow folding branch that more chance, green feather cheeky to be to the willow folding branch body to pounce, that.
Immortal monarch my feathers and soft and warm, you hug a little try it?
He not only said, but also really transformed into a peacock original body to willow folding branch that fly, Mo banquet on the spot to move, the devil's gas are almost overflowing, but Lanyu reached out and pinched the back of the peacock's neck, directly to carry back.
Being so abrupt, I'm afraid I'll disturb immortal monarch.
Arashuri Yui talked a good game, but his hand just flung out and threw Qingyu out along the window. Outside the window, snapping sound, Mo Yen heart a lot of relief, just breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly saw the ground there is a pile of peacocks appear form, delicate and weak lying there.
Oh.
Immortal monarch I fell so painful to immortal monarch hold can get up.
Lan Yu. Mo Yen, damn you shameless little colored chicken.
I'll roast you. Both of them were speechless to death, scoffing at his pouty playfulness, only Lu Shieji looked at the pretty and soft little peacock silently lighting up her eyes.
All little. Cute.
Qingyu as a peacock is not a person is still so beautiful and lovely, a pampering he really a little top. Seeing him staring straight at that little peacock, Mo Yen had a bad feeling in his heart. Lu Folding Branch like not human beings, but also do not like fierce, to a rabbit can be compassionate to carry back to keep, the small colored chicken is a peacock is not a person, not only not fierce but also will be pampered, this is not a combination of the advantages of me and Bai Qiu. Sure enough, the next instant he saw Lu Shieji getting up.
Master. Honor.
Mo Yen gritted his teeth with a single word, and the cup in his hand crushed. Lu Folding Branch looked at the little peacock on the ground that was pampering and begging for a hug, then looked at the angry Snake, remembering that Snake wouldn't let him raise another living being, he could only sit back silently. But his eyes did not leave the little peacock.
It was really cute and wanted to be petted.
He was in the way of Mo Banquet stopping him from hugging, but Qingyun's sword shared his mind and flew over to silently hold up the little peacock, and also excitedly spun around in the air twice. Qingyu was first stunned, then were almost excited silly, in the air a hard giggle, hey, immortal monarch hug me up hee. This is the Folding Branch Immortal Monarch's original life sword The sword cultivator's original life sword was the most valuable. Qingyu as a small child, happy not to hide, lowered his head to the pouring cloud sword a fierce kiss, hey, what is this? Folding Branch Immortal Gentleman's life sword, kiss. Hey immortal, kiss again. Lanyu on the side to see the body of the ghost Qi more and more cold. This little brat, even though he is a bit shameless, he really let him get the love of the Folding Branch Immortal Monarch. There is also the disciple of the Immortal Monarch, to the Immortal Monarch seems to be also. He had turned his head to see Mo Banquet's reaction, but he didn't realize that the chair had long since disappeared, and there was only a small snake humming and grunting in an effort to climb towards Lu Fui, crawling up to his chest spitting out letters and desperately wagging the tip of his tail.
Willow Folding Branch. Who the hell are you looking at? Show me this.
Mo Banquet saw Lu Folding Branch reached out to hold him, but also in the palm of the roll, turned out of the belly a hard twist, even twisting with rubbing, tail tip also went to wrap that onion white like fingertips.
Don't you like to touch the tail? I give you to touch. I'll touch your belly too. Forget the little colored chicken. His mother will never be mean to you again, you quickly forget about him. Chapter 66, A Snake Coaxing the Immortal Monarch to Eat? Bang!
The tilting cloud sword fell from the air, dropping Qingyu on the ground before staring straight at his own master and the little black snake that was relying on his master's arms to stick and rub against him.
What's going on? Doesn't the master like furry things? He doesn't have fur on that snake.
It was confused, feeling a bit unable to read its master's mind. Qingyu was lying on the ground even more wondering why he suddenly lost his favor, until he was guided by Lanyu to see the little black snake that was spreading like a dog to please Lu Shiji.
A snake?
Qingyu transformed into his human form with skepticism written all over his face, pulling on Arashiryu's sleeve so excitedly that he was close to ripping that sleeve off, and indignantly transmitting his voice.
I lost to a snake? An ugly snake?
Seeing him so devastated put Erisher Yui in a much better mood, smiling and nodding. Exactly. You. Him. Xingyu looked at him with a black face and then looked at the little black snake whose head was touched by Willow Folding Branch. His teeth were almost gritted. I swallowed him sooner or later.
Peacock eating a small snake is as easy as a hand.
Although he is young, but can be the head of a realm, Xingyu is not a vegetarian, immediately in his mind plotting how to find an opportunity to swallow the snake. Lanyu duly transmitted his voice to him from the side. Which day I will help you stall the immortal monarch and you go act?
You would be so kind?
Xingyu looked him up and down once, and coldly grunted, I'm not going to believe your bull, you dogs are the most insidious. I swallowed that broken snake in the front foot, and in the back foot you'll be able to denounce me to the immortal monarch, little cutie. Only then will I cooperate with you. Not only did he not believe in Erisher Yui, he also opened his mouth and told Lu Sheji, immortal monarch. Erisher Yui told me to swallow that disciple of yours.
He's so vicious. You're no good either.
Mo Yen spat his mail madly at the two of them, calculating in his heart that sooner or later he would have to get them both killed. Not only killed, but the demon realm and the territory of the underworld would also be returned to the demon realm. Dare to steal the demon queen from me, really tired of living. More hooks and corners. Lu Sheji is not interested, he has always disregarded these things, but related to the safety of Snake, he did not even think about it and blurted out, must not. Before the words fell, the pouring cloud sword returned to his side, although he did not hold the sword, but the aura around the body is austere up, the defense of the intention is more than obvious. If anyone dares to be unfavorable to his snake, that is to mess with him. Lu Shuaji. The tip of Ink Feast's tail lurched, and a moment later reared up, all but shaking out sparks of fire.
See, Lu Folding Branch's affection for Lousy is something you guys can compare to?
It's only after seeing you a few more times that her love for me is deep-rooted and sincere. Xingyu's face became even more ugly. Lanyu also almost couldn't maintain the warm smile on his face. Both of them couldn't figure out, in the end, from where suddenly appeared a snake, not only can be the Folding Bao immortal monarch's personal disciple, but also have the immortal monarch to be so valued and loved.
Demon world absolutely no such snake, or Xingyu could not know, and finally can only suspect is from the Cloud Bamboo Peak. Cloud Bamboo Peak is located above the spiritual veins, and all year round Bear Branch immortal nourished spiritual power. The birth of the spirit of the shape is not surprising, and grow in the Cloud Bamboo Peak. Maybe immortal some years ago will be raised, but only after the shape of the bring out only. Willow Folding Branch hundreds of years of dragon see the head and tail. Yunju Peak is not allowed outsiders to step in, the outside world who do not know the specifics of the inside, and do not know that he had nothing to do, to stay in the Yunju Peak to take a small snake to raise a boredom. Immortal monarch, of course I will not listen to him.
Xingyu didn't take himself as an outsider at all, sat down opposite Lu Sheji and smiled at him curtly. Immortal monarch rarely comes down to the mountain, but did you hear about the strange movements in the South Sea?
Immortal monarch asked me, I know everything. The South China Sea?
Willow Folding Branch impression does not have this matter. The following those people only said that the demon world may have collusion with the South China Sea shark race, but never said what the movement. He did not make a sound, only stared at Xingyu. Xingyu, anxious to please him, immediately continued to say, I sent people to see, the South China Sea should be underneath what a secret realm, the entrance is not open, but there is a strange spiritual power outflow, the sharks do not say where the specific strange, to talk to me to talk about the conditions before they are willing to say.
Indeed.
Speaking of business, Lanyu also took over. The shark race is located in the human realm. My underworld is not good to send too many people to investigate, but the people under my command also reported back that the patriarch opened his mouth to ask for 5,000 soul jades, saying that this matter will definitely be a great event that will stir up the 6 realms. Sharks are the ancient remnants of the race, does not belong to any sector, just the South China Sea happens to be located in the human world, in fact, does not listen to the orders of the human world. Willow Folding Branch has never cared about the matter, the sharks do not make a fuss, is never dealt with. To say who has dealt with the shark race in the 6 worlds, that is only the Ink Feast. To be precise, they had fought. There is a time when the South China Sea border treasure out of the world. Mo Bank would habitually go to seize the treasure, but also said that it is only the border, and does not count the South China Sea, not counting the shark race, everyone can go to fight, and finally not only really let him snatch it, but also with the shark race patriarch has fought. Willow Folding Branch vaguely remember when the system let him go over, it is best to bring White Autumn, because there is a what a key plot, is the protagonist's chance, but at that time he did not want to do a bit of the task, the right to pretend not to hear. However, one thing can be sure, the Shark Clan did not lie, the key plot, naturally, is able to stir the 6 realms of the big event. Thinking of this, Willowfold's movement of stroking the snake's head paused.
It seems like it's time to bring the snake over.
Both the main character's chance, and did not specify which one of the main character, do not share the White Autumn, all to my snake should not be considered disturbing karma. They are all protagonists, and should be regarded as one by the heavenly Tao. His heart was so biased that it had no bounds, thinking of giving anything good to his snake, looking at Xingyu and Lanyu who were obviously interested in the matter. Willowfold silently lowered her head and reached down to tug on the tip of the snake's tail and flicked it with her finger. Good snake, quickly talk, I cannot cope with one person, you say something, I can also take you forward by the way.
I'm not going to be able to do that. It wasn't enough for the tip of his tail to be held in his hands and played with, he even flicked it. Good really see the little colorful chicken to share away a lot of favor, once upon a time or touching, can be gentle. This time he dared to play, the next time shall not pull out the old man's scales to send that little colored chicken. You guys have something to say to me, the master thinks you guys are too noisy to see it. Mo Yen was so angry that he transformed into a form on the spot, and also pulled a chair to sit close to Lu Folding Branch, and could not wait to sit on Lu Folding Branch, and glared at the two people across the street, speak one by one, and disturb the purity of my master, a little bit of rules and etiquette don't know. Mouth said others have no etiquette, in fact, he has the most no etiquette, are the head of a realm and saying the right thing, his disciple generation of unauthorized interruptions not to mention, but also dare to roar. Lan Yu eyes slightly converged, Xing Yu clenched the teacup, but in the way of the willow folding branch favored him, in the end no one said anything. The shark race is after all an immortal monarch's human realm, and Erasure you thought that no matter what, he still needs to ask immortal monarch what he wants. Right, that's what I thought too.
Xing Yu had a good-natured look, immortal monarch, if you don't agree, even if there are any divine artifacts there, I definitely won't let the demon realm set foot in it. He. One by one, they were all here asking what willow folding branch meant, but Mo Yen saw through everything, it was currying favor no less, but there was definitely a test as well. If Lu Folding Branch does not agree, that is not a matter of whether they listen or not, with Lu Folding Branch's former cultivation and temperament, it is absolutely to come one to kill one, come two to kill a pair.
All ask my master's meaning, right?
Then you guys first give the conditions that the Shark Clan wants and inquire about the specifics before you say anything. Mo Yen, this mouth is not long for nothing, but quite useful to outsiders, mockery directly pull full, a little news cannot understand, say so much nonsense to my master, you guys are good.
Lan Yu. Shang Yu.
This feeling of being taunted to the point where their hands itched to kill something or someone, they hadn't experienced it in at least a decade, since the person who used to do it had been dead for 18 years. If they didn't know that the person in front of them was a snake, they would have thought that it was that thousand-killing demon Lord Mo Yen who had come back to life. How can he be so detrimental and so indebted? Why is there always this kind of person beside immortal Lord Folding Branch? The atmosphere in the elegant room was strangely silent when a knock suddenly sounded outside the door. Objective, your good wine and good food has come.
Send it in. Mo Yen answered.
Soon a few runners entered the door with wine and food, filling a large table. The right way of cultivation, pay attention to the grain. Folding Branch immortal monarch is notorious for not eating the earth. 6 worlds are known. Lan Yu looked at the wine and food, eyes darkened. Immortal monarch of the only disciple, really is 1,000 pampered, the master nephew good fortune. Are the head of a realm, is considered the same generation, he called the willow folding branch of the disciple of a nephew is not too much, just the nephew 2 words bite a little heavy, although the tone is gentle, the words of jealousy can be seen. After all, who has not seen the cold and indifferent folding branch immortal monarch to which people so attached, even if it is rumored that the much-loved little brother, have not heard of the folding branch immortal monarch to bring him to the city to wander around, but also with a taste of the wine and food in this building. They all thought that this was Lu Folding Branch to bring his disciple to eat wine. The snake demon has never eaten grains. Lu Folding Branch to bring him to see the world just. Lu Folding Branch doesn't care what the words say. Hearing him say that he loves snake, he immediately nodded slightly. Aha. Not only did he respond faster than usual, his tone was not so cold, and even brought a bit of gratification. Lan Yu's eyes even darker, Xing Yu also beside the angry to death, but the next instant both of them all pupils trembled.
Because that snake actually caught a chopstick of fish to feed Folding Branch immortal monarch? Taste if this fish is good, if it's not, spit it out.
In the street has fed several times, Mo Yen familiar with the way, Lu Feiji does not open his mouth he also sent to his mouth, as long as the attitude of sincerity, Lu Feiji does not eat he does not put down, and finally absolutely can open his mouth. Sure enough, the tempting red lips but a few moments to open, careful to eat the fish into, slowly chewing.
Really? Really eat it? The two people on the opposite side of the room had looked dumbfounded. Didn't they say that immortal Folding Branch had been abstaining from eating for hundreds of years? Why did he really open his mouth to eat? This is not like bringing that snake to see the world, but rather like that snake coaxing the immortal monarch to taste the delicacies of the world? Lan Yu and Xing Yu looked at each other and saw the same type of shock and skepticism in each other's eyes. A snake coaxed the immortal monarch to eat? Chapter 69-67, Color Makes You Wise. Mo Yen was more than just coaxing Lu Sheji to eat, he hated to kneel down and beg him. There is no cultivation is indeed still able to grain, but Lu Folding Branch body is too weak, always stay so see more and more thin, or have to eat something in order to grow some meat. He hugged the willow folding branch sleep day after day, naturally more clear than outsiders' willow folding branch body. Outsiders seem to be the same as in the past as thin, but this decade is one day more than one day thin, especially waist, from the previous robes are a little too wide. Let willow folding branch learn to enjoy, feel the joy of living is one aspect, coaxed him not in the valley, eat something to make up for the body, ink feast as a positive thing. So Lan Yu and Xing Yu see is He fed the dishes on the table one by one to Lu Folding Branch, coaxed to open his mouth, and then also do not need Lu Folding Branch to speak, just look at the reaction to see which love to eat, which do not love to eat put aside, do not love to eat directly removed. Folding Branch immortals love disciple mouth and damage and oh, but a heart as fine as the dust of the Lord, coaxing immortal monarch is very good, immortal monarch encountered do not love to eat to swallow the dishes, hesitation is not willing to spit, feel unseemly, and he can even reach out directly to pick up. What's wrong with that, don't like to eat just spit, I don't dislike you. More than words close, demeanor between the intimacy is also the bystanders do not dare to think of, clearly Folding Branch immortal is a cold and indifferent nature, high above the untainted mortal dust, to him this is not like the majesty of the master was his filial piety, rather like he is coaxing children. The more Lan Yu and Xing Yu looked, the more silent they became, dreaming that the immortal ruler who could kill them on the battlefield actually had such a slightly petulant side. This petulance and good temper seems to be given to only one person. If it is not dipped in the light of his disciple today, they estimate that they will not be able to see it once in a lifetime. So immortal monarch used to have to be served like this at Cloud Bamboo Peak? Xing Yu transmitted his voice and lamented with Lan Yu, not that he felt it was undeserved, but there was a sense of deserving it. If the word gets out that you can serve immortal Lord Folding Branch, it is estimated that there are many people in the 6 realms who would fight to the death to get into Cloud Bamboo Peak to serve you. That kind of fairy-like person, not to mention serving, is to take anyone's life, can be regarded as a lot of people as a blessing. That's a few hundred years a man and a sword to guard the human world, beat the rest of the 5 worlds do not dare to invade the slightest, the white clothes of the style of the snow I do not know how many people extolled, not to mention the human world, is the world of the demon world of the underworld or not lack of Folding Branch immortal gentlemen admirers. Cultivation world is the most strong, even if it is a hostile relationship, as long as you are strong enough, there are also a large number of people to worship you as a god. Willow Folding Branch is that god, not out of the human world, living in deep simplicity, hundreds of years of words do not say a few words, but in the whole world of cultivation has left a legend. But such a god, even by a black and colorful snake to get a chance to get close to, who cannot be jealous? Xing Yu looked red in the eyes and tried to come closer. Immortal monarch, the demon world also has delicious food, why don't you come back to the demon world with me to see? Demon Dan, have you ever eaten? Not only delicious, but also can grow cultivation. He is in order to compete for favor whatever, Demon Dan is the life of the demon race, just like the cultivator's Gene Dan, lost Demon Dan unusual big demon cannot live, but he wants to ask Willow Folding Branch to eat, with a little crazy like. Lan Yu listen to the heart, because that's really good stuff, eat on the growth of cultivation, faster than the cultivation. But Willow Folding Branch just looked at him faintly, because he was a human body at this time not a fluffy and pretty little peacock, so he took a look and withdrew his gaze, not even caring. Doing other people will be said to be high and mighty, proud to be beaten, but he did this thing is very reasonable, the whole cultivation world knows that he is such a nature, said ignore, the king of heaven came or useless. Xing Yu did not get angry, but stared at Willow Folding Branch to see straight to stare. Even if you don't show your face, just this one eyes are good looking tight, arrogant is really arrogant, but people have arrogant capital A, not to mention ignoring people, is to stare at him he felt he earned. That black and ugly snake, what right does he have? Xing Yu couldn't squeeze up, so he was so angry that he spat straight to Lan Yu in a voice transmission. The immortal monarch is absolutely gorgeous, those eyes are just dying of beauty, it would be nice if he opened his mouth and cursed me, it's been a few hundred years, and he's only spoken to me 3 times. 2 times as well, 1 time is to let me retreat, lead the demon race to retreat, he is angry or not scold me, I am so miserable He was there begging for Willow Folding Branch to scold him. Lan Yu was listening to him and was about to laugh at him when he heard Willow Folding Branch talking to him 3 times in the next sentence. The Folding Branch immortal monarch and I seemed to have spoken only 2 times. The smile on Lan Yu's face was completely untenable, and he couldn't figure out how he could lose to this little peacock whose hair was not even long, and the ghostly chi on his body had a surge, and it was hard to be pressed back by him. Immortal monarchs pay attention to the rules of decency, cannot collide with the immortal monarchs. The other 2 are not human beings, can be transformed into the original body to win the love of the Willow Folding Branch. Lan Yu does not have the advantage, silent for a moment and then talk about the business, thinking about in this matter to perform well. Immortal monarch, the matter of the South Sea, according to Arashuryu's view, it would be better to let the demon realm go forward to intervene. Mo Yan's chopsticks that were feeding Lu Sheji meat gave a start, and Lu Sheji also turned her head to look over. Candle Li has courage but no strategy, although there are 2 protectors under him that can be of great use, but in the end, they are not as shrewd as Mo Yan, a little instigation can cause him to have friction with the Shark Clan. Lan Yu is the best at calculating, sinister is notorious, but usually pretends to be gentle and elegant, an opening to offer a plan will be exposed, not to mention that Mo Banquet was offended by the sharks, the devil race and the sharks went to war, we sit and enjoy the benefits is not better? Mo Yan himself is here, he said in front of Mo Yan's face in a dignified manner that he wanted to count the devil clan. Willow Folding Branch's lips moved, and for a moment she didn't even know how to describe the absurdity of this matter. The plan is good, the key is the timing and location are not right, and now he recognized Mo Banquet is his snake, cannot do things that are harmful to the snake. Right, immortal monarch, Lan Yu finally said something human. As soon as Qing Yu heard them talk about serious matters, he also became a lot more serious. That Candle Li is a strawbag, he only knows how to cause trouble everywhere, wanting to lead the demon race to annex other people's territories. He doesn't have a brain at all. Without those two protectors to help him, he is nothing, and his cultivation is even more incomparable to that of Mo Yan. The two said are the truth, the candle away from the collusion of the righteousness of the year before counting the Mo Banquet. A large part of the reason is that Mo Banquet think he has no brain, so did not pay attention to him, and now even if you do the devil, no dying the moon and one show help, he is also not able to guard the devil world. The magic world is coveted by people as normal. Mo Yan heart also has a number, so he left the Die Moon and one show help guard, but one or two of them coveted Lao Zi's Devil Queen, not to mention that they also thought about Lao Zi's Devil Realm. They really think I'm dead. Mo Yan laughed coldly in his heart, and his mouth was also gloomy, letting others go to the front. What are you two doing for food? What are you two doing? You can only move your mouths as trash? In the end is not sincere with the master to befriend. In my place, if the master is interested in this matter, I must bear the brunt to go to the South China Sea, for the master to do everything well and then come back to report, and will never let the master to be bothered by such trivial matters. And damaging, in a few words, he heard both Arashir Yu and Qing Yu blacken their faces. Speaking lightly, is the South Sea that easy to enter? Do you really think that the sharks are vegetarians? They all know that he is the one who only moves his mouth and speaks without being responsible for blowing up the sky, and Mo Yin himself knows it, because he is just talking nonsense there. But there was one person who believed it. That was Willow Fold. Willow Folding Branch truly feel that this approach is good, do what to count this, but also coveted the snake's magic world. It would be better to go directly to the South China Sea to ask for a clear, simple but also effective. Aha! Willow Folding Branch nodded slightly, spitting out 4 words in everyone's shocked and uncertain gaze. Move immediately. Lan Yu. Worthy of being an immortal monarch, he is all righteousness and acts decisively. Chang Yu. Immortal monarch is so powerful, mesmerized me, I want to go with immortal monarch too. The eyes of the two were either appreciative or worshipful, but Mo Yan was directly dumbfounded, looking at Lu Xieji couldn't believe what he was hearing. You don't have cultivation right now. Where the hell are you going? Where are you going? You don't want to die. Master. Your honor. Mo Yan aggravated his tone in an attempt to remind him, but he heard even more outrageous words. No matter what it is, Shifu will definitely fetch it back and gift it to Xianji, okay? Lan Yu and Qing Yu have already tired of saying the word envy. The immortal monarch is going to personally go to the South China Sea, for the sake of surprisingly giving something good to this snake, who heard it without envy. This can be really painfully favored to the bone. Beloved and favored Mo Yan. Nice ass. Willow Folding Branch, you can't live one day without making a fool of yourself, can you? You don't have the strength to do anything. I'm tired of trying to save your life. Can't you treat me like a human being? He couldn't say the real reason, so he could only find an excuse to stop him. Master, Cloud Bamboo Peak still has a bunch of affairs waiting for you to go back to deal with. This is a good thing in favor of Snake. This time Lu Folding Branch cannot be afraid to open his mouth at all, full of giving snake. What good things? So he opened his mouth and refused. There is no hurry. Haven't confided in the bystanders yet. Why don't you go back and discuss it? If Master Teacher is going out of town, at least talk to those patriarchal elders. No need. Willow Folding Branch felt that it was completely unnecessary. He never needed to confide in the bystanders about what he was going to do. It had been like this for hundreds of years. But the South Sea Shark Clan is not a good person, in case there is any accident. Before Mo Banquet finished his words of persuasion, Willow Folding Branch faintly spat out a word, kill. He is a social fear, but his temper cannot be considered good. Someone stop him to do what is right, but also do not know what is right, touch his bottom line or directly killed. Otherwise, why did Immortal Lord Folding Branch's reputation spread throughout the 6 realms? It's all because of the years that Willow Folding Branch fought out by himself. Mo Yan began to regret it. Today it seems that he shouldn't have brought Lu Xieji out. This person has a burst of temper. He doesn't care about anything on weekdays. Once he decides on something, 8 horses can't pull him back, and he is so angry that he dies. It's not impossible to break into the South China Sea. He can go by himself, but he doesn't feel confident to bring Willow Folding Branch with him. In case something happens, isn't this going to kill him? This thought flashed past. Mo Yan has not realized that he regarded Lu Folding Branch as more important than his own life. Still racking his brain to find an excuse, he heard the opposite 2 love rivals a sentence. Immortal monarch deserves to be an immortal monarch. With such vigor, Lan Yu really admires it. Ha 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 ha, immortal monarch charmed me, ha 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 ha. One is full of appreciation and fascination, one is almost drooling out of his mouth. Mo Yan is so bad that he can't wait to directly knock out Lu Xieji and carry him back to Yunju Peak. This group of shameless people, Lu Folding Branch said a word to charm them to death. The most important thing to remember is that you have to be able to get the best out of them, and you have to be able to do it.
Seeing that his expression was not right, Lu Fuji raised her hand to his head and repeated, "For Xianji." Mo Yen was stunned, and without even thinking, he blurted out, line, good, go go go, I'll accompany you." Willow Folding Branch was satisfied, took back his hand and responded, "Aha." At the same time, when Xiao and Daimoon, who were far away in the demon realm, received their own exalted lord's voice transmission together.
South China Sea border, go quickly, remember to meet by chance, don't expose my venerable lord's identity, you might have to fight.
A short sentence, so informative that when Xiao froze.
Who does your holiness want to fight with? The Sailor Clan? The three of us will fight the Sailor Clan?
When Xiao hadn't heard such an outrageous order before, his brows furrowed. "Perhaps your holiness is drunk on wine and babbling." Daimoon casually burned the newly acquired brocade, looking at the firelight, the corners of her mouth lightly hooked.
"Nonsense? I think it's the color that makes you lose your mind.
Don't say it's to fight the Sailor Clan. People are just letting the venerable lord fight the Heavenly Tao. His untalented one can instantly take us to fight.
Chapter 68, Arrogant Snake turns good dog online.
Mo Yen is too familiar with the matter of fighting. He reigned for hundreds of years, did not take the demon race out of the demon realm to fight a battle, but he himself has fought all over the 6 realms, wherever there is a lively where to go. Especially when it comes to the treasure out of the world, because I know that there is a treasure out of the world, that there must be a willow branch. He felt out the law, back and forth to smell the flavor to go. But before our fighting with the willow folding branch, this time is to protect the willow folding branch without cultivation. He has never been more cautious and careful, and not crazy, and even fearful. What made him the most angry was that Lan Yu and Qing Yu had to follow along. It is good to have a few more people to fight the Sailor Clan, but these two coveted his demon queen. Neither of them is a good person, and at any time, they may stab him in the back. It is no different from having 2 more enemies.
Isn't it necessary to go back and bring more people along?
Mo Yen poured a cup of wine for Lu Shiji and drank a cup himself before asking him, "In case there is a real fight, it's good to have more people."
No need.
There was no way Lu Folding Branch would let the disciples in the sect get killed. He was accustomed to being alone, and never brought anyone to a fight.
"Isn't there still me?"
Qing Yu positively introduced himself. "Immortal monarch, you call on me. I understand the rules and etiquette of your righteous path. I am also diligent, much better than those small disciples of your righteous path."
Lan Yu is also at Immortal Monarch's disposal.
The two people each had one sentence, and just cut off Mo Yan's words. Lu Shiji dripped wine and pushed that wine cup back. Not only did she not drink herself, but also did not allow Mo Yan to drink. He was afraid to drink to avoid trouble, and never did anything to delay the matter, decided to move.
"Xianji, let's go."
Only calling Mo Yen to go with him, Lan Yu and Qing Yu also cheekily followed. Lu Shiji heard the footsteps behind him and frowned slightly without making a sound. He didn't like outsiders following, but it wasn't a big deal, too lazy to care or talk much.
"Following is fine, just stop yakking and making noise."
Willow folded her arms and thought as she walked. If it is noisy again, then open the teleportation array or thrown back to their respective territories. Well, after all, is the head of a realm, it is not good to kill. Shimen Duinjia is the strong point of the Willow Folding Branch, talent on no one can reach, have not been teachers to inherit anyone, are their own reading of ancient books to study, otherwise he did not have the cultivation which dares to go to the South China Sea to find the sharks. Just weekdays cultivation and swordsmanship with more. The 6 worlds of people only know that he is proficient in this art, but do not know the specific proficiency to what extent. Even Mo Yen, who has been with him for more than 10 years, has never gotten a glimpse of the whole picture. Dozens of spirit stones were slowly arranged in the secluded alley in strange shapes, looking like a mess, but Lu Shiji casually pinched a knack. The spirit stones were just like alive, floating in the air to spread out the spiritual qi, forming a subtle formation. Spirit stone can be used to trade, can absorb the spiritual qi cultivation, but it is the first time someone used to open the array. Lan Yu and Qing Yu do not know that he has no cultivation, can only find another way to look at TSK wonder. Immortal Monarch is worthy of being an immortal monarch, Lan Yu admires.
"Immortal Monarch, you are awesome.
I have so many spirit stones, in all colors, I'll go back and pack them all up for Immortal Monarch to send to Qiankuan sect." A sincere praise, a clunk to dig the spirit stone to please. Mo Yen stood behind Lu Shiji. The more he listened to the more angry. Do not understand how someone can be so shameless. Good words like no money, net used to coax other people's demon queen. No wonder Lu Finji always said he was fierce, dare to listen to these gorgeous but not real bull and others.
What's the point of being nice? Can I protect you like I'm doing my best to save your life? Willow Folding Branch, you ungrateful bastard.
He wanted to curse in his heart, and he held back halfway through the curse, thinking that those words were a little excessive to use to curse Lu Folding Branch.
And also Lu Folding Branch said not to let the curse to come.
Watching Lan Yu and Qing Yu being extremely pleasing to Lu Folding Branch, the more Mo Yen looked at his heart, the less he felt. In the past, I thought that no one would want to take Lu Fuji, but this time I have seen how hot in the end, and then the arrogant devil also inevitably have a sense of crisis in his heart. His mouth does not say, but subconsciously think of having to change their own temperament.
At least first do not scold it.
Although it is the Devil Queen, but in the end has not yet cheated back to join the register. It, Willow Folding Branch and a stubborn temper, more stubborn than him, not very good to cheat, or first try to pretend to be good, first cheat back to join the register and then say it. Willow Folding Branch did not say a word, he and his own to the strategy to understand, squeeze away from the Lan Yuqing feather to the side of the Willow Folding Branch, transformed into a small black snake along the Willow Folding Branch arm, climbed up to the shoulder, spit off the letter, kissed the white tender side neck. Lan Yu, this snake is really shameless to the extreme.
Xing Yu, shameless. You broken snake. Aha, you roll down. Two people on the sidelines to see the anger burning, Moyen flaunted his too sound, good behavior to rub the Willow Folded Branch to reach over to touch his hand. Pretend to be a good boy can win them, the old man pretend value. He was so pleased with himself that he didn't realize that in the eyes of Lan Yu and Cheng Yu, he was a snake pretending to be a dog, more than a dog. Spoiled rolled rubbing hands, were like a snake, the dog saw the master are not so fawning him. The most annoying thing is that the immortal monarch really eat this set, was pleasing to him around the aura are softened quite a lot, touching the snake head rubbing snake tail, so intimate. Lan Yue and Xing Yu envious and jealous of Kung Fu, array without warning start, Lu Xieji's body just disappeared in front of the eyes, only took away the snake, leaving them to look at the empty ground face green. I'll swallow that snake sooner or later. Damn broken snake.
Xing Yu was so angry that he turned the alley into ruins with a slap. There was a boundary around it so that the pedestrians coming and going outside couldn't see it, and he wasn't relieved when he was done hitting it, so he gave another kick to Erasure Yui.
It's all your fault. You dog. If you hadn't messed up, Immortal Monarch would have definitely taken me.
The little peacock with no hair growing is here to make a scene again. Lan Yu took a step back and laughed softly. If you don't fight for yourself, how can you blame others?
You're less of a yin and yang here.
Xing Yu went up to hit him but was grabbed by the wrist, so angry that he went to kick him again. When you weren't a ghost, little master was the demon clan's young lord. Dog, what are you arrogant about? Back then, if it was not for the young master to pick you back to the demon clan to give you the opportunity to cultivate, you now do not know where to do, lonely ghosts. You dog thing still dares to steal the immortal monarch from me. That young feather even transformation will not. Palm-sized small peacock slipped out of the demon clan to play, in the boundary outside just to see the dying Lan Yu. He was greedy to play, the first time out of the demon world, but also the first time to see the human race, do not know what is life and death, not only did not save people, but also with the mouth out of the soul of Lan Yu, completely to the death. When he took the soul back to the demon world, the old demon emperor didn't want him to be tainted with Lan Yu's karma, so he let the demon soldiers under him teach Lan Yu to cultivate, lest the soul fly away from the heavenly way to settle the account on Xing Yu's head. Lan Yu talent is high, but also diligent, a ghost also cultivation speed by leaps and bounds, is a small peacock always bother him, cannot speak, will not look at people's faces, day after day to pester him to play with him. Later, the little peacock learned to speak, and began to let Lan Yu to repay the favor, forcing Lan Yu to take him out of the demon world to go to the human world to see what kind of. In the demon world stayed for 10 years, Lan Yu a daily by that do not understand also extremely lively and active little young master pestered, and then went to the underworld, step by step up to do the underworld, or from time to time by the Xing Yu scolding. Because he wanted to go, Xing Yu cried and shouted not to let, finally did not keep him this playmate. In fact, it is not even playmate, he is older than the green feather, even if it was a ghost, but also in the crown of the ghost, in the human world can be married and have children at the age of which can play together, said it is to bring the child is almost. Lan Yu looked down to see was kicked dirty robes, and then look at again with their own wild little cub, in the end is not angry, good-tempered to let go of the person, a few hundred years, when you can fool around enough? Have this fooling around effort, why don't you cultivate properly? Don't need you to care. Xing Yu glared at him angrily. When you rolled out of the demon realm that year, little master told you that you'd be enemies if you met again in the future. Steal the immortal monarch from me again, I'll kill you. After roaring, he tore through space and chased after Willow Folding Branch. Lan Yu helplessly shook his head and raised his hand to change his robe, throwing the dirty one still side. Get out of the demon world? Also don't know which little brat outer robes are torn to me, begged me not to go. When the two of them were confronting each other, Willow Folding Branch had already brought Mo Banquet to the border of the South China Sea. The teleportation formation appeared out of thin air in the woods, with only a slight fluctuation in aura, causing no difference, not to mention not being discovered by the sharks. This is the benefits of the formation than tearing space, very hidden. Mo Banquet looked straight up. Back then, if I knew this, how many more treasures I had to grab. As long as you hide the demonic aura, is to sneak into the Qiankuan sect to look for Willow Folding Branch fights will probably not be found. Master. Mo Banquet in the Willow Folding Branch shoulder turned belly even twisted and rub, pampering cute has been perfected, while rubbing while asking him, you this array I can learn? Snake likes it, I'll teach you when I return to Cloud Bamboo Peak. Willow Folding Branch unconditionally spoiled him, not to mention a formation, as long as he are willing to teach. There were no outsiders, and he called Snake Snake again, still preferring this name. Although the peacock is fluffy and pretty, but also not as good as his Snake Snake, or Snake Snake is the most good and best. The mask lifted half, vaguely revealing the shape of a beautiful and wide eye-catching chin. Lu Folding Branch suddenly noticed that there are two sets of breath around close, instantly put down the ink feast. The mask is also reattached.
Mo Yen was so angry that he almost vomited blood.
When he recognized who those two auras actually belonged to, he was even more furious and wanted to die.
These two accomplished things are not enough. Can't you see I'm busy? Can't you wait a while before coming here?
As soon as Dai Moon and Wenxiu appeared, before they could stand still, they were confronted by a pair of vertical pupils that were about to spit fire, and the owner of those vertical pupils was standing on Folding Branch Immortal Monarch's shoulder, frantically spitting out letters at them. Wenxiu was confused. He knew that it was the Venerable Master, but the Venerable Master called him to come. Why did he still look like he didn't quite want to see him? Dai Moon, leaning on the trunk of the tree, pressure did not look carefully, hand also holding a pot of wine, tilted his head to drink when a few drops of wine along the chin fell on the body. Along the loose robe did not enter the chest, so not a good flow of waves. Drinking all the wine before he wobbly got up, to the Willow Folding Branch salute. The tone is still consistent, lazy and frivolous. See Immortal Monarch, not seen for many days. Immortal Monarch style even better than before. The right way cannot have such a cultivator. Lu Folding Branch is not willing to meddle in people. Also know that he is the protector of the Mo banquet. Guest should be called by the Mo banquet. This does not want to pay attention to, but he that all of the wine breath Lu Folding Branch do not like, smell difficult. Don't want to see, don't like, these two factors together, Lu Folding Branch can't not care. Well, kind of want to kill. But he's Snake's protector, so it's better to just fight away, not really kill. Tilting Cloud sword out of the sheath unexpectedly, no one reacted, straight to the Dai Moon went. When Xiu hurriedly blocked in front of the Dai Moon, Mo banquet is even more shocked, transformed into a human body, a whole Willow Folding Branch.
No, what's going on? How did he mess with you? Have a good conversation, don't meet and kill It's even if you want to kill Erisher Yui and Qingyu, but Dai Moon is one of your own. Who did he learn to kill at the drop of a hat? I'm a devil, and I've been rumored to be a bad guy, but I'm not like him. Who the hell is this big devil? Chapter 71, 69, Your Holiness pissing off his arch-nemesis?
Willow Folding Branch hadn't moved to kill. He himself was held by Mo banquet. Xingyun's sword was also blocked by Wenxiu, and Dying Moon even instantly put away that prodigal look. The three people all looked at Lu Shiji, did not understand why he met and fought.
Him. Both of them are also demons. Mo Yen was afraid that he would want to kill again next time, and hurriedly started to make up. Didn't I tell you that I want to be a demon lord?
I turned the two of them first, last time I went down the mountain to do this. They disliked Candle leaving for being a stupid straw man. They were both willing to follow me.
Mo Yen said while giving Dai Moon and Wenxiu a wink. You guys say, are you willing to betray Candle leaves and follow me?
Wenxiu did not make a sound, feeling that his hall of demonic dignity still have to make up lies to deceive his nemesis is too flattering, but Dai Moon is quite cooperative, smiling and nodding. That's natural, we are following Candle leaves is almost exhausted, to seek a new master is also a human nature. After saying this, he also bowed towards Lu Shiji, Immortal Monarch. I don't know where Yenyue has offended, so I'll make amends to Immortal Monarch first, and I hope that Immortal Monarch will make it clear. Exalted Lord went undercover, forced to please his nemesis even he followed to please. When Xiu looked at the eyes complex, how to think how absolutely humiliating. Stronger is right, sympathy is also understandable, but good and evil are not two sides. Immortal Monarch is in addition to the devil to defend the Immortal Monarch, in addition to them, these demons, how to venerate the Lord in dying the moon are. Whether it is respect or appreciation also do not have to be so humble to please it? I'm afraid I'm not crazy. His one-track mind was destined not to understand, and even thought that this was some kind of ploy by His Holiness and Dai Moon, so he just stood there and waited, with his body's spiritual energy ready at any time, and if His Holiness made a move, he would be the first one to rush up to help His Holiness capture Immortal Monarch Folding Branch. Thinking about it, the ear suddenly resounded with the voice of his own venerable master. What are you waiting for, you wooden head? Why don't you hurry up and make amends to Willow Folding Branch? Wenxiu? I'm not at fault, why do I have to make amends? He didn't understand, but he knew to follow orders and bowed upright to Lu Shiji. Make amends to Immortal Sovereign. Immortal Sovereign is not to be blamed. Just bowed his head, not even bending his waist. Dai Moon looked speechless and directly reached out to him to press him down. When Xiu's body stiffened, thinking that Lu Shiji wasn't his master and shouldn't be subjected to such a big salute at all, but the one who pressed him was Yenyue, so he obediently bent his waist in the end, and thought that if His Eminence and Yenyue were doing this, there must be some reasoning behind it. The trio's small movements Lu Shiji all watched in their eyes. The more they watched, the more they felt that something was wrong. Snake seems to be treating me as a little cutie again. Cheat? Not to mention how a demonic snake convinced Dai Moon and Wenxiu to follow, just based on what Snake said earlier about having a grudge against Mo banquet, then these two Mo banquet's cronies shouldn't be on Snake's side either. Lu Shiji was a bit helpless as he lied, but he couldn't even tell a complete lie. It's just a matter of time, I'd better go along with Snake and pretend for a while. Aha! Willow Folding Branch nodded slightly and obediently collected the tilted cloud sword.
Mo Yan only thought that he trusted him unconditionally, and even raised his eyebrows proudly towards Dai Moon and Wen Xiu. I'm not sure if you've seen it, but I'm sure you've seen it. Willow Folding Branch is even more shrewd. When he meets me, he is also mesmerized by beauty, showing love to me all day long. He believes whatever I say. They are here to go with us to the shark race. I think that 2 more people also have 2 more forces. Lan Yu and Chang Yu are outsiders. Maybe when they stabbed in the back, they are their own people. As soon as he said this, Willow Folding Branch could not pretend anymore. They are together? Yes, if you have anything, just order them to do it. You are my master. I listen to you. They must also listen to you. Mo Banquet was gorgeous, feeling that he could make use of Dai Moon and Wen Xiu in front of Lu Shiji in the future in a bright and honorable manner, not thinking that he would be splashed with cold water in the next instant. May not. Ink Feast? No, why not? They're obedient, and they listen to you, really. Lu Folding Branch does not like fierce, like obedient. Mo Yen sort of remembered, crazy from this aspect to persuade him. You do not like someone close, they follow from afar, serve a tea and pour a water, and do not occupy a place not to cause trouble, just reluctantly take it with you? Master, you bring it. Speaking to the end, he was begging Lu Folding Branch to agree. Dying the Moon almost laughed out loud. He knew that the Lord of the Immortals will be finished. The dog like simply no eyes, from the former in the demon world, day after day to read people, nothing to go to the human world and wait for people to go down the mountain and then blearily to get up, but also this point of interest. He saw through everything, but when Shio looked stupid, see his own master and his begging and pampering, think the world are not real. Your Holiness. Your Holiness is crazy? 2 unfamiliar gazes fell on the body at the same time, but also both strange and strange. Willow Folding Branch social fear is guilty again, do not want to take them at all, but the snake is pampering him again, he really cannot bear to refuse. Master, just try to bring them for a time. If they don't perform well, you can clean me up however you want to clean them up. Don't be polite, they're all your own people, resistant to being beaten up. Lu Folding Branch. I don't really like beating people up. Being abraded by Snake for a while, Willow Folding Branch in the end compromised. Looking at his face, looked squarely at Wen Xiu and Dai Moon for a time, and then said to Dai Moon, bathe and change your clothes to dissipate the smell of alcohol. The clear and cold voice is not a command, it seems to be just a casual remark, but only so said with the majesty of a sword on the battlefield in the past to cut down 10,000 devils, so that people know as soon as they hear it. If they don't do it according to what he said, then there is no way to discuss it. At this time, Mo Banquet realized why he moved towards Dai Moon, should be not like the wine smell on Dai Moon. Thinking about it, he has always loved cleanliness, it is only normal that he is not accustomed to it. Yes, immortal lord. Without waiting for Mo Banquet to command, Dai Moon herself replied respectfully, her figure disappearing in place and seeking the stream to bathe. The level of obedience saw Wen Xiu in a daze. Isn't it usual that even the words of the honorable lord don't listen too much? How come the immortal sovereign said that he was afraid that Dying Moon had gone crazy as well? He rushed to follow the go, afraid of the venerable master, and Dai Moon playing what dumb riddle he did not understand, is not to go to prepare to catch the folded branch immortal monarch, but just chase the Dai Moon breath stood, will see the stream and the water a cut in the sunshine, white glowing arm slowly raised. Wow! Dai Moon poked her head out of the water, her wet hair plastered to her body, beads of water falling down her hair onto her shoulders and sliding off inch by inch. A beauty out of the bath was naturally a top-notch scenery. When Shio frozen in the shore, never thought he really came to bathe, a moment of brain reaction cannot come, should instantly avoid all forgotten. When he was lost in thought, a pillar of water suddenly rose up from the stream and was carried by the spiritual power to fall down, drenching his entire body. Ha! A playful and frivolous laugh rang out, and when Shio didn't even care about the water on his face, he just looked towards the owner of that laugh, and then he was splashed again. What, you want to come down and bathe together? It didn't matter if he looked at him or not, but he just found it amusing to see his soupy appearance, and he was splashed 2 or 3 more times in a row. Wen Xiu stood there motionless every time, just like a wooden stake, so he could bully him any way he wanted. Waiting for him to finally stop his hand, Wen Xiu only returned, I will give you a guard, lest the bystanders come close. Said while turning his back, his head is still dripping down water. Also don't know to use spiritual power to dry, when it is really dull to the extreme. Bullying people still can't see that person to give some reaction. Dai Moon feel meaningless, also don't care about him. According to Willow Folding Branch said serious bath, also use spirit power to dissipate the wine gas. Every time the sound of water comes from behind, when Shio's back will be tensed for a minute, his mind keeps flashing over the image of seeing him bathing, but in the end, he didn't turn back to look at it again, he didn't even peek at it. Until his shoulder was tapped, he was just about to turn back. Dai Moon had already dressed and walked in front of him with his back turned to him, making a slave-like, casually pointing at the still wet inked hair. Dry it for me, will you tie your hair? Will. When Shio's words had not yet fallen before he began to serve him, the first time to tie his hair, not too skillful, some overwhelmed. A careless force is a little too big, pull in pain, that soft and boneless hand back is a slap, is hitting him in the face, snap sound is very loud. When Shio froze, and met Dai Moon's teasing eyes looking back at him, why, angry? No. When Shio shook his head and looked at his hand again, does your hand hurt?
This can be really good-tempered excessively. Daimon are a little confused, raised his hand but also want to give him a slap. Think about it yourself, feel excessive. Finally put his hand down again. This stuffed gourd like a dull person is really boring. Very bully, also bully, not out, what fun, forget it. He was about to go, but the afterglow saw just bathed in the stream there is a beautiful fishtail flashed, obviously splashed but silent, even the breath cannot be detected. Almost instantly, a long sword descended from the sky, splitting the stream in half, and the talisman paper on the sword dripped without touching the water, fluttering down onto the half-exposed fishtail. The silver-colored fishtail twisted and struggled for a moment, and soon became disengaged. Along with the talisman paper, it went ashore. So finally revealed the full appearance of the shark. The upper body is no different from the human race, but the lower body is more than a meter-long fishtail, scales as bright as jade, luminous. Mo banquet with Lu Folding Branch appeared. Xing Yun's sword also returned to Lu Folding Branch side. Daimon would have liked to touch the shark's fishtail, see the situation instantly stand upright, but also their own with the fastest speed bundled up the hair.
Immortal monarch, so may follow to serve? If there's still something wrong, immortal monarch, just say it.
Although still a red dress, but with the previous two people, serious really with the righteous sect disciples like, in front of the willow folding branch of the prodigal nature of the convergence of the little left.
Mo Yan looked shocked. This kid turned out to be able to be so serious? So it is to take the old man talk as fart, these years lazy to listen to?
When show is even more eyes have changed, look at so serious Daimon, and then look at the side of the willow folding branch, heart are half cold.
He is a leaning immortal monarch?
The master and servant, three people do not have a normal brain. Sharks are captured, but no one does not do the right thing. Willow folding branch to the Daimon faint him a sound, simply personally toward the sharks walked over, say. That sharks cannot distinguish between male and female, lips red, teeth white, appearance beautiful, tearful, look very pitiful, mouth gibberish, who do not understand the words, said while crying. The shark race seems to be like this, will not speak human language, or shark language.
Mo Yan explained from the side. This was how he fought with the Shark Clan chief last time. The chief said something he couldn't understand, and in the end, he just defaulted to cursing him, and directly started fighting. I thought that Willow Folding Branch can understand or have a way to communicate. The result is that he did not react. Xing Yun's sword directly on the neck of the sharks. Say. Lu Folding Branch is still a word. That shark scowled and looked at him. Mouth gibberish words also stopped. With a sobbing tone of shock, they all say that the masked immortal monarch, chest of life, all righteousness, you. How you are so rude and impolite, more unreasonable than that murderous demon monarch Mo banquet. Other than Willow Folding Branch, everyone else present was confused, especially Mo Yan. You Shark Clan can speak human language? The shark glared at him and simply ignored him, much less answered. In the end, it was Willow Folding Branch who looked at his snake being cheated, a little heartbroken, patiently explaining with him. The sharks are arrogant, God's world legacy, always look down on today's 6 realms of living beings, they do not care to talk, will be 6 realms of living beings as barbarians of the race, is their slaves, if it is 3 times refused to say, kill is, do not have to pay attention to. In front of listening or serious explanation, the back is obviously not right. Mo Yan tried to ask a question, you should not have killed it? One day passing through the South China Sea, there is a shark race first moved, all killing moves, afterward those few sharks were caught by me, speaking is the shark language. What happened afterward?
Willow Folding Branch recalled the scene of that day, briefly and concisely, I can't understand, perhaps it was cursing me, so I killed it. Daimon and Wenxiu were listening attentively, but at the end, they were confused. Why did they feel that this speech was somewhat familiar? Wasn't this what your holiness said when he returned to the demon realm after the fight with the sharks? Chapter 72-70, Immortal Monarch playing rascal. When the captured sharks said that Lu Folding Branch was rude and impolite, Daimon and Wenxiu still thought it was nonsense, but now that they heard Lu Folding Branch himself say this, acting no differently than even their venerable lord, for a moment their filters on immortal monarchs were all a bit shattered. I thought it was a bright as the moon fairy-like people, one with the lord on the side of the inexplicably seemed to die the mortal dust, not so high above. Mo banquet at first also a little confused, and then on a happy, that mouth cannot close. Worthy of being my devil queen. Her thoughts are exactly the same as Lao Zi's, she was born to be a demon empress. Several people are busy talking, no one cares about the shark that speaks human language, that little shark is still not very young, was born by the clan to instill the idea of superiority over all the 6 realms of living beings, was so hung out to dry to die of anger, and finally angry and cried. You wanton. All of you are reckless. I'm going to punish you all. Ignorant barbarians. You're just a fish and you dare to challenge me? Mo banquet just convergence of demonic energy to scare him, a talisman directly floated over and landed on top of his head, the little shark again want to speak cannot say, can only whimper, closed his mouth and screamed. In addition to the hands of the Willow Folding Branch, the rest of the people are silent. When Shou looked at Daimon with a confused face, Daimon shook her head to show that she didn't dare to squeak, and turned her head to look at Mo Yan, who hesitated for a moment and tentatively opened his mouth to ask, shouldn't that interrogate him, not letting the talk out of his mouth for fear of not being able to ask out, right? Willow folded his eyebrows slightly wrinkled, looked at the shark coldly, spit out a word, noisy.
Now even the shark was speechless. What happened to the promised righteous immortal monarch's immortal demeanor? Why is he so difficult to get along with, and his temper is so big that it scares people? Atmosphere for a time silent and awkward. Mo Banquet is not to dare to persuade. Dying the Moon is not concerned about their own, but also to the sharks to see a few more eyes full of interest. You do not say, said that the sharks can be compelled to look really beautiful. Ah, this fishtail is really beautiful. Just now he is going to touch people's tails, this time finally have the opportunity, leaning over to touch. Fortunately, when Shio eyes and hands quick to pull him up, beware of the shark's cunning. Such a stalemate is not a solution. When Shio does not understand why his own honored master is so humble in front of his nemesis, but it's not good to ask, can only stand out himself. Immortal monarch, is it too reckless to act like this?
Both to find the shark race, then should interrogate this shark, find out where the shark race, do not allow to speak, then how to interrogate.
Pa!
A slap on the back of his head interrupted him stiffly. Mo Yen retracted his hand with a terrible look on his face. You're the one with the long mouth.
You little cutie. Can't you see that Lu Shiji is about to start a formation?
You know he's not to be messed with and you're still messing with him, so when he beats you up, do I just watch or do I cheer from the sidelines?
That's not making things difficult for me.
When Shio was completely struck dumb, standing in place looking at him and then looking at Lu Shiji, still pulling Dai Moon in his hand, for a moment he couldn't tell where he was.
Is this a dream? Is your lord really crazy? I said business and he still hit me? Your Holiness, You shut up. Mo Banquet didn't dare to let him say a single word again, and hurriedly went back to pull on Willow Folding Branch's arm, appearing to be pampering, but in actuality smoothing out the knack that Willow Folding Branch had pinched with his hand. Master, I know he's noisy, but business still needs to be done. Why don't you go and rest for a while? I'll call you after I finish asking this side. No need to ask.
Willow Folding Branch is too much trouble. He forward alone, or how to quickly come up with results, how to come, directly gave the fastest method. Take the shark heart blood, tracking array that can follow the breath to find the shark race is located.
This method is fast, is to open the array, on his body damage.
But he didn't care at all. Mo Yen was so angry that he grinded his teeth. But do not dare to yell with him, can only laughingly discuss with him. Open array more tired. Ah, I found 2 helpers. You do not make a call is not a waste. Besides, just now when Shio disrespectful to you, let him go to work, punish him to ask to understand. Willow Folding Branch still too much trouble, not willing to waste time, turn his head to look at that shark, up and down how to take the blood is better. The shark heard that he wants to take the blood of the heart, has long been scared not crazy, cannot open his mouth to beg for mercy, can only look at him tearful and shaking his head. It must be said that the shark race is worthy of being an ancient relic race, the advantages in appearance are all uniquely blessed, the androgynous looking beauty is not to mention, that beautiful fish tail trembles, it is really too eye-catching. This fish tail
is so beautiful.
Willow Folding Branch disagrees with the kind of dragging method of Mo Banquet in the main matter, still thinking of opening the array faster, but seeing that beautiful fishtail is
felt as if it could also wait.
Ink Banquet did not stop, see him toward the sharks, anxious to try to think of countermeasures to persuade him not to open the formation. The sharks see him over also frantically backward, whimpering and crying. Then in such a tense atmosphere, Xing Yun's sword came to the shark man, holding the shark man up in the air, big and beautiful fishtail hanging down from the air, facing the Willow Folding Branch.
Don.
You take blood first, opening the array is too hurtful, you. Mo Banquet is still there eager to persuade it, caught off guard to see a slender and beautiful hand slowly reaching out, touching a hand toward the tail of the fish.
Mo Yen? Dai Moon and Wen Xiao?
Shark. The fishtail is not only beautiful, the feel is also very good, not like the snake scales so cold to the touch, but it is also very good to touch. Willow Folding Branch felt good, expressionless, and touched another hand, serious as if in a sermon, but the little shark touched the eyes full of horror. Oh. Woo. Help. There are perverts. The sharks have fishtails and maintain many of the habits of fish, such as preferring to live in the water, as well as reproducing their offspring all by crossing tails. So important tail was so back and forth touch, which sharks encountered shall not shout a denizen. Willow Folding Branch cannot care about these, snake's tail he casually touch, now encountered the fishtail naturally feel that can be casually touching the small sharks as an enemy, and even feel touching a little shaking a little shark is very cute. So he was merciful to unlock the spell on the top of the shark's head. As soon as the talisman was lifted, the little shark immediately cried out, crying so hard that he was about to turn his back. Father, mother, help. Have perverted In the distance, it is not easy to find over the lawn Yu and Qing Yu heard crying, immediately followed the sound of crying, and when he appeared in the form of a person who had not yet stood still, he saw that in their hearts the perfect and flawless immortal monarch was touching the tail of the sharks. To play a hooligan. Lanya frowned tightly, along that touching the tail of the shark's hand to look up twice, found that her not looking at the wrong, is the Folding Branch immortal monarch's hand, a time is really unable to accept, in the heat of the moment out of the mouth. Immortal monarch if it is a marriage with the shark race, I'm afraid it's not good.
He said politely. Xingyu was young and indolent, and on the spot changed into a peacock tail in an effort to open the screen. Immortal monarch, don't touch him, touch me. I'm good at touching and I don't cry. Originally the situation is messy enough, the two of them also come to mess up. Mo Yan's face is so dark that he can't even look at it. A pullback Lu Feiji's hand, grasping his wrist and releasing dozens of cleansing spells before he is barely satisfied, gritting his teeth at Lu Feiji's puzzled gaze. The snake's tail was given to you to touch casually, you still go to touch a broken fish. He stayed in the water day in and day out, that fish tail has long been soaked and moldy, this time you don't mind being dirty. The little shark was touched again, and was said to be dirty, so angry that his face was green, instantly cried louder, but also issued a few people have never heard the voice, grumbling, ethereal and long. You're the one who's dirty. Your whole family is dirty. The little shark wiped a handful of tears and said indignantly to Lu Shiji and Mo Yan, a scholar can be killed but not humiliated. I'll fight with you guys. Vulgar and powerless barbarians, you'll be finished when my parents come. As he spoke, he bit his finger, and the blue-colored blood fell into the stream, and in an instant, the waves roared, and the shark clan that heard the call followed the scent of the shark's blood to determine his location, and the entire South Sea began to churn. However, in a moment, a tail of sharks stepped on the waves and came in the air, one longer than the other with long tails, colorful and gaudy. The first two sharks are beautiful and gentle, a face like jade, and that small sharks are the same as the jade of the pure silver fish tail, only the tail is more than twice as long, 3 or 4 meters. This is good. Willow Folding Branch and his party province thing. What do not have to do, the sharks themselves to find. Father and mother. Little sharks aggrieved, rushed to the head of the two sharks huffing and puffing to complain, damn barbarians bully me. Especially that immortal monarch you guys are talking about, he even touched my tail. Who also did not expect to casually catch a shark will be the young master of the shark clan, this luck can be really against the sky. Mo Banquet was still angry just now, but now he almost laughed out loud. Now there is capital for negotiation, and there is no need to be polite, just directly let the sharks take the reality of the South China Sea dissension to exchange for the young lord. Your young lord was disrespectful to my master, captured and not killed are my master in a good mood. Knowing that Lu Folding Branch doesn't like to talk to outsiders, Mo Yan consciously stepped forward to talk about conditions. If you want to change back the young lord, just. This white-haired Taoist friend, is it immortal monarch Folding Branch? The shark clan patriarch didn't pay any attention to Mo Yan, his gaze fell straight onto Lu Folding Branch. Originally an incomparably proud race, self-conscious of being superior, the sailor race naturally would only speak with Lu Folding Branch, feeling that the others were not worthy. Mo Yan choked, just wanted to respond for Lu Folding Branch, but was protected by Lu Folding Branch, also heard Lu Folding Branch answered, aha. What is the situation of fellow Taoists nowadays? I think there is no need for me to say more. After all, it is the ancient remnants of the race. The shark clan leader at a glance saw that his white hair is not right, should be the 5 signs of the decline of the celestial, thinking that he in all likelihood did not have the cultivation. The tone of voice is also very tough. If you go to war with my shark clan, you are afraid that you will be difficult to protect yourself. Willow Folding Branch heard his threat, but still the usual indifference, only returned 4 words, then try. The voice is cold, but the momentum is not learned by others, so that people believe that even if he does not have cultivation, but also as in the past general let people bow down. The sun is still in his hands. The shark clan chief did not dare to act rashly. The clan chief's wife is eager to save her son, directly stepped out from the waves and landed in front of the Willow Folding Branch. Immortal monarch, Linner was just having a moment of fun, he didn't mean to offend, he's still young, he hasn't started cultivating yet, and he doesn't have the intention of harming immortal monarch and all of you Dao friends. Not in the water, the fishtail naturally can't stand on the ground, the matriarch's wife's several meters long fishtail stands in the air, and swings unconsciously when she speaks, so beautiful that Lu Shiji can't move her eyes. Sharks, this kind of creature is really too beautiful, fishtail is very good to touch, but unfortunately this is a girl family, cannot be abrupt. Lu Shiji thought silently, and didn't listen to what that matriarch's wife said, just raised her eyes towards the matriarch behind her, and casually spat out 2 words, you come. The shark clan chief thought that he was interested in negotiating peace, collected the waves and landed beside the lady, just about to open his mouth to talk with him in detail, when he was caught off guard by an extra hand on his tail. Willow Folding Branch finally touched a bigger and more beautiful fishtail, a book of satisfaction. Hand feel better, want to take back to keep, with the snake companion. He was satisfied, and Mo Yan almost exploded. Willow Folding Branch UING, give me back my hand. You want to touch something that's not human? Do you think I'm dead? Chapter 73-71, I've only been with you, no one else. The shark tribe is an ancient remnant, although the current patriarch is inherited, is not living for 10,000 years, but at least must have lived a few thousand years. Young and handsome, but the actual thousands of years old, this life is the first time to be met by someone to touch the tail. And also in the case that he had a Dao partner and his son was so big. While the crowd was still stunned to the point of being dumbfounded by Willow Folding Branch's behavior, the Sailor Clan patriarch was even faster than the jealous Mo Banquet, and without waiting for Mo Banquet to pull Willow Folding Branch, he backed up a few steps first and sternly rebuked him. Unbridled. Willow Folding Branch looked at the empty hand, still maintaining the posture of hand touching the fishtail. Her heart was very unhappy. Big and beautiful fishtail is gone. Haven't touched it enough, should take it back and keep it. But in an instant, before the person had finished speaking, Willow Folding Branch had made up her mind. Regardless of what plot the Sailor clan had, he would have to keep a few alive to bring back to Cloud Bamboo Peak to raise. Once upon a time, we have to find some treasures to bring back. This time the sharks do not have treasures, then bring the sharks back to raise can also be around are good looking. My Sailor clan has never abandoned a Dao couple to marry another. The leader of the Sailor clan still didn't know what he was thinking. He was just offended by his behavior of touching his tail, and righteously refused. Even if you threaten me with my son, I won't give in. And those who are negative in the Sailor clan's heart, their souls will fly away from their bodies, and they won't be allowed to enter the wheel of reincarnation for eternity. Cultivation world does not pay attention to what monogamy or 3 wives and 4 concubines, some great power Taoist couple only one, but there are countless concubines. Some will also not marry for life, never rules. But the sharks are different. They are from the ancient times of the clan rules or so. Once there is a registered partner, that will be life and death, will never let each other down. Willow Folding Branch and the ancient books have seen this statement. See that the patriarch of a deep love for his wife unrepentant, cannot wait to die to prove innocence of the appearance, but also angry glared at him, for a time is still a little confused. I never said that I let you abandon your wife and son. The bystanders also do not understand what misunderstanding in the end. Mo Banquet came over also just stood on his side, to prevent the shark race to play fraud, but was caught off guard to hear the back of the small sharks they caught crying and scolding Lu Folding Branch. You are the denizen. You touched my tail, and you touched daddy's tail. Do you want a couple with both at the same time? The little shark was crying and couldn't come up for air. My father and mother are so in love, you also want to break it up. You even threatened father with me. You are a beast. The barbarians are really shameless. Hearing his curses, the crowd only reacted. Touching the tail seems to be in the shark race is not allowed. Touching is to be married to the Taoist couple, to be responsible for. Now Willow Folding Branch did not anxious, bystanders first anxious. Immortal Monarch didn't mean that. Who wants to marry with your shark race? Xingyu was the first to quit. Lanyu followed closely behind. It's just a misunderstanding. The rules of the shark race, we don't know. Those who don't know don't sin, and naturally it doesn't count. Sharks can't see them. They naturally can't see the sharks, can't change their bodies. With such a long tail, in their eyes, the sharks are barbarians, with those who can't transform into a human form of the same spiritual pets. And the rumor is also so. The ancient period of the shark race is only the spirit of the gods' pets, raised in the divine world to watch the relief of boredom. Lanyu and Xingyu were so dissatisfied, not to mention Mo Yen. Mo Yen opened his mouth to curse, but suddenly was pulled by Lu Shizhi, straight towards the small shark man on the ground who was crying non-stop. In the crowd did not react to the occasion, so pulled Mo Yan's hand touched the small shark's fishtail. The little shark? Mo Yen. Crowd? No one understood what he was doing, only Willowfold was satisfied after this. Since it is touching to be responsible, then it should be Snake to be responsible. Snake and Sailor clan marriage. Marry the Sailor clan young master. The divine realm legacy to fight against the destiny of heaven. Perhaps can get rid of that useless destiny Dao mate by Qiao. Not only can they befriend the shark race, solve the immediate dilemma, and find out why the South China Sea is moving, but also win a good marriage for the snake, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He is purely for the sake of a good son to seek the future. Said exhaustive effort is not too much, although Mo Yen does not know what against the fate of heaven, but know that his move is to let himself and the small sharks involved. You let me touch him? Mo Yen's eyes were full of incredulity. What do you mean? Are you trying to get me to marry him? It also depends on how the matriarch decides. Willow Folding Branch social fear, not quite dare to talk to strangers, but to the Mo Yen or dare, the presence of all cultivators. He also knew that he told Mo Yen, the other people will be able to hear. In the future, Xianzhu will be the devil, the young master of the Shark Clan will be the Devil Queen, the marriage between the Shark Clan and the Devil World, since it is a good marriage. He said this sentence lightly, but if it really came true, it would be a big event that could change the pattern of the 6 realms. The devil has the help of the shark race, hidden strength to dominate the 6 worlds. The shark race has the help of the devil, will not be rejected by the 6 worlds, can only live in the South China Sea for generations. Both sides are good. When Xiao thinks it is feasible, and he hates that he can't immediately persuade Mo Banquet to place the offer, and the Shark Clan chief is also a bit moved, but his son is still young, so he has to cultivate his feelings first. He didn't even suspect anything about whether Lu Xuanji could be a demon lord, because with Folding Branch Immortal Monarch's support, it was definitely sooner or later. Only the 2 parties involved were dumbfounded, one more than the other with round eyes. Little shark, I'm going to make him a demon queen? Mo Yen, you're asking me to marry him as the demon queen? Aha! Willowfold nodded her head calmly, as this was a good thing that would benefit Snake. The Sailor clan practiced one life, one person, then in the future, Snake would be completely disciplined and would not indulge in the wind and moon all day long to the detriment of the Tao, not to mention that he would no longer have any entanglements with Bai Qiao.
In that case, becoming a dragon will be just around the corner, and the path of immortality will be open, and the same life as the heavens. He didn't care how long he could live, he only hoped that his snake would live as long as the heavens. The Shark Clan chief is also hoping that his son can get out of this South China Sea, do not have to be trapped here all his life, cannot see the vastness of heaven and earth. To some extent, it is also considered to be too old father's empathy. First betrothal can be. The Shark Clan chief gently pacified his son, you can cultivate feelings first. Afterwards, the words changed, to Lu Folding Branch's previous rudeness did not pursue, and even like two-in-laws like words between quite close. In that case, Folding Branch Immortal Monarch will first come to the clan as a guest, the marriage will also have to talk about it in detail. He felt that Lu Folding Branch is Mo Banquet's master, parents' orders, matchmaker's words can be, one day for the teacher for life for the father, master instead of parents, very reasonable.
Willow Folding Branch nodded slightly, aha.
In such a short while, the two of them even halfway negotiated the marriage, and the group was also invited to be guests of the Sailor Clan, so there was actually no need to negotiate or fight. Dai Moon was already dying of laughter, and it was very hard to hold back her laughter. Although the Sailor Clan was out of place, acting very suspiciously, and the Immortal Monarch's thoughts were strange, it was really hard for him not to laugh at watching his venerable lord suffer. Because he found that his own venerable master was so angry that he couldn't speak, being sent by his beloved to marry with the sailor race with his own hands, that face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and his lips were shaking, afraid that he was going to be angry for a while. Lan Yu and Shang Yu's faces were a bit ugly. If the Devil Realm and the Shark Race marry, the Underworld and the Demon Realm will be weakened, and if the Devil Realm becomes violent one day, it is feared that the Underworld and the Demon Realm will be swallowed up. Only when Shio is truly think this marriage is wonderful, silently sigh Immortal Monarch worthy of Immortal Monarch, so consider the overall situation for the disciple, but also in the process of subduing the Shark Race, really admirable. The Shark Race residents are at the bottom of the sea, so the South China Sea can be said to be as solid as gold. If the Shark Race does not take the initiative to come out, it is difficult for others to find. But there is a patriarch personally lead the way will not be the same, where the seawater have to retreat to both sides, for Willow Folding Branch and his entourage through, and even on both sides of the other aquatic welcome, it is really on the treatment of the in-laws. Mo Banquet was pulled by Lu Folding Branch, seems to be able to walk, just silent, in fact, if it is not used to being angry, I'm afraid that at this time has long been angry to death.
Willow Folding Branch let me in the shark's marriage? You're not marrying me to be a side consort, you're marrying me to be the demon queen?
Does he know that the sharks can only be married once in a lifetime, and that I can't marry him if I marry a shark? Until the time before entering the territory of the shark tribe, Mo Yen was still lucky, thinking that it might be a delaying tactic of Lu Shiji just to blend into the shark tribe. Because both sides were acting out of character. But after seeing the Shark Clan treating the sharks with the gift of a noble guest, and treating the Willow Folding Branch as a guest of honor, and the patriarch and the patriarch's wife have begun to persuade the young sharks to cultivate their feelings first, he had to believe that the Willow Folding Branch was coming for real. Damn him, he really dared to let the old man marry someone else as a demon queen. Mo Banquet's position on the side of Lu Folding Branch, know that this is in the territory of the sharks is not good to say, and cannot pick a fight, or Lu Folding Branch to open the array will also damage the body, will endure the pressure full of fire, hard to grab Lu Folding Branch's wrist.
Master, I have something to say to you, you first follow me out.
After saying that, he didn't wait for Willow Folding Branch to respond and directly pulled the person out. Knowing that this matter is too sudden, the Shark Clan chief did not stop, after all, they are master and disciple, find a quiet place to discuss some is also common sense. His own son had to be persuaded again, not to mention that Immortal Monarch's disciple. The palace of the shark race is almost all over half of the seabed. Mo Banquet pulled Willow Folding Branch out, and didn't know who that palace belonged to, casually found a secluded place to hold up the boundary, and pressed Willow Folding Branch's shoulder to completely hold back.
You tell me again, you are letting Lao Zi and that little shark joint nationality?
It is indeed a bit sudden, but the matriarch also said that you can cultivate your feelings first. Lu Folding Branch is a bit serious, Snake, after all, I can't accompany you for too long, I can only try my best to plan for you, if you were united in marriage with the Shark Clan, in the future.
Later a fart.
Mo Yen was about to explode with anger, not even listening to him down the line, pressed him against the boundary and kissed him, hard to ravage those red lips before letting go.
You push me to the Shark Clan, Willow Folding Branch, you really treat me like a dog. You come when you're called? Willow Folding Branch thought carefully, such a matter, it seems that I didn't force you, Snake, are you remembering it wrong? You. Mo Yen was choked for a moment, don't you care who forced who, just tell me if Lousy and you implemented a relationship. Indeed. Willow nodded and admitted, before he kissed him again, raised his hand and blocked his mouth, but the snake and not only with me, once upon a time how I think the Shark Clan will not care, in the future only single-mindedly on the shark is, do not go out with the other side to hang out. When did I ever hang out with a sidekick? Mo Yen was so furious that he said all the words before he got through his head, I've only been with you, and that rutting period was also the first time. There's no such thing as someone else. Chapter 74-72, The Heavenly Way. All know old son like Willow Folded Branch? There is no bystander? Willow Fold froze. Neither was simply puzzled, but outright froze, being even more shocked by the statement because he believed that Snake wouldn't lie to himself about such a thing. Then what about the countless beauties in the Demon Palace? For hundreds of years, the Six Realms have rumored that there are all kinds of beauties in the Devil's Palace, and that the Devil's father, Mo Banquet, pampers them day in and day out, and he hasn't heard any rumors or clarifications, so how come Snake's words are completely different from the rumors? With so many beautiful people do not touch, but instead in the cloud Bamboo Peak stayed for 18 years on the rutting period, it is difficult not to. Snake is a broken sleeve? Aside from the identity of the demon sovereign, Willow Fold felt that she had nothing to say to Snake, so she had no qualms about it, and asked bluntly. Having accidentally told the truth in the first place, and now being asked by him like this, Mo Yen jumped in anger on the spot. You're the one with broken sleeves. I've always been normal. Broken ass sleeve. I've been fine for hundreds of years, but when I met you. How do you seduce Lousy? How do you want to marry Lousy by all means, and you are not clear in your own heart? Willow Folding Branch is really not clear, who can synchronize with his infinite brain circuit. If not today, he said himself. Willow Folding Branch has always thought that he is 100 battles to come. After all, his enthusiasm for this matter is different from normal people. Can't wait to think about that file of menstruation all day long. Since this is the case, then this marriage is even more appropriate. He is not a broken sleeve, and has never had a sidekick. Willow Folding Branch is very pleased. The shark race later can choose to be a man or a woman, snake, and that young master first cultivate feelings, later let him choose to be a woman is. Mo Banquet still waiting for him to say something to apologize, never thought he came to such a sentence. People are stupid. What do you mean more appropriate? You misunderstood Lousy. Lousy is only good with you, you are not responsible and still want Lousy to go to the marriage. Willow Folding Branch, you're still a human being. He was full of grievances and Lou Folding Branch was also confused. If someone else is so unreasonable, Lou Folding Branch is afraid to directly start the fight, but in front of his own snake, he will have the patience theory. This move is to understand the rutting period of the snake. Counting up should be the snake forced on me. As for being responsible, is also the snake should be responsible with me. Mo Banquet to the edge of the mouth words were so blocked back by him. Although I think it is the Willow Folding Branch want to capture the indulgence, by all means to seduce himself to be the devil queen, but listen to him, so counting is indeed their own unreasonable, as if a rake backward and unreasonable as this thing and so on. Back to the cloud Bamboo Peak. Say again, first say business, anyway. Anyway, you cannot make the main let me and the Shark Clan marriage. Who should be responsible for who thing he theorized, but, so he changed the topic. From the time you met the shark race you are not right, it is not your style of action at all, it is not like you at all. We're not like. You're not right with the sharks. Speaking of business, Mo Yen stared at him with a frown on his face. You said that you had killed sharks before, but the chief of the Shark Clan didn't shout to kill you when he saw you, nor did he look like he was holding a grudge. The Shark Clan has always looked down on the living beings of the Six Realms. You touched his son's tail and also touched his tail. He didn't care. You didn't apologize to make amends and he agreed to the marriage you proposed. Do you think this is normal? It wasn't strange that he could see these abnormalities, and Willow Folding Branch didn't want to hide it. She just didn't know where to start with him. Tell me the truth, do you have a friendship with the Shark Clan? Should. Sort of have. Willow Folding Branch did not know how to explain. In fact, it was not counted as he had friendship with the Sailor Clan, but the original owner had some affinity with the Sailor Clan. Back then, he wore a book to come here, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he was at the border of the South China Sea. It was the original owner who understood the shark language and was able to communicate with the shark race, and at that time, there were even 2 sharks following around by his side, but what kind of friendship he had in the end was not clear. So he was also trying to find out what kind of connection this body of his had with the shark race. That year, he killed a few sharks who made a move against him, and afterwards, the Shark Clan did not even ask for an explanation, and now he is not clear about the rules of the Shark Clan, touched someone's tail, and intentionally did not apologize, and the Shark Clan did not take it into account. Visible shark race is to know some of the original master's things, and the original master friendship is quite deep. What do you mean sort of? Is that a yes or no? Mo Yen was a hothead, especially at the thought that he might be hiding something from himself. His heart was rather unpleasant, and he felt that he had distanced himself from himself and was not as close as he used to be. You are my master, back then we agreed to depend on each other, what else is there that I can't know? The shark race. Wearing a book cannot be said, Willow Folding Branch can only pick what can be said. A moment of contemplation concluded, perhaps know my life, they have a friendship with me, only I was young, now long forgotten. Saying this makes everything reasonable. Mo Yen also guessed that he intended to test the bottom line of the shark race, but there is one thing that still can't be explained. Why did you touch their fish tails? This. Willow Folding Branch pursed her lips, and even had a few moments of weakness. The silence had said it all, and Mo Yen instantly exploded, I knew it. You dislike these things that aren't human. He pressed down on Lu Xieji's shoulder and viciously bit his already red and swollen lips. I don't want any marriage alliance, and you're not allowed to bring those broken fish back to Cloud Bamboo Peak for me to raise. If you dare to bring them back, if you come to 1, I'll kill 1, and if you come to 2, I'll kill a pair. So a little thought was found. Lu folded branch eyes are no light marriage thing if you really do not agree to forget it, other. Don't even think about anything else. In addition to the old age son, you dare to raise other things to try. Willow folding branch. Snake this nature how the more you raise the more paranoid. You want to test the shark clan, I can help you test, but you give me far away from that group of sharks. Moyen pinched his waist and used his spiritual power to eliminate the marks on his lips while warning him, I don't care what kind of connection you have with the shark clan, even if you're a shark as well, you're not allowed to bring them back to Cloud Bamboo Peak for me. Or else I will lock you up and never go down for the rest of your life. The words were getting more and more outrageous, the warning couldn't even be considered possessive, it was almost exactly like a word Willowfold had once heard. Sickly. That was the word. Willowfold had learned about it back in the original world, a paranoid and crazy disease. This was not a good thing, and he was not willing to let his snake become like this, so whether it was a show of words or not, Willow Folding Branch couldn't allow him to say this kind of words, and instantly chilled his face. Snake, don't talk nonsense. Lousy didn't talk nonsense. Imo Banquet's anger went up, another roar, don't believe you try, if you dare to bring those broken fish back, you see lousy. Hey! Lu Folding Branch went, not waiting for him to finish his threat, pushed him away and went outside the boundary. You! Willow Folding Branch! If you dare to go out, you see me not. How do you think? Willow Folding Branch turned around and asked him in a cold tone. He was really angry, he didn't even punish him, he was directly cold like a stranger, Moyen was too clear about his nature, and he instantly wimped out. I will withdraw the boundary lest you hit it. Willow Folding Branch is a big tenacious seed, more tenacious than their own kind. Moyen has long been taught, last time as Willow Folding Branch do not want a life also want to fight with him, this time he cannot dare to mess with. Hard knot, Paul Magic Father can bend and stretch, on the spot to change into soft, walked over to pull his arm, master. Playing the wind knot, will come again to pretend good disciple, Lu Folding Branch see clearly, but the most is to eat him this set. Nor pretending, but also still take him as his own good snake, around the body chi visible soften a lot. You said you do not want a marriage, then this matter to stop is, cannot allow me to raise the next living creature, I will not force, naturally all according to you, why that nonsense? Willow Folding Branch lovingly touched him on the top of the head, Snake, you and I can discuss everything, do not be so paranoid, whether it is the right way or the devil, cultivators have the danger of breeding heart demons, you do not clear the mind, if you have a heart of the devil can be how to be good? Moyen is not talking nonsense at all, but really think that way. Whether it was someone who wanted to steal Lu Folding Branch from him, or Lu Folding Branch wanted to be as close to someone else as he was, he couldn't allow it. If it really happens in the future, he will definitely slaughter that person's whole clan and lock Lu Fuji by his side. Said dependent on each other is dependent on each other, there can only be the two of them, Lu Folding Branch must also be his demon queen. But over the years Moyen learned to play nice, he didn't say a single word of these words, instead he suppressed the dark color and paranoia in his eyes a little bit, and nodded his head in a very natural way. He knows that his state of mind is a little wrong, but he does not care, also do not go to think about the reasons, now full of thought as Willow Folding Branch side cannot have other people, can only have him. Master, I don't want to marry with the shark clan, I said I want you to be the demon queen. Today's matter made Moyen understand one thing. Whether or not it was Willow Folding Branch seducing him, whether or not it was a desire to escape, before he brought Willow Folding Branch back to the demon realm, he had to keep a close eye on the person. Some words a few more times is nothing, after all, Lu Folding Branch is too able to pretend, but also calm, if he does not say a few more times, not to say in place, Lu Folding Branch is so philandering, it is not possible to guarantee that one day is really coaxed away by other people's sweet words. For example, by Chio, such as that little colored chicken, or later there are other things that are not human. When I'm a demon lord, I'll definitely let my master be the demon queen. He emphasized again, but Willow Folding Branch sighed straight in her heart as she listened to what was simply impossible to achieve. Silly snake, you have your destined Tao partner, even if you don't marry with the shark clan to break that heavenly destiny, you definitely won't end up with me. The devil queen to be left to the future snake heart happy person, do not casually promise, I and the snake thing also cannot let the bystanders know, master and disciple for the world is not allowed, snake to take into account their own reputation. Well, still here with me pretend right? There's a limit to how far you can go with this. You're addicted to it. Moyen is full of anger, hard to pretend that nothing happened. You can pretend that I can also pretend, is not just want to listen to two good words, waiting for lousy coaxing? Okay, I will coax you a couple of sentences, you wait for you and I went back to the demon world. Master. Imo Banquet pulled Lu Folding Branch's arm, good and innocent, I haven't been good with others, only you, I'm responsible for you, and I will definitely marry you as a demon queen. He thought he was pretending, but the words were not now thought, open mouth, only he perceived himself. Willow Folding Branch didn't know that he had so much inner drama, just looking at the constantly flickering red line of marriage on the divine soul gradually puzzled. Strange, how come this red line always runs out and flashes around today?
Just thinking, overhead suddenly a burst of thunder roar, even at the bottom of the sea. That day thunder also fell, splitting the Moyen's boundary, falling on the Moyen body.
It is the heavenly punishment.
Ignoring the destined Dao couple to show their feelings with someone else, Mo Banquet as the main character angered the heavenly Dao and hard invoked the heavenly punishment. Willow Folding Branch also know that this is the heavenly punishment, but do not know that Mo Banquet heart pleases himself, because Mo Banquet personally said that it is not heart pleases. A time to look at Mo Banquet covered in black smoke, eyes are confused.
Snake, what have you done?
He didn't understand, but Mo Banquet understood it, and he suspected it before, and now he was completely sure of it, and secretly tried it again in his heart.
Lousy in this life only marry Willow Folding Branch one person to do the devil after, more will not marry side. Rumble.
Another heavenly thunder fell, not even waiting for him to finish in his mind.
Snake? Willow Fold was completely confused, not understanding how a slightly punishing heavenly punishment could fall without doing anything. No. Nothing.
As soon as Mo Yen opened his mouth, a mouthful of black smoke came out. His appearance was quite comical. He himself also knew that he definitely couldn't look good, but he didn't have the heart to think about it. His mind was full of nothing but the ridiculous facts. Finished, lousy really have destiny couple, in all likelihood is the white autumn that Willow Folding Branch that day said really heavenly destiny, he really already know, and
the old son of his mother even like on the Willow Folding Branch? Tendo knows all about it. Chapter 75-73, Snake, there's no shame in liking your nemesis. Snake?
Two heavenly punishments fell in a row. Seeing that Mo Banquet didn't curse or jump, Willow Folding Branch's heart then had a number. Snake should know why he attracted the heavenly punishments.
Not hurt, just a slight warning. Why is this?
He dared to ask, but Mo Yen did not dare to say. It just so happened that the commotion was too loud and attracted all the people. Mo Yen put a cleansing spell on himself and pretended that he didn't hear Lu Shieji's inquiry. This matter is too big, he himself has not yet organized his thoughts, how would he know how to answer? Moreover, the so-called heaven's order, disobedience to the heaven's way is a fatal thing. No matter what, we have to think about the countermeasures. Don't look at him usually grumpy, but on the serious matter is not ambiguous at all, more calm than anyone else.
What's wrong with you, immortal monarch? Quickly let me take a look. Is immortal monarch injured?
Qingyu and Lan Yu both surrounded Lu Shiji in a worried tone, while Dai Moon and Wen Xiu looked at their own master's hair, which was still vaguely smoldering, in a daze. It's true that your highness isn't a good person, but it's not so bad that he's angered the heavenly Dao, right?
What kind of evil has he done? Has he finally revealed his true nature?
Mo Yen didn't need them to open their mouths, just by looking at their expressions of watching, he knew what they were thinking, gritting his teeth to cover up the truth. I don't know why, I guess it's because the heavenly Dao felt that I shouldn't be married to the Shark Clan, so it sent down heavenly thunderbolts to warn them. This was a reasonable statement, after all, the party was just discussing about the marriage. The other people may believe in it, but Lu Folding Branch really believe in it, because he knows that Mo Banquet and Bai Chiu are the destined couple recognized by the heavenly Dao, and it is normal for the heavenly Dao to block Mo Banquet's marriage with the other people. No wonder the snake is not worried, just the snake is not willing to marriage, and there is a heavenly way to block, for the snake is not a good thing. Willow Folding Branch also gave him to complete the cause and effect. See, the Shark Clan chief looked over, slightly nodded, well. This was an endorsement of Mo Yan's statement, and also showed the attitude of his master. Since the heavenly Dao doesn't allow it, it's not good to force it, and no one can find fault with this reason. Marriage is not possible. According to reason, the attitude of the shark race should be changed, not as good as the party, but the Willow Folded Branch, to see that the patriarch is still treated with courtesy, will be invited into the main hall as the guest of honor, and even the face did not change. The young master also did not cry, but also dawdled to his side to lean.
That? Me? I'm called Evening Pro.
The little young master stumbled to introduce himself, looking very nervous, as if, father is called Ask Yuan, mother is called Huayin. The people present are all the first time to know the name of the Shark Clan chief and his wife, while secretly note down, while feeling that this name is definitely not for nothing. Sure enough, the next sentence will hear the late Lin said, How about I join with you in marriage, although you are rude and impolite a little bit, but I want to see what you look like.
Mo Yen? Willow Fold. Once we're married, will you be able to show me your face?
Father and mother say you wear a mask all the time and no one knows what you look like.
Willow Folding Branch. Getting married just to see your face?
This reason is really outrageous. Mo Yen exploded on the spot. Something is wrong, just say it. You want to marry my master to see my master's face, it's really beautiful.
Is Willow Folding Branch's face something you can look at?
Lousy fought with him for 500 years have not seen, if it is not by mistake by him to pick up, maybe a lifetime cannot see. Who are you to look at him, you hairless fish? The attitude of the shark race is weird. Willow Folding Branch is still thinking of slowly testing, because he does not want to talk. Mo Banquet cannot care about this, originally did not want a showdown so quickly, but now Willow Folding Branch are going to be robbed, he really cannot help.
You guys miss my master?
There are plenty of people who miss my senior. If you can tell the truth, then say it, if not, then forget it.
Joint marriage? What the hell? He roared like this, bringing all the backstage matters into the open. All the people present let him whole will not be able to. 8 lifetimes have never seen such a person who does not follow the rules. The 6 worlds have always emphasized the secret struggle, hook and corner, which normal people will say off face to face. Today is good, really encountered a faulty. What's the truth? What I said is the truth. Evening Pro was still young, how could he know about his lord's schemes? He was yelled at and quit, yelling at him. I just look at him favorably. If I want to marry, it's also with him. You're just an apprentice. What right do you have to be the master of the master? Ignorant barbarian. The two glared at each other. Lu Folding Branch stood behind Mo Banquet. Sailor Clan Chief Ask Yuan stood behind his son. The two elders glanced at each other, all of them unmovingly sizing each other up. Sailor Race to Willow Folding Branch is indeed overly preferential treatment. Even the young master or inexplicably to Willow Folding Branch has a good feeling, is a person can see wrong, this kind of unabashed, enough to show that the Sailor Race is also in the test Willow Folding Branch's attitude. Since they are testing each other, whoever opens their mouths first will lose the first opportunity. Coincidentally, the Willow Folded branches that can never open up the nature, social fear plus to all things are not very concerned about. Few people in the world can be more calm than him. What does immortal monarch mean? In the end, it was Ask Yuan who opened his mouth first. Willow Fold didn't want to speak and continued to stare at him in silence. Ask Abyss? Giving a step and still not going down, the Shark Clan leader who had lived for 1,000 years was really stumped. The bystanders also watched and smacked their lips. Worthy of being an immortal monarch, this kind of aura and demeanor is truly unrivaled. Only Mo Banquet can see and understand Lu Shizhi the most, full of speechlessness. Well, this is the problem of not being talkative again, so sad. If you have something to say to me, Master left all the trivial matters to me, he doesn't care about these messy things. This tacit understanding was still there. Mo Yen consciously stepped forward to lend his mouth to Lu Shizhi and spoke for him. Willow Folding Branch simply love him. This do not need to speak themselves. Look at his eyes are glowing. There is nothing more than a social fear someone to relieve the more people happy. Sure is my good snake. He does not take a position as to condone. Ask the Abyss Face Stony, late Lin to the Ink Feast straight bare teeth. What are you as people are you just for him to manage things? In our Shark Clan, disciples are not allowed to speak. You're shameless. This is not only his voice, but also Lan Yu and Qing Yu's. Lu Shizhi is really a little too indulgent towards this disciple, and they are just as uncomfortable with it. This was the territory of the Sailor Clan. The Sailor Clan's young master was willing to step up. They were all happy to see it, waiting for Mo Yen to be cleaned up. But before Daimon and Wenshou could protect their own honored lord, there was a white-clothed, white-haired figure blocking Mo Yen behind them. Willow Folding Branch is socially terrified, but someone bullying his snake he can never sit idly by, this time also not afraid. Instead, his tone is cold and strong. Xianji is my disciple, naturally can act on my behalf. Mo Yen was protected by him and almost laughed his face off. Not bad, still no to defend husband, he seduced me so much, it's reasonable for me to fall in love. Xin cold beauty does not care about anyone, also do not love to talk, but for you to defend in public, open support, this change who cannot be moved? Anyway, Mo Yen is unable to resist, and feel that this is a common human condition, if not moved is not normal. The shock of realizing that he liked his nemesis under the heavenly thunder froze in this moment and disappeared. If I like it, then I like it, as long as I don't say it, then there's no shame in it. What is the destiny of heaven or not? Willow Folded Branch to my heart, I will be reluctant to go against the destiny of heaven for him. What can be done? Anyway, it is their own magic queen, indulge in a time is not a big deal. Rumble. As soon as he thought that, the small arm thick heavenly thunder fell without warning, and Lu Shizhi wrinkled his eyebrows to open the formation, but he was pushed by Mo Yen and sent far away with his spiritual power. One after another, the heavenly thunder smashed in the palace of the shark race. In the blink of an eye, under the feet of the crowd there was only a piece of rubble. No one reacted to what was going on. A crowd of sharks stared dumbfounded at the heavenly thunder that was still falling, and couldn't even believe what was happening in front of their eyes. Thousands of years the clan has not come to outsiders, the first time someone guests, just come to let them displaced? What's wrong with the immortal monarch's disciple? Doing nothing to piss off the heavenly Tao. Willow Folding Branch also did not understand, except for Mo Banquet himself no one understood what happened, all staring at the money like heavenly thunder contemplation, the atmosphere for a while more and more bizarre, especially when the heavenly thunder struck the main hall. That is the residence of the patriarch Ask Yuan, the sky thunder has not yet completely fallen. Lu Fuji realized that something is not right. A strange, silent spiritual energy surged out from the ground, actually transforming into the form of a pouring cloud sword, which slammed into the heavenly thunder, splitting the heavenly punishment apart alive. That is their own life sword. Willow Folding Branch will never be wrong, immediately understood the South China Sea should be the South China Sea movement is what is hidden under the ground here. After a burst of earth tremors, by the heavenly lightning splits all over the black ink feast behind, slowly appeared a floating in the air silhouette. White clothes, ink hair, temperament cold, standing there without doing anything will be a fairy-style immortal appearance, face also wearing a blank mask. That is the former Willow Folding Branch, a person will be able to recognize.
The silhouette flickered and turned into a nebulous and strange spiritual energy that scattered in all directions, finally returning to the ground. Deadly silence filled the air, and Mo Yen released a dozen cleansing spells to gather himself before landing beside Lu Shizhi, wrinkling his brows at the opposite shark clan and questioning, what in the world is going on? How could that abnormal spiritual energy be in the mold of my master? What the labor of heaven's destiny ought to make trouble even if, now the shark race and the silhouette of the willow folding branch, this day how more and more chaotic. Heavenly thunder to the South China Sea to split out the secret of the movement. Ask the abyss face is difficult to see the extreme, originally can be used to negotiate the capital is gone, the sharks are completely passive. He went to look at the ink feast, the bottom of the eyes are broad with the killing intent. Why can this person attract the heavenly thunder? But folding branch immortal monarch intentionally? Is it possible that he had already made a guess? Willow folding branch has always been a dragon to see the head and not see the tail. By the 6 realms of the rumors of the mysterious, the sharks originally wanted to draw him before planning, and now the Mo banquet attracted a heavenly thunder disrupted all the plans, forcing the Ask the Abyss to have to bet on it. This matter can only be said with immortal monarch one person knows. This is to borrow a step to speak the meaning. Lu folding branch but did not move, staring at the direction of the disappearance of the shadow of that frown slightly frowned, a few moments after pulling the ink feast to go. Ink feast? Crowd? Immortal king? Ask the Abyss people are stupid, never seen such a strange person in his life, are going to showdown with him. He not only did not listen, but also turned around and left. A quarter of an hour. Willow folding branch left a sentence, letting Mo Yen lead himself out of the South China Sea, and only after going ashore did he confide with Mo Yen alone, snake, go back to Qiankuan sect as soon as possible. Mo Yen did not understand, but still did as he was told. Then, watched the willow folding branch back to the Qiankuan sect and went to the White Autumn residence. A word did not say, a charm went down to get stunned White Autumn and threw it directly to him. Well, take the young master brother together to go forward to the South China Sea. Willow folding branch sighed in relief only after doing this. He just deduced, the South China Sea is a great evil. He and the snake do not want to go to fight for their lives, so that another protagonist to consume the protagonist's luck is the most appropriate. The left and right little brother are snake destiny couple, and snake in trouble, for snake to prevent disaster, reasonable. When the danger was over, he would let snake send little master back, and the treasures and chances would be taken by snake alone, which was very good. Willow folding branch has always been partial to snake, and does not feel that this practice is much more unethical, and even justified. This is not considered to be disobedient to the way of heaven, just let the two protagonists to cultivate feelings, but the little brother is not competitive, in the South China Sea cannot hold out to the end, injured can only be sent back to the Qiankuan sect to recuperate first, there is no way things. Willow folded the White Autumn as a tool-person arrangement of the clear, but also feel that anyway, he is the villain, the protagonist is naturally to be used to take advantage of. At the same time, a scream broke the calm at the system headquarters that traveled through 3,000 small worlds. How come that host who was swinging for the fences and waiting to die is willing to do the quest again? The plot shows that he's going to victimize the protagonist by being the villain. Whose host is that? He. How come he's still screwing with the protagonist attacker? Chapter 76, 74, Snake cutting bigger playing rascal. The system headquarters had existed for an unknown number of years, and when it was founded there were 3,000 small worlds, so many systems, so many hosts, and Willow folding branch was the most peculiar, and one of the hosts that was the most famous in the mouths of the systems. Because he was the only one who didn't do any tasks at all, clearly had superior abilities, and was even favored by the heavenly Tao of the small worlds to be able to spy on heaven's destiny, but he preferred to lose all his cultivation rather than obey the system's arrangements. Such a host is so strange that it has been talked about by the systems at headquarters from time to time over the past 500 years, and now that his cultivation is gone and he has been abandoned by the system, he has suddenly begun to do tasks, and he has also charmed the protagonist's attack to the core. The systems at the headquarters were all dumbfounded. It's useless to look for the original system that brought him, the main character attack has made him a licking dog. The small world has been messed up, the protagonist attacker now has no feelings for the protagonist subject, but also is a love rival. The systems looked at me and I looked at you, no one could say anything. This life has never encountered such an outrageous situation, wearing a book to do the task of the villain ran off even if, who is the main character attack is still so unsettled obviously with the protagonist before the subject to get along quite well, is considered a gentleman's friendship, a turn of the eye on the villain obedient, would rather go against the fate of the villain also want to lick. Is that not a solution? If the main god blames it, we can't afford the responsibility A system spoke out the crux of the matter, and the systems were silent for a moment, quickly coming up with a solution. Why don't we send a freshly interned system to take the blame? Originally, they wanted to wait for Willow folding branch to die before sending a new host to complete the mission. Now that Willow folding branch has gone wrong there, the small world is going to be in disarray, since they can't stop it. These systems that have lived for an uncountable number of years are all veterans, and they just said they would do it. Immediately sent an intern system that had just joined the company and hadn't even finished reading the training manual.
Inside the Qiankuan sect, Mo Banquet was still looking at Bai Qiu, who was thrown to himself by Willow Folding Branch in a daze, when a strange voice suddenly rang in his head. Ding. The villain system is here. Host greatly catch me. Oh, I am. Not right, mistaken. That voice suddenly appeared and suddenly disappeared, said are also strange words. Mo Yen did not understand the sentence. Snake, what's wrong? Still in a hurry to return to the South China Sea to do the right thing, seeing that he hadn't been moving, Willow Fold asked suspiciously. You? Mo Yen rubbed his temples with one hand. Have you heard any strange sounds? Willow Folding Branch shook her head. How strange. But someone transmitted a voice to Snake? No, not like a voice transmission. Mo Banquet didn't know how to describe it, and couldn't repeat it because it was all words that were beyond the range of cognition, so in the end, he could only give up and mind the matter at hand first, casually throwing the unconscious Bai Qiu to the ground. What's the point of taking him to the South China Sea? Is having me not enough? He was jealous, thinking that Lu Folding Branch was thinking of Bai Qiu and was afraid that something big would happen in the South Sea that he wouldn't be able to come back for a while, so he brought Bai Qiu along. Lu Folding Branch couldn't even dream that he could brainstorm like this, and was still there seriously explaining to him, Snake, there's a great use for taking little master brother, you'll know later. He has a great use, I'm useless, right? I'm afraid to come all the way back here to bring him along. I'll take him with me. Mo Yen understood his own feelings, this time it is more convenient to be jealous, jealousy is very on the head. Lu Folding Branch, you are really good. You wait, I'll take him to the South China Sea and get him killed quietly. Yang Feng Yinwei is considered to let Mo Yen play understand, on the surface obediently pick up Bai Qiu, but behind the scenes, thought of 100 ways to get dead Bai Qiu. Lu Folding Branch is afraid of him going astray, afraid of him to develop a paranoid nature to breed demons, but do not know that he was not a good person, the devil which has the heart of the right way, want to get what is by any means necessary to get. What's more, it's the devil queen that he recognized. The heavenly Tao he had decided to disobey, and the heavenly mandate was not recognized. What else was there that he did not dare to do? The two of them returned to the South Sea in such a hurry, and Mo Banquet tore through space to bring Lu Folding Branch, and on the way, he laid his hands on Bai Qiu. Wisps of demonic chi silently entered Bai Qiu's solar plexus, but was caught off guard by a small ball of light that was also going into Bai Qiu's soul. Mo Yen? What the hell? What's in Bai Qiu's divine soul? The internship system that goes around looking for hosts. How come there is also a demonic aura here? The one with a demonic aura is definitely not the host. Where is my host? I'm such a big host. The magic chi in the system are pasted together, neither is clear about the other's situation, and neither dares to act rashly. Walking out from the spatial rift, Willow Folding Branch looked at Mo Yen, wrinkling his brows, not knowing what he was thinking. His expression became more and more puzzled. Snake, but what's wrong? Today, Snake is strange. First he said there was a strange sound, and then he was so absent-minded. Is it possible that there is something important in the demon world? Willow Folding Branch is not convenient to ask, can only be sideways to show the attitude. Snake, no matter what happens, I am your master, will try to protect your safety. When Mo Yen heard this, he instantly stopped being entangled. Look, it's showing me love again, so why is Bai Qiu still alive? Isn't this delaying my marriage to Lu Xieji? Let's just get him killed. So it looks like the two of them walked side by side into the bottom of the South China Sea. Mo Banquet grabbed Bai Qiu in his hand. In fact, more and more demonic chi surged into Bai Qiu's temples, ready to force his soul to fly away. Although there is a strange little ball of light stopping there, but Mo Banquet feels that they can get rid of it together. Bai Qiu in his eyes is a waste, not as powerful as a finger of the former Lu Folding Branch. That little ball of light in Bai Qiu, surely the same useless thing. So the intern system watched as the demonic aura enveloped itself, activating the defense system while also figuring out that it should be the right host. The superior system said that the protagonist attacker is a devil, my host is a villain, there are only 3 people here, the protagonist attacker must be targeting the villain, I want to protect my villain host. The moment the power of the system crashed into the demonic energy, the entire South China Sea shook, the ground and the mountains shook, and it was even greater than before when the heavenly Tao descended the heavenly punishment, and with Mo Yen as the center, a deep, bottomless crack appeared under his feet in the blink of an eye. The sudden change of events so that Lu Folding Branch are frozen for a moment, open the array has been too late, can only frown and allow themselves to fall into the crack, secretly estimate what is below, cause the South China Sea strange movement of the spiritual power is likely to be below. I don't know what Snake did, but it should be a mistake to seize the opportunity. The sharks can't be trusted, and instead of relying on the sharks, they should go down and explore in person themselves. He is accustomed to being alone, encountering any situation are their own response, so the subconscious reaction is to come up with their own response, completely forgetting that there is still a side almost recuperated injuries. Cultivation is comparable to the peak period of the Mo Banquet. Until the devil's chi swept over the sky and gathered under his feet to hold him up. The entire South China Sea demonic gas is monstrous, although Mo Banquet fell into the rift together, but because of the cultivation of the body, slowed down a lot. The ready-made opportunity to get rid of the love rival he threw the first time by Chiao, casually where the love rival died, did not look at a glance, full of no cultivation, faster than he fell willow folding branch. Below there is a cave, it is likely to hide the secrets of the South China Sea. He is clear in his heart that falling down will not die, but the willow folding branch body is weak, that is, fall a little bit have to spit blood, he cannot afford to give up. However, in an instant, the monstrous demonic aura shrouds the South China Sea, the entire cultivation world is shaken by it. Because there is only one person in this world whose demonic energy is so pure and rich, that is the demonic venerable Mo Yen who died more than 10 years ago and whose bones are still intact. In an instant, the Six Realms sent people to the South China Sea to check it out. Regardless of how shocked the Six Worlds, Mo Yen did not care, changed back to the original appearance of the body will step on the demonic chi fell on the side of Lu Folding Branch, smiled very beaten. Yo, more than 10 years have not seen Folding Branch immortal monarch, this is what happened? You are so happy that you lost your cultivation when my father died? Facing that familiar face, Lu Folding Branch fell silent. Looking at him, not giving up Lu Xianji's identity, but instead playing two roles in this one person, acting out his own self who came back from the dead again, he really didn't know what to say. Two people are still falling, this South China Sea underground seems to have no end in general. Mo Yen carefully pay attention to the surrounding movements, mouth also try to maintain their own persona. Now he was going to be Lu Xieji's nemesis, demon dignitary Mo Yen, not disciple Lu Xuanji or Snake. He couldn't afford to give up Snake and Lu Xuanji's identities, and he would have to rely on these two identities to trick Lu Folding Branch to return to the Devil Realm in the future. Folding Branch immortal monarch, without cultivation falling into this kind of ghost place, I'm afraid it's hard to move around. This father also heard about it and came here to search for treasures. If you say something good, this father will be your companion, how about it? Mo Banquet's original appearance is very handsome, otherwise the fight willow Folding Branch will not never hit his face, but handsome to handsome, sword eyebrow starry eyes cannot cover the body of that evil. If he does not intentionally convergence, that will be a hit on the eye can be seen from the demonic world, almost put the debauchery evil arrogance a few words written on the face. These 18 years Lu Folding Branch is used to seeing the appearance of Snake and Lu Xuanji, and then look at his original appearance is still a little shaken, especially when he deliberately pick a fight, trying to pretend that the two are still deadly rivals. Lu Folding Branch always feel a little itchy hands. He wanted to bang on the top of his head twice. Ignoring people again? When he didn't answer, Mo Yen grunted and laughed, directly going up and wrapping his hands around his waist. Immortal monarch, don't you understand the reasoning of having to bow your head when you're under a roof? If you don't listen, I want to kill a dead enemy without cultivation, but it's too easy. When he was a snake, he still had to listen to him and be controlled by him. Now that he is back to being a demon lord Mo Yen is considered to have let himself go. In the past, the willow Folding Branch face him. This identity is very cold. 500 years have not much to take care of him. This time he can use this identity to get back to the scene. So excited that almost transformed out of the snake tail, shaking out the sparks. Over the years, Lu Folding Branch is used to being hugged by him. Being hugged did not react at all. Mo Banquet thought that he was compromising with himself, instantly smiled even more arrogantly. Immortal monarch does not struggle is right, as long as you obey, this honored one guarantees that it will take you out of here unharmed. Lu Folding Branch. Snake is still acting addicted. After all, it is his own snake, Willow Folding Branch what else can do, can only spoil, cooperate with him acting, cold voice spit out a few words, how do you want? After fighting for hundreds of years haven't seen what a dead enemy looks like, this father look at your face. Mo Banquet said while reaching out to fiddle with the mask on his face, the original is not this mask, Phoenix style, how, immortal monarch this is a Taoist couple, received the bride price of the Taoist couple? He was poking and prodding to take advantage of the situation, referring to himself as Lu Fuji's Dao couple, but Lu Fuji heard something wrong. So, Snake was aware from the beginning that the Phoenix style was considered to be an offer of employment? Then he still made this style for me? Mo Banquet neither know that he has long been off the horse, but also do not know inadvertently exposed the small mind, but also in that beautiful hands-pick mask. Mask off, and finally saw the willow folded branch that never tire of exquisite beauty of the face, his mind as long as a sentence really ing good looking. I've gone out of my way to expose the fact that I'm still alive for him, so I'm not going to get paid for this? Then let's have a kiss. In the past, it was him who took the initiative to kiss Willow Folding Branch. This time the status is different, he is considered to be completely floating, pinching Willow Folding Branch's chin. The movement is very light, afraid to give pinch red, but the mouth is vicious. Immortal monarch, can't imagine that one day will fall into the hands of my father, right? If you don't want to die in the hands of this honored one, then take the initiative and kiss this honored one. Chapter 77-75, Mighty Demon Dignitary X Snake from the Heart Snake. Willow Folding Branch had never been so speechless in her life. He could understand that Snake wanted to act to hide his identity, and was willing to be spoiled, but to suddenly pull this stunt on him was really a bit of an understatement. He even began to reflect on whether it is a little too much favor Snake, or is the penalty kneeling punishment less, otherwise why more and more unruly, but also forced him to do that unseemly thing? What, unwilling? Mo Yen, still continuing to play dead, wanted to be kissed by him of his own accord, the hand holding him slightly harder, letting his entire body lean into his arms. Immortal monarch, the one who was with you just now was your disciple, wasn't he? If you refuse to give in, guess what I will do with him when I find him? Immortal monarch, you're so honorable, and you have such a beautiful face. I'm not good at treating you harshly, but your disciple won't be so lucky. Immortal monarch, don't you want to let me find that disciple for you, and help you to protect him from harm? These words are the previous Mo Yen absolutely will not say, not to say out of this meaning, not cannot be so asshole, but cannot be so elegant. What golden honor, what pity, and harsh treatment of such words, before he cannot say out, will dislike the literary. Now are these 10 years in the willow folding branch around the ears and eyes, their own slowly learn. Unfortunately, he himself did not realize that he would subconsciously use the word elegant to the willow folding branch, but also thought that it was very good to pretend, and even dared to take his other identity to threaten. Lu Folding Branch has a new perception of his asshole, hand more itchy. Indeed, he owed discipline and was becoming more and more unruly. Feet can already see what is at the end of the abyssal rift, is a blank slice, danger and opportunity are unknown. Mo Banquet in mind to protect Lu Folding Branch, always pay attention to the surrounding environment, but also so a moment of distraction effort, the top of the head, bang bang 2 sounds. The hilt of the Qingyun sword knocked on his head, and it didn't hurt much with his cultivation, but Mo Yen was confused. What's going on? I'm a snake, he still just hit me with his hand. I'm now back to being a devil Mo Yen. He doesn't have the cultivation to disobey even if it's not true, but even switch to hitting me with the hilt of the sword? You, Willow Folding Branch, you dare to hit this honored one. Now Willow Folding Branch has long been not afraid of him, although still do not love to listen to him with their own roar, but definitely not afraid. On the calm with him to the eyes, was he wrapped around the landing of the moment also clear and cold responded, well. Ink Banquet? What makes him so hard-headed? I am now a devil father Mo Yen, his nemesis. He has no cultivation. What makes him not afraid of lousy Willow Folding Branch? A roar brought an echo in this unfamiliar environment. Willow Folding Branch didn't even look at him, swept a glance at the endless white expanse and nodded slightly, louder. Can have an echo means that the naked eye cannot be trusted. Here is the end. Seems to be a small world where restrictions and boundaries coexist. The snake's roar is just to be used to verify. Mo Yen is also not a little cute. He naturally understands what he means, but that is what makes him even more angry. The old man is dying of anger. He is not afraid, but also take the old man as a slave to call? Well, today, I will let you see the iron blood of the devil's father. Thumb-thick chain quietly wrapped on the condensation of frost and snow like white wrist, magic gas into a chain with the owner's mind and move, click on the lock. One side is locked on the Willow Folding Branch wrist, the other side is Mo Yan's own wrist. The only difference is that the side of the Willow Folding Branch side that is attached to the wrist is added with a soft fluff that is transformed into a magic gas, so as not to rub the pain. TSK, what a great view. Immortal monarch, has the taste of a prisoner ever been experienced? Have not seen who on the prisoner is still this careful care, lock still afraid of grinding red skin. Willow Folded Branch looked at the hands of the chains, and speechless and funny, silent for a moment casually spit out a word, heavy. He is looking at the chain said, Mo Yen instantly understand, a wave of a big hand replaced with a chain then just twice as thin, this time? Aha! That's good, no I'll get you a lighter. Mother-er. Mo Yen finally found out that something was wrong, and his eyes glazed over when he realized that he had obeyed sparingly. No, how did Lousy listen to him again? It's not Snake now, it's the Demon Lord Mo Yen. Why should I listen to him? Willow Folding Branch, you don't give me any of your immortal monarch swagger. You lost your cultivation and fell into my hands, so you have to listen to me. Mo Banquet seemed to be back to the old days when he fought with him, back to the time when he was so angry that he lost his sanity. Only in the old days it was because he didn't say anything, now it's because he was being used by him. Come here and give me a kiss. Or else I'll kill you. Anyway, clad in his vest, Mo Yen felt like he could do it again. Willow Folding Branch did not move, look at the stupid big child like a glance at him. Once upon a time think Snake is the most intelligent little black snake in the world, now also a little shaken. Snake really good stupid, if it is the year of the Mo Banquet, how can I kiss me? Even if I do not have the cultivation will certainly have to fight first to test some. Lousy talking to you. Mo Banquet pulled the chain between the two, did not force, intended as a warning. Even Willow Folding Branch that weak body he did not pull half a point. Oh. Willow Fold responded casually, slightly disgusted. Silly snake stupid snake. You. Mo Yen gritted his teeth, this honored one let you come over and kiss this honored one. Lu Folding Branch did not move, just as if he did not hear, stood in place to look around the weak, one hand hanging in front of the chest line deduction art. Fierce, or the great evil omen, the two protagonists are all here, the monstrous fortune has not changed the omen in the slightest, really brought by Cho to the right, there is danger will push him out.
Willow Folding Branch has a bad idea, but the face does not show the slightest, still a fairy-style saint appearance, silently pondering how to find White Autumn. Mo Banquet thought to do the secret, but he was looking right at him, is to see the White Autumn was thrown down hard, according to theory should be faster than they fall, has long been here, but I do not know why the delay in the disappearance of the trail. Willow folded the branch at that time to see clearly, just lazy tube, anyway, the protagonist's luck is heavenly, fall where will not die.
Xing Yun.
He ignored Mo Yen, but summoned his own native sword. The pouring cloud sword flew around the two of them, the sword swaying from side to side in the air, signaling that it couldn't find its way. The sword spirit is still like this, not to mention that they are trapped in this small world of people, in this place is like entering a maze, divine sense cannot explore the direction.
Check it out first.
Never mind how furious Mo Banquet was, Willow Folding Branch was not affected in the slightest and took a step forward. The chain is not long, only a foot, he moved and straightened, clattering taut Mo Yan's side. Mo Banquet wrist grinding a bit, although it does not hurt, but the naked eye visible panic. The two of them were locked together, his side was rubbed to the ground, and naturally the same was true for Willow Fold's side. His thick skin does not matter, Willow Folding Branch the delicate skin with a touch is a red mark, where to stand. No use Willow Folding Branch back to call him, Mo Yen consciously followed up, mouth also cursed, you ing wanna go will not say a word?
No cultivation for you an old man godlike fart. Do you think this chain is just for show?
Cursing, the surrounding aura suddenly fluctuations, Mo Yen instantly closed his mouth, strict protection of the willow folded branch in his arms, the tone is not like the party so grumpy, serious, and low, do not move, not right. Neither one of the two had detected anyone else's aura, but now the aura was fluctuating, enough to show that there was something here that their divine sense could not spy.
Willow Folding Branch again to raise his hand to deduce, but was Mo Yen pressed the wrist, will be that hand in the hands, not allowed him to deduce the art, no cultivation, honestly stay, with this honor to stay together, still need you to show off? This word Mo Yen has long wanted to say, just in the way of the identity of the snake before has not been so bad to train him, this time finally found the opportunity, the tone, and fierce and with efforts to suppress the worry. The 5 declines of the celestial man have begun, that head of gray hair is not enough to wake you up? The body is so weak that you don't know how to take care of yourself, but also immortal monarch, my demon world has no spiritual wisdom than you are honest. You what you? Shut the up.
For the first time in his life, he was so tough in front of Lu Shiji, not even letting his words finish before he was blocked back, Mo Yen was secretly pleased, and the corners of his mouth couldn't stop rising. This should have been the case long ago, this honor's demon queen will have to be under this honor's control, always do not take life seriously is to be cleaned up. I thought you were an immortal who could fight with my father. I tell you, today this honored not let you hands, you dare to move a try. My devil world torture you can withstand a few? Lu Folding Branch. The hand is itchy, but the main thing is important, it is better to endure it first. When the two of them were talking, the aura fluctuation gradually approached, Mo Banquet was still lecturing Lu Folding Branch in 1 second, but in the next second, he held his native sword in his hand, and greeted it towards the right front. When he let go of Willow Folding Branch, he didn't forget to leave several boundaries around him, and even unlocked the chains on his hands.
Clang!
Not only was the spiritual energy colliding, but there was also the sound of 2 long swords crashing into one place, the spiritual energy from the collision scattered in all directions, and both Mo Yen and Lu Shiji were stunned. Although they couldn't see the opposite side of the swords, nor could they capture who the spiritual energy came from, that spiritual energy was all too familiar to them.
You?
Mo Yen looked at his own native sword, and then looked at Lu Shiji, with a confused face, are you
pretending?
Do not blame him for asking this, it is really too much like Lu Folding Branch out to fight with him, the spiritual energy are exactly the same as Lu Folding Branch, the breath of the innate sword is also, it is clearly the breath of the pouring cloud sword. Willow Folding Branch is also a little confused, just put away the Qingyun sword, now try to summon a Qingyun. Tilting cloud sword appeared out of thin air at his side, the sword body half a bit of spiritual power is not, obviously just now is not it. The sword is indeed not pouring clouds, but that spiritual power. Mo Banquet felt that something was wrong, before, he always thought that Willow Folding Branch was being backstabbed, now he also had to ask one more question, how did you lose your cultivation?
Willow Folding Branch was stopped by the question.
Now can't even make up, because with his former cultivation, said he was assassinated simply can't find someone to take the blame, in addition to the Mo Banquet, the world is difficult to have people who can make this matter. Said to be on fire into the devil is even more outrageous, even if he's suddenly a head of white hair to show people, the 6 worlds or no one suspected that he was on fire into the devil, is because everyone knows that his state of mind is clear as water, will never be into the devil.
To tell the truth. Can't say it.
The 2-word system are controlled by an invisible force when they reach the mouth, and the mouth can't even open. Willow Folding Branch thought for a circle, vaguely felt that the cultivation that was confiscated by the system was the spiritual power that fought with Mo Banquet just now, and the one that caused the South China Sea to be different was the same one, but it really couldn't be explained. In the end, he could only shake his head, it's gone after a sleep, I don't know the reason.
Ka-ching. The surrounding boundary set by Mo Banquet was in pieces. Lu Xieji frowned slightly, and in the next instant the owner of that boundary arrived in front of him, grabbing his arm in an agitated tone. With whom? The hell is it with Bai Qiu? Did Bai Qiu take your cultivation and lose it? Are you blind? Always suspected him of liking Bai Qiu. This time Mo Yan thought he had heard the truth from him in person, and the murderous aura around him continued to rise. By autumn, I flayed his skin. I'm going to skin him. I'm going to take out his bones, and I'm going to feed his soul to the demons. Go find him now. Just now, he had only tried to make a move with that strange spiritual power. This time he didn't try to make a move, he just found a random direction and left. With one hand pulling Lu Folding Branch's wrist and one hand holding his native sword, no matter where that spiritual power suddenly attacked from, it was all blocked by his anger, with a fierce look of God blocking Buddha killing Buddha. His mouth also kept cursing. Bai Qiu. Die for me. Bai Qiu, go die. Die. In the end it was not like screaming and cursing, but also with some indescribable aggression. Occasionally looking back at Lu Xieji was also full of grievances. From the time he opened his mouth, he has been repeatedly shocked to not yet clear his thoughts and was so looked at by him. Lu Folding Branch's eyes are as substantial as the doubts, for a time were so shocked that they could not find their own voices. How? Is this completely different from the plot I understand? Where's the promised destined couple? Chapter 78, 76, My good snake has been acting good? The so-called destiny couple, generally speaking, is to meet should have a good feeling about each other. The matter of heaven's destiny is not a child's play. Lu Folding Branch never thought that one day Mo Banquet not only threatened to kill the destined couple Bai Qiu, but also misunderstood Bai Qiu and his own affair. The amount of information here was too much, directly overturning the plot that Lu Fuji had always believed in beyond belief. Why do you suspect my junior brother? I don't have a personal relationship with my junior brother. Willow Folding Branch explained, also testing the waters. He suspected that many things were out of place. The cultivation that had been confiscated by the system turning into weird spiritual power in the present, the protagonists not having the bonds between them that they should have, and Snake inexplicably being sent down as heavenly punishment, all of these things seem to be connected in some way. Can change the plot should only be the protagonist, in addition to Bai Qiu will be pampered, will rely on the protagonist's luck to be favored, the other will not be anything, not to cause these many abnormalities, then it can only be the snake here out of the problem. There is no personal love fart. Mo Yan was still furious and just dispersed the spiritual energy coming towards the two with a sword, turning back to glare at him viciously. Don't think that I don't know that you favor him. The entire cultivation world knows how good you are to him. Even so, what does what I do with my youngest senior brother have to do with the demon lord? Willow Folding Branch's words instantly dumbfounded Mo Yan. Can't say it's a direct suspicion of identity, right, but it's also considered a questioning. People's Qianku and sex affairs, the room of their arch rivals, what does it have to do with him, a demon dignitary? The air is silent. The small white world could not be seen to the end, only the spiritual power that came out from time to time wanted to take the lives of the two people. The crisis was all over the place, but it was full of unknown chances. But now what crisis, what chance, are not compared to the embarrassment to come to the imposing. This father. Mo Yan began to panic, words are not speaking well, hold a long time to hold a barely reasonable excuse, this father is heartbroken about your cultivation. Lousy, really smart. Mo Yan felt that this excuse was so good that he instantly acted again, and snorted at Lu Xieji. This father sees that you can't fight without cultivation, and feels that your future days will be meaningless, so he kindly seeks justice for you, and you still dare to question this father? Then why? A prisoner is a bit of a prisoner. Is it for you to ask what this honored one does? Lu Xieji didn't finish his sentence and was blocked back. His heart was puzzled, knowing that he couldn't ask for the truth, but his fingertips gently twisted. Because of the itchy hands, itchy fast cannot help. The snake is still. Awesome. Lu Folding Branch silently read a sentence in his heart, did not say a sound or show it, but let Mo Yan inexplicably some back cold. A burst of airborne sound came, that strange spiritual power again. Mo Yan one-handed sword to meet the battle, not yet hit that spiritual power, the top of the head caught off guard, bang bang 2 sound. It is the Willow Folding Branch hit, this time are not letting the pouring cloud sword hit, is his hand holding the sword, with the hilt of the sword hit. There is no other meaning, is to personally hit twice to relieve anger. Mo Yan one hand pulling him, afraid that he ran away, one hand in the spiritual power to fight hard to give up, cannot care about the 2 hit. Lu Folding Branch just stood behind him to watch, holding the pouring cloud sword to catch the opportunity to his head to 2. Can't hit anything wrong, but the sound is very loud. Bang, bang, bang. The head of a good and majestic demon Zun was about to be knocked as a wooden fish, hitting it with a jolt. Mo Banquet almost died of anger, as if back to a small snake by the Willow Folding Branch with all kinds of moral means of torture. The most terrible is the Willow Folding Branch of the moral means, not the most moral, only more moral. Don't care if he is a small snake or a big snake, if he turns into a human form and becomes Lu Xuanji or turns back into a demon Mo Yan, he can be accurately cleaned up. Lu Xuanji. Don't you go too far. Protecting him while taking a beating, Moyen's teeth were about to break. Who gave you the guts to be so mean to Benzun? Pa! This time the hilt of the sword hit directly on the mouth, a light blow that didn't hurt, but was very infuriating. The most infuriating thing is that Mo Banquet took the time to turn around to glare at Lu Folding Branch, but he saw Ching Yun's sword madly rubbing the hilt of the sword towards the brocade handkerchief that Lu Folding Branch took out. A sword will not speak, but the interpretation of dislike is the most vivid. Because of hitting him in the mouth, he felt that his sword hilt was dirty and frantically wanted to wipe it clean. Moyen. His mother, how even the native sword is as angry as its owner. Clean, not dirty, Ching Yun obeyed. Willow Folding Branch coaxed the already spiritually intelligent sword spirit, and as Moyen heard it, his breath almost came out. He let that broken sword beat me, broken sword smacks me dirty. He even coaxed the sword? Why doesn't he coax the? I don't need him to coax me. I'm now the demon lord Moyen, I can kill him with one slap. He has to be afraid of me. Moyen transformed grief and anger into spiritual power. A sword will once again attack the spiritual power from the middle of the raw cut off, and release the devil out of the rapid nibbling, although cannot be refined, but enough to break up that spiritual power, for a long time cannot be converged again. After doing this he turned his head and pulled Willow Folding Branch into his arms and kissed him savagely. Tilting Cloud sword is still held in the hands of Lu Folding Branch, has just been gentle coaxing 2 sentences, a turn of the headmaster does not coax, but also by that obnoxious devil Zun to take advantage of, has just given birth to the spirit of the sword spirit jumping up and down, with the sword body is also chaotic movement, accidentally directly cut Mo Banquet's robes. Or at the lapel. In an instant, Mo Banquet's lapel was wide open, and his tight abs were hidden in the scratched robe. Lu Sheji was a little out of breath from the kiss and couldn't push him, so he casually touched up and pinched him, trying to make him let go of the pain. Moyen sucked in a breath of cool air and hurriedly let go of him to look down and grabbed his wrist. Willow Fold. He really didn't do it on purpose, this time he definitely wasn't punishing Snake, he was just careless, and now that he saw Moyen's face look weird as hell, he was also inevitably a little weak. Sorry. Having just heard him apologize softly, Moyen hadn't reacted yet, and in the next instant that hand came back up and rubbed earnestly on the wound. Moyen. Willow Fold definitely did it on purpose. In the past, he could only make up in his head, but this time, his identity was different and he didn't need to be afraid, so he opened his mouth and said, "Is this how immortal monarch Folding Branch seduced this honored one? This means is not enough." Willow Folding Branch action a beat, raise eyes unknown to look at him, what? Seduce? Rather able to pretend. Moyen grunted and laughed, taking off my father's clothes again and touching with your hands, seducing my father with such clumsy means, when my father can't see it? Every word Lu Fuji could understand, but together they sounded confused. What was Snake talking about? Were these words able to be combined together? You. He was shocked at the words and subconsciously brought his hand back, only to be pulled by Moyen and pressed against his abs again. Since it is a seduction, then it is greatly generous, take out some real skills, is it difficult to want this father to teach you? Moyen was so pleased, finally able to say what was in his heart with impunity, the corners of his mouth were going up to the sky. Immortal monarchs can't seduce my father if they don't sell out. Seeing that he didn't look like he was joking, Willow Folding Branch's face changed, knowing for the first time that the usual good Snake was actually thinking about these messy things in his mind. More than 10 years did not learn to cultivate the body, but is pretending more and more good. Good Snake is not occasional asshole, clearly has been so asshole, only in the past days do not dare to say more, in front of their own effort to pretend good. Mo Banquet is not easy to let go of the self want to say what to say, simply do not know that they are going to finish, but also in that flirty words, just let you kiss this honor you are not willing to, but will want to tackle pretend to be innocent, the clothes are given to this honor to pickpocket, but also do not come to take the initiative to kiss this honor a snap. Another blow to the mouth. This time it wasn't the hilt of the Tilting Cloud sword that hit, it was Willow Folding Branch hitting it with her palm, a solid blow, Mo Banquet's lips were a little numb, and the person was confused. Lu Folding Branch. You. Pa. Willow Folding Branch gave him another smack to the mouth, dare to talk nonsense again? Moyen? Is he lecturing me? How dare he lecture me? The old man is not his good Snake. Who are you to lecture my father? Willow Folding Branch, you bully people too much. After this honored one captures you back to the demon realm, let's see how you still. A piece of talisman paper dang right on his head, Mo Banquet opened his mouth and was still talking, but froze and couldn't speak anymore. It was another forbidden speech charm. From the past in the cloud bamboo peak was not less by Lu Folding Branch so clean up, Mo Banquet to ice fire, but cannot say, can only stare at him to express dissatisfaction. As for why not go up to the hand to tear down that talisman paper? Don't ask. If you ask, you don't think. Because once upon a time he did not dare, Willow Folding Branch to pack him he was honestly punished, do not dare to mess with, now change the identity also did not think that you can still resist this, stick on the stick on, a little bit did not want to take off. Clothes put on. Willow Folding Branch cold voice admonished him, Hall of Devil respect is not neatly dressed, what is the behavior? You still know that I am a demon elder. Isn't this a ing sword cut by you?
Mo Banquet is full of reason, they cannot speak, and then how angry is only angry to change clothes, habitual obedience. The party's spiritual power was dispersed by him, and will not come back for a while. There are no bystanders here, there is no danger for the time being, so Lu Shizhi made up his mind to teach Snake a good lesson. At least to control it first. How many times have you been an asshole today? How can you dive into cultivation if you go on like this? A good Snake, actually backstage asshole into this kind of appearance, these years he did not find, in the end is too much spoiled, negligent discipline. For Lu Fengji, nothing is as important as his snake, regardless of whether it is a different spiritual power or two people fell into a small world to find the direction, are not as important as correcting the snake's nature of mind in a timely manner. Cultivate the road to cultivate the heart, the state of mind is not and, in the future how to merge the road to ascend, into a dragon. 2 incense cones were taken out of his storage ring and stood in front of Mo Yan, who had not knelt on the incense, and saw the incense with a reflexive knee pain. Sure enough, the next instant to hear Willow Folding Branch said, "Kneel." Puff. Before the words fell, Mo Banquet knelt properly, clearly a demon venerable, but kneeling more standardly than some righteous disciples kneeling with incense. Waiting for one of the incense to start burning, he felt as if there was something wrong. Why am I on my knees? It's not right, is it? I'm Mo Yan now. Why should I listen to him and kneel on incense? Mo Yan just wanted to get up. That leg movement, the top of the head bang sound, is Lu Folding Branch with a hand hit. Kneel. Lousy hall of fiendishness. There was no way I could use this identity to kneel with incense to my nemesis. Mo Yan, resolutely unwilling to be as wimpy as Snake, one leg is supported up, caught off guard to see Lu Shiji's hand begin to pinch the trick. Xuanwu, open. Don't open the formation. Flopping sound, the majestic devil did not pick up the face, but instead threw his face on the ground and fell even more broken. More than the snake is not even worse than the snake, and hurriedly knelt back down, more than before kneeling correctly. The body cannot stand. Willow Folding Branch, you again do not want to die. I just wanted to take advantage of you, I didn't want to hurt you. What are you doing? Just kneeling for incense? If you're good, I'll do as I'm told. I don't care if he's a snake or a devil, I'll kneel for you. Chapter 77. Why is your holiness kneeling before immortal sovereign? Even after being lectured like this by Willow Folding Branch, as long as he wasn't called Snake, Mo Yan didn't even half suspect that his vest had fallen off. Because he always felt that Lu Shizhi would not keep a nemesis by his side, and this nemesis is still the devil of good and evil. So why was he taught such a lesson? It must be that Willow Fold is used to getting along with Snake, that is, with him. He is used to spending time with Snake, which means he is used to spending time with him. He has developed the habit of disciplining people, and because he is not around, he misses him so much that he can't stand to be away from him for even a moment, so he grabs someone at random and disciplines him to give him some consolation. Willow Folding Branch, all like him, like into what kind of, this explanation reasonable? Yes, it must be. Mo Yan was kneeling there with the incense, full of all this logic, and even raised the corners of his mouth in triumph. TSK, I knew that Lu Folding Branch had long been mesmerized by Lao Zi, and was filled with only Lao Zi alone, and could not think of anything else. He thought he was being secretive, but in fact, Lu Folding Branch saw the corners of his raised mouth clearly, and for a while, she was also puzzled, not understanding why he was still so happy when he was being punished, and she didn't find anything unusual. The Hall of Devil's father was punished by his nemesis by kneeling in incense. Doesn't Snake think it's very strange? Willow Folding Branch really can't figure it out, but think about the usual Snake is always a bit of brain circuit strange, he also got used to it. Let nature take its course. If one day the snake has suspicions, then the truth about the two of them are deceiving each other, very fair. His state of mind, which is comparable to ordinary people, even the former enemy can be used as a spiritual pet in the other side cannot be so calm. South China Sea has Mo Banquet's devilish gas present. The entire cultivation world of major forces have sent people to come to see, especially the Qiankuan clan also lost by Qiu, Duan Chengqian the first time to bring people to kill over. Because he realized that Lu Folding Branch was also not at Cloud Bamboo Peak anymore. If the devil father Mo Banquet is still alive, Lu Folding Branch of this enemy will certainly bear the brunt of revenge. He is not concerned about Lu Folding Branch dead or alive, but afraid of Lu Folding Branch implicated his disciple by Qiu, afraid of being captured by the Mo Banquet together with the South China Sea, so hurry to rescue. Unfortunately, he can't even enter the South China Sea. No matter what the purpose of the Shark Clan, the other eye on Lu Folding Branch is real. Lu Folding Branch can be invited into the South China Sea. The other person cannot have this face, even if he is Lu Folding Branch's master. The shark race has the arrogance of the shark race. Not my kind are ignorant barbarians, sincerely do not see, do not care how many cultivators gathered in the 6 worlds of the South China Sea on the periphery of the South China Sea, can only be worried about the South China Sea, do not want to enter. So the periphery of the South China Sea is a sea of people, each of them have not completely dissipated the devil's gas speculation, anxious to know in the end is not the ink feast is still alive, and in the South China Sea appeared. If alive or eradicated as soon as possible for the good, otherwise the devil will certainly be again to act arrogantly and domineering, stirring up the 6 worlds cannot live in peace. In the past, Mo Banquet's behavior let them headache. It is not easy to stop for more than 10 years, who would like to be that unreasonable but also cultivation of deep and cursing people unpleasant demon again. It's not easy to clean up the mess. Once the mess is made, we have to ask Immortal Monarch Folding Branch to go and help, and beat a beating back to the demon world to be considered peaceful. Folding Branch Immortal notoriously reluctant to pay attention to the world, back and forth have to beg grandparents begging Duan Chengxian to help persuade, but also have to give Duan Chengxian to send some of the treasures in order to do so. This bad day they really have had enough.
In the end is not alive All the bones are gone, and the soul is scattered. Can it still come back from the dead? Patriarch Duan, has this matter been reported to Immortal Folding Branch for Immortal to come and decide? Where there is a Mo Banquet, everyone will subconsciously think of Lu Folding Branch, because the bystanders can't cure that lawless demon Zun. That's why Duan Chengxian is surrounded by the crowd, taking turns to ask about Lu Folding Branch, but he doesn't dare to say a single word. If the Mo Banquet is alive, Lu Folding Branch does not show up can also deter one or two. If it shows up, the fight was found to have no cultivation is all over. Back then, their Chen Kun sect helped Candle away from the throne. Lu Folding Branch, if you cannot suppress Mo Banquet, I'm afraid that the entire clan will be slaughtered by Mo Banquet. The human world is also at stake. Duan Chengxian love power, is more afraid of death, so more anxious than anyone else. To the South China Sea, the first to the spiritual power of the voice. We came to see whether the Ink Feast is back from the dead. The sharks have also been with the Ink Feast feud. Why not a convenient spiritual power through the seawater fell into the ear of the patriarch. Ask the abyss, but heard also did not respond, not want to respond, but do not know how to respond. Because that let Willow Folding Branch and Moyen fell into the crack in front of their eyes, across the entire South China Sea seabed, which also wisps of waving Moyen's demonic gas. To say that this is not Moyen himself came, ghosts do not believe. Lan Yu was that ghost, standing on one side of the rift, staring at those demonic chi with a grave expression, first raising his eyes to look at Wen Shou and Daimoon, once Moyan's right and left protectors, and finally landing his gaze on Ask Yuan. This honored one doesn't know that the Shark clan's spiritual disturbance is hiding Mo Banquet's recuperation here? No wonder he was skeptical. It was really too much like Mo Banquet was hiding under the abyss. How else could he explain Mo Banquet's demonic aura appearing here? It was clearly not there before. This crack appeared without warning, and then there was Mo Yan's demonic chi overflowing? Who would believe that the sharks have no relationship with the Mo Banquet? Ask the abysses also understand this reasoning. See, the explanation is not clear. Simply give up is not. Go down to see some will see the difference. My sharks and ink banquets have been long grudges. Even if you know that he has not been dead, will never hide, will only be instantly killed. Notify the 6 worlds. Words are so, but how to go down? Who first go down is a big problem, or they will not be here so long. Stalemate. They are all scrambling to go down first to seize the first opportunity, but also mutual restraint, who do not want a side than their own first. Who wouldn't just talk about it? Willow Folding Branch was not there. Qingyu also did not pretend, snorted a conspiratorial laugh. Sharks, in order to get out of the South China Sea, can be willing to marry with Lu Xinji, who is not yet sitting in the position of the demonic venerable. What else can not be done? He was suspecting that the sailor clan had made a deal with Mo Banquet with the purpose of being able to get out of the South Sea, but Lan Yu was suspicious of another thing as he listened to this. Speaking of Mo Banquet, the ones who are most familiar with him should be you guys, right? Lan Yu's eyes surveyed Wen Shou and Daimoon with probing eyes. The old master is back from the dead. Do you guys really not know about it? Or is embracing Lu Xuanji a lie, and coming here to see the old lord is the real thing? He had suspected up to this point, and hadn't suspected one bit that Lu Xuanji was Mo Yen. Because like Mo Banquet, both felt that Lu Xuanji would not keep his nemesis around, and even accepted as a disciple, that loved and favored him. The blind admiration and trust in Lu Folding Branch doomed them to miss the truth, and could not guess that the Folding Branch immortal monarch they see today has already lost his cultivation. How is my demon realm? What does it have to do with your underworld? When Xiu returned with an expressionless face, the solid-hearted person unable to say a bit of smooth words. How do you talk to the underworld honor? Daimoon raised her hand and patted him on the shoulder before turning her head to look at Lan Yu and Qingyu, her posture scattered. Underworld eminence, demon emperor, although Mo Banquet is the old master, he really doesn't treat us well, with that nature of his. Who can be sincere with him? When Xiu heard straight frowned, but pursued the principle that he must have his reasons for doing so, only feel in his heart that it is not right to say so, did not block. Mo Yen, this person Daimoon shook her head, with a look of unwillingness to even mention it. Even without Candle Li on the throne, I myself would like to take his place, working under him, beating and scolding him at every turn. Who can stand it? At least I was from the righteous path back then. How could I sincerely submit to a big devil like that? What he said is also reasonable. Mo Yan's irritability is well known. Once upon a time there are people who often see Mo Yan to go to all walks of life of the greenhouse to catch him. He often get beaten up is true. It is that kind of inexplicable strange lingering. Lan Yu felt that something must have gone wrong somewhere, but he couldn't find the key to the problem, and let out a light laugh at Daimoon. Speaking of the righteous path, when was the Acacia sect counted as the righteous path? The Acacia sect's holy maiden was nearly killed by the righteous path back then. This matter should be clearer to you than to my father. Dying Moon division of the Acacia sect, boys female phase to do the Acacia sect saint daughter, this is a great shame, and later personally destroyed the Acacia sect into the devil. This matter in the 6 worlds is not a secret. But it is the first time to be used to poke Dai Moon in the face. When Shio's face was dark and scary, his palm's demonic chi gathered, and he was about to make a move with Lanyu, but he was lightly pressed by Dai Moon's wrist and pressed it back. What, is Heizun curious about the Acacia sect's secret techniques? Dai Moon smiled and threw a wink at Arisharyu, not minding at all about being brought up by him in the past, knowing that he was intentionally speaking out of turn, wanting to get them to disorganize themselves, and even walking over to try to lean on Arisharyu. If you are curious, this night, Heizun waited for me to go to the appointment is, why do you need to say it in public, but it makes me a little embarrassed. He does not get angry, on the contrary, Lanyu gave some nausea, Lanyu's face is a little dark, completely try not to go on, retreat a few steps back and pull away from him, self-respect. Ha 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 ha. Dying Moon laughed wantonly, but also with unusual men do not have the waves of charming, not only do not think that shame, but hate to write their own master of the Acacia sect of things on the face as if. In this way, the mouths of Lanyu and Qingyu were tightly blocked. When Shio looked at the smile on his face, and the hand hanging at his side tightened. Because he felt that Dai Moon cared, if he really didn't care, he wouldn't have risked his life back then to slaughter the entire family of the Acacia sect. What exactly happened that day is unknown to outsiders. In addition to Dai Moon himself, the world only saved Dai Moon back to the devil's world of Mo Banquet no. Mo Yen did not say that Dai Moon was saved by him, and Lanyu and Qingyu did not know either, so he perfectly missed all the doubts, allowing Dai Moon to help Mo Yen to cover up clearly. After making such a scene, everyone felt a little embarrassed, and it was at this moment that Dai Moon suddenly withdrew her smile and grabbed Wen Shio's arm to jump deep into the rift at her side. Not only did she seize the opportunity, but she also let Wen Shio seal the rift with his demonic chi, ensuring that if anyone else wanted to come in, they would never end up in the same place as them. Under the several boundaries and the constantly converging demonic chi, Dai Moon kept falling. Looking at the exasperated Qingyu above and the blue-faced Lanyu, he frivolously hooked the corner of his mouth. Underworld Zun can be really self-respecting it. If it wasn't for Arisharyu telling him to respect himself, avoiding him like a snake scorpion, drawing attention to the fact that there were only the 2 of them in the demon world, and that there was the shark race watching intently, where would he have had the opportunity to bring Wen Shio to go to the venerable lord first? Wen Shio clasped his waist and carried him into his arms, seemingly lest the 2 of them get separated and not be able to land in one place, in actuality secretly feeling the waist under his hands that was not too small to hold, the knot in his throat rolled up and down. Dai Moon is unaware of this, and is only interested in calculating how to search for his lord when he arrives at an unknown location, but coincidentally falls not far from Lu Sheji and Mo Banquet. Wen Shio naturally also saw it, just landed on the ground to look silly. The good news is that the venerable master has changed back to his original appearance, and his cultivation should have returned to his peak period. The bad news is, why is your holiness kneeling in front of immortal Lord Broken Branch? There is still a 1-person high incense burning in front of him? Chapter 80, 78, why doesn't Willow Folding Branch let people see her face? When Shio dumbfounded, Dai Moon cannot, he looked at this self-honored master disgrace scene, holding when Shio laughed to be all straight up waist. Ha 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 ha, honorable lord. Ha 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 ha. The 2 people's aura appeared when Mo Yen noticed, but unfortunately it was too sudden. Kneeling there has been unable to react. Willow Folding Branch is facing them, seeing it is also a stunned. Punish Snake is a serious matter, let Snake in front of subordinates is not good. This point of reasoning he still understands, hurriedly reach out to help Mo Yen. It's fine, immortal monarch doesn't need to care about me. Dai Moon are laughing so much that the whole person leaned on Wen Shio. I see honorable lord kneeling quite properly, you guys continue, ha 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 ha. Mo Yan's entire body froze, never thought that the 2 of them were so capable, they actually came down so fast, or the first one to come down, kneeling there being laughed at by him his body began to bubble with murderous aura. Wen Shio wanted to let him stop laughing, but Dying Moon which cannot listen, see Wen Shio to cover the mouth, snap a slap away from Wen Shio's hand, but also towards the Willow Folding Branch nodded, immortal gentleman be my guest, I am. Ha 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 ha. I thought of something very funny ha 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 ha. Willow Folding Branch. Snake's subordinates also seem to be not quite normal. Dai Moon are almost laughing. Wen Shio was originally just surprised, did not think it was funny, was laughing at him unconsciously followed by want to laugh, the corner of the mouth just raised a little bit upwards, was Mo Yen look at a square. Then, bang, bang. Both of them received a slap, and together they flew out backwards and fell to the ground. That didn't even stop Dai Moon from laughing. Ha 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 ha, cough, ha 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 ha. Mo Yen. Disgraceful asshole thing. He does not want to talk, get up and just want to throw Dai Moon away. He and Willow Folding Branch 2 people here is quite good, more people a moment Willow Folding Branch should be too noisy and do not talk. Just want to another slap, raised his arm was suddenly gently pulled, Mo Yen Dao turned back, is facing Lu Folding Branch wearing a mask face, a pair of beautiful phoenix eyes also with a few points of disapproval. At this time he reacted, Lu Folding Branch's speed of wearing a mask is surprisingly fast, it seems that before Dai Moon and Wen Shio fall, that mask has already been put on, otherwise those 2 bastard things could not have this reaction. Seeing the face of Willow Folding Branch, who cannot be beautiful to the out of body, but also smile ah. But the question is, why did the masked one react so quickly? The entire cultivation world except for him, it seems to be that no one has seen the face of Willow Fold, although he is quite happy that he is the most special, but it is inevitable to have questions. Why did Willow Folding Branch never let anyone see his face? Even if you don't want to be stared at for fear of someone going crazy over that beauty, it's not so bad that you won't even show it to Master Duan Chengqian and junior brother Bai Chiu, right? Back when these two people went up to Cloud Bamboo Peak, Willow Folding Branch had to wear a mask. He was so focused on thinking that this was very wrong that he was caught off guard by Willow Folding Branch, who stepped forward and blocked his back. Willow Folding Branch is also reluctant to step in because he is not familiar with Dying Moon and Wenxiu, or very social fear, but two such loyal subordinates. He is also unwilling to see Snake Hands to beat people again. He did not communicate with people for many years, did not know that this is called a good relationship, called playfulness, only afraid that Snake hurt the heart of the loyal subordinates. Hard forced himself to ask, I remember that you seem to want to embrace my disciple Xianji as the devil's father? As soon as this sentence was asked, the other three people were all dumbfounded. They all thought that Willow Fold didn't know Mo Yan's identity, and when they were suddenly suspected, one panicked more than the other. Mo Yan, no, I can't expose it. If I expose it, Lu Fuji won't talk to me. He ignores people when he gets angry. Dai Moon, it's over. If I can't catch up with Immortal Monarch, your holiness is going to take it out on me. Wenxiu, your lord is going to be exposed. What if Immortal Monarch realizes that he's been cheated and kills your lord? The three people looked at each other, and Mo Yan was the first to speak. You two dare to betray his holiness? He's damn tired of living. Wenxiu? Dai Moon, I knew it. He was the one who would dump the pot. The pressure was completely given to Dai Moon and Wenxiu who would make this up. After thinking about it, he directly summoned his native sword, ready to help his own venerable master fight with Willow Folding Bao when Mo Banquet exposed his identity. Dai Moon is carrying a big pot, but also to reach out to pull this bean, heart tired straight in the heart sigh, face but smile happy, your lord rest, are all misunderstandings. Mo Yan encouragingly looked at him, secretly transmitted voice, quickly make up for my old man. Count on you. Dai Moon. Oh, out of the blue. Your holiness, Wenxiu and I are not betraying you, we just see that you have not been coming back, and Candle Li is not in good charge of the demon realm, so we want to find someone to replace Candle Li. Inua said and also bowed towards Lu Shizhi. Immortal Monarch's disciple I and Wenxiu originally did not know each other, it's just that our revered lord has always appreciated Immortal Monarch and Wenxiu, and I naturally trust Immortal Monarch, and love the house as well as the crow's feet, and the Immortal Monarch's disciple intends to seize the position of the demon sovereign, and compared to Candle Li, of course, we are more willing to embrace him. He was able to speak. Not only did he solve the pressing problem, explaining it in a reasonable manner, but also incidentally put in a good word for Mo Yan. In the past, the Venerable Master often praised Immortal Monarch with us, and was quite sympathetic to Immortal Monarch. The Venerable Master is gone, the Devil World has changed its owner. When we see Immortal Monarch, it is inevitable that we will be closer to the bottom of our hearts, plus Immortal Monarch's disciples' character and appearance and cultivation are all excellent, which is. The latter words he did not finish, but more useful than finished, because this appears to be more real, quite some left and right difficult meaning, but also guilty of Mo Banquet's love. If it is not Willow Folding Branch know the truth, listening to him say so have to believe. Mo Yan was also more and more satisfied with what he heard, especially the part where he put in a good word for himself in front of Lu Shizhi, so he was close to opening his mouth to praise him. He really deserves to be Laozi's beloved, he understands things too well. In that case, this father will spare you all. Mo Banquet waved his hand, this matter is even turned over, Willow Folding Branch that has also been accounted for. In addition to Wenxiu listening to a blank face, everyone else is considered to be very satisfied with this result. But Mo Banquet's next sentence will be Dai Moon to hear silly. But what appreciation or not, this honored one is just thinking of having someone to accompany this honored one in a fight to relieve his boredom. Mo Banquet reached out and pulled Lu Folding Branch's arm, smiling smugly at Wenxiu and Dai Moon. Times are different now Folding Branch Immortal Monarch is my father's prisoner. Wenxiu was first startled, then he respectfully saluted from the bottom of his heart, your holiness is mighty. Dai Moon opened his mouth and froze, not knowing what to say. In the end he said nothing because he was afraid of accidentally scolding his own honorable lord. What kind of absolute-size cuteness is this? Is this the way to chase someone? Again, you hide your identity as a disciple to cheat the Immortal Monarch, and again, you are so painful to say that people are prisoners. Do you want to see that the dust that you just kneeled on the incense is still on your knees? Mouth won't use can lend to Wenxiu that would. He is speechless to death. Mo Banquet is still laughing there, by Wenxiu so cuddle, even turned his head to ask Lu Shizhi. Immortal Monarch himself said, is not the prisoner of this honored one? Willow Folding Branch's hand itched again, but with Dai Moon and Wenxiu present, in the end he didn't hit him, only coldly glanced at him and didn't make a sound. Mo Yan felt that he again lying, not at all panicked, still blowing there, see, by this father scared to not dare to speak. Dai Moon. People lazy you cannot see
Only when Shio has the same brain circuit as him, he believes everything he says, and is still admiring from the bottom of his heart. Your holiness deserves to be your holiness. Daimon wanna die hard have, from the storage ring took out a pot of wine to borrow wine to dispel sadness, suddenly found a gaze fell on his hand holding wine, followed that gaze to see his Lu folded branch, hand shaking almost through the wine pot. Air. Immortal monarch doesn't tea like the smell of wine and one tea let him drink it. He all knew to obey, hurriedly put away the wine, his stupid dog like venerable master still does not know, that death scene he did not have eyes to see. Folding branch immortal monarch, both of this honored one's beloved ones have arrived, are you even more obliged to listen to this honored one? Imo Banquet pulled Lu folding branch's arm and the corner of his mouth went up crazily. This honored one is not used to that little junior brother of yours, you give this honored one to remember, if you see him in a while, stay away from him, otherwise don't blame this honored one for being impolite to you. This respect wants to kill him, if you dare to stop, be careful this respect even kill you together. Willow folding branch knows that he is just playing the bully, he won't kill himself at all, and he is lazy to care about him. This time he didn't give him a single look, and took a step forward. First, carefully check this place, it seems that there are formations guarding it. Just now also majestic Devil Zune immediately followed him, but also cheerfully answered, coming. When Shio was a bit confused, looking at his own venerable master's lapdog like following of his nemesis who had become a prisoner, he came over to Daimoon's side and asked seriously, what does venerable master mean by this? Nothing, just the same as you. Daimoon replied while following behind the two. When Shio walked side by side with him, pondering for a while but still didn't get it, what's the same as me? Like you, stupid. Daimoon was genuinely scolding him for being stupid, when Shio also really took it to heart and nodded seriously, it's a bit stupid, I'm not as smart as you. Bullying him, he is not angry, scolding him, he also agreed so, Dying Moon is also convinced him, blanked him no longer make a sound. This side of the small world is very strange, white nothing, now as even that strange spiritual power has disappeared, because to inch by inch carefully view, also not good imperial sword, can only rely on 2 legs to walk the road. The next person is nothing, just walk 2 steps, Lu Shieju's body but some cannot eat. But he himself is not going to say, just quietly walk forward, carefully check the surroundings, trying to find the eyes of the formation to break the formation, but Imo Banquet cannot let him so keep walking, not a moment before leaning over to pick him up. Walking so slowly, have you righteous people never learned to walk? Stay honestly, don't delay my father's business. After saying that, he hugged Willow folding branch and walked forward with great strides. When Shio Loyal saw this scene also shocked for a moment, hurriedly stepped forward to come up with the idea, your holiness this way to hold the immortal monarch is really not good, both are prisoners, tied hands with spiritual power to pull is. He didn't know that Lu folding branch didn't have cultivation, and thought it was because Lu folding branch didn't cooperate to go along with his holiness, that's why he said this method. Not counting the humiliation of the immortal monarch, it would also allow the immortal monarch to follow his holiness on his own, lest his holiness be forced to hug his nemesis when he was clearly unwilling to do so. You son of a. Mo Yen directly gave him a kick, not saying why he kicked him. When Shio was dumbfounded, looking at the back of his own honorable lord hugging his nemesis, his brow slightly wrinkled, I'm being kind, why is your honorable lord? Before the words were finished, Daimoon also gave him a kick, you speak less. When Shio didn't understand, but immediately shut his mouth. Daimoon was also unwilling to walk, he was a character who enjoyed himself as much as he could, and looking at When Shio's dull face, he wanted to bully again. You have nothing to do but carry me on your back, I'm too lazy to move. When he wouldn't let him speak, When Shio didn't respond and squatted down directly in front of him, signaling him to come up. Daimoon plopped up and couldn't help but let out a laugh when he carried him. It was stupid and dull, but good for bullying, so bear with me as a reminder. You stay out of your honored master's and immortal monarch's business, do you hear me? When Shio nodded, and his body swayed a bit when he moved like this, and was slapped by Daimoon on the back of his head, what are you swaying for? I'm asking you a question. Did you hear me? You. When Shio explained in a small voice, Yufeng did not let me speak. Daimoon lived speechless and slapped again. Stupid, just like your holiness, these two people have no heart. Chapter 8179, Who is the villain? Willow folding branch has long been held by Mo Banquet used to, although it is in front of outsiders, but business is important, he cannot care about that many etiquette, only focused on looking for the eye of the formation, want to see in the end what is the formation masked the crowd to see. Moreover, there is Daimoon accompanied, Daimoon is carried by When Shio, and he is almost the same, but also does not seem so rude. He can think of these, Mo Banquet cannot think of, in front of his subordinates can hold the willow folding branch, Mo Banquet the whole person is floating, beautiful and also complacent. Hugging their future magic queen, who still remember what business ah. Anyway, there is no hurry, eventually the sharks and the Erishiyu Qingyu will come down, and when the time comes, the lively, chaotic battle will be the most suitable for the hands. First kill Lanyu, then kill Qingyu, and finally kill Baiqiu. 3 birds with 1 stone, just kill all the people who coveted willow folding branch. As for that young master of the shark clan, in the territory of the shark clan is not good to kill, let us talk about it later, sooner or later, all killed. No one in this world can rob the willow folding branch with him. No one. Mo Yen arranged everything, but only did not take into account that Lu Folding Branch is too capable of some walking or not much strength. People still use him to hold it, but even turned around to really find the barrier formation. It should be here. Willow Folding Branch stared at a place and suddenly opened his mouth. Mo Yen looked at it 8 times and didn't see anything wrong. It was all white, everywhere was exactly the same. What's here? I don't know, but the eye of the formation is hidden here. Willow Folding Branch tone of certainty, gently patted him on the shoulder, with letting the sedan chair fall sedan chair like, put me down. No need to be so troublesome. Mo Yen hugged him without letting go. A moment later, more people, fight, everything can come out, why bother to break the formation? Break the formation first, seize the first opportunity and leave here earlier to go back to Yunju Peak. Willow Folding Branch is not willing to stay outside more, also do not want to see more people, only want to early and snake back to Cloud Bamboo Peak, continue to live no one disturbed peaceful days. This is what he said, but what Mo Yen heard was not. Okay, you break the formation. As soon as he thought of this, he grinned and put down the Willow Folding Branch, not forgetting to instruct, break it if you can, I'll forcefully destroy it if you can't. Lu Folding Branch frowned slightly, you must not be reckless. Everything is unknown here, the heavenly Tao in the system might also intervene, the spiritual energy that was taken away is also there. Lu Folding Branch instinctively feels that it is dangerous and is very uneasy. Mo Yen heard, instantly more floating, yo, Folding Branch immortal gentleman, this prisoner is doing good heart, also no heart, take this Han, not bad, this is how it should be, or else in the future when this father captures you back to the demon realm, if you are still disobedient, you will have to suffer a lot. Daimoon had just been carried close by when she heard this, and her white eyes almost rolled up to the sky. Your Holiness, just do it, there will be a time for you to cry. This mouthos, the fault cannot be changed. Willow Folding Branch is busy with business, also lazy to pay attention to him, casually push him back a push, silence. Hey, good Lu. Mo Yen agreed as if he had received an imperial decree, and also turned back to instruct Wen Xiu and Daimoon, shut up, you hear me? Lu Zuweiji no longer made a sound, just like in a fixed state, only staring at the place in front of him, not moving at all. Have only seen the Willow Folding Branch open array, who has not seen the Willow Folding Branch broken array, because this entire cultivation world has no one and he is the same as the use of the magic art, the longer the ink banner's heart the more bottomless. It is not afraid of the Willow Folding Branch cannot be broken, but worried about the body of the Willow Folding Branch, afraid that he cannot eat. He must be tired from standing for so long. Should I carry him? Carry him? But I told you not to disturb him. What if he gets angry if I make a sound? Lu Fuji's temper can be very big, so it's not easy to coax him if he gets angry. Mo Banquet thought for half a day, finally decided that it is better to destroy the formation by brute force, just to summon the life sword, suddenly saw Lu Folding Branch raised his hand and bit his finger. Don't you? Blocking didn't come in time, so he could only watch as Willow Fold slowly drew elaborate charms in the air with his blood, gnashing his teeth in impatience. There is no spiritual power, all rely on blood into the charm. Willow Folding Branch now body is really some reluctance, wearing a mask cannot see the pale face, but can see the whole person slightly shaking. When Xiu and Daimoon can see something wrong, look at each other, but no one did not ask. Because their lord already face is not right, black face do not know is to scold who, in short, a who hit up who will be scolded look. Break! I do not know how long, a cold and somewhat weak voice sounded. The crowd in front of the scene as a tall building collapsed, in the blink of an eye to reveal the original appearance, as well as not far away from the corner of the mouth with blood, but also fell and hurt his legs incomparably woeful by Qiu. Willow Folding Branch at a glance will see the white autumn, have the intention to go to pick up the person to stay to block the disaster, but not yet had time to step will be ink feast re-embrace up. Use blood you will not say earlier? Am I a dead man? I don't have blood? Do you have to use your own? The roar shook the sky, it was so sudden that Willow Fold was a bit confused. Bai Qiu was originally shocked to see the living Mo Banquet, and now that she saw him treating Lu Xueji like this, her heart quickly made a calculation. He didn't know that Lu Xuanji and Snake were Mo Banquet, he still thought that he was a gentleman's friend with Mo Banquet and considered him a good friend, and just when he wanted to open his mouth to call out to the devil dignitary, a strange voice suddenly resounded in his mind. Ding! The villain system is here. Host greatly catch me, I am your little baby. Bai Qiu, what? Because of being affected by Mo Yan's demonic aura, the system that had managed to get back online was still passionate about its work, and realizing that Bai Qiu didn't understand, he hurriedly introduced him to the current situation. Host greatly, you are a particularly powerful villain, the kind that can destroy the heavens and the earth. With me here, as long as you see whoever you're not happy with you can kill them, especially those two people opposite you, a demonic father and a righteous cultivator, they're your sworn enemies. Bai Qiu listened with a half understanding, what are you? I'm a system a villainous system. Host greatly here there are cultivation that can be collected for your own use, you first go to provoke the demonic father, after completing the plot I can tell you where those cultivation are, get the cultivation you are the number one person in the cultivation world, no one can beat you. The higher system said, the villain has no cultivation now, we have to let the villain get back the cultivation that belongs to him first, but we can't just say that it's his cultivation, it should be fine for me to fool around like this. Bai Qiufang did encounter a strange spiritual power attack. That spiritual power he could not distinguish as the willow folding branch, but can feel in willow folding branch is almost powerful, and now heard the system said so, he quickly believed. Because since childhood he has been incredibly lucky. As soon as he went out, he could pick up good things. Everyone he met was especially kind to him, giving him whatever he wanted, and even his master said that he was the pride of heaven and deserved to have everything in the world. Eldest brother's talent, cultivation, status, sooner or later will be his. Bai Qiu was convinced of this, and now that the system that suddenly jumped out at him was the first time he had heard of it, but no one had harmed him in his entire life, and everyone spoiled him, so he took it for granted that this was his chance. Since it was a chance, of course he had to seize it. Mo Yan was still lecturing Lu Shezhi for not paying attention to his body and showing off, when he suddenly realized that Lu Shezhi was not listening carefully and even turned his head to look elsewhere, so he also followed and looked over. Only to see his damned rival Bai Qiu. His legs are limp, but also like a dog saw the bone desperately to Lu Feiji's side to get together. His nowhere to vent his anger all of a sudden exploded. He couldn't do anything to Lu Fuji, but he could do too much to Bai Qiu, and he couldn't wait to kill him directly. So Bai Qiu just dragged his legs to move a step. Lu Folding Branch also did not have time to call a little brother. A spiritual power mixed with demonic gas straight to Bai Qiu. Bang sound will be blasted out of a long way, smashed on the ground to smash a shallow pit. The original white haze has long since become in the human world general environment. Hills and trees have everything. Now they are standing in a forest edge. Bai Qiu saw a landing. Even the leaves on the tree next to it were shaken off a few pieces. Visible Mo banquet hit how hard. A mouthful of blood sprayed out. Bai Qiu's cultivation is not enough. In this side of the small world by the suppression, even leg injuries are difficult to recover. Received this slap, spit out blood, froze on the ground, cannot get up.
Damn. Surprisingly not dead? Mo Yan looked at his palm in doubt, unable to believe that using 70% of his spiritual power couldn't kill a punk love rival. How does he know what is called the protagonist aura? He still thought that he did not hit hard enough, and in the sound of Willow Folding Branch's blocking voice another spiritual power went over. Don't. Lu Folding Branch watched Bai Qiu fly backwards again and swallowed back the words behind him. Because there was no need to say it, the fight was already over. It's really unheard of for the protagonist attacker to see the protagonist recipient and start a fight before even saying a word. Why don't you let junior brother get closer? Willow Folding Branch asked tentatively. The previous doubts were still unresolved. He felt that Snake was not right. Now it was just the right time to test if Snake would reveal any more useful information. Sure enough, Mo Banquet, relying on the fact that he had a vest in his body, was not at all defensive, and opened his mouth to speak in a conspiratorial manner. What, can't give it up? What's so good about that punk that it's worth you pampering him with your heart and lungs? Well, indeed not right. Snake is because I am good to the little master brother to be this hostile to the little master brother. Willow Folding Branch determined this point, and then think about today's chaotic plot, and that inexplicable marriage red line, reasonable doubt that the Snake is lying to himself again. Perhaps the day's claim of not ever being heartbroken was also a lie. Even guessed here he is not much surprised, because more outrageous plot he have seen more than enough. The main character attack can beat the main character subject to death. What else is impossible to happen? Let nature take its course. The cycle of karma has its own heaven to decide, not their own interference. Willow Folding Branch think well, also know that Bai Qiu as the protagonist cannot die, so did not pay more attention, only raised his handline deduction art. Want to try to deduce their own spiritual power now where? Once upon a time he didn't care about the spiritual power, now the plot has deviated, he can't be an idler anymore, since it's a big bad omen. Why don't you try to retrieve the spiritual power to help Snake? You're pushing again. This time, Mo Yan found it in time and used his demonic chi to transform chains to tie his hands in passing. Stay honestly. You can't use that deduction technique anymore. Otherwise I won't spare you. 1 or 2 times even if he always yells at Lu Shezhi like this, not to mention Dying Moon, who has always seen through. This time even Wenshou has found something wrong. Who gave His Holiness the courage to do this to a mortal monarch? Your Holiness. Even though good and evil are not mutually exclusive, but Wenshou also appreciates Lu Shezhi, and couldn't help but open his mouth to persuade, even if a mortal monarch is now a prisoner of the rank and file, it's not so inappropriate to have such an attitude. In fact, he wanted to say egregious, but after all, it was the Honorable Lord, so he could only change the word to a euphemism. You know. Mo Yan glared at him, his fire spilled over him. Wenshou. This side of the mess, hit the tree before falling Bai Qiu full of blood, grew up in a pampered way, lying on the ground completely unable to stand. What's going on? Didn't you say that you could help by letting me provoke the demon father? I haven't done anything yet, why is he doing it to me? Ah. This. Host greatly you wait a moment, I look at the script should be written. Stupid. Bai Qiu didn't even wait for him to finish his sentence and directly scolded him, to tease me like that, I'll make sure to have my master kill you. Seeing me in such a sorry state, everyone deserves to die. The system code all froze, not knowing that he was such a cranky and still brainless character, and for a moment, he forgot to check the script. You? How can you do this to the system? Our system is respected everywhere, you are too impolite. Even if it is a villain cannot be so brainless you so how to do the big villain, cultivation got you cannot become a big thing you and the persona is not the same at all, I am here to work, not to be angry, I want to report you. But in a moment, the system headquarters received his report. The higher level system thought that he was the one who reported the protagonist's attack for randomly changing the plot, but the result was that when he opened the mail One Piece, a room full of systems were dumbfounded. Who did he say he reported? This. Is reporting the host? Saying that the host is too stupid, brainless, and cranky, and cursing the system? He even wants the headquarters to give the host a good training course. Only hosts report systems, where is there a system that reports hosts? This in turn system did something that dumbfounded so many high-level systems. I've never seen this kind of operation in my life, let alone letting the host be trained. That said, that Willow Folding Branch isn't this kind of person although he doesn't like to take care of people and doesn't like to talk, but he's a smart and strangely gifted host. One system felt that something wasn't right, and soon several systems nodded their heads. That's right, it must be that he, an in turn system, failed himself and offended Willow Fold. Willow Folding Branch is a ruthless person, killing them all at the drop of a hat, smacking him as too stupid. It's not surprising that he clashed with him. Then what now? The whole space was silent for a moment. How about applying for a compensation for Willow Folding Branch? His cultivation was confiscated, he met a stupid system that interned him, and the unreliable protagonist attacker is still pestering him as a licking dog coveting his beauty, so it's not easy for him either. The moment this proposal came out, all the systems unanimously agreed. Yes, 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 quickly give a compensation, don't turn around and let that ruthless person report us all, the heavenly Tao of that small world is good to him. Chapter 8280, Divine Host Here I Come. Obviously reported the host, but the headquarters did not deal with it, but instead sent compensation to the host, but also let himself be at peace. The internship system almost died of anger. Looking at the brainless and vicious Baichio who said that he wanted his master to kill him, and then looking at the compensation sent by the headquarters, he didn't even open it, and directly threw it aside and didn't care. What's so great about hosts? They still have to work, everyone is a social animal, who is nobler than anyone else. This host is no good, I'm not going to give him my compensation. So because of Baichio's brainless screaming, coupled with the internship system's nascent fear of tigers, the protagonist with great luck could only lie down under the tree and couldn't even get up, no one helped him or saved him. The system in his head would rather be dumbfounded than talk to him, sworn to defend the dignity of a system. Let's just consume it. Anyway, I'm an internship system, I have no points, no experience, no connections, the big deal is that I failed the mission, and it can't get any worse. I still have the chance to change worlds and hosts. You, the big villain, have no system to help and no cultivation yet, you're the one who has to be in a hurry. Willowfold didn't know what was going on, nor did he know about so many misadventures, he just didn't feel right. He, the master, had already broken the formation, so why couldn't he find out where his spiritual power was? That's my spiritual energy. Mo Banquet was still barking at him in a bad mood not to do anything else, when he suddenly heard such a sentence, his expression followed suit and became serious. You're saying that the unusual spiritual energy is really yours? You didn't lose your cultivation, but your cultivation was stolen? This is all his guess, do not need to say it out loud, so it is not subject to the constraints of the heavenly Tao. Willow Folding Branch is not good to explain, just nodded. Cultivation can still be stolen? Mo Yen exclaimed in shock, and behind him, Wen Shou and Daimoon were also confused. This kind of thing is unheard of, even in the ancient times, the gods were not leaving a legend of stealing people's spiritual power. Anyway, it is mine, try to get it back. Mo Yen looked too tightly, knowing that it couldn't be done without telling a reason. Lu Folding Branch could only give him a brief and concise explanation. Unfortunately, Mo Yen did not buy it, staring at him up and down for a while. You have something to hide from me? So what? Willowfold stared at his vest and asked rhetorically, is it necessary for me to know everything about demon esteem and me? What does the demon lord have to do with me? You. Mo Yen was choked. The two identities he had used to trick Willow Folding Branch, never imagining that he would now in turn be restricted by this identity. Since I am a prisoner, I still have to trouble the demon clan to help me find my disciple Lu Xuanji, who has also landed here, and if I can't find him, I won't go with the demon lord even if I die here. Mo Yen. This is even lifting a stone to hit his own feet. Mo Banquet has bitter words, the party is not good to ask again, can only pretend to be dead. If you find Shinji, Lu Folding Branch to see him play the wind for so long, has long been itchy hands, just to take advantage of this opportunity to knock him, do not follow me tightly, and together fell here also do not come to find me, I naturally will not be light to forgive thee I naturally won't forgive him. Wen Shou and Daimoon had never heard him say so many words, but they couldn't care less about being surprised, because his voice was so cool and his tone was so calm, but hearing it in their ears inexplicably sent chills down people's backs. They were like this, not to mention Mo Yen, hearing cold sweat coming down. It's over. It's really over. I've been thinking about using this identity to do my job, but how am I going to get out of here? Willow is going to punish me again. Being stared at by Willow Folding Branch, he didn't even have a chance to think of a countermeasure, he could only respond hurriedly, your disciple. Or your spiritual power first? Don't you want to find spiritual power? Find it now, immediately.
To find spiritual power you have to perform the art of deduction. Willowfold stared at him, not inquiring, just informing, and when he finished, he raised his hand to perform the deduction, and also swept another faint glance at him. No words were spoken, but the words were almost plainly written in those eyes. Try stopping again if you dare. Mo Banquet's lips moved, but in the end he didn't dare to make a sound. As long as he subsided, Willow Folding Branch has its own way of dealing with things, and soon deduced some clues, and did not take him as an outsider, and directly let him take himself to seek. Northwest, water source. Without the barrier formation, finding a water source wasn't difficult. Mo Banquet immediately wanted to instantly move to take him there, but the idea moved, the person didn't move. I don't believe it. I tried again, still the same result. What prohibition is so powerful? Mo Yan's face was a bit gloomy. With his cultivation still being subjected to this kind of restriction, the danger here could be imagined. I don't know. Willow Folding Branch shook his head. Be careful, or bring my little senior brother, he has the luck to turn good fortune into good fortune. Afraid that Mo Banquet would blow up again, this time Lu Folding Branch made up a reason first. If the party Mo Banquet certainly will not listen, this time know how dangerous here, really worried about Lu Folding Branch, even if it is a love rival, he also endured, and immediately sent Winshow to go to the White Autumn to capture. Just carry him and follow from afar, don't let me see. When Xiao strictly obeyed the order, seeing Baiqiu fainted under the tree, he really just picked him up and followed Mo Yan without giving Baiqiu medical treatment. The person that his own honored master doesn't like, he just needs to make sure that he doesn't die, and he's too lazy to bother with the effort. I don't know if it was really useful to bring along Baiqiu. A few people casually chose a path and found the water source that Willow Folding Branch said, and also just happened to see Willow Folding Branch's spiritual power at the water source. The spiritual power of the body has been able to change its form, and it is the virtual shadow they have seen before, and Lu Folding Branch is wearing a mask exactly the same, the only difference is too lively. With Lu Folding Branch's shadow appearance in the stream jumping against the grain. Because of the previously dispersed heavenly thunder, vaguely can see a trace of scorched black on the shadow's hand. Willow Folding Branch stared at that scorched black for a moment, slowly opened his mouth and said, "Come here." Is said to the spiritual power to listen to. Spiritual power can suddenly appear to break up the heavenly thunder. That means there is some autonomous consciousness, may be able to understand. Spiritual power really understood, only to see that the movement of the shadow jumping and playing with the water paused, but instead of listening to the instructions to go to his side, but ran away with his legs. Ran 2 steps and then suddenly stopped, waved his hand toward Mo Yan, hit a palm. Mo Yan lifted his hand to catch it and was confused. No, what's he hitting me for? Perhaps because I often fight with you, it memorized it and wants to fight when it sees you. This was all Willow Folding Branch's speculation. Even at that time the spiritual power shot out to dispel the heavenly thunder for Mo Banquet. He also guessed the reason. Back then, he knew that his nemesis was secretly very good to him, so he never laid down a deadly hand, and back and forth he intentionally restrained it, so the spiritual power remembered, and when he saw that Mo Yan was being attacked by the heavenly thunder, he subconsciously stepped in to help. He can think, Mo Banquet naturally can also figure out. Look at his eyes brought some shock. Back then. The words in his mouth paused. Mo Yan hesitated again and again or asked, back then I was assassinated. If you still have cultivation, then you. Save you. Willow Folding Branch did not hesitate, did not wait for him to finish to give the answer. Mo Yan didn't want to laugh either, but he couldn't even suppress the corners of his mouth, and in the end, he could only manually suppress it, and cough softly. Then, if this honored one and that disciple of yours fall into the water at the same time, who will you save first? Wen Xiao? Dai Moon? Willow Folding. Lu Folding Branch didn't want to answer this sick question, turned around and went after the spiritual power. Mo Banquet hurriedly followed, still not dying to pursue. You haven't said it yet. In the end, who will be saved first? He does not delay the main event, with Lu Folding Branch chasing spiritual power to chase fast, the spiritual power to chase everywhere in a hurry to escape, but the mouth but asked non-stop, have to ask an answer cannot be. He ate his own vinegar, but also ate the true feelings. This is also him, change others. Willow Folding Branch directly a sword stabbed to death, was asked really annoyed before returning a sentence, if only fall into the water but also people to save, then do not stay. Mo Banquet. Is annoying you say, but also do not have to be so desperate. Baiqiu was carried by when Xiu followed. The system in the mind of Baiqiu naturally can also hear them talking. Was Lu Folding Branch amused, almost died of laughter. This protagonist subject is really good temperament, talk with vigor, look should also be very beautiful, if only I could be my host. Unfortunately, he's the protagonist and I'm the villain system. I do not know how long to chase in this side of the small world. Finally blocked the spiritual power in front of a cave. Mo Banquet put down Willow Folding Branch to fight with that spiritual power, wanting to subdue it. Willow Folding Branch stared intently for a while, looking at the right time to directly open the array. White Tiger, summon. The surrounding aura transformed into a mighty white tiger that slapped its paw at the shadow that was fighting with Mo Yan. The tiger's claws pressed down on the shadow, and although it was quickly broken free, it also gave Mo Yan the opportunity to cut off one of the shadow's arms with a sword.
Willow Folding Branch's hands quickly changed magic techniques, a tiger whistle resounded through the sky.
The silhouette's broken arms transformed into invisible spiritual energy, all of which were swallowed into the white tiger's belly.
Come.
The white tiger that was still powerful just now was like some kind of spiritual pet, obediently came to Lu Folding Branch's side, and was gently grasped by Lu Folding Branch with one hand and turned into nothingness, and the spiritual energy in its belly did not enter Lu Folding Branch's body. Not to mention that there is no cultivation, that is, people with cultivation cannot do this. Mo Banquet with when Shou and Daimoon are looking stunned, the system is even more dumbfounded.
My god. Why is the protagonist's subject so powerful?
He looks so cold and clean, stands there in a pleasing manner, and does something so powerful.
You don't even have to fight and kill, you just wave your hand and get it done?
Doing the most awesome things with the most calm demeanor, why isn't he my host?
The system stared at Willow Folding Branch and simply couldn't take his eyes off of it, almost craving to cry. Is it too late for me to jump ship? The main character's subject needs a system too, right? I'm going to be a system for him. He can't talk, but the others can. The first thing Mo Yen said after he returned to his senses was to ask Willow Folding Branch, your formation is so amazing that it's at such a high level? Can you do this without spiritual power? Willow Folding Branch nodded calmly, I've been studying it for many years, just in case. Very early on, the system at the time threatened him, saying that if he didn't do anything he would have to confiscate his cultivation, so most of the time when he was in seclusion he was drilling Chiman Dunjia, saving for a rainy day. When Shou also look admiring, but in the way of the position is not good to praise what, dying the moon cannot care about this, he knows his own master's mind, riveted to praise. Immortal monarch is worthy of being an immortal monarch, without cultivation can still be so powerful, really deserve the name of the only immortal monarch in the 6 worlds, Daimoon admires. The system that has been eavesdropping? No, who is he? Isn't he the main character's victim? Why is this person calling him immortal?
My host is the immortal monarch.
The immortal monarch is the villain. Ha! Wait.
The system hurriedly flipped out the script to look at the villain's physical description, and managed to flip to white and wearing a mask, so excited that he flew out of Bai Chou's mind on the spot, and secretly kicked the unconscious Bai Chou. Surprisingly, I found the wrong host. Who is this person? So bad luck. While cursing Bai Chou, he swooped down on Lu Shiji.
Divine host, I'm here.
From now on you are my pro-host.
Chapter 83-81, System, how the main character attack is more like a licking dog than me.
Willow Folding Branch was busy absorbing the lost and regained spiritual energy, and was caught off guard by a chirping voice intruding into her mind, and for a moment her expression froze a little.
Not shocked, but horrified. Because he had had the system and knew it was the system back again.
From before, that system had already left a shadow in his heart by lecturing him daily, speaking particularly fiercely, and giving him a little punishment for not doing the quest if he didn't move. It wasn't that he was afraid of those punishments, but he didn't want to have another system in his head that was mean to him every day. As a social terrorist, he could be said to be scared of talking about systems now.
Get out. Still the usual cool voice, but with a murderous aura.
He suddenly said these 2 words, and the Mo Yen who surrounded him was confused. No, I didn't enter.
Me, and how did I mess with you? I complimented you.
Willow folded her eyebrows slightly, frowned, gently shook her head towards him. Nothing, not talking about you.
Ah, you're talking about your spiritual power, right?
Mo Yen reacted, smilingly continued to surround him. I told you, I but just helped you find a little spiritual power, credit, and hard work I have. What?
Do you still not thank this honored one? Come on, some substantial thanks. Quickly kiss this honored one bite.
His face was already vaguely close, but he didn't wait for a kiss, not even a word.
Because Willowfold's mind was already in a tizzy before he was. What? Fairy host, you're not letting me out, are you? Whoa, don't
The system cried that much, the code forming a bawling emoji in his mind.
It was so hard for me to find you.
I just met a bad guy who was going to kill me. I went through a lot of trouble to get here. Whoa, host lord, host dad.
Can't not want me, please take me
Willow Folding Branch's boredom and resistance and fear of the system all loosened up in this aggrieved wail of his.
How is this system? Not quite the same as the one before?
The previous one was fierce and would curse, and this one
cried and called his father? And begged me to take him?
Willow Folding Branch let him give the whole won't be able to, just so confused to listen to him cry.
Host father, host ancestor, oh my fairy host, how can you not want me? I in order to find you ate a lot of pain. I almost cannot see you, cannot give you as a licking dog.
Take me please, I have headquarters to give you compensation. I will also be petulant and cute. I will be able to break a big stone in the chest.
I'll do whatever you like.
Willowfold looked inward, looked at the small, thumb-sized ball of white light in her head, and fell silent. He did not make a sound. The system is in his mind jumping up and down all over the ground, and by Cho that would rather die than give in. See how good Lu Folding Branch, here he is a little dignity do not want. I don't care, I'm going to give you as a system I'm very obedient, you ask me anything as long as I know I will definitely tell you. You're so powerful I adore you, you're so beautiful I love Shasha.
Ah no, I mean I was born to be your system. The system rolled for half a day, did not find that Willow Folding Branch had the emotion of rejecting him and wanting to drive him out, and finally stopped wailing and huffed. I don't have any points, I loan 10 points to you for free, can you keep me? I can give only so much, more I cannot afford to pay back, host father begged. Well, a system, why is it still a bit pathetic? Willow Folding Branch and the previous system did not communicate, also do not understand their system or self-awareness and their own personality, is to feel that this system is not the same, a little bit not fierce and no malice, and even a little bit of pity. The system is also not a little cute, taking advantage of this effort to try to find out his preferences, found that he likes furry. The small ball of light immediately turned into a small ball of fur. White, fluffy little lumps of fur with no facial features, but fluffy ears and a tail. Host father look at me. I can turn furry. Willow Fold looked at me, then. The system was still hanging there to attract his attention, when suddenly a strange force sucked the system backward, and in the blink of an eye it fell into the palm of a hand. Willow Folding Branch Divine Soul is too strong, the system cannot enter the sea of consciousness, this time it is directly pulled in by Willow Folding Branch Divine Soul. Fluffy, small furry mass, so cute. Willow Fold's Divine Soul took him in her hand and jerked her fingers madly at him, feeling how good it felt in her hand. Host father, this time I can. Grunt. Being held in the hand ravaged too intensely, are affecting the system to speak. Can I? Grunt. Stay. Grunt. Stay? The small fur ball feel too good, Willow Folded Branch love, although only the Divine Soul touched to, but also very satisfied, without hesitation, answered, Raised in the sea of consciousness, the snake won't know and can't be swallowed. Very good, secretly raising a furry. How many people dreamed of the system, so he was raised as a pet, the system itself also felt it, but did not feel ashamed at all. This was a divine host. Super powerful and so beautiful. God's soul smells good. I've earned my keep as his pet. Ha. The system not only didn't feel insulted, but also frantically rubbed up against him and was held in his hands to be ravaged any way he wanted. One person and one system were both satisfied, and just secretly reached a consensus. Until Moen suddenly asked keenly, what's wrong with you? Suddenly so. Happy? Getting along for a long time, Willow Folding Branch emotions are not easily exposed, he can rely on the feeling to judge Willow Folding Branch's emotions, and now is suddenly very happy feeling, very strange. A feeling like being caught in adultery swept through his entire body. Willow Folding Branch's Divine Soul subconsciously threw the system away before opening his mouth and saying in a serious manner, nothing. System? Is it really okay? Moen still felt that something was wrong, but again, he couldn't see it in him. Willow Fold's eyes flickered with weakness, aha. Not right, host father, why are you afraid of him? We're the big villain. We are invincible. We can't be afraid of the main character attack, we have to. Wait. The system suddenly realized that something was wrong, you're the big villain, how do you stay with? You stay with the protagonist attacker? Hearing that he made himself the big villain, and that he couldn't stay with Snake, Willow Fold's tone suddenly went cold, shut up. System. Willow Folding Branch. How to cry on again. Fortunately, when coaxing the snake coaxed habit, Willow Folded Branch also some experience, slowed down the tone of voice to explain, no fears, don't cry. Good da. System full blood resurrection, the voice rejoice, do not cry he, I was coaxed well, host father kiss. Mama. Willow Folding Branch. Although overly enthusiastic, but one thing is certain, this system is definitely not the original one, not fierce nor bad, seems to be very good coaxing and obedient, very suitable for raising as a pet. Especially that kiss and mama, Willow Folding Branch how to listen to how to feel friendly, feel as if they are on the snake. He was fond of Snake, so the system should also be fond of himself. He does not communicate with people, so he will only compare with himself, so compared to the system will be more close, not so rejected, words are also willing to talk with him a little more. Don't call daddy, my name is Willow Fold. Dad is not a name, it's called Jianghu status, it's all about my love for the host's dad But I'll change it if you're not used to hearing it, calling it a name definitely won't work, I'm a polite system. The system thought seriously, honey? Hubby? Baby? Heart? Wife? Stop. The more he said, the more wrong, Willow Folding Branch really cannot listen to it, do not be so unseemly. Good day, then call the host? It's too distant, why don't we call the host? Aha! At least it's a proper title, Willow Fold reluctantly accepts it, and finally gets down to business with him, I won't harm Snake, it's the protagonist attacking Moen, not at any time. The system listened to confused, look at the side with the dog saw the bone like guarding his Moen, tone puzzled, but you are not all the way people you are the villain, he is the protagonist attack, you do not harm him, later he will also harm you. Snake won't. The statement was so firm that the system froze in its tracks. In fact, he wanted to say that heaven's destiny cannot be violated, and wanted to persuade again, but he could sense that Lu Sheji did not want him to say bad things about the protagonist attacker, so he did not dare to say more. That Then first, we take a step to see a step? Everything is good to discuss it. Aha!
Willow Folding Branch ended her communication with him, and when she saw that Mo Yen was still shielding herself, allowing her to focus on absorbing spiritual energy, she felt more relief between her brows. This was his good snake, no matter if the system was there or not, he wouldn't go on any villainous quests and wouldn't harm his snake. The so-called fate of heaven, he recognized is the fate of heaven, if he does not recognize, left and right, but the body death of the road, the heaven cannot force him to comply.
How do you feel? Can that spiritual power be absorbed? It's been too long, Mo Yen is a bit worried. Don't if you can't, you're too weak, don't hurt yourself. It's okay.
Willow Folding Branch said so on her lips, but the spiritual energy that had been absorbed with great difficulty in her meridians was dissipating little by little.
He couldn't absorb it at all.
Because of the injured foundation, even if it was his own spiritual energy, he couldn't retain it when it entered his meridians, not to mention that the meridians were also shattered for the most part, and the spiritual energy dissipated even faster.
Such a serious situation, Willow Folding Branch, but not a word, the system in his consciousness see, the most clear about what he is experiencing today, the code are frozen. How will this happen?
The superior system said that it is possible to let the villain get back his cultivation in order to do the task, Thinking of this, the system suddenly understood. Because the host was unwilling to do the quest, he had just said that he wouldn't harm the protagonist's attack. Do not do the task, then the punishment given to him will not be lifted. Even if the original spiritual power is found, it will not help. The body is destined to be a sickly beauty who disperses her cultivation.
Master, I don't think this is cost effective. Why do you? Willow Fold, you lied to me? The system's words were interrupted by an angry roar. Mo Yen pressed 2 fingers on Lu Shieji's wrist, feeling his pulse. His face was dark and scary. Where's the spiritual energy? You said it's okay? This is what you call okay?
Luckily, he knew Lu Folding Branch's nature, looking cold and indifferent, actually can cheat people, occasionally also very lack of virtue, wilting bad, so he took advantage of Lu Folding Branch's unpreparedness to probe the pulse.
Otherwise, I still don't know when I will be deceived. You can't even store your own spiritual energy, you can't. What about the meridians?
When did the meridians shatter?
You.
Previously obviously not so serious, these years he is also in the good to Willow Folded Branch nourished, more walk 2 steps he is not allowed, how suddenly on.
There is no big obstacle.
Willow Folding Branch are not too concerned, because it is inevitable, only cannot tell the truth to him to stop.
No big deal, my ass. Mo Yen was so angry with him that his teeth were about to be clenched. Shattered meridians and you still go to absorb spiritual energy, don't you know it hurts? Why the hell didn't you say so? Spiritual energy rushing against the shattered meridians, he didn't even know how Lu Shieji was able to endure that pain without moving just now, and even managed to pretend that nothing happened and lied at him with such a calm tone. Lu Folding Branch wanted to say something to pacify him, but before he could say anything he was picked up by him and walked back. Your Holiness? When Xiao and Dai Moon were both confused, not knowing what he was up to. Mo Yan's footsteps didn't stop and he gave an order as he walked, return to the demon realm. Back to the magic realm? When Xiao looked around, Your Holiness, I'm afraid I can't go back for a while, there's a prohibition here, but also destroyed. He said it lightly, but even the system in Willow Fold's head was stunned. What's going on? The protagonist attack is playing with the idea of destroying a side of a small world with a ban in order to take the villain back to the demon world? What kind of plot is this? There's no such bridge in the script. And who's the protagonist who loves the villain so much? I've been a dog licker for my master to stay. How does this protagonist attacker look like he's licking more than me? Chapter 84-82, I'm a prisoner of the demon lords. Mo Yen was really angry. Even if he knew that there were rare treasures here, he still didn't want them, because Willow Folding Branch was never afraid of death and didn't know what it meant to be sparing his life. He had to bring it back to the demon world to manage it properly before he could do so. Treasure will be there later. Lu Folding Branch died, there is nothing, meridians broken but cannot be delayed, a long time afraid of the great Luogati immortal cannot be saved back. He has good intention, heart for Willow Folding Branch, but he will not say, just black face holding Willow Folding Branch to go forward. In his heart, he also thought that Snake's identity will not be necessary in the future, or Lu Fuji always train him, do not listen to him at all, or to be the best, there is the name of the enemy, or let Lu Fuji afraid of him. He thought of everything very well, but cannot help but some people do not know what to do. Bai Qiu just woke up and realized that he was being carried like some dead thing, and immediately screamed and roared, you dare to do this to me? I'm going to tell my master. The Devil Realm Protector dares to capture me, wait for my master to bring people to step on the Devil Realm. He was spoiled, as a protagonist with great fortune, everything went smoothly since he was a child, everyone spoiled him, and he simply didn't know what restraining his heart was. Even if he said the most vicious words, the people around him would still praise him, not feeling that there was anything wrong at all. But today, he met Mo Yen in the midst of rage.
Before his words fell, a demonic chi was transformed into a sharp blade and plunged straight into his shoulder, piercing through his shoulder. Blood flowed all over Wen Xiu's hand, and even splashed a lot on his body. Ah! The screams shook his ears, but Mo Yan didn't even give him a proper look, much less explain to him why he was a gentleman's friend in the past, but now he met and took action with him. Mo Banquet thought, all is that he searched the willow folding branch bedchamber treasure, in the cloud bamboo peak arrogant and wanton face. This is just to see with their own eyes, did not see the hundreds of years. You can imagine what kind of Lu folding branch was bullied into. No! He was about to kill, his demonic chi and spiritual energy had converged, but he was pressed by Willow Fold's wrist in death. You cannot kill. Not only Lu folding branch, the system also let out a sharp burst. Can't kill ah. The heavenly Tao blames it on whoever is hard to live. Which has a protagonist attacker to kill the protagonist sufferer. He when the protagonist sufferer's aura and fortune are all just for show. This plot is simply outrageous. The system crazy flip script. According to the timeline, the protagonist attack and the protagonist subject in the South China Sea should experience life and death. Bai Qiu sacrificed his life to save the demon father Mo Yan, not Mo Yan killed Bai Qiu. Sacrificing her life to save Mo Yan? Willow Folding Branch analyzed the useful news from these words, that is, Snake really has a life in danger, as for laying down his life to save. My Snake, there is no need for a bystander to save it. System? One person and one system exchanged in his mind. Mo Yan did not know anything, he only knew that Lu Folding Branch stopped him from killing Bai Qiu, a time of jealousy coupled with anger. His voice was cold to the extreme. You really like that waist? Boo! A hard kiss interrupted his words. When Xiao and Daimoon stood next to each other and both heard the boo that came out of the kiss, and even though Daimoon had known that His Holiness liked Willow Folding Branch, she was still shocked and dumbfounded. The immortal monarch kissed his master's face? Bang! Bai Qiu, who was carried in Wen Xiu's hand, fell to the ground because he was too shocked and forgot that he was still carrying someone in his hand. Not to mention them, even the kissed Mo Yan was dumbfounded. Willow Folding Branch took the initiative to kiss me? Or in front of Bai Qiu? What is this? Does this mean that he doesn't want Bai Qiu and has chosen me? Mo Banquet looked at the Lu Folding Branch he was holding in his arms, and then looked at the wasteful love rival who had fallen to the ground and couldn't get up, and for a moment he was so excited that he almost screamed out. Damn it! Old me knew that Lu Folding Branch wasn't blind. He volunteered to come back to the demon world with me as the demon queen. Sure enough, he was just trying to escape before at Cloud Bamboo Peak. And so on. Halfway through the excitement, Mo Yan suddenly realized that it wasn't quite right. I am not a snake now, and he does not know that I am a snake, so does his pro-ink Banquet count as a green snake? Thinking of this, Mo Banquet looked at Lu Folding Branch's eyes uncontrollably complicated. So he liked Mo Yan, snake, and Bai Qiu again? How does he fit so many people in his heart? This negative man. No normal person could comprehend his brainstorming, and Willow Folding looked at him like this and thought that he hadn't kissed him in place, tilting his head and placing another kiss on his chin. Mo Yan? This is for you. Kissed, don't be angry anymore. Willow folded her arms calmly and frankly. He also remembered that just now Snake kept asking him for a kiss and he didn't fulfill it. Now Snake was angry and wanted to kill someone, so he coaxed a little. Snake is a little donkey, to coax along with the hair. It is also very good to coax. Once coaxed, he will be good. Mo Yan naturally also heard and understood, but it was even more shocked. You are also. To your nemesis you take this to bribe this honored one? Coax Snake, this is normal. Who coaxed the dead enemy also so coax ah. Willow Folding Branch silent, the system in his mind listening to all for Mo Yan embarrassed. Master, that is to say, he does not know that his vest has been just a false collar left? Lu Folding Branch wanted to explain that Snake is actually not very smart, but with the system is not yet particularly familiar with the system, not willing to say so about his snake, so chose to remain silent. He did not speak. Mo Banquet and Real by his bribe to also coaxed that a murderous atmosphere because of the two kisses collected clean, finally in the end did not mention killing Bai Qiu. Leave a breath together to bring back to the magic world, in case the Willow Folded Branch refused to join the demon with the demon, to threaten just right, also counted that waste is still a little bit of use. He is willing to let Bai Qiu a horse, but Bai Qiu deliberately make death-like, staring at him and his arms Lu Folding Branch full of panic. Elder brother, you collude with the devil clan? You are in league with him? The righteous immortal monarch colluded with the devil race. Only this one crime is enough to break Lu Folding Branch's reputation. But even if he said so, no one cared about him. Willow Folding Branch patted Mo Yan's arm soothingly, while Mo Yan tilted his head to look at the top of his head. According to reason, the Arashiyu Qingyu and the sharks should have come down a long time ago, but for some reason there was no movement. There are more people fighting to make things easier. Mo Yan is not really stupid. A person is not easy to destroy this place, but when it comes to the melee, several people's spiritual power together, what the ban will be good to break. Don't care what treasures and what hatred, first to Lu Folding Branch to snatch back to the joint book is the serious thing.
So Lan Yu and Xing Yu just finished fighting with the sharks. It was not easy to seize the opportunity to come down. People have not even landed on the ground was Mo Banquet with Dai Moon and Wenxiu surrounded. They didn't speak, but met with killing moves. Two people are unprepared, dodge between some woes, but also the same staring at the ink feast expression shocked, you really still alive? Mo Yan also did not answer, magic chi spirit power and all kinds of high-level magic weapon like no money to greet them. Xing Yu is still young, cultivation is not as high as Lan Yu, for a time was beaten without the power to fight back. Seeing the tip of Mo Yan's sword about to stab into his abdomen, a long sword with cold ghost chi blocked in front of his body, and the owner of the long sword also wrapped his waist to bring him back a few steps. Even so, the sound of a sharp blade entering his body still reached his ears. Xing Yu looked down to see that it was Wenxiu's sword that had stabbed Lan Yu's arm and blood was pouring out. Originally, he could have dodged it, only that Erasure Yu blocked it for him, and being distracted, he could only take the sword. You dog thing! Let go of me! Who uses you to save? He struggled in his arms, but Lan Yu didn't let go, protecting him and looking coldly at Mo Yan. Back then you were assassinated, the underworld and the demon realm didn't intervene, and now that you want to take revenge, you should also look for the right enemy. What's the point of going crazy with us here? Mo Yan coldly laughed, not to talk about past grudges, just based on the fact that you guys coveted this demon queen, don't you deserve to die? After being dead for more than 10 years, where did you get the demon empress? Why are you talking so civilized? Are you really Mo Yan? Lan Yu and Xing Yu voiced out in doubt one after the other. After not seeing him for over 10 years, they both felt that there was something wrong with him. Especially Xing Yu, listening to him talk twisted to death, and even began to doubt his identity, in the past? Covet? How come you don't curse anymore? You can use such elegant words? You're not Mo Yan, who the hell are you? Mo Yan froze, and next to him, Dai Moon couldn't hold back her laughter and let out a pft. The gazes of the crowd all looked over, and Dai Moon lightly coughed to collect her laughter. I've said that we haven't seen each other for over 10 years, can't our honorable lord learn to speak nicely? Hierophant demon emperor, don't look down on people. How lousy speaks is none of your business. Mo Yan glanced at Lu Xieji sheepishly, afraid of dropping his vest. When he looked at him like this, Lan Yu and Xing Yu also landed their gazes on Lu Folding Branch, and their hearts instantly bottomed out. Mo Yan's cultivation is above them, not so much as to be able to kill them, but a serious injury is still possible. Willow Folding Branch here is different. Folding Branch Immortal Monarch to beat Mo Yan is a professional. Immortal Monarch may want to execute Mo Banquet? How about joining together? Lan Yu issued an invitation to ally first. Xing Yu followed suit and nodded, yes, Immortal Monarch, look at that devil, he's also too arrogant, you're still here and he dares to be reckless, it's too much of a shame, we'll help you kill him together. Damn it! What are you guys doing? Really think that I am a dead man? Don't look at Mo Banquet and Lu Folding Branch to play the bully, in front of outsiders he will not do so, do not even think about it for Lu Folding Branch to cover up the matter of dispersal of the cultivation, you come before I have already discussed with Lu Folding Branch. I have no cultivation, and now I am a prisoner of the devil. Willow Folding Branch's cold and indifferent sentence, Mo Banquet people were dumbfounded, with their mouths open they forgot what to say. No, how does this still bring itself out to say? Lu Folding Branch not only said, but also when the Lan Yu and Xing Yu shocked eyes casually took out a talisman paper pasted on the wrist, Mo Banquet Party went to the fight before used to lock his chain so present form. That is afraid that he went to find Bai Chiu before locking, Mo Yan is in order to take into account his face to hide, now see him reveal himself, or in front of outsiders, on the spot confused. The fight is not even fight, hurriedly stride over, no, I don't mean this. While saying that, he wanted to unlock that chain, but was dodged by Willow Folding Branch, Demon Father please go ahead. By saying this, he is telling everyone that he can't control it without cultivation, he can't control who Mo Yan is going to fight with or kill. He himself was locked up as a prisoner by Mo Yan, what else could he control? Xing Yu was confused, Lan Yu had skepticism written all over his face, and Mo Yan. Mo Yan shook his hand and forced that chain to unlock him, his voice was a bit trembling, it's really not, I really don't mean to let you be humiliated, I'm locking you up because I'm afraid that you'll save your little master brother. Willow Folding Branch? What is Snake doing? I'm telling him to let go of the fight, isn't it good to prop him up as a demon lord? Why does he look like he is scared? Mo Banquet is more than scared, are almost scared to death, for fear that he is angry and ignoring people and do not want to live, unlock down the chain directly lock their wrists. Lock me, okay? All things are good to discuss, don't be angry, you don't want to die of anger, I don't kill them, don't kill them. Lan Yu and Xing Yu looked at each other, in their eyes was the same type of shock and skepticism of life. Is there no fear of life anymore? One to be bitten by that crazy dog Mo Yan, but isn't there's something wrong? Lan Yu's eyes flashed, and a ghostly chi went straight to Mo Yan's back. However, it was an instant, when Shodying Yu moved to intercept it, Mo Yan dodged on his own, and there was also a talisman paper that slowly and leisurely fell. That talisman paper naturally came from the hands of Lu Xieji.
Folding branch immortal monarch protecting his nemesis, this move could be too worthy of scrutiny. Lan Yu tried to find out the result. Think about who Lu folding branch was protecting earlier, immediately transmitted the sound to Mo banquet. There were only 3 words.
Lu Xuanji? Chapter 85, 83, all charmed by Lu Xuanji into a little cute. I'm the only one who isn't. Suddenly being asked about his vest, Mo Yan was confused.
Seeing his reaction, he knew that he had asked the right question, and Lan Yu's heart was even better. You, a demonic father, gave immortal monarch a disciple, and if this matter were to spread, I'm afraid that immortal monarch would have to be taken over by the righteous path.
Damn, you dare to say it out.
Mo Yan transmitted a voice to roar. Willow folding branch doesn't know, you dare to say it out, when I return to the devil world the first to go to war with the underworld.
Don't know. Road?
This time it was Lan Yu's turn to be dumbfounded, looking at Lu folding branch and then looking at him, really can't understand what the two people are playing dumbfounded riddles.
The immortal monarch is so protective of you, are you telling me that he doesn't know that you are Lu Xuanji?
Lan Yu doesn't understand, but Lan Yu understands the ways of the world. Mo banquet came back from the dead, and although the folding branch immortal monarch has no cultivation, that hand of Chi Men Dun Jia art can't be messed with, not to mention that the relationship between the two
people nowadays is a little bit subtle.
Even if you cannot pull together to the immortal monarch, or bring the immortal monarch back to the underworld, get the immortal monarch's favor, that is one cannot be offended. So he did not hesitate to agree with Mo Yan. I do not say, you also less give me like a mad dog biting people, to fight the shark race, I and Qing you temporarily with you are considered your own people.
This is considered the most sensible arrangement. Mo banquet also feels feasible, just looking at Qing Yu some hesitation. Are you sure you can do that little colorful chicken's mane? He is a peacock. Lan Yu corrected his name before answering with conviction, can. Deal.
Mo banquet also does not play with him false, promised is promised, a second to collect the magic gas, concentrate on coaxing Lu folding branch, the prisoner of this thing he
is also divided into levels. You at least is an immortal monarch, this father can still be harsh treatment you not? Besides, you have no cultivation, Duan Chengxian that old immortal can let you have a good time? You go back to the devil world with this honored one can enjoy more happiness than you do in the righteous path. Words are good words, his attitude is twisted, dead arrogant mouth hard, the tone is not gentle enough, but also with the old son of the world's first arrogant strength. Willow folding branch listened to the habit, but also clear that he is bent on their own good. Lan Yu just watching the show, as if a little to understand his meaning, dare to be a coveted immortal ruler of the denizens. Only Qing Yu nature straight, on the spot do not do, by Lan Yu pulling still desperately struggling to fight with Mo Yan, you give me to get out of the way. Immortal monarch with me back to the demon world I can all listen to immortal monarch, then you to immortal monarch 10,000 times better. All you do is curse all day long, dirtying immortal monarch's ears. Get lost, all the dogs that are trying to steal immortal monarch from me. He was young, and had realistically grown up listening to the mighty name of immortal monarch folding branch, and his worship and admiration for Willow folding branch even exceeded that of the heavenly Tao. Lan Yu had lived with him and naturally understood what he meant, but he pulled him to his death and didn't let go, and also transmitted his voice to warn him, if you make any more trouble, I won't care if Mo banquet wants to kill you. Dog thing. Who uses you to care?
Qing Yu took out a bunch of pills and threw them at him on the spot, get lost and go heal your wounds, I don't need your help as a dog.
When you rolled out of the demon realm you were an enemy.
He cursed fiercely, but the person didn't struggle anymore. When Xiu's sword was not light, Lan Yu's wounds were deep enough to see the bone, and the blood flowed more when he moved. The same as capricious and arrogant a little, Lu folding branch look at him also think it is quite cute, because it is a little like a snake, mouth is not the heart of the small arrogant, as for the other so capricious. The eyes turn to the side of the description of the woeful by Qiu, really is half a bit of love up. By Qiu look at him is the same, once upon a time jealous of his eldest brother everywhere stronger than himself, now found that the eldest brother collusion with the devil tribe, by Qiu cannot wait to immediately notify the 6 worlds, look at his eyes are permeated with obvious resentment. Eldest brother, colluding with the demon race, you are a traitor to the entire human world. Can you stand up to your master? Can you stand up to all the ancestors of the Chen Kuan sect? Willow folding branch did not give him an extra look, just silently pondering why the heavenly Tao chose the protagonist would be this kind of people that he could not even see, so can be considered the heavenly Tao is unfair? The other is nothing, just to be counted as his snake destiny couple, he really think.
Cannot match. Snap.
Just as he was thinking, a crisp slap rang out unexpectedly, and after a bang there were several more. It was when Xiu who hit him, ready to say it should be Mo Yan who used his magic chi to manipulate when Xiu to hit him.
He was too dirty to use his own hands. Who did Willow Fold apologize to? Say it again, you.
Mo Yan roared, both his voice and his eyes carried a chilling murderous aura.
500 years. 500 years of Willow folding branches defending herself from the devil. One man and one sword guarded the human world for 500 years of stability and peace. What have you done? What did that old bastard Duan Chengxian do?
What kind of things are you guys that you dare to talk about him like that?
Bai Qiu was stunned.
Once upon a time, no matter what was said, this eldest brother of his was silent, and he had seen eldest brother being reprimanded and chastised by his master too many times, and eldest brother had always been quiet and suffered. This was the only time that the eldest senior brother did not make a sound, yet someone dared to beat him for it. Who are you, a devil, to meddle in the affairs of our righteous path? You! Wan Xiao! Mo Yen interrupted him, not wanting to listen to him yell, and directly ordered Wan Xiao, pull out his tongue for this honorable man, and don't disturb immortal Lord Folding Branch. When Xiao was too close, this time Lu Folding Branch didn't even have time to stop him. Seeing that he was really going to pull out by Xiao's tongue, the entire small world suddenly shook. They were in the middle of it and didn't know what happened, but the cultivators on the outskirts of the South Sea saw it clearly. Seawater pouring into an endless rift, even in the blink of an eye will reveal the full picture of the seabed, the entire South China Sea within a radius of 100 miles, so look at a white fog shrouded in a blanket of white, relative to each other and cannot see each other's faces. Rumble! A shocking thunder split the white mist, and the deep, bottomless crevice seemed to come to life, eagerly sucking in as many people as it could from the shore. At the same time, the system in Willow Fold's head screamed madly. Master! It's going to be fatal! The heavenly Tao is enraged! Mo banquet, he defied heaven's order, he. No harm done, be quiet. Willow Folds returned unhurriedly, not only interrupting the system's screaming, but also looking at the countless seawater falling from the sky at the first opportunity to pull Mo Yan's arm, almost exactly the same speed as Mo Yan hugged him. The shark tribe just landed on the ground was changed, but because it is a shark, so it is not affected. Only the patriarch asked the abyss to look at the direction of the Willow Folding Branch several times, want to get close, but because of the Mo banquet eyeing the guard failed to materialize. Lan Yu holding Qingyu is not let go, afraid of his impulse to cause trouble, at this time also sacrificed magic weapon and Qingyu together floating on the water. When Shou first time to protect Dai Moon, after confirming that his own master is also unhindered, then focus on protecting Dai Moon not wet robe. Only Bai Chiu had been engulfed by seawater several times, suffering from serious injuries and not having enough cultivation, yet he still called out to Willow Folding Branch. Eldest senior brother! Eldest senior brother save! The seawater choked his mouth and nose, and as he struggled to utter a complete sentence, he grew increasingly furious. Wait for me to report to the master, so that the master can punish you. Eldest senior brother, you are still not quick to save me. Save! Wow! Between the waves, a fishtail that hadn't yet fully grown slowly retracted, and the young lord of the shark race, Evening Lin, watched as the waves slapped Bai Chiu upside down, and snorted coldly, foolish bastard, with you still wanting to live to go back and sue immortal sovereign? If it is an ordinary cultivator, at this time should be sunk into the bottom of the water and drowned alive. Bai Chiu is different, the protagonist of the luck of the protagonist to ensure that he does not die, froze the whole person did not enter the moment, but also able to poke his head out again. Evening Lin looked frozen, father, how he did not die. Linner, don't mess around. Asking Yuan looked at Lu Shizhi and Mo Banquet, then Bai Chiu who was struggling in the water, his tone sunk slightly, don't mess with that person in the water. Why? Evening Lin looked upset, I can't mess with immortal monarch, and now I can't mess with a cultivator with such a low cultivation level, that cultivator is ugly and stupid, not even as good as a strand of hair of immortal monarch, why can't I mess with him? Immortal monarch is my fiancé, if he dares to disrespect immortal monarch, I'll kill him. Linner. The matriarch's wife Huayin pulled him back, her tone was gentle, you have to listen to what you are told, listen to father and mother today, and listen to immortal monarch in the future, you are the young lord of the shark clan, you can't be so capricious. All present are cultivators, hear their words clearly, or rather the shark clan intends to let them listen, otherwise the voice is transmitted, why directly say it? The young master is young and unintelligent, but the patriarch and the patriarch's wife will not understand, between the words of the respect for the Willow Folding Branch is obviously more than the others, listening to the crowd is very puzzled. The shark race has always looked down on the 6 realms of cultivators, why did they favor Folding Branch immortal monarch? The bystanders were puzzled by their attitude, only Mo Yen gritted his teeth and glared at Evening Lin, screw your mother's fiancé. A raggedy fish whose hair hasn't even grown, you dare to fantasize about Willow Folding Branch. You're the broken one. You're the broken devil. Evening Pro's tail slapped out a wave of water and his roar was even louder than his, I'm a shark, not Harry. Ignorant barbarian. The two of them were cursing at each other there. When Shou Dai Moon couldn't control Mo Yen, Lu Shizhi didn't want to control it, and the sharks didn't care about Late Lin even more, they just stared at the top of their heads. Soon countless cultivators will fall from the air with a splash, fluttering like dumplings falling into the water. And the water splash when they fell also changed, after returning to the calm, turned into a crystal clear shark beads, brilliant as a star, as big as a rock. For a while no one cared to check the environment, the cultivators hurriedly scrambled for the shark beads, even going so far as to fight over it. One side is Lu Shizhi and others, one side is the shark race, just watch those cultivators in the middle of the fight for the shark pearl, unknowingly clear seawater slowly out of the blood, more and more, gradually stained the whole piece of seawater red. Above the shark beads, the cultivators who originally scrambled for the treasure were turned into withered bones in an instant, and their souls were bound by the shark beads and slowly swallowed into the beads. Ereshkigal is a medieval deity, extremely sensitive to these souls, trying to catch one, but no matter how much spells were cast, they were unsuccessful. Cultivators who didn't grab the shark beads dodged a bullet, screaming and exclaiming amidst the blood and water. Emo Banquet set up a boundary to isolate the noise for Willow Folding Branch, and also stared at those withered bones with a grave expression. What is the shark race doing? The shark beads only sharks have. If you say this matter has nothing to do with the sharks, the ghosts do not believe. These souls look like they have given the shark beads as nourishment. Lan Yu's tone was also a bit heavy. Willow Folding Branch stared at Duan Chengqian, who had found Bai Qiu in the first place and healed his wounds, without opening his mouth to recognize him, and only faintly said, "Greed, blood, should be sacrificed in this way." Only in the ancient times was there the word sacrifice, or sacrifice with a living cultivator. Nowadays even the demon race is not practicing this method. The crowd was a little confused when they heard this.
Sailor race is so organized, with so many human life sacrifice, not afraid of carrying karma?
Xingyu, who hadn't made a sound, suddenly poked his head out of Ereshkigal's arms and shouted towards Evening Pro, who was wagging his tail across the street, "Hey! That young master!
Immortal Monarch asks you, what is your shark race sacrificing human lives for?" Everyone was stunned, unable to believe that he would just ask directly. However, the unbelievable scene is still behind. Late Lin tail lashed, to Lu Shezhi he smile, "Is you wanna know you said father and mother to open what the ancient secret realm, inside are all good things, at that time you follow me closely, I back father and mother to steal a few more for you." No, it's really possible to ask for intent, isn't it? I'm afraid this fish has been charmed by Willow Folding Branch into a little cutie. I'm afraid he's been charmed by Lu Shezhi. Mo Yen was speechless for a moment, and hurriedly hugged Lu Shezhi tightly. "Don't want his things, I'll grab them for you. What's a few pieces? I'll grab them all by then, all yours." Lu Feiji was charmed into a stupid fish, out of breath. "Look at my father, he's still sitting on his ass, holding Lu Fuji and still so clear-headed." Chapter 86-84, Snake Society Death Scene.
Willow Folding Branch guessed correctly. The Sailor Serpent clan was really taking the greed and blood of the cultivators and sacrificing them. All the shark beads were dyed red with blood, and after absorbing countless souls, even the seawater stagnated for a moment. The ancient sacrifice formation was not to be reacted to by anyone, and the system in Willow Fold's mind was stunned for a moment.
"My God! Master! This is the power of the gods, it's almost as good as the heavenly Dao."
The system wailed and screamed. Willow Folding Branch was originally still somewhat about to faint due to her weak body, and she was hard woken up by him.
"Master! Master! Master, wake up! Gods! God!"
Willow pressed her temples and opened her eyes to shut him up before she could see her surroundings.
"Silence, don't make noise."
Because Snake had disappeared and had been teleported elsewhere by that sacrifice formation, Willow Folding Branch was now in a bit of a hurry. 1 second Snake had said that he would grab the treasure for him, but the next second he had appeared here, and at that time he remembered that Snake had desperately hugged him, but he had still been separated by an irresistible force. The so-called God Clan is worthy of being extolled in the cultivation world for 10,000 years, and only one formation is so powerful. The system called the God Race. Willow Folding Branch also paid attention to look at the scene in front of him, but only saw a piece of movie-like shadow picture. Countless people cannot see the appearance of the people mixed in one place, look like an ordinary cultivators are not different, but each raise their hands between the wind and clouds change. It is really a hand for the clouds and hands for the rain. Especially the one in the center, white clothes and white hair, seems to be the crowd of people attacking, but do not see the defeat, but vaguely have to kill the intention of the siege. Ancient period of the gods by dear, ancient books have recorded, just to compete for a person to rule heaven and earth, in the end, or for the right to be fascinated. As for the later emergence of the heavenly way, I heard that it is the time to win a god made. No one can violate the will of the heavenly Tao. Once upon a time, these Willow Folding Branch just read in the book, now see that year's picture reappears in front of the eyes, only feel full of absurd feeling. Why bother? He just sighed tersely, not interested in these. A flip of the hand, the palm is a rune paper, flying between the slow burning, burned out is all the shadows into nothingness. Master? System confused, do not look carefully? This is the history of the gods, in case you realize something from here. The matter of chasing after fame and fortune, don't look at it. This system is very cute, not fierce, and is not a human being. Willow Folding's social fear will almost not attack, and will be willing to all say something to him, just say something to make the system somewhat speechless. It's still important to find Snake. The scenery around them turned white again. It was as if they were wrapped in a cocoon, surrounded by unknown dangers, but the host was only focused on finding the main character to attack. The system really didn't understand. The system really doesn't understand. The invincible villain, in the end, why would you rather not cultivate but also have to get involved with the protagonist attack? Because the protagonist turned into a snake and lied to him for 18 years? Social fear in the eyes of the night and day, dependent on each other, so how precious in the end, how the other side cannot understand. Willow Folding Branch is also lazy to explain to the other side. He has always only follow the heart, do not have to give anyone to account for. Then the system understands why the higher system told him, this host is very maverick, even oddball.
Because it is obviously looking at a person who is cool and immortal, but things are very demanding of speed, and if it is too fast, it will look extremely rough. 3 steps of talisman paper, 5 steps of formation, obviously no cultivation, but froze out of the cultivation of people cannot get out of the movement in battle. Rune paper already made, small formation also do not need to use blood as a guide, just stuck in the body to withstand, but also within the scope of the best efforts, not afraid of attracting any danger, just to find his snake. A kind of digging 3 feet to find the snake vestigial feeling came to the surface, the system are looking silly. Master, that is to say, that the main character attack he saved your life? How do I remember it was you who saved his life? What is it if you pick up the seriously injured Moyen and raise him as a snake, feeding him blood and treating his wounds, and that's not saving his life? Willow Folding Branch did not say anything, did not have time to talk more with him, full immersion to find snake. The good news is that along the way did not encounter any danger, in addition to the everlasting white blanket cannot see any scenery. The bad news is that not a moment later to meet people, but not the heart of the snake. Immortal King? Xingyu was also inexplicably separated from Lanyu at that time, and after walking alone for half a day in this white haze, he suddenly saw Willow Folding Branch and was so excited that he jumped straight upwards. But by the Willow Folding Branch indifference to avoid. Oh yeah, I forgot that immortal monarch doesn't like bystanders getting close. Xingyu smiled in embarrassment and hurriedly stood upright. It was his eyes that fell on Lu Folding Branch, staring one after another. Immortal monarch, let's make a companion. Don't you have no cultivation? I can protect you. Lu Folding Branch originally did not want to pay attention to him, just wanted to continue to go to snake, but quickly hesitated and stopped. Should ask him if he has ever seen the snake, but he is now a human body, not a small peacock. This can put the social fear to be difficult, for a long time cannot open his mouth to ask, long to the system and the green feather are found wrong. Master, what's wrong? Immortal Lord, is something wrong? Willow Fold was still silent. This trip is a great evil for the snake, if we do not find the snake as soon as possible, in case of any danger. On one side is the safety of the snake, on the other side is the social fear attack. Willow Folded Branch secretly clenched his teeth, finally in the end is asked out, have you ever seen? Snake's identity is too much. Willow Folding Branch paused for a moment before spitting out a name, Mo Banquet. Mo Banquet? Xingyu was confused, wasn't he still with the immortal monarch just now? Willow Folding Bao frowned slightly, when? Just the last time I met immortal monarch, I was going to ask, but did immortal monarch finally get rid of him? Xingyu even said and gestured, just now I saw Mo Banquet holding such a large piece of spirit jade in his hand, especially shamelessly following immortal monarch and entangling behind him. When I wanted to go up to immortal monarch, he even glared at me and told me to get out of the way. I have not seen you in the square. Xingyu froze, his eyes were rounded, no. Haven't seen? I was called immortal monarch at that time, and you still look at me. Willow Folding Branch's hand holding the talisman paper paused, thinking that there is really something odd here. To be able to reproduce the scene of the gods dear 10,000 years ago, it is hard to guarantee that it will not give birth to the illusion of nothingness. Snake has had to breed the sign of the heart of the devil. Illusion are born in the heart of the thought, the illusion of the image. If he is thinking of me in his heart, I am afraid. It is difficult to escape the illusion of the intrusion. At this time the Mo Banquet has not realized what illusion is not illusion, he only knows that Willow Folding Branch and angry. Angry is really ignore people how to surround are useless, from the storage ring out of some treasures coax is also useless. The most annoying thing is that he does not say why he is angry. And again do not speak. Why the hell are you angry? Mo Yen is also dying of anger, killing himself and not moving forward, just pulling Lu Xieji's arm to ask. He thought that this time Lu Folding Branch will still not speak, but caught off guard was back to hold the hand, clear cold voice ringing in the ear, just like he was dreaming, exactly when to take me back to the demon world? Mo Yen was confused by the question. Willow Fold stopped talking and just stared at him. Mo Yen was looked at suddenly have a little bit of heart. Is to take you back to the demon world, This father is just said, but also have to go out from here this is not a moment has not found the road, and then wait for back to the demon world, may marry me as a demon queen? Willow Folding Branch interrupted him and asked again. Mo Yen? No, is he so blunt now? Doesn't he even want to play? This time Mo Banquet was completely confused. In the face of a sentence more than a sentence of explosive Lu Folding Branch, the first reaction was to back away, backed up several steps before he managed to stop. No, not right when did Lu Folding Branch give me such a good face? Taking the initiative to go back to the demon realm with me and personally asking to be the demon queen? He didn't know that this was because Willow Folding Branch realized that there would be an illusion here, so the Willow Folding Branch that manifested out of the Willow Folding Branch acted inappropriately. He only knew that the one in front of him was definitely not Willow Folding Branch. Who the hell are you? Where's Willow Folding Branch? If this were a Willow Folding Branch, not to mention a good face, it would be good not to bang me twice on the top of the head, but still can say this? Almost the instant he asked this question, the scenery around him changed. It was no longer white, but divided into so many small worlds in general, as well as so many Willow Folding Branches. One is in the former battlefield willow folding branch, white ink hair sword and stand, but not cold and indifferent to kill the devil without blinking, but the air and stand softly called him, Mo Banquet, can you wanna go back to Yunju Peak with me a small gathering? One is a happy dress of willow folding branch, in the magic palace bedchamber, full of shyness, husband. There are too many similar scenes, every single one taken out is a level that can make Mo Yen dream and wake up laughing. Mo Yen looked at these images that surrounded himself, especially when he saw Lu folding branch bathing, as well as the ones that shared the same bed with himself. He was embarrassed to see himself. This motherer seems to be all in the old man's heart. Luckily, the willow folded branch is not in. This is if the willow folded branch saw the old man, this face will be directly torn down and thrown it. Don't ing want. The so-called heart of the devil, in the final analysis, or compulsion things, born from the heart, with the heart in extinction, the heart of the desire cannot be satisfied, but also unwilling to give up, so the breeding of the heart of the devil. Mo Yen understands that this is his own heart demon. Willow folding branch always read to him, let him cultivate his mind, let him pay attention not to give birth to a heart demon, said what cultivation to cultivate the heart, the state of mind clarity. In fact, he did not listen to a word. Now think carefully, when Lu folding branch told him these times, he was staring at Lu folding branch, a blank stare. The only thing left in his eyes was how could his nemesis look like this? It's ing over the top beautiful. What a thing to say with that mouth, it's supposed to be for kissing. That's why I've been a fan of. Since then. Mo Yen silently patted his head, not really wanting to face it, and summoned his native sword in passing, slashing at the illusions in all directions. Then, the illusions were not extinguished, but instead they all turned into undressed willow folding branches. Damn it! Mo Yen cursed and was about to slash again. His eyes inevitably saw those images, and before the sword fell, his nose itched first. Tickle! A nosebleed landed on the sword, as if mocking his lack of talent. Mo Yen. At the same time, is still in the green feather to please the willow folded branch suddenly figure shook, as if by mistake into what teleportation formation, and then stood steady in front of the white fog has been dispersed. The green feather disappeared silhouette, but instead appeared clamor nosebleed Mo Banquet, as well as Mo Banquet around countless two people cloud and rain scene. Chapter 87-85, Snake Heart Pleases Me. The appearance of Willow Folding Branch was something that Mo Yen had never dreamed of, directly pushing this farce brought about by the heart demon to its peak, so shocked that he froze and forgot to react. He forgot to wipe his nosebleed, and just stood in place holding his sword, his nosebleed dripping down. Clueless and comical. Equally silent was Willow Fold, as the unpleasant images still hit him a little too hard. In a word, it is probably rites of passage. It's ridiculous and outrageous. Where's the decorum? What's the matter with the decorum? The only thing left to say was the system, and it said it in a hurry. No, master, where have we gotten to? Why is this a mosaic? Did you go to a greenhouse? Willow. He did not know how to return, his own hand raised the snake, day after day to teach, in the end to give birth to the heart of the devil, not to mention, this heart of the devil is also so desolating, he to the master of the self-esteem, which can be tolerated. So, bang bang. Tilting Cloud sword, which time out is not a sword. Tilting Cloud shocked the six worlds, in the past in the hands of Lu Folding Branch. Do not know how powerful artifact, now good, net used to teach that unproductive snake, knocked on the head. Sword spirit feels speechless, very cooperate with Willow Folding Branch, is to hit harder. Mo Banquet was already confused, this beating is even more confused, not to mention that this beating is not 2 times will be finished. Bang bang. Bang bang. Bang bang. Willow Folding Branch to do things to pay attention to, hit people also the same, knocking people's heads have their own rules, just 2 to knock, even 2, a pause, and then again 2. Raw will be ink feast from higher than him than a head, all the way to knock the whole person is squatting down, hate cannot be drilled into the ground. Mo Banquet subconsciously clutched his head, the person was almost knocked silly, no, you don't. Me. This. He wanted to explain, but didn't know what he could explain, after all, it all made Lu Folding Branch look at it with his own eyes. But even if he is looking for excuses cannot find, the more anxious the more chaotic brain, and finally just so stumbling to say a few words, and then there is no context. I really don't know what to say, being caught in the act, it's not right to say anything. And he is beyond doubt that this is not an illusion, is the Willow Folding Branch himself, the heart of the demon illusion out of the Willow Folding Branch will never be able to beat him, not to him to listen to all kinds of seduction is good. It was hard for his head not to be beaten, the top of his head again came from the cold 2 words, kneel well. Mo Yen reflexively back a cold, hurriedly changed squatting to kneeling, end-to-end kneeling on the ground. The degree of obedience shocked him, and he reacted with hindsight that he shouldn't be so obedient. I'm Mo Yen now, not Snake, how can I listen to Willow Folding Branch like this? This is also too easy to expose. I'm not afraid of a rival, I'm the most powerful devil in the world. Even if my rival finds out that I'm trying to do something wrong, what can I do if I want to double cultivate with him? I'm a devil and I'm not talking about rules and etiquette with a righteous immortal? My father is now taking advantage of his lack of cultivation to force him on the spot, that is reasonable. That's right, that's the way it is, something that Lao Zi, this asshole demonic father, can do. Stroke understand their own persona, Mo Banquet instantly line again, very hardened stand up, on the basis of taller than Willow Folding Branch, but also the king of condescending cold snort, how, this father's matter, you Folding Branch immortal monarch still want to manage? No cultivation still dare to hit this father, you are tired of living? There's no one else here, this father is realizing those illusions one by one, do you think you can resist? Although there was an element of acting, but letting him, a haphazard demon exalt, play the asshole, he really couldn't be more like it, living up to the asshole himself, without any contradiction. All of this time he is still there to play the wind. Willow Folding Branch has the intention to give him 2 more bang bang, and really tired of playing, silent for a moment cold glanced at him. The Hall of the Devil respect, no one place but think with the dead enemy line affair, but also gave birth to the heart demon, when really is the prestige. He still said too elegant and euphemistic, if he let Mo Yen say this, he could scold for an hour without repeating it. But it is such a euphemistic sentence, the killing power for Mo Yen is not light. Shame on you, it's just too shameful. Now the top of the identity of the devil Mo Banquet, coveting the dead enemy was found, or begged for but can only be found when the fantasy, when it is the face of the whole to lose all the face. For Mo Yen, this matter with him and the face of the 6 worlds did not beat Lu Folding Ji, but also by Lu Folding Ji to beat down not much difference, a lifetime of fame ruined. Look at the majestic devil, froze to be asked half a day did not hold back a word, but also hard in the dead enemy's gaze to hold back the red face. 6 worlds are known to be thicker than the walls of the devil, this life for the first time to experience what it feels like to have a hot face, all hate to find a crack in the ground. Words also do not say, the prestige also do not play, red with a handsome face and that look at the sky look at the ground is not to look at people. In a mosaic, the system looked at such a protagonist attack issued a soul a question, no, master this. This protagonist attack he this virtue? This is not a good idea, but it is a good idea. Is he like you Should be. Without hesitation, Willow Fold gave a positive answer very calmly. Once upon a time, he might have been unsure and felt that there seemed to be a misunderstanding, but now that he had watched the scene that this heart demon had conjured up, and knew what kind of obsession the snake was full of, he naturally confirmed that he hadn't guessed wrongly. The serpent is just heartily pleased with him. Although I do not know from when this kind of mind, whether it is their own snake to the crooked, but Willow Folded Branch has always practiced the natural, everything exists or happens all have their own cause and effect, he knows it will know, shocked there, but only for a moment, and then there is no more reaction. The plot can be messed up, the fate of heaven can be violated, that snake this protagonist heart pleased him a villain, seems to be nothing unusual. If you can change it, then change it, if you can't change it, then take a step and see what happens. This state of mind of his is comparable to that of a saint. Where does the system have this cultivation? In his mind there is another sharp burst. How did this happen? He's the protagonist and you're the villain? How can you like him? How can you like it? What's wrong with him? Willow Fold answered him seriously, but okay. System. I am convinced by the host's mental state, at least tens of thousands of years ahead of our system. How did he manage to remain so calm in the face of such an outrageous event? Well, worthy of being my divine host, a bigot is a bigot, it's awesome. So, host, what should we do now? He is just a trainee system, he really hasn't seen this kind of big scene, the training is not even finished, not to mention that the system code has not taught how to solve such an odd situation. Who is a serious protagonist can be fascinated by the villain into a retarded discipline well first. System? After Willow Folding Branch finished answering his words, she turned her head to Mo Yen and bonked twice more, kneeling incense. Punt. Mo Banquet is like being hit by a switch, kneeling that is a fast and accurate, incense was taken out by the Willow Folding Branch or he took over to personally light. System. Awesome, the host is really awesome. This protagonist attack is also explosive, other people wear vests to do bad things, he is good, he wears vests to listen to the villain, in order to be cleaned up by the villain. The first time you do a mission, you will encounter such a clear style of host and protagonist, the system was shocked, and admired to the ground. Good guy, these two people where there is a normal, that immediately can be this world or dry collapse, fight the darkness of life and suffering. Now, both abnormal, negative and positive, this world's plot is full of bugs but still can function normally, absolute. According to regulations, this situation is to be reported to the headquarters, but the system froze and did not know how to describe, held for a while even a punctuation mark did not hold out, and finally gave up directly. Forget it, the protagonist and host are so abnormal, if this system is too normal, it will look out of place. Report? What the hell? It's all about excitement. The internship system was so bold was not expected by the headquarters, just like the system could not expect the next development of Lu Folding Branch and Mo Banquet. Kneeling incense kneeling well, Mo Banquet was cleaned up and obedient, but Lu Folding Branch suddenly hit again. This time there is not even a pause, bang 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 heard the system brain are buzzing. Mo Yen was also struck silly, covering his head as a roar, I kneel incense also kneel, you still hit what? Willow Folding Branch, don't go too far. Lu Folding Branch didn't say anything, just used his eyes to signal him to look at the phantom image directly in front of him. Mo Yen turned his head to look and was completely dumbfounded.
Countless visions somehow converged into one. It is today's situation. He is being punished by Lu Folding Branch kneeling incense, but the difference is, he knelt and got up, and used his demonic energy to turn into chains to lock Lu Folding Branch's hands and feet, and tore his robes.
Lu Folding Branch punished him again, right?
There is no cultivation to be still so horizontal, that is, he does not count with Lu Folding Branch, or now will lock the person to pack a good meal, and then ask,
"Do you still dare to punish him for kneeling? I'm not going to be able to do that." Apparently, that's what he was asking in the vision.
Mo Yan's face, which was already shattered on the ground, was now completely turned into powder and dispersed with the wind.
Damn it!
What the hell is this place? How can you still visualize what's going on in your heart in real time?
Bang bang!
Willow Folding Branch shone 2 more blows on the top of his head. Clear your mind and fix your heart. The intention was to let Snake stop thinking about these things and meditate properly in order to suppress the demon of the heart and get out of here, but as soon as the words were finished, Willow Folding Branch realized that the illusion had changed.
Still Mo Yen pressed him, but the scene changed into Mo Yen holding a book, forcing him to read. Is not clearing the mind to calm the chi?
You come to clear your heart. Read this clear heart incantation properly. 1 wrong word will be added 1 time. In addition to the system being automatically blocked by the program, this time this sentence was heard by everyone. In the silent space the sound was so loud that it echoed. Willow Fold.
Mo Yen? Damn it!
This damn place old me must destroy it. How do you visualize the thoughts in your mind so accurately? Not a single word is missing.
Chapter 88-86, Willow Folding Branch meeting to be with me. Why would someone kneeling incense can still kneel this much? This unseemly thought?
Willow Folding Branch completely unable to understand this life for the first time have the feeling of hating iron is not steel, but also understand in the original world of those parents counseling homework why will almost die of anger. It is really too naughty and stubborn, and never change. Beating also played, beating can only make the snake more honest, but cannot control what is in his heart, really put him difficult.
Are you angry?
Willow Folding Branch has not been talking, the eyes are still very strange, Mo Yen a little panicked.
This, him, that, heart demon is like this.
Searching for excuses, in the end, let him find it, decisively dumped all the pots to the heart demon. You have not had a heart demon, you do not understand, this thing he is so compelling, I cannot control myself. He said with conviction, Willow Folded Branch but full of speechlessness.
Snake is treating me like a cutie again. Deception. Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter.
The system would not be so subtle and introverted as to directly break down Mo Yan's lies. The system will not be so subtle, but will directly break down Mo Yan's lies. The script says that the main character attack can be powerful. How come to you he is like a stupid dog, stupid to the home? Lu Folding Branch was silent for a moment, unable to refute, but did not want to bespeak his snake, finally only returned 2 words, silence.
Good master.
Just now, he also laughed at Mo Banquet for being too wimpy, and now when it comes to himself, the system is wimpy as ever.
That no eyes to see the illusion is still continuing, Willow Folded Branch really cannot see, sideways to avoid that image, staring at Mo Yen aggravated tone, meditation.
Okay, quieter. Mo Yen nodded repeatedly, agreeing painfully, but the visions grew more and more out of character.
Willow Fold. Mo Yen.
The 2 were silent as they knelt and stood. One is speechless, one is embarrassed, froze so silent wide-eyed for a long time, until the surrounding space is another burst of distortion. Mo Banquet was trapped in place by the illusion, but Willow Folding Branch's body swayed, not knowing where he was transported to.
Surrounded by lush trees, the entire forest is much denser than elsewhere. The living creatures are not afraid of people, foxes and rabbits running all over the woods, the natural enemies just chasing and playing, looking like playmates.
Willow Folding Branch think here's some familiar, like the entrance to the demon world, too late to check more. A roar suddenly came, roar very loud, the voice is very tender, sounds like acquaintances.
Is this the demon emperor Ah? Knowing that Willow Fold has no cultivation and many things are inconvenient, the system directly gave him directions. Master, it should be the right front.
Willow Folding Branch body is weak, walking slowly and leisurely without hurry, the more forward to hear more clearly, is indeed the voice of the green feather, roaring and cursing at the same time, do not know who is cursing. Little master to him so good, give him to eat, give him to wear, with him to play, what makes him want to go? White-eyed wolf. I also accompanied him to cultivate, father let me cultivate I do not do, he let me accompany me to accompany, dog thing he dared to go. I'll kill him if he dares to leave. Willow Folding Branch stood behind the tree, seeing Chingy surrounded by a bunch of Demon Clan's retainers. His figure was much smaller than today, and he had not yet fully grown, screaming to kill, and he didn't know who had made him so angry. This.
Master, how did he become small?
It should be his illusion, he is trapped in it, unable to maneuver his body, has obsessions or regrets, and can't get out. Willow Folding Branch watched Xingyu being coaxed by many people surrounding him while explaining to the system, all seem to be illusions here, everyone has them, they vary from person to person, but they are all on the same path. It is not that they are trapped by illusions, but that they are trapped by the state of mind.
What about you? The system was curious. Master, what is your obsession? Why did you run into someone else's illusion? Willow Folding Branch thought about it and gently shook her head. I don't have an obsession. System? Impossible. Without obsession, how can you wear a book? Those who can wear a book are chosen only if their obsession is too deep after death. There was once that I cultivated my body and tempered my mind, figured it out, and forgot about it. It's awesome that even obsessions can be figured out and forgotten, no less. The system's admiration for him has risen to an unprecedented level again, and even feels that he can lie down flat, following such a powerful host, not doing missions and not going through the plot. It's simply not too cool. If only I could stay here for the rest of my life. Isn't this just legal groping for fish? It's exciting to think about. In just a moment's time, Xingyu had already driven away all the people who had coaxed him, and stood by himself staring at the demon realm boundary angrily, and the bento sword had appeared in his hand. It's out, master, it's really out, people. The system is like a commentary. That muff does not want to stop. Then Lu Shizhi, all serious, is to see who came out after a little confused. No, this is not that who? The Underworlder? Aha! Willow Folding Branch was also a bit surprised. Who would have thought that the Demon Emperor and the Underworld Exalt would have such an affinity? Lan Yu. Xingyu stopped Lan Yu with his sword when he saw him, the tip of the sword pointing straight at Lan Yu's chest. You're not allowed to leave, or I'll kill you. Lan Yu stood still. In her eyes was a complexity he couldn't understand. She stared at him for a long time before shaking her head. I'm not a demon race, today. You kept me, tomorrow I will still have to. As well. You shut up. The long sword was sheathed, cutting off a strand of Erishur Yui's inked hair. What's wrong with not being a demon? You're the one I picked up. I gave you your name. We learned cultivation together. I've been playing with you since I was a kid. I can still treat you badly. This is what's shocking, Big Melon. The system and the Willow Folding Branch brain are beginning to use the code to get high. Master, this is not considered bamboo horse. They will not have a leg, right? While he was just eating melon and watching the fun, Lu Shizhi stared at Lan Yu and carefully examined it several times. Lan Yu is not here, it's just an illusion. If it's an illusion, it won't change the ending. It will only make Xingyu go through this over and over again, endlessly grieving and even collapsing in the illusionary realm, and if the obsession doesn't dissipate, she will never be able to get out. What should we do? What should we do? Master, are you going to help him? This is his karma. It's not good for me to intervene. The system still wanted to continue eating melon, but Lu Shizhi stopped looking and turned around to walk back the way he came. Master, where are you going? To find Snake. Willow Folding Bow frowned slightly. Xingyu's illusion is like this. I think Snake is like this as well. Snake is born with a heart demon. One person is afraid that it will be difficult to get out of it. I'll go and help him. The system was confused. No, weren't you the one who said just now that it's not good to interfere with other people's karma? Now that it's the protagonist's turn, you're going to take the initiative to intervene? Is it possible to be so double standard? The system is full of question marks, but he doesn't dare to ask yet, because this fairy host is just looking at the fairy atmosphere. After getting along for a long time, he can see that it's not good to be messed with. The protagonist attacked the head as a wooden fish knocked. This if against him, this cannot do anything. Internship system, afraid not to be on the spot to make him scrapped. That means, Master, do you know how to teleport? There doesn't seem to be a pattern to this place. Both times it teleported without warning. I don't know. So how do we get to? Before the system could finish its words, they saw Willowfold set up a teleportation array of its own. This teleportation formation can also be used in the illusionary realm? I don't know. So what if it doesn't work? Find another way. System. Cthulhu. Awesome. Boom Biggie. Why is he still a little dull? Dare to do without knowing anything, but also a face of innocence that do not know. Look at the cool and decent, do things but deviant, may fail does not matter, anyway, just do not give up, and then think of other ways. A road to the black. What kind of style is he going for? I remember the persona is not like this. Isn't this a pure, cool, cute and stubborn guy? I have to say that he is considered to be the character of the Willow Folding Branch to touch a lot of understanding. Willow Folding Branch really dare to think and dare to do. The transmission array do not know whether it can be used, do not know can be transmitted to where. He dared to open the array. The moment Lu Folding Branch's figure disappeared in the middle of the formation, when Xiao, who had been walking in the illusionary realm for a long time and had not yet walked out, suddenly heard a loud bang. It seemed to be heavenly thunder descending, but there was no heavenly thunder when he raised his eyes to look. Only a white-clothed, white-haired figure descended from the sky and landed right in front of him. When Xiao was dumbfounded, immortal monarch? Why is there an immortal monarch in my illusion? I have absolutely no desire for immortal monarchs. If His Holiness finds out about this and thinks that I betrayed him by having a private affair with his nemesis, then I. In just a blink of an eye, when Xiao thought about where to bury himself, Willow Folding Branch didn't say anything, because she already knew that the transmission was wrong, and only looked at the scenery around him, her eyes pausing at the sight of countless dyed moons with different postures and clothes. When Xiao also noticed, and it was only then that he remembered that his illusions were all filled with dying moon, and was completely frozen by having his secret crash through.
After a long time, he tried to slow down his concentration to ask the immortal ruler to help him cover up, but before he could say anything, he saw that the immortal ruler who had broken his secret had opened the formation with her bare hands, and left without even giving him a glance.
One Shio.
It's over, the right way caught the handle.
In the future, if the immortal monarch uses this to threaten me to betray his holiness, what should I do? Another big melon.
He even likes the protagonist to attack the other protector. The system made Melanie more and more excited. Master, I follow you on the right, fast fast fast. I look at this time to see who can be transported to. I want to see the dying of the moon first. He is so flirtatious, the illusion of the realm must be.
Hey! How did this turn into a mosaic again?
He was confused. Mo Yen looked at the suddenly disappeared and suddenly appeared Willow Folding Branch, also confused.
No, how do you? Come.
Willow Folding Branches really want to help, and as long as the result does not care about the process, said very frankly. Because he has long thought about helping Snake to break the illusion method, since the obsession is him, that satisfy is.
He was calm, but Mo Yen was dumbfounded. What did Willow Fold say? What is he going to do with me after just meeting?
After Mo Yen froze in place for a moment, he quickly took several steps back and gritted his teeth. Here we go again.
Heart demon, don't you go too far.
Old me just rejected more than 20 undressed Willow Folding Branches. Do you think you can trap old me by coming with a clothed one?
Chapter 89, 87, the meat in my mouth almost flew away.
Ha 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 ha, I'm really going to die laughing, master. The system burst out laughing like thunder. The melon in his hand fell off with laughter. He's treating you as an illusion and he's still not willing to ha 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 ha. Having rejected 20 illusions earlier, it is naturally good for Snake to be able to hold on to his heart.
The system couldn't stop laughing.
Diggy, he's just a cutie, you're too thick a filter. The system dares to think not dare to say, silently closed his mouth, waiting to see how the willow folded branch to clean up the little cute. The system dared not dare to say, silently closed his mouth, waiting to see how Lu Shiji cleaned up the little cute, which thought not cleaned up at all, opened his mouth to seriously explain. I am not an illusion, is the willow folding branch. Bull. Mo Yen pointed his sword at him. Those illusions said the same thing. All of them were not wearing clothes and still pounced on me. Can Lu Fuji do something so unseemly? Willow Folding Branch stepped forward. It's just a stopgap measure. Yoho, you are still pretending to be quite like a set of literary words. Mo Yen snorted. Quite a bit of watching the meaning. Pretend. Continue to pretend. I would like to see how much you can be like Willow Folding Branch. Never thought that one day he would have to prove that he is himself. Lu Folding Branch was filled with a sense of absurdity, stopped a few steps away from him to contemplate, and finally directly summoned the tilting cloud sword.
Did the illusion ever hit you? Mo Yen? What do you mean? Feeling not quite right, Mo Banquet stepped back again. Don't go too far. Even if you're an illusion of Willow Folding Branch, you don't want to hit me. Illusions cannot hit. Lu Folding Branch held the sword and walked straight over. I can. Bang bang.
This familiar voice, familiar action, familiar headache, on the spot made Mo Yen dumbfounded. You really? He wanted to say it's hard not to be really Lu Folding Branch. After all, the illusion should seduce him, should not hit him so right, but he did not have time to confirm, caught off guard and pushed to the ground. Just now also take the sword hilt bang bang hit him in the head of the person, sitting on his waist and abdomen, raised his hand and pulled his belt.
Mo Yen. You. What the are you doing?
Willow Folding Branch was in a hurry to take him out and didn't want to bother with him much, pulling off the sash and going to tug on his lapel again. Hurry up. Mo Yen covered the clothes on his chest and looked at him with a look of horror. You're not Lu Feiji. Willow Folding Branch can't do this kind of thing.
Fine, all the other illusions seduce me, you dare to force me.
He would rather die than obey. Looking like a young woman being robbed by force, Willow Folding Branch looked speechless, holding the sword and giving him 2 more blows.
You give me up.
Mo Yen was pressed by him and his face went black. Don't think that just because you look the same as Willow Folding Branch that I won't dare to beat you. Lu Folding Branch lazily ignored him and continued to tug on his clothes. It was not easy to tear off his outer robe, but he pressed his hand again.
You let go of me.
You're just an illusion, what gives you the right? Mo Yen pulled him aside, with a very disgusted look. If it wasn't for the fact that you look exactly like Lu Shiji and I couldn't get my hands on you, you'd have died 8 times by now.
Lu Folding Branch loves cleanliness, he doesn't want it if it's dirty. I have to keep my body clean for him. You don't know. Willow Folding Branch.
In this matter he was obedient, just not used in the right way. Still guarding his body like a jade, said Wrong, this is not a stupid dog, this is a loyal dog, master. The system couldn't help but sigh as it listened.
Willow Fold moved. Why are you still listening? This.
Has it reached a place where it can't be listened to? It won't be automatically blocked.
Do not see without honor, do not hear without honor, may remember? Ha, good master, I'm wrong master, I'll roll now.
As soon as the system is shielded, Lu Folding Branch is even more reckless. He doesn't like to drag his feet in doing things, pressed Mo Yen and pulled hard. The lingerie was also ripped open, and also pasted a talisman paper on Mo Yen's head by hand.
It is a fixation spell, lest Mo Yen does not cooperate again. Mo Yen. Not, now the illusion are so omnipotent, so arrogant?
Feeling that it may be the heart of the devil again gave him what said, Mo Yen did not speak, rushed away from the talisman and stared intently, in case the heart of the devil suddenly sent a difficult. But how he looked at it, he did not see anything wrong, because the illusion
sitting on his body is really a bit stupid.
So the scene is inexplicably a little awkward. Lu Folding Branch sitting on the body of Mo Yen, want to continue and not quite. Mo Yen raised his eyes to stare at him, accidentally with him on the eyes, also inexplicably some expression is not natural. Two people stalemate, delayed without the following. Finally Mo Yen cannot help it, and cursed, "What the hell are you going to do?
I've seen so many illusions, and you're the most demonic."
Willow Folding Branch for the first time to be scolded, there is no reaction, but instead two hands again in his abdominal muscles back and forth touch, and finally still cannot do, can only take back the hand lightly side, the next
should be how? Mo Yen opened his mouth, shocked to speechless. No, this seems to amount. If it is an illusion, isn't it too much like Willow Folding Branch?
Just this kind of seriousness to say all kinds of outrageous words, really too much like.
Why don't you say something?
Willow Fold was genuinely puzzled and reached out to poke him in confusion.
This was definitely the Willow Folding Branch himself. Mo Yen's face became even darker, almost catching up with his own demonic aura. What, is Immortal Folding Branch trying to force this honored one? Lu Folding Branch didn't answer, just looked at the various illusions around him that hadn't dissipated yet.
Mo Bankwood naturally followed his gaze and saw it, his jealous expression lurched, and he coughed lightly in embarrassment.
That is?
This honored one, even if he has these thoughts, he is only thinking about it. Bearing in mind that he has a vest, Mo Yen can be too good at hitting a rake, on the spot and hardened up. I can't even think about it? You don't have cultivation now, this is no one's place, no one will come to save you even if you scream your throat out.
Oh.
Snake's arrogant nature, Willow Folding Branch had already known that, and did not bother with him, just nodded calmly. Then you do it, it so happens that I won't. After saying that, he got up and did not press him, but also smoothly took off the outer robe by himself. The action is elegant and dignified, just as if he was going to discuss with someone immediately. Obviously still wearing lingerie, that immortal posture and slender waist. Also look at the ink feast, a little eyes straight, swallowed his mouth, dare not believe, asked again, that.
Really? Really come on? Aha! Willow Folding Branch initiative to pull him.
The teleportation in this place was all random, with no regularity, and since he was not trapped by the illusion and did not know when he would be teleported, naturally, the faster the better. For the first time by the Willow Folding Branch initiative and straightforward invitation, Mo Bankwood excited hands are a little shaky, but still there wanna pretend to be a dead right, less too anxious to drop the vest, get up and first to the ground a thick layer of fox fur.
This respect is not casually with people
that what, are going to give the devil after, then you righteousness so haphazardly stay.
Speaking also stared at Willow Folding Branch, nonsense mercy, 4 words also bite extremely heavy, the Willow Folding Branch are to see confused, I'm pointing at you.
You yourself heart loaded with me, and loaded with snake, also loaded with bite show, you here to lousy pretend what do not understand.
Mo Bankwood thought he was pretending, and coldly snorted again, with this respect.
What is that? That is to be this respect's devil queen.
If you say yes, this father will not bother with you about your philandering, quickly say yes. Don't be insensitive.
Mo Yen was so anxious that he couldn't wait to say yes for him, but Lu Shieji wasn't in the right state yet, and didn't understand why the first sentence was about the righteous path being reckless and lenient, as if insinuating someone, and then the next sentence turned into a plea for marriage. Snake said to be the devil queen, should be with me to ask for marriage, but I have little time, but also the righteous way, how can? Hiss. The space around them suddenly distorted again, Willow Fold was pulled to teleport, her head hurt a little, and she raised her hand and pressed her temples.
Damn it!
Seeing that the person was about to leave again, Mo Yen pulled him with one hand and slashed at the spatial rift with his sword with one hand. Get the hell out of here. The spatial rift was chopped apart alive. This time he wasn't arrogant anymore, not to mention asking about the demon queen, pressing down on Willow Folding Branch and collapsing on the fox fur. Come. In the future, we have to remember, there is meat, hurry to eat, to the mouth of the meat almost flew. He pressed the Willow Folded Branch on the kiss half suddenly remembered the main thing, hurriedly back away from a brain all said, now you is the devil queen. Dare not recognize try. There is no need to join the register, no need to go up to the heavenly Tao, I say yes. What the joint ceremony are waiting for later to make up, labor rules and etiquette are to the old man aside, first the position of the demon queen to set down before. I'll see who doesn't know that she's my queen.
Chapter 90, 88, when am I going to be the demon queen? Fawn almost lost the person's arrogance, this time Mo Yen was really anxious. Willow Folding Branch look at a ground rags, and then look at overly active snake, had to open the mouth to interrupt a little, not on the table of the heavenly way, do not fit in the book, will not be counted as what the devil queen, you and I are different paths of righteousness and evil, it is always. Is what? Mo Yen interrupted him, lowered his head and kissed him hard, a different path between good and evil? This father will be afraid of these words?
Who in the 6 realms can have a worse reputation than Lao Zi?
If I'm afraid of this old me, I wouldn't be Mo Yen anymore. Obviously an arrogant demonic father who was shouted at by almost everyone in the 6 realms, he was hardened to speak with a feeling of great pride, and Lu Shiji was all confused by what he heard. Willow Folding Branch, you listen to me well, you'll have to be the demon queen for me. Emo Banquet pressed him with a bad wind, one hand pinched his waist, one hand picked his chin, scarlet flashed in the bottom of his eyes. If the righteous path didn't have you to guard it for so many years, it wouldn't be difficult for this father to step on the human realm, but now that you don't have any cultivation, if you want to guard the righteous path, you'll have to tame the devil with your body. He said is taming, not martyrdom, one word difference, the sentiment is clearer. Willow Folding Branch to the demon world will enjoy the blessing, will not die, not to mention, but also can tame him the devil, so that he presses the demon tribe will never enter the human world a little bit. Unfortunately, the two words have the same sound. Willow Folding Branch cannot hear the difference, but also will not be his feelings. I just think that the snake is really affected by the heart of the devil, more and more paranoid, said the same words. The human world and the devil world, peace or not, should not be tied to his Willow Folding Branch one person body. If he is gone, the snake led the devil tribe and the human world war, will certainly make a big mistake. Mo Banquet, your nature is not bad, why should you? Not bad? Mo Banquet pinched his waist hand slightly hard. Lu Folding Branch, I am a devil Zune, you think it is not bad? This respect says it will do it, you'd better live well, otherwise. This respect will let you see what is life and death. Identity is different. Mo Banquet more and more know how to threaten him, take the righteousness to take the threat of the living. He bet on the Willow Folded Branch absolutely do not dare to disregard their own lives again. In the middle of the conversation, Lu Folding Branch clearly saw the scarlet in Mo Banquet's eyes even more. There has been a sign of demonic ravaging the heart. So it is even more clear, the hall of the devil, actually for the love of the birth of the heart of the devil, let a person in helpless and some funny. Said the magic palace and the beauty of countless, now it seems, really as he himself said that, I have not touched. Otherwise how could he be so innocent? There have been so many demon lords in the past 10,000 years, and the one who is as pure as he is really unique. My snake is really cute. Willow Folding Branch is full of compassion. Even if he is being threatened, he does not have any anger. His favoritism towards Snake is completely unreasonable. He even took the initiative to tilt his head and kissed on his chin. Don't get caught up in the path of the heart demon. If you want to, then just do it. He was kindly coaxing, but he didn't know that he said the wrong thing, causing Snake's demonic chi to overflow around his body, and his heart demon attack became more and more serious. Do you not want to be responsible? I knew it. You don't care about this kind of thing at all. You don't want to be the demon queen of my father either. More and more coaxing, the more serious, really put Willow Folding Branch whole will not, lips moved, but do not know how to persuade. You'll just casually coax and then make me be a good dog for you. How could the righteous path have such a heartless immortal monarch like you? Willow Folding Branch? He really didn't understand why Snake had to say he was negative. No matter what the identity, are not his snake it, how to make it seem like there are many people like. Mo Yen did not know that his own vest in his place is virtually non-existent, hard to rely on the brain to vinegar himself to death. The more you think of the more angry, but cannot hit, cannot be scolded. Snake will be obedient. Lu Xuanji will still be concerned about some of the master to be punished by kneeling. The devil father Mo Banquet, but 100 taboo, especially the heart of the devil stupid Mo Banquet. Lu Xuanji only wants to calm his heart demon, help him eliminate his obsession out of the illusionary realm, not knowing that this act of feeding the wolf with his body is not as easy as imagined. When the clouds closed and the rain rested, Lu Fuji did not notice that the hair tie was carefully put into someone's arms. Stuffed into the lapel, felt inappropriate, afraid of losing, and finally put into the storage ring, with the previous jade pendant in a place. The heart of the devil, this is satisfied, cannot be obtained for the time being, slowly suppressed. Mo Yen reasoned back to the cage, in a trance realized what he had done, legs trembling. That asshole process Mo Yen did not even dare to recall. I didn't. This father acted, has always been unrestrained. He stammered to try to find an excuse for himself. His mouth said as if it was quite hard, but his actions were too wimpy for him to be able to put on the cleansing technique and dress again. Willow Folding Branch raised his hand, want to give him bang bang 2 times, now really do not have the strength, can only look askance at him. Only this breathless glance will be enough. Mo Banquet hand are a little trembling, if not still have the identity of the devil's dignity. Mo Banquet support, at this time as a snake he can directly give the knee. Because he remembered more things before. He seems to think that Lu Folding Branch is an illusion, saying that he is afraid that Lu Folding Branch is too dirty to not want him, and he wants to give Lu Folding Branch to keep his body like a jade to come. Also take the pale life and the righteousness of the threat, exposed to force to rob the Willow Folding Branch to do the intention of the devil after the Willow Folding Branch. Willow Folding Branch all heard, this still have to save? It's not just a disgrace, if the Willow Folded Branch with him to settle accounts, his head was knocked out of the heart to calculate it. It seems to be holding Lu Fuji waiting for the person in his arms to calm his breathing. In fact, Mo Yen buried himself where all think about almost. How about I just switch identities again? I'll change back to snake to save my life, and then. He had just had this thought when a sentence suddenly came from his ear. Have you ever known? No wrong, no wrong, no wrong.
Do not even wait for Willow Folding Branch to finish. He recognized the mistake to recognize that called a fast.
Willow Folding Branch's words in her mouth paused, her eyes swept to the surroundings, realizing that there were no more of those outrageous illusions before she was relieved. I'm asking, have you suppressed your heart's demons? Mon. No, didn't he ask me if I knew I was wrong? Damn it. What did I just say? When he didn't answer, Willow Fold asked again. Suppressed. Mon stared back at his expression, unable to tell if he was angry or not by any stretch of the imagination.
It was still the same clear and cold look, as if nothing had happened just now, still the high and mighty immortal monarch of the righteous path.
Mon looked really can't move his eyes, also want to go up to kiss a bite. He mother of God. Lousy is what color-hungry ghost reincarnation? How come I met Lu Folding Branches? Really no interest.
Mon secretly spat on himself, and in his heart he tried to calculate how to explain what happened just now, and by the way, he admitted that he was wrong, and he had to get back some face. His request can be too high. In order to see the Willow Folding Branch he cannot think of others' brain, simply cannot think of a perfect method, and finally can only break the pot to break. Hard to ask.
It is the matter of the Magic Queen. Can still discuss the discussion?
Willow Folding Branch didn't even raise her eyes. The devil Father Axe, why do you need to discuss with me?
It's over. I'm really offended. Mo Banquet completely panicked, in the heat of the moment madly dumping pots. You also know, heart demon, this thing he was difficult to control. I'm still the demon race. The demon race's heart demon is even more asshole. I don't know why he ran out. I've been trying to suppress him.
Since ancient times the word love is the calamity of countless cultivators. Willow Folding Branch's voice is distant, seems to be enlightening him, also seems to be feeling, if you want to abandon the heart demon, then collect your heart, don't want to be pleased with me anymore.
Right, you are right, I collect the heart, not heart pleasing.
Mo Banquet was originally instinctive concurrence, thinking to first go along with him to recognize a mistake, said to the end of the sudden discovery of the wrong, staring at him, eyes glaring like copper bells. What do you say?
What heart pleases? How does he know? Lousy did not say ah.
The heart demon is born because of me, since it falls on the word love. If you hate it, just kill me. Why do you need to be entangled with me like this? Willow Folding Branch is still calm, and even gave him a suggestion. You insist on letting me be a devil, turn to cultivate the heartless road, and later kill his wife to prove the road. Both can remove the heart demon and can be ascended to the road. It is not a lose-lose method.
Mo Banquet's expression was stagnant, greatly shocked. No, what a crazy person he is. Is this the kind of ascension a human being can come up with? My heart is happy. Let's not talk about the heart's happiness, let's talk about that what kills the wife to prove the way.
Mo Banquet boasts that he is the first great devil in the cultivation world, and at this time, he is all shocked by the words in his mouth to suspect that the devil has been born, and he feels that he is not as good as he is like a devil.
I'll let you be the devil queen and then kill you to prove the Tao in exchange for my ascension? Lousy never thought of it that way.
Willow Fold nodded slightly. You can think about it later, it's not a bad shortcut. Not to mention Mon, it was the system that shivered straight from hearing the code.
This is the two people get reversed right. My host is really crazy. How do I feel more like a demon than a demon?
No wonder he's the villain, who's a decent immortal to teach a demon father how to do evil. Willow Folding Branch doesn't feel the slightest bit wrong, and still jumps at the chance, bent on sending his snake's ascension to live with the heavens.
Perhaps. You are to unify the cultivation world?
First take over the 6 worlds before attaining ascension is also possible.
Give Snake whatever Snake wants.
My Snake is the protagonist, half not worse than that White Autumn, even 1,000 times 100 times stronger. Punishment is punishment, favor is also to be spoiled. Willow Folding Branch of the social fear of a lifetime. When the time is running out, all the release of self are given to the Snake. What plot, destiny, protagonist, villain, he does not care. Since the plot can be messed up and Baichio can be virtuous and brainless, what's wrong with him fulfilling his Snake? Snake is not bad by nature. He said I martyred him to the devil. He will not be a scourge of the world, since it will not involve the world, that is, what can be done with the snake and snake membership. First of all, and then urge the snake to cultivate hard, before his death, for the snake to complete the killing of his wife to witness the Tao, and see my snake ascension.
Very good. Willow Folding Branch arranged everything clearly, casually grabbed Mon sleeve. Her words were full of anticipation. When will I go to be the demon queen? Mon? No, Willow Fold, he's crazy.
Chapter 91, 89, Confession, 2 Love Brains.
That? You say again? Mon suspected Willow Fold was crazy and doubted his own ears. What did you just say you were going to do? The demon queen. Willow Fold stared into his eyes. When am I going to do it? Get out of here? Still really in such a hurry to make me the demon queen?
If it were usual, Mo Banquet would have been so excited that he would have been wagging his tail, but this time he was rare and calm, because Lu Sheji had just said 4 words, kill his wife to prove the way.
Did you make me a demon queen in order for me to kill my wife to prove the way and send me to ascend? That's natural. Willow Folding Branch nodded slightly. With the destruction of the God realm, the cultivation realm hasn't seen anyone else ascend for tens of thousands of years, and it's considered an honor for me to be able to make a contribution to this for the people who will die. It's also true. He's got some nerve. Mo Yen got up and spun around in annoyance, tugging at his hair and reaching out to point at him again, too angry to speak. Willow Folding Branch, are you a human being? You're so damn duplicitous to see one and love the other. It's so hard to say that you want to be a demon queen for Lousy, but you're actually doing it to participate in Lousy's ascension. How did you, a righteous immortal monarch, lack virtue like this? I'd rather feed my heart to the dogs. Dogs know how to wag their tails after eating. What's wrong? Seeing that he seems to be angry and blood surging, his face is a little angry red. Lu Sheji is not sure why. Harmonizing with the Tao and ascending is a good thing. What do you mean by this? He asked too frankly, not at all like intentionally angry, as if this matter should have been so. Mo Yen gritted his teeth. You just said that you know that my heart pleases you? Aha! Then you're still letting me kill you to prove your path? Why not? Willow Folding Branch's eyes were perplexed. The word love is nothing but a love calamity. Has the old demonic father not taught you what it means to cross the love calamity and cut off your love thoughts, and to break the dust karmic bond to unite with the Tao and ascend? It seems to have taught. Suddenly remembered the teachings he heard when he was young, Mo Yen choked. That cannot kill his wife to prove the way. That is, the devil clan is not so unethical. You have seen which devil Zun kills the devil and then seeks to ascend? Just they have not cultivated to be able to ascend to the realm just. Willow Folding Branch and his discussion of the general narrative, if with the ascension is only one step away, but also happen to have your love and my willingness to kill his wife to prove the road is a merit, and you and I are both opportunities. You ascended into a god, I full your ascension, is also considered my merit, future reincarnation, this merit is also the best of both worlds, why not? He thought he had made it clear, but he didn't want Mo Yen to directly blacken his face. Reincarnation? Are you reincarnated, or are you still Willow Folding Branch? If you die, you have nothing left, and you won't be you after reincarnation. Mo Yen was so angry that his hands were shaking a little, pointing at him and hating him. I think you're just stupid for cultivating Taoism. All of you in the righteous path are sick. Cultivate the way, cultivate my ass. If my divine soul doesn't perish, I will still be me. Willowfold didn't understand why he was so angry, just as he didn't understand Willowfold's axiom that he never cared about life or death. Mo Banquet, if you are too attached to life and death, you won't be able to transcend these 6 paths of rebirth, and there is no hope of ascension. Whether as Mo Banquet or as Snake, this was the only time that the two had disagreed in principle, one station and one sitting staring at each other, not giving way to each other. The system are listening to straight confuse, standing in the angle of Willow Folding Branch. Willow Folding Branch is right, he a righteous immortal monarch, from elementary school is to transcend life and death outside of the avenue, there is such a state of mind is reasonable. But stand in the perspective of the Mo Banquet, a devil does not care about the righteousness of those axioms, only to enjoy this life, living in the present is also a kind of freedom. It seems like everyone is right, but when they collide, it seems like no one is right. Master, this stalemate is not a long-term solution, right? This place seems to be quite dangerous, why don't you guys go out before? You go out? He just started to persuade Willow Folding Branch. Before he finished his words, a certain demonic father on the opposite side ended the confrontation first, and asked in a twisted tone, what did you just say about the emotionless Tao? You cultivate the emotionless Tao. Willow Folding Branch gently shook her head. Then you cultivate SH. The way of the Cthulhu. Once those 3 words came out, Mo Yen was completely silent and understood why Lu Shiji was so stubborn. The so-called Sangxing Dao, in the end, but is the right way to raise the pawns, live is for the world of the living. The ancient period of such a cultivator is the premier myth, but it is a pity that Lu Folding Ji was not born at the right time. Duan Chengxian let him practice the way of life, from the beginning is to store the use of the mind, life and death are all for the people, from childhood was instilled with such ideas, and how will there be any obsession with life and death? Sacrifice a person for the peace of the world, this is the significance of the existence of the Sanxing Road in today's cultivation world. No wonder Willow Folding Branch can travel freely here, half unaffected by the illusion. Mo Yen looked at that fairy-like person, and in his heart, he couldn't wait to directly curse Duan Chengxian to death. Song Shangdao only for the living, said the puppet is not too much, grinding heart, discard obsessions, Willow Folding Branch to all of these sufferings have eaten, but also cultivated, which there are still illusions to trap him. Is that Song Shangdao? Not that Song Shang prior to all? You said that the heart is happy, in front of the so-called Great Tao, all can be abandoned? Not bad. Willow Folding Branch still how to think how to say, he this 500 years was honed is this state of mind, the love of the heart, but the cultivation of the road to calamity. Knowing the answer, Mo Yen still asked, and Lu Xieji's answer was exactly the same as what he thought. Duan Chengxian taught out of the Willow Folding Branch, not do not understand the love of the heart, just do not feel how important, only is a love robbery, will only try to find a way to cross the robbery, there is no what a life together, even the joint register. Estimate is only as a useless ceremony. Master, you this. Say out a little hurt, right?
The system couldn't even listen to it anymore. He felt that it was a bit too cruel for Mo Yen.
I won't let him break his mind, so if I say something nice to deceive him at this time, is it considered to be for his own good?
Lu Fengji does not understand Mo Yan's heart and obsession, but he has always acted only for the good of his snake. I cannot do the task for him, give up the cultivation not to rest in peace with the fate of the heavens, but my heart of the Tao is very firm. Sangxing Tao is Sangxing Tao, that Sangxing in front of the heart of the people cannot be defeated by the slightest bit. Today promised him the heart of his heart, lied to him, and in the future, he knows the truth and then what to be. Don. The heart of the devil has been born, the snake is difficult to control it, he will learn that he has been deceived. The heart of the devil rampage, the slaughter of the living beings, I have all the merits and virtue plus life can't save my snake, can't we just watch him be extinguished by the heavenly way?
Then you are not afraid that he is now angry, leave you here no matter you, later really become an enemy? That would be good.
Willow Folding Branch looked at the cold face in front of the silent Mo banquet. Words are all relieved. He was angry and I broke clean. Back to the demon world to do his devil, is to escape this love robbery. In the future, in addition to hating me, is the immortal path is open, no more heart demon.
System. The big brother host is really looking quite healthy, but actually crazy as can be. Host, not me, don't you think you are a little love brain?
The mouth says that the love of the heart is nothing but a love disaster, but the mind is full of thoughts for the protagonist attack, if this is not love. The system just said that Willow Folding Branch is a love brain. Willow Folding Branch cannot even have time to doubt. The arm was pulled. Mo Yen condescendingly pulled him, his hands slightly hard, directly pulling him up and pulling him into his arms, holding him horizontally and striding forward. The Tsong Shang Dao is the Tsong Shang Dao, from here out it's a joint registration.
Damn it, it's not that Tsong Shang is in front of Laozi.
It's not that they don't take like seriously and only recognize the great Dao in ascension. So many things in this world, so many living beings, only a few things in your heart status higher than Laozi more efforts, 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, there will always be impressed by that bold Sangxing road, get your true heart time.
The Tsong Shang Dao. Old me's devil queen is old me's life. Don't even think about robbing the Tsong Shang. Let's trick her first.
Mo Yen was walking and saying these words that show his heart, not looking at Lu Shizhi the whole time, just holding him and walking forward firmly. Every word falls into the ear. Our Lu Folding Branch has not thought of the heart, a time stunned and forgot to react. Because in his heart, Snake is to coax people, Ink Feast is a bastard to discipline, arrogant and domineering or cynical or always should not be so.
Obsessive. What is the figure?
Good and evil are different paths. Since ancient times Sangxing Dao will not have a person can be trapped by love. Today they all talk about this matter, but the snake is on the side of the true heart to bet on him, a waste of effort.
Said the heart demon Paranoia, why at this time and so generous?
He did not understand, but the system felt that he saw it, shaking the code for a while.
He is also a love brain? Master, what kind of fate must it be for the two of you two? Two love brains to meet together? Is this world really salvageable? He finally understood why the higher system sent himself, and said something like this task is very difficult, the protagonist and the villain are not easy to deal with, it is the organization that thinks highly of him before giving him this difficult task, and those who can do more will be able to do more. Good so it is waiting for him here.
This is not purely dumping and bullying him an internship system. Not to mention doing the task, let the two of them toss and turn like this, will not directly mess up the small world to collapse it.
What love brain? Willowfold didn't feel like a love brain, much less understand why he was talking about Snake like that. It's okay, I mean myself, I was cheated.
The conversation jumped so quickly that Willowfold didn't keep up. It's not a big problem, Master, from today onwards you are my own father. Confirming that he had been thrown to take the blame, the system also stopped pretending and let itself go on the spot. There is something good in the southwest, I'll locate it for you, just let my future father go that way, I'll let you know when it's almost there.
Let me take the blame, right?
Then I can do a big job with the host and the host his future husband. Come on, two love brain big brothers plus me a rebel system, three not quite normal together to give this precarious little world a little more crazy batch of shock.
It's done.
Goddamned Directorate General of the system, I'm just a part-timer, I kick you in the pocket and you kick me in the ditch.
Then all don't live. Chapter 92-90, The True Meaning of Demon Queen, Snake Chasing Wife.
Even if Mo Banquet suddenly changed his nature, the system also went against the norm and took the initiative to reveal where there were treasures, which made Lu Shizhi begin to suspect that it was actually he himself who was in the illusionary realm. Why else would Snake not care that he cultivates the Tsong Sheng Dao, and have to make his intentions known to make himself suffer, and the system is not afraid of being punished for violating the rules.
Master, you let the future father go that way let's grab the good stuff to go. Future dad.
There were so many outrageous places, Willow Folding Branch didn't even know where to start asking for a while, but in the end, she first felt towards Mo Yan's forehead.
No high fever, then why is he delirious? Is it hard to believe that both illusions and heart demons can affect the mind? Mo Yan. My father is wide awake. Confessions are already shameless enough, Mo Yen can be embarrassed to say it again, don't twist to avoid his hand, this father's business you less care, control yourself, get well. Finished a pause, lightened the tone of voice and added a sentence, the devil world has the rules of the devil world, once set up after the devil, there is no yin and yang separation, you less harm to my father. Looks like a warning, but in other words should be. The devil race is despicable, but there is also a true heart, the devil father and the devil queen is the life and death of the couple, with those dispensable beauty is different. This is only the successive devil father only know the rules of the devil world, the world only is the devil family prostitution, do not care what the membership, only greedy for pleasure, the old devil father is the harem of countless beauties, but no matter who gave birth to the devil's son has not given half a name. Willow Folding Branch is also the first time to know there is such a rule. In the past, when Snake made a fuss about marrying him as a demon queen, he only thought it was a name, but now he thinks that he has promised to follow him in life and death from the very beginning of his violent and angry roar. He raised his eyes to look over, wanting to say something, but only saw Moyen's well-defined chin, and the side of his neck with some slight redness. Some people say harsh words in their mouths, don't twist and turn to show their feelings, but in the back, they are so pure that they secretly redden their necks. This moment Lu Folded Branch began to be a little confused, this in the end is his snake, or mouth said with him is a deadly rival, but do not care about him to cultivate that Sangxing road, must pull him not to let go, to marry him as a demon queen of the ink banquets. Or both, in front of him has long been no difference. Because no matter which identity, Snake had promised him to be the demon queen from the very beginning, and her heart towards him did not differ due to her identity. Master, I've checked it out, and it is indeed written in the script that there is this rule in the demon world. The system promptly gave him first-hand top-secret news, late in the plot you went offline, by Cho did the devil queen is this, the wedding night Mo Banquet said, the devil world of the devil can have countless harem, but the devil queen is almost no one to set up, because setting up the queen means delivering the life. When the demon queen dies, the demon lord cannot live alone. Willow Fold's pupils trembled, surprised that it was really what she understood, and also surprised that the system had even revealed the plot to herself. Why is this? Snake could still say that he was misguided and had feelings for himself that he shouldn't have, but the system was just getting acquainted. I was pitched by the General System Directorate, Master, I'm an internship system, this world was messed up by you and Mo Banquet, they asked me to take the blame. The system also does not hide, directly showdown, I have to be scrapped if I take the blame now, I can't go back if you don't do the mission, forcing you to do the mission I don't have that ability yet, side by side it's a death, might as well do a big job with you guys. You want a script? I'll give you a copy, although the plot is messed up, there are individual places that can still be referred to. Him being pushed out to take the blame was something Lu Fuji didn't expect, but Lu Fuji had seen a lot of these disagreements in the sect, so he wasn't shocked, it's just that his enthusiasm made Lu Fuji a bit overwhelmed. Master, I have said, in the future you are my own father, you let me do what I do not do the task is also fine, you want to do what you do, the system directorate side I give you to hide clearly. Master, my immortal host, my life is all yours. How can I live without you? The more he said, the more aggrieved he became, transformed into a white furry mass and frantically pounced on Lu Sheji's divine soul, sticking and rubbing and crying. Lu Fuji. Calm down. It's cute, but a little too mouthy. Good master. The system finally shut up, and Willow Folding Branch returned to her senses, reaching out to touch the side of Mo Yan's neck that hadn't yet faded from thin red. Go southwest, there are treasures. Mo Banquet's footsteps lurched, looked down at his calm expression, as well as the hand that hadn't yet been taken away from his side neck, hesitated for a moment and directly planted a kiss on his hand. Boo sound, very loud, after kissing, turn around and go southwest. Not even ask why Willow Folding Branch said so, half do not question, quite obedient. Lu Folding Branch still maintains the position of the hand in the air, look at the hand that has been kissed and then look at him, what do you mean by this? Kiss is not less kiss, but are their own on the snake caught which kiss which, snake usually never kiss, today this how suddenly. I kiss your hand a little how? Mo Yen straightened up, from now on, you will be my father's demon queen, so my father can kiss you however he wants. Well, it is fair and reasonable. Willow Folding Branch to take back the hand did not ask more questions, around now many things cannot be divided into a right and wrong, that will take a step to see a step. The positioning given by the system is naturally not wrong, the more southwest they go, the more they can feel the strange movement of the surrounding aura. It wasn't getting fuller and fuller, but thinner and thinner. Ordinary treasures out of the world aura at first glance, will be filled with a party, but the divine weapon is the opposite, absorbing too much aura will lead to the surrounding aura thin. So it seems that 80% is here hidden artifacts, it is no wonder that the sharks do not hesitate to sacrifice human life to open this secret world. Lu Sheji and Mo Yen exchanged a glance and stopped at the periphery of the place where the aura was the thinnest. Since it is a divine weapon, the guardian spirit beasts or formation should not be underestimated, so it is better to be careful. Wait here for a while, I'll bring Dai Moon and Wen Xiu here. Mo Yan settled down Lu Shiji to sit down before summoning his two protectors with the secret signal, but the magic jade that made the secret signal crushed two pieces. In the past days, they were able to contact the two people, but today, there was no movement at all. What's going on? Mo Yan was confused. It's normal for Dai Moon to struggle to get out of the illusionary realm. Can Wen Xiu's one-track mind still not be able to get out? Wen Xiu. Thinking about how he had seen Wen Xiu's illusions before, Lu Shiji gently shook his head. He might be even harder to walk out than Dai Moon. How do you know? Willow Folding Branch was silent. How could he go around talking about the obsessions of others, even if Mo Banquet was Wen Xiu's honored master? Without Wen Xiu's consent, this matter was not good for him to speak out. But his observance of etiquette aroused Mo Yan's suspicion. You won. Mo Yan looked him up and down once and walked over to him and grabbed him by the waist. You're looking at Wen Xiu again? He is a piece of wood. Are you blind? What? This brain circuit Lu Fuji really can't figure it out. Why do I look at Wen Xiu? I cultivate the Tsongsheng Dao. Didn't you already know that just now? The Tsongsheng Dao only has the Tsongsheng in its heart, which cannot tolerate the next person. Mo Banquet remembered, his heart was blocked, and soon wrinkled his eyebrows and contemplated for a moment, then laughed outright. Willow Folding Branch? This mood shift is just too fast. Looking at the spirit is not quite normal. Why are you suddenly smiling again? Ah. It's fine, this father laughs when he wants to, what do you care? Mo Yan said arrogantly, but his mouth was laughing. Tsongsheng Dao cannot tolerate people in his heart. There is no me, then there is certainly no Bai Qiu. Damn it! Lu Shiji, you've finally done something. Don't like Bai Qiu, as long as you don't like Bai Qiu, how to say, otherwise you two bamboo horse, I can be more difficult to compete in your favor. No. Competing for favor, my ass. It's revitalizing the husband. That what, you later? Mo Yan laughed and then reached out to point to Lu Folding Branch chest. After the heart of Songqing first, this father is not have to rank second? Lu Fuji looked down to see his hand, and then look at his fervent expression, a face of confusion. Isn't this? Always like this? What are you pretending to be stupid for? Speak. Mo Banquet again majestic on, you heart in addition to the pale life, this father must be above all people and things, and that disciple of yours, this father has to line up in front of him. You mean? Xian Ji? Willow Fold was even more confused. Was Snake pretending and forgetting that both were him? Was this a competition with himself for the ranking? Yes, it's that Lu Xuanji. Mo Yan nodded, this father has to rank him. Oh? He ranked in front of this father also. Hiss. Speaking, he put himself in a difficult position. It doesn't seem right. Aren't they both old men? How can we argue about this? Speak for yourself, who has a higher status in your heart, this father, or that disciple of yours? He couldn't understand the row himself and directly dumped the question on Willow Folding Branch. Willow Folding Branch of the snake filter again thick, at this time to see his eyes are a little bit like looking at a little cute. He coldly swept a glance at him and lazily ignored him. So a moment of effort, the surrounding suddenly had two bystanders' breath. Mo Yan the first time to Lu Folding Branch protection behind, hold up the boundary to cover the figure, staring at the direction of the two breath close to ready to strike. Too far away, he could not distinguish. Lu Folding Branch is very familiar with those two aura, no cultivation cannot pass the voice, so tiptoe to his ear whispered, it is the master and junior brother. The faint cold fragrance of his body broke into his nose, and his warm breath fell into his ears. Mo Yan just expressed his love, it is the time of restlessness. For a moment his mind and heart shook for a moment, and he coughed lightly before he opened his mouth to respond. Come just in time, the wrongdoers, all killed, save the future they bully. Cough. Again with this respect against. Obviously want to take revenge for the Willow Folding Branch, he had dead arrogance still embarrassed to say straight, non-temporary abduction to himself. Willow Folding Branch is also used to hearing, did not feel there is something wrong, only patiently persuade him, here the danger is unknown, not suitable for hands, and my little brother still have some use, or do not. You just don't want me to kill Bai Qiu, right? Mo Yan interrupted him, his tone was a bit unhappy. Willow Folding Branch just wanted to explain, caught off guard by him lowering his head in front of him, it's fine if you don't kill, you kiss this honored one. In the future, when you see your young master brother, you want to save his life, you have to kiss this honored one, you take the initiative yourself. Willow Folding Branch had just put her mask back on, her exposed eyes blinked, a bit in disbelief of his request, you'll give up killing him if I give you a kiss? Mo Yan snorted coldly, what, you don't want to? Willow Folding Branch. It wasn't that he was unwilling, he was just a little confused. Once upon a time, I still can't stop the snake to kill the little master. How is it that nowadays the identity of the ink feast has been changed, and the snake seems to be better coaxed? He did not speak. Mo Banquet thought he wanted more, hesitated and took a step back. 2 times for you to kiss a mouthful, cannot be less, no negotiation. Why is it so hard for me to chase a couple? You have to take conditions to exchange for a kiss. If I had known that I would have started chasing 500 years ago, why would I have waited until now? Damn it! 500 years ago he ignored me. When he saw me, he either fought or didn't turn around even if he shouted.
Thinking of this, Mo Yen was even more angry, and changed his words on the spot. No, 3 times kissing 2 mouths.
If you do not agree, I will kill Baicho now. Less bargaining with me. Chapter 93-91, Training Dogs is good. Are you sure you want a kiss? Willow Folding Branch finally wanted to make sure if that was the only thing Snake was asking for, but it was taken by Mo Yen as if he didn't want to, and his tone became even more mixed. What's wrong with a kiss? If you want a kiss, you shut up. Willow Folding Branch couldn't listen to this dirty talk of his, and coldly rebuked. Do you? You have cultivation, do you just cross with this father? Mo Yen muttered. Bang bang. Receiving 2 more blows to the top of his head, this time he was completely honest and reluctantly swallowed back his unfinished words. That's right, I think he just owes it to himself. The system has a shielding mechanism, cannot hear all, but just hear the harmony sound effect already know is definitely not what serious words is there to gloat. Caught off guard was also reprimanded, you also shut up. The mind and ears are quiet. Lu Folding Branch tried to forget those unseemly images, tilted his head to Mo Yen's face, boo 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 boo, kissed several times in a row. Mo Yen was kissed silly, he was backed away still staring at the eyes confused. This is you. Pay a few more times in advance, in the future, do not want to kill the little master again. It was one thing to go against the heavenly Tao, it was another thing to kill a protagonist with great chi, and given their situation today, no matter who it was, they would never be able to kill Baicho. Once they were subjected to the backlash of the heavenly Tao, it was unknown if they would be able to save their lives. He kissed too painfully, so painfully that Mo Banquet found it wrong, froze for a while and asked him seriously, is that me to be less? Willow Folding Branch coldly swept him a glance, if it is too little, the next time will be all gone. Hey don't. Mo Yen hurriedly looked for a remedy, you just pretend I didn't say anything. Awesome. The system that had surrounded the entire process couldn't help but open the mic again. Master, you really have a knack for training dogs. Willow Folding Branch was too lazy to care, leaning in silence in Mo Yan's arms waiting for Duan Changqian and Baicho to come over. Sure enough, in just half a quarter of an hour, the silhouettes of the two appeared in sight. The injuries on Baicho's body had already been cured, and walking behind Duan Changqian he became the most favored junior brother of the entire Qian Kuan sect in the past again, complacent and proud. How come they aren't trapped in the illusionary realm? Mo Yan's tone was puzzled. Both of them were greedy villains, so it was reasonable that they shouldn't be able to come and go as they please in this place where there were illusions everywhere. Junior brother himself, as well as those close to junior brother, will always have some special chance of creation. Willow Folding Branch softly explained, already giving him all the information he could without saying that Baicho was the main character, but Mo Yen still couldn't understand. He's just a waste, aren't you the only one in the righteous path who follows the heavenly path? If he really has this kind of luck, then you, immortal monarch Folding Branch, shouldn't be the only one guarding the human realm, at least in terms of cultivation he should be similar to you. Willow Folding Branch was stumped by the question, as it was indeed impossible to explain this matter with common sense. This I know. The system saw that he did not say anything, in his mind gave him the answer, because this is a piece of pseudo-Stepford wife literature cloaked in a delayed skin. The protagonist is subject to what cannot do what a little Stepford wife, the persona is stupid white sweet, all rely on the protagonist attack to take the fly, the protagonist aura and luck defy everything, to ensure that he is a lifetime of smooth wind and water. Willow Folding Branch didn't explain what he said to Mo Yen, but instead returned him, such a protagonist is not worthy of my snake. Obviously the voice was still very cool, but the system heard some killing aura in it. Well, the villain task you do not do, for your snake you fell into a pure natural villain, not to do the task also want to knife the protagonist suffer. It's a pity that the main quest is aimed more at the protagonist's offense, otherwise you might be able to complete the quest by the way. The system secretly sighed, and soon heard Willow Folding Branch say to Mo Yen in a serious manner, Junior-senior brother's destiny is such that the onlookers can envy him, no matter where the divine weapon is, let him take it first. You mean? Mo Banquet's expression was a bit one-sided, wait for him to get it before we grab it? Why not? His tone was too rightful and too proper, and Mo Yen choked for a moment, it's not that I can't, it's that. Wasn't this all the lackluster things I did in the past? Because I robbed the treasures of the righteous sects, you haven't been invited to fight with me too often. The devil father Mo Yen arrogant and domineering, sometimes sees the treasure to go late will be directly from the hands of the people to grab to the head of the righteous clan, that clan will be begging Folding Branch Immortal, because the entire cultivation world know only Folding Branch Immortal can clean up his. This is an open secret of the 6 worlds, but also because of this, the two are deadly rivals only more and more rumors are well known. He asked straight out, Willow Folding Branch also still a matter of reasonable attitude, tone natural said, this time is the other time. Immortal wind and Taoist bones of people, with the most serious tone said the most rogue words, the ink feast will not be whole. He is now very skeptical that there is no such thing as a cool and indifferent Folding Branch immortal monarch, it's just that Willow Folding Branch pretended to be good once upon a time and fooled the world. Lu Folding Branch boned. Maybe with him all the way, even more lack of virtue than him, more daring to think and dare to do. Follow them. Willow Folding Branch suddenly gave orders, and Mo Yen looked at Bai Qiu, who was looking for his way there haphazardly, and was a bit skeptical. Are you sure he can find where the artifacts are exactly? Aha! Willow Folding Branch nodded with certainty, just follow. He dared to say that Mo Yen dared to believe it, so the system was dumbfounded as it watched the villainous big brother take the protagonist attacker and just follow behind the protagonist receptor and use the protagonist receptor as a police dog. The most outrageous thing is that this police dog can really work, because Bai Qiu is the kind of 3 steps and a chance, 5 steps, and a divine weapon of great fortune protagonist subject. Although it is a waste of weak sufferer, but all the way open hanging, not at all reasonable. No, which way is he going? How can he fall even on flat ground? Damn it! He can pick up a heavenly treasure just by falling? That Lingji could be 1,000 years old. This isn't the right way. Whose artifact can be in this place where there's no grass? Hey! Walked to the head and even picked up 1,000 years of spiritual jade again? Mo Yen had hidden his figure and followed Bai Qiu with Willow Folding Branch, shocked 800 times along the way. If he wasn't still waiting to grab the artifacts, he would want to grab both the Ganoderma lucidum and the spirit jade right now. However, in the end, he still held back, because he believed, Bai Qiu this luck should really be able to find the artifacts, although I do not know the road purely blindly walk, but also walk while discussing with Duan Qingqian, but this all the way did not have the danger did not frighten the guardian beasts, but also pick up the good things of the luck. It is difficult not to persuade people. It's true that people are more angry than people, a waste, relying on luck alone can be less detour, simply no heavenly reason. Not to mention him, the system looked at it and smacked his lips. Master, it must be you with Bai Qiu really good, I came to locate cannot have him so convenient, this way he avoided too many dangers, what poisonous fog swamps and high-grade spirit beasts he is one did not meet The main character's luck is really great, it would be great if you could snatch it. He just casually said that he meant to envy, but Willow Folding Branch took it seriously and went to ask him, is there a way to snatch it? The system? No, master you really want to rob I have not learned this the villain to rob the protagonist's luck, the entire system of the general administration has not hosts have this precedent It's not that I'm robbing, Snake is the protagonist's attacker, can I rob his luck too? He opened up the pattern too much with this one, the system was confused, it can still be done like this? If there is a way, it is possible to try your best. Willowfold was filled with the idea of giving Snake the best of all worlds, and while her mouth didn't say anymore, her heart made a mental note of the possibility. They were all protagonists, so why did Snake not get such good treatment, and why did Bai Qiu have to be the one who didn't deserve it and wasted it? He is on behalf of his snake, hand also quietly pinched the knuckle, want to perform the deduction of this method is feasible, but the knuckle is not yet finished, the wrist was pressed. There was a boundary around him to cut off sight and sound, and Mo Yen just grabbed him like this, and with a black face, he warned in a deep voice, do you want to try the deduction technique again? Willow Folding Branch's eyes hung down sheepishly, pretending that she hadn't done anything, and smoothly took out a piece of talisman paper and folded a paper crane for him. System? Mo Yen. This inexplicable behavior is really cutesome. Mo Yen want to be angry cannot be born, just want to warn a sentence even if, a mouth Lu Folding Branch but thought he still want to say nonsense, directly to the paper crane into his mouth. Concentrate on following the little brother, do not lose. Obviously he himself does not cherish his body, and to perform the deduction technique to be caught, he is still like full of reason, a serious let others concentrate, Mo Banquet with a paper crane in his mouth a face confused. No, Lu Folding Branch how are you good Are you a human being? Can't you treat me like a human being? When I was a snake, I was bullied like this, but now I've changed back to a demon, and I'm still being bullied like this, and I'm so pissed off, I want to scold him, but when I opened my mouth, the paper crane fell off. The paper crane made of talismanic paper, stained with dust instantly turned into a starry aura scattered with the wind. Mo Yen wanted to keep it too late. How? This is gone, this thing is not at all. Hey. Originally still in the heartache of the paper crane is gone, the front of the Duan Qingqian and Bai Qiu but suddenly attacked by a 5th order spirit beast, lost his footing and fell off the cliff. Mo Banquet is even more confused, if these two people fall to their deaths, am I not going to save the trouble? No need for me to kill them myself. Can't die. Willowfold looked toward the cliff not far away, go down with him. As long as he says Mo Yen listens, and without even thinking about it directly jumps down with him in his arms. The system are scared straight screaming, you guys are really dare The script does not have this paragraph. His words have not yet fallen, Mo Banquet and Lu Folding Branch fell to the bottom of the cliff, Mo Banquet then Duan Qingqian's cultivation is still much higher than the protection of Lu Folding Branch half not hurt, only stood there coldly watching Duan Qingqian and Bai Qiu ate pills to heal their wounds. That elixir is yours. Mo Yen recognized the elixir that Bai Qiu had taken from Lu Shizhi, and without waiting for Lu Shizhi to open her mouth, she directly showed up and snatched it back from the two men's hands. He appeared, but also used the boundary to protect the Willow Folding Branch, robbed the pills and used the magic weapon to cover the breath back to the boundary, the whole time did not let the master and disciple see. Take it. The elixir was stuffed into his hand, Lu Shizhi was helpless and amused, it's just a few bottles of elixir, why bother with them? It's more than just a few bottles of pills. Emoyen's tone was firm, a change from the usual love brain silliness in front of Lu Sheji. It was an answer as well as a promise. If they robbed you, I'll take it all back for you in the future, only more or less. Chapter 94-92, Social Fear. To tell the truth, also no one believe. Willow Folding Branch. Not how to see Mo Banquet. Serious time from the previous 500 years are meeting on the fight, or 6 worlds gathered to listen to Mo Banquet scolded this scold that, and then did the snake. Not to mention, the whole day is not to roar, is to be petulant and cute. Last time he also said to help himself to take back some things, but that time the identity or snake with the current aura is completely different. Today, these words are really a little too serious. Once I heard it, I knew that it was a promise given from the heart, the same as to marry him as a demon queen. This kind of snake even added a few points of reliability. Willow Folding Branch feel novelty, also did not say much. Duan Chengqian and Bai Qiu on the miserable, cultivation is too low, can only feel the magic but cannot see people. In the middle of nowhere, just fell off a cliff and was injured, suddenly jumped out of a demon to the healing pills to rob, who cannot panic. Master, can we still find our way back? Bai Qiu had been spoiled since she was a child and wouldn't think of anything on her own when it came to difficult things, she would only rely on others. The words coming out of her mouth were justified. If we really can't find it, why don't we just let eldest senior brother come to us? If something goes wrong, look for the eldest brother. This kind of thought has been deeply rooted in his heart, because hundreds of years are so over, even if now just messed with the Willow Folding Branch, he still think it should be like this. Apprentice, don't panic, you and I will first try our best to search for that legendary artifact. The treasures of the shark race are definitely artifacts. Your eldest senior brother is not useful nowadays. If you really can't find a way to do it, then look for him to come, otherwise it's not known whether he will become a liability when he comes. Master and disciple, one more than one. Shameless, want to let Willow Folding Branch help. Also smacked Willow Folding Branch, no cultivation is not useful. Mo Banquet here are going to blow up. Willow Folding Branch, but also a look is not concerned about their own appearance. Is this how they treated you all these years? Are you used to hearing almost the same words? Suddenly being asked by Mo Yen, Lu Sheji, who usually didn't care about this kind of thing, purposely thought back for a moment. In the past days, in addition to being made to maintain the face of the righteous path in Duan Chengqian, searching for treasures to the youngest brother, it seems that there is nothing else that is too much. After all, he almost does not go out. As for the absence of cultivation after Lu Folding Branch does not know how to describe. That day he was focusing on being happy to become an invalid after not having to go out again, but really did not pay attention to what Duan Chengqian and Bai Qiu said. It seems to be hypocritical to let him rest and recuperate at ease. He also said that he blocked the news that he was in seclusion, and then asked him to organize all of his heart and sword moves and teach them to him. Should have said a lot, but Lu Fuji did not remember. Think about it. Also returned to Mo Yen 2 words, okay. He said it was okay, according to his nature. Mo Yen heard too much. All of these 500 years of Lu Folding Branch in the sight of Duan Chengqian and Bai Qiu, how much suffering, was bullied, how miserable. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. What right do those two have? Previously, he did not know that the Willow Folded Branch so miserable, always thought that the Folded Branch immortal monarch cultivation is deep, and he can play a tie, by 10,000 people worship scenery unlimited to come, and now only completely see that are all illusion. Not to mention that the Willow Folding Branch has no cultivation, is to have cultivation when it is estimated to be so bullied, because the Willow Folding Branch does not love to talk, also do not care about anything, was forced by him to feel is not a big deal, but also can care about what? You have to talk more in the future. He has been committed to letting himself change the problem of not love to talk. Willow Folding Branch really have bitter words, which is not want to change. He is afraid to talk to strangers. Around today again brought up. Willow Folding Branch hesitation for a while, in the end is straight to say, because Snake is bent on his good, he does not want to hide. It's not that I don't love to care, I am afraid. Mo Banquet was still angry while taking him forward, heard this sentence directly, stopped, froze for a moment before the expression of a word to look at him. I'm ing persuasion. You do not love to listen to, not love to listen to. Why do you need to be so angry with me? What good is it to you to gas the old man to death? Lu Folding Branch. Sure enough, to tell the truth or no one believes. He was all helpless enough, and there was another burst of laughter in his head. Master, I really convinced, you are too absolute. Angry people really have a set ahahaha. Willow Folding Branch was silent again, this time it was completely not wanting to speak. He is indeed a word on the hand, usually look also cold some, but he is really social fear. Fear to fight, otherwise who turned away from the first meeting, was shouted at half a day before doing it? That is not afraid to speak but also be forced to have no way out of it. Because the value of force is too high, the temperament is too outstanding, and the behavior is overly rigid, a social terrorist just lost the right to speak the truth. He did not make a sound. Mo Banquet also sulked there, the two followed by Qiu for a while. Lu Sheji was paying full attention to the surrounding aura changes. The ear suddenly came a don't twisted words. That paper crane of yours, give this honored one more. Ha! Willow Fold didn't react.
For the first time in her life, she pulled down her face to coax someone, although the coaxing wasn't obvious, but Mo Yen had already taken the initiative to open her mouth to break the silence, but in return, she got such a reaction, and her teeth were about to be clenched. He knew that he wanted to change Lu Folding Branch's true heart had to work hard, but it was too angry, really too angry. How can my hall magic father be so thoughtless, have to look at the dead enemy to suffer this gas? Oh. He was getting angry when Willow Fold suddenly answered again, and the moment the two of them followed by Chio through a small pile of rocks, a paper crane folded in talisman paper was there. Not only did he give him the paper crane, but he also stuffed it into his mouth again. Mo Yen held the paper crane in his mouth and was confused. Lu Sheji looked at his shocked expression and was also a little confused. Aren't you going to eat it? He didn't understand why Snake had this request, but he respected it as coaxing Snake to play. This misunderstanding can be too outrageous. Mo Banquet to open his mouth to retort, just like the scenario reappeared. As soon as he opened his mouth, that paper crane fell to the ground again and turned into a bit of aura. But the difference is that this time there is no scattered with the wind, but like being trapped by something, surrounded by two people around for a long time not into the wind. Willow Folding Branch's face flinched, and Mo Banquet also chilled his face, immediately grabbing him by the waist and retreating a few steps back. Before the two of them stood still, the place where they had just stood was engulfed by a white mist, and even the stones under their feet were not spared, turning into nothingness. Your spiritual power? There was the aura of Willow Folding Branch's spiritual energy in that white mist, which Mo Yen keenly detected, and the original instinctive sword that wanted to be sheathed stopped in the air. Duan Chengqian and Bai Qiu were not affected in the slightest, or rather had not yet realized the danger, so they continued to recklessly delve deeper into this stone forest. Lu Folding Branch stared at the backs of the two men and shook his head. It's just wrapped up in it, it's not all of it. His spiritual power will not devour the scenery, at most, it will only turn into a shadow to play around. There must be a side living creature haunting this place. But a guardian beast? Willowfold took the time to ask the system, but was slow to wait for a response, and it was then that he realized that the system that was originally supposed to change into a ball of fur and be held by his divine soul had become a small ball of light again. It was bright and dim, and seemed to be disconnected. Immortal Folding Branch, still following? Mo Yen once again opened his mouth to ask him what he meant. Willow Folding Branch turned her head to look at him and didn't answer. Instead she asked him softly, "You said you wanted Spirit Jade just now, do you still want it? Let's get out of here first, don't want it for now." Once these words came out, before the words fell, Lu Folding Branch's sleeves flew out several talismans in paper, heading straight for Mo Banquet's major acupoints around his body. The paper did not get close to Mo Yan's body, met the wind and scattered. Even Mo Yan's body also turned into nothingness. That was not Mo Yan. Willow Folding Branch looked around. The surrounding scenery remains the same, just through the wisps of white light. The sunlight falls as white, but cannot see what formation, which is also mixed with his spiritual energy breath. The entire stone forest has problems. Lu Sheji fixed his mind and stopped looking at Bai Qiu and Duan Chengqian, whose backs were vaguely visible in front of him. Because it must not be true, even Mo Banquet was replaced by his side without his knowledge. The menace here can be imagined. Mo Yen. Snake? Willowfold called out twice and said no more when there was no response. When he asked for spiritual power, he must still be his snake, but in just a few breaths, he changed his mind and called him Folding Branch Immortal Monarch, so it should be in the middle of this that he and the snake were separated. He did not have the cultivation to notice in time is still excusable, why the snake also did not make a sound at that time. The white light around him grew more and more, connecting together, and starting to turn into a thin mist, exactly like the white mist that had the ability to devour the party. Willowfold stood in place with her mask on, quietly watching the mist approach. Fortunately, it was only because Snake asked for a paper crane that he mistakenly realized something was wrong early, or else they would have all been injured by the mist at this point. What on earth is it that can devour the grass and trees in the forest? Snake is not there, the system is not there. Leaving himself alone, Lu Folding Branch aura around the body has changed, and became the former cold and indifferent Folding Branch Immortal Monarch. Plain hand lightly flip, without hurrying to change the magic trick, supplemented by the spirit stone set up the formation. Vermilion Bird, open the formation. Fancy. The spirit stones in the air turned into aura, the Vermilion Bird grand formation opened, and the fiery red Vermilion Bird that transformed into fire with its aura shot up into the sky, wandering around Lu Sheji's body, constantly impacting and burning the white mist, surrounded by a sea of fire. The white mist seems to have opened a spirit, by the fire burning will also be in the air trembling retreat, cannot get close to the periphery of the Willow Folding Branch, will be surrounded by the wisps of nibbling Vermilion Bird formation, but also constantly by the Vermilion Bird fire into ashes. Willow Folding Branch just cold eyes watching, not in a hurry to go out, put out the divine sense to check the surrounding, found that all are covered by white fog before lifting his hand to summon the life sword, Qingyun. The Qingyun sword appeared in his hand, sensing that his master was going to bring it to break through the encirclement, the sword body excitedly emitted a sword sound. Just when Willow Folding Branch was about to meet that strange white mist without using her spiritual power, relying only on her sword moves, a familiar voice suddenly came from the distance, Immortal Monarch. Immortal Monarch, are you in there? Father and mother brought me to save you.
It was the young lord of the Shark Clan, Evening Pro.
Willow Folding Branch did not respond, only collected the sword and pierced his fingertips, drew a charm in the air with blood, and muttered under his breath, "Mo Banquet." Above the divine soul, the red line of marriage that binds the two flickered, and it was him using the blood talisman to find the trace of the person he bound. On the other hand, Mo Banquet all heard Evening Pro calling for Willow Folding Branch, but he was similarly surrounded by white mist and couldn't see anything, and suddenly noticed the red line of marriage moving, and his agitated divine soul directly tugged on the red line.
Lu Folding Branch, are you alright?
He didn't know if this thing could transmit sound, but asking it out really got a response, just not Lu Fuji's voice.
Where is this? Where's my godly host? The system is also confused, host? Immortal Folding Branch? Dad.
You can't leave me, I still have to help you and that stupid dog Mo Yen to do great things.
Mo Yen heard it clearly, didn't understand it, but accurately captured 4 words, Mo Yen? Stupid dog? Ah. The system screams frantically, ah. Why am I running to you? Where's my master?
What have you done with my master?
Let me go, you stupid dog. Chapter 95-93, it's the attachment, Willow Folding Branch, I'm worried about you. Who the hell grabbed you? Although he only heard his voice and did not see his person, but it did not affect Mo Yen to start cursing. What kind of bastard are you?
I'm bound to Willow Folding Branch, how come you're the one on the red line of marriage side talking?
You mother or still say old man is stupid dog? I ashes to you young.
Grow a mouth won't speak properly, go to the poisonous fog forest and use the fog in a ing way, use poison to fight poison, maybe you can cure your head that's full of mud.
Have you seen the lowly of the demon world? Have not seen it right, your kind of goods eyeballs feed them have to be spit out. Look at a fart.
The system was scolded silly. Originally thought that he had been captured by him and wanted to hurry back to find Willow Folding Branch, but now he had forgotten all about it and was scolded so much that the code wouldn't even turn. Mo Banquet that mouth with a series of artillery like scolding blah 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 fast it all inserted into the words, but also special damage, crackling scolding after a pass so that you do not know which sentence to hit back first.
Speak ah. Mute. He hasn't made a move, Mo Yen scolded, can't see anyone and don't make a sound, you have no face and a rotten mouth? If I were like you, I could find a dead tree and hang myself. Do you know why it has to be a dead tree?
What living tree would want to be exposed to your bad luck?
System. No, whose main character attack is a spammer. Why is he so bad-mouthed? Can anyone control him?
In fact, Mo Yen is also suffocating hard. In the side of the Willow Folding Branch for more than 10 years has not been so painful to scold people, suddenly caught a looking for scolding, he did not scold or sorry for themselves. However, after scolding will also be happy, through the body comfort began to ask the main thing, who are you ah?
Willow Folding Branch? Is not he pulling the red line of marriage to find me? How do I know?
He wasn't the host, and the system wasn't polite with him, yelling louder than his voice, I suddenly dropped the line, and the host contacted you by some unknown method, and I was brought here.
Silly dog. How are you worthy of my master? Vulgar and rude. Toad-eating swan meat. Battling the fact that Mo Yen couldn't catch him, the system also cursed back a few times, but unfortunately it wouldn't curse out like Mo Yen did, and it was still a head weaker in terms of momentum. How the hell do you dare to curse me? Mo Yen's tone was shocked. Your master is Willow Folding Branch? Your Willow Folding Branch's spirit pet? Good. When I see Willow Folding Branch, I'll capture you, skin you, and eat you alive. Lu Folding Branch, you're really good, you're really ing good. How dare you raise a spirit pet behind my back?
He was so angry that his teeth were about to be clenched, his mind was full of a spirit pet that he didn't know exactly what kind of thing it was, but the characteristics he guessed that it must be Fluffy, who had been stripped of its hair by him 800 times in his mind. Just as he was thinking, a soft sigh suddenly came from his ears, there is no spirit pet.
System? Mo Yen. Master. Master, he scolded me. Did you hear that? Did you hear the master oh?
The system began to bawl on the spot, and Mo Banquet was dumbfounded and stammered sheepishly, that
you, Willow Folding Branch, you are listening to. Here?
Lu Folding Branch does not like fierce, do not like vulgarity, to be elegant, he has always remembered, this is a real panic, originally pretending to be good, suddenly the original shape, this is also too much to affect his pursuit of true love.
Aha!
Willow Fold had been able to hear them all along, but they were just arguing too hard to find a chance to interject.
Mo Yen. It's over, it's all over now, he's definitely going to dislike me ah. That what? Honored, this honored weekdays is not.
Want to say that their weekdays are not like that, but this is thick-skinned as Mo Banquet cannot speak, after all, these years he did not less scolding Zhang Dao, can only temporarily change his mouth, at least for you, this father did not so scolded.
Yes, that's it, this respect in front of you is still considered sort of quite elegant. Right?
His heart is weak even if you can't see the expression, have been through the tone of voice and said the words show the most, Lu Folding Branch has not said anything, the system snorted, head, goat, right?
You again crazy ah? Curse again ah? You mother Mo Yen habitually to scold again, after opening his mouth before remembering that Lu Folding Branch can hear, hurry to find a compliment, cough. Alright, that. What's going on over there? I seem to be trapped in something. The topic was very abruptly turned to the main thing by him. Mo Yen firmly believed that as long as he is not embarrassed, then there is no embarrassment. On the willow folding branch tone is getting softer and softer, as if with scolding the system is not a person. Can't break those white fogs with spirit power, the magic chi are suppressed, this place excludes my magic chi, the heavenly Tao shouldn't be so much, except for the heavenly Tao, then only the legendary gods can suppress me, a devil, so much. It should be related to the god race. Willow folding branch nodded slightly, the shark race is close to the god race, just now that little young master was calling me, saying that he brought his parents to save me. That's right, trapping me first, knowing that you don't have any more cultivation before coming to save you, it looks like you don't have a good heart. The 4 words no good intentions. Mo Yen aggravated his tone. It is not good to directly say that the young master is obsessed with marrying him, he can only use this method to pull down Lu Shieji's impression of others. Willow folding branch did not hear out, just on the matter, both is rushing to me, that will explore the bottom, just you. Can be dangerous? Care undisguised, the ink feast to hear the corners of the mouth to the sky, nothing, I have nothing, I am not necessarily out of the way, is not at full strength, just want to see in the end what conspiracy. If not for the system suddenly inserted a foot, originally he was going to forcibly tear this side of space to find the willow folding branch, but he did not say a word, covering the arm corroded by the white mist a few pieces of the tone of voice as usual. You go and see what the sharks want to do, isn't this able to talk, if there's anything you call me, I'll be able to go over right away. The power of the god race is almost equivalent to bloodline suppression for the demon race, the wound on his arm couldn't heal, and Mo Yen didn't say anything, casually crushing a few pills and spreading them, he didn't care if they were washed away by the blood, and his mouth was still instructing. You don't try to be strong, don't open the array, don't use that deduction technique of yours, that body of yours can't withstand the toss, you are the demon queen of this father protects you, heaven and earth, don't need to be embarrassed. What to do in this life has never been so carefully admonished by someone. Willow folding branch froze, suddenly still somewhat unable to react. Because his heart has always felt that between him and the snake he is the one who should protect the snake, urge the snake not to act recklessly, now this is reversed. I can't say what it feels like, in short, not hate or feel bored, and even still feel a little novelty. Attachment? After saying a lot of things and waiting for these 2 words without getting an answer, Mo Yen was confused by the question, what? I'm asking, can this be considered as you holding on to me? In the past, Snake couldn't speak, and Willow folding branch relied on her own guesses, this was the first time she had heard words similar to attachment in his mouth. Obviously is some curious tone, but Mo Yen heard the bottom of the heart tremble, is shocked, but also heartache. Willow folding branch can't even distinguish the attachment of the next person, to rely on asking out and other answers to be sure. These 500 years in the Qinkuan sect, that the world admired the folding branch immortal monarch, never anyone to give half a point of attachment, suddenly got aback, even still feel curious. Either counting, or attachment. Mo banquet weekdays again arrogant, today also did not cover up the mind in the slightest, not only gave him a definite answer, but also said one more sentence, Lu folding branch, I am worried about you, afraid that you have any accidents, afraid that have not yet been naturalized on. The latter words are unlucky, Mo Yen did not finish, but those concerns and worries have been expressed clearly enough. Willow folding branch heard and understood, being satisfied with her curiosity, and unconsciously muttered herself, so this is what it feels like to be held and worried by someone. A very marvelous feeling, he couldn't describe it, he just felt warmth in his heart. Mo Yen heard even harder, all hate to go back and slap himself who once yelled at him and fought with him twice. Mo Yen, are you a ing human being? He's so miserable, why didn't you know to go to the righteous path more back then to learn more about it? You also fought with him, soiled his clothes and destroyed his jade pendant, and also deliberately found fault. What a bastard. You're a ing piece of. His intestines are going to repent, but Lu folding branch did not feel sorry for himself, felt it, noted down what it was like, the matter is considered to be over. In his heart cannot set off too many waves. He didn't care about his life, so how could he care if there was someone to hold on to? Immortal monarch, say something back to me. Outside the late Lin has not been able to get a response, still persevering and shouting Willow folding branch. Willow folding branch was shouted by him or beginning to social panic, raised his hand to support the mask and stood in place without making a sound. How about? You tell him that you are here? Mo Yen can't even listen to it. Willow fold hesitated for a moment and finally reluctantly responded, aha. Immortal monarch. Immortal monarch? The voice was too small, and with the white mist and the knots and prohibitions, it couldn't be heard outside, and late Lin was still shouting. Mo Yen awkwardly coughed lightly, that. Louder? It has to be at least as loud as he shouts for him to hear it. Shouting something louder would be a disaster for a social terrorist. Willow folding branch couldn't compromise, stood in place and gently shook her sleeve. If he wants to find me, I will naturally come to find me even if I don't respond. Mo Yen was silent. It wasn't being angry, but this feeling was familiar. The folding branch immortal monarch of yesteryear was like this. Indifferent and arrogant, yet with the capital to be arrogant. The system also listened to it with great pleasure, worshipping it straight away, and was quite excited. Master, this character of yours is so cool. Really? You'll be my idol from now on.
Mo Yen did not understand what is an idol. Just want to ask. Suddenly click sound. Willow folding branch surrounded by white fog formed by the surroundings of the explosion broke. A fishtail up to down. Raw white fog torn out a gap. The Shark Clan chief asked the abyss to reveal his figure, but the first to arrive at the side of the willow folding branch is the late Lin.
Immortal monarch. Immortal monarch, I'm here.
There is no water here. Late Lin's fishtail is floating in the air. The shark race doesn't bother to change out their legs and keep floating around so much on land. He naturally floated here, and also circled around willow folding branch, with little stars in his eyes. Immortal monarch is immortal monarch. You are really different from others, are so dangerous. Also refused to return me a call for help. Father said this is called pride. Evening Lin said more and more excited, eyes are fast falling on the willow folding branch. Yes, is the proud bone, the human race even have you such a person, no matter what encountered all immortal air floating high above, do not ask for help and do not speak, a look of profound and unfathomable. I can love your nature too much. Willow fold? I didn't think about it that much, and I'm not being profound, I'm just sociopathic. Chapter 96, 94, Master, are you a social terrorist? Damn him, he doesn't look at himself to see if he's worthy. Mo Banquet was the first to explode. He can tolerate other things. Whoever robbed Lu folding branch with him he can't tolerate. No matter who it is he can fight for his life. I'll go out and kill him now. A broken fish also dares to rob the demon queen with me. The system was forced to go offline at Willow folding branch, and the signal somehow came to him through the red line of marriage, and now, although the main body was not in his sea of consciousness, the signal was there, and was able to see what was going on at his place, and demolish him on the spot. Be honest, your arm is hurt. If you rush out and get hurt again, the master will be heartbroken. Injured? Now Mo Yen is equivalent to being tied to the system, sharing all the movements on Lu folding branch's side. Naturally, he also heard Lu folding branch's worried words, and his first reaction was to be smug. What, are you really heartbroken for this honored one? Aha! Willow folding branch responded, saying whatever she had to say, never hiding her love for Snake. Hearing such an affirmative answer, Mo Yen was more than ready to float. Willow folding branch, the spirit pet is really a bit useful, can rely on the idea of communication, wait to go out after the first not to kill, stay may have a great use. I'm fine, then you fight back then stab me those few swords much worse, you should do what to do not have to care about me. Both let Willow folding branch do not need to worry, but also sold a wave of misery in the process. When the two fought, Lu folding branch never mercy, but he with a little indefinable selfishness, a heart that there is still a chance to be friends, so sometimes try not to hurt Lu folding branch, himself a little more injury is not a big deal. Just this heart Mo Yen never said, today also do not want to say, but cannot help but want to use this in exchange for some of the willow folding branch of guilt. Because he was a snake when he broke a secret, he was on the willow folding branch of those good willow folding branches actually no, just never say it. Lu folding branch that mouth. In addition to very good sometimes really nothing to use. If the year willow folding branch straight said, where there is the back of these troubles. Mentioned that year's events, willow folding branch natural inevitable weakness, after all, because of social terrorism made a lot of misunderstandings, but the guilt is really not, after all, it is a fight, which is not injured. So in the end, Mo Banquet's selling out only got one word, aha. Mo Yen. I told you that his mouth was only good for kissing. Say something nice to coax me, can't you? No. I don't need to be coaxed. Can't he say something nice to please me? He sulked and didn't make a fuss. Willow folding branch was worried about his injuries and also wanted to find out the truth from the sharks as soon as possible. In the end, he opened his mouth with a stiff upper lip. What does the clan leader mean? The more he was so socially terrified, the more he acted cool and indifferent and superior, and also more in line with what Evening Pro said about being inscrutable, looking at Ask You satisfied to the point of not being able to be satisfied anymore. The shark race intends to befriend Immortal Monarch. Immortal Monarch is also aware of this. Since Immortal Monarch has asked, then I will say it directly. Lu Sheji nodded slightly, and soon heard news that was enough to upend the 6 realms. In the ancient times, the divine race disappeared overnight, not to be destroyed, but to become a side of heaven and earth of its own to create another realm. The sailor race, was instructed to stay in the cultivation realm back then, in order to look for the young master of the divine race who would be reincarnated here. He thought it was only said to Willow folding branch alone, not realizing that there is also the system and Mo Banquet can also hear clearly, and are greatly shocked. The divine race still exists? Why is this secret being told to the master? Is there this paragraph? One person's shocked exclamation all resounded in his head, but Lu folding branch didn't have much of a reaction, and only faintly returned 2 words, Bai Chiu. Ask Yuan froze, why do you know about this? Because Bai Chiu was the protagonist. If there was the most honorable identity in this world, it would definitely be given to the protagonist, and the other protagonist was the demon race, so this reincarnation of the young lord of the god race should naturally be Bai Chiu.
Lu Folding Branch thought clearly, but because of the social fear of not saying anything, do not ask down, only silent and ask the abyss to stare at. In this way, the profound and inscrutable persona is even more established. The late Lin next to him was charmed by the fishtail waving madly, and the matriarch's wife Huayin was full of admiration, with a loving tone of voice. Immortal monarch, have you ever known your own life? Willow Folding Branch of course do not know, but he still nodded, aha. Because the people set up well earlier, and no one suspected that he was heading out to cheat his birth, ask Abyss sighed lightly. Although the bloodline is not as pure as Baichio's, the mixed blood of the divine race and the human race is also considered a divine race, not to mention that you're too much more excellent than Baichio. The amount of information in this sentence can be too much. Lu Folding Branch thought of too many possibilities, even thought of his own body as also the sailor race, only did not think that it is the mixed blood of the divine race and the human race. But the question is, both with the gods on the side, this body's original owner why will still be replaced by him? When he was sent to wear a book in a confused manner, that system didn't say half of the original master's business, he only knew that the original master was already gone when he came. The heavenly Tao, the divine race, and the system, what exactly is the connection between these three? There are too many doubts in his heart. Willow Folding Branch vaguely perceived that he had entered into what is an unimaginable situation, but the timing is not right, not even the opportunity to seek clarification with the system. Ask the abyss to pay attention to his reaction at all times. He can only be immobile and suppress the doubts. The shark race is the commander of the god race. He spoke this fact known to the world, his voice clear and cold, meant to shock. Whoever asks first loses, and he is certain that the shark tribe must have a request for him, otherwise it is impossible to tell these secrets to him. But the divine race has formed a realm of its own, and in today's cultivation realm, whoever my sailor race worships as the young lord is the young lord. Asked the abyss staring at the Willow Folding Branch voice far away, Baichio that kind of character in cultivation, do the young master is also useless, I can bring with the shark race as the whole clan to serve you as the young master, you and Linner marriage, then everything is logical, I in order to Linner will not betray in you. This kind of big matter of stealing and replacing the pillar, he even so bluntly said all. Willow Folding Branch listened to all secretly shocked. It is said that the shark race has ambition. He saw Ask the Abyss a gentle look, thought it would be a moderate conservative, did not think it is also an ambitious. Changing the young master, and marrying the false young master, the shark race will meet with the god race again, then the status will be supreme. Having ambition in planning, even observing him for hundreds of years before bringing up this matter when he was out of cultivation, it was truly a seamless calculation. From an invalid with no cultivation to a golden young lord of the divine clan, who could refuse such a temptation, asking Yuan to say it outright is a sure thing. Immortal monarchs are dedicated to guarding the living world in pursuit of the great Tao. To be the young master, the great Tao is within reach. With higher cultivation, you can always keep the living world safe. Why not do it? Listening to 100 benefits and no harm, but if you think about it, there are still a lot of worthy of scrutiny. Mo Banquet is afraid of Lu Folding Ji. Listen to the great Tao and the living world will not care about timely openings. He must still need you to do something, never answer. Aha! Before he could finish his words, Willow Folding Branch and Ask Abyss agreed to this treasonous thing that was a risk everywhere. You agreed? Emoyan's voice climbed as if his tail had been stepped on. Willow Folding Branch. You dared to agree to this without even talking about it. He obviously wants to push you out to prevent disaster. If you agree now, you'll be the scapegoat if something happens in the future. He'll say that you're the one who plotted against him and put all the blame on you. Even if nothing happens, you'll still have a handle on him for the rest of your life. The devil clan so many devil's son to seize the throne, Moyan all the way to the throne in the bloodshed. Too clear how many pits there are in this expedient. Willow Folding Branch smoothed his hair in a calm tone. This place is full of crises, stabilize him first, and when you find the opportunity later, kill them all. Moyen? His side of the word cannot not believe also cannot be fully believed. At this time go along with what he said, let him as soon as possible to bring me a glimpse of the whole picture. As for the future, dead people will not open their mouths again. Moyen. No, is this really an immortal monarch of the righteous path? Although it will not seize the first wife those insidious schemes, but his mother as this means is also too dry and too ruthless. What did the righteousness teach him? How to feel him in the demon race to participate in the first I do not necessarily be able to successfully sit in the seat of the devil. The system is also a little shivering, because this big brother host can bring him a different kind of shock every time, not only contrasting cute, but also contrasting ruthless. It is not a general ruthlessness. The two of them could not have imagined that the Willow Folding Branch would have this side. Ask the Abyss would be even more unexpected, only to see that the immortal style of the Taoist immortal king. Where do you know that in the eyes of the Willow Folding Branch only when they sharks are trouble, thinking that it is still the most worrying to kill them all. And so this way Lu Fujian heard too much Ask the Abyss of the heart words, as well as the secret realm in the end what? This is the secret realm of chaos. Before Pangu opened up the sky and earth, heaven and earth will be a state of chaos. After the opening up of the sky and earth, chaos did not dissipate, but only sealed at the bottom of the sea. This is the place. Chaos can devour heaven and earth. Your spiritual energy here is devoured countless times, and countless times spit out, week after week, became a playmate of chaos, but also often drilled out of the ground to the South China Sea to play. Ask the abyss to say the main thing. Late Lin will surround the willow folding branch. Mess around. Right. Your spiritual energy always transformed into your likeness. Out to play with me. Play for more than 10 years. Father said that when you come down from the mountain on the time is ripe, by then I can play with you in person. In this way, Willow Folding Branch also understands why Late Lin was so arrogant and rude when she first met him. It was a test, but also a test. He passed the test and drew out the sharks before he was qualified to be used as a pawn in the game. You ask why your spiritual power is here. Mo Yen had been listening, feeling that asking Yuan was too circular, and couldn't help but let Lu Shiji directly ask what they wanted to know the most. Lu Folding Branch wanted to say that he did not dare, but knew that said he would not believe, but also think that he lied to him, and finally could only change his mouth, listen to him say is, why ask more? Aren't you most afraid of trouble? How come you don't mind the trouble? He said now. Mo Yen is an acute person, and has long been listening to the urgency, then take it as a favor to ask, you quickly ask him, he's anxious old me. He urged the urgent, Willow Folded Branch dare not ask, to tell the truth and he did not believe, it is really difficult, finally can only come up with the method of coaxing the snake. I don't want to talk more with him, and only talk more with you. It's annoying to talk to others, but not to you. 2 words, the Mo banquet those anxious and grumpy pressed tightly, instantly all blocked back, only left on the face cannot hide the smile. He, Willow Folding Branch only loves to talk to me, he. Starting to show love to me again, what at Song Shangdao, he just has Lao Zi in his heart. That's fine, you guys talk about yourselves. Mo Banquet was coaxed to only giggle, the system was not coaxed, the onlooker is clear, keenly aware of the wrongness of the Willow Folding Branch. Doesn't like to talk, only close to a person who has been together for more than 10 years, and said that he was afraid to talk to people? Hiss. How does that sound? Like a veteran social terrorist? Master are you a bit of a social terrorist? Before Willow Folding Branch could answer, Mo Yen captured the point. Although he couldn't understand, he dared to ask and did so rather anxiously, what fear? What happened to Willow Folding Branch? Where did she get hurt or was she put under some kind of restraint? Chapter 97-95, 3 snakes competing for favor. There is no injury, the social fear is. The fear of seeing and talking to people. Willow Folding Branch unapologetically explained to him, the result was the same as imagined, and the only thing that was exchanged was a puzzle. Mo Yen couldn't understand how to look at Lu Folding Branch also doesn't seem to be afraid of this kind of thing. After all, if you're afraid, how to open your mouth and shut your mouth is to kill this and kill that. To be afraid is also other people afraid of him. Besides, Willow Folding Branch is afraid of people. He still bang hit me? Mo Yen didn't believe it, and also began to have some doubts about the system and Lu Folding Branch, because he couldn't understand some of the words that came out of their mouths. Just like this social terrorism. If it was just Willow Folding Branch saying it, he would definitely think it was because he didn't read enough and wasn't as learned as Willow Folding Branch, but how could a spirit pet be more learned than him and be able to say the same things he couldn't understand as Willow Folding Branch? And how could Willow Folding Branch communicate with this spirit pet in his mind and be heard by him as well? There seemed to be no spirit pet in this world that could have such an ability. This episode was not taken seriously by Lu Shiji, and the system explained a lot of things away because it knew that the host had some social fears, only Mo Yen not only didn't explain anything away, but also added a whole lot more doubts. Lu Folding Branch's social fears he did not believe, but also because of this Lu Folding Branch in his heart of the mysterious image has been raised to an unprecedented height. In short, it was good everywhere, powerful everywhere, the most flawless person he had ever seen. An onlooker might feel deceived, but he didn't. Instead he was piqued even more eager to explore a little bit all of Willow Folding Branch. For example, why did Willow Fold keep lying to him about being scared? He couldn't see the slightest hint of fear, all he could see was the coldness and arrogance of Lu Folding Branch towards outsiders. Lu Folding Branch must be hiding a big secret, must be more mysterious than he imagined. Damn, how can there be such a hook in this world to understand and get close to people? This shall not be grabbed back to the magic palace to properly hold a room to force to ask about it. The system is online here in him, can sense some of his emotions. By this sudden excitement he was blinded. The code cannot analyze why he is excited, only think he is so perverted. The master said he was socially terrified, but he was so full of wanting to kiss and cuddle with the master that his mouth was watering. What kind of demented big pervert is this? Is the world finally turning into the kind of crazy I like? I did follow the right master. One person, one system, there is no one normal. Willow Folding Branch also do not know what they are thinking, still there to deal with Ask the Abyss, listening to Ask the Abyss of all kinds of temptation are not moved, until they walk to a cave before. The cave entrance is not forbidden and there is no boundary, not even feel a trace of aura, just looking at it gives a person a kind of horror to be sucked in. Inside here is the very essence of chaos. Askabis took several steps back with his wife and child. Chaos can only be subdued by the god race. As long as you go in and subdue him, he can open the boundary wall to the god realm for you, at which time both you and my sailor race can travel to the god realm. Willow Folding Branch didn't want to go to any god realm, but there was an aura in that cave that he had to pay attention to. Snake was in there.
And it wasn't just Snake, there seemed to be Bai Chiu and Duan Qingqian, as well as the countless cultivators who came in together. He had a guess that those who were trapped by the so-called illusions, those who were taken away by the white mist, were all inside. The illusion is not an illusion, but the chaos of the body. The ancient period of heaven and earth is a chaos. Chaos can hold heaven and earth. That holds this space is not surprising. They just fell down as to fall in the chaos.
Chaos is a white and endless piece, cannot distinguish between heaven and earth, there is nothing.
The so-called broken formation should only be the chaos sensed the breath of the divine race, retreating on its own. As for why the shark race and himself were not restricted and why they were not dragged into it, it was thought to be the reason why they were all related to the divine race. Chaos seems to exist only in the cave, but in fact, it is everywhere, and this underground world is all the territory of chaos, and now asking the abyss to let him go in
is only another conspiracy. I am inside chaos.
Mo Yan thought the same as him, and even directly stated what he guessed to be the purpose of asking the abyss. I guess it's still a sacrifice, except for you and the shark clan. Everyone else is being sacrificed to the chaos or the boundary wall, and then the path to the god realm can be opened.
The sailor clan has always not treated the six realms cultivators as human beings.
This last sentence spoke the key. The sailor race couldn't look at today's cultivation realm. Treating the cultivators as stepping stones to the divine realm was something they could do. Well, they wanted to go to the god realm and saw that Bai Chiu wasn't useful. That's why they wanted to replace me. How is it easy to take in chaos? Bai Chiu has always been unmotivated in his cultivation. His cultivation is not even as good as some of the qualifications of the disciples in the sect, so naturally he can't be the pawn that Askabis wants to be.
Lu Folding Branch thought of understanding. Mo Banquet is very pleased with the tacit understanding between the two. You know it well, don't be deceived by them. First circled around a little bit, and then. No need. Willowfold interrupted him and turned her head to ask Evening Pro, what should we do after the sacrifice? Ha!
After the sacrifice we can go back to the god realm, we can go back to. Evening Pro violently covered his mouth in the middle of his sentence. Willow Folding Branch's image is too deceptive, he was so easily set out the truth. Regret is also too late, can only be aggrieved to look at his mother.
I didn't think he would ask me this way. He suddenly talked to me, I was just happy. Who knew he would set the words
Huayin hugged him and patted him soothingly, his tone was gentle and loving. There's no harm in it, sooner or later you have to know. Saying this, she turned her head to look at Ask Yuan again. Husband, that is, if you have guessed it, then tell him the truth. Asking Yuan opened his mouth and looked at the cave entrance to speak. In Lu Folding Branch's waveless gaze, the fish's tail suddenly lifted up, and several channels of spiritual energy fired in unison, sending Lu Folding Branch into the cave.
If you want to know the truth, then it's up to you. Willow Fold.
Ask Yuan's voice transmission and Mo Banquet's voice sounded together in his mind. Lu Folding Branch was held by that spiritual power, not resisting in the slightest, but also opened his mouth to pacify Mo Banquet. I see that the matriarch's wife seems to have a bitter feeling. Ask Yuan only transmitted his voice to me, not daring to say it outright, and seems to be scrupulous of something as well. Around you are also here, there are so many people's lives, I come in is not a bad thing.
Mo Yen. Couldn't care less at all. Lu Folding Branch, he is not obedient at all.
He does whatever he wants to do, and he doesn't listen to people and doesn't care if they're worried or not. I'm here, I'll lead those people to rush out, you have to come in and make trouble. Usually stop you open formation you do not listen, now do not stop you, should open formation and ask the abyss to fight you do not open, you just let him send in, if not hear a little sound, I do not know what happened. He roared in his head, but Lu Folding Branch calmly landed on the ground, looking at the scene in front of him, and Yunju Peak is generally the same as the scene will know that he has also entered the illusionary realm.
I also have an illusion realm. Mo Yen froze, what? My illusion is. Willow Folding Branch looked at the scene inside the Chou Hall and froze, not knowing how to go on. Yes. Well. Don't you have no obsessions? You cultivate the way of the living Cthulhu, what could your illusion be? Souls in distress? Suffering of the living?
Mo Yen is dying of curiosity, his tone is getting more and more eager. Lu Xieji, you speak.
Did you see something or is there any danger? Uing squeak. It's my snake. Willow Fold was concise, telling the truth without going into detail, for there were 3 snakes in the temple.
The palm-sized little snake from more than 10 years ago, Lu Xuanji, who had grown up and taken human form, and the present-day Mo Yen, the 3 snakes fought inside the hall, just like that, in front of him, and turned the roof over. Mo Banquet cannot see the scene, but heard the sound of fighting, or the sound of 3 people fighting, on the spot gas explosion. You're what snake can still beat themselves. Uing give lousy the truth. Who else? Who's in your illusion? Before Willow Fold could answer, the 3 snakes had already come over, the smallest climbing onto his shoulder, spitting snake letters. Hiss. Hiss hiss hiss. Do not know what is said, but vaguely can guess should be looking for him to comment. Lu Xuanji stood on the left side with an unhappy tone. Senior, why should he be able to climb on your shoulders? I'm not as good as him when I grow up. Said directly transformed into an arm-thick black snake from the bottom up to wrap Lu Xueji, the snake's head resting on Lu Xueji's other shoulder.
Willow Folding Branch. Mo Yan on the right gritted his teeth. Is this honored one not as good as two broken snakes?
You damn it, throw both of these two broken snakes out for lousy.
My demonic queen can only be close to me alone.
This time there was no need for Lu Shiji to explain to him. Just by listening to the commotion, Mo Yan himself understood what the scene was now. His three identities appeared in Lu Fuji's illusion at the same time, and he even had a ing fight. They even dared to go to Willow Folding Branch's place together to fight for favor. The system is already laughing like crazy, trying his best to hold it in before he didn't laugh out loud in front of Mo Yan, thinking that he only has a vest with a fake collar left. He also held back a laugh and asked Lu Shiji, "Master, these three people are competing for favor together. Who would you favor of?" "Willow Fold." He's watching the fun, but he's got Willow Folding Branch stumped.
Speechless and helpless.
So asked, Mo Banquet cannot care about the heart of the fear of falling off the horse, the thought that even the illusion is even in front of the Willow Folding Branch to compete with him for favor. He hated to gnash his teeth.
Is there any need to ask? All ing killed.
He was too afraid of Willowfold getting close to the Phantom because he knew better than anyone how much Willowfold liked Snake, especially that little snake in the first place. Only when he was the youngest did Willowfold get the closest to him, and the older he got the less he got.
Don't you always say kill them all?
Kill these three first. You're a hallowed Folding Branch immortal monarch and you still let illusions get the better of you. Willow Folding Branch of course knew that she had to kill the illusions first, kill the illusions without being disturbed, and then she could focus on finding a way to break the illusion. But the problem is that he now has no cultivation, cannot kill three at a time, can only come one by one. This is all his snake. He really can't choose who to move towards first. The little snake is so cute. Xianji pestered him and pampered him, and even the demon Zun Mo Banquet was exasperated and full of grievances. Willow Folding Branch difficult to choose, and finally threw the question directly to Snake himself. I can only kill one at a time. Which one do you think I'll kill first?
Of course it's to kill first, eh?
Ink Feast suddenly reacted with a confused look in the middle of his words. No, this mother, although it is an illusion, but also which illusion is lousy himself off.
Willow Folding Branch, let me choose. Choose first, kill which I. Chapter 98-96, The Sour Stench of Love.
Since staying with Willow Folding Branch, Mo Yan had met more and more outrageous things, but this time, choosing which self to kill first by himself was definitely the most outrageous. If it wasn't for the fact that Willow Folding Branch didn't know that he was Snake, he would have thought that Willow Folding Branch was doing it on purpose. Hiss.
Master.
Willow Fold. Three identities, three ways of speaking, but all of them without exception were competing for favor, trying to keep Willow Folding Branch away from the other two, and Mo Yan felt like this wasn't even quite like Willow Folding Branch's visions, it was almost like his own. Like his nightmares. You kill. You. This.
Mo Yan stammered, and in the end, in order not to fall off the horse, decisively gave the answer. You are the demonic queen of this father. Can you still kill the illusion of this father first? But my snake is cute.
Willow Folding Branch was serious and went along with his nonsense. Shenji is also very filial.
Filial?
Mo Yan gritted his teeth but didn't dare to question him. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became, and finally asked him directly, then you say, why did this father and these two appear together in your illusionary realm?
You are my father's demon queen.
They are my snakes, they are my disciples, the people in this world who are tied to me are all here. Willow Folding Branch was telling the truth. To be able to enter his illusion, looking at the entire cultivation world, there is only Snake, and for 500 years he has only accepted Snake with all his heart. When these words came out, Mo Banquet was also happy in his heart, because Willow Folding Branch's illusion is all about him.
Don't care about 1, 2, 3, anyway, he knew in his heart that they were all him. Doesn't that mean that Lu Fuji only has him in her heart?
Then you say, who are you closest to? Just now, it was Willow Folding Branch letting him choose, now the positions were switched and it became him letting Willow Folding Branch choose.
Right, master, who would you choose? The system was also curious about which of Mo Yan's vests he preferred.
Since they all asked, Lu Shiji really thought about it seriously, lifting his hand to pinch little Snake's head, then touching Xianji Snake's tail, and finally glancing at the furious Mo Yan next to him. If it was once upon a time, he would have chosen two snakes without hesitation, and if he had to choose one, he would probably choose the little snake because it is the most adorable and the best to teach. But nowadays, from the moment he chose to completely accept Snake, he already did not care about what Snake's identity was, whether it was the Snake that Cloud Bamboo Peak and he relied on, or whether it was the arrogant and domineering nemesis Mo Yan, or whether it was his Snake. Snake is Snake, will not change in his heart because of the change of identity.
There is no difference.
Willowfold spat out 4 words in a calm tone, and while the system felt uninterested and didn't have the exciting cultivation scene that it had imagined, Mo Yan was stunned.
Good he really can fit so many people in his heart. Lu Xuanji, he likes it. Mo Banquet, he likes it. If I ask him about that little colored chicken again, he'll have to say there's no difference, won't he? He didn't even feel guilty at all, he just said it out loud. Can he treat me like a human being? Mo Banquet almost exploded with anger, but Lu Folding Branch looked at the front of the illusion began to dissipate thoughtfully, until all the scenery into nothingness, finally understood how to break this illusion. The illusion does not break itself, I think it is the cause of the state of mind, even if you have not eliminated the obsession, stubbornly guarding the heart can also come out. He didn't have obsessions yet he also generated an illusion, enough to prove that obsessions weren't the root, the state of mind was. This is broken? Mo Yen had forgotten to be angry and listened in awe, it can still break the illusion like this? I killed so many illusions, before killing still have to coax, said what no is an illusion, not to kill the willow folding branch himself, but also have to let those illusions die. Good looking point, the results to the willow folding branch, he did not have to do anything to break the illusion? It's really a damn thing that people are more angry than others. Willow fold, willow fold? After a long time with no movement, Mo Yen felt something was wrong and called him several times in a row, what's wrong with you? Lu Folding Branch, are you alright? I'm fine, just. Willow Folding Branch walked a few steps forward along the side of the cave, stopped and looked at the endless corpses and slowly bent down. All of the corpses and bones of the sharks are here, he said, and raised his hand and gently touched one of the pieces, frowning slightly. Not a single bit of flesh and blood or residual soul remains, the same as the cultivator who was sacrificed to the shark pearl before. Since it was possible to use cultivators from all walks of life, there was no reason for Ascabus to take his clan to sacrifice to chaos, to make him sacrifice his clan at all costs. I'm afraid that there are still unknown secrets between the Sailor clan and the Sealed Chaos. Mo Yen also fell into deep thought, hearing his footsteps before he opened his mouth to ask him, you still want to go inside? Since I've already come in, I don't think chaos will let me out again. Willow Folding Branch continued to walk forward without haste, carefully avoiding those bones under his feet, and in his mind, he delivered in a calm tone, don't force yourself to break out. If you act rashly, I'm afraid that the people who are trapped inside by chaos together with you will have to worry about their lives. His guess was too accurate. Mo Banquet had indeed prepared to break in. Hearing his words, the hand holding the sword paused, looking at the life sword and then looking at a white mist that trapped him, silent. Mo Yen. Lu Sheji stopped. You are confident that you can save your two protectors and think that the others have nothing to do with you. There are even your enemies. Death is not worth it, but not everyone is 10 evils and greedy and hypocritical. I alone can handle it. You don't have to worry. Moreover, you don't have to waste the lives of so many people in order to come to me. So you're out there risking your life, and I'm just here listening in peace, waiting for you to come and save me? Mo Yen wanted to ask, but in the end did not ask this sentence, because he knew the answer. Lu Folding Branch will definitely say. Willow Folding Branch, the celestial beings that you are guarding, does that include them as well? Aha! Good. Mo Banquet put away his sword and said nothing more, just sitting on the ground, no longer trying to force his way out. He didn't know anything about the Tao of the Tsang Shang, no one in the demon race cared about that, but he knew he cared about Lu Sheji. What Willow Fold has to guard, he has to help guard. Can't mess with Willow Folding Branch angry. Willow Folding Branch angry is not good to coax. If it is really because he died so many people, Willow Folding Branch is likely to not want him. Arrogant and domineering and misbehaving devil, willingly put away the sharp claws, obediently installed Willow Folding Branch like a good snake. Mo Banquet mouth does not say, sometimes also was a very arrogant, but the heart is as clear as a mirror. Good and evil different paths, not only different paths in the position, but also in the state of mind and ideas. Willow Folding Branch guarding the life of the people's persistence he does not agree, do not understand, may not be able to understand in this life, but as long as Willow Folding Branch said, he is willing to pretend. The system quietly watched, did not know what to say, only to see Mo Yen because of Lu Folding Branch's sentence instantly collected the murderous aura. His opinion of him also changed a little. Although this protagonist attacker is a bit stupid and a squirter, he is really good to the host without words. This is the devil, the devil which cares about human life, cares about the living. Not all want to do what they want to do, even really willing to be a righteous immortal ruler too. He really don't too much love. Willow Folding Branch also waited for a long time, did not wait until the ink feast again with his theory is still some surprise, could not help but ask a sentence, you are secretly ready to break out of. Laozi did not. Mo Yen sat down boldly on the ground and pounded the ground in anger, wasn't it you who said you wouldn't allow it? Laozi listened and you doubted Laozi again. Willow Folding Branch, you're still a human being. Is it really so obedient? Willow Folding Branch froze, soon the bottom of the eyes will unconsciously emerge a little smile, step forward, out of a few steps and heard him roar in his head, you ing speak is not wronged old man. Aha! Willow Folding Branch admitted. Mo Banquet also subsided, muttering still do not forget to warn him, next time again wrongly accused Laozi try, I Hall of Devil Zune still can cheat. And that includes you. The headless comment interrupted his warning, and Mo Yen froze, quickly responding. He asked Willow Folding Branch guardian of the Tsang Shang package does not include those people. Willow Folding Branch now told him that. Also includes him? It is the meaning of this, is not it? I'm sorry. Mo Yen was so excited that he bounced straight up from the floor, walked back and forth several times, and was on the verge of laughing out loud in triumph. People who read a lot are different, saying something nice is so subtle. When he said something about including me, didn't he just want to say that he was guarding me too? You're still too embarrassed to say it, and you're making all these twists and turns. Luckily, I reacted. Two people a surface without waves, but the heart with some indescribable joy, and excited almost jumped up, the faces to smile rotten, the system to see straight toothache, silently with the code to eat a lemon. The sour odor of this love. Although the host cultivates that song Shang Dao and is still socially terrified, he is really good at coaxing and talking to this protagonist attack. Engage in such a subtle romance is really sour personal. No, sour unity. He ate lemons there. Willow Folding Branch is also focused on the edge of the walk to pay attention to the surrounding environment. Ink Feast cannot pretend to be deep, more cannot hold back the words, happy to want to get close to Willow Folding Branch, but now cannot hold and kiss, can only first open to find Willow Folding Branch to talk. How is the situation on your side? You go slow, take a break if you're tired. Your body can't be strenuous, is it cold in the cave? Add one more fox fur, I have put it in your storage ring for you, take it out and put it on. Although Lu Folding Branch doesn't say much, but every sentence has a response, the system is too nagging for Moyen, but he doesn't get tired of answering, wear it. You really put the fox fur on? Aha! Well, Willow Fold, you lied to me again. Moyen can't see, all know he was cheated. Your storage ring that fox fur is black, white before laying on the ground you don't want, I put away, you simply don't love to wear black, it's impossible to put on without saying anything. Willow Folding Branch. This kind of thing Snake is meticulous, surprisingly so bad to cheat. You say again. Are you wearing it or not? Willow Folding Branch just happened to walk to the end of those corpses and bones, sheepishly and silently took out that black fox fur from her storage ring, wear it. Ha! Moyen sneered, just put it on, right? Willow Folding Branch was too weak to answer, and after walking a few steps and seeing something strange in the distance, she immediately changed the topic, you're there but it's a white mist? Are you trapped inside? Yes, what's wrong? Are you holding that white fox fur in your hand at this time? Moyen's hand holding the fox fur froze, how do you know? Willow Folding Branch stopped and stared at the blurry yet familiar figure in the very center of the countless masses of white mist, pausing before answering him, I saw it. In that mass of white fog, Moyen's figure was not clear, but the outline and movements were clear as day. Lu Folding Branch saw at a glance that he was not only holding the fox fur, but also buried his face in the fox fur. And kissed and smelled it. Chapter 99-97, Moyen is my husband. You can see me? Mo banquet hands and feet to collect the fox fur, looking around the circle in addition to the white fog or white fog, cannot see the outside world situation, let alone the figure of the Willow Folded Branch. You can see? Willow Folding Branch did not answer, just faintly said, that fox fur pro over, to put cleaning art to get clean. Moyen froze in place, too embarrassed to squeak for half a day. Mother ing chaos. I'll fight with you. Are you targeting old me? How could Willow see me? I just can't see him, I'm just sniffing his fox fur, and I'm caught? Luckily, I didn't take any other kisses, or else. When he thought about what objects he had shunned out of Cloud Bamboo Peak, Moyen was even a little secretly happy. If Lu Shieji saw that scene, he would probably castrate him on the spot. What did he do, master? Is it perverted? Let me see. As soon as I heard that there was an exciting scene, the system was more active than the person involved. As soon as he spoke out, Willow Folding Branch got down to business, not caring how gossipy he was. Can chaos be recorded? There is, but it's all the same as what Ascabis said, it does open the boundary wall, and it has nothing to do with you, master, it's all very much later in the plot, it's by Cho's scene. Plot? These two words taken alone Moyen might not understand, but combined with what the system said, he quickly analyzed and understood, shocked to the point of pupil earthquakes. This thing he can understand heavenly destiny? You're relying on him to spy on heaven's destiny? It's not relying on me, master, that's real skill. The system was Willow Folding Branch's #1 fan, and would never allow anyone to suspect Willow Folding Branch of cheating. This matter can't be said for a while, wait to go out and then explain to you, it's imperative. Willow Folding Branch looked at the countless clusters of white mist, his tone slightly sunken, or I first try to see if I can save the crowd. He could see more than just Moyen, he could see everyone who was inside the chaos, everyone was trapped by the white fog, some were still experiencing the illusion, some came out of the illusion as trapped as Moyen and persisted in searching for a way to break it. Willow also saw Lan Yu and Shang Yu, the white fog that trapped them were next to each other, and on the right side were Dai Moon and Wen Xiu. Yen Yue and Qing Yu were still in the illusion, while Lan Yu and Wen Xiu were entangled in the white fog. He went all the way through the gap in the middle and finally found Bai Qiu and Duan Qingqian at the very back. The two of them were actually trapped in one place, so it was really like someone was escorting Bai Qiu at all times. This is the son of Qi, the reincarnation of the young lord of the god race, and the protagonist recipient favored by the heavenly Tao. Willow Folding Branch stood in the center of a mass of white mist, looking at this blank space, and finally found, without surprise, that only the mist around Bai Qiu was the purest and formed the largest encirclement. All the time, the protagonist was manifesting his great fortune and being different. This Qi luck. He doesn't deserve. Lu Folding Branch just whispered, wanting to share his thoughts with Snake, but in an instant the scene in front of him changed. No more of those white fog, no more of Snake's blurred figure, and no more of Bite Xiu, leaving only himself in a completely unfamiliar icy sky and snowy land. Some cold. Willow Folding Branch silently wrapped the fox fur tightly and didn't dare to make a sound. In case he showed that he was cold, Snake would definitely nag him again. He was really scared. Once upon a time, the snake was clearly very cranky, so small A will be sticking rubbing to coax, now is cranky with careful, but also extra nagging, daily management of his clothes, food, housing and transportation control very strict. Think of the snake, Willow Folding Branch is always exceptionally at ease, the heart of the white fall of the killing intent is also scattered, just want to check where the air suddenly sounded an old male voice. Don't know exactly where it came from, like the same person was talking to him in all directions. Since he is not worthy, you can just take his place, I can help you. Cannot detect any breath, can be invisible in the chaos, in addition to the chaos himself, Willow Folding Branch cannot think of the second person. Strictly speaking, chaos is not a person, Willow Folding Branch's social fear will not have a serious attack in his place, and can even ask a question of his own accord with a stiff upper lip. Chaos? You should call me a senior, it's your fathers who have to be respectful to me when they see me. Chaos is dissatisfied with the attitude of the Willow Folding Branch. Willow Folding Branch is even more dissatisfied with him, not only do not call seniors, but also the tone of the cold, the courage of the year why rehash, now you are sealed here, but the prisoner. The righteous way pays the most attention to etiquette. Mo Yan rarely saw him speak so nonchalantly, instantly understood what he meant. Lu Folding Branch, don't mess around, you don't have the cultivation, anger him in case. If I don't provoke him, will he not lash out? Willow Folding Branch interrupted him, there's nothing to talk about, a battle is inevitable after all. Willow Folding Branch is unwilling to talk to people, also unwilling to circumambulate pleasantries, all these Mo Yan knows, that's why he is more anxious, I'll go out and circumambulate him. Willow Folding Branch, chaos has lived from the ancient times to now, it's not something you can handle without cultivation. This time, Willow Folding Branch didn't stop him, because it was just the right time to explore the reality of chaos, to see how strong this old thing that had been sealed for tens of thousands of years really was. Rumble. The snowy ground shook, it was Mo Banquet who was forcing his way in. Lu Shiji barely managed to stabilize himself, no matter how worried he was in his heart he didn't show it, he was silent and waited for chaos to open his mouth first. I can't count how many times the ground shook, and cracks began to form under my feet, before Lu Fuji heard chaos's laughter. You gods are always like this, boasting of your innocence, yet luring the devils to sell their lives for you. You a mixed-blooded divine can even make that little devil Zun don't want to lose his life for you. It seems that I didn't find the wrong person. Little doll, you say that I am a prisoner, how can you yourself not be? This cultivation world has utilized you for 500 years, what have you gained? Still not end up with a cultivation scattered. How about I cooperate with you and open the boundary wall to send you home? Chaos opened the door and directly said what he could give to Willow Folding Branch. Willow Folding Branch pretended to think for a moment, what price do I have to pay? And on what basis do I trust you? Your little demon lord is breaking into my forbidden system, I didn't stop him, this is my sincerity. As if Chaos was trying to prove what he had said, Willow Folding Eyes watched as Mo Yan's demonic aura and spiritual energy appeared not far away, and even saw Mo Yan's native sword swinging and chopping in the air. Chaos was originally one, all attacks within Chaos could be displaced elsewhere. If Chaos hadn't intended to make things right, Mo Banquet's rampaging and hard charging like this would have injured an unknown number of innocents. As for the price, Chaos paused, Willow Folding Branch in front of the eyes of all the cultivators in the body of Chaos appeared again. Snow Mirror cultivators have different demeanor, and even some people lying on the ground with a giggle. At a glance, it is clear that it is deep in the illusionary realm. I want you to turn them into my nourishment, so that they willingly sacrifice to me. Chaos tone was greedy, you're the Folding Branch immortal monarch, they'll definitely believe what you say, so casually tricking them into willingly disliking their blood, flesh and souls to give to me is not a difficult task. It was Askabyss that sent Willow Folding Branch in. Being able to come in meant that Askabyss had already negotiated. Chaos had no doubt about Willow Folding Branch's sincerity to return to the god realm. After all, he is a mixed blood god race, which god race will not want to go back to the god world, willing to wait for death in the cultivation world, this barbarian place. Sacrifice? He wanted someone to willingly sacrifice, and Willow Fold instantly thought of the bones of the sharks she had seen. Aren't those sharks enough? The divine souls of the sharks are also very tasty, but I've been eating them for 10,000 years and I've long since gotten tired of them. They're all water spirit roots, I need the divine souls of some other spirit roots. The words that were set out were the same as what Willow Folding Branch had thought, the sharks had indeed been sacrificing Chaos. Master, I've found out. The system followed the conversation between the two and checked all the way to the near finale before finding the relevant plot, and hurriedly reported to Willow Fold. Chaos Seal is unstable, has long been going out to make waves, want to devour the souls of the gods to cultivate, and then go to the divine realm to take revenge. The Shark Clan every 10 years to sacrifice a shark to him to eat, to ensure that the realm of cultivation is not scourged by the chaos broke through the seal.
Mo Yen had just broken out when he heard these words, and it just so happened that there was a trapped shark right next to him, looking at the fishtail that dragged from the air to the ground froze.
What do you mean? The shark race is not trapped in the South China Sea, is deliberately staying in the South China Sea to guard the seal?
And for the cultivation world not to be broken through the seal by chaos to do evil, has been sacrificing the clan to offer sacrifices?
Should be.
Willow Folding Branch has a complex mood. Although the sharks are looking down on the living beings of the six realms, they also
have a great deal of merit.
So it will make sense. Ask the Abyss is also no way. The Shark Clan Sacrifice Clan cannot satisfy the chaos deliberately by Chio and he are attracted to is to see who in the end they can subdue the chaos.
Otherwise, once the seal is completely broken, the entire cultivation world will be devoured by chaos.
Asking Abyss was constrained by chaos and couldn't tell the truth, and seeing that Baichio was really difficult to take on the big job, he could only put all his hopes on him, and told so many lies, with the ultimate goal of just tricking him into coming in.
You tell him to get me over there to meet up with you first.
Mo Yen did not have as much compassion for the living as he did, and was bent on worrying about his comfort. Willow Folding Branch, let me go over to you, the two of you will have a care. If you don't say yes, I'll really kill someone, and I'll kill whoever's around. Willow Folding Branch do not want to let him involved in, have long been accustomed to what things are solved alone, but he was there to make trouble, but also threatened to kill. In the end, it is so disturbing that Willow Folding Branch had to agree.
First put Mo Banquet in. Little doll, aren't you afraid that he'll ruin it for you?
Chaos couldn't help but remind him, there are two of his protectors among those people. I like their divine souls very much. If you let him come over, he will flip out with you for the sake of his two protectors.
He won't. Willow Folding Branch's tone was certain.
I have heard that you were once deadly rivals, fighting to the death. Chaos does not know that there is a system in place. Mo Yen heard everything from beginning to end, and even had some thoughts of waiting for Willow Folding Branch to return to the divine realm to devour Mo Yen as well, sparing no effort to provoke. He can fight for your life is not false, but is also just by you seduced. The gods are beautiful, the devil is colorful, be seduced is common, but the devil is also brutal in nature. The six relatives do not recognize. If you know that you and ideal to go back to the god world alone to throw him, but also harmed him to protect the life of the law, I am afraid that
he will not.
Willow Folding Branch repeated once more, fearing that Chaos still refused to agree, so she casually lied, I and Mo Banquet are not some kind of immortal nemesis. Once upon a time it was just that righteousness and evil were different paths, and had to hoodwink the world. Willow folded her hand to the body's residual demonic chi convergence of a wisp to the palm. Such pure demonic chi can be given to me. How can he and I be deadly rivals, and how can he just be seduced? He treats me with sincerity, it is. Willow Folding Branch easily maneuvered the demonic chi in circles in her palm, her tone natural, my husband. Once the last three words came out, Mo Yan's hand holding the native sword shook fiercely, almost couldn't hold it and threw it directly.
Husband. Husband? Did Willow Fold call me husband? Damn it.
Chaos, you old fool, you're really something. I didn't even dare to let Lu Fuji call out, but he did after you asked him a few questions.
Husband. Willow Folding Branch recognized the old man as his husband, ha 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 ha.